Chapter 1. A Chaotic and Perilous World. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Today is June 30th, 1490 in the era of the sea, Saturday. Welcome to our morning news broadcast. Let us first present the main headlines of today's news. The noble representative of the world, Lord Rosward, is conducting a routine inspection of the allied nations under the government, laying the groundwork for the upcoming world conference that, in light of the recent devastation wrought by the pirate Roger upon the kingdom of Bilinkas, the Navy is treating the matter with utmost seriousness. Admiral Kong has mobilized a substantial force to pursue him. The second large-scale internal turmoil in Wano has temporarily subsided, as the relentless mediation by the samurai has finally compelled the ninjas to reach a compromise. Government spokesperson Minister Wonist has once again embarked on a mission to the Hunter Association, actively seeking discussions with President Isaac Netero. Recently, multiple unexplained disturbances have erupted in the Dark Continent, with numerous highly dangerous species breaching the Red Earth continent. The government assures that a thorough investigation will be conducted promptly, and measures will be taken to fortify the defenses of the Red Earth. The sound of an old 29-inch CRT color television filled the air. Splashing. The faucet in the bathroom gushed water, seemingly in response. Before the mirror, a small boy nervously scrutinized his bare form, murmuring to himself, "Ding Ding is still here." Thankfully, though it's a bit larger, now rather exquisite. Standing at around 1.30 meters, I must be 6 years old. Quite tall indeed. Golden short hair, golden eyes, skin as pale as snow. There's a hint of Genos from One Punch Man about me, but my features are softer. Incredibly adorable. Hee hee, I hope I don't grow up crooked otherwise. Being called a pretty boy would be quite the injustice. This is now the new name and surname of Brad Heyman. He was not always known as Brad Heyman, at least. His soul did not bear that name. His soul is that of an interloper from Earth. New parents, my memories are so scarce. Scientists from a world government scientific division, busy, high-caliber elite talents, no wonder even in Mariewa, I hardly see them, only having assistants to keep an eye on me once a year. With memories thoroughly merged, Brad furrowed his brow, cleaned himself up, donned his clothes, and stepped out of the bathroom, captivated by the news on the television. Approximately half an hour later, this is not good. The world appears remarkably perilous. After absorbing the news, he leaned back against the sofa, a sense of despair washing over him. Brad grimaced, his head throbbing. From a god's perspective, this seems to be the structure of the world of One Piece, intertwined with elements from Hunter x Hunter, Naruto, and Akame ga Kill. It's a chaotic mess, especially in the year 1490 of the sea era. That's far removed from the grand age of pirates, when Gold Roger is still alive and thriving. What to do? Brad sank into profound contemplation, pondering the path that lay ahead. After a brief minute, he found his answer. He resolved to leverage the advantages of his parents' identities, firmly clutching onto the world government stronghold, and to develop his strength in a cunning and strategic manner. Brett clenched his youthful fists, his expression gradually spiraling out of control. I do not wish to face death once more. Merely an unfortunate vehicle could claim my young life. How tragic, how fragile. I cannot afford to remain so vulnerable, especially in a world that is exceedingly perilous, far more so than the previous one. Who knows when calamity might strike, crushing me like an ant? Power, psychic abilities, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, devil fruits, divine tools, anything that could render me formidable. His deep-seated affection for life, coupled with a looming dread of future crises, propelled Brett to define his aspirations clearly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "The door is unlocked," Brett replied, turning his head. Creak. The door swung open to reveal not the familiar faces of his parents' aides, but rather a dashing young man sporting a gray slick-back hairstyle. "Are you Uncle Rashji?" Brett inquired instinctively. Rashji was the husband of Brett's aunt, affiliated with the world government's intelligence organization, Cypherpol. He spent most of his time away, making his infrequent appearances notable. Thus Brett hesitated in recognition. Raskus' lips trembled as he spoke. "Young Brett, Snow is waiting for you." "Auntie?" Brett read the room. "Has something happened?" "Ooh." Outside the door, muffled sobs could be heard, emanating from a gentle woman with flowing golden hair, overwhelmed with sorrow. "It must be that they have met with misfortune," Brett mused calmly. Despite the blood ties, he lacked an emotional foundation with the scientist couple, rendering him unable to grieve. He tilted his head and asked, "Is that so?" Rashji cast his gaze downwards, pitying the feigned strong demeanor of Brett. "A scientific experiment accident. Your parents' research team perished in an explosion. From now on, we shall take care of you." In silence, Brett accompanied his uncle as they traversed the bustling metropolis, the illustrious holy land of Mariewa, nestled within the Red Earth continent. They eventually arrived at an establishment in an unfamiliar location, where Brett claimed his parents' remains and personal effects. The remains were nearly non-existent. The catastrophic explosion had obliterated everything. What was handed to Brett were merely two small boxes, containing perhaps the ashes of someone unknown. Among the belongings, there was one item, one creature, with grotesque joints. Its limbs resembled scythes, and atop its head rested what seemed to be a gold-trimmed helmet. Its black and white skin, akin to form-fitting leather, accentuated its proud silhouette with a rounded, ample posterior. Most striking, however, was its beautiful visage. A humanoid? Mosquito girl? Brett's heart raced. His expression neutral, yet his mind was in turmoil. Is this the Mosquito Girl from One Punch Man? Good heavens! What kind of world is this? She is an entity that your parents developed in collaboration with another scientist. That scientist entrusted her to you, stating, to repay the debt owed to your parents, though she is a flawed product, she is at least capable of providing protection. The government official explained succinctly, pointing to the creature before nonchalantly departing. Snow Fotsy embraced Brad, her voice choked with emotion. Poor child. It is not the time for tears. We must prepare for the funeral. Snow Fotsy, Rasky stated, lacking any talent for consolation, seeking merely to distract his wife from her sorrow. Snow Fotsy wiped her tears away, managing a reluctant nod. Brad met the gaze of the Mosquito Woman, his heart laden with thoughts. Chapter 2. The Dirty Trick. The gentle patter of July's warm rain mingled with a faint, briny breeze that slanted down, the dark umbrella occasionally emitting a soft, muffled thud, reminiscent of a mournful elegy or a heart-wrenching requiem. This fate, or perhaps the divine. They seem to possess a cruel sense of humor, carelessly toying with what they deem foolish mortals, much like how they enhance the atmosphere of funerals, extracting tears with great theatricality. Surely they take delight in it. I suppose I too am one of those foolish beings ensnared in their indifference, or I would not have found myself in this wretched world. Should I now cry out something dramatic, like my fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven, to signify my rebellion against destiny? And then, I would still face this absurd reality, so perhaps it is best to let it go. Brad's mind wandered aimlessly, yet his inner turmoil thrived. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. May the Lord's mercy accompany you always, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. As the priest's warm voice resonated, the coffin was laid to rest in the earth. The cross was erected, marking the definitive end of life. Like the other graves in the cemetery, they stood in rows, both new and old. Take care. Be well, young Brad. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek us out. The attendees of Brad's parents' funeral gradually dispersed. They were mainly colleagues of his parents, with a few being friends and neighbors of Snow Fotsy. Their emotional responses varied wildly, yet they all cast pitying glances at the boy who had just turned 6, with golden hair and eyes, his exquisite visage reminiscent of a child of God. Despite Brad's expressionless face, they instinctively perceived him as a child bereaved of both parents, suffering so deeply that he had grown numb to tears. Brad mechanically bowed, politely thanking everyone, until do not worry about tomorrow. Child, tomorrow will bring its own concerns. The priest approached, closing his Bible, kneeling down to offer gentle comfort to Brad. Brad nodded. Thank you, Father. The imposing figure of the priest, resembling a bear, bore a rugged visage adorned with stubble, a fearsome scar etched from his left jaw to below his left eye, and round glasses that concealed his squinting eyes, creating an unusual blend of amiable neighborly demeanor and that of a potential predator. His name was Alexander Anderson. Thank you, Anderson, Rasky expressed, having endured several days of restless nights. On one hand, he sought to comfort his wife, and on the other, he was busy preparing for the funeral, which left him undeniably fatigued. Yet he summoned his strength and exchanged glances with Anderson and Braid. Soon after, Anderson stood and declared, "It is time for us to depart. There are pressing tasks awaiting us above." Shwefazi, be strong and take good care of little Braid, Rasky instructed briskly before making his exit with equal swiftness. Shwefaji instinctively watched her husband leave and, after a moment, inquired, "Are we going home?" Little Braid, meeting the sight of Shwefatzi's tear-stained eyes, Braid shook his head in silence. "I will wait for you outside the cemetery," she said, suddenly realizing that Braid, who had not shed a tear, might not want anyone to witness his sorrow. She intended to allow him space to express his feelings when he was alone. Once Shwefaji had distanced herself, Braid looked up. The Mosquito Girl, who had been shielding Braid with an umbrella, leaned down with interest. Their eyes met. "Why do you heed my words?" You are not the obedient type. I can see the greed lurking deep within your eyes, Braid stated directly, voicing his inner confusion. He felt compelled to confront her, for her overly docile demeanor was suspicious. He was acutely aware that the mosquito girl was a creature of bloodlust. The mosquito girl licked her lips and teased. "Oh, is it that obvious? Have you ever heard of fireflies in the night?" Braid likened. The mosquito girl paused, flicking her antennae like peacock feathers, then lowered her body to embrace Braid gently, whispering softly in his ear, "You are nothing like a child. You are far too mature. Should I commend you for being their offspring? Oomph. It makes me want to drain your blood. Do you not fear that those two who can protect you? If they're not something you feared, I believe you would have drained my blood long ago. There is certainly something that makes you tremble. Otherwise, that scientist who nurtured you alongside my parents would never have recklessly placed you in my care, no matter how mad he might be." Braid interrupted her calmly and, assuredly, with a gentle pop, the mosquito girl lightly bit Braid's smooth cheek, savoring the taste. "Your father is dead. Only your blood can sustain my life. If I were to kill you, my own existence would be short-lived," the mosquito girl hissed, her violent aura emanating. "How dare they consider me a failure? How infuriating! Especially your parents. They plan to transform me into a creature akin to a cat or dog to tend to you. You wretched little thing." Suddenly, Braid turned, cupping the mosquito girl's face in his hands, and beamed a radiant smile. "In that case, let us coexist harmoniously. I look forward to your companionship. Do you have a name?" A sudden and inexplicable flutter of emotions coursed through Mosquito Girl, leaving her momentarily dazed. The menacing aura that once enveloped her dissipated, and unbeknownst to her, tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes. For the first time since her inception, she experienced kindness and warmth, a stark contrast to the indifferent faces and the frigid hands that wielded scientific instruments. "Name? My name. Since you were nurtured by them and raised by them, in a sense, you are also their child. Thus, you are my esteemed sister," Brett suavely remarked. "Your surname should rightly be Hyman, just like mine. As for your first name, how about Joanna? It signifies a divine blessing, and I believe your arrival in this world must be the result of extraordinary fortune." Mosquito Girl allowed her tears to flow freely, clutching Brett even tighter. Brett raised an eyebrow, subtly signaling that his scheme had succeeded. In recent days, Brett had engaged in no other pursuits than to familiarize himself with Mosquito Girl while meticulously observing, analyzing, and speculating about her. He needed to eliminate any potential ticking time bombs in his vicinity. Brett deduced that Mosquito Girl's intellect was not particularly high. She resembled a girl no older than 10, despite her mature appearance. She possessed a wealth of human emotions and harbored a hopeful disposition that effectively suppressed her primal instincts. Moreover, she was profoundly starved for love, yearning to escape loneliness and solitude. Her fierce exterior was merely a guise to shield herself from pain. After considerable contemplation and crafting several strategies, Brett ultimately decided on the simplest approach, appealing to the good impression they had forged during their brief acquaintance. So far, the results were remarkable. Should Brett's scheme fail, he had a backup plan in place. In truth, Rasky and Father Anderson had not departed. Their supposed mission was a ruse. They, alongside Brett, had deceived Shwef Faji and Mosquito Girl, concealing themselves in the cemetery to monitor the situation. Should Mosquito Girl attempt to harm Brett, they would intervene to eliminate her. Brett had previously communicated with Rasky, who had requested their mutual colleague, Father Anderson, from the Cypherpole organization to officiate Brett's parents' funeral. Otherwise, he would have been unwilling to have a notorious executioner, decapitation detective, angel of dust, or gun-sword priest preside over the funeral of his loved ones, even if Father Anderson was indeed a genuine priest certified by the church, possessing ample experience in conducting funerals. "Now, Joanna," Brett said, "let us return home." Swish, swish. "All right, Brett." With a flutter of wings, Mosquito Girl lifted Brett skyward. The view was obscured by the layers of gravestones, creating a concealed vantage point. "What an impressive little rascal," Father Anderson exclaimed, pondering his next words. "A truly exceptional talent as a spy. He would be nothing short of perfection." Rasky brushed his hair back, remaining silent, and remarked, "He is indeed no ordinary child. He has already developed his own opinions. I cannot adequately express the feelings I experienced when he first suggested this matter." Chapter 3. Cypherpole Agent Academy. Why have you returned? Didn't you have a mission? During lunchtime, upon hearing a knock at the door, Shwefaji opened it and was instantly astonished to find her husband back home. As an agent, Rasky's ability to deceive was naturally exceptional. He casually explained, "The higher-ups learned about our family situation, and since it was no problem for Anderson to carry out the mission himself, they granted me a few days off to recuperate." "That's wonderful," Shwefaji exclaimed, throwing herself into Rasky's embrace, finding solace in his presence. Shwefaji was a fragile woman, a devoted housewife, and the sudden loss of her only relative left her utterly unprepared. Even after several days, she struggled to quell her grief and anxiety. She yearned for her husband's companionship, though she refrained from voicing it, not wishing to impede his work. Rasky gently patted Shwefazi's back and said, "Let's eat. I still need to assist little Brad in applying for child support." Upon hearing this, Brad, who had been watching the news, inquired, "In my situation, will the government provide compensation?" "Indeed, your parents are illustrious pioneers devoted to the advancement of science. Scientists represent the most invaluable asset of the government. Consequently, you shall receive a substantial fortune that will ensure your lifelong financial security." Raskin removed his coat and hung it on the rack, seemingly responding casually. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Brad's reaction. Ultimately, he was met with disappointment, for Brad wore an expressionless face, lost in contemplation of matters unfathomable to outsiders. A brief moment passed. Brett tilted his head and declared, "I do not wish to lead a life of mediocrity." "What are your plans?" Raskin inquired cautiously, fully aware of Brett's strong convictions. Moreover, as merely an uncle and not his father, he lacked the authority to compel Brett to adhere to his own arrangements. Otherwise, the first to oppose him would undoubtedly be his wife. Brett's question, "Does attending school count?" Rasky. Brett subsequently added, "I must enrich my reservoir of knowledge and broaden my life experiences, ideally while mastering the art of self-preservation." "Joanna will protect Brett," interjected the mosquito woman cheerfully, her exuberance strikingly discordant in a household recently shrouded in the somber shadow of familial misfortune. Brett merely seized the razor-sharp arm of the mosquito woman, disregarding her words, and instead inquired of Rasky, "Are there truly such esteemed institutions?" Rasky affirmed with certainty, responding, "Indeed, Marijoya boasts two such establishments. One is a public naval academy, dedicated to training exceptional officers for the government's most formidable military force, the Navy. However, its admission criteria are stringent, requiring candidates to have a minimum of 3 years of service as naval personnel, as well as recommendations from commanding officers at various bases, thus ensuring a rigorous selection process." Brett nodded. "What about the other one?" he inquired. "An undisclosed agency, a clandestine training academy for operatives, specifically designed to prepare agents for my work with Cypherpole." Rashji elucidated. Braid's lips curled into a slight smile. "What are the admission standards for the agent academy?" "The descendants of Cypherpole operatives are preferred, followed by orphans of unblemished background." Rash glanced at his busy wife in the kitchen and lowered his voice, due to the unique nature of Cypherpole. Cypherpole serves as the government's eyes and hands, both externally and internally, specializing in intelligence gathering, hunting down defectors, managing perilous targets, and protecting confidential personnel, all tasks that often dwell in the shadows. Thus, it is imperative to ensure the agent's integrity and loyalty. I trust you comprehend my meaning. "I understand." Braid blinked. "I suspect you told my aunt that you are an operative responsible for intelligence collection at Cypherpole, yet in reality, you are not. You seem a bit guilty." "Rash, I too am an orphan and a relative of a Cypherpole operative. I meet the admission criteria for the Agent Academy." Braid boldly expressed his intention. "I implore you." Rash lit a cigarette, pondering deeply. "Actually, young Braid, you are anything but a child. Your precocity and unnerving calmness imply a solid foundation for becoming an elite like your parents. The government places utmost importance on scientists, offering remuneration that far surpasses that of individuals in the Navy, Cypherpole, or other departments, perhaps only second to the celestial dragons." And then? Braid shrugged. "An accidental explosion. Boom. What remains?" Rash found himself momentarily speechless. By afternoon, Rash returned home, handing Braid a bank card and an enrollment certificate, stating succinctly, "The government will transfer you 200,000 berries monthly for living expenses, and you can visit the Agent Academy whenever you are ready. Just inform me." "Okay, thank you, Uncle Rash. I can manage on my own," Braid replied, rising. "Andy, I am tired. It is time to take Joanna home to rest." Shwefazi urged. "Will you not stay? I will take good care of you, young Braid." "It's all right. I am capable of self-sufficiency," Braid said as he walked away with his short legs. "On the street," he inquired, "Are you hungry?" The mosquito girl paused. "I do eat." Then she realized, "Blood? I usually don't drink it. Just once every 3 months is sufficient, about 100 milliliters each time, as per your father's instructions." "What is that?" "A monster. Such a cute little child." "A super dangerous species? A subhuman super dangerous species?" It was then that Brad became aware of the surrounding murmurs, his brow furrowing slightly. He despised the sensation of being the center of attention, akin to an animal in a zoo subjected to the whims of onlookers. Don't pay any mind, Joanna. He reassured the mosquito girl, quickening his pace. He also keenly noted the term subhuman super dangerous species. Shortly thereafter, the restroom. As Braid instructed mosquito girl on her grooming, he inquired, "What constitutes a subhuman super dangerous species?" Joanna responded, "Huh? Oh, that would be me," as mosquito girl proudly showcased her delicate curves. Brett continued, "What constitutes a super dangerous species?" Clearly, the female mosquito is truly a fethebring. Brett, lost in thought while brushing his teeth, after a moment, said, "Accompany me to school tomorrow." "Certainly, Brett." The mosquito girl joyfully sprinkled the bubbles from the bathtub towards Brett, a childish gesture of playfulness. In reality, Brett was mistaken. The mosquito girl was not his elder sister, but rather his younger sibling. Having only been born 2 years prior, her growth hastened artificially by scientists through various means. Thus, while she possessed a mature appearance, her psychological development did not correspond. There was a hint of maturity, albeit minimal, entirely contrasting with Brett's essence. In the midst of their playful banter, she asked, "Hey, Joanna, will you always listen to me?" "Yes," came the reply. "Why?" "Because no one else is kind to me." "Well, Brett is the best." What is this? How am I different?" "Hey, over there." Chapter 4. The Questioning Lolas. Brett believed he could navigate the entrance to the Cipher Pole Academy alone, accompanied only by the mosquito girl. However, the harsh and unforgiving reality delivered a stinging blow to Brett's countenance, leaving a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers upon his otherwise exquisite and handsome face, rendering him bruised and battered, and dispelling any notions of unrealistic expectations. The area known as the Holy Land, or Mariewa, serves as the central core of the world government, the global superpower, and is absurdly vast. Moreover, the Cipher Pole Academy, which is not publicly disclosed, does not appear on any maps. Thus, after meticulously preparing for the day and ensuring the mosquito girl was elegantly attired, Brett soon realized upon stepping outside that he must seek assistance from his uncle, Rashji. For he was utterly lost. Fortunately, Rashji was a man of decisiveness, characterized by a stern demeanor and a sense of responsibility, who drove to pick up Brett without a hint of mockery. "This journey is unbearable," Brett grumbled, as the mosquito girl complained of the constraints of her attire. Feeling that mere exoskeletons would suffice as adequate coverage, Brett gently tapped the mosquito girl's forehead, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it lovely, Joanna? This is the dress I selected for you, your very first. Although it may be old, it holds profound significance." In truth, his words were far more enchanting than the reality. He had merely hastily rummaged through his mother's wardrobe before stepping out, casually selecting a simple black gown that suited the mosquito girl's figure. For some inexplicable reason, her delicate face flushed, and her lively eyes darted about as she shyly fiddled with the dress. "Brad, what shame do you carry? Remember the path, Joanna. From now on, you shall bear the responsibility of our commutes between home and school." Brad attempted to issue a command, adding, "I relish the sensation of flight." The mosquito girl promptly nodded, gazing intently out of the car window. "Are you truly certain about taking her to school with you, little Brad?" Lasky glanced at Brad through the rearview mirror, expressing his uncertainty. "I am at a loss for how to explain this to the academy. They would undoubtedly refuse to accept her as a special agent trainee, and it is prohibited for agents to have nannies accompanying them at school." Brett calmly remarked, "Individuals from the Agent Academy ought to possess extraordinary abilities. If telling a lie qualifies, then I shall declare Joanna as my unique talent." Well, Rashji was left speechless. Brad gazed out of the window at the majestic cathedral-like edifice in the distance. "Is that Panga City?" he inquired. "Indeed, the heart of Mariewa. The residence of the world's aristocracy," Rasky replied. Brett pondered, "Is it true that the celestial dragons are predominantly malevolent?" Cipher Pole serves as the elite force governing the world on behalf of the celestial dragons, and you are about to become a reserve member of Cipher Pole. Given your qualifications, ascending to the ranks of agents should prove to be an effortless endeavor. Once you officially join Cipher Pole, you will have ample opportunities to interact with the celestial dragons, at which point you may draw your conclusions. Rashji did not provide a direct response, yet his words, imbued with philosophical depth, were profound. He added with caution, "Such sentiments should not be expressed in the presence of outsiders, young Brett." Bredeo, traversing through Mariewa, ultimately arriving at the outskirts, Rasky anchored at a location surrounded by a cluster of pines. The modern high-rise buildings and their intricate layout momentarily transported Bread to another realm. However, he quickly adjusted and entered through the gates alongside Rasky. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves in a multi-person office. Rasky engaged in discussions regarding Bread's admission to the academy, while Bread, feeling a tinge of boredom, naturally began to observe his surroundings, inadvertently drawn to a particular figure. To be precise, it was a young girl, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age, her long sky-blue hair adorned with a headscarf embellished with an embroidered cross. Her eyebrows and irises mirrored the same azure hue, rendering her exceedingly charming. Yet, her aura betrayed a primal ferocity of a born hunter. She had undoubtedly taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, even if she consciously tempered her demeanor. The girl's attention was similarly captured by Bread, primarily due to the striking figure of the woman behind him. "Esteth, I implore you as your teacher, please refrain from causing further trouble. This marks the third innocent child you've nearly brought to death. This is the Cipher Pole Academy for training agents, not the former encampment of your Barutus clan on the northern ice plains, where your antics are unwarranted." The girl was in the midst of her education, but alas, the earnest words of her teacher fell on deaf ears. She likely absorbed not a single word. The teacher's admonition that one such as her could never become an agent was met with Esteth's sharp retort, which was nothing short of domineering. "How tiresome. You infuriate me. Impudent little savage. How utterly vexing." Bread, observing the unfolding drama, remarked, "Another one has gone mad." Just then, Rasky concluded his negotiations and approached, crouching down to pat Bread's youthful shoulder. "The rest is up to you." Bread nodded, expressing gratitude to Uncle Rasky. At that moment, a lively voice chimed in. "Ah, Estes, you are indeed here." A girl, approximately 9 or 10 years old, was ushered in, appearing diminutive and delicate compared to Estes. Her disheveled green hair crowned her head, and she wore an expression of unwarranted confidence, as if she had come not to face training but to embark on a journey of exploration. She possessed a remarkable aura, exuding the sentiment of being unparalleled in the world, dismissing any counter-arguments. "Tornado, what troubles you?" she inquired. "Those incessantly babbling fools have been secretly mocking me as a short winter melon. I had no choice but to prove their stature is lesser, leaving them sprawled on the ground, thereby rendering them shorter than me. Well done." "And what about you?" "Me? I merely found that fool insufferable and gave him a good beating, while also experimenting with the interrogation techniques taught by our instructor. I feel much better now. Wow. Clap." The girls engaged in a brief exchange, their high five seemingly a gesture of encouragement, defiantly disregarding the situation. Rasky cast a glance, then turned to meet Bread's gaze, expressing a complex sentiment. "I find myself somewhat concerned for you, young Bread." Chapter 5. A Lifetime of Nurturing Cultivates. The educational framework of the Cipher Pole Agent Academy is notably stark, consisting solely of 2 lower-level classes and an advanced class. Given the unique nature of Cipher Pole's operations, the world government must ensure the purity and loyalty of its agents. The most effective strategy is to cultivate from the innocent minds of children, subtly instilling ideologies through a process akin to brainwashing. In selecting children, there is no more reliable choice than the descendants of agents already bound to the world government's chariot, alongside orphans who are unencumbered and without support. The offspring of agents, while often busy, at least have other relatives and tend to acquire some knowledge. In contrast, orphans frequently endure tragic backgrounds, preoccupied daily with the worries of survival and the struggle to endure yet another harrowing night, leaving them with little opportunity to absorb knowledge. Thus, the first educational phase of the Cipher Pole Agent Academy, colloquially referred to as literacy training, involves recognizing and understanding written language, grasping the nuances of text, and providing a basic understanding of worldly life, geography, history, and more. In the second educational phase, the Cipher Pole Agent Academy imparts methods for acquiring strength, alongside specialized training in areas pertinent to agents, such as intelligence analysis, disguise infiltration, and assassination tactics. Ultimately, the students are cast into the crucible of the world, mentored by seasoned Cipher Pole agents, and after enduring rigorous refinement, they emerge as integral members of Cipher Pole. Brad is also required to attend the literacy class. Despite his mature intellect, he must contend with the memory capacity of a 6-year-old child, and his knowledge is scarcely superior to that of an empty-headed novice. He must reacquaint himself with an entirely new writing system and an unfamiliar world environment. After spending approximately 5 minutes absorbing this information, which was relayed to him by the teacher responsible for the literacy class, a warm, loquacious middle-aged lady. He found her quite endearing. What a charming little adult you are, young Brad. Ms. Linda was particularly fond of Brad's refined appearance, showering him with compliments. Brad's lips twitched as his golden eyes shifted, feigning innocence. Those two young ladies in the office are quite fierce, aren't they? Estede and Tornado? Haha, fret not, little Braid. They are all good children, exceptionally talented ones. Upon noticing Braid's skeptical expression, Teacher Linda paused, her words seemingly directed at him, yet also resembling a soliloquy. She sighed. Well, she is indeed not a good child. Far from obedient, but trust me, they are certainly not bad children. They have simply endured profound wounds inflicted by this world, compelling them to adopt a demeanor that is less than approachable. Brad raised an imperceptible eyebrow. I sensed the aroma of a tale unfolding. In any case, their circumstances are distinct. Teacher Linda regained her cheerful demeanor and remarked, at present, you shall not interact with them excessively. Soon, children. Brett was ushered into a spacious classroom, where Ms. Linda ascended the stage and vociferously quelled the cacophony of children during the recess. Oh, a new companion. Why is your face so flushed? The children, most of whom were under the age of 10, unabashedly commented on the peculiar creature behind him. How disgusting. A monster. The girls' attention was fixated on Brett, while the boys were captivated by the mosquito-like figure. Please introduce yourself, young Brett, Ms. Linda said with a warm smile. Brett remained utterly composed and confidently declared, My name is Brett Hyman. With brevity, he then grasped the hand of the mosquito girl, stating, She is my sister, Joanna Hyman. I do not wish to hear any further terms such as bug or monster. Otherwise, do not leave after school, the restroom, the thicket, the school gate. Choose a location, and I shall gladly shatter your skull at any moment. Teacher Linda remarked, My little angel is exceedingly familiar with the Academy's dynamics. It must surely be a fabrication. Of course, Brad is merely boasting. Who has he truly fought with his slender arms and legs? It is nothing more than an attempt to enhance the favorability of the mosquito girl, for in a real confrontation, she would undoubtedly take the lead. Little Brad. The mosquito girl crouches down to embrace him, genuinely touched by his efforts to protect her. How charming. How audacious. What a cheeky little rascal. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers and discontent, but it abruptly ceased, as if a mouse had spotted a cat. Outside, Tornado floated in, casting a haughty glance over the now subdued atmosphere before greeting Teacher Linda. What a rarity, Tornado. Teacher Linda exclaimed with delight, teasingly inquiring. What brings you to the lower class? Have you finally remembered your unfinished studies? Tornado pouted. If it weren't for the advanced class being canceled, I wouldn't bother coming. Humph. These tedious books give me a headache. Brett rolled his eyes, inwardly reflecting. Is this not the consequence of your own actions? Knocking down all your classmates and expecting no interruptions in class is quite absurd. Well then, little Brett, find yourself a seat. I shall entrust your textbook to the teacher of the next class. Ms. Linda clapped her hands, urging, Let us all get along, children. As soon as Ms. Linda departed, Tornado swiftly descended beside Brett, measuring their heights with an air of satisfaction, murmuring to himself, Kiki, it was worth deceiving that foolish teacher. I am the first to admit my mistakes. Indeed, there is finally someone shorter than me. How splendid. Hello, I am Brett, and this is Joanna, Brett introduced calmly, though he couldn't help but critique. Why such an obsession with height? The more you care, the more disappointed you will likely be. The harder you strive, the more pain you are destined to endure. When you realize that your future is forever defined by this moment's dimensions, and that your entire nourishment has culminated in 2 A-cup assets, do you feel despair? Tornado paused. I am Tornado. Their gazes locked for a moment. Braid walked briskly, searching for an empty seat. Don't go, little Braid exclaimed, as Tornado cheerfully followed. Shall we be friends? In an institution such as this, to thrive, one must undoubtedly seek the protection of the strong, forging friendships with those who possess might. It was evident that Tornado, with her exuberant demeanor, belonged to the category of those who could indulge in their whims within the academy, undeniably a figure of strength, despite her diminutive stature. Brett had no reason to decline the goodwill of Tornado. He understood that she wished for him to stand beside her, complimenting her height. Yet, he harbored a slight concern that if he grew too rapidly, within a month, or even in a matter of weeks, he might surpass her, erasing the almost negligible height difference. And would Tornado be infuriated by this? After much contemplation, Brett turned back and replied, All right. With a gleeful grin, Tornado lifted her head, scanning the surroundings, and proclaimed, Did you hear that, you fools? Little Brett is my friend. The crowd murmured. A short-tempered little one has now become two short-tempered ones? This spot is quite nice. Could I possibly have it? Chapter 6. Women. In the last row of desks arranged horizontally, and the row closest to the window vertically. Sitting here allowed one to have a clear view of everything to the left and ahead, while basking in sunlight and gazing out through the glass at the scenery. It also provided the advantage of avoiding any mischief from troublesome individuals behind. Given Tornado's friendship, Brett had every reason to vie for this prime position, especially since the current occupant seemed rather easy to intimidate. What are you staring at? Humph. If you're dissatisfied, then scram. A pointed glance accompanied by a haughty, disdainful snort conveyed Tornado's immense displeasure at the other's sluggish reaction. In the next moment, the boy, who had been occupying the double desk, swiftly packed his bag with astonishing speed, moving with the precision of a well-trained soldier, and fled in a panic. In his haste, he even remembered to bow apologetically. Posturing? Just take a look at yourself. With your purple cabbage hair, clown nose, and panda eyes. Fool. Tornado, hands on her hips, unleashed a torrent of unflattering remarks like a fierce market vendor, her ferocity unmatched. Brett could not contain his laughter, for Tornado's sharp tongue truly struck a chord. In a certain sense, the young boy was acquainted with Spandam. Tornado, slightly embarrassed, fell silent. Her awkward demeanor piqued curiosity about her past experiences. As Brett's thoughts wandered aimlessly, he mused, once we become better acquainted, should I present her with a bottle of height-enhancing milk and ask, I have height-enhancing milk, do you have a story? Surely. She wouldn't retaliate, would she? Bread. Mosquito Girl gently nudged Bread, pointing at the double desk, hesitantly stating, there are 3 of us. Tornado, quite decisively, waved her hand, dismissing the person at the adjacent desk, merging the 2 double desks into one. Why isn't that blue-haired girl from the office with you? Isn't she your friend? Having settled into their seats, Brett initiated a conversation. Esther? I merely taught a lesson to the foolish upperclassmen. She didn't kill anyone, but certainly frightened them. The circumstances were different, hence she received disciplinary action from the academy. Tornado crossed her arms, emphasizing, in any case, with you around, she is certainly not my friend. That little bee has been growing taller in secret without my knowledge. Humph. Brett exclaimed, women, why do you possess the ability to fly? He shifted the conversation, eager to understand the true nature of Tornado's powers. Tornado, in a whimsical manner, replied, if I wish to fly, then I shall. Brett responded, you seem to jest. I, too, am uncertain. Even the scientists who transported me to Mariawa are befuddled, utterly inept. They previously assured me of certainty. Tornado paused dramatically, her demeanor shifting to one of fierce confidence as she declared, consider me a witch. A witch? What do you think? Are you frightened? Braid radiated a brilliant smile as he playfully flicked Tornado on the forehead, responding to her jest, which, while seemingly humorous, was tinged with an underlying seriousness. I am the Demon King. Tornado covered her forehead, her expression quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Mosquito Girl pouted and peered out with an air of melancholy, fixating her gaze intently on Braid. Brett discerned the intentions of the Mosquito Girl, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he delivered a light smack to her head. How astonishing it was that such a temperamental individual, whose character was as diminutive as her stature, remained unfazed. Is beauty truly such an exalted trait? In contrast, the unruly children within the classroom, upon witnessing Brett's playful flick to Tornado's head, hastily retreated to the doorway, apprehensive of any potential outburst from her. To their utter astonishment, Tornado appeared utterly bewildered. Children, what are you doing? Class is about to commence. A teacher in the corridor urged, prompting the students to cautiously return in small groups. Meanwhile, the elderly instructor entered the classroom, assisting Brett with a complete set of teaching materials while teasing Tornado for her lackadaisical approach to studies. From Brett's observations, the literacy class instructors seemed quite ordinary, though he could not be certain. He inquired, don't the teachers of the lower classes possess any special abilities? Are they not agents? Tornado replied nonchalantly, oh, it's perfectly normal. They are merely dedicated educators. The brilliant sunlight illuminated Tornado's lush, verdant curls, leading Brett to absurdly ponder whether she was engaged in photosynthesis. With a ringing chime, the class commenced. In consideration of Brett, the latecomer, the teacher thoughtfully conducted a brief review of letters and vocabulary. That was quite sufficient. Brett was astonished to discover that the things he had seen and heard were deeply etched in his memory. With the maturity of his thinking, he was able to draw inferences and quickly transcended the limitations of illiteracy, mastering the art of writing and the joy of reading. even delving into obscure characters with the aid of a dictionary. Thus, on his first day of school, Brett felt confident that within a week, he would be worthy of advancement to a higher class. In the evening, he was met with a gentle inquiry from Snow. "Did you have a smooth day, young Brett?" She meticulously attended to Brett's dining, her concern for his self-sufficiency evident as she had timed her arrival to prepare a warm meal for him after school. Brett, while flipping through the pages of a book and munching away, reassured, "Everything is going smoothly. Do not worry about me yet." "That is good to hear. Have you made any friends?" Snow inquired further. Brett raised his head abruptly, momentarily lost in thought. He realized that he possessed an extraordinary memory and a remarkable ability to multitask. Indeed, he was endowed with a brilliant mind. "What is it?" Shwe inquired with concern. Brett smiled faintly. "It's nothing." Until just before bedtime, Snow left, and while browsing through the books, Brett finally comprehended the true nature of the mosquito woman. The precise scientific term is monster, a species of extreme danger, a subhuman entity. Beasts possessing a certain degree of human intelligence are classified as monsters. Otherwise, they are merely beasts. Most monsters can also communicate in human language. The term super dangerous species refers to the powerful beings among monsters, typically large in stature or endowed with special abilities, or even both, such as the dominant sea kings of the deep and the legendary giant toad of the ninja world, Myoki Mountain. Subhumans specifically denote those with a humanoid appearance. Furthermore, not all monsters are super dangerous species, but any monster classified as a subhuman must be a super dangerous species. "So, Joanna, how formidable are you?" Brett inquired with keen interest. The mosquito woman pondered deeply before responding honestly, "I'm not certain. Dr. Kanash explained that I can heal wounds through bloodsucking, continually strengthening my body. In short, I will protect you, Brett." "Dr. Kanash?" Brett probed. The mosquito woman tightly embraced Brett, remaining silent. Chapter 7. The awakening of the brotherly love attribute. In mid-July, the sun hung high in the sky, the azure expanse transformed into a lighter hue by the incandescent light. The heat was unbearable. Justice must become stronger. It must grow even more powerful. Throw a punch. Keep throwing punches. You are the messengers of justice, the earthly representatives of divinity, and shall not show even a hint of weakness. Drink, drink, drink. In this searing season, at the back mountain of Cipher Pole Agent Academy, in the heart of the pine forest, a group of robust boys and girls were training under the blazing sun, enduring their instructor's rigorous training. Each one dripped with sweat, their faces flushed, gasping for breath, and occasionally, someone would succumb to the heat and faint, but no one paid them any mind. The advanced class, humorously dubbed the Rookie Agent Reserve, marked the transition of the previously illiterate lower-class students into the harsh second phase of education at Cipher Pole Agent Academy. Clap. The instructor caught sight of something and clapped his hands, saying, "Pause for a moment, hydrate, and eat for 5 minutes." Immediately, cradled by the mosquito woman, Brett descended from the air, presenting a document while appraising the new teacher. He discreetly noted her tall, slender yet capable frame, her tousled golden brown hair, a scruffy beard, and her strikingly unusual light green eyes, armed with a long knife. She was decidedly different from the purely pedagogical teachers of the literacy class, resembling a fully formed agent, much like his uncle Rasky. Oh, only 6 years old? Achieved full marks in just 5 days, moving from the lower class to the advanced class? Impressive. The instructor remarked in astonishment, then shifted his tone. However, no matter how brilliant the mind, it must be matched with a suitable vessel, otherwise it remains a fragile porcelain bottle, liable to shatter at the slightest mishap. Braid surveyed his surroundings and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he said, as a new recruit, he must adhere to the routine tasks. The instructor remarked, "I am Goski, one of the instructors this year, primarily responsible for training you in physical fitness and combat skills. There are other instructors who will introduce themselves during their lessons." After a brief pause, Goski continued, "Now, please tell everyone your name." "Braid Hyman," he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, and then gestured toward the mosquito girl. "She is Joanna Hyman, my family." How could someone so evidently a subhuman and exceedingly dangerous be considered family? What nonsense was this little brat trying to peddle? He can control beasts? What kind of ability is that? Don't you find him utterly adorable? Hey, hey. Are you a lovesick fool? Exclaimed another. You little brat. It was apparent that the rookie agents in training were quite perceptive, having analyzed both Braid and the mosquito girl with relative ease. According to the records, she was designated as his weapon. akin to the spirit beast of the ninjas from the land of harmony, thus qualifying her to be factored into his individual combat capability to gain entry into the academy. Goski perused the documents with keen interest, casting sidelong glances at the unfazed Braid. Brett smiled faintly, declaring, "Joanna is indeed my family." He retorted with a mild tone. "Do not indulge in idle gossip or pry into others' personal affairs, Mr. Gotzi. It is quite impolite." The sharp-tongued lad elicited a smile from Gotzi. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled, accompanied by a flash of green light. "Little Brett, are you a monster?" Tornado exclaimed with unrestrained joy, oblivious to his surroundings. "Last night, you mentioned that you would be part of the advanced class today, and I thought you were jesting. Yet, you have truly succeeded. How splendid. This means I need not attend the lower class, and in the advanced class, you will only enhance my towering stature." The crowd observed, in contrast to the ill-fated students who, despite failing to meet the requirements of the literacy class, found themselves in the advanced class for peculiar reasons. Brett was undoubtedly a genius scholar. The realm of genius scholars is one that the less fortunate students can never comprehend. "All right, the break is over," Gotzi urged the students, also reminding Brett, "You currently possess no foundational skills. Thus, run around the back mountain to enhance your physical fitness." Brett did not hesitate, swiftly executing the instructor's command with his short legs. "You are not permitted to accompany him," Gotzi admonished Mosquito Girl. Instantly, she erupted in fury, her delicate visage marred by protruding veins, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. "I must protect Brett. I must protect Brett. In that case, you should hone your skills. Fear not. There are numerous holy guards patrolling the outskirts of the rear mountains, so no accidents will occur," Gotzi calmly advised, then turned away with a sigh, adding, "Moreover, Tornado has gone. She is far stronger than you." Mosquito Girl hesitated momentarily, tempering her fierce demeanor. The students wiped the cold sweat from their brows, striving to calm their racing hearts. Yet, there were those who remained undaunted by Mosquito Girl, such as his death, who was rather excited. "It's been so long since I hunted a super dangerous species. I really miss it," she murmured. Meanwhile, Brett collected information nonchalantly as he ran. "The academy indulges you too much, Tornado," he remarked. Tornado floated in midair, her green hair swaying, exclaiming, "The scientific brigade is so dull. The boring scientists fear I'll create havoc due to my boredom, so they tossed me into this tedious academy for a monotonous existence. Humph. The useless teachers have taught me nothing." "Well, you're quite impressive," Brett teased intentionally. Tornado puffed out her cheeks, her eyes glinting with danger. "Want to settle this?" Chuckling, Brett raised his hands in surrender. After a moment's contemplation, Tornado quietly mused, "In truth, they are still trying to comprehend the source of my powers. The scientists hope to use Cipher Pol to help control my occasional rampages and brainwash me, ensuring I am part of the world government. They pride themselves on their intelligence. But I am not foolish. I am well aware of their intentions." "Do you have any dreams?" Brett asked unexpectedly. Tornado paused, taken aback. "Dreams? Well, it's about the hopes and aspirations for the future, situations that may not be attainable now but can be achieved through perseverance, a process that assures you happiness. Perhaps even a belief," Brett elaborated. Tornado scratched her head. "Does raising my sister count?" She quickly became resolute. "She must not be harmed. Absolutely not. Whoever dares to hurt her, I will snap their neck and use their head as a ball. Brett, my sister complex has awakened. It's been a while." "What about your dreams?" Tornado retorted. Braid Road, to live. "Huh. What is this? I'm serious. By the way, Tornado? Your attention is wandering again. And you failed to control your strength, resulting in a mishap. P.S. Gotzi originates from the prequel of Sister Slayer, namely, the tale of Crimson Eyes Zero, the previous master of the village reign held by the Crimson-Eyed protagonist. Chapter 8, Believe It or Not, When I Go Bald. I'll unleash my little fists upon your chest." My poor child, Snow F.A.'s heart ached as she took the fainted Braid from Mosquito Girl's arms. Gently laying him on the bed, with prepared clean water and a towel, she helped Braid cleanse the grime, her worry evident. "It's been a whole week. Little Braid exhausts himself daily, battered and bruised, transcending mere hardship to the point of self-torture. Rasky? Rasky." Folding the newspaper, Rasky exchanged anxious glances with his wife, who bore a hint of agitation and helplessly remarked, "I cannot persuade him, Snow F.A. As you know, little Braid is a child of strong will." "You, Snow F.A." In exasperation, turned her back. With a deep sigh, Rasky lamented, Sister, the impact of my brother-in-law's unfortunate accident on little Braid is far more profound than I had anticipated. It not only propels the precocious Braid, who inherits his parents' exceptional genes, toward emotional maturity at an alarming pace, but the harsh realities have also instilled in him a sense of fear and anxiety. Yet he is not lost. I believe that when he perceives himself as no longer fragile, he will cease this relentless pursuit. Truly, he is an elite agent. Rasky, through his observations of Braid, has accurately gauged his mental state. No one wishes to subject themselves to daily exertion to the brink of collapse, enduring agony akin to being cut by knives, feeling as though their limbs are severed and their very organs ablaze. Who would he prefer to retreat into an air-conditioned room during the sweltering summer, savoring watermelon and cold drinks while indulging in personal hobbies and comfort? Brett also relishes enjoyment, yet he possesses a profound awareness of the perils that lurk in the world. Consequently, he subconsciously magnifies his inner unease, engaging in a repetitive cycle of self-hypnosis, convincing himself that a lack of relentless effort equates to imminent death in the future, thus compelling himself into action. He is merely 6 years old. Chef Fazzy tenderly attends to Brett, administering salt water to him, spoonful by spoonful, aware that his body is destined to falter. Rasky, however, asserts with gravity, do not underestimate the potential of humanity, nor the indomitable will of young Brett, Chef Fazzy, and do not overlook the daily concerns of a housewife regarding the safety and well-being of her family. You scoundrel. Chef Fazzy, indignant, carefully tucks Brett in, rolls up her sleeves, and strides toward the kitchen. Rasky grins mischievously, feigning innocence. Ah, Brett, you are awake. The mosquito woman suddenly comes to life, indeed. Alive, just a moment ago, she resembled a sorrowful statue. Brett gazed up at the ceiling. Is it once again at my aunt's house? If I return home, I still haven't learned how to take care of you. My apologies, Brett, murmured the mosquito woman. It's quite all right, Brett replied, struggling to sit up. He made eye contact with Rasky and politely nodded in greeting. Pardon my intrusion, Uncle Rasky. Rasky chuckled. No need for formalities, young Brett. You are, apart from Snow, my only remaining kin. May I pose a question? Brett inquired. Rasky gestured with his hand. What perplexes you? Power. I wish to comprehend the nature of power in the world and what it truly entails, Brett spoke earnestly. It may be somewhat premature for you to delve into this. Rasky hesitated. Braid, I merely wish to inquire, with no ulterior motives. I suspect that the Cipher Pole Agent Academy is certainly generous in imparting the methods of cultivating genuine power. Well, Rasky adjusted his chair, inching closer to Braid, and remarked, the concept of power encompasses an extensive and intricate range of topics. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Braid pondered, what power do you excel in? Dominance, the 6 forms of physical techniques, and proficiency in firearms. Rasky patted his head and said, every individual in this world possesses latent energy, a gift inherent from birth. Yet, the majority remain oblivious to its existence and lack the understanding of how to harness it, drifting through life aimlessly. Only a select few are aware of this energy's presence and comprehend how to awaken and utilize it through systematic training. Brett listened attentively. The most common methods of utilizing human energy can be classified into 3 categories: dominance, thought, and chakra, as well as physical martial arts and swordsmanship, all of which ultimately converge towards the same essence. Rasky remarked that beyond the powers attainable through human effort, there exist a myriad of sources such as devil fruits, imperial relics, scientific advancements, and other unknown entities. Is that all? Brett inquired, having waited in anticipation, but Rasky concluded his exposition. With a smile, Rasky replied, Did you not simply wish to gain some insight? Brett. Rasky, with earnestness, cautioned, cast aside distractions, young Brett. Regardless of the method employed to harness human energy or the powers achievable through one's own endeavors, a sound body is essential to support them. All right, Brett agreed readily. Though he assented with enthusiasm, the following day at school, while running around the back mountain of the Cipher Pole Academy, he covered his eyes with a cloth. Bang! Thud! Ah, hey, I'm bleeding, young Brett. Tornado was utterly speechless. What on earth are you doing? Braid endeavored to acclimate to the disorienting sensation of weightlessness brought about by his blindness, grappling with the trepidation of the unknown ahead. Succinctly put, he sought to cultivate an awareness of the formidable essence of color. Tornado exclaimed, her demeanor fraught with impatience as she crossed her arms. You've been acting strangely these past few days, utterly uninteresting, and you won't even engage in conversation with me. Once again, Braid, who had his head buried against the trunk of a pine tree, lamented, I am not you, Tornado, you are an extraordinary prodigy, endowed with terrifying strength sufficient to protect yourself and your sister. I am different. I must wager my very life to acquire power. Is that your justification for enduring 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run? Tornado scoffed, interrupting Braid. How mundane. Brett, whether you believe it or not, just wait until I become bald. I shall unleash my tiny fist upon your chest with fervor. Brett does not mind becoming bald if it means growing stronger. In the next moment, Braid distinctly felt enveloped in a warm embrace, as if cloaked by some unseen force. The sharp-tongued whirlwind adorned him with an inexplicable shield, haughtily exclaiming, I'll knock you down, you big fool. Thank you, Braid sincerely replied. The whirlwind tilted her head. Her cheeks flushed, stammering awkwardly. W cares about your pitiful thanks. But it's unnecessary, Braid added. The whirlwind declared, pain will foster my growth. Do not fret for me. My friend. Braid beamed with a radiant smile. That early morning, the dawn shone like sacred light, as Braid stood amidst blooming wildflowers, a beauty beyond words. Reminiscent of a picturesque canvas. Could it be that I, too, am influenced by others, experiencing joy that wells up from the heart? The whirlwind murmured in a daze. Little Braid. Chapter 9. The Dragon Knight. The human heart is akin to the reflections on water's surface, often speaking insincerely and swaying uncertainly. Yet, humanity's most primal instinct is the yearning for mutual acceptance. Little whirlwind, you must learn to coexist harmoniously with others. Do not shut yourself away because of past grievances. Sooner or later, you will find true friends who will care not for your peculiarities. Trust me, in that moment, you will experience an unparalleled tranquility. In an almost mystical manner, dormant memories stirred deep within the whirlwind's mind. A dilapidated little chapel nestled in a bustling district, where a nun, whose material existence was painfully scarce yet whose spiritual devotion was profound, offered warmth through her healing smile. She was quite aged, her face marked by deep wrinkles. Yet her kindness resonated deeply with the whirlwind, for she was the only one who had ever touched her heart. Alas, time's relentless erosion had rendered her too frail to endure, as she journeyed toward the shores of perhaps attainable happiness. I thought there would never again be someone like you. Dear nun, the whirlwind gazed up at the sky, her face a mixture of laughter and tears. When did it all begin? When did I start to believe that coexistence, reliance, and connection with others were worthless and ought to be severed completely? 10 years ago. Wah, wah, wah. A baby cries out, heralding its arrival into the world. Buzz, accompanied by the resounding wails, furniture, tables, chairs, and all within the room defied gravity in a bizarre spectacle. A monster. A monster. The barefoot midwife fled in panic, while the young parents stood bewildered. 5 years ago, the occurrence of a bizarre phenomenon within the family spread across the entire island, driving the Na'vi and fearful villagers to conspire to judge the witch. The family was forced to flee, wandering the vast expanse of the sea. They struggled to help their father overcome a tsunami, ensuring their small boat did not capsize. You are not permitted to use that thing. No. How many times must I tell you? Why won't you listen? Why won't you obey? Mom? That isn't moving. 3 years ago, my mother's gaze transformed, becoming frantic and wild. Did she hate me? A beautiful woman came to our aid, claiming to be a friend of my mother. A deceiver. What were they doing to my mother? 2 years ago, my sister was born, and my mother went to find my father, leaving me all alone. So lonely, no. Not at all. This nun seemed kind. I decided to observe her. Yet, the nun also passed away, and I realized I might never encounter someone like her again. Tears streamed down my face, but I felt no sorrow. HMPF. A year ago, it mattered little where I was. Studying my abilities was of no consequence. What truly mattered was that blowing snow was ill and suffering, and I was unable to care for her. Boring scientists, utterly tedious. 6 months ago, what was happening? A useless scientist actually sent me to school? ISNT school filled with children of similar ages? This place is wonderful. All my peers are here. And when I bang on the table, they listen intently, eager to engage in debate. Suddenly, I realized how short I was. How infuriating. 10 days ago, wow. Finally someone shorter than I am. His name is Brad Heyman, an amusing little rascal. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yet he bore no malice, and was he afraid of me? I decided to tell a little lie, asking him to be my friend. Though my intentions were not sincere, I merely needed him to accentuate my towering stature. 5 days ago, he was incredibly intelligent, mastering all sorts of chaotic texts. He was also quite clumsy, falling over while his feeble body struggled to keep pace with his mind. 3 minutes ago, what on earth? He was already injured. yet he still insisted on blocking my view? That was reckless. Overexertion could be fatal, foolish, utterly foolish. No, I couldn't bear to watch him harm himself. He was still so young. Was I troubled? I didn't care for him, no, not at all. But I found myself unable to control my feelings. I had grown accustomed to his company, our conversations, the occasional jest, and the philosophical questions I often didn't understand. In truth, I disliked solitude. Do not worry about me, my friend. Friend. I am his friend, and he is mine. It is genuine, dear Nan. One day, you will find a true friend who will not care for your differences. Trust me, in that moment, you will experience an unprecedented tranquility. I felt it, a tranquility like never before. Little Brad. Bam. Suddenly, I was struck from behind, and Brad glided like a human skateboard. Ouch. Brad grimaced in pain. The instigator, Tornado, realized his folly but continued to pin Brad down, pretending to be a koala, proudly stating, "A little extra weight training will yield better results." Brad retorted, "I consider you a friend, yet you want to ride me?" With great difficulty, Brad rose to his feet, swaying as he continued his training regimen. Suddenly, he was struck by a revelation. The little Tornado had secretly formed a connection with someone else, and to make matters worse, it was a boy. Such a betrayal was utterly unforgivable. His soft, languid voice harbored a palpable tension, as not far away, beneath the sprawling trunk of a tree, sat a young girl. With her raven hair adorned with a whip-like bun and a pair of bright, clear eyes, her visage exuded the same gentle laziness as her voice. A prominent beauty spot grazed her left cheek, and her low-waisted pants paired with a strapless top confidently showcased her youthful, delicate figure. "Once again, it's you, that disgusting, perverse little bug, Millard Oberg," the Tornado declared imperiously. "I'm not pleased. Begone." Millard, smiling charmingly, responded, "Are you so reluctant to even utter my nickname? I shall not relent, little Tornado. I will make you embrace my love." Braid, bye-bye, huh? Do you still dare to entertain the notion of confronting the Tornado? I truly wish to unveil the banner and discover which valiant warrior embraces death so fearlessly. As Millard turned around, the Tornado called out to her. With joy, Millard clasped her hands together. "Have you had a change of heart, little Tornado?" Wham! Thunder roared. A swift strike sent Millard tumbling several meters. The Tornado rushed forth, in the blink of an eye, pinning Millard down with fury, her expression terrifying. "You harbor malicious intent toward little Braid, and absolutely, under no circumstances, will you harm him. Do you understand? It is absolutely forbidden." Coughing, with blood trickling and half of her face swelling rapidly, Millard maintained a smile. "Well, understood." Gazing intently into Millard's eyes, the Tornado pondered, "You are relentless. Just to be safe, it would be prudent to eliminate you." "Never mind, Tornado." Chapter 10. Millard. Girls should love girls. The potent force that evokes a strong perception of biological presence, known as observation hockey. Acquiring and enhancing this hockey enables one to clearly sense the positions, numbers, and even the imminent actions of living beings outside of one's line of sight. This includes humans, which signifies that those who possess observation hockey hold a tremendous advantage in anticipating their adversaries. Brett recalled that Kinbunchika hockey is a theoretical power that enables one to keenly perceive the life force of living beings. However, he preferred to interpret Kinbunchika hockey as an extension beyond the five senses, a sixth sense that transcends sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. This extraordinary perception requires formidable mental strength to serve as its driving force, radiating as intangible wavelengths under subjective command, seeking out the similar wavelengths unconsciously emitted by living organisms, which are then processed by the brain to ultimately ascertain their location, numbers, and even the actions they are poised to undertake in the next moment. Thus, Brett chose to close off the most relied upon sense of sight, soon followed by hearing, utilizing the pain from falls and collisions to stimulate his fluctuating mental energy, compelling himself to desperately yearn for awareness of his surroundings without the aid of sight or sound, rendering himself immune to harm, a feat only achievable through this sixth sense. Though this method may appear nonsensical, Brett held a certain confidence that it would awaken his Kinbunchika hockey, a confidence stemming from his uniquely fused and extraordinary mental strength. However, during his training in Kinbunchika hockey, Brett first realized that he might never go bald, as his daily regimen of 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run quickly became effortless, prompting him to increase his training intensity. Despite feeling a profound disappointment, he He genuinely recognized his body possessed inherent talent. Consequently, Goski, the instructor responsible for training rookie operatives, halted Bread's solitary training and incorporated him into group sessions, which still focused on fundamental physical conditioning but began to introduce combat techniques, blending lessons from other instructors. Well done, kid. Tomorrow, you will be residing at the academy. Inform your family tonight. Goski welcomed Bread to the team with a seemingly stern demeanor, casually imparting this information while internally marveling at the abundance of exceptional talents this year. Among them was the enigmatic Tornado, destined to stand atop the world's power hierarchy. A true monster whose potential was only tethered by the bond with her sister, making her an irreplaceable member of the Holy Shield. Esther, the little princess of the Brutus clan, known for her fierce bloodline and her life spent hunting the most perilous magical beasts on the desolate icy plains of the North Sea, was currently the last remaining member of her clan, a peerless warrior. Goski privately mused on more than one occasion that her true calling lay in the Navy or the Sacred Guard, rather than cipher Paul Millard-Aubert's. With a hereditary mastery over controlling exceptionally dangerous insect-like magical beasts, was remarkable in her own right, not to mention that she was a born assassin. Now, with the addition of the exceptionally gifted Bread Hyman, Goski believed that Bread's only advantage compared to the other three was his age, signifying a wealth of untapped potential. Bread nodded. Yes, Instructor Goksi. Why cover your eyes? You cannot see at all. There are many things that must be observed with the eyes. Goksi furrowed his brow. Bread solemnly fabricated a tale, claiming his eyes were injured and in the phase of treatment. Goksi, a rookie agent in reserve, was composed of orphans and descendants of Cypherpole agents. Notably, many of these descendants, aside from receiving education from the Agent Academy, also inherited certain unique legacies from their families. Millard stood as a quintessential example. Such matters should not be inquired about lightly. Understanding the taboos behind this rule, Goksi presumed that Bread belonged to that category of children and thus refrained from further questioning. Break time is over. You little sloths, resume your straight punches, Goksi bellowed. With the assistance of Mosquito Girl and Tornado, Bread found his position, understood the correct stance for a straight punch, inserted his earplugs, and plunged into training without hesitation. Justice must grow stronger. It must become even more formidable. Punch, punch. Do not cease. You shall be the emissaries of justice, the divine representatives among humanity, and not a hint of weakness shall be permitted. Throughout the trainees' practice, Goski tirelessly repeated a few fixed phrases, seemingly urging them on. Bread, faintly hearing Goski's shouts, was acutely aware that the brainwashing efforts of the world government were gradually unfolding. It was not far off. How infuriating! With a demeanor of entitlement, Millard, while executing straight punches, cast a sidelong glance at Bread, muttering to herself, "One is a stunningly beautiful rare subhuman, a super dangerous species, and the other is an adorably petite tornado. How could they play with a boy? No matter how handsome he is, it is unacceptable. Girls should play with girls. Girls should love girls. You better shut up. You're distracting me. You perverted Millard," Bread interjected. As Steph, with a hawk-like gaze, remarked, "If you are willing to engage in a serious fight with me, I shall forgive you." Millard rolled her eyes dramatically, mimicking the motion of zipping her lips, then slyly stole glances at Esteth, occasionally displaying a lewd grin, as if relishing a distant memory while constantly licking her lips. Not long after, Millard redirected her attention to Bread, her lazily beautiful features gradually losing their smile as she recalled days prior, being trampled by Tornado. Millard initially paid no heed to her swollen cheeks and ignored Tornado's warning not to harm Bread, eagerly peeking under Tornado's skirt, until Tornado declared, "You won't relent. To be safe, I should just kill you." From Tornado's expression, Millard discerned that this was no idle threat, and fear finally gripped her. Before Millard could plead for mercy, Bread interjected, "Tornado, enough." These simple 4 words saved Millard, yet it only deepened her discontent. Her vision of the noble, powerful, willful, and proud little queen, who followed the orders of others. How could this be? On what grounds? Absolutely not. A collapse of her idol persona, combined with jealousy at the thought of her precious little cabbage being besmirched, rendered Millard unrecognizable, her essence distorted. Kill him. Millard silently seethed. At this moment, malice and murderous intent loomed. Everything around shifted. The breaths, emotions, and movements of the trainees became clear to Bread, as if a veil had been lifted within mere seconds. Bang. Little Bread? Hey, Bread. Chapter 11. Those who are visually appealing never experience darkness undoubtedly. Brad awakened his observation haki, a phenomenon that arrived with startling suddenness and ease, far exceeding his own expectations. In his mind, he had prepared for a prolonged absence of sight and sound, potentially lasting 6 months or even a year. Yet sometimes, events unfold in remarkable ways. With a solid foundation of exceptional qualities, a well-structured training regimen, unwavering determination, and most crucially, an attractive appearance. For those who are pleasing to the eye seldom encounter misfortune. They inevitably attract a modicum of fortunate influences, allowing efforts to yield extraordinary results. As if the flow of water effortlessly carves its path, Millard played the role of that fortunate influence, targeting Brad's deep-seated resentment and malice, subtly guiding him toward a heightened awareness. Through this vague perception, Brad seized the opportunity to strengthen and expand his abilities, ultimately achieving a complete awakening of his observation haki. However, during this process, he failed to manage the boundless release of his mental energy, leading to a depletion that rendered his weary body incapable of sustaining itself, resulting in yet another fainting spell. Upon awakening, it was the following morning in the infirmary of the Cipher Pole Agent Academy. "Awake! How splendid!" exclaimed the energetic mosquito girl, who had gone a night without sleep. "Brad, how are you?" Doctor, what are you shouting about? How many times must I tell you to address me as Lord Bill? I am your chief instructor," came a hoarse voice, accompanied by a shadowy visage, a bald head, and a meticulously arranged outfit, the most striking feature being a monocle over his left eye. A figure entered from outside, holding a coffee cup, and remarked, "Give him water." "Yes, fine. No need for examination. It's merely exhaustion." Mosquito girl pouted. "One of them." "Excuse me?" Bill replied, astonished. Mosquito girl emphasized earnestly, "One of the chief instructors." Bill fell into a silent stupor, his pride severely wounded. In truth, he wasn't even worthy of that title. He merely took advantage of everyone's slumber to prattle beside their beds, like a perverse waste of space. Humph. Such condescending remarks blatantly disregarded the customary respect owed between teacher and student, as well as basic human decency. Save for Tornado, who else would dare? Faced with the formidable Tornado, who could easily overlook numerous protocols, Bill sheepishly touched his nose and departed in shame. "Thank you for your concern," Brad said, adjusting to the brightness of his regained sight, a gentle smile gracing his features. Mastering observation haki brought him joy. He was indeed correct. He was fine. Tornado, turning her head away, muttered awkwardly, "I don't care about you. You show off. After all, who knows who lay on the ground yesterday, stiff as a salted fish?" Brett chuckled, finding Tornado's antics exceedingly amusing. Tornado exploded in frustration. "Are you still laughing? Fool, idiot, big dummy." "All right," Brett replied as he sat up. "Joanna, please help me find some food. I'm hungry." The mosquito girl darted away promptly. Leaning against the headboard, Brett extended his arms. "Congratulations to me. Tornado, I have succeeded." Tornado looked taken aback. "I have mastered the art of observation haki," Brett declared. Tornado's reaction was minimal. She did not share in Brett's joy, offering a blando as a response. To alleviate the awkwardness, Brett, who had not received a celebratory hug, swiftly changed the subject. "What's the deal with that instructor, Bill?" "A clown dedicated to brainwashing," Tornado replied with evident disdain for Bill. Brett chuckled softly. "Oh? He often sneaks into others' rooms under the cover of night, babbling nonsensically? It's not as if he dares to invade just any chamber. He once ventured into mine and found himself suspended in the stormy clouds for an entire night. It was sheer luck that the lightning spared him. He." Tornado counted on his fingers. "He also trespassed into Esther's quarters, where she nearly twisted his head off, perceiving him as an adversary. He had the audacity to enter Mayla's room as well, and after encountering a swarm of insects, he never dared to return to our chambers. The Academy has also mandated our discretion." Brett appeared contemplative for a moment. "Tornado?" He pondered, then remarked, "Yesterday, as I awakened to the presence of observation haki, I inadvertently overextended my spirit. For a fleeting few seconds, I sensed a multitude of terrifying auras enveloping a vast expanse of Mariehua. What does that have to do with me?" Tornado responded with astonishment. Brett said, "They are far more powerful than you. Your dream is to protect your sister. But with your current strength, it is utterly insufficient. Let us strive together. Together, we shall prevail." Brett was not joking. He spoke the truth. Although in this Cipher Pole Academy, Tornado is the unparalleled champion of strength, even the instructors cannot compare. However, when one gazes upon Mariehua, there are at least 7 or 8 individuals who surpass Tornado in power. What if we consider the entirety of the world government? Mariewa merely serves as the epicenter of the world government, whose most formidable force is the Navy, a violent organization spread across the seas. And if we take it a step further, to the entire world? Very well. Tornado replied with enthusiasm. Brett closed his eyes in a semblance of slumber, pausing the conversation to contemplate his forthcoming plans. To awaken his observation hockey, Brett relied upon his extraordinary mental prowess. However, the mastery of armament hockey evidently demanded more than mere mental strength, as it was intricately tied to physical fitness, a domain in which Brett's still youthful body fell short. Perhaps mastering Nin or Chakra could be an avenue worth exploring, but for now, he resolved to continue honing his physique while simultaneously acquiring martial arts skills. Brad repeatedly admonished himself to remain humble and patient, striving to quell his insatiable desire for power. After hastily satisfying his hunger, he returned to the rear mountain camp to partake in training. With his vision restored, Brad began to keenly observe the thoughts of his companions for the first time. Having previously led a life of considerable isolation, Brett's initial impression of his companions was that where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, even among children. The tornado of power looms above, firmly establishing dominance at the apex of the food chain. The descendants of the Cipher Pole agents, led by Millard, and the orphans who revere his death, represent two distinctly opposing factions, each harboring mutual disdain. The elite students and their less accomplished peers lack communication and regard one another with hostility, the former perceiving the latter as a hindrance, while the latter view the former as arrogant. Regional backgrounds further complicate matters. Numerous conflicts arise sharply, but fortunately, as they are merely children, the situation does not escalate to bloodshed. However, what truly captivated most of Brett's attention was a particular individual, a slender boy with inconspicuous black hair who consciously concealed himself, smiling quietly and refraining from conversation. His name was Chishiki Karai. It was only when the instructor, Gotsi, called upon Chishiki that Brett realized he had an extraordinary classmate. Chapter 12. In my dreams, I kill 4 o'clock a.m., rise 4 to 5 o'clock a.m., freshen up and read to enrich my knowledge 5 to 7 o'clock a.m., morning exercises, including 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run 7 to 7:30 a.m., breakfast 7:30 to 11:30 a.m., academy courses, fundamental physical training, 11:30 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m., lunch and a brief nap 1 to 7:30 p.m., academy courses, martial arts, interrogation, and other variable training, 7:30 to 8 o'clock p.m., dinner 8 to 10 o'clock p.m., free time, reading to further enrich my knowledge 10 p.m. to 4 o'clock a.m., freshen up and rest. Thus concludes the phase plan. Pausing in his writing, the pencil tip hesitated above the notebook as Brett contemplated, gnawing on the eraser. One cannot solely devote oneself to relentless practice, Brett murmured. Huh? In the dormitory room. The black-haired boy across the way smiled as he closed his book. What did you say, Brett? Braid had not anticipated that upon moving into the dormitory of the Cipher Pole Academy, his roommate would be the enigmatic red-haired man. While Tornado and Mosquito Girl were eager to share a room with Braid, the distinction of gender, even among the young, remained a significant barrier. Peering through the window into the night, Braid raised his chin and inquired, "Do you find those books useful?" The red-haired man, maintaining his impassive demeanor, replied, "Certainly. I appreciate your assistance." Given Braid's age and the substantial gap in progress compared to his peers in the rookie agent preparatory course, the academy had initially exercised leniency towards him. It was only after he displayed remarkable talent, reaching the academic standards of his classmates, that they intensified their oversight and proposed that he reside on campus. During Braid's final opportunity to inform his family before settling in, the red-haired man requested his assistance in procuring several medical textbooks. This led Braid to ponder whether other students also lacked essential items that the academy did not provide. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Sweet confections, delightful toys, fashionable garments, and even the yearning for nicotine and alcohol had seeped into the desires of many young students, regardless of gender, each harboring their own aspirations. However, the academy could not accommodate all of these cravings. Constrained by budgetary limitations and an intention to fortify the resolve of the students through hardship. Moreover, not all had the luxury of wealth. Many orphans among the students found their pockets emptier than their expressions. Thus, smuggling goods from outside the academy or trading favors began to weave a web of connections among the students, a notion that Braid contemplated. It was evident that within the world government, strength and ability did not necessarily equate to status. He vividly recalled the recent visit of Spandam's father, Spandane, a high-ranking cipher pole official, whose presence had revealed the depths of Spandan's frailty through Braid's keen observation. Yet, it raised the question, what justified Spandan's elevated position within Cipher Pole, commanding those far more capable than himself? Braid did not possess the answer, but he recognized Spandan's adeptness in social interactions. The Academy's instructors had welcomed him warmly during the inspection, perhaps due to the generous gifts he had brought. Regardless, the atmosphere was undeniably cheerful. With his thoughts settled, Braid calmly placed his notebook aside and remarked, "With your interest in medical literature, do you aspire to become a doctor?" "It's merely a dream," the red-haired man smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Braid pondered for a moment and clenched his fist in encouragement. "Keep it up. Good night." As midnight approached, the door creaked open. A shadowy figure approached Braid's bedside. It was the bald instructor, Bill. He placed his hand upon Braid's forehead, whispering softly, akin to a sinister incantation, "Forget your troubles. Dismiss your thoughts, including the essence of who you are. Now, you are the most loyal warrior of the government, a righteous messenger bathed in divine light." Suddenly, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing Bill's neck, causing him to topple to the ground in shock. Braid, who appeared to be in slumber, abruptly sat up, his golden eyes wide with fury, fixating nervously on Bill, and without hesitation, he brandished the wallpaper knife he had used to sharpen pencils. "Damn it! Stop! Hey, help!" Bill exclaimed in a flurry of panic, scrambling clumsily. "What is happening?" "It's probably just useless Bill getting scared again." The awakened trainees erupted into raucous laughter, momentarily creating a joyous cacophony. After scaring Bill away, Braid collapsed back onto the ground, seemingly returning to sleep. Though it was an act, he had no desire to be brainwashed, especially with Bill's hands harboring unknown substances, a sin he had detected. The following day, the hesitant inquiry arose. "Do you remember what transpired last night?" Brett wore a bewildered expression. "What happened?" "Oh, you fell off the bed. Allow me to assist you back onto it." The hidden corpse of the person remained silent, understanding without revealing the truth. Brett smirked. "You'd better be cautious. I excel at taking lives in my dreams. It is only when you truly commit murder that anyone will believe you." The crimson corpse concealed a sense of melancholy. Brett chuckled and proceeded methodically with the execution of the planned stages. Morning exercises commenced. "Little Brett, I can hardly run," exclaimed the panting tornado, stretching out his arms, already yearning for a respite after merely 200 or 300 meters. Brett reluctantly stepped back, carrying the burden of tornado, and admonished, 5 kilometers remain. The rest you must traverse on your own. How long have you managed to endure? Do not forget, you are the one entrusted with the protection of your sister." Meanwhile, Tornado had succumbed to slumber. "Shall I come?" Mosquito Girl expressed concern over Brett's potential exhaustion. Brett shook his head, chuckling, "No worries. By the way, would you accompany me to Mary Geos this afternoon? And to the Academy office as well? That wretched little scoundrel. Look at the mischief he has caused." Bill, still shaken, pointed to the bruise on his neck, exclaiming, "He intended to kill me. He meant to do it deliberately." Gotsey furrowed his brow. "Who knows? This batch of rookies is filled with peculiarities. Enough complaints. Bill, it was entirely your own carelessness. Clumsy and uncertain. You recklessly attempted to hypnotize children who may or may not have been asleep. Many of them are consciously resisting the brainwashing, all thanks to your antics, transforming what should have been a covert operation into an open secret. Indeed, to be frightened senseless by a 6-year-old is truly embarrassing." The conversation quickly veered off course. "It's about time we let them encounter genuine power. At that moment, it will be evident who among them is a genius and who is but deadwood. We can then tailor their training according to their strengths." Gotsey took a bite of his sandwich and mumbled, "Which ace operatives shall we enlist for assistance? I am aware of my own capabilities and would not wish to mislead the young ones. What about CP 9-foot's father, Alexander Anderson? A commendable choice. How did I not think of him? Haven't you seen the internal news? He has recently accomplished great feats. I recommend Barbara." Chapter 13. The Little Scammer. A piece of subpar cocoa butter chocolate weighing less than 5 ounces, and you dare to ask for 1,000 berries. Little Bread, are you a heartless capitalist? This treat costs barely a few dozen berries outside the Academy. The lively freckled girl, her face brimming with irritation, pounded the table with fervor, looking down at Bread from her advantageous position, attempting to exert pressure on him, who had recently earned the notorious title of Little Scammer. Bread's smuggling operation has officially commenced. flourishing remarkably amidst the scarcity of supplies, as the self-control of the youth pales in comparison to that of adults. Tia, Bread remarked calmly. You mentioned that it is outside the academy. Within the academy, there exists no chocolate. Only we can swiftly navigate to the outskirts of Mary Geos. Taking advantage of the management's inattention, establishing a stable channel with initial capital to procure the desires of all. Thus, you must comprehend that prices will inevitably rise in accordance with demand and scarcity. The girl, exasperated, retorted, a ridiculous increment? How dare you speak of moderation? How dare you? With a mix of frustration and disdain, she caught an unexpected sound with her keen ears. Her gaze fell upon a figure lounging on the windowsill. Short legs swinging leisurely, holding a wrapper of chocolate in hand, with cheeks stuffed like an insatiable hamster. The sweet, lingering aroma wafting through the air made her swallow hard. As the internal battle between her gluttonous impulses and rationality was swiftly won by her cravings. 5 pieces of chocolate. Make a note of it. I shall pay you once the holidays arrive and my pockets are full, she exclaimed in a huff, offering a defiant gesture. Sooner or later, the Price Control Bureau will apprehend you, hang you on the execution platform for beheading, little pickpocket. A criminal. Bread shrugged, shaking the legal tome in his hands. The most one can incur for malicious price gouging is merely a fine. It hardly constitutes a crime. Besides, the government has long since abolished the death penalty for most offenses. Furthermore, the Price Bureau lacks the authority to interfere in any matters of cipher Paul. I have read extensively, and you cannot deceive me. Thank you for your patronage, the Mosquito Girl said with a cheerful smile, presenting a piece of chocolate and bowing gracefully. Extending her hand, we welcome you to visit again. As the young girl bid farewell to the guests, Bread returned to his reading, multitasking with a hint of admonition. Do not indulge too much in snacks. They are detrimental to your dental health. Tornado swallowed the chocolate, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor. Who is indulging in snacks? I am not addicted. How could such childish matters be considered an obsession? Braid shook his head in resignation. Unsurprisingly, Tornado was also a member of Braid's smuggling gang. And her room, along with that of Mosquito Girl, was not to be searched lightly. It served as a perfect storage facility. Her reputation and strength were formidable enough to intimidate those with impure intentions, rendering them submissive and unwilling to scheme, resulting in her enjoying free meals and goods. The hierarchy was clear. Braid, the financier, Mosquito Girl, the sales associate and enforcer, and Tornado, the landlord and a formidable figure in the dark underworld. The smuggling crew had its roles meticulously defined. Knock, knock. A boy with dark skin and green eyes, appearing somewhat aged for his years, timidly peered through the door. Oh, Tuba Kane, you're playing cards and cigarettes. Braid waved his hand, and Mosquito Girl cheerfully presented the items. The boy, Tuba Kane Alhambra, wiped his nostrils and dryly remarked, I'll pay you back later. Not a problem. If you desire anything, just ask. Whether you repay me in the future is of little consequence, Braid replied, perusing his books without lifting his gaze. What truly matters is cherishing this bond of friendship among companions, though it may seem small and meager. I have done my utmost to help you navigate through the most challenging and impoverished stages of your life, enriching your existence. In any case, enjoy yourself and keep the cigarettes hidden. Tuba Kane nodded eagerly, perhaps feeling the weight of dependency. He sensed the pressure Braid exerted upon him. Tia, a descendant of cipher pole agents, and Tuba Kane, an orphan of war, prompted Braid to adopt starkly contrasting attitudes, earning Tia's money while cultivating Tuba Kane's goodwill. Hey, little Braid, what is your game here? The disparity in treatment is glaring. Tornado remarked vaguely, why do you charge some people while offering others a free pass? Braid refrained from offering any explanations, as doing so would be impossible. He could not reveal to Tornado the truth of being a scheming boy. Thus, Braid deftly shifted the conversation, stating, it's almost 10 o'clock. I shall retire for the night and resume training in the morning. That evening, on the eve of the World Conference, an earth-shattering piece of news swiftly swept across the globe, affecting even the semi-closed Cipher Pole Agent Academy. The illustrious Admiral Zephyr, renowned for his valiant exploits, had resigned and retreated, disheartened by the assassination of his wife and child. Instantly, the world was in turmoil, with even the credibility of the world government facing profound scrutiny. The troubles of the world government were far from ordinary. The delicate balance of power had collapsed. Firstly, the mightiest military faction under the world government, the Navy, represented the pinnacle of naval strength, and the trio of admirals had been incomplete for several years, failing to fill the vacant position. Zephyr's resignation signified a further weakening of the Navy, rendering it incapable of suppressing the rampant sea pirates that had long evaded control. Consequently, the world government would be compelled to recalibrate its strategies, reallocating reserve forces to assist the Navy in countering hostile entities such as the Hunter Association and Wano Country, aiming to demonstrate their unwavering resolve to maintain dominion. Yet, one could not help but question whether the Hunter Association and Wano Country would seize this opportunity to instigate chaos. Furthermore, Zephyr's despondency was not without cause, as the eyes and ears of the world government, the Black Gloves, and Cipher Pole, both externally and internally, ensured the protection and, in effect, surveillance of high-ranking officials' families. The deaths of his wife and child occurred right under the watchful gaze of Cipher Pole, perpetrated by enemies fueled by vengeance. His resignation was a silent outcry of anger, questioning, and condemnation directed at the world government. Zephyr's plight would undoubtedly incite panic among high-ranking officials who feared that, like Zephyr, their service to the world government could culminate in tragedy. The Navy would inevitably rise to defend their esteemed admiral, potentially igniting conflict with the world government. The incident concerning Zephyr, while neither distant nor close to Braid, made him acutely aware that the powerful leg of the world government might not be as dependable as it seemed, intensifying his yearning for strength. In the quiet of the morning training, Tornado, feeling lazy, climbed onto Braid's back to catch up on sleep. As they jogged, Braid cast a sidelong glance at a striking figure hastily approaching. "Little Braid, wait," Esther's called out, approaching with grace. "I heard you can buy things outside the academy. Could you help me purchase a few packs of sanitary pads? I started my period yesterday. Also, please get me 2 pairs of pure cotton panties, preferably in blue and white stripes, as the ones provided by the academy are quite uncomfortable." Braid, is it truly appropriate to be so forthright? Chapter 14. The ice blue monster time progresses steadily through the myriad emotions of joy, sorrow, toil, pain, and anger, never pausing for even a moment, rigid to the extreme. As time advances, the curriculum for the Rookie Agents Reserve gradually expands, becoming increasingly merciless. Rather, it reveals its true nature. Initially, there were combat matches, infused with competition and channels for emotional release, where rival factions of Cipher Pole agents, orphans, and students of varied standings, elite and inferior, affluent and impoverished, clashed with fervent animosity. Daily, some would triumphantly raise their fists in celebration, while others would find themselves battered and incapacitated. Beyond mere combat, the instructors began transitioning from teaching fighting techniques to imparting lethal skills, commanding the students to end lives with their own hands, gradually shifting from common creatures such as rats, chickens, and dogs to primates like monkeys, baboons, and gorillas, which bear a closer resemblance to humans. It was evident that the students were not far from the grim reality of taking human life. Once the students acclimated to the act of ending lives, Bill, the instructor responsible for interrogation training, led them in practical applications of the oft-discussed interrogation techniques, escalating from death to the torment of life. Surprisingly, Bill, the inept instructor, possessed a peculiar wit, occasionally uttering startling remarks. Interrogation is an art. It is an exceptional means to discern the human heart. Once you can coax a monkey to beg for mercy, you'll have graduated from your interrogation course, though that may be a tad exaggerated. In essence, the Cipher Pole Academy systematically erodes the humanity of its students, at least dulling it, preparing them for their inevitable ascension to agents, ready to execute their missions regardless of the target's age or gender. Meanwhile, Braid's dark little shop flourished, as the sanguine reality continually assaulted the immature psyches of the youth, reshaping their unstable perceptions. Only a few maintained emotional equilibrium, living as they always had, while the majority sought redemption through distractions such as snacks and books, or sought solace in nicotine, alcohol, and even sedatives. There were those who could achieve emotional stability yet rejected any form of redemption. They were either neurotic or had awakened a morbid desire for bloodlust, slowly developing in a perverse direction. Brett is doing well. He is one of the few who remains emotionally stable, living life with an unwavering routine. He continues to diligently follow his phased plan, compelling himself to endure and wait. Mid-October, after the World Conference. "Hello, children," greets the amiable priest, cradling the Bible. Brett understood that his phase plan 1 had become obsolete. This esteemed individual among our Cipher Pole, Mr. Alexander Andrewsen, whom you may refer to as Father, was introduced by Gotzi on behalf of the instructor group. He continued, "Having undergone training ranging from a minimum of nearly 100 days to over a year, we deem you qualified to engage with true power. Therefore, we have appointed Mr. Andrusen, and other elites to instruct you. Wow. Fantastic. Nien, chakra, domineering. What will you teach us, Father? Welcome. A warm welcome. The youths cheered with exuberance. Everyone is quite lively. It seems they have gleaned some understanding of true power, which is commendable, Andrusen remarked with a smile. But let us dispense with idle chatter. I am the primary instructor for Nien. With a swift motion, Andrusen wrote the character for Nien in large letters on the blackboard. What is Nien? In simple terms, it refers to the ability to freely manipulate the innate life energy possessed by every individual and creature, elevating it into forms of offensive and defensive prowess. Domineering and chakra are fundamentally similar. Clink, clink, clink. With a flick of his wrist, Andrusen magically pierced a cup brimming with water, causing it to leak profusely. The action so swift that few could comprehend it. This reflects your current state, as well as that of the general populace worldwide. Unbeknownst to you, there is a gradual depletion of your subtle life energy. Andrusen continued, how can one perceive life energy and then manipulate it freely? After all, this dormant force within most individuals remains utterly untapped throughout their lives. He paused briefly. Child raising your hand, do you have a question? Father, I wish to see your Nien first for a more intuitive understanding, said Esteth, known for her straightforward demeanor. Andrusen's smile remained unchanged as he flipped his wrist, conjuring a sharp sword from thin air. Am I seeing things? How impressive. A manifested weapon? The students whispered. However, Esteth felt a pang of disappointment and said, please. Something more direct. With a biblical quote, if anyone does not love the Lord, let that person be cursed. Maranatha, Amen. His gentle smile transformed into a fierce grimace, and a terrifying aura emanated from Andrusen, reminiscent of a tumultuous sea. Sit down, children. In an instant, the youths fell silent, a chill running down their spines. Their hearts gripped by an inescapable thought. Failing to sit would surely lead to their demise. Esteth, standing, felt this threat most acutely, having borne the brunt of Andrusen's focus. Yet she did not sit down. The looming crisis instinctively drove her to retreat, like a small female leopard, yearning to create distance for battle. Indeed, she was ready to fight. However, the essence of Andrusen relentlessly pursued Esteth like a tenacious parasite. Do you comprehend the distinction between possessing and lacking the power of thought? Andrusen retracted his presence, restoring the gentle visage of a priest. A collective sigh of relief resonated throughout the crowd. Yet, suddenly, a tumultuous roar erupted. A ferocious and domineering aura, even more intense than Andrusen's, exploded around Esteth, as arcs of black and crimson electricity crackled and leapt, instantly unleashing a tsunami of chaos. What? Bang, bang, bang. The scene descended into pandemonium, with countless individuals foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The overwhelming presence of a conqueror? This child is a monster. Has the weight of extreme pressure awakened a hidden, supreme talent? An extraordinary little imp. The instructors were all astonished, though predominantly filled with delight. I harbor no ill intentions, child. Remain calm, Andrusen sighed, surveying the unconscious around him. Violence is not permitted against comrades. It is only allowed against heretics. Chapter 15. The initial experience of thought. Little Braid? Little Braid. Tornado's high-pitched voice called for attention, but all that was met in return was a hollow, vacant stare, inevitably leading to frustration and agitation. What nonsense are you spouting? I've been calling you for ages. Honestly, you impolite fool with ears locked. Simpleton. Golden-haired oaf. Braid rolled his eyes in exasperation. You are far too noisy, Tornado. Be quiet for a moment. I am engrossed in my training. Quiet? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Who told you to ignore me? Humph. Tornado crossed her arms defiantly, striking a pose with her chin held high at a sharp angle, displaying all the haughtiness she could muster. Yet, she soon cast a sidelong glance and muttered, unless there's some height increasing milk. Listen closely. I am not asking for it to grow taller, nor do I have any fondness for milk. This is a sincere apology for your disregard towards me. Braid. With both hands, he presented milk to the formidable figure and fell into a deep contemplation, pondering the essence of Nien. Despite the tumultuous events of the morning, by afternoon, Andrusen successfully commenced the preliminary teachings on this concept. A few hours prior, he addressed the children, urging them to gather their spirits and embark once more on the path toward discovering true power. Andrusen, shedding his priestly robe for a simple dark shirt, spoke warmly. I have elucidated the nature of Nien, but how shall we learn it? There are two approaches, self-study or receiving enforced assistance from others. The latter is prioritized over learning dominance in chakra because those cannot be compelled to learn. Receiving enforced assistance from others? That implies one need not laboriously spend time on it. I refuse to believe that there are free lunches in this world. Silence. You have disturbed my thoughts. The mention of enforced assistance sparked fervent discussions among the youth. Hold on, children, let me finish, Anderson said calmly, gesturing for quiet. Now, let us discuss self-study of Nien. In truth, your daily perseverance in physical training and combat is already a form of self-learning Nien. By strengthening your bodies, you harness the latent power within, but that alone is insufficient. You must also fortify your spirit to enhance its inherent strength. Ultimately, the power of the body and the potential of the spirit must harmoniously amplify one another, allowing the spiritual force to perfectly govern the physical power, awakening the vital energy within. Methods to strengthen the body are well known, but how do we fortify the spirit? Most people might be at a loss. This requires the element of fire. Fire, in this context, symbolizes the burning of the mind, whether one's will is resolute. It serves as the fundamental training method for strengthening the spirit, which can be divided into 4 major actions: centering the mind through focus, gazing inward, establishing goals, transforming thoughts into words, refining and elevating one's will, and ultimately converting will into action. After a brief pause, Anderson added, "Perhaps some of you may not fully grasp this. Fret not, for when I was young, I too felt bewildered by my instructor's explanations." With a smile, he continued, "Allow me to demonstrate. I will now concentrate entirely on the thought of eliminating you all. But fret not, do not overreact, especially you, Estes." The youth chuckled at Anderson's jest. Holding the Bible in one hand and resting the other upon it, Anderson closed his eyes. Center, focus the mind, gaze inward, and calm your emotions. Now, the words that emerge from the focal stage in your mind can be articulated as they are, whether whispered or vocalized. It matters not. I shall kill you all. As soon as Anderson opened his eyes, an unsettling sensation enveloped the students. This feeling quickly intensified, causing many of the students to tremble with apprehension. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the manifestation of his abilities. Anderson oscillated between a terrifying demeanor and a disconcerting smile, suggesting that if one possesses sufficient willpower, thought can indeed transform into action. The young students pondered, is he truly insane? Utterly terrifying. Enough. Anderson clapped his hands, signaling a temporary cessation of the lesson. Wait. He hasn't yet revealed the secrets of learning the art through the assistance of others. The students, filled with anxiety, tugged at their ears in frustration. The method of receiving external help to master the art was not considered orthodox. Additionally, they were at a critical stage of rapid mental growth, the most opportune time to gradually awaken their life energy. Thus, he urged them to endeavor to learn independently. After a moment's reflection, Anderson remarked, I have encountered many exceptionally gifted children with the right qualities. They engage with the art and awaken their life energy within a mere week or 2, truly remarkable. You must strive to do the same. Father? Tornado raised her hand, inquiring, what if a person's life energy is innately explosive? The crowd murmured in curiosity. I accept a special half-year appointment at the academy. Anyone among you who awakens their life energy shall receive individual instruction from me. When the half-year concludes, I will provide assistance to those who have not awakened their life energy. Anderson turned his gaze toward Tornado, admiration glimmering in his eyes behind his spectacles. Child, remember to visit my office. At that moment, Brett interjected abruptly, I have succeeded. Tornado, calmly sipping through her straw, responded nonchalantly, oh, bathed in warm light. Brett perceived a similar state of energy emanating from Tornado, albeit with the distinction akin to that between a kitten and a tiger. Tornado found herself immersed in a whirlpool of life energy, true to her name, embodying a tornado, a tempest. Little Brett, do you know what the Conqueror's Hockey of Esteth is? The instructors appeared quite astonished. Tornado puffed out her cheeks. It's rather amusing. I wish to possess it. It is a manifestation of one's commanding presence, an extraordinarily rare talent among millions. Its effect primarily lies in instilling fear and intimidation in those who lack the art, while the bearer of the Conqueror's Hockey can intimidate all living beings. As for any additional effects, I am uncertain. Brett stretched lazily and replied, I wish to seek out Father Anderson. Will you accompany me? Absolutely. Tornado replied decisively. Brett cast a glance at the restless mosquito girl and encouraged, you can do it. Joanna. Chapter 16. The enigma of the tornado's height in the office of the instructor's council. Father Anderson inquired, which student do you believe will be the first to enter? Gotzi, savoring his cup of coffee and feeling rather idle, casually engaged in conversation. As Anderson polished his glasses, squinting through his blurred vision, he replied with a smile. You are the one most familiar with them, more so than any other teacher, let alone myself, who is encountering them for the first time. So, who do you think will be the first to enter? Excluding the green-haired girl, kissed on the forehead by God, who has left me utterly astounded in my nearly 40 years of life, surpassing even the annual gods of water tsunami near Judicial Island in its sheer magnitude. I would willingly concede that she is indeed a divine child or an angel. Anderson added. The tornado is indeed exaggerated, Gotzi remarked, shaking his head. He then confidently asserted, Esther. I believe Esther will be the first to enter. To question the resolve of one who possesses the conqueror's haki must surely be the folly of the questioner. Coupled with her innate bloodline of the Brutus clan and her relentless dedication to honing her formidable physique, awakening her life energy is evidently not a challenge for her. Anderson donned his glasses. The Brutus clan? The fierce race that survives in the desolate ice fields of the North Sea by hunting super-dangerous magical beasts? Indeed. She is the little princess of the Brutus clan, Gotzi replied, brimming with pride. In the future, she will undoubtedly be a member of the Holy Shield. Anderson nodded slowly, a sympathetic sigh escaping him. Another unfortunate child. Indeed, Gotzi echoed, sighing again. The Phantom Troop is a truly despicable band of thugs, utterly unrestrained. They dare to seize whatever catches their fancy, regardless of who it belongs to. A few years ago, they set their sights on the Brutus clan, and it was only due to their desperate resistance that they survived. Although they paid a heavy price, with only Esther remaining, the Phantom Troop, having met a formidable adversary, has now been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, unable to continue wreaking havoc on the world. It is indeed a relief. Eradicate evil without hesitation, especially organizations like the Phantom Troop that have a legacy of crime. Who knows if anyone will inherit their will and raise the banner of the Phantom Troop again? Bill interjected, a troublesome bunch, indeed. Gotzi set down his coffee cup. That aside, you still haven't answered my question, Father Anderson. Brett Hyman, Anderson replied with a smile. Gotzi's immediate reaction was, you know him? You might know that Brett is Rasky's nephew, Anderson continued. Another unfortunate child. His parents were elite scientists in the scientific corps, and tragically perished. I was the one who helped officiate the funeral. Is that so? Bill exclaimed, intrigued. How did the boy describe it? Mature and excessively calm. I occasionally meet his gaze, sending shivers down my spine. Surely, you were frightened by the sleepwalking version of him. Ha ha ha, the instructor's jest. To prevent Bill from stealthily returning to his room at night for self-hypnosis and brainwashing, Brad meticulously refrained from sleep for an entire week, waiting for Bill to appear so he could chase him with a knife before finally resting. Ultimately, the instructor team unanimously concluded that he was afflicted with somnambulism. And for Bill's safety, they decided to temporarily halt Brad's hypnotic endeavors. But why Brad? Millard, the mischievous child of the Auberge family, possesses immense potential as well, Gotzi pondered. Anderson opened the Bible, preparing to read, and remarked, I am unfamiliar with which child Millard is, though I too believe Esther's would be the first to enter. However, isn't it delightful to harbor a bit of anticipation? Of course, the most beautiful sight would be their entrance together. Is this the hope of seniors for their juniors? Gotzi wholeheartedly agreed. You are right. The more talent, the better, for only then can the righteous iron fist crush the heads of wicked individuals. Just as his words lingered in the air, there came a symbolic 3 knocks followed by a resounding bang. The door was unceremoniously pushed open. Tornado entered with light, buoyant steps, while Brad appeared somewhat awkward, accompanied by the expressionless Esther's. Anderson closed the Bible he had just opened, his face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, That light is the true light, illuminating every being that exists in this world. Amen. To think that while awakening life energy, one could simultaneously grasp the concept of binding? What? Look, this is an extraordinary gift. A genius. No, this is an unprecedented genius in the nearly 800 years of Cypherpole's history. Astonishment, trepidation, and horror gripped the instructors as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Even though they had accurately predicted this moment, they were still overwhelmed by the reality that surpassed their expectations, shattering their worldviews. At this moment, they finally understood that perhaps they were unworthy of calling themselves teachers. They realized that they might need to start currying favor with their students. They comprehended that they were witnessing the dawn of a new era. Congratulations, children. Anderson rose to his feet. Follow me. We shall find a suitable place to demonstrate. In the blink of an eye, a few hours had passed, and without a doubt, you are exceptionally remarkable, children, Anderson praised. Tornado urged impatiently, "This is boring. Hurry up." "Do not be too hasty, little tornado," Anderson said gently. Awakening life energy on your own and accepting assistance to forcibly awaken it signifies the true learning of how to manipulate life energy freely, which is the essence of the concept. There are four major categories of this concept. First is binding, and you have already grasped the preliminary techniques. "Do you remember the water cup I showed you?" Death remarked. "Does the life energy subtly dissipate and fade away without our awareness?" To which Andrew responded, "Indeed, binding is the technique that thoroughly confines our life energy within our bodies. Through binding, one can enhance their physical strength and significantly diminish the aging process compared to the average individual." Bread raised an eyebrow. "Is life energy, to some extent, equivalent to lifespan?" "Indeed, young Bread." Anderson bore no grudge against Bread's impolite interruption. Tornado, however, spoke cautiously, hesitatingly, and with great care. "Will this entanglement, perhaps, affect growth?" After considerable deliberation, Anderson replied, "I believe ordinary individuals would not be affected. The entanglement ensures that life energy does not dissipate, signifying that it is not squandered. In the future, when you engage in battles and hone your skills, employing powers such as thought, dominance, and chakra, you will be engaging in acts that release life energy, thus creating a cycle of gain and loss." Shifting the topic, Anderson remarked, "I am uncertain regarding you. This is the first time I have encountered someone with such an immense reservoir of life energy, seemingly inexhaustible, especially since you have long understood the entanglement." A crisp sound echoed, akin to a heart-shattering. Tornado, Chapter 17. What happened to our promise of not growing taller together? When God closes a door for you, He undoubtedly opens a window. Conversely, when God opens a window for you, He must close another door. The circumstances of others' lives. God Himself has constructed for you an expansive seaside villa replete with countless doors and windows, which you may open and close at will. Tornado's life situation: a mere child at play near these doors and windows accidentally broke the handle of one such door or window, aptly named height. Indeed, it was not God who deprived Tornado of her height, for He dotes on her excessively, unwilling to let His illegitimate daughter suffer even the slightest grievance. It was Tornado herself who unconsciously forfeited her own height. Upon discovering the truth, Tornado was heartbroken. Look, little Bread. He is so tall," she wailed. "Please, Tornado. He's of the giant race. I wish to grow tall, like an adult, to care for Bookie. Fear not. Your developmental cycle is simply prolonged. This may not be a bad thing, as it signifies eternal youth. While others appear 10 at 10 years of age, you will still look 10. While others reach 20, you will remain 10. And even when they turn 30 or 40, you will still appear as you did at 10. Wow, are you saying I am short? I did not say that." The weeping Tornado was truly formidable, unreasonable, and willful, incessantly clamoring, especially with her exuberant spirit. Bread felt utterly exhausted. He had spent nearly an entire day soothing Long Wan, leaving him unable to focus on his own cultivation. Little Bread," Long Wan choked out, his small mouth quivering. His eyes brimming with teardrops the size of beans, hollow and dim, vividly embodying the essence of despair. Brett nodded. "I am here." "Oh, tears are flowing." Brett paused for a moment. "Will you accompany me?" In the midst of despair, hope arises once more. "Is that agreeable?" he inquired. Yes, indeed," he responded readily, quickly discerning that Tornado referred to maintaining her level of height. His verbal agreement was quite straightforward. Yet internally, he found himself bemused. How could one expect me to control growth and development? Is that not an unreasonable expectation? Moreover, have you not noticed? I have surpassed you in height by nearly 10 centimeters. Do you truly believe I am still shorter than you? Let us make a pact. You must swear, she insisted, striving to steady herself as she reached out toward Brett. Brett extended his hand as well. Why is your hand larger than mine? No way. You've secretly grown taller like his death, you naughty trickster. Tornado felt disheartened, believing the entire world was against her. She fled, and Brett did not pursue her, for he could not catch up. After all, Tornado could fly. Exhaling a deep sigh, Brett stood atop the mountain behind the academy, gazing into the distance where the giants roamed, murmuring to himself, the neighboring naval academy? Casting aside distractions, Brett seized the rare moment of tranquility to focus intently on the art of Nen. Anderson was a competent mentor, meticulously explaining every detail with clarity, complemented by vivid demonstrations. Through this guidance, Brett grasped the essence of Nen. The remainder was merely a matter of methodical practice and cultivation. The technique of Tangle allowed one to thoroughly harness their life energy within their body, strengthening the flesh and significantly delaying the aging process compared to ordinary individuals. Sever literally means to cut off life energy, a technique that eliminates one's presence and proves remarkably restorative when fatigue sets in. Practice involves manifesting more life energy than usual. Release, the ultimate technique of Nin, amalgamates the four major aspects, with effects varying from person to person. Anderson also assisted Braid and his death in determining the specific categories of their Nin abilities. Tornado did not participate. At that moment, her figure appeared pale, resembling a stone statue. They employed the most common method, the water test, involving a cup of water and floating objects such as a leaf. The test subjects activated their Nin around the cup. As a result, Isthetha's water took on an unusual and intensely stimulating flavor, rendering the tongues of those who tasted it numb. Hence, her Nin belonged to the transformation category. Capable of altering the nature and form of Nin itself, and she instantly transformed its essence into ice. Braid's water condensation crystallization indicates that his aura, akin to Anderson's, belongs to the materialization category. It allows for the transformation of one's aura into objects imbued with exceptional abilities, necessitating profound contemplation before actual manifestation. Additionally, the augmentation of water signifies the enhancement category, wherein one's aura can fortify oneself and weapons, significantly elevating both defensive and offensive capabilities. Water that possesses color pertains to the emission category, enabling the release of aura over considerable distances while retaining its potency. The movement of floating objects on the water surface is associated with the manipulation category, whereby one can infuse their aura into designated entities for control. Furthermore, the phenomena distinct from enhancement, transformation, materialization, emission, and manipulation belong to the enigmatic category, characterized by mysterious and unpredictable auras. Notably, the foundational four categories of aura encompass various advanced techniques, including extension techniques, fusion techniques, cycles, concealment, condensation, circular techniques, resilience, flow, and rigidity. Brett pondered deeply, discerning the rationale behind the Academy's decision to have the youth engage in the study of Nin before delving into the realms of Haki and Chakra. The system of Nin is undeniably intricate and meticulously structured, contrasting sharply with the somewhat esoteric nature of Haki and Chakra, particularly Haki. However, upon further reflection, and disregarding the six inherent qualities of Nin, it becomes evident that the practical applications of the two disciplines largely overlap. The technique of combining binding and training to enhance the perception of biological auras through the expansion of Nin's range is akin to the observation Haki. Similarly, the amalgamation of binding and training techniques to amplify offensive and defensive capabilities through explosive Nin is reminiscent of armament Haki. Thus, Brett previously inquired of Anderson, Father, can Nin and Haki be utilized concurrently? For instance, can armament Haki and binding be harmonized? To which Anderson gently replied, Child, your primordial life energy is singular in nature. Brett furrowed his brow. The enhancement system, transformation system, emission system, and manipulation system may prove inadequate, but who can definitively judge the specialization system? As for the materialization system, does its principle not revolve around segmenting a portion of one's aura into a tangible object, then sustaining that object's existence through a certain amount of aura? Hypothetically, if an individual possesses an immense amount of aura, rendering the material object virtually inconsequential, could it not be possible to maintain the object's existence while expending minimal aura? Brett shook his head in silence, his heart in disarray. Having thoughts is a good thing, little Brett, Anderson said, ruffling Brett's hair. May the light of the Lord be with you. Amen. Chapter 18. The Fickle Temptress. Why are you alone? Where is the little whirlwind? The languid tone dripped with mockery, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse before feasting. Amidst the jagged rocks, a lithe figure emerged, drawing closer to the meditative Brett. Braid remained utterly indifferent, casting a sidelong glance. She must have gone home to visit her sister, Mela. Oh, Mela drawled, gently licking her lips. Have you angered the little whirlwind? I can sense your malice, Mela, all too clearly. Braid murmured with a hint of melancholy. What is this? Have you finally resolved to trouble me? Mela, who harbored a twisted affection for the whirlwind and felt a deep-seated jealousy since Braid monopolized her, had been incessantly seeking an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, the whirlwind clung to Braid so tightly that they were nearly inseparable, rendering Mela's attempts futile. Of course, teaching Braid a lesson was not her ultimate aim. Her true desire was to seize the whirlwind. If the academy had not permitted students to challenge one another after introducing combat training, she would have acted long ago. No need to be so hostile, little Braid, Mela said, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender, playfully adding, if only you were a girl. What a pity to waste such a beautiful face. Braid remained silent. I'm not an ignorant fool. At the very least, I possess understanding. I assure you. I shall remain well-behaved. Millard, with utmost seriousness, transformed his surrendering posture into one of solemn oath, grinning as he exclaimed, Hey, little Braid? Is your little shop still in operation? Please procure for me a grand birthday cake. Rest assured, I will pay you handsomely. Whose cake? Braid raised an eyebrow. Esther's. Millard replied, his spirit soaring with joy, overwhelmed with excitement and a hint of mania. Just think about it. Esther, who is utterly alone and bereft of kin, how helpless. How sorrowful, how tormented she must be. And on her birthday, someone unexpectedly appears, bearing a cake and singing a birthday song to bless her. Won't she be touched? Certainly. At that moment, the opportunity for me to topple her once again shall arise. Braid again? Toppling his death once more? Wait, why is she so adept at manipulating cute girls? Don't you adore Tornado? Braid scoffed with disdain, a fickle-hearted vixen. Millard raised his hands in resignation, deeply sighing. You do not comprehend, young Braid. Girls are far more susceptible to charming girls than boys are to charming girls. I simply cannot restrain myself. 100,000 berries, Braid exorbitantly demanded. Are you robbing me? The fervor in Millard's expression faded. Braid remained extraordinarily composed. Why hesitate to spend money to woo a lady? For 100,000 berries. I shall bestow upon you a bouquet of roses. Very well, it's a deal. Millard, evidently not short of funds, belonged to the renowned Auberge family, an integral part of Cypherpole. As he watched Millard saunter away while humming a little tune, Braid gently stroked his fair chin, not out of mere gossip, but out of genuine curiosity regarding how Millard managed to charm the notoriously frigid Ice Queen, Esther's. Approximately 6 months ago, the Cypherpole Academy for Agents commenced its term, where the newcomer Esther's fortuitously crossed paths with the seasoned Millard. Subsequently, Millard lured Esther's into a secluded grove, deceitfully claiming he possessed a method to enhance her strength. What followed was a shocking encounter. Esther's found herself pinned to the ground, losing her first kiss, while Millard's unwelcome advances reached second base. Fortunately, Millard managed to escape swiftly, for had Esther's been roused to fury, she would have surely eliminated him. Such thrilling exploits left Braid astounded as he absorbed Millard and Esther's tale. The storyteller, the Red Corpse Hermit, wore a sly smile. Have you awakened your life energy? Braid suddenly realized. The Red Corpse Hermit nodded slightly, resuming his calm perusal of the books. Then why not consult Father Anderson? Braid marveled at the hermit's leisurely demeanor. The Red Corpse Hermit replied, I prefer not to steal the spotlight. Patience is key. There is no rush. With that, he fell silent. In Braid's perception, the Red Corpse Hermit's life energy gradually stabilized, closely adhering to his body, ultimately vanishing within. Undoubtedly, he had grasped the essence of entanglement. What a peculiar being. Braid mused inwardly. After traversing to the room of the Mosquito Girl and Tornado, Braid was eager to assess the Mosquito Girl's progress in her cultivation, as well as whether Tornado had returned. Tornado was back, her demeanor devoid of tears, yet she bore an expression as if the world owed her 500 billion berries. Her head held high with utter disdain for a certain little brat who had been secretly growing taller. Humph, little Braid, am I too foolish? The Mosquito Girl lamented. I cannot feel anything. Patience, Joanna, you can do it, Braid encouraged, playfully flicking her forehead with a radiant smile. Trust me, trust yourself. The Mosquito Girl hesitated. But I truly. Life energy is an innate force possessed by all living beings, even if one is not human. Braid, filled with unwavering conviction, drew upon his encounters with the hybrid ant species of subhumans. Humph, she scoffed again, her voice considerably louder this time. Braid road, still not happy? Shall we go out for some fun? Where to then? A tornado of contradictions in both words and actions. Braid Nunu exclaimed, the Naval Academy next door? Carry me. The Dragon Knight spread his arms wide. Braid felt a sense of helplessness. Before long, utilizing his mental prowess, he effortlessly scaled the formidable walls of Cypherpole Academy, which had previously deterred all except for the airborne Mosquito Girl and Tornado. Initially, Braid was consumed by thoughts of the potential plummet in sales his little shop might face in 6 months. It was only after this concern that he proceeded, with Tornado in tow, to navigate through the tranquil area of Songhai, arriving near the Naval Academy. Peering over the wall, he remarked upon the serene silence. Wondering if anyone was present, Tornado tilted her head to the left, then to the right. Brett unleashed his observation hockey. They were in the classroom, casually wandering about. Compared to the Cipher Pole Agent Academy, the Navy Academy boasted a more expansive area and superior facilities, creating an atmosphere that was particularly solemn. Perhaps it was due to the composition of the students. The Cipher Pole Academy was filled with children and adolescents, while the Navy Academy comprised solely of adult sailors. As they strolled along, a casual call echoed, "Hey, you little brat." Brad turned his head to find a shadowy figure crouching in the corner of the building, swaying slightly with a burning cigarette pinched between his fingers. "Hey, old man, you look like this, and I could easily report you," Brad teased. The other party responded with silence. Chapter 19. The common-sense four-person team adorned in a hooded sweatshirt emblazoned with a seagull design that pressed down on his unkempt, greasy hair. The man had high cheekbones and wore a pair of brown-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose. His lips bore an inexplicable, quirky curve, which further accentuated the asymmetry of his features, rendering him comically amusing, reminiscent of a comedic extra who wouldn't survive a minute in a film. Yet, this was Borsalino, codenamed Kizaru, a prodigious genius within the Navy Academy, the naval system, and indeed, across all departments under the umbrella of the world government. However, genius often thrives in individuality. For reasons unbeknownst to most, Borsalino had recently been expelled from class by the newly appointed chief instructor of the Navy Academy and found himself standing in a corner of the teaching building as punishment. Bored and idle, he spotted Brad and Tornado, deciding to amuse himself by teasing the children. "Hey, old man, you look like this, and I could easily report you." With that remark, Brad left Borsalino momentarily speechless. Honestly, Borsalino mumbled, rising to his feet. He was slender, yet not frail, possessing a commanding presence at around 2 meters and 45 centimeters tall. "You little brat, you're not cute at all." Tornado tugged at Brad's shirt, her lips pursed, clearly concerned about her height, for without comparison, there could be no pain. "All right, let us go," Brad said, turning around. Tornado took a couple of steps before abruptly turning back, indignantly cursing, "One day, someone will break your legs, you lanky pole. Just because you're tall, you big oaf." Borsalino paused momentarily, then casually replied, "If someone breaks my legs, I'd still be taller than you." Tornado was at a loss for words, pointing at Borsalino with a face full of grievance, seeking help from Brad. Brad pondered for a moment, feigning a naive and soft tone. Yet his words were laced with sharp wit. Let us not engage him in conversation. One glance reveals that he is precisely the type to neglect his studies, leaving the teacher to endure the cold outside. Not only does he possess questionable character, but his appearance is also rather unbecoming. He must be thoroughly rotten from head to toe. After all, one becomes tainted by the company they keep. We should hasten to distance ourselves from him to avoid his contamination. Braid, feeling a surge of exhilaration, swiftly departed from the tumultuous scene, momentarily disinterested in Borsalino. His focus was directed towards the esteemed commandant of the Navy Academy, the legendary figure who had retreated from the front lines, Black Arm Zephyr. It was indeed a pity. "Whose child are you?" A guard stationed at the teaching building halted Braid, chuckling, "You mustn't run amok. This is a military stronghold." The guard escorted Braid out of the Navy Academy, marking the conclusion of a failed infiltration attempt. With the turmoil subsiding, Braid found solace and resolutely continued his rigorous training for over a month. In the year 1491 of the sea calendar, at the dawn of the new year, the Cipher Pole Academy generously granted 2 days of leave for the agent's offspring to reunite with their families, while the orphans celebrated collectively. During this period, a corpulent middle-aged man, indulging in meat, paid a solitary visit to the Cipher Pole Academy. He was none other than the public spokesperson for the world government, the clandestine head of Cipher Pole. "Minister Onist." "Minister Onist? What brings you here?" exclaimed the instructors in surprise. The affable Onist greeted the instructors and teachers as he made his way to the office of the Rookie Agent Training Corps. "Please, no formalities," Onist remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow before unceremoniously seating himself in a chair that creaked under his weight. After catching his breath, he inquired, "How is the training progress of the children, my dear gardeners?" The gathered individuals exchanged glances. Gotsi, acting as the spokesperson, replied, "We have seen initial results." "Initial results? That is far too slow," Onist retorted, dissatisfied. Gotsi, maintaining his composure, responded, "Sir, they are still children. They require ample time to mature." "I do not care." "That is your responsibility," Onist insisted, his tone rigid and unreasonable. Is there a special mission? Gotzi hesitated, his brow furrowing deeply. Many among them are hopeful stars, possessing the potential to become the backbone of the future cipher pole system. I am personally reluctant to risk their tender lives. One is swiveled in his chair, stating, Indeed. There is a special mission, but I cannot disclose the details. If they perish, it merely proves their limitations, does it not? Spare me the sentimentality. Provide me with a few names, Gotzi. In 6 months, I will personally deliver them to your side, awaiting your orders. Gotzi attempted to dissuade Oneist's intentions. They still have much training to complete, including aspects of loyalty. Oneist shook his head. Time waits for no one, Gotzi. This is an order. There is no room for negotiation. I, Goski, sighed deeply, deliberating extensively before gritting my teeth and stating, the most exceptional student of this cohort is Tornado. Yet she is a crucial experimental subject of the scientific core. You must communicate with them. Furthermore, Brutus Estes, Millard Ogbell, and the red-haired swordsman, Braid Heyman. Little Braid is barely over 6, not yet 7. Someone remarked with reluctance. Goski was visibly agitated, but the other children have not even mastered their reading. Ha ha ha. Oneist laughed instead, waving his hand dismissively. No need to be so fervent. I comprehend your sentiments. They are indeed the fruits of your labor. Moreover, as the highest officer of Cipher Pole, I too wish to ensure I have capable subordinates in the future. If they truly possess the qualities you extol, you know I am not a miser. I shall provide them with superior conditions for growth. On January 3rd, Estes, Millard, the red-haired swordsman, and Braid formed a 4-member team. Though conventionally a 4-member team comprises 5 individuals, with Mosquito Girl accounted for Braid's combat prowess. Meanwhile, Tornado and the scientists of the scientific core inundated Oneist with their fervent appeals. The incident occurred abruptly, and Braid could only leave a letter for Tornado. Chapter 20. True Love Among Peers. Without notice, preparation, or any forewarning, and without being informed of any purpose, the semi-finished agents produced by the Cipher Pole Agent Academy formed a conventional 4-member team, gathering outside the academy in Songhai, awaiting their unknown mission. The wind rustled and swept swiftly through the pine forest. Gazing at the scenery, Braid suddenly remarked, Take a good look. Such opportunities may not come again. How can you be so certain? Estes inquired. The silence of the atmosphere was thereby officially shattered. This silence stemmed from their mutual discord or unfamiliarity, particularly highlighting the unconventional Estes and Teddy, who reacted to beautiful girls as if in a frenzy, while Millard regarded boys, regardless of their looks, with the disdain of a refuse collector. Bread, the red corpse hider, maintains a harmonious relationship with the mosquito woman, who is utterly devoted to him. The red corpse hider is Bread's roommate. We remain as unripe fruits, had it not been for the farmer's urgent need or perhaps the request of a guest. How could the farmer bear to harvest? Bread implies that once we officially join the ranks of agents, there will be no time left to complete our tasks. Estes crosses her legs, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as she eagerly states, Oh, I see. Just as well, I've grown weary of the academy. I yearn for the ceaseless pursuit of battle and bloodshed. As her words linger in the air, Millard, with an enchanting yet unsettling grin, follows suit. Her languidly beautiful face is suffused with an unhealthy, twisted crimson, exuding an overwhelming sense of lewdness, revealing the unspeakable thoughts she harbors. With a sharp crack, the chill dissipates. In an instant, a spear of ice blossoms from her fingertips, piercing Millard's neck. Estes coldly remarks, You would do well to exercise caution, Millard. Do not underestimate my intellect. I have comprehended the implications behind your past actions, and I am fully capable of ending you at any moment. Yet, you will eventually grasp the philosophy that true love exists only between the same sex, while relationships with the opposite sex are merely for procreation. I await your realization. As blood drips, Millard remains unfazed, smiling as she opens her arms wide, adding, To perish at your hands wouldn't be so bad, for you are indeed the one I admire. Ah, a grave adorned with lilies. Bread murmured with a smirk, What avant-garde thoughts. However, is it truly wise to raise your flag so high? He added with a hint of vitality. On the other hand, Ernest appeared breathless, his corpulent form hastily seeking respite in the shade of the pavilion, as if struggling to catch his breath. Greetings, children. I am the esteemed chief of Cipher Pole, Ernest. You may address me as chief, Director Ernest, or Minister, whichever suits your fancy. Yes, Commander, replied Breadwin, but please refrain from excessive pretense. With your capabilities, it is unlikely that a short journey would leave you fatigued. Huh. Ernest chuckled, his earlier weakness dissipating. You possess quite the perceptive nature. Are you Brad Heyman, the youngest child? Brad nodded. You are the Red Corpse keeper, Brutus Estes. Millard Oberg, onest, and then your gaze lingered on the mosquito woman, a highly dangerous subhuman species? Did Oberg surpass the boundaries of other medium to large, insect-like super dangerous species that are uncontrollable? While tending to his own wounds, Millard indirectly replied, she has a name. Joanna Heyman. Onest seemed to have an epiphany, and in a moment, he met Brad's disdainful gaze, which conveyed a clear message. I find it hard to believe you gathered us without thoroughly investigating our backgrounds. Ha ha ha, masking his embarrassment with laughter. Onest adopted a serious demeanor and said, let me first pose a question to you all. Are you familiar with the Hunters Association? This civil organization, founded by practitioners engaged in the excavation of ancient relics, providing hired protection, capturing bountied criminals, and exploring untamed territories, has a history of over 7 centuries, roughly paralleling the existence of the government. It is quite substantial in scale, often regarded as a counterbalance among the 3 major forces, the government, pirates, and the nation. Millard, well acquainted with the intricacies due to his lineage from the Cipher Pole family, lazily remarked, the government has always maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Hunters Association, sometimes suppressing it, sometimes collaborating, and at times vying for its favor, akin to a timid girl enamored with a crush. If you like it, just go for it. Dare to reject it, and you'll face the consequences. The others responded with a cough. Red coughed, interrupting Millard's discourse. Ernest chuckled. What a vivid description. But let us not dilly-dally. What is the nature of our task? Death replied with impatience. Ernest, unfazed and maintaining his jovial demeanor, continued. The impetuous youth. This will not do. In summary, the government's stance towards the Hunter Association is one of suppression. After a few years of compliance, they have begun to test the waters by probing into the historically prohibited blank century stone tablets. Therefore, your mission is to infiltrate the Hunter Association and procure evidence of their transgressions. The Hunter Association's licensing exam for hunters is imminent. Is that not the reason for your urgency? The taciturn Red Corpse cashier inquired. Ernest snapped his fingers. Bingo. He further elaborated, infiltrating the Hunter Association is ill-suited for renowned agents, including the majority of operatives who have completed their training at the academy, as they carry the shadow of Cipher Pole, making them easily detectable by the association. Conversely, those lacking the requisite strength have no hope of obtaining a hunter's license. Thus, I have selected you. Finally, Ernest left behind 4 documents, instructing the young individuals to act independently and forbidding them from sharing information before irresponsibly departing. They exchanged glances. A pack of liars, Death scoffed. Brett expressed his agreement with this death, albeit in a more tactful manner. I suppose this is what it means to be a spy. One could sense that Ernest was concealing something, and not merely to a trivial extent, yet Brett remained oblivious to the truth. The Hunter Association convened, and the Red Corpse's hidden agenda was set into motion. Braid is also swift and unhesitant. Brad tore open the document, uncovering an address, 2 photographs, and a file. West C. O'Hara. Archaeologist, Nicole Couple. Fate, indeed, is marvelous. Brad tilted his head, cradling the face of the mosquito girl as she bent down, as if playing with a pet puppy. What do you think, Joanna? Joanna, lacking a full capacity for human emotion, could not comprehend his words. She merely mirrored his joy with a silly grin when he was happy and reflected his displeasure when he was not. Chapter 21. Kim Forage. A towering chasm reaches into the clouds, flanked by 2 bizarre, constant windless zones, crossing the earth in a cruciform pattern, thereby dividing the world into 6 major plates, 4 seas and 1 land. The land is that very chasm, the red earth continent. The route comprises the 2 peculiar, windless climatic bands, with the parallel expanse in between commonly referred to as the Grand Route. The 4 seas are the great oceans delineated by the red earth continent and the Grand Route, the East Sea, South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea. Mary Geos is situated on the red earth continent, at one of the intersections of the windless zones, thus bordering the West Sea. To reach the West Sea, one need only take the westbound train, circumventing the perilous extremes of the Grand Route below, and then transfer to a vessel bound for the West Sea, avoiding the treacherous journey through the windless zone teeming with colossal sea beast slayers. Otherwise, one might end up not in the West Sea, but in the western heavens. Certainly, airships offer a far more convenient means of transport than trains or ships. Yet the exorbitant prices of the burgeoning airship tickets make them ostentatious and unsuitable for the covert operations that require subterfuge. Clang, clang, clang. The steam locomotive commenced its journey. To prevent the panic that might be instigated by Joanna, a being considered a dangerous subhuman, and to consciously conceal her whereabouts, Brad opted to lavishly reserve a private compartment. This afforded him a tranquil environment in which to appreciate the scenery outside the window and engage in contemplation. His thoughts were consumed with analyzing intelligence and formulating strategies. Given the limited time frame, the information Brad could gather from various media such as the internet, television news, and old newspapers was scant. It was already known that the Hunter Association's annual Hunter exam would commence on January 7th. The upcoming exam was the 267th iteration, a testament to the 267 years of history of this event, which serves to select exceptional talents and establish a comprehensive system within the Hunter Association. Motivated by aspirations of wealth, fame, or other ambitions, individuals who do not face the disdain and hatred that pirates endure, nor the relentless pursuit and bounties imposed by the world government, view the profession of a hunter as a shortcut to a better life. This perception has led to an exponential increase in the number of applicants for the Hunter exam, with no fewer than 1 million participants annually since the 1,400th year of the Sea Circle, due to the influx of candidates whose quality varies significantly. The Hunter Association engages personnel for preliminary selections to eliminate a substantial number of those who are unqualified. At the time of the formal selection for the Hunter exam, the questions are devised by examiners, who change annually and tailor the topics according to their preferences, filtering candidates until only the qualified remain. The locations for registration and the testing grounds also change each year. However, the former typically encompasses around 40 to 50 sites, while the latter is usually confined to a single venue, generally situated along the Grand Line. Brad received the address, and West C. O'Hara is the registration site for the Hunter exam. In truth, Brad harbored a profound curiosity regarding the Hunter Association, an entity that operates outside the bounds of control. He pondered why the world government had not extinguished this unruly force during its nascent stages. Moreover, he questioned why they had not curtailed the growth and expansion of the Hunter Association, including its ideologies and the very essence of what it means to be a hunter. Alas, his vantage point was too low. Brad lacked the qualifications to uncover such secrets. As for devising a plan to pass the Hunter exam, Brad contemplated it deeply, ultimately deciding to take each step as it comes, for there were far too many uncertainties. Brad? The mosquito woman adjusted her flowing robe that enveloped her entire body, playfully making a silly face. Boo. Bradwin reclined against the slender, firm legs of the mosquito woman, gently trailing his fingers over her crimson lips, mused aloud. It seems it is time to nourish you once more. The mosquito woman hesitated, casting a glance at Bradwin, awaiting his approval before she enveloped his finger in her mouth, delicately piercing it to draw forth the essence, ultimately lapping up the remnants of his blood with tender care. Braid's pale visage appeared increasingly wan, prompting the mosquito woman, who was enamored with the taste of his blood, to resemble a child caught in mischief, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson of embarrassment. On January 3rd, in the afternoon, the train was exchanged for a riverboat. On January 7th, at dawn, a lush, verdant island emerged, dominated by a towering giant tree that claimed nearly half the island's expanse, standing resolute against the wind. O'Hara had arrived. The dock was already teeming with a throng of individuals eager to register for the Hunter examination. How diminutive. Indeed, he is quite adorable. Yet how old could he possibly be? He might very well set a record for the youngest participant in the Hunter examination. Perhaps he could even be mistaken for a gnome. People brazenly scrutinized Braid, engaging in unabashed conversations about him. Braid grasped the individual intending to reprimand the insolent one, safeguarding the reputation of the mosquito lady, and quietly strode towards the Tree of Omniscience. Arriving at the archaeological sanctuary housing the world's most scholars in the largest library, it would indeed be a pity not to inhale the essence of knowledge. Do not concern yourself, Joanna. The elephant never minds the ants beneath its feet. Brad remarked with a charming smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze soothing the mosquito lady's restlessness. The mosquito lady puffed out her cheeks, resolutely stating, Joanna must protect Brad. A sudden pause ensued. Brad squinted into the distance, observing a solitary youth with raven hair standing atop a hill, gazing towards the eastern sunrise. Perilous? Brad murmured. Mosquito Girl looked down at him, inquiring, What's the matter, Brad? Nothing, just a feeling that fellow is quite intriguing, Brad replied. Mosquito Girl, bemused, remarked, Well, handsome faces abound. Yet fascinating souls are rare gems. Brad playfully ruffled her hair, responding, "You don't understand." Mosquito Girl giggled dreamily. Without engaging with Kim, Brad ventured into the town of O'Hara for breakfast, followed by a spell of reading. By noon, a cargo ship hired by the Hunter Association appeared, summoning all registered hunters for testing to complete their application forms before boarding. Interestingly, Brad, accompanied by Mosquito Girl, occupied the foremost position on the deck, a spot that Kim also found appealing. Her lively eyes occasionally darted towards them, and whenever their gazes met, she shyly turned her head, feigning nonchalance. Brett extended an invitation through his body language. Jean hesitated repeatedly, slowly approaching while nervously stuttering, "Why you, all of you, hello. Greetings, I am Brett, and this is Joanna." Brett introduced himself. That was all. Braid's original intention was to introduce Jean, yet Jean proved to be rather dull-witted. "What is your name?" Braid added, exasperated. "Jean." Coming to a realization, awkwardly replied, Jean Fulisai, a native of Shihai Whale Island. Chapter 22. May I become your disciple? The cargo ship was vast, boasting a weight and displacement capacity among the world's foremost ranks. However, accommodating 20,000 souls rendered it uncomfortably cramped. The drastic reduction in personal space led to a cacophony of interactions. Some individuals formed friendships, while others found themselves at odds, exchanging disdainful glances. Laughter, angry outbursts, friendly banter, and brutish brawls intermittently disrupted the atmosphere, yet all such occurrences were steeped in chaos. Curiously, the captain of this cargo vessel, an initial screening examiner employed by the Hunter Association, paid no heed to the unraveling order, allowing disorder to reign freely. The clash of diverse personalities compounded the already dire conditions aboard the ship. The basic needs of 20,000 people, eating, drinking, relieving themselves, and resting, were woefully unaddressed. Many sought to meet with the captain or inquire of the sailors about what to do next, but the captain remained hidden in his quarters, while the sailors, weary of inquiries, curtly dismissed them with a suggestion to resolve their own issues. The first phase of the elimination rounds had long since commenced. Only fools remained preoccupied with trivial matters. Brett speculated that by the time he boarded the cargo ship, the first phase of the elimination rounds had already commenced. The challenge likely aimed to assess the participants' endurance and their preparedness for crises such as sudden water or food shortages, an inquiry that resonated with the intentions of a cargo ship captain, who had long navigated the vast seas, enduring countless tedious hours. The taciturn Jean cast a glance at Brett and murmured, "You certainly do not resemble a child." "You are not much older than I." Brett chuckled softly. Brett sensed the constraints surrounding Jean, as if he were timid and shy. Jean, exhibiting an extraordinary maturity and a finely tuned sensitivity, far surpassed what one would expect from a mere 12-year-old. As a result, their exchanges were characterized by intermittent, casual conversation. Although Brett was intrigued by Jean, he felt compelled to exercise caution, avoiding any words that might reveal too much of his true self. However, trouble often arrives uninvited. "Hey there, little one, your seat looks quite comfortable. Why not allow me to take a load off?" "Exactly. After all, you little rascals stand no chance of passing the hunter exam. It would be wise to relinquish your spot to someone capable of succeeding in the test. Be good now, and Uncle will give you some candy." A group of tall, imposing figures clad in matching uniforms, muscle-bound men from various boxing gyms and dojos, stepped onto the deck, their demeanor laced with mockery and menace. "Seeking death," hissed the Mosquito Girl, impulsively contemplating the severing of her opponent's head. Brett extended his hand to block Mosquito Girl, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "Very well, if you stand before me, I shall relinquish the position to those among you who can pass the hunter's test." He emphasized the latter part with a heavy intonation, and his expression made the underlying sarcasm unmistakable. "Did this impudent brat look down upon us? Stand before you? We fear you may falter instead." Confronted by the imposing figures of the burly men, Brett grasped Mosquito Girl's arm, redirecting her, his smile unwavering as his fingers deftly maneuvered. A chilling aura enveloped the brawny men, causing their movements to freeze in an instant, unable to traverse even the briefest distance. A singular thought surged within their minds: they would perish. Run away, monster. This sinister creature is utterly terrifying." After a few tense seconds, the burly men broke into a frantic retreat, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Brett examined his hands thoughtfully and mused to himself, "How useful." "What is it?" inquired the blonde, his intuition remarkably sharp. Do not tell me you have done nothing. Brett blinked, pondering the concept of Nien. Nien? Jin's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Brett pondered. Every individual possesses an innate energy, and the art of freely manipulating this energy is known as thought. I hesitated, scratching my head awkwardly for a moment before asking, "May I become your disciple?" Brett, there is no need for formal apprenticeship. To be frank, I have yet to become a mentor to anyone, nor have I fully prepared myself for the role of a teacher. Brett's fingers drummed against the ship's railing as he pondered for a considerable time before stating, "Record this act of kindness, Jean Fulisai. Perhaps one day I shall require you to repay it. Perhaps that day may never come. Yet, when that day arrives, I hope you will recall everything from today and endeavor to assist me." "I shall remember," Jean solemnly vowed. Brett diligently imparted his knowledge of Nun, instructing Gon, including the nuances of the Mosquito Woman, while also reviewing the material himself. Time flowed inexorably. On the afternoon of January 14th, Gon, endowed with exceptional physical prowess and an unwavering spirit, awakened the life energy within him, marking a full week of training, a testament to his remarkable innate talent. Meanwhile, the people aboard the cargo ship, deprived of sustenance for an entire week and receiving fresh water only every 2 days, faced dire consequences. Some, unable to endure the hardships, voluntarily withdrew from the hunter exam, being rescued by escort ships surrounding the cargo vessel. Others incited riots in a desperate attempt to compel the captain to meet their needs, only to be disqualified from the exam. A few managed to fend for themselves, yet others resorted to plundering, resulting in numerous injuries that forced them to abandon the hunter exam. The number of participants dwindled significantly, dwindling to less than 1/10, leaving just over 1,000. "Congratulations on securing your tickets to continue onward," announced the captain of the cargo ship, who had yet to emerge from the captain's quarters, using the ship's loudspeaker to convey his message. Soon after, the sailors busily distributed fresh water and food to each qualified individual, accompanied by a note resembling a child's doodle. "We will dock shortly. Please refer to the map for your route," the captain irresponsibly instructed. Brett unfurled the information strip in his hands. Is this truly a map? Maintaining a facade of composure, he resolved to accompany Jean. Subsequently, he effortlessly navigated through the preliminary selections of the second and third phases, eventually arriving at the ultimate trial site, the Island of Greediness. At a certain sushi establishment, he encountered a plate of cherry blossom sushi, accompanied by the absurd code, "No sushi." Brett began to suspect that the Hunter Association might not be as reliable as it seemed. Not long after, he departed from the back entrance of the sushi shop, following the signs ahead. By the time he reached the ultimate trial location, hundreds had already gathered. Brett effortlessly identified the members of the quartet within the crowd. Esther stood tall against the sturdy trunk of a tree, surveying all around her with excitement as she discerned who among them was worthless and who might serve as worthy opponents for her to engage in battle. The crimson-cloaked figure, seemingly inconspicuous, leaned against a stone, engrossed in reading. Millard, stealthily glancing at Esther's, adeptly approached a girl under the guise of camaraderie, plotting his next move. "Oh, such a little brother," exclaimed a voice, flamboyant and belonging to a short, stout young man with a broad nose. Chapter 23. The first contest come. Please accept your identification tax. This is your personal number for the forthcoming hunter examination, a matter of great significance. To prevent loss, it is imperative that you affix the tag prominently on your chest. Before the stout young man could engage further, the staff members had already presented the identification tags, urging everyone to safeguard them diligently. Braid is designated as number 514, while Jean is number 515. Which one is mine? The Mosquito Woman hesitated, blocking the staff member's path. Brett tossed the number tag to the Mosquito Girl and said, "What is mine is yours." With a giggle, the Mosquito Girl beamed with delight. It seemed that after establishing a bond with Brett, she had become considerably more childish, perhaps due to newfound reliance, no longer needing to feign a fierce demeanor. The staff scrutinized the Mosquito Girl for a moment before silently departing. In truth, he was acquainted with both Brett and the Mosquito Girl. Upon arriving at the registration site for the hunter examination, participants were required to complete an application form, which would then be transmitted to the Hunter Association's headquarters by the preliminary screening examiners employed by the association. Thus, despite the overwhelming number of applicants, a few inevitably left a lasting impression. Brett, who held the record for the youngest participant in the history of the hunter examination, was undoubtedly one of them. Notably, when filling out his application, he declared his ability to control specific magical beasts and mentioned that he was already accompanied by a dangerously powerful insectoid subhuman. In light of this unprecedented circumstance, the Hunter Association convened a debate to determine whether Brett could partake in the examination with the formidable assistance of an insectoid subhuman. Ultimately, they ruled in favor of his participation, reasoning that, akin to other candidates who carried knives, firearms, or trained beasts as weapons or aids, this too constituted a part of individual combat capability, thus rendering the situation fair. "Are you newcomers? You look so young," greeted a stout youth with a flat nose. "I am Donba. I look forward to your guidance." The timid Jean lowered his head, as if he were standing over an anthill. Braid gazed at Donba with a bemused smile, playfully remarking, "Your smile lacks warmth and comes across as rather lewd. The interaction feels unnatural and abrupt. And your gaze lacks sincerity." Donba scratched his head, unable to conceal his astonishment and bewilderment. Brett waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away an annoying fly. "Go refine your skills and return to deceive again, newbie killer Donba. By the way, how many times have you participated in the Hunter test?" "The 15th, Donba replied instinctively, only to realize the slip too late. His inadvertent admission of identity weighed heavily on him, filling him with regret. Brett nodded and remarked, "Remember to frequently alter your appearance and change your name. Not every newcomer participating in the Hunter exam is an unsuspecting fool, oblivious to scrutiny." Donba, feeling disheartened, thought that his path as a rookie assassin had met with a Waterloo today, encountering newcomers in the Hunter exam who were increasingly formidable. The most fearsome of them was the girl with ice blue hair perched upon the massive tree. Had he not been astute enough to kneel and plead for mercy, he would likely have found himself buried beneath the towering grass of this island of greed. "Wait," Brett called out to the dim silhouette of Donba, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Shall we have a chat? After all, I find myself rather idle." Donba replied, "Just a moment, finding a suitable place to rest." Brett pondered and inquired, "Are you happy?" Donba responded with a brief moment of confusion before realizing the intent behind Brett's question. He met Brett's gaze, which radiated pure curiosity, and without hesitation, he fervently admitted, "I am incredibly happy, immersed in the perilous company of the strong, observing their behaviors, honing my instinct for danger, thus ensuring my own safety. Furthermore, amidst the harsh and terrifying trials, I strive to preserve my life while simultaneously indulging in the macabre spectacle of death unfolding around me. I even find myself inciting these events, achieving the thrill of witnessing young dreamers with bright futures descend from life to death, from hope into the abyss of despair. This exhilarating experience defines my existence." It seemed as though he envisioned a tedious tale of a once aspiring youth, filled with dreams and great promise, who, after enduring relentless oppression from seasoned participants of the Hunter exam, became psychologically scarred, warped, and ultimately sought vengeance against society. Brett clicked his tongue, his eyes no longer reflecting pure curiosity but rather mockery and derision. "You dare to toy with me, you little brat!" Donba exclaimed in indignation. With a swift motion, a chilling blade-like claw was poised against Donba's neck. Donba immediately knelt down in a deep bow. "I am truly sorry. Please forgive my impulsiveness." "I apologize." "Such a shameless scoundrel," muttered Jean from the side. Bretto's voice echoed, "I forgive your impulsive nature, Mr. Donba. Shall we continue our conversation?" Donba, glancing at the weapon poised near his neck, responded with a tearful nod, feeling quite aggrieved. About half an hour later, a loud bell rang out. "I am Beasley Lynn, the examiner for your inaugural trial. I am a beast hunter. Thus, the task for your first trial is to traverse the island of Greed and reach the far shore, where you must hunt a beast, regardless of its size," announced a muscular figure, resembling a barbarian, wielding a spiked club. Donba, troubled by Bretto's peculiar inquiries, sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Finally, liberation. That wretched little imp, is he a demon?" Having participated in Hunter tests continuously since the age of 10, Donba had amassed a wealth of information, perhaps unbeknownst to him. He was aware of the nature of Isaac Netero, the chairman of the Hunter Association, among other details regarding its members, which Bretto had gleaned amidst his odd questions, albeit through Donba's somewhat biased perspective. "What is your assessment of the difficulty of this first trial in the Hunter test, Mr. Donba?" Bretto stretched lazily, preparing to set off. Donba, lacking enthusiasm, replied, "It's exceedingly difficult, a perfect score, surpassing the challenges of any inaugural trial I participated in." "Forget it." Beasley Lynn struck his own head with the spiked club. "The registration deadline for the formal Hunter test has now closed. We are proceeding with the official trials. A lack of fortune or insufficient strength may lead to severe injury or even death. Those who still wish to participate despite such risks, may proceed. Otherwise, leave immediately. Having come this far, how could anyone consider retreat? Onward! Onward! The crowd surged with fervor. And one more thing. Beasley Lynn struck his head again with the club. Given the overwhelming number of 3,141 participants, I have been instructed to retain only about 500 for the second trial. Therefore, during this first trial, the competition for number tags is permitted. Those who lose their tags will be considered eliminated. The first 500 who traverse the island of greed to reach the far shore and hunt a beast will qualify. The rest will be eliminated. Chapter 24. Life is truly fragile for now. Let us part ways. Jean exclaimed. Suddenly, feeling a sharp gaze fixed upon him, Breddo turned his head. Among the crowd advancing into the depths of the island of greed, Millard skillfully maneuvered, leading the throng a considerable distance before turning to face them all. With a swift motion, he slashed across his slender neck with his hand, before plunging into the dense primordial jungle. You arrogant scoundrel! If I catch you, you'll regret it. Millard's demeanor exuded profound contempt, manifesting in an overtly provocative stance that incited considerable ire among many. However, Brad discerned that Millard's seemingly indiscriminate mockery was, in truth, a pointed affront directed at him, as Millard had adeptly employed the art of none. Having mastered this skill and identified the appropriate venue and moment, it was evident that Millard could scarcely contain his long-conceived intention to teach Brad a lesson. Thus, with succinct wisdom, he chose to retreat swiftly. Brad lingered in place for several minutes before finally setting off at a leisurely pace. Joanna, Brad instructed, control the mosquitoes. I require both eyes and ears. The mosquito woman drew back her full-body cloak, revealing her graceful form. As you wish, children concealed in the shadows, heed my summons. In an instant, the mosquitoes within the tranquil jungle stirred restlessly, a tempest gathering. Monitor each of them, Brad commanded as he walked, and assist me in locating the nearest human or magical beast. Do not engage. Leave that to me. I must hone my combat skills before encountering Mela. As they ventured deeper into the primal jungle, the flora and fauna grew increasingly colossal, each creature exuding a terrifying desire for greed, vying fiercely for food, water, sunlight, and space, everything that could be contested. They ruthlessly squeezed out both the foreign and the familiar, truly deserving of their name, greediness, the island of avarice. I've found it. The mosquito woman chirped, lifting Brad into flight. Before long, a massive black tiger, towering at 2 meters and boasting a tail nearly 6 meters long, lounged atop a giant cedar. It had just finished feeding and was languidly licking its claws. From the remnants of fabric scattered around, it was evident that its prey had been an unfortunate participant in the hunter's test. With a roar, upon spotting Brad and the mosquito woman, the black tiger lunged without hesitation. The mosquito woman deftly sidestepped, while the tiger swung its tail, safely landing several meters below on the jungle floor. The beast, a jumping tiger, possessed formidable limbs, astonishing agility, and its speed, strength, and ferocity were approximately tenfold that of an ordinary tiger. Brad recalled the World Beast Encyclopedia he had perused, associating this savage creature with a rather amusing name. A worthy opponent. Let me down, Joanna. The mosquito woman cautiously descended, her voice tinged with concern. Do not overexert yourself, Brad. Fear not, Brad replied, clenching his fist. Steadfast. Energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Steadfast is a technique that merges the 4 fundamental applications of thought, unleashing significantly more energy through practice, while simultaneously blocking energy loss. Hence the term steadfast. This technique geometrically enhances defensive capabilities, and when fortified to a certain extent, can evolve into offensive power. Thus, it is a favored tactic among those who understand the art of combat, despite its considerable toll on stamina. The principles of armed color dominance and steadfastness are nearly identical in their application. With a mighty roar, the tiger leapt, closing in on Brad with the speed of lightning, its formidable claws extending like sharp blades ready to strike. The imminent danger was palpable. Brad could even smell the foul stench emanating from the tiger's gaping maw, an exhilarating stimulus that thrilled him. He sidestepped and swung his fist. Boom! Thunderous echoes resounded. Crack! In an act of irrational confrontation, Brad was forcefully sent flying, crashing against the trunk of a tree several dozen feet away. Brad! The heart of the mosquito woman leapt to her throat. You damned fool! Yet, undeterred and remarkably unscathed, Brad deftly pivoted on his toes and charged towards the black tiger. The sounds of impact reverberated. Bang, bang, boom. Suddenly, The air was filled with a cacophony of roars and strikes as Braid engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast. In a fleeting moment, it became evident that despite its formidable nature, the creature was neither human nor a super dangerous species. It was merely a magical beast endowed with a modicum of human intelligence, ultimately falling short. Braid muttered, having opted not to employ the observation hockey. Relying solely on his physical combat skills, he swiftly adapted, discerning the black tiger's offensive and defensive patterns, and soon grew weary of the encounter. Deciding it was time to conclude it, with a swift motion, his youthful palm pierced through the creature's throat, draining its lifeblood. Next, Braid flicked away the blood. Producing a handkerchief to wipe his hands, his movements abruptly ceasing, the mosquito woman stealthily sent a signal. In a flash, Braid extinguished yet another life. This time that of an individual who had approached, drawn by the commotion, intending to ambush him with a concealed firearm. What is it like to take a life? Before this moment, Braid remained oblivious, but now enlightenment has dawned upon him. Witnessing the sanguine flow, he gazes into the vibrant depths of eyes that, in an instant, have lost their luster, leaving behind a hollow darkness. Within him lies an insatiable yearning for life, a struggle against the inexorable grasp of death, accompanied by an overwhelming dread. Devoid of discomfort, yet devoid of exhilaration, Braid is consumed by profound contemplation and a sorrowful empathy for the fallen. Life, indeed, is a fragile phenomenon. He gazes upward at the canopy of trees and lets out a deep sigh. With resilience and a moment of respite, Braid continues his steady advance. Under the starry night, a presence approaches. The mosquito woman rouses Braid. It is Esther's. Brett nodded. Is this all for me? No, she is pursuing a few individuals, replied Mosquito Girl. Spare us. Spare us. No. Devil. Devil. The anguish screams echoed, startling a flock of birds. Do not kill too ruthlessly. They can shield our undercover operation, Brett remarked flatly. Amidst the remnants of bodies and severed limbs, Esteth turned with a radiant smile. Oh, little Brett? A contest, perhaps? Your growth is quite impressive. You have captured my interest. First, settle your debt to me, and then we shall converse. Brett spread his hands, as of today, including interest, that totals 1,300,000 berries. Esteth's lips twitched. No usurer could match your ruthlessness. It is no wonder you are called the heartless little leech. Very well, since I owe you. Once I become a bounty hunter, I shall capture a few pirates and criminals to repay you. I shall await that day. Brett expressed his anticipation. Feeling rather bored, Esteth departed to continue her hunt. Braid remained composed. Chapter 25. If you are willing to dress as a woman, the wicked Malara has arrived, Braid. After Braid vanquished yet another beast, the vigilant mosquito woman abruptly declared. A hum arose, conjuring a dark gust of wind as the swarm of mosquitoes obediently obeyed the mosquito woman's command, lingering near Braid. They could not defy her will. Much like ants to their queen or bees to their monarch, embodying an ingrained hierarchy of nature. Regrettably, the mosquito woman's dominion extended solely to mosquitoes, leaving her powerless over other insects. Brett spread his palm, and a swarm of mosquitoes released a small creature, a stag beetle. Although it resembled an ordinary stag beetle in size, its wings emitted a crisp sound akin to metal scraping, revealing its uniqueness. The great stag, a super dangerous insect species, was social and omnivorous. Brett snapped the stag beetle's antler-like mandibles, which were remarkably hard, proving to be as sharp as any sword or dagger. The mosquito woman leapt in front of Brett, exclaiming, It's coming. Do not engage in trivial matters, Joanna. Brett gently grasped the mosquito woman's tail, pulling her aside with a serious tone. I understand your eagerness to protect me, but I must confront many realities. I cannot forever hide behind you. If I require your assistance, I shall ask for it directly. Oh, she replied, pouting in a rather dejected manner, her lively eyes flickering, and her charming cheeks inexplicably flushed. Swift as the wind, the great stag beetle surged forth, with a dense swarm of insects encircling from all directions. Ah, my loyal little pet, what a pity you chose the wrong master. Millard emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips as he admired the mosquito woman's beauty. Then, in his habitual manner, he allowed his thoughts to flow, unabashedly expressing his desires. Truly exquisite. But why? Why do you not belong to me? If you were mine, I would gladly kiss your legs. Braid could hardly bear it any longer, interrupting Millard. That's enough, Mealer. Millard, with a languid smile, twirled her long hair around her fingers and replied, Are you ready? You audacious little scoundrel. Daring to steal away my beloved whirlwind, I shall not let you off easily. What is it to be? Braid's expression remained impassive. A fight to the death? After all, a few lives lost on this island will soon leave not even a trace, and neither the Hunter Association nor Cypherpole will uncover a single clue. Millard squinted her eyes, brimming with confidence. Feeling quite assured, are we, little Braid? Suddenly, a swarm of colossal sand beetles surged forth, as the Mosquito Queen swiftly commanded her legion of mosquitoes to engage. Undoubtedly, the ordinary mosquitoes stood no chance against the formidable beast king, the colossal sand beetle. After a brief stalemate, they were torn apart and charged towards Braid. Do you know why I? Despite possessing the ability to awaken my life energy almost as swiftly as you and his death, had to wait over a month to do so? Millard teased with a wicked grin. Because I had to cultivate a new breed of insects that thrive on life energy. Indeed, they have slowed me down. But I deem it worthwhile, for it signifies that your abilities cannot withstand them. Leave the insects to you, Joanna, Braid stated, bending his knees as a projectile soared through the air. Bang. Fist met fist. Give it your all, little brother, Millard jested, her movements swift as she raised her leg to deliver a treacherous kick. Braid, unyielding and resolute, unleashed his observation hockey, anticipating Millard's trajectory of attack. With his left leg firmly planted, he launched his right leg forward with swiftness. A resounding impact echoed through the air as Millard narrowly deflected Braid's retaliatory strike. You despicable little imp. Millard exhaled with a sigh of relief, berating him with words of scorn. Shameless. Vile. Brett. Shortly thereafter, with a swift motion, Millard distanced himself, resembling a cunning assassin, gliding around Brett's side. Little did he know that I possess a rather timid disposition. Thus, Millard elongated his tone, proclaiming, the pests your little companion deals with are but a fraction of my entire collection. Hiki. Those participating in the official trials of the Hunter's Test are quite formidable. They serve as the finest incubators for these creatures. Brett remained nonchalant. I can see. See what? Millard grinned mischievously. With a swift motion, Millard retreated, casting forth a multitude of minuscule black objects from his sleeves towards Brett. Exploding ants, activate. The ground trembled with a resounding boom, engulfing Brett in a violent explosion. Oh, how could I forget to mention that my insects are not limited to just the king beetle? Millard reveled in the success of his deceptive tactics. Brett, the mosquito woman, ever vigilant against the onslaught of the king beetles, kept a watchful eye on Brett, ready to intervene at a moment's notice should danger arise. Yet Millard's cunning stratagem left her momentarily stunned. Flustered by concern, her eyes widened in alarm as she commanded her swarm of mosquitoes, which coalesced into a colossal black sphere above. I'll finish you. The swarm dispersed, revealing the mosquito woman in a fit of rage, her crimson skin, hair, and exoskeleton transforming into a fearsome visage. Is she evolving through the consumption of blood for life energy? Millard was seized by panic. Tiger level? Ghost level? Surely not dragon level. In any case, I'm in trouble. Even among the super dangerous species of magical beasts, there exists a hierarchy based on strength and threat, classified into 5 tiers. Millard's king beetle was rated as wolf level, the unevolved mosquito woman and most sea kings fell under tiger level, while the evolved mosquito woman and the massive ancient sea kings were classified as ghost level. Ghost level beasts are rare among the super dangerous species, and the even more formidable dragon level magical beasts possess overwhelming power, capable of effortlessly obliterating islands, like the legendary giant toad of the Land of Harmony, whose fur is woven into the ever-changing imperial artifact, the azure dragon with its crosstail, fitting of the dragon level title. The most exaggerated, god-level super dangerous species of magical beasts exists only in theory. Leave the insects to you, Joanna, Brett declared, emerging from the smoke. Acutely aware that with the surge in power, the mosquito woman's reason was slightly unraveling. I'm fine, he asserted, thanks to his mastery of observation and prediction. Brett emerged largely unscathed, save for the headband that had long constrained his hair, now severed, allowing his brilliant golden locks to dance in the wind. The mosquito woman struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions, lunging at Brett, tears streaming down her face. I thought, never mind. I won't fight anymore. The ghost-level super dangerous beast is aiding you. I stand no chance. Millard, first declaring the battle at an end, then rubbed his hands together, discovering new possibilities. Little Brett? What I mean is, if you're willing to dress as a girl, I wouldn't mind a bit of cross-dressing. Let us be friends, especially close ones. Brett, Chapter 26, Deception and Terminus. You must come to terms with reality, Melra. Do not attempt to jest or feign ignorance. Brett's demeanor was grave, based on your response. I shall determine whether to execute you on the spot, thereby extinguishing the unfounded malice you once bore towards me, as well as the inappropriate desires you now harbor. Melra, resting her chin on her hand, her cherubic face still bearing traces of youthful roundness, wore a look of feigned innocence. Hey, must you be so serious? Execute me? Little Brett, we are comrades, after all. Furthermore, even if you were to seize my beloved little whirlwind, my intention has always been merely to teach you a lesson. Not to eliminate me. That is quite excessive. Who knows the true extent of your so-called lesson? Is it physical or psychological? Melra, some things are more terrifying than death. Brett replied flatly. Melra rolled her eyes, raising her hands in mock surrender, but I concede. Surrender means half a loss, right? Please, little Brett, spare me. I am willing to compensate you. What do you desire? Monetary recompense? If you wish for me to dress as a woman, I would not mind that either. Though you know I lack the capability to commit such an act. No, shameless wretch. Silence. The mosquito woman, having touched a nerve, exploded in indignation. Braid's peculiar reassessment of Mosquito Girl. Can she truly comprehend? What book have you been reading behind my back? Clap, clap, clap. Oh, how Millard applauds. His expression laden with meaning. Once upon a time, a charming human caretaker rescued a beautiful, extraordinarily dangerous subhuman beast. In gratitude, the beast became the pet of the delightful human caretaker, who tenderly cared for his companion. In return, the pet devotedly protected him. Over time, neither realized the feelings that blossomed between them until an antiquated traditionalist unearthed their secret. Goodness, how can this be? A romance transcending species. A love defying the taboos of humanity. Thus, it abruptly ceased. Millard, striving to concoct an exaggerated tale, sang like an opera performer, while discreetly observing Braid, who seemed utterly unperturbed, instead finding his gaze reminiscent of a fool's madness, leading to his growing disinterest. Your will to survive is quite commendable. Yet your integrity seems to be virtually non-existent, Braid remarked sarcastically. Millard elegantly bowed, continuing to emulate the opera singer. Thank you very much. Braid countered, I did not commend you. It is said that your Obergel family wields considerable influence within the cipher-pole system, Braid inquired. Millard, regaining his languid tranquility, replied nonchalantly. There are several ancestors who held the position of cipher-pole's highest officials. You owe me a favor, and since this favor equates to your life, its worth is exceedingly high, unless you deem your existence as worthless trash, Braid stated, flicking his fingers to propose a condition. Millard smiled. No problem, I accept. I understand your nature. You likely never take your promises seriously, Braid remarked pensively. I wish to remind you, my thoughts are of the manifestation type, possessing the ability to surprise. Your words, no problem, I accept, are precisely the answer I anticipated. Millard gradually lost his smile. Bread, without a doubt, deceived Millard. He had not meticulously crafted the manifestation of the items to assist him, yet he astutely discerned Millard's character. Proud yet cautious, paranoid yet arrogant, grotesquely twisted and shameless. He skillfully enticed Millard, who reveled in a facade of indifference, concealing his true intentions, typical of a suspicious individual, to doubt. Do you dare to toy with me? Millard licked his lips and remarked with a smile, You've got some nerve, little Brett. Brett waved his hand and bid farewell. Great Island, the northern shore, marked the conclusion of the first official trial of the hunter exam. Am I the fastest? Esters charged through, disregarding the dangers posed by the treacherous environment and the myriad of terrifying beasts within the island. The staff gently affirmed, Yes, Miss Number 1. However, Esters interrupted, declining the certification for the second official trial, inquiring instead, Is this the only endpoint for the first official trial? The staff nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Number 1. Wonderful. Esters responded joyfully. Moments later, a large banner crafted from tree bark was erected, inscribed with the word finish in charcoal. Is this not against the rules? Esters queried with a sidelong glance. The staff, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, replied nervously, Not against the rules. I suppose no one will fall for it. He mistakenly regarded Esters as a purveyor of a poorly conceived prank, intending to mislead participants of the hunter exam to ascertain their eligibility for the second trial. Yet, with the true and resplendent endpoint clearly displayed, who could be so blind? With a loud thud, Esters knocked down another participant, dragging him by the leg and piling him beneath her banner like a pyramid. What are you thinking? This is indeed the endpoint for you weaklings. Lie still, Esters chanted. The staff, who had been a silent witness to the unfolding events, felt an increasing sense of panic as Esther's pyramid grew ever higher. He could not help but frantically contact his superiors, hoping to put an end to her rampage. Ha ha ha, it's all right. However, it is permissible for competition under the rules of the hunter exam. She has not transgressed any regulations, so we have no grounds to criticize. Perhaps we should have planned more thoroughly. Isn't it quite amusing? It has been ages since I encountered such an entertaining newcomer. While the hunter exams were not devoid of obligatory examiners like her in the past, she differed significantly from them. She had even mastered the art of nin. Her strength was so formidable that the number of participants left for the subsequent official trials might dwindle to just her alone. Oh, that is of no consequence, as there have been years where only one candidate was accepted, or even none at all. The president has already mastered nin. Aligning with the second tenet of the 10 rules of hunters, she enjoys hunting her opponents in the exam, which corresponds to the first tenet. Her patience, knowledge, and observational skills have all proven exemplary. Should the number of candidates for the subsequent trials reduce to just her, or perhaps 10 at most, I shall announce the cancellation of further trials. I intend to exercise the 9th authority of the 10 rules of hunters and personally determine their fates. On the other end of the line, the voice was aged yet possessed an extraordinary vitality, effortlessly dispelling the concerns of the staff with just a few words. The staff sighed helplessly. Chapter 27. Isaac Nitro's death did not concur with Braid's suggestion to leave more individuals participating in the hunter exam for the 4-man team to serve as a cover for infiltrating the Hunter Association. She had her own strategy. Under the regulations of the Hunter Association's exam, she intended to eliminate all those outside the 4-man team participating in the hunter exam. This way, regardless of whether the Hunter Association, which held the initiative, would admit the 4-man team, it would at least mitigate the passivity and unpredictability of the 4-man team. After all, the Hunter Association could only select candidates from the 4-man team to join its ranks. Thus, its death resolutely obstructed the endpoint of the first official trial of the hunter exam, tirelessly defeating one participant after another outside the 4-man team, even drawing the attention of the president of the Hunter Association. Braid and Esteth each possess their own merits and flaws concerning the infiltration plan for the Hunter Association. Braid seeks a subtle, unobtrusive approach, while Esteth yearns for a decisive and radical execution. It is not a matter of superiority or inferiority. However, unbeknownst to the low-key Chi Sui and the lascivious Millard, perhaps neither Braid nor Esteth realizes that they are vying for command over their quartet, aspiring to assume the role of leader. A total of 3,141 individuals participated in the first formal trial of the hunter examination. Despite the harsh nature of Greed Island eliminating many, and the competition weeding out numerous others, a significant number ultimately reached the finish line. Among them were those who brushed against the threshold of awakening their life energy, capable of mastering the art of yin, the aura, and chakra with just a modicum of guidance. No matter how formidable Esteth was, she found herself utterly fatigued. Thus, Braid stepped in to take Esteth's place, leaving a greater number of candidates for the hunter examination to serve as a cover for their infiltration plan, which had been compromised. The established facts were beyond Braid's alteration. He could only revise the plan to uphold Esteth's strategy. What a superfluous endeavor. After a brief silence, Braid and Esteth exchanged knowing glances, articulating in unison, "You are an agent. You tread the shadows, blending seamlessly into your surroundings, skillfully leveraging the resources at hand." Braid reproached in a hushed tone, noticing Esteth turning away as if oblivious. Before silencing himself, he muttered in complaint, "I truly wonder if you ever pay attention to the instructors." Esteth dismissed him with disdain. "Enough of your prattle, Braid." In this moment, Braid could not help but recall a day when an instructor delivered a lesson on assassination, questioning how one could achieve the perfect kill. Opinions varied among the attendees. When it was Esteth's turn, she responded without hesitation, "Eliminate the target and all witnesses." What of intelligence gathering? What about assassination strategies? What preparations for action and retreat? The instructor was exasperated. Esteth, however, regarded it as self-evident. Life does not afford us the luxury of time. As long as you are sufficiently powerful, everything becomes manageable. Has Joanna evolved? Esteth noted the peculiarities of Mosquito Girl. Braid nodded. Indeed, she possesses ample strength to eliminate all competitors in the hunter's test. What about the one who closely follows you? Asked Esteth. Braid was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Esteth referred to Jean Fulisai. He replied, "No. I intend to make him the sole fortunate one. He is far too feeble." Esteth's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Braid wrote, "I hope we can reach an agreement. What if I refuse? The 4 great principles of thought must inevitably restore a certain essence of Esther's." Braid responded with calmness, demanding repayment. 2 pairs of blue and white striped pants, 2 blue sports bras for large band-aids, and a local specialty from Beihai. You win. However, Ace interrupted Braid's incessant chatter. Ultimately, the 5 chosen individuals who would qualify for the subsequent official hunter exam trials were Braid, Ace, Millard, the red-shrouded man, and Jean. It was then that Braid caught sight of Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. With a whoosh, boom, a peculiar airship resembling a cartoonish shark, emblazoned with a blurred red diamond logo, descended as a figure leaped from it. An elderly man, diminutive and frail even in his wooden sandals and oversized kimono, emerged. With prominent ears, eyebrows that soared, and a beard reminiscent of a brush dipped in ink. His bald head was adorned with a ponytail akin to a tuft of foxtail grass. This was none other than the illustrious Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, who, despite being over 90 years old, still firmly held a position among the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world. Oh dear. It seems I've made quite a commotion, Netero remarked, stepping out of the massive crater he had created, scratching his head. I am the president of the Hunter Association and the Examination Committee, as well as the one responsible for this hunter exam. Hello everyone. He paused slightly. All newcomers. This is the second time since I took on the role that I have seen such a surge of fresh faces after nearly a decade without any sign of new talent emerging. Netero gestured whimsically, his demeanor slightly comical. The crowd murmured, what a ridiculous notion. In any case, congratulations on completing the first official trial of the hunter exam. I will personally oversee the second trial, Netero said with a cheerful smile. Ace, brimming with eagerness, interjected, are we to fight? Ha ha ha, what a spirited young lady, Netero replied, maintaining his composure. No fighting, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Now, in order of your numbers, please take a seat. Netero picked up his pen and inquired, why do you wish to become a hunter? Ace replied resolutely, for battle. From battle to battle. From victory to victory. That is my pursuit. Understood. What kind of hunter do you aspire to be? Netero pressed further. Without hesitation, Ace declared, a bounty hunter. Those walking money bags are formidable individuals. Otherwise, they would not be able to roam freely and unscathed. And what do you think of number 99 Millard? No. 210 the red-shrouded man. Number 514 Braid. And number 515 Jean? Netero asked, intrigued. Ace succinctly categorized them. A pervert, a squinty-eyed one, a troublesome little golden retriever, and a useless one clinging to the troublesome little golden retriever. Ah, Netero twirled his brush. All right, please summon number 99 Millard. Up until now, you are the one I most desire to challenge, with an unprecedented level of earnestness. As his death departed, she remarked, though I understand that I am no match for you at present, please believe that day is not far off. Watching Estetha's retreating figure, Netero murmured, a frightening wildness and ambition. Chapter 28. The Little Liars. Please, take a seat. Why do you wish to become a hunter? It is enjoyable and also a respectable occupation, attracting numerous beautiful maidens. What kind of hunter do you aspire to be? A private hunter, perhaps? Wherever I encounter opportunities to meet lovely ladies, that is where I shall be. What do you think of his death? The number 1, the number 2 red corpse hider, the number 514 bread, and the number 515 gold? I like them, dislike them. If they donned women's attire, I would adore them. Otherwise, I find men, including you, quite repulsive. Ahem. Your ability to control small, dangerous insect-like magical beasts is reminiscent of the Oil Woman clan from the Land of Fire's Konoha and the Earth clan from the Land of Rock's Kamikawa family, as well as the Cipher Pole's Auberge family within the world government. The old man truly possesses vast knowledge. However, I recall that the Hunter Association seems indifferent to who may join, with numerous examples to support this. Well, that is true. Now, please summon the number 2 red corpse hider. After bidding farewell to Millard, Netero bit down on his brush, inscribing comments. Number 99 Millard. It is reasonably certain that they belong to the Cipher Pole's Auberge family within the world government. It is speculated that the atmosphere of a family of agents has led them to habitually lie, exhibiting a capricious personality with significant emotional fluctuations, a rather unlikable young girl. As for his death, Netero's assessment noted a lack of the rich emotions expected of humanity, an excessive demand for strength, and a singular passion for battle. A type destined for a grim fate, regardless. Greetings. Lost in thought, Netero was greeted with a polite bow from the red corpse hider. Please, take a seat. Netero scrutinized the red corpse hider and remarked, your name is quite distinctive. The red corpse hider smiled warmly, but remained silent. Why do you wish to become a hunter? Netero, Having sensed that the red corpse hider was not inclined to elaborate, chose to be direct. After a moment of contemplation, the red corpse hider replied, "The world is vast and boundless, and I wish to relish it to the fullest in my lifetime. However, the world is also perilous. I require a formidable organization as a solid support. What kind of hunter do you want to be?" Netero inquired. The red corpse hider raised the medical book in their hands. A hunter specializing in medicine. Naturally, I am acutely aware of my own ignorance in this field at present. Is there a way for me to learn medical skills while also contributing to the Hunter Association? I would be immensely grateful. What are your thoughts on his death, Millard, bread? And gold? Netero, opting to remain non-committal, shifted the topic. The red corpse hider pondered for a while. No comments, unfamiliar with them. Impressions? First impressions? Nitro had no intention of letting the Crimson Hideaway escape. The Crimson Hideaway hesitantly remarked, "Number 1, his death, seems rather formidable, while number 99, Millard, is quite mad. Number 504, Braid, is too diminutive, and number 515, Jean, eludes my ability to describe." "Very well," Nitro replied, lowering his head. "Please summon number 504, Braid." Nitro proceeded to pin his remarks on the Crimson Hideaway, another fanciful youth, indeed yearning for the medical field, yet possessing a fundamentally decent nature. Not long after, Nitro said, "Please take a seat. What motivates your desire to become a hunter?" With a gentle tone, Nitro added, "Most children around 6 or 7 years of age are still at home, reveling in their dominion, squabbling daily over mere candies. Yet you have navigated through layers of selection to reach the final trials of the hunter examination, which is nothing short of astonishing, even to me." Braid murmured softly, "In the distant land of Wano, many children as young as 6 or 7 years old are deemed competent enough to be thrust into the battlefield as ninjas. Quite a significant amount of knowledge, isn't it?" Netero reiterated, "What is your desire to become a hunter?" Braid raised his hands in a gesture of contemplation, pondering the essence of what it truly means to be a hunter. Is it a profession, a vocation, or perhaps a belief? "Oh, you shall come to understand," Netero replied. "What kind of hunter do you aspire to be? A historical hunter?" "I possess an insatiable curiosity," Braid articulated. "The world is replete with questions that elude my understanding, and I yearn to decipher them. History is, after all, the very foundation of all contemporary inquiries." At that moment, Braid posed a question. "What of you, Chairman Netero?" "I have perused numerous historical texts and discovered that the origins of pirates may very well trace back to the adventure hunters of the Hunter Association." Netero chuckled dismissively, responding, "Number 1, Esteth. Number 99, Millard. Number 210, Chishazangren. Number 515, Jean. What are your thoughts on them? The barbaric woman, the peculiar one, the taciturn yet normal individual, and the shy yet ordinary person?" Braid recounted with a tone of perplexity. Netero nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Please summon number 515, Jean." Once Braid had departed, Netero muttered in exasperation, "Why are there so many little tricksters this year? The hunter exam does not assess one's ability to deceive." Number 504, Braid, displayed a maturity beyond his years, and his astute mind posed a daunting question regarding the origins of pirates linked to the adventure hunters of the association, which indeed startled the old man. Unsurprisingly, Jin's inquiry yielded similarly aligned responses. "Please, take a seat. What motivates your desire to become a hunter? To fulfill a dream. And what kind of hunter do you wish to be? A relic hunter. What is your evaluation of number 1, Esteth, number 99, Millard, number 210, Chishazangren, number 504, Braid, and number 515, Jean? Strong. Is that all?" "Indeed." "Very well, I will seek you out shortly." Thus, Jin's assessment concluded, lacking in communication does not equate to timorousness. He is the only honest child. In the distance, after Braid helped Nitro question Jean, before Jean returned, "We revealed our flaws. He saw through our identities," asserted Braid. "She sure, the hidden person," murmured. "No, it can't be." "Trust my judgment," Braid insisted, though he could not clearly articulate the basis for his belief that our identities had been exposed, attributing it solely to an overwhelming intuition. Millard, unusually quiet, remarked, "My flaws are the most apparent. My ability to control small, dangerous insect-like beasts leaves a trace, which could raise his suspicions. By closely observing all things, one can discern inevitable patterns. Following this reasoning and slowly examining the intersections of our behaviors, it is not difficult to uncover the rules, and therein lie the flaws." Braid suddenly realized the profound reason behind his intense intuition. The complexity reflected in Netero's eyes resembled that of a benevolent old man witnessing a naive child being led astray into theft. Isdeth crossed her arms and inquired, "Does this imply our mission has failed?" "It hinges on Netero's personal disposition," he replied. "Considering the Hunter Association, a formidable entity existing outside the government's framework, I find it hard to believe that the government has not attempted infiltration or undercover operations over the past 8 centuries to achieve certain objectives. Yet, the Hunter Association remains resilient. They possess a strategy to counter governmental maneuvers, and outright rejection is a last resort." Braid spoke with conviction. Clearly, the others were momentarily lost in confusion, unable to grasp Braid's line of thought. "Any suggestions?" Isdeth asked. Braid gazed up at the azure sky adorned with white clouds. Chapter 29, The Arbiter. The Hunter examination was successfully passed, and our hunting licenses are now in hand. What are the forthcoming arrangements? A total of 5 individuals qualified in this Hunter test, and we are collectively assigned to the Hunter Association branch in the West Sea for further training. We are currently aboard an airship, en route as per the direct instructions of Netero. On the airship, Bread, with a vantage point by the windows, admired the breathtaking expanse of the ocean, seemingly indifferent as he held his phone, providing a progress report on the interim mission to his immediate superior, Minister Ernest, who was also the highest official of Cipher. Palmiamia struggled to swallow the morsel of meat from her plate. While Minister Ernest swirled his glass of red wine and remarked with a smile, "Well done." Breadwin's words conveyed both good and bad news. "Well, I had my suspicions," sighed Minister Onest, his tone resolute yet his words laced with uncertainty. "Has your identity been revealed?" Breadadu. Have you reflected on the reasons?" Minister Ernest shows no sign of annoyance, as if he had anticipated this all along. Bread pondered. "There are numerous reasons for our predicament. Firstly, the plan to infiltrate the Hunter Association was hastily conceived, and the strategy was overly simplistic. Secondly, there exists a disparity in information and timeliness. Furthermore, our personal shortcomings, such as our strength and experience, cannot be overlooked. In summary, the moment my gaze met Netero's, which was laden with the expression of an old man witnessing a naive child being led astray to steal, I realized with clarity that our identities had been compromised. He was fully aware that we were spies for the government. Brett's nearly perfect textbook response left the middle-aged, slovenly man in utter astonishment. After a moment of silence, Minister Onest shifted the topic with a hint of melancholy, likening it to the gaze of a bewildered grandfather witnessing a naive child being coaxed into theft. "What kind of gaze is that?" "It is one filled with pity for the child's misguided actions, a desire to correct them, and a concern that exposing the truth might cause the innocent child to flee in panic, leaving them vulnerable to the repercussions from the instigator, who likely has a history of manipulating such unsuspecting children." Brett's metaphor lingered in the air. Minister Onest then inquired, "So, Chief, herein lies the dilemma. Should we proceed with the subsequent plan? If we do, what level of support can we anticipate?" Brett paused briefly before responding. "And what is the ultimate goal of this plan?" With a heavy sigh, Minister Onest continued to devour his meat with a somber demeanor. Braid patiently awaited. For the matter at hand was of utmost significance. The subsequent plans must be executed. Intelligence reports indicated that the historical hunters of the Hunter Association, alongside ancient relic hunters, had frequently transgressed governmental laws in their pursuit of the blank century of history. They even colluded with the notorious pirate Roger, who incessantly gathered historical tablets, posing a grave threat to the stability of the government's rule. Minister Ernest remarked, "I shall endeavor to extend my utmost support to you." "What of the final plan?" Braid inquired. "I have always felt that you have not been entirely truthful with us subordinates. The information you withhold is excessive, resulting in a disjunction of knowledge and timeliness that has led to our exposure. There is no final plan, truly. I harbor doubts regarding your successful passage of the Hunter test. Previously, we faced a shortage of personnel, compounded by the imminent Hunter test. This included renowned agents and the majority of ordinary agents, all of whom were shadowed by Cypherpole, rendering them unsuitable for the infiltration of the Hunter Association. Indeed, it was the pressing need that led me to hastily draft you, these semi-finished agents, for the execution of the infiltration plan." Minister Ernest remained composed, devoid of anger. Braid's eyes flickered with curiosity. A shortage of personnel? How could Cypherpole, the government's eyes and ears spanning the globe, be facing such a dilemma? What could have driven this scarcity within Cypherpole? The Whitebeard pirates have filled the void left by the 2nd Division Captain, a man known as Kazuki Odin, whose words would elude your understanding, succinctly stated Minister Onest. However, Minister Onest was mistaken. Braid comprehended the situation with newfound clarity. Through television, newspapers, and other media outlets, he grasped the current state of the world. The world government held dominion, imposing sanctions on Wano Country and targeting pirates, while the Hunter Association maintained a delicate balance among the three factions. The Roger Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Flying Pirates firmly dominated the upper echelons of the fragmented pirate forces. If the Roger Pirates were to persist in their relentless pursuit of the historical texts and engage with the historical hunters and ancient relic seekers of the Hunter Association, perhaps the world government would feel sufficiently secure to obstruct the Roger Pirates from unveiling the hidden truths of history, truths detrimental to their interests, including the map leading to the final destination of the Grand Line, Laugh Tale, and the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Yet, it was well known that the Flying Pirates coveted these ancient weapons. Now, with the Whitebeard Pirates filling the vacancy of the 2nd Division captain, a man named Kazuki Oden emerged as the proverbial last straw, igniting a chain reaction. After all, those who interpret history need not be historians. A stonemason can suffice. And Kazuki Oden represented that very stonemason, as the historical texts had been inscribed by his family lineage. This suggested that the Whitebeard Pirates might emulate the Roger Pirates, regardless of the historical elements unfavorable to the world government or the whereabouts of ancient weapons. The possibility of pirates reaching the elusive Laugh Tale and ascending to the throne of the Pirate King, thereby unifying the fragmented pirate factions, was an eventuality the world government would vehemently oppose, yet one that now bore an increased likelihood of occurrence, raising alarms within the government. Consequently, Cipher Pol shifted its focus, inevitably leading to a shortage of personnel. In these urgent and challenging times, Minister Onest found himself compelled to hastily recruit from the Cipher Pol Academy, assembling a makeshift team of 4 agents to execute a plan to infiltrate the Hunter Association. Despite Minister Onest's reservations, Braid sensed that his patience was wearing thin. "By the way, do you now represent your quartet?" Minister Onest inquired abruptly. Brett contemplated for a moment. "It seems that I excel in synthesizing opinions, and since they lack strong viewpoints, it falls upon me to undertake the responsibility of presenting periodic task reports. I initially assumed that either Esteth or Millard would wield the authority, yet unexpectedly, it is the youngest among us who has taken the lead." Minister Onest indulged with delight, exclaiming, truly the son of a scientist, remarkably intelligent like a prodigy. At this point, I must devote my attention to the task at hand." Brett tucked away his phone and returned to the lounge, avoiding Jin's gaze as he gestured discreetly to convey the message to continue executing the subsequent plan. Chapter 30. The Intelligence Hunter. Shakiak, the journey ahead is long. Do you not find it tedious? Shall we play a game, little ones? As Netero, clad in lightweight athletic shorts and a black tank top, twirled a volleyball on his fingertips while entering the lounge, he invited everyone to join him. To their astonishment, they discovered that this man, over 90 years of age, retained robust muscles and a formidable physique, a stark contrast to the diminutive appearance they had witnessed while he donned wooden sandals and a flowing kimono. He radiated an energy that rivaled that of youth, appearing almost like 2 different individuals. "How do we play?" asked Estes, her enthusiasm palpable. Netero chuckled. "Try to snatch the ball from my hands." He patted his head and added, "No, none allowed. This airship cannot withstand destruction." "How dull." Estes hesitated, well aware that Netero was renowned as the strongest nin user, and she was eager to witness his abilities. With a twinkle in his eye, Netero replied, "If you refrain from using nin, I shall do the same. Even if you were to defeat me, I assure you I would not resort to using nin." "Really?" Estes' interest was instantly piqued. Braid closed the bookend. With a gesture of exasperation, remarked, "Do not let him jest with you, Esteth. Have you ever encountered a ferocious beast that guarantees it will not bite?" "I certainly have not. I swear." Netero feigned indignation and declared, "I am Isaac Netero, the esteemed president of the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, your superior." "You little brat, how dare you question my assurance?" Red sneered, exuding a mix of disdain and pressure. "It is not a matter of identity. Only when one truly brushes against the edge of hell and feels the breath of death can one comprehend who they truly are, the essence of their being, and whether their innermost self yearns for life or is prepared for death." In a fleeting moment, thoughts whirled, and many subconscious actions emerged naturally. At that juncture, a single misstep could seal Esteth's fate, and in order to preserve your illustrious reputation, those of us privy to the truth would also meet a grim end. Nitro fell silent, pondering for a long while. He scratched his head and finally uttered, "I believe you should not be a history hunter. Rather, You ought to be a crime hunter and part-time lawyer, as it would better showcase your talents. Thank you for the suggestion, but it is not out of arrogance. My abilities extend beyond mere rhetoric. To be a crime hunter and part-time lawyer would be a gross underutilization of my talents, Bread replied dismissively. Nitro retorted, it matters not. Esteth, stretching her limbs, remarked, I too wish to experience the might of those worthy of contending for the title of the world's strongest. Even if limited to basic combat. The strikingly elegant Esteth indeed captivated the eyes, while the infatuated Millard, akin to a lustful dog, trailed behind her. Alas, much like her critique of the inexperienced Bread's lack of criminal capability, she too fell short in that regard. The Red Corpse, intrigued, accompanied Jean to the training ground for observation. Only Bread remained seated, engrossed in his book, causing the Mosquito Girl to linger nearby, diligently learning human script and pronunciation. It was not that Bread lacked interest in witnessing the might of those qualified to vie for the title of the world's strongest. Nor was it due to a lack of courage or a desire to waste the opportunity to discern the vast chasm separating him from such formidable figures. Rather, it was the understanding that a stumbling child attempting to emulate adults in flight is both perilous and futile, lacking any reference value, and is prone to injury. It is far wiser to remain true to oneself, grounded, and to traverse one's own path. In less than half an hour, the Red Corpse returned first. Breaking the silence, Esteth stands no chance, and neither does Jean. With a hint of mockery, he spoke languidly, as if a skilled child were effortlessly toying with a less adept companion. I surmised Nitro's expression. Bread, without lifting his gaze, remarked, furthermore, while you watch. Beyond mere shock and admiration, your resolve is inevitably influenced to some degree, igniting a desire to emulate him, fantasizing about a future where you too could be like him. The Red Corpse sighed. Indeed, thus I can no longer watch. Being oneself is paramount. Before long, Jean returned, silently practicing his skills. Meanwhile, Esteth, brimming with energy, engaged Nitro in games. Millard, squatting with an eye for Esteth's beauty, feigned the role of a cheerleader. The following day, Chairman, we have arrived at the West Sea branch, a staff member reported. Nitro spun a volleyball, smiling. This is where we draw the line. You must be weary as well. As Esther's sweat clung to her icy blue hair, she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, having long since reached her limit, sustained only by sheer willpower. Leave it to me. I will take care of Esther's, Millard exclaimed, bursting with excitement, eager to seize the perfect opportunity to draw close to Esther's. Her tongue flicked eagerly. A lascivious and unsettling display. Esther's, resembling a person startled from the brink of death, shot upright. Get away. Staggering, she moved forward to seek assistance from the Mosquito Woman. Millard, disheartened, lingered behind. Moments later, Welcome, esteemed president, greeted a group of diverse individuals as mature. Intellectually poised short-haired beauty led them to welcome Nitaro's arrival at a bustling, Grand Island. Thank you for your hard work, Sakia. Nitaro's gaze wandered, occasionally drifting towards Sakia's ample bosom, his demeanor betraying a lack of solemnity. Sakia lit a lady's cigarette and surveyed Bread and the others. Are these the newcomers? They truly match the intelligence report in their youth. Nitaro laughed heartily. Their average age is merely around 10. Sakia cast a knowing glance at Esther's. But I suppose your penchant for teasing children must be reconsidered? Oh, it was just a momentary whim. In light of their tender average age, I have decided to alter the association's long-standing practice of allowing new recruits to develop freely. I hope your West Sea Division will take good care of them for a while. Nitaro stretched his back, displaying a hint of playfulness. That's it. I must be off. Farewell, everyone. With a swift motion, he dashed aboard the airship, momentarily leaving his admirers in awe, their plans to impress him dashed. All right, children. After your arduous journey, let us take a moment to rest, Sakia said kindly, smiling. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Sakia. You may call me Aunt Sakia. I am an information hunter, so there is no need for you to introduce yourselves. Braid muttered under his breath, Intelligence hunter? Hasn't he managed to connect with that underworld king yet? Chapter 31. Teach father there's no need to trouble yourself. I prefer to stroll and personally experience the environment where I shall reside in the coming days. Declining the offer of a ride from Sakia, Braid ambled forward. After a moment's reflection, he deemed this course of action slightly inappropriate. He returned and courteously expressed, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Sakia. There is no need for reminders. I trust the Hunter Association's territory will be sufficiently conspicuous, and when I tire of wandering, I shall find my way back. With that said, Braid decisively departed. accompanied by the cloaked figure of the mosquito woman. Swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips, Sakia took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "Not charming at all. Has he always been so obstinate? He is still just a child." The co-pilot, Esther's, slightly lifted her eyelids, remaining silent and cold. Perhaps overwhelmed with fatigue after a night spent in combat against Nitro. Occupying the center seat, Millard leaned over Sakia's chair, her large, glistening eyes mischievously scanning the ample bosom of Sakia, a smile playing on her lips. She cooed, "Oh, don't worry about that little oddball's safety, big sister. His subhuman pet is extraordinarily dangerous, you know. It's on a ghostly level." "Ghostly level?" Sakia exclaimed, astonished by the intelligence. The red corpse man remained silent, quietly perusing a medical book, firmly believing that too many words could lead to missteps. He constantly reminded himself that he was a spy infiltrating the Hunter Association on behalf of the world government, thus maintaining a reserved demeanor. Mr. Braid is a genius. Geniuses are always extraordinary. It was the bashful character of Jean, an outsider, who spoke up on Braid's behalf. "Mr.?" Sakia started the car. Surprised by Jin's address to Braid, he is barely over 6 years old, merely half your age. Jean was silent for a while before slowly responding, but in his presence, "I feel like the truly ignorant one, and he is an excellent teacher. He has taught me to read, and I have reason to respect him." Sakia found herself at a loss for words. After all, there are peculiarities every year, and this year was particularly abundant. Millard suddenly interjected, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Big sister?" "It's Aunt Sakia." "I am much older than you presume," Sakia corrected, then shifted the conversation, "Not at the moment, but don't harbor any designs on me. I still have hopes for future married life. I have told you, I am an intelligence hunter, which means I am aware of your unusual sexual orientation. Yet mine is perfectly normal. Besides, I have no interest in indulging you in any taboo games." Millard rolled her eyes and muttered, "Cunning mature women are the worst." "There's no chance at all." The others exchanged glances. What are they discussing? Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed. The air was rent with the cacophony of gunfire, reverberating through the bustling urban landscape, echoing between grand edifices. Sakia glanced at the suddenly apprehensive youths and remarked with a smile, "Welcome to the Mafia Empire, my esteemed companions. The fabled realm of legal illegality." The term Mafia Empire is but a moniker. The city, which also serves as a nation on this vast island, is officially known as the Kingdom of the Mafia Federation. The legendary legal illegality refers to the peculiar circumstances of the Mafia Federation, a nation devoid of historical roots. Having been established for less than 20 years by the supreme leaders of the world's 5 major factions in 10 regions, the so-called heads of the underworld. The Mafia Federation stands as the epicenter of global organized crime, its headquarters. Although the 10 leaders have bestowed legal statutes upon the Mafia Federation, the populace remains inclined to resolve all matters through the means of the underworld. Moreover, due to an abundance of celestial gold offerings that satiate the celestial dragon populace, the Mafia Federation is one of the affiliated nations under the world government. However, it neither acknowledges the jurisdiction of the world government nor accepts its assistance. Focusing intently on arms trading, smuggling, human trafficking, and the illicit drug trade, criminal enterprises that defy both law and morality. Given the substantial celestial gold offerings that nourish the celestial dragons, the world government finds it unfeasible to impose stringent regulations upon the Mafia Federation, leading to its evolution into the legendary realm of legal illegality. Upon acquiring this information, Braid devoted 10 minutes to luring a handful of scoundrels, who coveted his exquisite visage and plotted to abduct him for a handsome price, into a shadowy alley, arranging them neatly. Why is the Hunter Association audacious enough to establish a branch in the Mafia Federation? Braid inquired. Among them are specialized hunters of criminals and bounty hunters targeting heads adorned with bounties, which is sufficient to deter the 10 leaders from engaging with the Hunter Association. The high-stakes game of power, money? As for the details, I am but a humble soul. Please spare us. Forgive us. The row of kneeling figures, bruised and battered, wept in desperate pleas. Bored, Braid snapped his fingers without a sound. The air buzzed with a swarm of mosquitoes, and in an instant, only a few corpses remained. With a detached glance, Braid remarked, "Peeping is an impolite act. Come forth and apologize, penguin." The figure at the alley's entrance was not a penguin but a youth, somewhat short and portly, with a pointed nose and small eyes. Yet his most striking feature was the stubble on his upper lip, incongruous with his tender age. The stout boy, of course, was reluctant to comply and attempted to flee. However, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, a grin plastered on his face. as he was coerced by the swarm to approach Braid. "I sincerely apologize for my inadvertent offense, esteemed sir," the stout youth earnestly expressed, striving to convey respect. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Brett mused softly. "If you were to release the gun behind you, I might just entertain a flicker of belief." The short, stout boy felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "It's useless. Merely worthless scrap," Brett taunted, his fingers playfully swaying, as a swarm of mosquitoes danced through his fingers under the control of the mosquito girl. "Moreover, the disparity in our forces is insurmountable." The stout boy, driven by an insatiable curiosity, restrained composure, and calm demeanor, exhibited an admirable courage in the face of dire circumstances, qualities that others could not impart. Brett, crossing his legs, feigned ignorance as he inquired, "I find you intriguing. Do share your name." Gritting his teeth, the boy replied, "Capone Becky. Since we dwell within the empire of the underworld, let us employ the methods of the mob. You have offended me. Thus, I shall punish you. It is only fair. My punishment shall be one of blood and death." Brett extended his hand. "So, if you desire to live, what must you do?" After much hesitation, driven by sheer desperation, he knelt, symbolically kissing the back of Brett's hand. "Boss, I pledge my loyalty, wishing to serve as your subordinate in exchange for my life." A true father figure, Brett remarked. In a brief span, Brett had evidently grasped the essence of survival within the Mafia Federation. Power equates to rules, which in turn grants one the privilege to dictate those rules, enabling one to act without restraint. Engaging in any deed is not a sin. Only weakness is a crime. Chapter 32. Capone Becky. By the standards of a decade marking a generation, Becky undeniably represents the first homegrown generation since the establishment of the Mafia Federation, characterized by both fortune and tragedy. Given the peculiar circumstances of the Federation, most endured a fleeting period of privileged childhood, abruptly halted, forcing them into a solitary struggle for survival, ultimately leading them to tread the repetitive paths of their forebears, either utterly corrupted or meeting a grim demise. Becky epitomizes this plight. Becky's father was a beleaguered smuggler, while his mother was a noble lady who yearned for romantic escapades, eloping with another. However, it was not with Becky's father. For one glance at Becky reveals the undeniable legacy of a stubborn lineage that even a beautiful noblewoman could not salvage. His mother had been deceived and trafficked, with Becky's father as the unfortunate transporter, who, under the influence of alcohol, abused her. Shortly after giving birth to Becky, his mother succumbed to despair and chose to end her life in the sea. Indifferent to her fate, Becky's father continued his sordid dealings, providing a reasonably comfortable material existence for young Becky. Alas, this brief period of respite was short-lived, as a violent clash stemming from a dispute over goods claimed Becky's father, leaving him vulnerable and bereft of protection. In the treacherous underbelly of the mob empire, countless wolves lurked, unwilling to allow the weak to possess too much. Consequently, Becky was left to wander the streets, surviving through theft and petty crime. The absence of order was not merely lacking, it had collapsed entirely. After questioning Becky, Brad speculated that the founders of the Mafia Federation must have harbored aspirations when they initially established their kingdom. They likely sought to govern their realm in a manner akin to other monarchs, advocating for legal reforms in the pursuit of legitimate enterprises. Alas, their ranks were filled with individuals prone to chaos and disorder, with nary a virtuous citizen among them. Consequently, the community gradually reverted to resolving all matters through nefarious means. Allow me to introduce myself, Brad Heyman, with Brad being my given name and Heyman my surname, quite the opposite of you. Brad observed Becky's every move and utterance with keen interest. Beside me stands my esteemed sister, Joanna Heyman. The mischievous mosquito girl leaned down to playfully lift her hat, making a silly face. Her strikingly beautiful visage was marred by what lay atop her head, an array of grotesque exoskeletons and elongated antennae. Becky gasped in horror, nearly crying out. As you can see, she is not human. Are you aware of the super dangerous species? She belongs to the subhuman super dangerous variety. A smirk played upon Brad's lips. Me? I am a hunter. Do you understand? Becky nodded silently, coming to a lucid understanding of Brad's true nature. He was indeed a formidable character. In essence, he could crush street thugs like him as easily as one might squash an ant. He could mold them as he wished, whether to roll them up or flatten them. A solid initial understanding fosters camaraderie, and I believe our interaction has commenced rather well. Brad smiled, saying, "This is fate, mysterious and ineffable." Becky retorted, "Damn fate. Shall we discuss dreams?" Brad interjected nonsensically, "Dreams? Becky lowered her gaze, somberly replying, "In the realm of the Mafia Empire, dreams are but a fantasy, Godfather." "Oh, a saying passed down within the Mafia Federation? A collection of dreamless souls, indeed." Brad mused, laced with both wistfulness and mockery. A brief pause ensued. Brad whispered like a demon, "Let us speak of desire. Do you yearn for vengeance on behalf of your father? Do you wish to reclaim the grand house and affluent life that rightfully belong to you? Do you aspire to wield power, status, and wealth akin to the upper echelons of the Mafia Empire? Speak your truth. There is no shame in voicing it." "Becky, one must strive to live with a semblance of dignity. Otherwise, what is the worth of such attainments?" "Yes, I desire," Becky responded without hesitation. With a cheerful smile, Brad declared, "Go forth. Prove your determination. Show me your fundamental qualities, and I shall assist you." Leaving behind a string of phone numbers, he departed without further coaxing Becky. She remained motionless, seated upon the abandoned barrel once occupied by Brad, pondering deeply. A child beset by misfortune matures far more swiftly than one sheltered under the protective wings of parents. He was engaged in contemplation, weighing his options, and devising a plan. From a distance, Brad's lips curled into a smile. From the very moment he encountered Becky, he recognized her as an exceptionally advantageous prospect to exploit. Minutes passed. Brad arrived at a church-like edifice, the western branch of the Hunter Association. Sakia was guiding Esther's and others on a tour, simultaneously elucidating the 10 Commandments of hunters and important considerations within the Mafia Federation kingdom. Upon catching sight of Brad, he turned and beckoned. "Would you care to listen as well?" Brad followed the advice given. In a moment, according to one of the tenets of a hunter, one must possess a target for hunting. Mine is history. Secondly, a hunter must attain a fundamental level of martial understanding, which entails the cultivation of one's spirit. "I possess this as well." Brett inquired, "What should I do? What action should I take?" Jacques chuckled, "How straightforward. It's simple. A novice who is still uncertain about what to do requires guidance. Just wait for a suitable opportunity presented by an association, and everything will fall into place. Others should follow suit." With great care, Jacques arranged accommodations for the young ones before departing due to other commitments. Seizing an opportunity when Jean was distracted, Brad summoned a quartet for a clandestine meeting. "What mischief are you concocting now, little Brad?" Millard's characteristic languor and teasing tone interjected. "I was just about to indulge in a refreshing bath. Or have you reconsidered and decided to don women's attire?" With a stern glare, Estes silenced Millard and signaled to Brad. "Rest assured, I have ensured there are no listening devices," Brad assured. Regarding Sakia's remark about waiting for a suitable job from the association, "I find it rather dubious." Estes inquired, "What is your suggestion?" "Let us transform passivity into proactivity. We should take the initiative, disregarding whether the work is suitable or not. By enhancing our visibility, elevating our hunter ranks, and contributing to the Hunter Association, we shall expand our options," Brad articulated earnestly. "Particularly as I have personally witnessed the chaotic conditions within the Mafia Federal Kingdom, which also signifies opportunity. There will be ample work available," he added. Estes scrutinized Brad with skepticism. "You do not intend to suggest that I expedite my earnings to repay your debts, do you?" "You cunning little opportunist." Brad replied, "In truth, I am also interested in exploring the individual assignments assigned to you by the higher-ups, to see if we can formulate a collaborative strategy. However, I suspect it may be futile." Millard chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed, it is likely a lost cause. The rules of Cypherpole are far more stringent than those of the Hunter Association. Should we defy the orders from above and be discovered, the consequences would be dire." Chapter 33. The Nichols. The regulations of the Hunter Association are indeed considerably more lenient than those of Cypherpole, comprising a fundamental framework of merely 10 articles, known as the 10 Commandments of Hunters. Among these, only the first 4 pertain directly to the hunters themselves, while the remaining 6 fundamentally address hunter rankings and the institutional framework of the association. Upon careful contemplation, one finds that the 4 articles specifically governing hunters are rather minimal. Notably, 2 stipulate that hunters must possess a basic understanding of martial arts. This so-called basic understanding demands a rigorous and disciplined approach to the practice of none. For instance, the first article mandates that hunters must have a hunting target, while it imposes a stringent requirement to possess such a target. It does not delineate the scope of said target. Thus, whether terrestrial, marine, aerial, living, non-living, known, unknown, tangible, or intangible, even the most peculiar of hunting targets are permitted. Furthermore, the 4th article asserts that hunters must not regard their fellow hunters as prey. However, those who commit heinous crimes are exempt from this protection, allowing them to be treated as hunting targets regardless of their prior offenses. Moreover, the third article establishes that a hunter's license, once obtained, cannot be invalidated for any reason, nor can it be reissued under any circumstances. At least, no one possesses the authority to revoke a hunter's license. The Hunter Association can only await the natural expiration of the license upon the hunter's death. Although the regulations of the Hunter Association are rife with loopholes and contradictions, not everyone is entitled to violate them. After all, the power to formulate and interpret these rules remains firmly in the hands of the strong. Minister Wano entrusted the four-member team with the overarching mission of infiltrating the Hunter Association to gather incriminating evidence concerning the exploration of the world government's explicitly prohibited historical text in the blank century. As for the individual tasks, Brad, without inquiring further, understood that they were likely aligned with the team's collective mission, revolving around a specific matter or individual, including elements that contravene the Hunter Association's regulations. Fortunately, neither the overall mission nor the individual tasks imposed any time constraints, allowing Brad to encourage the team to proceed cautiously. Otherwise, should they hastily undertake actions that violated the rules of the Hunter Association, these inexperienced operatives would likely find themselves eliminated before they could even await assistance from Cypher Paul. With no pressure from above, the team devoted themselves to their work in the Mafia Federation Kingdom, earning their keep primarily through private contracts with gang leaders who feared assassination. Protecting these gang leaders proved to be a rewarding endeavor, offering substantial compensation and an advantageous environment, satisfying both material needs and providing ample leisure to accumulate experience as hunters, familiarize themselves with the Hunter Association, and bolster their skills. Half a year passed. In August, a couple visited the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association. The man, with his elegant demeanor and dark hair, was strikingly handsome, while the woman, with her gentle beauty and white hair, was equally captivating. They were known as the Nichols, Nicole Swain and Nicole Alvia, the former a historical hunter, the latter an archaeologist. Brad had reviewed their photographs and introductory materials, for they were indeed the focus of his individual task. The moment Brad encountered them, he realized that his orderly and tranquil existence was about to come to an end. Sven, look at that adorable little child, exclaimed Olivia, whose belly was already beginning to show the signs of impending motherhood, as she collided with the exquisitely crafted Brad. Unable to contain her emotions, however, Sven did not indulge Olivia. His expression turned vaguely solemn as he coldly stated, "Let us go, Olivia." "Are you the esteemed Sven?" Brad beamed with his most radiant smile, filled with surprise. Sven paused, scrutinizing Brad with suspicion. "I am also a history hunter, and I have heard of your illustrious name." Brad extended his hand and said, "Greetings, I am Brad Heyman. I look forward to your guidance." Olivia squatted down and eagerly grasped Brad's hand, chuckling, "How delightful. You are so serious, like a little adult." She continued, "Hello, I am Nicole Olivia. I look forward to your guidance as well, Brad." Sven remarked, "I am Sven. Young one, where is the president of the Shakyak branch?" "Aunt Xia is in her office," Brad replied, his smile unwavering as he maintained his earnest demeanor, albeit with a mouthful of fabrications. "Is it true that you, esteemed Sven, have come here to gather personnel? If so, may I accompany you? My dream is to become a history hunter, but regrettably, I have yet to find a suitable mentor to guide me down that path. Lately, I have been working as a private hunter, and it has been dreadfully mundane." Sven replied, "I will consider it. Goodbye, little Brad." "Wait for me, Sven," cried Olivia, playfully pinching Brad's cheek before springing up to swiftly pursue her already departing husband. Braid came to a halt, his golden eyes shifting. "I'm back, Braid." The mosquito woman cheerfully descended, interrupting his contemplation. Red chuckled, "Have you finished?" "Mm." The mosquito girl nodded earnestly, with notable enthusiasm. Capone Becky was indeed a man of audacity, single-handedly vanquishing his father's murderer, thus demonstrating his prowess to Brad. He was seizing the olive branch extended by Brad, employing tactics of assassinating the leaders of criminal organizations to amass wealth and recruit followers, rapidly ascending the ranks. Thanks to Capone Becky, the quartet of private hunters found themselves inundated with contracts, instilling considerable fear in the mafia lords of the criminal kingdom. However, mere defense was not a prudent course of action. Many gang leaders resorted to hiring assassins, attempting to retaliate against him with hired guns that he could not contend with. The mosquito girl had just dealt with those very assassins. "Control the mosquitoes, eavesdrop on Sakia's office," Brett instructed in a hushed tone. The mosquito girl understood immediately. Moments later, she reported, they were discussing something about the historical text steal, that man wishes for Sakia's assistance to contact someone regarding the retrieval of the historical text steal, as the location of its concealment appears perilously dangerous. She continued, he also mentioned threats from the world government, expressing a desire for his wife to take refuge here. Braid raised an eyebrow and inquired, what did Sakia say? Silence ensued, leaving Mosquito Woman feeling perplexed. Bread was taken aback. Silent? The Mosquito Woman communicated with the mosquitoes, saying, oh, their essay conversation. Bread. Your expression is quite peculiar. Chapter 34. Utterly corrupt, you shouldn't have come in person, Swain. The resolute brows of Sakia creased deeply as she extinguished the cigarette in her hand. Finally, she found the courage to respond to Swain, who had been speaking as if to himself. You possess numerous methods of communication, mobile phones, landlines, even the archaic telegraph and letters. Yet you deliberately chose the most troublesome means, thus entangling us all in complications. Complications? Swain exclaimed in astonishment. The secret of the historical monument has thus far only been known to the three of us. Sakia shook her head repeatedly. The crucial point is that the world government has long been aware of your inquiries into historical texts and the excavation of the century of blank history. Although they are currently unable to allocate significant resources to thoroughly investigate and suppress due to the complexities of the maritime situation, they still pay ample attention to the matter. Regrettably, the West Sea Branch is currently harboring agents dispatched by the world government, who will not overlook any doubts surrounding the existence of historical hunters and relic seekers. The identities of Braid and his associates could not remain concealed from Netero, nor could they escape the keen perception of the intelligence expert and character analyst, Shikuyaku. Thus, Netero boldly entrusted the little spies to the West Sea Branch of the Hunter Association, presided over by Shikuyaku, hoping she would manage them effectively, ensuring that the truth remained undisclosed while minimizing the potential risks to an acceptable degree. This arrangement allowed the Hunter Association and the world government to coexist in harmony, both parties fully aware of the situation. Shikuyaku did not betray Netero's trust. Over the past 6 months, she adeptly restrained the activities of the quartet, keeping them under her watchful eye. The reckless visit from the Nikov couple, especially their unexpected encounter with Braid prior to meeting her, shattered the status quo. Shikuyaku understood that Braid, with his uncharacteristically mature intellect, would inevitably suspect something amiss and continuously probe for any subtle flaws in Swain's demeanor. Should he uncover solid evidence to present to the world government, the consequences would be dire. I apologize. I will leave at once to avoid implicating the association, Swain stammered, his lips trembling. Leave? Foolishness. Shikuyaku retorted coldly. Avoidance will not resolve the issue, Swain. As for not implicating the association, do you believe the world government would take you at your word? As long as you draw breath, your hunter license remains valid. And you are an integral part of the Hunter Association. This is indisputable, and the world government will undoubtedly seize upon this to vehemently criticize the association. Swain, distressed, raked his fingers through his hair and lamented, what should I do? Abandon my pursuit of history? No, absolutely not. History is my quarry, and the blank century is my lifelong dream. Stubborn idealists can be quite irksome, Shikuyaku remarked as she lit a cigarette, her gaze shifting to Alvia. Aren't you going to dissuade him? You both have children now. Alvia, gently cradling her belly, replied softly, our dreams are aligned. Shikuyaku fell silent for a moment. Could you help me care for Alvia, Shikuyaku? Please, Swain implored, bowing deeply. Shikuyaku shot him an exasperated glance, exclaiming, idiot. Swain looked up, his face a mixture of desperation and resolute determination. Post a mission to hire private hunters for Alvia, specifically Braid, Estef, Millard, and the Red-Hooded Man. If they refuse, create another mission, devise the details yourself, but ensure it involves a trivial hunt to keep them occupied. Shikuyaku instructed. Then, I will contact other historical hunters and relic seekers to acquire that historical stone tablet. Alvia expressed her disbelief. They are agents of the world government? Little Braid is only 6 or 7 years old. He looks so adorable. One must not judge a book by its cover, Shikuyaku replied. Swain solemnly stated, I understand. Be exceedingly careful. Do not reveal any weaknesses. Based on my assessment, their combat abilities surpass yours. Shakyak reminded Swain. Unfortunately, Shakyak's machinations were destined to fail, as Braid, through the mosquitoes controlled by the Mosquito Woman, had eavesdropped on every exchange between her and Swain. In the bustling pedestrian street in front of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, Braid lounged on a long bench, dialing a phone number. This is Braid. I have crucial information to report. Oh, what vital information? Minister Onest chewed on his beloved meat, responding ambiguously. Brett murmured softly, my personal mission objective, the Nikov couple, has emerged, accompanied by the revelation of a historical stone tablet. Ha ha ha, indeed, this is significant information. Absolutely marvelous. Minister Ernest responded with a cheerful tone. So, what are your plans, young Brett? Brett pondered. This is precisely the purpose of my report. I propose that we amend a hastily conceived original plan. Casting a longer line to catch a larger fish. How long should the line be cast? What size of fish are we aiming to catch? Minister Ernest, ever receptive, showed no sign of irritation at Brett's questioning of the plan's hurried nature. Brett remarked, permit them to take away the historical text stone for research. I believe this artifact will serve as a magnet, attracting a continuous stream of inquiries into the historical narrative, uncovering the iron filings of the century of silence. In due time, we shall capture all at once. It would be best to create a significant uproar, to serve as a warning to others, ensuring that no one dares to contravene governmental laws in the pursuit of historical truths or to excavate the century of silence. Oh, you rascal. Minister Onest did not shy away from jesting, then shifted his tone, asking, are you confident? If it goes awry, it could be disastrous for you, young Bretto. Brett evasively remarked, you are the commander. Indeed, I am the commander. Yet, there exists a higher authority beyond the commander, he added. Minister Onest, clearly seeking guidance from the upper echelons of the world government, was equally reluctant to shoulder the burden of responsibility. Before long, the plan was entrusted to CP9, and you have missed the opportunity for great merit, young Brett. Minister Onest, in a rather jovial mood, jested, do you not harbor any regrets? Brett replied nonchalantly, does it really matter, Commander? Is our small team of 4 still continuing the mission? It seems rather futile now. Indeed. The discovery of a historical inscription stone far exceeded expectations. Minister Onest assessed the situation. You may return with 3. But one must remain to closely monitor the developments concerning that historical inscription stone and assist CP9 in executing the plan. Bredeo inquired, who remains? Minister Onest replied, you. Chapter 35, The Infant. To be candid, Braid harbored a profound aversion to covert operations and undercover work. He despised it immensely. While one might poetically describe such endeavors as engaging in battle at the heart of the enemy, no eloquent phrasing could obscure the pervasive crises and omnipresent threats surrounding him. Each day was fraught with trepidation, compelling him to live in a state of constant vigilance. A reality that was particularly tormenting for someone yearning for a life of untroubled ease. Moreover, the Hunter Association was well aware that Braid was a spy for the world government. Upon learning of the whereabouts of the Nikolov couple, accompanied by the discovery of a historical stone tablet, Braid's spirits soared. Although his countenance remained impassive, his actions spoke volumes as he promptly reported his findings to Minister Onest. He even devised a strategy to extend the line and lure in a larger catch, aiming to divert potential troubles and eagerly anticipating a successful resolution that would allow him to retreat to Mariewa, where he could continue to steadily enhance his abilities at the Cypherpole Academy. The strategy of extending the line and luring in a larger catch would be executed by other agents of Cypherpole. It might necessitate a 4-person team to closely monitor the foundational developments of this strategic plan, particularly concerning the movements of the historical stone tablet, thereby assisting in the execution of the strategy. A consideration Braid had also pondered. Braid believed that Ernest would opt for Millard, the sole descendant of a Cypherpole agent among their quartet, whose family remained alive and who had been educated from a young age to uphold the ideals of the world government, ensuring unwavering loyalty. In contrast, he, Esther's, and the red-haired concealer were orphans, mere fledgling agents yet to complete the brainwashing curriculum at the Cypherpole Academy, with loyalty still in need of fortification, hardly suitable for unsupervised operations, as they were easily led astray. To his astonishment, however, Minister Ernest chose Braid, delivering an immense surprise. Power and authority, both indispensable. After ending the call, Braid repeatedly opened his palm and clenched his fist, reflecting, isn't that right, Joanna? The mosquito girl, glancing around, paused momentarily before breaking into a hearty laugh. Indeed, Braid is always right. With that, Braid swiftly sent a message to Esther's and the red-haired concealer, indicating that Millard's mission had concluded and they were to return to Mariewa. Rising, he declared, we have work to do today. let us set forth. The mosquito girl nimbly wrapped her arms around Braid, soaring into the sky. Shortly thereafter, Brett arrived at a grand seaside estate belonging to the Fabricio family, a renowned old-world mafia clan within the kingdom of the Mafia Federation. "Welcome, Mr. Brett." The well-trained butler, undeterred by Brett's youth, offered a courteous bow and gestured, "This way. Please, Lord Kaiser has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." As Brad walked, he remarked, "I fail to comprehend the significance of your considerable expenditure to engage my services for a single day, yet I am bound to fulfill the duties of a private hunter, primarily to safeguard my employer. The rules of the Hunters Association are well understood by the Fabricio family." The butler responded with gentle laughter. After navigating through a labyrinth of twists and turns, Brad was invited into one of the vehicles in a convoy. The patriarch of the Fabricio family, Kaiser, offered a subtle nod, revealing his advanced age. His skin sagged, muscles had atrophied, eyes appeared murky and distant, and he bore a sparse beard, eyebrows, and hair. "Greetings, young man," Kaiser asked, his voice hoarse and indistinct, barely audible without careful attention. Fortuitously, Brad, having honed his senses, replied, "Hello." A simple greeting sufficed as Brad maintained his silence, adhering to the fundamental principles of a private hunter, to remain discreet, to ask no questions, to speak little, and to suppress all curiosity and subjective emotions. Regardless of his employer's actions, he resolutely considered himself invisible, intervening only if the safety of his employer was threatened or if a request fell within the bounds of the employment contract, disregarding all else. The convoy gradually departed the estate, traversing vibrant neighborhoods, and proceeded directly to the dock on the opposite side of the island. Kaiser engaged in conversation with several gang leaders, all awaiting the arrival of a cargo ship whose captain soon joined their ranks. The henchmen of the various gang leaders began to busily unload an array of illicit goods, narcotics, alcohol, gambling paraphernalia, and even arms and slaves. It was evident that a disreputable transaction was unfolding, with Brad employed by the Fabricio family to prevent them from being taken advantage of. "Master Kaiser, only the slaves present issues," remarked the butler as he inspected the returned cargo. The ship's captain, casually clutching a wine jug, commented, "On such a long journey, we had no excess fruits and vegetables for those wretches." "It is not scurvy, but malaria," the butler replied. Kaiser pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The treatment costs are exorbitant. Let it be. If there are losses, deal with them on site. The due payments will be made, but I hope this does not occur again." "Thank you for your generosity, Master Kaiser," the captain exclaimed joyfully. "No, I beseech you. Blood, lamentation, death." Brett observed the entire scene with an air of detachment. He was incapable of saving anyone, nor could he assume the role of a savior. He merely murmured, "Human nature is indeed malevolent." Brett pondered the depths of humanity's cruelty towards one another, while Mosquito Girl, perplexed yet unable to articulate her thoughts, remained in silent contemplation. Brett comprehended the thoughts of the Mosquito Woman and remarked, "When there is a 20% profit, people become restless. With a 50% profit, they are willing to take risks. 100% profit emboldens them to brave the peril of execution. And with a 300% profit, they acquire the audacity to trample upon all that is sacred in this world. Greed obscures one's vision, leading to moral decay and transforming individuals into grotesque beings, akin to demons." I do not understand," the Mosquito Woman replied, bewildered. Brett remained silent, taken aback. "A baby. It seemed as though it had just been born. What should I do? I cannot bring myself to act. Is that her name? Altair. Hurry. It's no different from killing a puppy. Her mother's corpse is already beginning to decay. She cannot survive. It's easy for you to say. You come and do it." Cries of alarm and murmurs erupted from the cargo ship. "Braid, Altair?" "Without hesitation, that infant sold me, deducting from my remuneration for employment." Braid approached Kaiser, whispering softly. Kaiser nodded slowly in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 36. The little daddy. The ragged cloth enveloping the infant bore the blood-stained, indistinct letters of Altair's name. The blood long dried to a dark brown, flaking away at the slightest movement. The tiny face of the infant was wrinkled, her body and features curled up, her crimson skin marred by remnants of either blood or amniotic fluid, or perhaps a mixture of both. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a patchy growth of white hair adorned her head, resembling a newly born mouse, small, dirty, and unseemly. The little one's breath was faint, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for her recovery. Braid carefully cradled Altair, instructing, "Mr. Kaiser, I shall have Joanna fulfill our employment contract in my stead. Rest assured. Her abilities far surpass my own. Allow me to take my leave. With that, he departed. Bang. Crack. Whoosh. Utilizing his psychic powers, Braid pressed his toes against the ground, shattering the hard stone beneath him as he darted away like an arrow released from its bow, vanishing in an instant. B. The mosquito girl puffed her cheeks, murmuring despondently, Braid, please don't leave me behind. Braid did not make his way to the hospital. The finest physician resided at the western branch of the Hunter Association. Mere minutes passed. Clang. Braid forcefully burst into the building of the Hunter Association's West Sea branch, causing a commotion that sent chickens fluttering and dogs barking. Ultimately, he flung open a door and reached his destination. I beg your pardon, he said softly. Gently cradling Altair with a demeanor that was unusually solemn, his words remarkably succinct. Please save him. Thank you. The disease hunter, nearly mistaking him for an intruder and ready to fire, glared at Braid, his lips twitching as he gradually lowered his handgun to accept Altair for treatment. Lanciclin. The name of the disease hunter was a robust woman whose kind heart starkly contrasted with her rugged appearance. She had previously imparted knowledge of medicine to the Red Corps. Shortly thereafter, Sakia led a group of hunters to the scene, arms outstretched as he inquired, Little Braid, could you clarify? Brett slightly bowed and said, I apologize for the interruption. I will compensate for any losses incurred. After a brief pause, he added, You see, I found a newborn in dire condition, and I urgently sought Dr. Lancey Kellen to save her. Well, truly, Brett has not only a handsome appearance, but also a remarkably kind heart. Please disperse, everyone. Braid's sincere demeanor reassured the crowd. Yet, Shakyak scrutinized Braid with a hint of skepticism, as if re-evaluating him. To save a life? Quite commendable, indeed. However, what comes after? What are your plans for the child? Adoption. Since I have chosen to save her and grant her a second chance at life, I must also embrace the responsibility. Braid replied earnestly. Leaning against the doorframe of the unoccupied infirmary, Shakyak extinguished his cigarette and fell silent for a moment before jesting. Congratulations on your promotion to a young caretaker, Little Braid. Braid responded, It feels rather awkward. Your friends have requested to leave the branch and embark on their own journeys. Shakyak stated abruptly. Brett's expression transformed into one of surprise, and then, breaking from convention, he remarked, I actually have friends. I mean, like Esther's, Mara, and the enigmatic Chizuru, who all synchronously applied to leave the branch and embark on their solitary journeys of training. Meanwhile, Sakia secretly mused about Brett being a cunning little fox and subtly continued the conversation. What are your plans moving forward? Unlike them, you now have a child, and it seems you may not be able to venture out alone for training. A newborn cannot endure the harsh elements or the uncertainties of a wandering life. She requires a stable and nurturing environment. Brett smiled brightly and said, I shall pause my aspirations as a history hunter and instead become a private hunter, residing long-term in this branch. I hope to receive your kind assistance, Ansia. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lansky Kellen interrupted the banter between Sakia and Brett, probing. She is fine, just hungry. We must feed her immediately. Lansky Kellen hurried away with Altair, seeking help from a breastfeeding staff member at the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association. Could you assist me in hiring a nursemaid and caretaker? Please, Ansia. Brett requested. Sakia lit a cigarette and replied, All right. Back to the office. It seems fortune favors you, Sven. Your crisis has been averted. Sakia remarked to the couple, Nicole, who were resting in her office. For some reason, 3 of those little rascals have retreated, and the remaining Little Bread likely has no time to attend to you. Sven inquired, Huh? Has he become a father? Sakia joked with a serious demeanor. The Nicole couple found it absurd. What? A daughter just fell from the sky? Sakia beamed. All right, I was just teasing. But he has indeed adopted an orphaned infant girl. Alvius sentimentally remarked, Not all individuals from the world government are villains. In any case, I still advise against rash actions, Sven. Sakia quickly restrained her smile and solemnly warned Sven. Those are merely agents of the world government exposed within our sight. Who knows if there are deeper conspirators hidden? Focus on accompanying Alvia for a while. You will soon become parents, won't you? I will contact someone to handle that historical stone tablet. Can it be secretly transported to O'Hara? Sven hesitated. Sakia frowned. Do you understand the consequences of such actions? I am fully aware. Sven replied resolutely. Every individual who dreams of exploring historical texts and uncovering the blank century comprehends this deeply. Is it worth it? History is ultimately lifeless, a mere relic of the past. It is the people who are alive, filled with endless possibilities for the future. Sven. The repeated admonitions aimed at him left Sakia feeling exasperated, unable to contain her irritation. Sven, increasingly agitated, stubbornly countered, "I have heard enough of such rhetoric, Sakia. I refuse to entertain grandiose notions about history being a precious treasure for all humanity. And everyone has an obligation to protect and pass it on, or the idea that delving into historical texts and uncovering the blank century is a magnificent endeavor imbued with profound significance. My stance remains unchanged. It is worth it. No one holds the right to strip away people's curiosity in pursuit of history. The historical stone tablet and the blank century are the ultimate hunting goals for me, all history hunters, relic seekers, archaeologists, and everyone in search of historical truths. Akin to the pirates yearning for the legendary treasure One Piece. We are willing to pay any price, even blood, for it. It's madness." Shakyak shook his head in frustration, muttering about those damned idealists. Chapter 37, Cypher Paul. Just as Shakyak and Nicole were parting ways on unfavorable terms, a phone call came through to Brad's mobile. "It's me. Little Brad." A familiar voice echoed through the line. Brad observed his surroundings with a languid demeanor, casually shifting to a secluded corner. "Rashi, the uncle." A week later. "I passed by the Mafia Federation Kingdom and, on a whim, decided to pay you a visit." With that succinct statement, Rashi abruptly terminated the communication. Clearly, Rashi had no genuine intention of merely passing through the Mafia Federation Kingdom or casually visiting Brad. He had come specifically for Brad, representing the strategic plan of CP9 to execute a long-term scheme aimed at capturing significant individuals. He sought to rendezvous with Brad. Yet he remained uncertain about the potential risks of information leakage in Brad's vicinity, hence his habitual use of code words, trusting that Brad would comprehend. Troublesome. Brad leaned against the wall, exhaling a heavy sigh. His pupils gradually dulled, and he sank into profound contemplation. He truly, deeply detested the feeling of being entrenched within enemy territory, particularly when compounded by a sense of helplessness. Cypherpole was not a place for prolonged stays. The Navy? The Navy was even more passive than Cypherpole, increasingly resistant to the world government's interference in internal military matters, and would never permit individuals from an organization like Cypherpole, which operated both externally and internally, to integrate into their ranks. After all, no one relishes the presence of multiple spies around them. Even without the intent to surveil, they would strive to eliminate any potential risks. The Holy Lands Garrison? They were stationed at the very heart of the world government, tasked with guarding the capital of the world. Yet, it appeared they were also responsible for the reclamation of the Dark Continent, transforming treacherous wilderness into fertile lands. Ultimately, it boils down to the disparity in strength. Those who wield great power, no matter how capricious their actions, are often forgiven, aren't they? Brett was lost in his thoughts until Dr. Lancy Klein, cradling Altair, interrupted him. She had fallen asleep. Look how peacefully she slumbered. Dr. Klein's smile was exceedingly benevolent, despite her rugged and even fierce appearance being in stark contrast to the notion of gentleness. Brett took the Altair, meticulously cleaning away the stains. And the little one wrapped in the new swaddle indeed appeared more pleasing, adorably awkward. Thank you, Dr. Lanskillen. Will you be able to care for her? The robust and towering Dr. Lanskillen, even when crouched, still towered over Brett, standing at approximately 3 meters in height and 2.5 meters in width. One of her arms could easily encompass Brett. Raising an infant requires more than mere determination. She is far too small and fragile. Feeding, drinking, relieving herself, and sleeping must all be approached with great care. It demands not only a significant investment of time and energy, but also a thorough understanding of every critical detail. A moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Brett gently kissed Altair's forehead and, with a playful smile that deflected the inquiry, proclaimed, "I possess wealth." Dr. Lancy Kulin comprehended Brett's intent. He was unable to care for Altair himself, yet his financial resources could secure someone capable of providing the necessary care. After all, money can indeed work wonders, especially when it comes to human needs. Thus, Brett, with unwavering determination, leveraged the connections of the Hunter Association's Western Sea branch within the Mafia Federation Kingdom, unhesitatingly investing all his earnings from the past 6 months to acquire property and hire a nurse and caregiver, swiftly establishing a new home. A week later, just before Rasky's arrival, the nurse exclaimed with delight, "He is awakening. Master Brett, Altair is about to open his eyes." She joyfully called out to the diligent Brett while remembering to draw the curtains to soften the room's brightness. Brett approached the cradle, waiting for a moment, and indeed, Altair opened his eyes. Those were enchanting eyes, surpassing even Braid's golden orbs. The outer ring was a blood-red hue, the inner circle a pale green, and the deepest part of the pupil was an astonishing square of deep blue. Though lacking in brilliance at that moment, he was undeniably extraordinary by nature. Altair. You are Altair. There can be no mistake, Braid exclaimed, a rare and heartfelt joy emanating from him. A shrill, grating sound pierced the air. Do not scratch the wall. Joanna, what if you harm Altair's eardrum? Braid cast a sidelong glance. Outside, Joanna peeked in, pouting, filled with envy and resentment, feeling utterly wronged. Have I fallen out of favor? Glancing at the clock, Braid replied, Time to work, Joanna. Of course, work was merely an excuse. Braid was on his way to meet Ratchi. He dared not set the meeting place at home, for his property, the hired nurse, and the governess were all arranged through the Hunter Association's West Sea branch within the Mafia Federation. Who knew what tricks Sakia had up his sleeve? After a brief span of several minutes, amidst the desolate mountains on the outskirts, Ratchi inquired, How have you been, young Braid? Brad spoke candidly, It is not good. I have come to realize that I do not favor the profession of a secret agent. However, Minister Ernest holds you in high regard, praising your talents and labeling you a genius agent, hoping that you will grow swiftly to become his right-hand man. Ratchi replied with a wry smile, Perhaps in 15 years? 10 years. You will be my superior. Braid shook his head, expressing disbelief at the pleasantries exchanged. Let's discuss the matter at hand, he urged. Ratchi's expression shifted as he inquired about the whereabouts of the historical stone tablet. Its ultimate destination should be the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara Island, Braid asserted with conviction. Ratchi, however, appeared less than satisfied. Should? He questioned. I am certain. Braid retorted, What is the stance of your superior? From what I understand, he is not a patient individual, constantly preoccupied with making achievements, yearning for instant success, and basking in the glory of accolades. Ratchi chuckled softly, acknowledging Braid's insight into his superior's character. His enthusiasm is indeed palpable. The strategic plan you devised, to fish for big catches with long lines, yields results that tantalize him. He will exercise patience. But even if he were inclined otherwise, the dual constraints from above and our own will prevent him from acting recklessly. It is unfortunate for him to serve as your commander in CP9. Braid remarked, Cypherpol is the most intricate agency under the auspices of the world government. Besides the headquarters known as Cypherpol No. 0, there are 9 branches, CP1 through CP9, each with distinct responsibilities. CP1 and CP2 handle the protection of dignitaries. CP3 and CP4 focus on intelligence gathering. CP5 and CP6 deal with emergency responses. CP7 and CP8 engage in undercover operations and espionage, while CP9 specializes in assassination. CP0 selects the elite from CP1 through CP9 to serve directly under the Celestial Dragons. What sets CP9 apart is their privilege to execute individuals who do not cooperate with the world government on the spot, which is why CP9 and CP0 generally remain concealed from the public eye to avoid any adverse repercussions. The elite agents of CP9 are predominantly cold-blooded and ruthless assassins, dismissing weak commanders like Spandam entirely. If his words align with their interests, they will heed him. If not, they will merely disregard him as irrelevant. In summary, the long line. Big fish strategy is a protracted endeavor, and it is unwise to expect results in less than 3 to 5 years, Braid cautioned. Ratchi nodded in agreement. Time is insufficient, and the gathered fish are not enough. You must continue to monitor the whereabouts of that historical stone tablet, as there is a special mission awaiting us. We shall deliberate further upon our return. Chapter 38. A rehearsal of the 7 warlords of the sea special mission? Are we to handle that rabid dog? A sudden realization struck Braid, and he subtly probed. Ratchi froze momentarily, then met Braid's inquisitive gaze with a serious expression. What do you know? How did you find out? Little Braid, please, do not jest. In May, specifically on the 13th day, I fortuitously encountered Sakia, the leader of the West Sea branch of the Hunters Association on the island. She is an information hunter, and it was through her that I learned of a piece of intelligence concealed by the government. A vessel belonging to the government had been attacked by the notorious Captain Bandy Wald of the pirate crew known as the World Destroyers. Fortunately, the Celestial Dragon aboard the ship managed to escape with their life. Braid tapped his temple, recalling vividly. After all, it is quite rare for someone audacious enough to challenge, or even contemplate the demise of the ruling Celestial Dragons. Ratchi expressed his skepticism, and then you contacted us for this mission? At that moment, I was resolute. My obsession to eliminate all obstacles, be they navy, merchants, tourists, civilians, or fellow pirates, was unwavering. Anyone who dared to impede my path would be annihilated. The deranged rabid dog had finally bitten more than he could chew. The government would undoubtedly take action against him. His aggression towards the celestial dragons was tantamount to an affront to the government's dignity, a provocation of its limits, Braid recounted matter-of-factly. Rasky remarked. Yet I waited for a considerable time and received no news of his arrest. I surmised that the government must require time to prepare a special plan. Otherwise, there would be no need to suppress the dissemination of this incident. Given the government's might, they could easily publicize the event, amplifying its impact, and subsequently deploy forces to eradicate the walled pirates. By doing so, they would deter the world anew, reaffirming the celestial dragon's supreme status. Wouldn't that be splendid? Braid continued with a flourish. It has been over 3 months now, and coincidentally, you have a special task awaiting you. Thus, the special plan and the special task are intertwined. I venture to guess, and your anxious demeanor revealed everything. Are you a monster, boy? Rasky replied with a resigned smile. Brad chuckled, remarking that meticulous excavation of the information concealed within intelligence, coupled with audacious speculation, invariably yields some rewards. It startled me, as I feared that a flaw had emerged in the mission, sighed Rasky. Bradford inquired, how does the government intend to deal with Bandy Wald? My curiosity is piqued. Since you are already aware, Lasky mused, this is a hunt that transcends the bounds of reason. CP7 and CP8 are infiltrating the walled pirates to incite discord among their crew, while CP5 and CP6 are diligently working to bribe and incite the deeply resentful pirates within the walled ranks, urging them to cast aside their doubts and reservations about forming a coalition with the Navy to vanquish the walled pirates. Brett was taken aback. A cat and mouse game involving a super mad dog? An intriguing and elaborate scheme. No wonder it required 3 months of preparation. His thoughts raced. As for the pirates, with wealth, criminal pardons, and the government's myriad means to dispel their doubts and concerns, they formed a coalition with the Navy to confront the ward pirates. Brett looked up. What was the Navy's stance on joining forces with the pirates against the ward pirates? The Navy, a military with principles and ethics, comprised many individuals whose ideologies were quite radical and extreme. They would undoubtedly find it intolerable for justice to ally with evil to punish another evil, as it would belittle their conviction that righteousness must triumph over all malevolence. Rasky held up 3 fingers. During the government's preparation of the special plan, Panga City witnessed 3 incidents of self-disembowelment, resulting in the death of a Navy brigadier general, a rear admiral, and a vice admiral, with protests escalating. Fortunately, the only active admiral in the Navy, Buddha Sengoku, was not a hawk. Otherwise, history might have seen the first admiral sacrificing himself due to discontent with government decisions. What was the reaction of the higher-ups in the government? Brett inquired with keen interest. Rasky shook his head. While not entirely indifferent, they merely had a conversation with Admiral Kong. After all, who could fathom the higher-ups' intentions? A mere bandit ward was not a Shiki, a Roger, or a Whitebeard, so why go to such lengths? The government was playing a grand game. This was not a hunt that transcended reason, but rather a meticulously crafted experiment. Brett, seemingly enlightened, remarked profoundly, the Navy's attitude towards forming a coalition with pirates against the ward pirates was precisely what the higher-ups sought to understand. Should the situation undergo a dramatic transformation, the Navy might grow accustomed to the notion of justice collaborating with evil to punish another evil. Rasky exclaimed, who am I? Where am I? I don't understand. The tactic of allying with pirates to combat pirates, depleting their resources, Brett was familiar with that. Was it not the concept of the 7 warlords of the sea? However, what struck Brett with even greater awe was that the world government was now conspiring to rehearse the 7 warlords of the sea, seemingly anticipating some monumental shift in the situation. Or was the world government taking the initiative? Cold sweat trickled down Brett's forehead. Little Brett? Little Brett? Rasky asked, are you feeling unwell? Brett awoke and said, it's nothing, Uncle Rasky. Adjusting his mindset, he quickly shifted the topic. By the way, what role does CP9 play in this special mission? We must retrieve all the rewards promised by the government to those pirates, including their lives. Rasky tightened his black leather gloves and replied, let's leave it at that for now. I must take my leave. The conversation could not continue, for Rasky was indeed intimidated by Brett's demeanor. Please send my regards to Aunt Shuefa, and do take the time to accompany her. Safe travels. Brett waved as he watched Rasky's silhouette gradually fade away before turning back. Are you not happy? Mosquito Girl, awkwardly bending as she walked, observed Brett's expression. I have suddenly realized that the world has become more perilous, Joanna, Brett confessed, typically lacking in optimism. Mosquito Girl, however, reiterated her frequent assurance. Joanna will protect Brett. You have yet to master your reading, Brett replied, raising his hands in exasperation. I cannot forcibly awaken your life energy. Our physical structures differ, he continued. Perhaps you could try a bit harder, Joanna? Mosquito Girl bit her red lips. Yes. Keep going. You can succeed, Brett encouraged, secretly pondering the need to research ways to enhance his combat strength. Chapter 39. The Priest Speaks. The world is home to myriad forms of power, including the commonly employed haki, nun, and chakra systems, along with their associated or derived manifestations such as resentment, sage arts, and supernatural abilities, as well as the enigmatic devil fruits, imperial tools, and weaponry. Yet, regardless of the path one takes, all ultimately converge at the same origin, the fundamental life energy sustained by the innate strength and spirit of sentient beings. There are no exceptions. The true distinction lies in the methods of acquiring power. One category comprises those learned through personal effort, such as haki, nun, and chakra, along with their associated manifestations. The other encompasses the acquisition of devil fruits, imperial tools, and weaponry, which serve as mediums for channeling one's own power. The complexities and diversities of these power forms cannot be ranked as superior or inferior. Undoubtedly, given Brett's current circumstances, if he wishes to enhance his combat abilities, he must either delve deeply into the intricacies of Nin or dream of fortuitously obtaining two high-quality devil fruits, one to consume and one to discard. Confronted with the harshness of reality, he finds himself lacking alternative means of obtaining strength. Months ago, at the Cipher Pole Academy. Father, I feel perplexed, Brett, still unclear about what item to materialize given his sixth-type manifestation abilities, sought Andrewson's guidance. Could you explain Nin once more? With a prayer concluded. In the name of the Lord, Amen. Andrewson closed the Bible and smiled gently. Of course, my child. What would you like to know? Brett ran his fingers through his hair, a rare look of distress and agitation crossing his face. Everything. All about the 6 properties of hair. I am still unclear about what I should manifest. Understanding this, Anderson maintained his smile and replied, your current state is a typical manifestation of a person gifted with the ability to manifest. Brett, The varying qualifications, upbringing, and even personalities of individuals dictate the distinct ideational 6 natures that emerge upon awakening one's life energy. While this is not absolute, it certainly holds significance. Andrewson, polishing his glasses, remarked, individuals embodying the manifestation aspect of the ideational 6 natures tend to possess somewhat neurotic, stubborn, and obsessive traits. They harbor unassailable opinions, excel at discerning minute details, and are often challenging perfectionists and realists, which renders them indecisive regarding the objects they choose to manifest. Brett locked eyes with Anderson, reminding him, Father, you too belong to the manifestation category. Is it truly wise to say such things? Anderson blinked, as if jesting. At present, I would classify myself as a characteristic type. Braid. With a gentle rustle, Anderson picked up a pen and paper. In a brief moment, he elucidated, individuals can effortlessly cultivate their inherent abilities, whereas those outside their affinity prove to be far more elusive. Even if one succeeds, mastery remains an arduous endeavor. Anderson gestured towards a hexagonal diagram he had sketched. This represents the 6 affinities chart. To illustrate, let us consider you as an example. You belong to the materialization category, where the probability of mastering materialization is a full 100%. The likelihood of achieving proficiency in the closely related transformation category stands at 80%, while the chances for the more distant manipulation and enhancement categories are 60% and 40%, respectively. In contrast, the probability of mastering the distant emission category is a mere 40%, and for the trait category, the success rate is non-existent at 0%. The trait category is unique, predominantly innate, however. Individuals who transition into the trait category from either materialization or manipulation are often those who have developed their abilities through later experiences. Brett gazed intently at the arrangement of the 6 elemental diagrams and inquired, what is the rationale behind this specific configuration? To which Andrewson patiently elucidated. The reinforcement system serves as the foundation of the 6 diagrams, embodying the essence of thought manipulation. From this starting point, 2 branches extend, the control line of thought, which encompasses the release system and the operational system, and the line of thought's quality transformation, which leads to the transformation system, the materialization system, and ultimately the qualitative system, which encompasses all thought abilities beyond the 5 elemental categories. Brett's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and suddenly he proclaimed, "To harness the essence of thought to strengthen the physical form, one might regard objects as manifestations of enhanced will, akin to the effects of hockey's armament. Can I compensate for my inability to fully master the art of enhancement through the use of armament hockey?" "Indeed," Anderson affirmed with confidence. Brett continued, stating that the nature of transformation techniques, or change-type techniques, shares commonalities with the 7 elemental properties of chakra: thunder, wind, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Might I, then, compensate for my inability to fully master change-type techniques through chakra? Could I even evolve all elemental chakra through change-type techniques? Indeed, Anderson affirmed this once more, but quickly emphasized the daunting challenge it presents. "It is exceedingly difficult, my child. Human time and talent are limited." The conversation swiftly veered off course. In essence, the transformation of thought into physical manifestation, or manifestation techniques, theoretically allows for the creation of anything one desires, provided one possesses sufficient understanding of the object in question. After all, manifestation techniques cannot conjure things that defy the laws of nature. Furthermore, incorporating the constraints and contracts I have taught you, along with special abilities such as manipulation and control, can render one highly deceptive in battle. Anderson remarked, "It is quite simple. All you need to do is harness your talent for discovering minute details, your unwavering determination, and your rich imagination." Brett pondered, "Shall we discuss your nun ability, Father?" "My nun ability is called Sin and Punishment, specifically designed to execute monsters and heretics," responded Anderson. Brett smirked at the corner of his mouth. "Is it over? Forgive my reservations." "Dear child," Anderson sighed. Braid nodded, understanding. At this moment, after sitting in silence for a considerable time, Braid still found himself grappling with the decision of what to materialize. A contract chain? A mad jester? A bulging-eyed fish? A pinch of gunpowder? There were many references, yet none resonated with Braid. He yearned for something more formidable. Something that would grant him unambiguous combat prowess. Offense plus defense equals combat strength. Offense. Defense. The best defense is a good offense. Attack. What form of assault could be impervious to defense? What weapon strike could leave one defenseless? Brett pondered incessantly, lost in thought. The incessant buzzing of a mosquito filled the air. Snap. Brett snapped his fingers, a fleeting spark of inspiration igniting within him. Joanna. Joanna. Chapter 40. Gluttony in mid-August. At a sprawling seaside estate belonging to the Mafia Federation Kingdom, the piercing cries of a newborn echoed through the villa that once belonged to the renowned Fabricio crime family. No, it was formerly the domain of the esteemed Fabricio clan. "Be good, Altair." Gently kissing the forehead of the infant in his arms, Brett consoled her. Stepping over the lifeless bodies of gangsters as he approached the depths of the corridor leading to the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, the ailing gang leader, Kaiser, lay bedridden. He had already heard the sounds of blades and gunfire outside, but was powerless to act. Now, silence enveloped the room. With great difficulty, he gestured for his butler to assist him in sitting up, his murky gaze fixed intently on the bedroom door. Awaiting the fateful decision, would the Fabricio family repel their foes once more, or would they face annihilation? The answer left Kaiser disheartened. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps grew nearer. The door creaked open. "Good day, Mr. Kaiser. It is a pleasure to see you again," Brett greeted with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat on the sofa near the bedside. Kaiser's voice remained hoarse and gravelly, tinged with weakness, as he sighed softly. "What grievance does the Fabricio family hold against you, Mr. Heyman? I beseech your guidance, for I had previously sought your services through the Hunter Association, providing you with the due respect and remuneration that one deserves. I cannot fathom having fallen short in any regard. If you find my family lacking, I am willing to apologize and present you with a generous gift. Why must we find ourselves in this current predicament?" Truly, the seasoned gangster exhibited remarkable composure amidst adversity. Brett was taken aback, praising Kaiser's calm demeanor and sagacity. He replied, "I must concede that during our engagement, you indeed rendered me the respect and compensation I deserved. However, I assure you I owe you nothing. I fulfilled our contract in good faith. Once the contract concluded, we became strangers. Yet you have taken to insinuating that I lack the professionalism of a hunter in seeking revenge upon you, which is rather inappropriate." Kaiser replied with poise, "Indeed, that was inappropriate, my error. Yet, if we are to remain unconnected, Why then did you assault the Fabricio family? I am a private hunter, Brett declared with a wave of his hand. Becky, chomping on a cigar, boldly stepped before Kaiser, removing his top hat. Greetings, Mr. Kaiser. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Capone Becky, a figure you may have heard of, albeit a minor one. Ah, you are the recently risen Mad Kid? I am aware that several gang leaders have had their wealth and heads taken from them, creating quite a stir that has left everyone in a state of unrest. Coughing violently, Kaiser was abruptly seized by a fit of harsh coughs, prompting the butler beside him to pat his back in a hurry. After spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm, he cast a heavy gaze towards Becky and then towards Braid, inquiring, "Did he hire you?" Stop with the deceit. Despite her best efforts to conceal it, Becky's reverence towards Braid could not escape the sharp perception of the cunning Kaiser. The underworld places great importance on hierarchy. And as a gang leader, he could discern loyalty and fear in a person well before the age of 50. Ha, Braid chuckled, gently swaying the infant in his arms. Truth be told, it is because of her. I have taken her in, cherishing her as a precious jewel. Naturally, I wish for her happiness and must eradicate anything that brings her sorrow. Your slave trade is what led her to lose her parents. That is a lie. Kaiser interjected furiously, his agitation resulting in another fit of agonizing coughs. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure. His gaze drifting to the peculiar weapon tightly gripped in Braid's other hand. His tone became resolute. You merely wish to eliminate a few individuals to test your new toy. Is that not evident? Braid expressed surprise. Really? Kaiser replied with sarcasm. Your innocent smile betrays your intentions. Apologies. But a child with a new toy is always a bit too excited. Braid feigned sincerity in his apology, while Kaiser muttered, in my old age, I have learned to be cautious and prudent, especially towards monsters of your formidable strength. Not even someone as small as you can be underestimated, lest I invite misfortune. But alas, I harbor no regrets. Since I have chosen to act, rest assured that I will not spare you. Are you still rambling? Braid stated. Kaiser languidly replied, I do not wish to be a fool. I simply wish to comprehend my demise. With a swift motion, the sharp weapon pierced flesh, leaving behind two lifeless, withered corpses. Bradley swiftly eliminated the notorious crime lord and his steward, then turned to Becky and said, Clean it up, Becky. The territory of the Fabricio family now belongs to you. Yes, Godfather, replied Becky, her plump cheeks quivering as she suppressed her anxiety. Braid gazed intently at his manifested object, black, approximately 3 feet in length. The thickness of a pinky finger, tapering to a needle-like point, hollow within. Its name, Gluttony. The ingenious creation of Braid, reminiscent of a mosquito's piercing mouthpart, is endowed with 2 remarkable abilities through the constraints and covenants of his nin, Breach and Devour. Breach. This ability allows one to disregard any defensive aspect of living matter in a normal state, unaffected by imposing presence, chakra, or nin. Devour. Upon striking living matter, it swiftly and automatically siphons the victim's life energy. However, the life energy consumed cannot be utilized by Braid at present. He is diligently contemplating a solution. Once achieved, he shall be on the cusp of transforming his manifestation type Nin into a characteristic type. It is noteworthy to mention the constraints and covenants of Nin. By establishing rules and solemnly vowing to adhere to them, the more arduous the rules and the more stringent the oaths, the greater the unleashed power. Conversely, to violate the established rules or breach the sworn promises will result in a terrifying backlash from none, similar to the ability Braid has granted to Devour. Should he contravene his own regulations or oaths, the consequence would be instant demise. Constraints. Attacks can only be directed at living matter. Covenants. First, once Devour is activated, blood must be drawn to invoke the special ability of Breach. Second, by mortgaging his life, he may invoke the special ability of Breach for Devour. However, the value of his life seems insufficient to warrant the ability to disregard any defense. Reclaiming Devour, Braid languidly reclined on the sofa, clearing his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Joanna, shall we move? The mosquito woman paused in surprise. Huh? Chapter 41. I am a genius. What are you? In the evening. Everything was tidied up, all set, Godfather, Becky said, her slightly plump and unattractive face adorned with a humble, obsequious expression. Resembling a dog, a well-behaved bulldog wagging its tail at its master. Red remained unperturbed, teasing Altair, have you truly tidied everything up? I am not merely referring to the Fabricio estate, no, but also to the villa that now belongs to your Capone family. Furthermore, I speak of the wealth, enterprises, and territories that were once the domain of the Fabricio family. but now rightfully belong to your Capone lineage. Becky, was left utterly speechless. Brad cast a glance at Becky and instructed, "Sit." With a sense of hesitation, Becky moved a small stool and positioned himself across from Brad. In truth, he had no desire to inherit the legacy of the Fabricio family, particularly the endeavor of managing it. He preferred the thrill of severing the head of a mob boss, seizing his treasures, and then retreating to observe as the gang descended into chaos. Did he not? Brad spoke languidly. Have you contemplated the consequences of such actions in the long run? Becky appeared perplexed. At the tender age of 12, despite his precocious nature shaped by personal experiences, his vision and insight remained limited and narrow. I tell you, the Mafia is an organization that places immense value on order and authority. Your actions disrupt this order and challenge their authority. In time, you will inevitably cross their bottom line, which they will not tolerate. The consequence will be that they will stop at nothing to eliminate you, leaving you with no chance to even struggle, Brad articulated, mimicking the gesture of squashing a bug. I cannot shield you around the clock. I am your boss, not your bodyguard. After a brief pause, he added, do not take this lightly. I am not attempting to frighten you. The 10 elders who rule the dark forces of the world command a special unit known as the 10 Shadow Beasts. They are all adept in the art of thought and possess formidable powers. If they were to take action, what are the odds of survival for an ordinary boy like you? Perhaps 0.1%? 0.2%? It should approach 0. Brad added with a hint of amusement. Becky's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it can't be. Such prominent figures as the 10 elders could not possibly be concerned with me. What are they thinking? The Mafia Federation Kingdom is the capital of the world's dark forces. Brad replied, his expression one of resignation. Becky, now a bit anxious, asked, what should I do, Godfather? Obey the order, respect the authority, Brad replied, resting his chin on one hand. To inherit and manage the Fabricio family legacy, you must learn the traditional ways of Mafia survival. This is how you uphold order and show respect for authority. Engage with the higher-ups of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, feign allegiance to them. Regardless of the favors the Fabricio family has provided in the past, at 30%, I trust they would be willing to forgive your previous mischief. Becky nodded solemnly. I will remember. Your immediate objective is to ascend to the upper echelons of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, Brad contemplated before adding, assess the current funds. I will take half. Understood, Godfather. Becky murmured cautiously, Godfather, could you possibly teach me the art of thought? With a smirk at the corner of his mouth, Brad remarked, desiring power? There's no shame in that, but given your qualities, you fall woefully short. Perhaps you should focus on honing your physical prowess. Becky remained silent. I am not dismissing you. I assure you, Brad continued, adjusting his posture leisurely. Becky, you must be harboring thoughts of resentment. Why should I, at the age of 6, master the art of thought while you languish? The answer is simple. I am a genius. And you? Becky retorted, at the very least, shed that little belly of yours. Brad boldly set a goal for Becky. Once you trim that tummy, I shall impart to you the art of thought. Becky bowed slightly. I appreciate your generosity, Omenor. Best of luck, Becky. Brad held the increasingly restless Altair securely. The little one is hungry. Let us depart, Joanna. As they left the villa, the stout trader Brad was loathed by Joanna, as the mosquito-like figure muttered. Braid replied, I understand. It matters not. His utility is sufficient. Then, with renewed inquiry, Mosquito Woman asked, so, Braid, are you truly serious about the relocation? Bread The Hunter Association, West Sea Branch. Are you jesting, little Bread? Shakyak took a deep drag from his cigarette. Altair is still vulnerable and cannot withstand further turmoil. You are well aware of this. Braid, indeed. Then you, Sakia, realizing your lapse, swiftly composed yourself and inquired, what prompted you to abandon your prior intention of residing for an extended period in the Mafia Federation Kingdom? Sakia was acutely aware of Braid's identity as an agent of the world government, as well as the fact that Braid knew she was cognizant of his status. Consequently, as a representative of the Hunter Association tasked with monitoring Braid to prevent any subversive actions within their ranks, she was particularly reluctant to let him out of her sight. I do not wish for Altair to grow up in an environment rife with gangsters, murderers, thugs, and the detritus of society, Braid declared, feigning earnestness. Sakia extinguished her cigarette. Where do you believe is suitable for Altair's upbringing? In the balmy climate of Spring Island, where a rich academic atmosphere prevails, Altair would be immersed in a sea of knowledge, awakening the brilliance of wisdom. Braid appeared quite pleased, performing an exaggerated bow. In any case, I am grateful for your care during this time, Aunt Sakia. With that, he concluded his remarks. Brad turned and walked away. For a moment, Shack remained still, muttering under his breath, "Fickle little bastard." The island of O'Hara, characterized by a rich academic atmosphere and a spring-like climate year-round, was the only place that matched the global criteria. A flick of the lighter ignited Shack's cigarette. After smoking 3 cigarettes in succession, Shack made a call. "This is Shack. Listen up, Swain. Brad Heyman is heading to O'Hara. I'm uncertain whether it's to confront you or to pursue that historical inscription stone." Shack's tone was particularly grave. "What I dread most is the latter scenario, which implies that among the historical hunters I contacted for the transportation of that stone, there must be a traitor. Perhaps he is even an agent of the world government. Otherwise, the information could not have been leaked. If Brad Heyman is indeed after that stone, it is imperative to relocate it immediately, before the world government takes action, regardless of the consequences." Swain on the other end of the line responded with something Shack could not tolerate. "Stop talking about your ridiculous dreams. I'm not consulting you, you fool. Lives are at stake. Many lives." He continued, "If Brad Heyman is after you, exercise extreme caution. I suggest you leave O'Hara for a while to avoid the storm." "I cannot delay him, Swain. Don't you understand? He came to bid me farewell and informed me of his next destination. He is testing me." Shack was in turmoil, exceedingly agitated. "Am I being paranoid? How do you explain that the historical inscription stone was just unearthed and transported to O'Hara, and he arrives there? It's too coincidental." Chapter 42. A modicum of talent. Next stop, the underwater prison. September 3rd. The official mouthpiece of the world government, along with semi-official media outlets, suddenly launched a concerted effort with television, radio, mobile phones, and countless newspapers inundating the public with the sensational news that the notorious pirate captain of the warred pirates, the world destroyer Bandy Wald, had been apprehended by the Navy and imprisoned in the dark depths of the underwater prison. Braid became aware of this news through the newspaper. In addition to perusing its pages, his peripheral vision occasionally caught sight of the CP9 members who had seemingly arrived at his newly acquired home on O'Hara Island. This core group of CP9 had participated in the operation to apprehend Bandy Wald. In other words, the news of Bandy Wald's arrest was not breaking news. Rather, it was a meticulously orchestrated announcement by the world government regarding his capture and imprisonment. Hey, no greeting upon seeing the commander? What a rude little brat. Spandane was indeed not a patient individual. Braid's indifference and blatant disregard for his demeanor infuriated him, his long face etched with displeasure as he chattered incessantly. "Is he your junior? Rashji, for goodness sake, please discipline him." Rashji furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at Spandane, who, in response, grew increasingly timid, gradually covering his mouth. Devoid of the authority befitting a CP9 commander. "My apologies, today's newspaper is rather riveting. I was engrossed," Braid remarked with a grin as he folded the paper. "Greetings, Uncle Rashji. Hello, Father Anderson, and everyone else." To Braid, the newspaper was not merely captivating, it was extraordinarily so. The crux of the newspaper's content, Braid was certain, was not the world government's triumph in capturing Bandy Wald, thus eliminating a notorious terrorist, nor was it the display of strength showcased by the government through this apprehension. The most significant aspect of the report was the world government's unusual decision to publicly disclose the details of Bandy Wald's capture, which should have been concealed. The world government explicitly informed the public that their forces against Bandy Wald comprised the Navy and pirates who harbored animosity towards him. The alignment of justice with malevolence was bound to incite public trepidation, inevitably tarnishing the image and credibility of the world government, which prided itself as the guardian of global peace. Yet, paradoxically, the world government had deviated from its norm. Why? Braid believes that the initiatives of the world government aim to undermine the public's ingrained perceptions of justice and evil, which are often viewed in stark contrasts, right and wrong. Navy and pirate. This is akin to testing the Navy's response to collaboration with pirates, engaging the public's reaction to such an alliance, ultimately intending to cultivate the 7 warlords of the sea. "You too, child," responded Anderson gently. Spandam, filled with resentment, muttered, "Everyone? Am I also part of everyone? You insolent brat. I am your superior. You are not my superior. I report directly to the esteemed minister." Onest of Cipher Paul Braid replied indifferently, "Even in this forthcoming joint mission, you lack the authority to command me. My role is that of a strategist and guide for the execution of tasks. To be more succinct, until you have obtained full authority from Minister Onest to oversee the mission, remain silent and obey my commands." Spandam gaped in disbelief. a mix of anger and absurdity washing over him. How infuriating. Rashchi hesitated, casting a glance at Braid, silently inquiring whether he was serious. Braid slowly shook his head. He was undoubtedly employing the pretext of the Minister One's name to deceive Spandane. Upon their initial encounter, Braid swiftly discerned Spandane's impatient, vain, and arrogant disposition, a quintessentially poor leader. More adept at causing failure than achieving success. It was imperative to suppress him from the very outset. And what of the historical stone tablet? A tall, robust man in a suit interjected, standing upright at the entrance, with cascading orange waves of hair and a darker complexion, adorned with round-lensed sunglasses, exuding an air of cold detachment. Bradeo, the basement of the world's largest library, the Tree of Omniscience. Crash. Braid rummaged through the drawer of the coffee table. My findings include a roster of individuals who have come into contact with the historical text inscribed on the stone tablets. Braid shook the folder in his hand. Spandane lunged forward like a ravenous beast, almost snatching the folder from Braid. Driven by an intense desire to cling to the few privileges remaining to him as a CP9 commander. Wait a moment. Are you jesting? You insolent brat! Spandane exclaimed incredulously. Have you lost your mind in your quest for accolades, cobbling together information from just anywhere? Andrews reached out silently, prompting Spandane to meekly offer the folder with both hands, his demeanor both comical and pitiable, utterly spineless. The names, genders, ages, places of origin, and even photographs of the targets. Never have I encountered an agent capable of gathering such detailed information on so many individuals in such a short span of time. Especially considering that when Esteth and the others returned to Mary Geos, they mentioned in passing that during the Hunter exam phase, the Hunter Association was aware of your affiliation with the government. Given that the Hunter Association knows you are government agents, the Hunters must be on high alert around you. Yet this roster includes numerous Hunters. Andrews pondered thoughtfully. It is not a matter of distrust. Could you enlighten me on how this was accomplished, my dear child? Brad languidly reclined on the sofa and remarked, the reason I purchased this rather unimpressive house is its proximity to the Tree of Omniscience, which falls within the realm of my perceptive prowess. A group of 10 elite members from CP9, their gazes synchronously traversing the window, beheld the towering and verdant Tree of Omniscience. They exchanged glances, pondering the distance. 200 meters? No, perhaps 220 meters? Rasky estimated the distance from the house to the tree, his expression peculiar. Are you a monster, little Braid? Braid remarked softly, it is merely a modicum of talent. As for CP9, while they were acutely aware of my affiliation with the government and harbored substantial wariness towards me, they dared not expose my intentions outright. They remained uncertain whether my presence on O'Hara Island was aimed at a specific individual among them or at the historical text stone tablet itself. Their conjectures continued. Braid elaborated. By employing the Kinbunchika Haki to discern the aura of those who have come into contact with the historical text stone tablet, and by marking the subtle distinctions, I can then proceed to the Tree of Knowledge library where that tablet is concealed, to peruse its volumes. After all, one must attend to their basic needs. And those who have interacted with the historical text stone tablet will inevitably vacate the subterranean library of the Tree of Knowledge for a time. Utilizing the Kinbunchika Haki, I will identify and confirm their identities based on the markings. Those capable of studying the historical text stone tablet are primarily history hunters, relic hunters, archaeologists, and historians. For history hunters and relic hunters, I accessed the Hunter Association's website to browse the list of licensed hunters, while for archaeologists and historians, I perused the mundane annual rankings of prominent figures within academia. Ultimately, Braid concluded, it is quite simple and enjoyable. Thus, I have adapted my strategy to cast a long line to catch a big fish, alleviating the need for the entire CP9 to toil. It is sufficient for me to have one or two individuals with exceptional Kinbunchika Haki assist me for the time being. Braid stretched. Oh, it must be Kinbunchika Haki. While the effects of my mantra are akin to Kinbunchika Haki, they lack discretion. To be candid, the range of my Kinbunchika Haki does not extend beyond 220 meters. Lasky, feeling somewhat awkward, sighed. The only one among us whose Kinbunchika Haki reaches 220 meters is. Anderson declared, I will remain to assist young Braid. Everyone, take care. Braid decisively ushered them away. Initially, Brad was reluctant to engage in the long-term strategy of fishing for big gains, deeming it overly intricate. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the execution period for this strategy was protracted. Isolated from the epicenter of the world government, he found himself devoid of any soft or hard resources to facilitate his growth. The Hunter Association, which was aware of his status as an undercover agent for the world government, left him with no option but to generate his own resources. Undoubtedly, Anderson's guidance served as an excellent source of soft resources. Chapter 43, The Holy Shield. Indeed, I concede that my unilateral modification of the mission strategy, conducted without prior notification, was rather inappropriate. Given my impulsive initiative, Brad felt compelled to provide a corresponding report to his direct superior, Minister Ernest. He dared not repeat his earlier mistakes and thus conveyed the alterations to the long-term strategy of fishing for big gains in full transparency, taking complete responsibility and countering Minister Ernest's criticisms and admonitions. Brett's confession left Minister Ernest utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, the minister finally erupted with an irritable reprimand, which leaned more toward complaint than criticism, dripping with sarcasm. Truly a genius. Even before officially becoming an agent of Cypherpole, he has already mastered the art of subverting authority, learning only the nefarious traditions rather than the virtuous ones. Brett's lips curled into a slight smile, for he was certain he would not face any repercussions. Minister Ernest's assertion regarding the tradition of Cypherpole being above reproach was indeed accurate. Cypherpole does possess such a tradition. The structure of Cypherpole is vast and intricate, laden with confusion and peculiar regulations, along with numerous unwritten rules. Consequently, even the esteemed Minister Ernest, as the highest authority within Cypherpole, often finds himself at the mercy of his headstrong subordinates who act with impunity. For instance, a genius is afforded privileges, provided they demonstrate sufficient potential. Brett remained unaware of the existence within Cypherpole of a certain principle known as genius has privilege. This principle suggested that should an individual exhibit sufficient potential, they would be afforded certain defaults in consideration. This notion sparked in him a realization, stemming from a serendipitous encounter during his time at the Cypherpole Academy, where instructor Gotzi had alluded to the Sacred Shield, a specialized force dedicated solely to safeguarding the celestial dragons, the world's ruling elite. This unit, which held a status superior to that of Cypherpole, commanded a level of respect even from the celestial dragons themselves, clearly reflecting the hidden strength of the world government. The Sacred Shield comprised a fixed number of 7 members, who adhered to a stringent philosophy of selecting only the most exceptional individuals, those possessing overwhelming prowess. The Armée de la Army of elite agents were drawn from Cypherpole PL, which itself was an assembly of the finest operatives from the 9 divisions of CP1 through CP9. However, even the elite among elites were not guaranteed overwhelming strength. Hence, the stringent criteria limited the membership of the Sacred Shield, compelling the celestial dragons to enlist Cypherpole in unearthing and nurturing those with sufficient potential. At present, Brett was far from being a candidate for the Sacred Shield, merely skirting the edges of the notion of genius as privilege, having garnered a modicum of attention. The situation with Estes seemed somewhat more promising than Brett's. Millard and the red-haired man lacked the qualifications. The true prodigy was Tornado, almost assuredly destined to become one of the future members of the Sacred Shield. Gotzi had also mentioned Anderson, who had previously declined the invitation from the Celestial Dragons, relinquishing his opportunity to join the Sacred Shield, citing his need for the freedom to spread the light of his master. He had also repeatedly turned down promotions from CP9 to Cypherpole PL. "My apologies, Commander," Brett offered insincerely. Minister Ernest was engulfed in his meal, devouring it with an almost ferocious appetite, the sounds of his chewing resonating loudly through the phone. "Isn't it splendid? CP9 will not have to expend the majority of their forces on O'Hara Island. You will have greater manpower at your disposal," Brett remarked with a smile. Minister Ernest, with a hint of ambiguity, questioned, "Can you guarantee that you will accomplish the task effectively?" "I assure you. Just wait. I will send you a document that will demonstrate my capability to execute the task with excellence, Commander," Brett responded. "Furthermore, Father Anderson has endorsed my plan and has voluntarily offered his assistance." Minister Ernest fell silent. After a pause, seeking the opportune moment to gauge how much those historical inquirers, those criminals, had uncovered in terms of secrets, he mused. Merely wishing to catch a big fish without understanding the growth of the fish itself is absolutely futile. With a profound yawn, Minister Ernest concluded, "Thus shall it be. I feel fatigued, yet I strive diligently. Little Brad, I am not a person driven by an overpowering desire for control. Rather, I take pleasure in creating opportunities for the younger generation. Witnessing their exuberance and the flourishing of their talents is truly gratifying." Beep. The call has ended. Brad stood by the window, gazing at the distant evening glow. "How is there a baby?" Anderson returned, familiarizing himself with a new circle of life. Brett raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I found it and felt a pang of compassion. This is not a bad thing, is it? Anderson, radiating warmth with his gentle smile, replied, My dear child, kindness is a virtue. It is a noble quality. Brett shifted the topic, identifying himself as an atheist. Father Anderson, might you teach me the 6 forms of body techniques and the art of armed color hockey? He inquired. As for your thoughts, have they materialized into a weapon? Anderson replied. Brett remained silent, his wrist turning over, revealing gluttony quietly resting in the palm of his hand. With exaggerated discernment, Anderson slowly nodded in acknowledgement of Brett's prowess. Before inquiring, What troubles you, dear child? I sense your sorrow. You are perpetually anxious, restless, and live in a state of profound discontent. Perhaps this has inadvertently contributed to your extraordinary maturity. Regardless, I lament your inability to experience the innocence and joy of childhood. Brett stated succinctly. Part of it is due to familial reasons, while the other part is shrouded in the unknown and ignorance. Father Anderson, I fear the unknown and also dread ignorance. I yearn for the strength to conquer the unknown and even more so, to shatter ignorance. Anderson, moved, reached out to bless Brett, saying, You shall be steadfast and unafraid. You shall forget your sorrows, and if they do resurface, they shall flow like water. Your days on this earth will shine brighter than noon, for even in darkness, they will resemble the dawn. Amen. A brief silence enveloped them. I can teach you the 6 styles of combat, but I cannot impart the armament hockey. Your body is not yet fully formed, and it may affect your health, Anderson remarked. Raid pondered, What about the chakra? I apologize, my child, but I am not omniscient. Anderson replied. Brad's insatiable curiosity was piqued. I have always wondered, Father Anderson, how formidable are you? The priest's expression turned grave as he replied, Child, I abhor violence. Brett, the infamous executioner, the decapitating detective, the gunblade father, the angel of dust, detest violence? Chapter 44, The 6 Styles. The 6 Styles is one of the hallmarks of Cipher Pole, a technique that all graduates of the Spy Academy have the opportunity to master. However, your situation is unique. You were thrust into the battlefield before you could complete your studies at the academy. As your senior, I feel it is my duty to pass this knowledge on to you, even if you do not request it. Bathed in the radiant glow of the morning sun, Anderson, having concluded his prayers, is in good spirits, perhaps due to his faith. In his daily life, he rarely experiences unhappiness, in stark contrast to the brooding nature of Brett. Brett listened attentively. Anderson, with a smile, remarked, The 6 styles, finger gun, storm step, moonwalk, paper drawing, iron block, and shave, are all categorized under physical techniques. Much like boxing, mixed martial arts, and wrestling, they demand an even more rigorous control over bodily movements, thus transcending human physical limits to achieve greater power. While mastering the 6 styles is not particularly difficult, excelling in them is the true challenge. Oh? Brett inquired with keen interest. Anderson elaborated, tracing back several centuries. The initial system of Nin was firmly held within the grasp of the Hunter Association, while the government employed a system based on Conqueror's Haki. However, Conqueror's Haki is not easily mastered. The 6 styles emerged in such an environment, specifically designed to lay the groundwork for the armed color of Haki, akin to the foundational techniques for none. Yet, the 6 styles possess practical combat applications, enabling direct confrontation with ninjas, nin users, and devil fruit users. After a brief pause, he continued, In modern times, the training methods of the nin system gradually infiltrated the government. Nin can be forcibly awakened with the assistance of nin users, allowing for rapid mastery, which has garnered widespread popularity. After all, the effort required to cultivate Haki far surpasses that of nin, and the probability of successful mastery is significantly lower. Anderson expressed his deep reflections. Furthermore, with the government's need for a continuous supply of military strength, they have tacitly prioritized the training of nin over Haki. While this may not be a poor strategy, considering that certain effects of nin bear resemblance to Haki, it is likely that, in a few hundred years, Haki may face obsolescence. Brett blinked. Father Anderson? We've digressed. Ah, Father Anderson, unfazed, kindly remarked. In any case, while many have learned the 6 styles, few have truly mastered them. The majority employ mere thought and the support of Haki to execute the 6 styles, whereas the adept harness their will and Haki to bestow upon the 6 styles a dual enhancement of destructive power. They also rely on the 6 styles during combat to conserve their will and Haki expenditure. Do you comprehend the distinction between the two, my child? Brett stood resolutely. Indeed, Father Anderson, I have adequately prepared myself for the trials of blood and sweat. Let us commence with the basics, shaving and practicing the moonwalk. What are we waiting for? Let us run. Strengthen your legs, my child. Anderson gestured with the grace of a respectful waiter, inviting his guest to take a step forward. O'Hara Island, 5 laps. Brad strode forward without hesitation, entrusting you to look after the omniscient tree mice dwelling beneath the library, Father Anderson. Of course, my child, Anderson replied. Once embarked upon this journey, there could be no turning back. Brad approached the acquisition of power with meticulous seriousness, dedicating nearly all his time to mastering the 6 styles. Save for the essential acts of eating, relieving himself, resting, and occasionally accompanying Altair, who was gradually learning to recognize him. Meanwhile, Anderson not only oversaw those researching the historical stone tablets but also instructed the mosquito women in their practices. Time swiftly passed, bringing us to the year 1492 of the sea-round calendar, in the month of February. Brad was compelled to pause his study of the 6 techniques as his superior. Minister Onist again urged him to explore the historical text inscribed on the stone tablet, seeking to discern its true significance. Coincidentally, upon concluding his phone call, Brad encountered the familiar couple, the Nichols. The expectant mother, Olivia, bore a notably pronounced belly, indicating that the time of her delivery was imminent. She radiated a nurturing essence that rendered her even more beautiful. The soon-to-be father, Swain, wore an expression of joy as he heeded Shakiak's advice to temporarily leave O'Hara Island and lay low for a while, just as he re-entered Brad's line of sight. It has been a while, Mr. Swain, Mrs. Olivia, Brad greeted warmly. However, the joy of the Nichols seemed to dissipate almost instantly, replaced by an air of caution and vigilance. You are well, young Brad? Olivia managed to muster a strained smile. Brad fixed his gaze upon Olivia's abdomen for a moment before meaningfully diverting his attention to Swain. In that fleeting exchange of glances, a chill ran down Swain's spine as he comprehended Brad's malice directed towards his unborn child. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Brad inclined his head and departed. As he watched Brad's retreating figure, Swain remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed in thought. Swain, what is the matter? Olivia called out. Startled, Swain forced a smile. It is nothing. Let us continue our stroll. A walk would be beneficial for you and the child. Because of little Brad? Olivia was not naive. Even under the halo of pregnancy that dulled her senses, Swain exhaled deeply. Indeed, he is an agent of the world government. Having resided on O'Hara Island for months without any apparent purpose, his intentions remain an enigma. Abruptly, he confessed, I am frightened. I believed I was fearless in pursuit of my dreams, but with Robin's impending arrival, I am terrified of losing you, of losing Robin. The weight of my suppressed fears presses upon Swain's fragile nerves, and tears flowed uncontrollably as he spiraled into despair. Shakiak is right. I am a fool. Utterly selfish in my disregard for you both. I am so sorry, Olivia. It is all right, Swain, Olivia replied, awkwardly pulling her husband's south head close to her swollen belly, allowing the child within to soothe him. By choosing to marry you and adopting your surname, I have pledged that no matter what happens, I shall never regret my choice. I cherish your qualities, especially your unwavering determination. That night, silence enveloped them. Brad raised his index finger and exhaled softly as he stealthily infiltrated the home of the Nichols. He swaggered into Swain's study and reclined lazily on the couch. Swain's mouth fell agape, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had envisioned countless scenarios of Brad revealing the menacing fangs of a global government agent, yet he had never imagined this particular scene. Shall we chat? Brad propped his chin on one hand. Chapter 45. Allow me to arrange this for you, I inquire. You respond. He reached for a pen from the desk, a sheet of paper, and a book, seemingly engaging in casual conversation. Yet, on the paper, he meticulously recorded, name, Nicole Swain, surname, Nicole, given name, Swain, age, 28, place of origin, O'Hara Island, occupation, a historical hunter with a hunting license and an epigrapher. I am gathering your basic information. Is all of this correct? To his surprise, Swain felt a sense of relief and calmness wash over him, transforming into a state of unwavering resolve. It was as if he underwent a peculiar psychological evolution, shifting from a fervent idealist passionately pursuing the mysteries of history to a fragile creature overwhelmed by the looming threat, akin to Damocles' sword hanging overhead. The pressure escalated day by day, culminating in emotional collapse. He was a husband, a father, and he must protect them. Swain replied, all of it is correct. Can you decipher ancient texts? To my knowledge, very few possess the ability to do so. The only one I know is Kazuki Oden from the Kazuki clan of Wano, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. With the pleasantries concluded, Brad revealed his true intentions. Brett is undeniably astute. All who seek the mysteries of history are ultimately engaged in the exploration of the meanings embedded within ancient scripts. Only by deciphering these ancient writings can one unveil the significance of the historical texts constructed from them, thereby revealing the concealed information inscribed upon the stone monuments of history. This endeavor ultimately leads to an understanding of the obscure century of history that lies blank. Yet, it is a formidable task, for ancient characters are extraordinarily intricate. Sweeney laments, I am also aware of Kazuki Oden, the singular being capable of completely interpreting historical texts. His ancestors crafted the indomitable stone monuments of history and have passed down the methods for interpreting ancient scripts through generations, ensuring that the history from nearly 8 centuries ago has not been entirely eradicated by the world government. Brett gazed at Swain for a prolonged moment, then shifted the perspective of his inquiry. Why must one delve into the historical text of the blank century? Is it merely a foolish curiosity? Swain mused. With a hint of self-deprecation, Braid, with a hint of irony, remarked, Indeed, it is foolish. Yet, it is not curiosity that is foolish, but ignorance. The world government, willing to enact laws prohibiting the pursuit of historical texts and aggressively suppressing the study of the blank century, strives to erase history that dates back nearly 800 years. Such actions effortlessly lead to the conclusion that the blank century is synonymous with the dark history of the world government. Of course, they prohibit you from investigating historical texts under the pretext of the blank century, for the concealed information within those texts indeed pertains to the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Upon further contemplation, I realized that the hidden information also includes maps leading to the ultimate island, Raftel, coveted by pirates, Braid added. Sveen, taken aback, responded, I do not comprehend ancient script. But I am not lying. Braid continued, Your silence speaks volumes. The ancient weapons possess the power to annihilate the world, even if your intentions are not malevolent. The unintentional consequences of their misuse by nefarious individuals remain the same. Once a pirate reaches the ultimate island, he becomes the Pirate King, potentially consolidating the scattered pirates into a formidable force, coupled with the detrimental image of a dark past that undermines credibility. Any of these scenarios could destabilize the world government's reign. Braid's voice lowered. Thus, it is no wonder that the world government punishes you severely. You are not wronged or pitiful, merely steeped in foolishness and ignorance. Sveen's lips quivered. We harbor no ill will. Braid retorted. Thus, your ignorance is indeed foolish. As I previously stated, the unintentional consequences of misuse are identical. He continued his relentless admonishment. Have you considered it? The Great Pirate Gold Lion is in search of ancient weapons. If he were to acquire them through your means, what might ensue? I surmise he would likely annihilate several nations as a demonstration, coercing the world government into submission, allowing him to dominate the world. However, the world government would undoubtedly refuse, leading to a catastrophic world war, entangling billions of innocent lives. The terrifying possibilities narrated by Braid filled Swain with a cold sweat. Do you believe you are in the right? Is your conduct a challenge against the tyrannical suppression of the public's right to knowledge? You are mistaken, gravely so. Braid abruptly interjected. Which of the 30 historical tablets does the stone tablet in the basement of the Tree of Omniscience library represent? Is there any intelligence? Swain instinctively replied, Yes. Quickly realizing the gravity of the situation, he closed his eyes in despair. Are you deceiving me? How can you be certain that this historical tablet contains intelligence when you cannot decipher ancient texts? Braid smirked, his expression enigmatic. There are approximately 30 historical tablets, 4 are crimson, and 26 are gray. The crimson tablets serve as a map to the ultimate island, Lafrid, also known as the beacon, of the 26 gray tablets. 9 contain intelligence regarding the blank century of history, while the remainder document ancient weaponry and the like. Swain struggled to articulate. Is it based on interpreting mere fragments of ancient text that you assert this tablet contains intelligence? Braid, adjusting his short yet flowing golden locks, replied. Name those within the academic community who can decipher ancient texts, even if only fragments. In exchange, I shall spare your wife and her unborn child, and additionally allow you the option of taking your own life, leaving behind a farewell note or something of the sort. Swain asserted, I have been quite accommodating to you. Braid shrugged helplessly. Pale and hesitant, Swain contemplated for a moment. I must bid farewell to Alvia. Otherwise, I cannot trust you. I could arrange for a small abortion procedure immediately. Do you believe me? Braid smiled innocently. Swain trembled with fear. No, No, you cannot. You might as well attempt to eliminate me and escape with Alvia. The world is vast, and there must be a place for you. Braid feigned concern. That might be a wise suggestion. Swain was on the brink of collapse. Despite an unusual psychological growth that fueled his fierce desire to protect his wife and child, he remained, at his core, a refined scholar, unable to contend with Braid, whose weaknesses were too numerous. Chapter 46. Nico Robin, I am Braid. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour, sir. Facing the starry ocean outside, Braid dialed his superior to report on his work. A rustling sound followed, and the weary, weakened voice of Minister Wano echoed back. I cannot hear your sincerity, little Braid. He then complained, honestly, lack of sleep is not just a woman's adversary. Men suffer from it too. Recently, I have been losing hair in clumps and have even been unfortunate enough to develop high blood pressure. Can you not empathize? A vegetarian diet would surely help. Braid interrupted Minister Wano. Excuse me? Minister Wano paused, seemingly offended, his spirits rising immediately. Being vegetarian is simply impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Brett remained indifferent, saying, as you wish. Returning to the matter at hand, he added, Commander, I shall send you a few photographs. After a considerable time, he remarked, well done, young Brett, well done. Minister Ernest spoke with a grave tone. I never anticipated that this group of scoundrels could venture so far beneath the very nose of the government, managing to decipher even the most intricate ancient scripts. Brett.It, the list of individuals capable of deciphering ancient scripts bears some resemblance to the previous compilation that was associated with the historical stone tablets concealed beneath the Tree of Knowledge Library. However, it also includes several new discoveries. Those marked with a red circle signify substantial threats, and I recommend their immediate elimination. The remainder may be set aside for now. As long as the historical stone tablets remain a tantalizing bait, the fish will be willing to take the risk and bite. I understand, Minister Wunsch declared decisively. Brett's fingers danced playfully. Governor? He inquired. Responded Minister Wunsch. The madness of Bradwinton's implied assertion. Logically, I have made considerable contributions. The planning, the strategy, and the execution of tasks have all been predominantly my responsibility. Oh, Minister Ornst, taken aback, chuckled and remarked, Are you seeking rewards already? Such a greedy little rascal. Brett stated, I am a realist, devoid of the consciousness of selfless dedication. I prefer to exert myself in accordance with the remuneration I receive, or to engage in tasks that must be compensated with a sense of fairness. Minister Wunsch retorted, What reward do you seek? How about an exceptional promotion to Cipher Pol Pol? It would be an unprecedented honor. You would become the first individual in history to transition directly from agent to CP0 agent, as well as the youngest ever to hold that title. Brett smiled. A reward that I can effortlessly obtain with a little time? Commander, you previously asserted with conviction that you are not a miser. Minister Wunsch chuckled, easing the awkwardness, and replied, Once you complete your work and return to Merijoya, you may select an item from the sacred treasury. One item? Brett expertly negotiated, Commander, based on my understanding, the government's evaluations of its personnel's various merits, particularly those stemming from the blank century of history, bestow a higher rank than other accolades. Such a troublesome little rascal, you think you know everything. Minister Wunsch feigned exasperation, but then continued, Do not be greedy, young Brett. You may choose one item from the sacred treasury, and in addition, I will promote you to Cipher Pol Pol. Brett.It remarked. Very well. He continued, However, I request to return to Merijoya, first to attend to certain personal matters. Personal matters? Minister Wunsch teased. Surely you are not anxious about the treasures housed within the sanctum of the Holy Land. Patience, young man. It is merely a personal affair. Brett.It replied. I am one of those who have probed into the historical stone tablets concealed beneath the library of the Tree of Omniscience, investigating their research progress. Given the perilous nature of the findings, I see no reason to spare him, hence he met his demise. However, he was not merely an epigrapher. He was also a licensed historical hunter. Minister Wunsch clucked and feigned sympathy. Are you seeking to evade scrutiny? According to the protocols of the Hunters Association, the death of one of its hunters necessitates an investigation before their license can be revoked. The association is aware of your identity, and even in the absence of evidence, your proximity to the scene of the tragedy places you as their prime suspect, especially since you, too, possess a hunting license. Your case involves a violation of the association's 10 laws of hunters. The pressure from the Hunters Association is one aspect. On the other hand, Those who study the historical stone tablets hidden beneath the library of the Tree of Omniscience, predominantly historical and archaeological hunters, are also aware of my identity. The death of Swain will undoubtedly incite their alarm. My temporary departure will serve to stabilize their nerves, allowing them to continue their research with a sense of unwarranted hope. Very well, I grant your request, Great.It concluded. Minister Wano yawned. Time for a nap. Communication devices are now disabled. Bled remained in Sweeney's study, where Sweeney had already hanged himself. With his pallid skin, elongated tongue, bulging crimson eyes, and tear-streaked cheeks, Sweeney's demise was far from dignified. However, he chose to take his own life like a man, sacrificing himself to protect his wife's safety. Methodically erasing every trace of his presence, Bled finally took his leave. As he opened the door, he greeted, "Good day, Ms. Alvia," met with a momentary shock. Bled's polite salutation was met with Alvia, who had been standing outside the study, her strength unwavering even in the face of her husband's lifeless body. "Do not squander the opportunity afforded by Mr. Sweeney's sacrifice. Seek refuge at the Hunter Association before your time comes," he urged. After taking a few steps, he turned back. "Forget everything. Everything." Once Bled's shadow faded into the night, Alvia finally broke down, sobbing, her grief quickly escalating into anguished wails. The clock on O'Hara Island told 12 times. It was February 6th at 12:07 a.m. when Nicole Robin entered the world under the gaze of her deceased father. Meanwhile, a returning Bled playfully engaged with Altair while conversing with Father Anderson, Indiana, a few days. "I shall return to Mariewa. I entrust O'Hara Island to your watch, Father Anderson." "Very well, my child," Anderson replied. Chapter 47. We are the Hunter Association. In response to Nicole Sweeney's death, the actions of the Hunter Association were swifter and more intense than Bled had anticipated. On February 6th, the president of the Western Sea Branch, Jacques, arrived promptly. Merely 3 days later, on February 9th at noon, Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, hastened by airship to the scene. A gathering of stormy clouds loomed over O'Hara Island, bringing together the majority of the association's senior members. On the surface, Sweeney's death was indeed labeled a suicide, accompanied by a letter explaining his reasons. However, the criminal hunters collaborated meticulously, yet found no discrepancies. Jacques, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Who would believe this? It's an insult to our intelligence. At such a critical moment, with his daughter about to be born and his wife in need of support, which father would so readily end his own life?" Netero, clad in a somber black kimono, led the procession to the funeral. "How is Alvia faring?" he inquired. The silence was maddening, a painful void, Jacques lamented. Netero nodded. For the sake of her daughter, she has reason to remain silent. The world government has made its move. Where there was one Sweeney, another will surely follow. As Shikuyak smoked one cigarette after another, he reflected on the absence of any precedent for the association's intervention in hunters' affairs, yet acknowledged the need for extraordinary measures during extraordinary times. After attending Swain's funeral, he proposed convening a general assembly to discuss the protection of historical hunters, relic hunters, and ancient script hunters, ensuring that none would meet a fate akin to Swain's, while also exerting pressure on the world government. Nitro paused and turned. "What is the first rule of the tenets of hunters?" he inquired. "One must possess a hunting target," Shikuyak replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. Nitro continued, "What constitutes hunting? It is a contest between hunter and prey, both fully aware and engaged in a struggle, vying for victory. That is hunting." Shikuyak answered truthfully. And Nitro elaborated. "However, the dynamics of the hunt are ever-changing. The relationship between hunter and prey is not absolute. It is reciprocal. Ultimately, the defeated must adhere to the rules set by the victor." He appeared somewhat dispassionate as he remarked, "In my view, since Swain and his companions established the hunting target of the blank century of history as their narrative, they must be prepared to engage in conflict with the world government. They failed, and thus must abide by its rules, paying the price with their lives. I have no obligation to protect them. They are professional hunters. But the world government harbors malevolence." Shikuyak exclaimed, fervently arguing that their past actions clearly demonstrated a desire to dismantle not just Swain and his ilk, but the entire association. "If we do not adopt a firm stance from the outset, they will perceive us as weak and continue to pressure the association." Nitro chuckled. "No one ever claimed that the association is not comprised of hunters." Shikuyak bit off the end of his cigarette and, after a moment, sarcastically retorted, "Then what brings you to O'Hara Island? Swain's death seems rather ordinary." Nitro, hands clasped within his sleeves, replied, "As the president of the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding the association. If Swain merely fell victim to the world government's machinations, I would be indifferent. However, the suspect responsible for his demise is also a hunter, and I must investigate whether this individual violated the fourth rule of hunters. It is forbidden to hunt fellow hunters. Yet those who commit heinous crimes are not protected by this rule. Investigation? Further investigation. It was Brad Hyman. It was that venomous snake disguised as an innocent child." Shikuyak seethed with frustration. Nitro responded, "We require evidence." "To hell with evidence. Enough is enough." Shikuyak could no longer suppress his fiery temper. How archaic. The times have changed. The outdated tenets of hunters should have evolved long ago. Clinging to the past is foolish. Shikuyak. Such a lack of decorum. Many hunters expressed their dissatisfaction with Shikuyak's disrespect. Nitro maintained his usual warmth. "Shikuyak? We are not the world government, nor a pirate crew, nor a kingdom. We are the Hunter Association. I quit." Zayakayak, in a fit of rage, tore apart his hunter's license and left without hesitation. Netero sighed, refraining from stopping or persuading Zayakayak. For he understood that ideological differences are irreconcilable contradictions. After attending Sven's funeral and shedding his entourage, Netero adeptly found Altair, who was cradling her, and brought along the Mosquito Girl, preparing to embark from O'Hara Island with Braid. "It's been a while, Chairman Netero." Braid maintained his composure. Netero scratched his head and casually remarked, "Have you heard about Sven's unfortunate demise?" "I have, and I lament the loss of such an exceptional historical hunter and a remarkable paleographer who passed away in his prime," Braid replied with solemnity. Netero seemed to engage in a light-hearted conversation. "You didn't attend Sven's funeral? Wasn't it your dream to be a historical hunter? There were even rumors that you planned to ask Sven for guidance." "Alas, we are not well acquainted." Braid remained particularly indifferent. Netero, taken aback, suddenly laughed. "Feeling a bit restless, perhaps? Care for a sparring match? You seem to be on a leisurely outing. After all, there's no rush." Braid scoffed. Netero widened his eyes in mock horror. "Kill you? Me? Young Braid, why would you think that?" "I apologize. It is not that I doubt your character, Chairman. But I tend to presume the worst of humanity, as humans are the creatures closest to demons," Braid replied with a philosophical air. Netero found himself at a loss for words. Both parties harbored an abundance of unspoken understanding, yet neither dared to expose the truth. Should any unsavory truths come to light, it could lead to a complete rift between the world government and the Hunter Association, potentially igniting a war. "You are still a child," Netero reflected. Whether lamenting Braid's almost uncanny maturity or the cruel role Braid played in Sven's death, Braid responded with a sense of resignation. "Indeed, I am still but a child. Many matters lie beyond my control, and I am powerless to decide upon them. I merely yearn to exist." "Merely yearning to exist? Are you willing to go to any lengths, regardless of the consequences?" Netero questioned. Braid paused for a moment and remarked, "I neither affirm nor deny. I exist. And that is all. You cannot expect a child, yearning for life amidst the arduous struggle for survival, to possess a profound understanding of good and evil, of virtue and morality. There is simply no room for such contemplation. The relentless pursuit of food, clothing, shelter, and the strength to shield oneself from harm leaves one utterly fatigued. Remember to maintain open lines of communication. The review committee may seek you out at any moment." With that, Netero departed as abruptly as he had arrived. Brett exhaled deeply, cold sweat dampening his back. The arrival of a supermonster, qualified to compete for the title of the world's strongest, carried an implicit threat. While Brett feigned indifference, he chose to shift the focus, emphasizing his obedience to the commands of the world government. After standing in place for several minutes, he gently kissed little Altair's forehead and said, "Let us depart, Joanna." Chapter 48. Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Is this your private matter?" Mia, a greasy, middle-aged man resembling an insatiable wild boar, though not an omnivore, but a carnivore, seemed intent on consuming food for 24 hours a day. He gnawed on a bloody steak, curiously eyeing the sleeping Altair nestled in Brett's arm, and jested, "What a charming little creature. Have you adopted her? Quite compassionate of you." Traveling by ship, airship, and automobile, Brett hastened to marry Geos. He then dutifully reported to his superior, Minister Onest, the chief of Cypher Paul. "On the day of my return, I met with President Netero of the Hunter Association. Their reaction to my actions was swifter and more intense than I had anticipated. Thus, I lacked the energy to care for Altair, and could only leave her at home with Aunt Shuefa for assistance." Brett's delicate brows furrowed. He could not contain his inner impulse and unpleasantly reminded, "Apologies, Minister, but you were standing too close." Minister Wonist, taken aback, quickly realized his own unseemly appearance, grease and meat drippings threatening to soil little Altair's rosy cheeks. He chuckled as he stepped back. All right. What did you discuss?" He did not reveal my identity as a Cypherpole agent, but did insist on my status as a hunter with a license, notifying me to be prepared for an investigation by the Hunter Association's review committee. Bread settled onto the sofa, troublesome, the individual I forced to his demise. The one who studied the blank century of history also held a hunter identity and is suspected of violating the 10 Commandments of hunters. Had I known, I would have tested someone else. Minister Wonist took several sips of red wine. Are you confident that the Hunter Association will uncover no evidence? The perfect homicide is one that compels the deceased to take their own life. What can they discover? Bread rose. The report is complete. Farewell, Minister. I must arrange for a nurse for Altair post-haste, lest she wake and cry from hunger. Wait. Minister Wonist leaned over the table, awkwardly rummaging through papers. Sign here, and you will become a member of Cypherpole, Aegis 0. Additionally, here is a certificate allowing you to select one item from the Holy Land's treasure vault. Brett swiftly affixed his signature and secured the document. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the air. Lord Ernest, there's been a calamity in Pangas City. You must come at once. Ignoring all decorum, the intruder violently flung open the door, stumbling and collapsing onto the floor, breathless and frantic in his cries. Calm yourself, young man, Lord Ernest intoned with great authority, remaining unflustered. Pangas City is heavily fortified. What could possibly go awry? The visitor struggled to steady his breath, exclaiming, Don Quixote has returned to the Holy Land. With a resounding thud, Lord Ernest plopped onto the ground, hastily scrambling to his feet, his portly figure propelled into action. Don Quixote? Brett's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean Don Quixote Doflamingo has returned to the Holy Land? Minister Brad Biones met Doflamingo earlier. As the mosquito woman cradled him while soaring through the air, she cast her gaze upon the 10-year-old Doflamingo, small, frail, his clothes tattered and grimy, adorned with a pair of sunglasses, and clutching a bloodied bundle in his hand. From a distance of 200 to 300 meters, Brad discerned these details clearly. However, he could instinctively sense Doflamingo's fury. No, his wrath, the wrath of a king, even though he presently resembled a mere street urchin. Brad did not linger. He held no interest in the internal disputes of the celestial dragons. Shortly thereafter, Snow's aunt appeared, and Brad greeted her with a cheerful smile. Snow, taken aback by Braid's sudden arrival, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Brett maintained his smile, not inviting me inside. A whole year of silence. Perhaps it's best for the naughty boy not to return. Snow, choking back her emotions, grumbled as she reached for her slippers. Brett cradled Altair, presenting her to Chef Faji with a teasing remark, a gift for you. Upon unveiling a corner of the delicate swaddling that enveloped Altair, Chef Faji was taken aback by the sight of the restless infant, suckling her tiny lips. Her sorrow melted away, and she exclaimed, Whose child is this? How beautiful! Having been married to Rasky for many years, and with Rasky often away on clandestine assassination missions, Chef Faji found herself lonely at home, increasingly yearning for a child to accompany her. Alas, they had yet to conceive. It's an orphan, Brett explained. I have returned to ask you to care for her. Chef Faji appeared flustered, torn between the desire to take Altair into her arms and the fear of inadvertently causing her harm, hesitating repeatedly. Altair, that is her name. Brett noted, understanding Chef Faji's apprehension. If you are unsure how to care for her, perhaps you could hire a wet nurse or a nanny to share their experience with you. They can also keep you company. Indeed, what a splendid idea, Chef Faji replied. Her spirits lifted as she hurriedly made a phone call. Brett felt utterly helpless as he arranged for Altair. Chef Faji's aunt? I must take my leave. Eh? Chef Faji stood in a daze. Brett raised his hands in exasperation. The wicked leaders always relish exploiting their subordinates, even as a child laborer. After bidding farewell to Chef Faji, Brett embarked on a solitary journey. Suddenly, he mused, Joanna, should I first visit the sacred treasure vault or pay a visit to Tornado? Just as Chef Faji lamented, for an entire year, Brett had not contacted either this relative or the friend, Tornado. The abruptness of his mission left him with only enough time to leave a letter for Tornado. In the calm that followed, he did not reach out. Hindered by the lack of communication means, he possessed a mobile phone while Tornado did not. Given Tornado's volatile nature, Brett feared the consequences of their reunion. Of course, Delaying the meeting would yield even worse outcomes. It was likely that the irritable little one would not simply erupt in anger. The mosquito girl deliberated. Let us first proceed to the sacred treasure vault. Queried Brett. Having been Tornado's roommate, the mosquito girl understood Tornado's temperament and stated earnestly, humph. When Brett finds himself in a predicament, he could use an extra ounce of strength to retaliate. And Joanna will protect Brett, she added. Thus, they set their course for the sacred treasure vault. True to its name, the sacred treasure vault housed a vast trove of treasures. Serving as a candy shop for all personnel under the auspices of the world government, contingent upon the achievement of sufficient merit. It was rumored that the treasures encompassed a diverse array of items, predominantly those that directly or indirectly conferred power, including devil fruits, legendary weapons, special functional tools, as well as various techniques, ninjutsu, and textual materials related to psychic abilities, even the remains of exceedingly dangerous magical beasts, and semi-finished materials from unknown mystical flora and fauna, rich and varied, symbolizing the formidable legacy of the world government, which had dominated the world for nearly 8 centuries. Yet, rumors are but whispers. Brett chose to trust in the reality before him. Chapter 49. This person is quite dog-like. Greetings, I am Shigo. Here to manage the sacred treasure vault. Please present your passage proof once more. The sacred treasure vault, situated in the western corner of Panga City, presented a stark contrast to the ancient architectural style of the city, instead showcasing a modern design that made it quite famous in Mariewa. Anyone who beheld it for the first time would inevitably feel a dissonance between it and Panga City, prompting the question, what is that place? For Panga City was well known throughout the world. Brett once inquired about the Sanctum of Treasures, and Rasky provided him with the necessary information, enabling him to reach the sanctum without guidance. To his astonishment, he found that while there were numerous guards outside the sanctum, the staff within were remarkably sparse, consisting solely of a middle-aged man before him who identified himself as Shigo, with his black hair neatly parted, rugged features, and small corrective glasses. He was adorned with a well-groomed beard encircling his mouth, all complemented by a suit that exuded an air of meticulousness. However, upon closer inspection, Brett discerned that Shigong's smile and his deferential demeanor were disingenuous, evoking a sense of revulsion. Brett surmised that should he fail to present a pass or if its issuer lacked sufficient authority, Shigong would undoubtedly don a different fade. Abandoning his fade of politeness and respect, showing no regard for Brett's youth. This man, Brett thought to himself disdainfully, as he casually tossed the pass granted by Minister Onis to Shigong, introducing himself, Brett, CP0. Shigong's smile grew increasingly radiant, his demeanor more obsequious to the point of ostentation. It is indeed an honor to welcome you, Lord Brett. Please forgive my humble hospitality. As Brett anticipated, the name of Minister Onis held weight, and his identity as a newly minted CP0 agent was even more potent. How astonishing it is, Lord Brett, to see such youthful promise. I have never encountered a CP0 agent as young as you. Your future is truly enviable. Shigong began to lavish compliments upon Brett. Brett, however, cut him off, stating flatly, do not envy. Such a smooth-sailing life is a flavor you will never savor. It is the privilege of the gifted. Shigong chuckled awkwardly, concealing his discomfort, and gestured, Lord Brett, please proceed to select the items you require. Let us start with the devil fruits. Brett, with ulterior motives, surveyed the offerings. Is this all? Too few, he remarked, as the vast room displayed only a handful of devil fruits, far from the abundance he envisioned. Considering the immense power wielded by the world government, Shigong elucidated, devil fruits are treasures of the sea. Despite being the embodiment of the sea's demon and being restrained by the rare mineral sea prism stone, they remain a super package once consumed. They bestow extraordinary abilities without the need for arduous training like haki, chakra, or none, often leading individuals to consume them upon discovery. Brett pondered. Aside from being restrained by sea prism stone, what other weaknesses do the devil fruits possess? Shigong shook his head. None. Are not the users of devil fruit impervious to seawater? Brett was taken aback. Nishigami spoke incessantly. To be candid, I do not recommend selecting any of these devil fruits. Their quality is subpar. Regaining his composure, Brett paid no heed to Nishigami's ramblings. He cast a glance at the labels of several devil fruits. The Zoan-type bug fruit, Emperor Horn variant. The Zoan-type dog fruit, Pine Lion variant, and the Paramecia-type glass fruit, all of which were utterly worthless. He could not believe that there existed a devil fruit devoid of flaws. It was merely the empty rhetoric of those who wielded inferior devil fruits. There were discernible disparities in strength among devil fruits, as well as hierarchies of quality. Since the defects of these fruits had diminished, they had, in a sense, become more formidable. Brett contemplated. He would wait for a Logia-type devil fruit, or perhaps a top-tier Paramecia-type devil fruit would suffice. And even a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit would be quite splendid. Observing Brett's dazed expression, Nishigami called out, "Lord Brett? The Imperial Artifacts." Brett turned around and stepped into the elevator. Given the disparity between the devil fruits and his prior impressions, he inquired, "Shall we discuss the Imperial Artifacts, Mr. Nishigami?" "Absolutely. It would be my honor," Nishigami responded with palpable excitement. The Imperial Artifacts were birthed during the blank century preceding the establishment of the government, perhaps as a means to combat foes. The 20 royal families that formed the government, the ancestors of the world's nobility, expended unimaginable wealth to summon the finest craftsmen of the time, capturing at least super dangerous species of beasts as materials, alongside rare metals such as orichalcum. Employing secret techniques to painstakingly forge 48 unparalleled legendary weapons that could replicate the extraordinary abilities of these super dangerous species, collectively known as the Imperial Artifacts. Brett blinked. Why is it referred to as the Imperial Artifact? The government's predecessor was originally named the World Federal Empire Government, which was later transformed into the World Government. Nishiguchi, on the other hand, is quite knowledgeable and possesses a wealth of information. Braid Dao, let us simplify our thoughts by regarding the Imperial Artifacts as immensely perilous entities that can be wielded by humans, akin to 48 heads of a formidable beast. With a cautious glance at the watchful Mosquito Lady, Zamiya concurred with Braid, fully aware that the Mosquito Lady was a super dangerous species of subhuman monster. He felt a pang of apprehension for having boasted so shamelessly about hunting down super dangerous monsters of at least tiger level to procure materials for the Imperial Artifacts. Fearing that he might have provoked her ire, Braid had encountered several Imperial Artifacts. Notably, there was the lethal Murakumo wielded by Gazki from the Cypher Pole Academy, and the gemstone-adorned headpiece Ireston worn by Minister Onest. The former belonged to the offensive category, while the latter served a supportive role. Among them, Zamiya clutched a tome adorned with a monstrous eye, another Imperial artifact, the Longu Longu, which meticulously chronicled the maps of various nations, particularly within the realm of the world government, detailing everything from resources to locations with utmost precision. Additionally, it contained prophecies of potential cataclysmic natural disasters that may arise in the future. "Mr. Zamiya?" Braid offered his first genuine smile towards him. "Managing the treasury of the sacred land must be quite arduous, no?" Zamiya hypocritically waved his hands, insisting, "Not at all. Not at all. Would you wish to leave the treasury of the sacred land?" Braid paused, his gaze fixed intently upon Zamiya's eyes. Zamiya instinctively lowered his head, bending slightly, his lips trembling as he murmured after a moment, "I do. Should the opportunity arise, I shall lend you a hand," Braid replied with a cheerful demeanor. "But you must remember that the favor you owe me must be repaid." Chapter 50. Greed. Humans are perpetually discontent with solitude, harboring a myriad of intense desires. From the depths of Shigong's gaze, Braid discerned with remarkable clarity that Shigong was far from satisfied with the tranquil existence of managing the sacred treasure vault. He yearned for anything but a life confined to the empty halls, facing a plethora of what he deemed worthless relics. His aspirations were to genuinely become part of the bureaucratic structure of the world government, to join the ranks of the ruling elite, basking in the glory and grandeur akin to those officials he envied, wielding influence over the fates of living beings. After languishing for 5 or 6 years on the cold bench of the sacred treasure vault, Shigong had not transformed into the individual he aspired to be. His lineage and talent, along with numerous constraints, held him back. He could only harbor vain hopes of ingratiating himself with visitors to the sacred treasure vault, slowly cultivating relationships and networks in a bid to achieve his ambitions. Alas, those who frequented the vault, meticulously selecting treasures, were individuals who had rendered immense service to the world government, possessing both capability and status. Who would spare a thought for a minor character like him? In truth, had it not been for Shigong's role as the wielder of the imperial tool, the Book of the World, long gone, Braid would have had little inclination to engage with Shigong. If one were to liken the devil fruits to a superb gift package, mysterious and unknown, descending from the heavens to bestow rapid power upon any who opened it, after reaching some verbal accord with Braid, Shigong became even more fervent in his attentions. Thus, the imperial tool could be seen as a special lucky prize. Only those possessing exceptional qualities could be fortunate enough to receive the favor of the imperial tool, thereby gaining power. Bread perused the neatly arranged artifacts. The devil fruits are a matter of singular choice. Upon obtaining a devil fruit, one simply consumes it. Conversely, the artifacts entail a bidirectional selection. Acquiring an artifact necessitates recognition from it. My rudimentary understanding suggests that the dual selection characteristic of these artifacts is particularly intriguing. The primary material for forging these artifacts derives from the remains of exceedingly dangerous magical beasts. In my humble opinion, it appears that the artifacts harbor a lingering potential will or instinct from these formidable creatures, manifesting their influence. They tend to embrace those whom they acknowledge, while repelling those they disapprove of. Even though Shigong may possess dubious qualities, he remains a cunning canine. Brett squinted as he scrutinized a golden treasure vessel, which was perhaps the most unassuming among the numerous relics housed within the sacred treasury, possibly even among all 48 imperial artifacts. The name it bore was Manifestation of the Evil Demon, Essence of Malevolence. Within this vessel resided the blood of an ancient, long extinct, and extremely perilous breed of beast that once roamed the frigid northern plains. Consuming this blood would bestow upon the drinker the formidable powers of that dread creature. However, I had witnessed 6 individuals succumb to madness and death after partaking of it, with countless others meeting unknown fates. Though a shiver of trepidation coursed through my being, an exhilarating thrill accompanied it. Through the world book, I surmised that this was of dragon caliber. The blood of a dragon-class, super dangerous beast. When it finds its master, a terrifying monstrosity shall be birthed. Braid radiated a brilliant smile. Its essence resonated harmoniously with someone I know, and I believe they are destined to encounter a wonderful fate together. Esther? Joanna interjected abruptly. Brett nodded and then asked, "Do you dislike the aura emanating from the imperial relics, Joanna?" Joanna replied, "I wouldn't say I detest it, but it certainly makes me feel uneasy." She puffed out her cheeks playfully. Red remarked, "The imperial artifacts harbor remnants of the latent will or instincts of exceedingly perilous magical beasts. This, I believe, elucidates why a wielder can only command a single imperial artifact. The artifacts draw upon the wielder's mental and physical prowess as their source of energy, and it is indeed a formidable endeavor to sustain even one. Yet, the world is not devoid of individuals bursting with mental vigor and physical strength. So why is it that none have managed to wield 2 or more artifacts? It is, perhaps, the lingering influence of the magical beast's dangerously potent instincts at play. Much like the adage that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, the combat of an artifact wielder is bound to culminate in death, which further corroborates this notion. As Nishimiya opened the world book, she muttered incantations while diligently inscribing supplementary notes. "In a moment, I commend your wisdom, Lord Bread," Nishimiya exaggeratedly bowed. Braid surveyed his surroundings. How many imperial artifacts still existed? After 8 centuries of relentless passage, losses and damages were inevitable. Indeed, the government currently possessed 32 artifacts, replied Nishi. Aside from the manifestation of the demon god and the essence of the devil, are there any others? Braid inquired. Nishi replied, "None, it is the sole exception." There was the curved blade artifact, luminous dance of the moonlight, the wind blade. The glove artifact, divine hand of perfection. The flute artifact, military dream, the shrill cry. Where's the dimensional array, Shangri-La? Braid searched for a moment, frowning. Nishi sighed. Minister One's son took it to play. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang. Someone else had arrived. Nishi apologized. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Braid. I must," before Nishi could finish. Braid waved his hand and continued to scrutinize the artifacts. Once Nishi hurried off, Braid's gaze fixed upon an exquisite little box, which contained a sharp canine tooth. Blood collection, rapid absorption. Braid skimmed through the introduction Nishi had prepared. The tooth of the blood demon, a super dangerous species of monster at the ghost level dragon tier, known for its ability to absorb the blood of living beings to heal injuries and enhance power. Joanna, does this not describe you? The mosquito girl fell silent and remarked, "The blood demon is the prototype that created me, yet I am a tiger-level ghost-grade super dangerous species, a failed product." Stop dwelling on trivial matters, Joanna. You are Joanna Hyman. Braid picked up the blood collection, rapid absorption, examining it with a peculiar expression as he muttered, "Are you calling for me? Although you are quite appealing. The issue is I find you filthy. Heaven knows how many mouths you have been in. You are inherently dirty, having bitten countless creatures." Despite his disdain, Braid ultimately decided to select blood collection, rapid absorption, driven by greed. Chapter 51. Monsters. Nishi returned, cautiously following, no, more aptly, serving, a figure resembling a girl, yet in truth, a mature woman. She appeared akin to a young lady, a refined maidservant to a noble princess. The reason she resembled a young girl lay in her attire: rabbit ear hairpins, zebra-patterned thigh-high socks, and a pink long dress, all replete with youthful charm. However, despite her vibrant and youthful clothing, her maturity was unmistakable. Her dull, straw-colored hair, heavily applied makeup, and the prominent veins on her hands betrayed her true age. "Hello, Lady Datia." Braid was the first to greet, recognizing the other party. Doya was a colleague of Braid's parents, having attended their funeral. She was also a scientist in the scientific corps, and according to Rashji, the government placed the utmost importance on scientists, granting them privileges and status that far surpassed those in the Navy, Cypherpole, or any other government divisions. With only a slight inferiority to the celestial dragons, it was not difficult to comprehend the humble demeanor of Shigong. Doya, however, seemed momentarily forgetful, hesitating as she said, "You are Braid Hyman, who attended my parents' funeral. I wish to express my gratitude once more." Braid inclined his head slightly. Doya murmured, "Braid Hyman?" Hyman, suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "Oh, you are the child of the Hyman family. My apologies. I have been so absorbed in my experiments lately that I lost track of things." "There is no need for thanks. We were colleagues after all. Their unfortunate demise is a tragedy, and may the deceased rest in peace. To dwell on it further would only wound the hearts of the living." On the surface, Doya seemed emotionally astute, while her status as a scientist indicated her exceptional intelligence. Aside from her eccentric appearance, which retained a childlike whimsy, she ought to have led a life devoid of significant flaws, embodying the essence of an elite woman. Yet, Braid sensed a certain despondency in her, a palpable anxiety, a fear that seemed to keep her on high alert. Unable to decipher the root of Doya's unease, Braid decided not to dwell on it, assuming that their paths would not intersect further. "That's all right." Braid smiled and said, "I have tasks to attend to, so I shall not keep you any longer, Lady Doya." Doya appeared taken aback, exclaiming, "Tasks? Wait, how did you gain access to the Holy Land's treasure vault?" "Lord Braid is now a CP0 agent, a prized asset highly regarded by Minister Onist," Shigong interjected at an opportune moment to flatter. Doya looked astonished. Wait. You must be joking. A CP0 agent? I remember over a year ago you were just an ordinary kid. Perhaps it is a matter of talent." "Everyone has their own fields of expertise," Braid chuckled, opening his palm to reveal the blood collection device. "Rapid absorption." "Rapid absorption," Doya stated straightforwardly, her brow furrowing involuntarily. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Braid immediately understood Doya's implication. She had also taken an interest in the device, likely having targeted rapid absorption long before. "Does it not reject you?" Doya inquired, her tone heavy with concern. Braid smiled broadly and emphasized, "We are a perfect match." "Oh, the taste of having something destined to be ours snatched away by another is far from delightful." Doya's expression shifted, and with a hint of reluctance, she declared, "I wish to give it a try." Brett generously remarked, "No problem. There are only 32 existing Imperial artifacts, yet countless individuals inhabit this world. The vast disparity in numbers gives rise to a correspondingly significant probability, resulting in numerous individuals who resonate with these artifacts. Each Imperial artifact can potentially align with hundreds or even thousands of people. However, should it initially bond with the individual possessing the highest compatibility, the remaining individuals with lower compatibility will face its relentless and merciless rejection." Brad was confident that he was the perfect candidate for the blood collection and rapid absorption procedure. With a sense of trepidation, Dottie cautiously attempted the installation of the blood collection and rapid absorption device. The process went smoothly. Had she succeeded? Dottie was overjoyed. Yet, suddenly, a cacophony of thumping and screams erupted. Her heart raced, blood surged violently through her veins, and a moment of excruciating pain caused Dottie to wail incessantly. Why must this happen? Brad pried open Dottie's mouth and removed the device, contemplating the necessity of thoroughly cleaning this filthy contraption, perhaps even scraping off a layer. Collapsed on the ground, Dottie was drenched in sweat, her pale face stained with tears, her features contorted into a grotesque expression of despair. "Why? Why?" "Because you lack sufficient greed," Brad whispered, leaning in closer. Dottie's eyes widened in horror as she beheld a monstrous entity, born of insatiable desire, lurking, licking its claws, sharpening its talons, destined one day to consume everything. Farewell. With that, Brad straightened up and departed the hallowed treasure vault. On the streets, Joanna was perplexed by Brad's chosen direction. Wasn't he supposed to visit the little tornado next? To purchase a gift? Brad sighed. feeling a heavy sense of dread about confronting the tornado. Before long, the Cipher Pole Academy was eerily quiet. The advanced class instructors and students had all vanished, leaving behind only a handful of teachers and junior class students in the vast academy. Braid took a leisurely stroll and engaged in conversation with Linda, the supervisor of the junior class. It was during this exchange that he learned that the rookie agents, including Tornado, had been dispersed to undergo internships with Cipher Paul. He left behind a multitude of gifts, the most significant being a mobile phone for communication, which he entrusted to Linda for delivery to Tornado before returning to O'Hara Island. A week later, upon his arrival at O'Hara Island, Braid Heyman found himself intercepted by the Well-Informed Hunter Association. Braid Heyman, the review committee suspects you of violating Article 4 of the Hunter Code, allegedly conspiring to harm fellow hunters. Please accompany us for an investigation, stated a group of impeccably dressed hunters as they presented their credentials. Brett chuckled. All right, I am willing to accept the inquiry of the committee. What an insolent little brat. Still able to laugh? How infuriating. The hunters seethed with resentment. Chapter 52. The old hand. The dimly lit room was sparsely furnished, containing merely 2 tables, 2 stools, and a single lamp, yet it was occupied by a considerable number of individuals, at least 7 or 8 in total. Braid was acutely aware that the room was deliberately arranged by the Hunter Association's review committee, intending to exert subtle pressure through its cramped confines, followed by intimidation, seduction, and persuasion, ultimately aiming to shatter his psychological defenses and pry open his lips to uncover the truth behind Nicole Swain's demise. Yet, at this moment, he felt utterly unmoved within, even harboring a hint of amusement. As the president of the Hunter Association and the review committee, Netero was naturally present for this investigation, albeit merely as an observer. The true orchestrator of the inquiry was another individual, a young man with a square visage, a criminal hunter named Mizayston Nana. Mizayston was dressed in a rather intriguing manner. His attire, whether it be his clothing or the horned helmet adorning his head, was patterned in a black and white cow-like motif, with a dark mark marring his right eye. The Hunter Association, the 12 earthly branches, and the word ugly echoed in Braid's mind. The 12 earthly branches constituted the backbone of the Hunter Association, comprised of hunters endorsed by successive presidents to assist in various affairs. The current president, Netero, possessed an undeniable charisma that inspired the members of the 12 earthly branches to idolize him. In their fervor to align with his persona, they had gone to great lengths, even altering their names, appearances, and enduring considerable sacrifices, though some, like the reluctant outlier Sakia, the former head of the West Sea branch, resisted. She was part of the 12 earthly branches, specifically the snake. What is your name? Mizayston inquired. I hope you will answer sincerely, even if the question seemed trivial. Braid Hyman. Your age? Almost 8. Place of origin? Uncertain. I have been wandering for as long as I can remember. In a mere 3 exchanges, the dialogue faltered. Lying. Mizayston remarked, I have never encountered a wandering child like you, with such healthy skin, clearly not malnourished. He raised a card, warning, you had better speak the truth. I possess special investigative authority as a criminal hunter. Casting a glance at the vivid red exclamation mark on Mizayston's card, Braid turned to Netero. President Netero, could you enlighten me on the original purpose of the Hunter Association? Huh? Netero seemed momentarily distracted, scratching his head. It is not about hunting. It is about service. Braid asserted emphatically. The Hunter Association was established to provide not only more convenient and systematic services to the populace, but also to create channels for freelancers to offer similar services. These freelancers later became collectively known as hunters, forming a union based on service relations termed the Hunter Association. Mizayston frowned. Stop evading the topic. Thus, even to this day, the Hunter Association retains many of its inherent rules, such as not inquiring about one's origins, backgrounds, or pasts. Braid continued. Isn't that right, President Netero? He looked expectantly at Netero, who nodded in affirmation. Do you comprehend? Braid smiled at Mizayston. Veins bulged on Mizayston's forehead as he gritted his teeth. What are you so pleased about, you insolent little brat? I take pride in my right to refuse you. Whether I speak the truth is entirely at my discretion, and whether you choose to believe my words is solely up to you. You are in no position to employ your abilities to coerce me into submission. Otherwise, I possess ample justification for self-defense. Brad raised his middle finger, mocking. Moreover, I am merely a suspect in violation of the 10 Commandments of hunters, not a criminal. As an expert in crime, I trust you comprehend the distinction between the two. Thus, you have committed a grave error, fool. Bang. President. I can no longer contain myself. Meizai stood up, slamming the table. Netero, with hands folded in his sleeves, sighed. We are the Hunter Association, Meizai, not the world government, the kingdom, or a pirate crew. We are the Hunter Association. In that moment, Meizai grasped the sentiments of Sakiya, the leader of the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association, who had furiously resigned. The excessively liberal atmosphere and lenient environment of the Hunter Association indeed hindered the handling of incidents akin to Brad's murder of Nicole Swain. The lack of evidence and inability to resort to measures rendered criminals brazen, while victims remained restless in their graves. This system is far less effective than the hierarchical structures of the world government, the kingdom, or pirate crews. Calm down, Netero advised, almost as if enchanted. Meizai complied with Netero's request. On the night of the 5th of this month, between 2100 hours and 2400 hours, where were you and what were you doing? At home. Sleeping, Brad replied. Why would I be awake at such an hour? I still need to grow. Staying up late is detrimental to my development. Look, he must have been staying up late. The individual pointed out by Brad was remarkably diminutive, standing at approximately 1 meter tall, with green skin and a plump physique. His smoothly polished head was merely adorned with eyes and a mouth, lacking a nose entirely. His appearance resembled that of a cartoon character sculpted from Play-Doh. This peculiar figure, a bean-faced individual, served as Nitro's secretary and innocently fell victim to Brad's gunfire. An investigation ensued, yet it ultimately reached an impasse, as Mizan could not uncover any flaws in Brad's demeanor. We shall continue to seek you out, Mizan uttered with a heavy, discontented snort. Brett remarked with a hint of amusement, I am at your service whenever you wish, but I suggest you procure substantial evidence before seeking my assistance. Otherwise, it would be a cumbersome affair for us both. Oh, witnesses will suffice. Surely Mrs. Alvia would desire to uncover the reasons behind her husband's suicide as well. He watched Brett's retreating figure, cursing under his breath, damn it. Scoundrel. The hunters of the review committee erupted in expletives, meticulously cautious. He resembled a seasoned criminal well-versed in dealings with the police. Miss Saston held his head in despair. Nitros, resembling a befuddled elder, pondered aloud, is there hope? Miss Saston, taken aback, wished to assure Nitros of the possibility, yet the harsh reality loomed. It was exceedingly difficult. The manner of Swain's death, undoubtedly a suicide, served to catalyze others towards fatal ends, marking it as the most flawless murder. Nitros deliberated repeatedly, finally conceding, let us abandon this for now. However, Nitros waved his hand dismissively. The little fox cannot conceal its tail. We shall wait for him. Meanwhile, on the other side, welcome back, my child, intoned Father Anderson with his characteristic gentleness. Brett leaned back against the sofa, a hint of fatigue evident in his demeanor. Thank you, Father Anderson, he said. What is troubling you? Father Anderson inquired. Brett, having just undergone an investigation by the Hunter Association's review committee, I believe it is no longer suitable for me to remain on O'Hara Island. I concur. Anderson, Nitros truly lives up to his reputation. No matter how well I conceal myself, I cannot escape his keen perception. Adjustments must be made. Red contemplated. Chapter 53. I would cast my vote for you. How do you intend to adjust, my child? Should Anderson choose to remain on O'Hara Island as an aide to Brett's execution plan, he must fully respect Brett's subjective opinions. Despite his greater experience, knowledge, strength, and status as one of the most esteemed agents within the Cipher Pole system, his authority pales in comparison to that of Brett. Braid rested his chin on one hand, pondering for a considerable time without responding to Anderson. He finally rose and declared, I'm hungry. It's time to prepare a meal. Have you had lunch, Father Anderson? Thank you for your concern, child, but I have sufficient bread and fresh water, replied Father Anderson. It is not wise to be overly harsh on oneself, Father Anderson, Braid retorted as he rummaged through the refrigerator. He possessed culinary skills that were quite commendable. However, his laziness often prevailed. Previously, a nurse had been employed at home to care for young Altair, and the housekeeper handled the cooking. His energies had been devoted to surveilling individuals, studying historical texts, and honing his own abilities. Now that young Altair had been sent to Mariewa, the nurse and housekeeper had long since departed, leaving him to fend for himself. Mosquito Girl raised her hand high. Braid, I want to eat meat. Sure, Braid readily agreed. He roasted a tray of chicken wings and simply boiled some noodles to accompany store-bought sauce. In half an hour, he had prepared a delightful lunch. I have reviewed the situation. It is not overly complicated, Braid stated as he ate. Our mission aims to use the historical stone tablet concealed beneath the Tree of Knowledge library as bait, continuously probing into the individuals associated with the blank 100 years of history. That is all. The subsequent eradication of them does not fall within our scope of duty. Indeed, Anderson replied. At present, we are unable to remain stationed on O'Hara Island. Through the use of observation hockey to perceive identifiers, we continuously delve into the individuals tied to the blank 100 years of history. Firstly, the Hunter Association stance is unfavorable. Escalating matters would lead to consequences we cannot bear against a conflict with the Hunter Association and the government. Secondly, our exposed identities would surely instill fear in those investigating the blank 100 years of history, causing them to hesitate and refrain from approaching the historical stone tablet concealed beneath the tree of knowledge library. Braid declined the noodles, speaking vaguely. Anderson listened patiently. Thus, the trouble we face is singular. We must alter our approach to perceiving identifiers through observation hockey, to continuously explore those associated with the blank 100 years of history. Braid's face lit up with a smile. I have devised a comprehensive plan and would like to seek your counsel. Anderson extended his hand. I am all ears. First, we shall instruct the law enforcement officials on O'Hara Island to conduct a systematic census of the local residents while simultaneously implementing a temporary residency permit policy for outsiders. Those who do not acquire the temporary residency permit will be expelled, while those who do will be granted equal rights as local residents. Braid elaborated. Is this targeted at historians? Anderson inquired. No, it should be directed at external historians drawn to investigate the blank 100 years of history. We have a firm grasp on the local historians studying this subject. Anderson mused. Even if the historians possessed the physique of ordinary people, it would be quite easy for them to obscure their presence. The law enforcement officials on O'Hara Island may not be able to detect them. Confidently, Braid proclaimed that through the implementation of crisis propaganda and a reward policy, the local residents of O'Hara would be informed of the presence of outsiders, potentially harboring terrorists intent on endangering the island. Reporting any outsiders lacking a temporary residence permit would not only facilitate the identification of these individuals, thereby safeguarding the community from harm, but would also grant the informants a monetary reward. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, appealing to the self-preserving yet avaricious nature of the populace. Thus, unwittingly, they became our eyes and ears, our allies. The ordinary historian, with a physique unremarkable, could not escape scrutiny. Anderson then inquired, and what follows? The adept hunters of history, seekers of ancient relics, and decipherers of archaic texts, who sought to obscure their trails, must remain undetected by the local law enforcement and residents of O'Hara, with the tips of his fingers stained with juice. Brad meticulously outlined the map. Fortuitously, the geographical position of O'Hara Island is rather isolated, surrounded entirely by the vast ocean. To reach O'Hara Island, one must utilize means of transportation. By this, I mean a dual control system, with surveillance established at both the departure and arrival points to O'Hara Island. Furthermore, there must be regulation over communications, telephones, telegraphs, bugs, and even computers and letters. This would require the expertise of specialists. Imagine a supreme governing body of the world, born from democratic elections, regardless of their origins. Trust me, my dear child, I would gladly cast my vote for you. Anderson humorously remarked on Brad's astuteness and cunning methods. Brad set down his utensils and sighed. Plans are often outpaced by changes. You must take responsibility to communicate with Minister Onest to declare our support. Are you afraid he will mock you? Andrews teased. Brett smirked, who said that early this morning, we could handle everything ourselves. Anderson chuckled heartily. In any case, I leave the specific arrangements to you, Father Anderson, Brett said with a light-hearted tone. Anderson replied, what mischief are you concocting now? It seems that several positions within the Hunter Association's 12 branches are vacant. Brett grinned. Are you still trying to provoke the sensitive nerves of the Hunter Association? The task of casting a long line to catch a big fish requires patience and a slow pace, especially with a stretch of free time approaching, a rare opportunity for leisure activities. Anderson remarked. Brett, undeterred, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Well, I have nothing but time on my hands. Anderson cautioned, do not neglect your training in the 6 styles, my child. He added, we shall be in touch again. Braid waved farewell. Take care, Father. In the vast emptiness of the room, only Braid remained, exchanging glances with Mosquito Girl. After a brief moment, he declared, let us depart to the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Braid surveyed their temporary abode and sighed, such is the toil of existence. Mosquito Girl, reluctant to leave, asked, are we truly departing just like this? Anything that we have lingered upon for long enough stirs emotions, but one eventually grows accustomed. Braid reassured her. There is no need for sorrow. I shall accompany you. Mosquito Girl lifted Braid and nuzzled against his cheek, inexplicably exhilarated. Braid is the best. Chapter 54. You are unworthy. What a coincidence it is to encounter you again, Mr. Mizeston and Ms. Alvia. With a radiant smile, Braid greeted the hurried figures of Mizeston Nana and Nico Alvia, presumably preparing to depart from O'Hara Island by boat. Yet, within the depths of his slanted, enigmatic golden eyes, a subtle danger appeared concealed. Having recently endured the loss of her husband and the birth of her daughter, Alvia's pallid complexion reflected her profound emotional turmoil, and upon seeing Braid, her countenance grew even graver, turning ghostly white. Unconsciously, she halted, clutching her swaddled daughter a little tighter, unable to mask her fear. Ugh! The wretched dog feces beneath my feet cannot be rid of, Mizeston muttered disdainfully about Braid. The astute crime hunter noticed Alvia's distress, feeling an increasing sympathy for her plight while simultaneously harboring a growing loathing for Braid. He was convinced that Alvia was not entirely ignorant of the truth behind her husband Swain's suicide. She must know, yet feared to reveal it due to threats. Mosquito Girl, in a fit of rage, scolded, "Show some respect to Braid, you wretched beast." Now, Joanna, let us maintain our composure," Braid interjected with his ever-present smile. "Mr. Mizeston, may I interpret your words as a sign that our reunion is an inescapable fate, a matter of destiny?" "Curse this destiny," Mizeston muttered, albeit managing to restrain his emotions effectively. Brett leaped down from the enormous suitcase and strode towards Olivia. "What do you intend to do?" Myson's heart immediately raced with apprehension. Braid extended his arms wide, signifying his lack of weapons, his stride unwavering as he shifted the conversation. "Are you also heading to the Mafia Federation Kingdom?" Miss Dunn remained silent, though her expression betrayed considerable distress. "Her name is Robin? I recall Mr. Swain mentioning in life that regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, they would be named Robin. Fortunately, his surname has a feminine touch. Otherwise, the predominantly masculine name Robin would indeed be quite unsuitable for a girl." Braid rose onto his toes to scrutinize the swaddled infant Robin, murmuring to himself, "She bears a striking resemblance to you, the most notable feature being her straight nose." "Does she not, Lady Alvia?" Lady Alvia struggled to maintain her composure. Indeed, the quivering of her delicate frame and the tremor in her voice eloquently conveyed her anxiety. Brett remained motionless, retreating slightly, his gaze once again fixed upon Mizeston. "I have heard that Ms. Shakyak, the president of the West Sea branch, has resigned from the association. What a pity. She was exceedingly kind to me, and I have yet to express my gratitude." He then shifted the conversation. "Who is currently presiding over the West Sea branch? Is it you, Mr. Mizeston? And if it is indeed me, what of it?" Mizeston replied. Blade languidly remarked, "Not much. Just that I plan to change my career path. I intend to cease being a private hunter and aspire to become a crime hunter as exceptional as yourself. I hope for your guidance." The sound of teeth grinding echoed. Mizeston realized that his typically lauded composure and maturity faltered in the presence of Blade, who invariably found a way to provoke his ire with mere words. "No problem, I shall teach you," Mizeston snarled, his features contorting with barely suppressed anger, each word pronounced with deliberate intensity. Braid tilted his head, his tone calm, yet sincere, exuding an unmistakable air of provocation. "Just kidding. I aspire to be a bounty hunter. Or perhaps a pirate hunter would suffice." Mizeston, not one to be easily swayed, replied with a deep breath, "Good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution does not come, it is merely that the time has not yet arrived." Braid interjected, his words laden with significance. "You possess your own standards for discerning good from evil, while I have my criteria for judging right from wrong, Mr. Mizeston. Our perspectives diverge, and we approach matters from different heights. Can you truly assert that what you deem good is unequivocally good, and what you consider evil is indisputably evil? Therefore, you need not adopt a moral high ground to unjustly accuse me. You are not entitled to do so." Mizeston retorted coldly, "Unjust accusations? Naturally, they are baseless." Braid's response silenced Mizeston, who chose to disengage from the conversation and invited Alvia to move on. Bored, Braid leaned back against the Mosquito Girl, reflecting. "I thought he would be driven by passion, recklessly seeking to teach me a lesson. Instead, he managed to suppress his fury." Braid eagerly anticipates the moment when Mizeston will make a move, for it will provide him with a legitimate reason to retaliate in self-defense. Indulging in the blood collection and rapid absorption. The 12 earthly branches represent the absolute backbone of the Hunter Association, Yet not all are formidable individuals. At the very least, Braid harbors no fear of Mizastin. Were it the dragon of the 12 branches, he would not dare provoke the rumors surrounding that individual's prowess, which approaches the extraordinary strength of Netero, the esteemed president of both the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, a figure of unparalleled excellence in the world. The blood collection and rapid absorption has been installed in Braid's right canine tooth, resembling a natural little tiger's fawn. The method of installation demonstrates the miraculous nature of the Emperor's tool. It requires no extraction or grinding of teeth, as it can actively reshape itself, comfortably fitting into the gaps between his teeth, a revelation Braid grasped only upon witnessing Dadia's demonstration, having overcome the psychological barrier of placing something unsavory in his mouth. Braid must now confront the dual psychological hurdles of biting and drinking blood. While he can endure the thought of consuming the blood of living beings for the sake of power, the image of an unsightly individual, perhaps one who has not bathed for years, nauseates him. Thus, during his voyage from Marioa back to O'Hara Island, Braid meticulously researched and slightly modified the manifestation of his inability, gluttony, in conjunction with blood collection and rapid absorption. Initially, Braid had not anticipated how seamlessly gluttony would align with blood collection and rapid absorption. Gluttony disregards any defensive capabilities of living matter in its normal state, excluding the use of hockey and other forms of defense, compensating for the offensive shortcomings of blood collection and rapid absorption. Conversely, blood collection and rapid absorption addresses gluttony's inability to hit living matter, swiftly and automatically siphoning the life energy from its victims. However, the energy obtained cannot be utilized by Braid due to its inherent deficiencies. Notably, gluttony also circumvents Braid's need to bite or drink blood. He merely needs to pierce the enemy's skin with gluttony, akin to using a straw to sip a delightful beverage, savoring the rich and sweet essence of life energy, which he then integrates into himself through blood collection and rapid absorption. All these contemplations await Braid's practical verification. Chapter 55, The Spider Leader. A savage beast under the starlit night, aboard the ferry. An urgent mission? What urgent mission? Braid, bleary-eyed, answers his phone, yawning and grumbling. You really know how to put people to work. I was finally enjoying some leisure. Stop rambling and wake up, young Braid. Minister Wonist, adopting a tone far removed from his usual lightheartedness, sternly admonishes Braid to correct his demeanor. Braid smiled and said, I am quite lucid. Are you familiar with the Phantom Troop? Minister Wonist inquired first. Brad raised an eyebrow. The notorious violent theft syndicate, marked by the emblem of a black spider, has consistently comprised 13 formidable members. Thus, when they set their sights on a particular object, should their thieving methods fail, they possess both the capability and the willingness to resort to violent means to achieve their aims, indifferent to the identity of those they antagonize. Consequently, they have repeatedly committed grave offenses, engendering numerous heinous incidents with profoundly negative repercussions. However, the most terrifying aspect of the Phantom Troop lies not in their exceptional skills or perilous demeanor, but rather in their nature as a hereditary criminal organization, embodying a unique will of evil, Brad added. It is recorded that throughout the nearly 3-century history of the Phantom Troop, the government has relentlessly deployed significant military force to eradicate them on 5 separate occasions. The Hunter Association has also been commissioned to annihilate them entirely, employing methods of total extermination. Yet the outcome has invariably resulted in the survival of individuals who inherit their will of evil in name, perpetually enacting a macabre cycle of resurrection. Minister Wonist expressed his satisfaction. It is good to know. You truly are astute, little Brad. A few years prior, the Phantom Troop had set their sights on the Barudish tribe, but the battle-hardened people, who have inhabited the most desolate ice fields of the northern sea for generations, subsisting by hunting exceedingly dangerous magical beasts, were evidently not of a gentle disposition, even at the grievous cost of nearly their entire clan. They fiercely dealt a significant blow to the Phantom Troop, causing them to vanish without a trace until now. Brad inquired, have they regained their strength and begun to stir once more? Minister Wonist replied, the Phantom Troop has indeed re-entered our field of vision. And then? Brad questioned. For the time being, it remains unclear why, but currently, only the Spider Leader remains, and he is gravely injured, Minister Wonist declared with palpable enthusiasm and fervor. Opportunities like this are rare. I am resolute in my determination to once again eradicate the Phantom Troop. I shall have the Spider Leader's corpse displayed atop the flagpole of Mariewa, instilling fear in those lawless elements that disrupt global peace and order, and demonstrating the government's commitment to combating evil. Brett abruptly inquired, "What concern is it of mine?" The speech of Minister Ernest came to an abrupt halt. Brett languidly remarked, "Commander, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely a frail 7-year-old novice agent. Even if the leader of the Phantom Troop is gravely injured, I fear I would be no match for him. After all, he is a notorious villain with a government bounty of 500 million berries." "Ha ha." Minister Onest chuckled heartily. Interrupting Brett, "Do not misunderstand, young Brett. I did not summon you to apprehend the leader of the Spider. I am well aware of his formidable power level." Braid felt a sense of relief. "What would you have me do?" "You are the agent closest to the Spider leader," the minister instructed. "Before the task force arrives, I need you to execute surveillance and track the Spider leader, ensuring he does not vanish from our sight." Minister Onest deliberated. "Perhaps you should also devise strategies to hinder and delay the Spider leader's movements. The council speculates that the Spider leader intends to flee to the Meteor Street. Should he succeed in reaching there, it would pose a significant challenge." Brett's expression remained impassive for a moment before he remarked, "To have discerned the movements of the Spider leader signifies that someone has been monitoring and tracking. He is dead, just recently deceased," lamented Minister Onest. Brett inquired, "Location?" "The Kingdom of the Mafia Federation, at the docks," Minister Onest replied. Brett, intrigued, inquired about the members of the Grand Assembly. "Of course. The responsibility for making a spectacle falls to the Navy. They are indeed the embodiment of the government's prestige," Minister Ernest remarked. Braid stretched languidly, pondering the intricate details concerning the Spider leader, alongside a comprehensive map of Meteor Street and its surrounding 600,000 square kilometers. For the latter, one might reach out to Mr. Nishigami, the custodian of the Holy Land Treasure Vault, who serves as the wielder of the imperial tool, the Book of the World. Longo. Additionally, I would recommend considering Mr. Nishigami for a position within Cipher Pol, as the value of the Book of the World, Longo, is notably significant. "Oh, Minister Onest, you seem to have nearly forgotten your initial solemnity, even your sternness," he remarked with a teasing tone. "Nishigami? I know him, an opportunistic little man. So, young Braid, what benefits has he bestowed upon you for your assistance?" "He supports my future ascendancy to your position, does he not?" Braid retorted earnestly, "Sir, this task is not without its challenges." Minister Onest chuckled, "I understand. Its difficulty is rated A. If executed well, you shall reap the rewards." With that, Braid ended the call. The mosquito woman, half awake, reached out to embrace Braid, murmuring, "A task, is it?" "Braid." "Indeed," Braid replied, wide awake, contemplating Joanna. "How far can mosquitoes roam?" The mosquito woman, in a daze, responded, "Mosquitoes are rather lazy. Typically, they venture within a 2-kilometer radius of their birthplace. But their maximum range can extend to 180 kilometers. "Good news," Braid commended. Ding, an email arrived. Minister Onest efficiently transmitted the detailed information about the Spider leader. The profile that appeared featured a youthful visage, a male appearing to be around 17 or 18, with long black hair and striking features, adorned with a purple diamond tattoo on his forehead. Name, Mangu. Age, 17. Place of origin, undisclosed. Known to wield a large halberd and a savage dragon. Character, impulsive. Irritable, somewhat simple-minded, likely due to limited education. A believer in the power of arrogance, he revels in doing as he pleases, enjoys challenging the formidable, and values rules such as agreements and commitments. A specialist in enhancement-type nin abilities, he is also skilled in emission-type nin. His swordsmanship is commendable. And though his physique is average, his raw strength rivals that of the giant race, an unequivocal savage beast. After perusing the Spider leader's information, Braid's fingers danced thoughtfully, plunging into profound contemplation. Chapter 56. Phantom Troop, Mafia Federation Kingdom, Capone Family. Teach, the Godfather? Braid's sudden visit caught Becky off guard. Silently seated at the edge of his bed, only realizing the reality upon awakening, a wave of horror washed over him, cold sweat trickled down his plump forehead. Becky was astute. He understood that Braid's actions were meant to intimidate him, a warning to comply or risk losing his life at any moment. Brett perused a book, his gaze unwavering as he inquired, "Have you carried out my instructions?" Yes, I have followed your directives," Becky replied, striving to quell the turmoil within her heart. "As you anticipated, the upper echelons of the Mafia Federation indeed proved to be avaricious. After I increased the benefits originally offered to the Fabricio family by 30%, they consented to overlook my previous indiscretions and even promised to accept me as one of their own in the future." Brett cast a glance at Becca's still plump physique and inquired, "What about your personal matters?" I promised you that if you shed that little belly, I would teach you the art of cultivation. Becca looked down at her bulging abdomen, straining against her nightgown, and found herself at a loss for words. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, Brett closed the book, furrowing his brow, and remarked, desiring power while shunning hard work? No, no. I have indeed adhered to the training regimen you provided, Becca quickly retorted. Yet, I simply cannot shed this stubborn belly fat. Brett's expression was peculiar as he sighed. It is a matter of constitution. You possess the inherent disposition of a plucked chicken. Becky responded, what an absurd metaphor. Continue your training. I assure you I will not renege on my promise. Once I conclude this task, I shall impart to you the art of cultivation. Brett gestured towards a photograph placed on the bedside cabinet. Leverage your connections within the Mafia Federation to assist me in tracking down this individual. Becky scrutinized the face in the photograph, cherubic features, large eyes, and a forehead adorned with a purple tattoo, with a black ponytail cascading down to the waist. Dressed in vintage attire, standing between 1.60 m to 1.65 m, and wielding an oversized weapon, what stood out most was his volatile temperament. He would undoubtedly attract attention wherever he went. Furthermore, he had committed murder at the docks last night. Brett added, we must act swiftly. I suspect he is yet to leave the Mafia Federation. Becky rose, affirming, understood, Godfather. As Becky hurried away, Brett tilted his head. The mosquito controller shook her head, indicating no leads had surfaced. It was indeed perplexing. Brett pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating how the vast network of countless mosquitoes had failed to ensnare this significant target, which was precisely why he sought Becky's assistance, to intimidate her slightly in the process. The sound of a ringing bell echoed. Brad's phone rang quite frequently. An unfamiliar number? Brad answered, hello, this is Brad Heyman. Who is this? A deep, gravelly voice responded. I am Admiral Zephyr, the Commandant of the Naval Academy. I have been ordered to lead the Academy's training ship in the eradication of the Spider Leader. Oh, the illustrious former Admiral Blackarm. It is a pleasure to speak with you, sir, Brad replied with a smile. Despite his retirement, Zephyr's military demeanor remained intact as he matter-of-factly stated, Minister Onest has informed me that you are responsible for continuing the pursuit of the Spider Leader. Do you have any leads? None at the moment. It is not easy to reconnect once a lead is gone cold. But I assure you I will locate him by nightfall at the latest, Brad replied. And what about you? I would like to know your current position. We have just crossed the doldrums and have reached the Western Sea, at least 5 days' journey from the Mafia Federation Kingdom, Zephyr informed him. Brad grimaced in pain, exclaiming, this is far too slow. Why not travel by airship? I wish to challenge my students, as we are all part of the Navy. Brett, an unpleasant conversation. Yet what could Brett do? Minister Onest wanted to avoid compromising the strength of the Cipher Pole Department by apprehending the barbarians, shifting the dilemma onto the Navy. Meanwhile, the Navy was preoccupied with the increasingly chaotic pirates along the Grand Line, severely lacking sufficient manpower. Consequently, they had to delegate the task to the second-tier Navy, specifically the Naval Academy where trainees were stationed, allowing the matter to fall into the hands of Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Academy, who wielded the greatest authority. Patiently waiting. Approaching noon. Father, we have news, exclaimed Becky, drenched in sweat. The target has departed from the Mafia Federation Kingdom and did not linger at all. Brett inhaled deeply, realizing that even he had moments of miscalculation. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a formidable individual. I assumed he would be severely injured and in need of rest and treatment, yet it appears he took it all in stride. According to eyewitnesses, after committing the act of violence at the dock, the perpetrator swiftly commandeered a vessel moored in the harbor and made his escape, Becky remarked cautiously. Brado, Joanna, let us depart. Thank you for your efforts. The mosquito woman cradled Brado, commanding a multitude of mosquitoes that swirled around them like a dark tornado soaring into the sky. In the vast expanse of the sea, the brutish figure of Manga stripped off his garments, brutally tending to the ghastly scars on his chest and abdomen. Suddenly, he called out towards the stern of the ship, come out, little mouse. If you do not emerge, I shall cleave you in two with my monglong. A boy, no older than 6, resolutely emerged from a wooden barrel, his teeth clenched in fear. Who is this little rascal? Manga scrutinized the boy, who had short black hair and lively eyes, his delicate features marred by filth and an unpleasant odor. He was also famished, his stomach growling audibly. Ha! Manga chuckled, extending a piece of bread towards the boy, deciding to amuse himself with the lad. State your name, little rascal. There is a reward for answering my question. The boy hesitated. Curolo Riziro. I am Mango, he declared, feigning delight. Why were you hiding on my ship? It is not your ship, Kirolo muttered. Do you see this piece of bread? Mangu gestured again, exaggerating the act of swallowing it whole. Gone. Ha ha ha. Kirolo replied, I shall grant you another chance. While Manga chewed the bread, he mumbled, What were you doing on this dilapidated vessel? Kirolo swallowed nervously. I wanted to stow away and escape Meteor Street, but you seized the ship before I had the chance to flee. Where are you headed? Are you from Meteor Street? Manga's expression shifted, and he rolled on the deck, laughing uproariously. Even as his wounds reopened and blood splattered, he seemed unconcerned. Ha ha ha. How absurd. This unfortunate child. Ha ha ha. Chapter 57. The Unfortunate Child, Kirolo. His wild and boisterous laughter startled the seagulls and scared away the fish, reverberating far and wide. Suddenly, his laughter ceased. Why the long face? I cannot muster any spirit, he lamented, tears welling up and cascading down his cheeks, shattering upon hitting the floor. Manga froze, as if turned to stone, and after a long pause, he touched his damp eyes. Indeed, I despise solitude. I am unaccustomed to being alone. Blood, your blood. Kirolo, bewildered by Mangu's erratic behavior, only noticed the blood gushing from his wounds and was compelled to caution him. Here. Manga tossed the food back to Kirolo, slowly tending to his injuries, and once Kirolo devoured the bread hungrily, he remarked, Unfortunate news. Little rascal, just as you escape Meteor Street, you must return. My destination is Meteor Street. Cough. Cough, cough. Kiraro was suddenly choked, his small face flushed crimson. He handed over a bottle of fresh water, while Bone leaned against the railing, gazing at the azure sky and white clouds, inquiring, Are you familiar with the Land of Harmony? I am not, Kiraro managed to reply, calming his breath, his sore throat altering the quality of his voice. Bone, with great enthusiasm, began to enlighten Kiraro. That is my homeland, filled with ninjas and samurais. However, as if struck by a fleeting thought, his excitement waned rapidly, and he shifted the topic. Have you heard of the Phantom Troop? Kiraro shook his head. Behold, Bone turned, proudly displaying the spider tattoo on his back, a symbol of freedom. Isn't it splendid? Kiraro stared, momentarily entranced by the spider ink. Freedom? Freedom. Bone raised his fist high. Unfettered, to go wherever one desires, to do whatever one wishes. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be vanquished. Trampling all nonsensical rules underfoot. This is freedom. Kiraro remained silent. Freedom is the essence of the Phantom Troop. Bone sat down, propping his elbows on his knees and cradling his chin in his hands. I have heard that Meteor Street is one of the few places in the world where freedom reigns. I plan to travel there to propagate the troop's ideals of liberty, fulfilling my duty as the leader of the spiders, and thereafter pursue my personal aspirations. Kiraro replied, It is not free. Meteor Street is not a place of freedom. I may not have read extensively, but I know well that the seed of freedom lies buried within every heart. Haha, Bone laughed nonchalantly. Whether Meteor Street is a land of freedom is of little consequence to me. I simply wish to find a place to spread the troop's ideals of liberty, fulfilling my responsibilities as the leader of the spiders, ensuring the continuity of the Phantom Troop. After a brief pause, he added, In any case, swallow your words. I will not accommodate your whims of halting the journey, Bone said with a playful smirk. Kiraro was taken aback. Bone had accurately guessed his inner turmoil. He had been hesitating to ask Bone to take him to another island, not wanting to return to Meteor Street after having escaped it. An extended silence ensued. Hey, unfortunate child, let me impart some wisdom. Whether you can learn it depends entirely on your own fortune, Bone remarked, clearly bored. Above the clouds, Brett finally uncovered the trail of the barbarian Bone. No. It should be said that the mosquitoes controlled by the mosquito woman had finally detected the whereabouts of the barbarian Bone. 10 kilometers away? Brett mused as he sifted through the map nestled in the embrace of the mosquito woman. We shall follow him discreetly. The direct distance from the Mafia Federal Kingdom to Meteor Street is considerable, yet it surely would not take 5 days. However, the Naval Academy's training ship, led by Zephyr, must traverse a straight path from the edge of the doldrums to Meteor Street, a journey that would require no less than 5 days. Even with relentless efforts day and night, Braid was tasked not only with surveillance and tracking the barbarian, but also with impeding and delaying its progress. The vessels, provisions, and fresh water, along with the target's injuries, require meticulous examination by the mosquito, Braid instructed. The mosquito responded obediently. By the way, Braid, that ship harbors not only the target but also a young boy. What is their connection? Braid inquired. The mosquito briefly communicated with her swarm before replying. They seem to have developed a cordial rapport, yet their acquaintance is merely coincidental. That vessel is a refuge transport ship bound for Meteor Street, and the boy is a native of Meteor Street. He recently stowed away on that garbage ship to escape Meteor Street and, unfortunately, encountered the target while attempting to hijack it for passage back to Meteor Street. Braid's mouth twitched as he remarked, "Unfortunate child." Consulting the map, he muttered to himself, 1, 2, 3. 8 islands of varying sizes lie along the target's route to Meteor Street. To obstruct and delay him, we must seize opportunities among these islands or during the journey, which will take approximately half an hour. The mosquito communicated with her swarm, noting, "The target's provisions and fresh water are exceedingly ample." Braid wrote, "What is the severity of the injuries?" "Quite serious. A large gash has been opened in the chest and abdomen, which has yet to heal." Mosquito Woman licked her lips and remarked, "They say the target's blood is extraordinarily sweet." Braid furrowed his brow in contemplation. A steam-powered vessel, with endurance and speed far surpassing that of a sailing ship, coupled with an ample supply of food and fresh water, requiring no stops for resupply. Kuraro. That little rascal's name. Yes, Kuroro Lucifer. The mosquito girl interjected suddenly. "Braid, it has been quite a while. The darkness is unbearable. Let us approach him directly." As we neared the garbage transport vessel, Braid unleashed his observation haki. "We will breach the hull and retreat immediately." However, Braid changed his mind. For through the perception of his haki, he beheld a humanoid beast clad in a furious, diminutive form, grievously wounded, yet still more fitting for a hero to vanquish. Chapter 58. The Savage Bone. What do you think? Are you frightened? Coward. Haha. The Savage Bone epitomizes a rugged individual with a nuanced character, intricately intertwined with his life experiences. Having fled the turmoil of his war-torn homeland during childhood, Savage Bone became a wanderer, embracing the world as his home. The struggles of an orphan fighting for survival are arduous. He was compelled to confront various adversities. To safeguard himself and his companions, he had to cultivate a resolute toughness, never daring to retreat, for the consequences would spell disaster. Over time, he developed a coarse and even savage exterior, standing as a testament to his formidable presence. Yet beneath this exterior lies a mind that is astute, sensitive, and intricate by nature, independent of his educational background. Many matters he simply refrains from contemplating. Even after inheriting the banner of the Phantom Troop and attaining great strength, he continues to rely on his rough demeanor to navigate life efficiently, seeking simplicity and joy while minimizing sorrow and complications. At present, in a bid to suppress the impulse to think deeply, Savage Bone busied himself with frivolities. Before instructing Kuraro in the art of nin, he whimsically manipulated his abilities to bring Kuraro to tears, relishing in his mischievous mockery. Abruptly, Savage Bone ceased his laughter, stepping into the cabin to seize a weapon, a massive halberd, over 2 meters in length and nearly a meter wide. Rather than merely a halberd, it resembled a sharp iron door forged for battle. Kuraro, trembling and wide-eyed with trepidation, ceased his weeping. Clearly, Kuraro had misunderstood. Savage Bone had no intention of inflicting harm upon him, his gaze fixed intently on the neatly arranged containers at the bow of the cargo ship. Meanwhile, Braid, who had been attempting to breach the garbage transport vessel undetected, was taken aback by the revelation of Savage Bone's nin abilities. Exposed. What should I do? The sudden turn of events presented an urgent dilemma. In an instant, taking a deep breath, Braid exclaimed, "Do not display hostility, Joanna." Addressing Mosquito Girl, he raised his voice. "Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone there?" With a sudden leap, Savage Bone ascended to the height of the containers on the garbage transport, scratching his head in bemusement. "What now, kid?" "Hello, sir. May I rest a while on your vessel?" Braid appears rather bashful, his tone tinged with a hint of self-pity. "It is my fault for being too headstrong, allowing Joanna to take me out without proper research. She is utterly exhausted." "For goodness sake," Mosquito Girl retorts with a playful flourish. "How could I possibly be unable? With beauty like a blooming flower and unparalleled stamina, I am the epitome of vigor." "Oh," Bone Boy scrutinizes Mosquito Girl, "a super dangerous species of subhuman beast?" Braid's laughter was innocent and pure. "Indeed, she is my family." A resounding thud echoed as he clashed his iron head against the great halberd wielded by the barbarian, who readily responded with enthusiasm, "I am deeply grateful for your generosity. Sir, you truly are a good man." Braid's acting was commendable. The barbarian, setting down his great halberd and sitting cross-legged, burst into uncontainable laughter at the remark. "A good man? Aha, am I truly a good man?" "Yes, I am a good man." After reveling in his mirth, he nonchalantly suggested, "As a token of allowing you aboard my vessel, would you indulge this good man in a conversation? What shall we discuss?" Braid extricated himself from the embrace of the mosquito woman and plummeted freely towards the container. Your name, your identity. Surely, a peculiar little creature like you, trailing a dangerously superhuman beast, must have many intriguing tales to tell, the barbarian remarked with a grin. Bredkin's eyes sparkled as he said, I am Bred. And she is Joanna. My identity is difficult to disclose, as my family forbids me from sharing information freely. However, I possess a plethora of stories. Would you like to listen? Perhaps children's tales? The mischievous jester inquired. Braid shook his head. It's a tale about mercenaries. Mambone gestured with his hand. Once upon a time, there was a band of mercenaries who called themselves the Seven. Braid vividly recounted. In the end, the righteous Seven triumphed over the malevolent half-demon. The captain of the mercenaries placed his great sword upon the cleansed neck of the half-demon and said, Do not worry, I have no interest in torturing the weak. Nor do I care for the weak. Simply die swiftly, the story concluded. Mambone wore a pained expression. He felt an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist of the tale, yet distinctly different. An odd atmosphere pervaded the story, and he could not quite grasp its peculiarity. After a brief silence, he announced, Once you've rested, be gone. My ship is not a shelter. With agitation, Mambone departed. Watching his retreating figure, Braid exhaled a sigh of relief, then fell into deep contemplation. If I had enough blood, I could defeat him, murmured the mosquito woman softly. Brett furrowed his brow. Are you certain? He appears exceedingly frail, the mosquito woman remarked. Contemplating the unmasked scars on his chest and abdomen, the pristine bandages stained with blood, it seemed he bore grievous wounds, possibly a severe injury to his intestines. Brett pressed his lips together, a surge of greedy desire swelling within him. The prospect of draining his abundant life force was fraught with peril, yet promised great rewards. Let us command the swarm to other islands to gather blood in preparation, Brett declared. We shall first sabotage his vessel. Leave it to me. With a swift motion, the mosquito woman brandished her scythe-like arms. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of slicing, creaking, and a resounding rumble filled the air. Bred witnessed the formidable power of the mosquito woman for the first time, far surpassing his expectations. The steam-powered ship, with its thick ironclad hull, was effortlessly sliced apart by her, creating a substantial gash. The seawater surged into the interior of the garbage transport vessel, causing it to tilt, while loose containers began to tumble into the ocean. Those treacherous bastards. If you dare to run, I shall see to it that you meet your demise. By the time the bone barbarian realized he had invited peril into his midst, it was too late. My apologies, Mr. Bone Barbarian. Red retreated into the air with a playful grin, saying, This is precisely why I cannot reveal my identity. You are merely a pawn of the world government? Or perhaps one of those money-hungry wolves from the Hunter Association? Strangely, the bone barbarian found his composure. Red remained silent. The nearest island to the site of the garbage transport ship's capsizing lay approximately 70 or 80 nautical miles away, contingent upon Manga's knowledge of the direction. Brett patiently awaited the moment when Manga would be utterly exhausted. Chapter 59. What am I to you, hey? Unfortunate child, do not sleep. Wake up. Look at that little vulture overhead. Its gaze is so sinister, so greedy. It awaits our downfall, eager to feast upon our flesh and drink our blood. Indulging in a lavish banquet. Ha! In the critical moment before the garbage transport vessel sank, Mangu, utilizing his monstrous strength, hurled aside a massive deck plank, which now served as his and Kororo's sole refuge in the vast, desolate sea. With the immense heavy halberd acting as an oar and the colossal deck fragment as a makeshift raft, Mangu propelled himself forward, even finding the energy to engage in jovial conversation with Kororo. This companionship was his reason for choosing to escape with Kororo. He despised being alone. However, Kororo, still youthful, lacked Mangu's extraordinary resilience and stamina, despite the absence of food, water, or sleep. And while suffering from severe injuries that caused his wounds to reopen and blood to flow intermittently, he still appeared remarkably spirited. After a lengthy stretch of half a day and a night, he was thoroughly exhausted, his eyes nearly unable to remain open. Boom. The tranquil sea surface churned with violent waves. Here it comes again. Mango muttered helplessly as he grasped the heavy halberd. Roar. A sea beast, drawn by the scent of Mangu's bleeding wounds, surged forth from the depths, roaring ferociously. Measuring several meters in length, with a tiger's head, a fish's body, and numerous legs, the beast bore an exceedingly menacing appearance, its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp fangs. However, it seemed toxic and inedible. Get lost. Splash. Mangu, with a fierce expression and a terrifying aura, unleashed his malevolence, causing the sea creature to whimper in fright. resembling a dog startled by a person bending to pick up stones, and it fled in panic. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Mangu turned, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Kuroro lay in a deep slumber. Food was not an issue. The sea was abundant with it, but the difficulty lay in securing fresh water. Left to his own devices, Mangu furrowed his brow. It was time to devise a plan. High above, what is the situation? Awakening in the embrace of the mosquito woman. Brett inquired. The mosquito woman beamed with a smile. A minor situation. That little brat can hardly hold on any longer. Are you tired, Joanna? Brett asked with concern. In truth, Brett understood the mosquito woman's nature. As a super dangerous subhuman beast, her constitution was extraordinary, making it trivial for her to remain awake for several consecutive days. His attempts to wear Manga down were predicated on this very foundation. Brett's minor concern was met with Mosquito Girl's cheerful spirit and indomitable resolve. I am not weary. Rest assured, Brett. You have worked hard. Brett rummaged through his small backpack, contemplating the provisions and fresh water. Let us conserve for 2 days? 3 days? The children assisted him in replenishing the juice, albeit in modest quantity. Mosquito Girl informed Brett that her controlled swarm of mosquitoes had gathered the first batch of blood. Braid nodded. There is no need to rush. Patience is key. At least until the Naval Academy training ship led by Black Arm arrives. It is unwise to take unnecessary risks. In theory, the world government has abolished the majority of capital offenses, retaining only a few heinous crimes deserving of death. Consequently, countless vile criminals, unless they fiercely resist arrest and are shot down by the world government, ultimately find themselves imprisoned in the largest penitentiary under its jurisdiction, impelled down. Also known as the Undersea Great Prison. Not long ago, the notorious world destroyer, who had attacked the celestial dragons, was not sentenced to death, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. The notorious Mangosteen will also meet his fate in the Undersea Great Prison, especially since the primary force apprehending him is the former Marine Admiral. Now the chief instructor at the Naval Academy, Black Arm Zephyr. Black Arm is one of Zephyr's monikers. He is also known as the Non-Lethal Admiral, a title derived from his military career, during which he never took the life of any criminal. It is a deeply ironic reality that this man, who has never killed a single criminal, lost his wife and child to vengeance from those he did not execute. In summary, once Braid sets his plan in motion to siphon Mangosteen's life energy, the latter is destined to perish as his vitality is drained. If a more ruthless individual were to apprehend Mangosteen, Braid could dutifully watch as Mangosteen was captured and then request to proceed with draining his life energy. How much safer that would be. Yet, the one sent to arrest Mangosteen is Zephyr. After taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, Braid gazed outwards. Has he fallen? The mosquito woman remarked. He is deceiving us. The mosquitoes are fixated on him. Let them draw his blood. Suddenly, Braid had a revelation. Wait, Joanna. If the swarm of mosquitoes collects blood to report back to you, does it not also convey life energy? Is that how you achieved your second evolution? The mosquito woman paused. I'm not certain. If the swarm gathers blood and relays life energy to you, it implies I could also absorb life energy through the blood collected by the mosquitoes, utilizing gluttony to rapidly assimilate and merge it into my body. Braid mused whimsically. As long as we control more swarms and gather more blood, we will become exceedingly powerful. Buzzing, the swarm of mosquitoes returned. Brett was eager to conduct his experiment. In a moment, he let out a long, wistful sigh, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed, it was merely a hypothesis. The conjecture of Braid is indeed not erroneous. Yet it bears little practical significance. The issue lies in the collection of blood and its rapid absorption. While it is capable of transforming the life energy of others into Braid's own, the effectiveness is merely about 1%. The process of fusion and absorption incurs substantial consumption, implying that the feeble life energy extracted from weaker beings is of little worth when converted into Braid's life force. Must it be the life energy of formidable creatures? Licking the corner of his lips, Braid grows increasingly desirous of the life energy from the beast. Observing Braid's discontent, the mosquito woman takes the initiative to inquire, Braid? Why did the target bring that little brat along? Is it a source of food? Braid responds with a sense of despair. The mosquito woman retorts. What am I to you? Control the mosquito swarm to harass him, Joanna. Braid squints, intent on ensuring that he remains in a state of unrest. Unable to maintain his composure. Chapter 60. The tormented hunt, you little bastard. If you have the guts, come down. Buzzing, he vows. Remember this. Damn it. Clean your mind and wait. I shall surely use the beast to sever your wretched head. Buzzing, Losing his composure, the exuberant beast howls in a frenzy. roaring like an unrelenting monster, wielding the heavy blade of the beast with fervor. Yet, despite the ferocity of the winds stirred by the beast, only a minuscule fraction of the vast mosquito swarm, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, is dispelled. The swarm disperses and congregates repeatedly, a dark mass seeking to find opportunities to bite him. Even if they fail, they continue to provoke him into a state of emotional chaos, depriving him of rest and the ability to navigate his boat. Mr. Beast, Kuroro is deeply concerned, as the wounds on the beast's chest and abdomen are repeatedly torn, and the prognosis is grim. He feels a sense of guilt. Yes, I am sorry, I have burdened you. If it weren't for me, huh? The beast, in a fit of anger, sets down the heavy blade and locks eyes with Kuroro's lively gaze, exclaiming vehemently, "Stop your nonsense. Burden me? Who the hell do you think you are? Who do you think I am? I am the beast, the leader of the Phantom Troop, living freely and at my own discretion." Kuroro was taken aback, and soon, he clenched his teeth as tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. It was not the ferocity of the brute that frightened him. Rather, he understood the hidden truths beneath its menacing facade. Prior to this moment, Kuroro was akin to the mockery of the brute's title, a mere unfortunate child. The meteor street of the West Sea was Kuroro's homeland, a peninsula extending from a red Earth continent that had long been a refuse dump for the world over 700 years. Refuse, weapons, toxic materials, corpses, infants, anything discarded was permitted within Meteor Street's confines. The street also welcomed criminals, refugees, beggars, anyone unable to survive, and the world was embraced without exception. Meteor Street, barren and chaotic, seemed to amalgamate all the filth of the world. From the moment he became aware, Kuroro yearned for the world beyond Meteor Street. He delighted in scavenging newspapers and books from heaps of refuse, dreaming of beauty through faded and torn images, until he dared to act, risking his life to crawl into a wooden barrel once emptied by sailors on a garbage transport, planning to stow away. Kuroro succeeded. He indeed witnessed the world outside Meteor Street, the vast blue sky, the white clouds, the verdant mountains and flowing waters, scenes far surpassing the desolation of his homeland. Yet, he also failed, before he could fully escape the garbage transport and truly experience the world beyond. He fell victim to the brute's robbery as the garbage transport headed back towards Meteor Street, a bizarre return to where he began. Fate seemed to cruelly toy with him, even mocking Kuroro. However, the inhabitants of Meteor Street were inherently resilient. Even a child of 5 or 6 would not bow down to destiny, weeping for mercy. Yet, the brute's seemingly fierce actions, which were, in fact, protective, made Kuroro, who lost his adoptive father at the tender age of 3, struggling for survival amidst relentless bullying, experience, for the first time, the warmth of being cared for. In the brief time they shared, the brute's optimism, spirit, and philosophy profoundly influenced Kuroro. "What a whimpering little brat," the brute muttered, his eyelids raised, gazing at the sky, contemplating the lofty figures of Braid and Mosquito Girl, wondering, "Is this where my journey ends?" The heavens. He was nearing his limit, grunting, as Mosquito Girl cheerfully remarked. With the endless drain of stamina and the continuous 6 forms of blood, his face has turned pale. Brad remained composed, urging patience. He casually dialed his phone. "This is Brad Heyman. Mr. Zephyr, where are you?" Brad inquired about the location of the Naval Academy's training vessel. On the other end, Zephyr responded, "In 2 days, within 48 hours, I assure you we will arrive." "All right." Brad ended the call and meticulously examined the nautical chart. He needed to ascertain his precise location while simultaneously checking the weather forecast on his phone. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Yet this conclusion only served to heighten Brad's unease. Braid once engaged in a casual conversation with Anderson, during which a particular exchange transpired. "In the execution of our missions, our customary approach involves conducting preliminary investigations and aligning our actions with those of the enemy, akin to lying in wait for a hare. However, as the smooth progression of events culminates in the decisive day of confrontation, both we and our targets often encounter unforeseen complications. Is this merely a matter of chance? Or is it inevitable? How great is the likelihood, Father? I would assert that the probability is rather low, my child. Nevertheless, such occurrences are frequent. There lies a contradiction. Father, we meticulously analyze the enemy's behavioral patterns and align our movements accordingly before determining the date of the final confrontation, correct? The more significant the day, the more likely it is that unexpected incidents arise, as I have often experienced in my previous work, where peculiar events tended to manifest solely on the day of reckoning. In light of my past experiences, altering the date of the final confrontation could resolve this issue, although there are instances where one must persevere against the odds. Whether it be Manku, Kororo, or Braid, each individual endures the torment of this protracted struggle. The countdown stands at 47 hours. Unable to contain himself, Manku attempts to unleash a psychic attack on Braid, yet the distance proves insufficient. The intelligence records on Mangu indicate that he is not only a master of enhancement-type nin abilities but also possesses considerable skill in emission-type nin. Having long been prepared for such encounters, the countdown stands at 39 hours. Mangu, Kororo has run out of fresh water. Burrito. The remaining freshwater of the mosquito woman is also scarce, yet it exists. The countdown stands at 28 hours. A group of uncharted reefs obstructs the path of Mangu and Kororo. Get lost. Mangu leaped from the wooden raft, and with a single thrust of the great Fong Manicore, he pushed Kororo aside. Kororo's lips were chapped and full of dead skin. His dark eye sockets were dry and red. He attempted to speak, but his mouth refused to open. His words caught in his throat, emerging as a hoarse whimper. Mangu's appearance was even more dismal than Kororo's, particularly the wounds on his chest and abdomen, emanating a foul odor. Enough with the rambling. Mangu's grin was grotesque. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. If fortune smiles upon you, and you pull through, remember to promote the Phantom Troop for me. I do not wish for the legacy of the Phantom Troop to perish with my generation. Cough, cough. I admit I have my own selfish motives in bringing you along. Ha ha ha, but I find it quite difficult. After all, you are the unfortunate child. Chapter 61. Sweet Harvest. The countdown is at 8 hours. It is over. Burrito assessed and confirmed that Mangu had utterly lost his combat capability. Joanna, descend. Mangu remained motionless, sitting like an old monk in meditation. Having kept his body still since parting from Kororo, gazing up at Burrito and the mosquito woman for a full 20 hours. Now his neck had stiffened, forcing him to look up to face their approach, yet the way he held his nostrils high conveyed an inexplicable pride, despite his appearance having withered to the utmost. Are you stalling for time? Burrito's tone was inquisitive, yet his conviction was evident. Manga chuckled, his throat parched and hoarse, his voice taking on an eerie quality. What a despicable little brat. That I, the Great One, should fall to someone as weak as you is truly humiliating. 20 hours prior, you were already at your wit's end, merely holding on by sheer willpower, all to delay us and allow Kororo to escape. Am I right? Burrito praised him and inquired, I admire your resilience, your spirit, but why? Throughout your life, it seems you have never been the type to sacrifice for others. Yet now you do this for Kororo? Why must there be so many reasons? Mangu interrupted Burrito, mocking him. I do as I please. If I feel like doing something, then I shall. He continued, that unfortunate child is simply too unfortunate, and in a moment of pity, I chose to help him. With a deft flick of his wrist, Braid summoned the embodiment of gluttony. My target is you, and you alone. I acknowledge the vast disparity in our strengths. I cannot guarantee that I will completely incapacitate you, for I dare not approach you recklessly. Thus, you have successfully restrained me, buying 20 hours for Kororo to escape. Congratulations. You have triumphed. Without further ado, the sharp talons of gluttony pierced through the chest of the barbarian, swiftly draining every ounce of his life force, leaving nothing behind, uprooting him entirely. His hair gradually turned ashen, his skin aged slowly, becoming wrinkled, and in an instant, the barbarian appeared as an old man. I have also emerged victorious, Braid added. The barbarian's lips quivered as he struggled to ask, Who are you? Braid Heyman, a rookie agent of CP0 under the world government. Braid replied earnestly. He slapped his forehead, adding, I almost forgot. After all, I am the justice messenger of the world government and the leader of the Phantom Troop. Barbarian, you have been sentenced for heinous crimes. Your transgressions are countless. Among the most egregious are violent theft, the massacre of innocents, contempt for the law, and endangering public safety. Your monstrous sins are unforgivable, and you are hereby sentenced to death. Ha ha ha, the barbarian grinned weakly, a feeble mockery escaping his lips. The wind gently caressed the scene. Boom. The barbarian collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. Braid cast a dispassionate glance at the lifeless body of the barbarian, quietly savoring the life energy emanating from it. It was vibrant, robust, and imbued with the sweetness born of toil. The terrifying functionality of blood collection and rapid absorption manifested itself. Although it could not entirely convert another's life energy into his own, consuming the essence in the process resulted in a mere 1% remaining. It indeed had the capacity to transform another's life energy into Braid's own, akin to that which he cultivated through his own endeavors. This was not a fleeting borrowing, but a permanent appropriation. How insatiably avaricious the plunder. Braid distinctly sensed an augmentation of his life energy, both in quality and quantity, alongside a fortification of his physical and mental faculties that harbor and generate such vitality. Exhilarated, Braid found himself in a heightened state. With a deep breath, he grasped the colossal bone spear of the barbarian dragon. Weighing 200 to 300 pounds, it was exceedingly cumbersome. He could not wield it with the finesse of a master, managing only a few awkward attempts. He believed that prior to absorbing the life energy from the bone, even these feeble attempts would have been beyond his capability. The mosquito woman gazed at him with eager anticipation, equally captivated by the barbarian's blood. No wonder the spider leader, renowned for his infamy and having ascended to the position of the Phantom Troop's new generation leader at merely 13 or 14, still possessed such an abundance of life energy. Even in the face of exhaustion, Brad could hardly fathom the notion that he might acquire the pinnacle of the barbaric essence of life. With a playful smile, he pricked the tip of his finger and offered it to the mosquito woman, saying, "Here you go. You've worked hard." "Brad is the best," she exclaimed joyfully, taking his finger into her mouth. As the blood flowed, Brad struggled to maintain his composure, striving to control his exhilaration while he thoughtfully dialed his phone. "Is this little Brad?" Minister Ernest yawned languidly. "Has the Navy managed to handle the barbarians?" Braid's words echoed. "The brute has been subdued, though not by the Navy, as they have yet to arrive." "What does that mean?" Minister Ernest, with his keen senses, interjected. "Do not tell me you managed to handle the brute all by yourself. You, who claimed, 'I am merely a frail 7-year-old, a novice agent,' and spoke of the Phantom Troop leader's severe injuries, asserting that I would hardly stand a chance against him. That notorious villain with a government bounty of 500 million berries." Brett remarked with a hint of melancholy. "One is bestowed with a mind for a purpose." "Esteemed Minister Ernest," Brett replied nonchalantly. "In summary, fortune has favored me. I seized several opportunities and, leveraging Joanna's ability for long-distance flight, I managed to utterly exhaust the barbarian." "And what of the barbarians?" Minister Ernest asked. Brett cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of the barbarian. "He is dead. I lack the means to capture him alive. Should he regain his breath, it would spell disaster for me. Indeed, death has claimed him, and with it." Minister Ernest felt a twinge of regret. "Bradeo, Commander, I seek to solicit your esteemed opinion." "What opinion?" Minister Ernest of Mia indulges in frivolous matters. Braid contemplated. "Let me make use of the corpse of the barbaric bone, sparing us the need to assert dominance through his demise to instill fear in the world's malefactors. Based on past experiences, whether it be Locke's, Barolik Redfield, or Bandy Wald, the government's actions, be it execution or capture, have never instilled fear. The wicked continue their misdeeds unabated." "You know quite a bit, young Braid," exclaimed Minister Ernest, taken aback. "What do you intend to do with the corpse of the barbaric bone?" "I am preparing to strive for a position within the Hunter Association's 12 Zodiacs," Braid replied. Minister Ernest burst into laughter. "You are indeed a cunning fellow." He chuckled heartily. "And while you're at it, please inform the naval forces. They are rather sluggish." Chapter 62. Utterly shameless. "Hey, look over there. That colossal halberd. Could it be the barbaric dragon? If it is indeed the barbaric dragon, is that corpse for real? A mere child who has only been in the game for a year. Even if young Braid possesses immense talent, his opponent is the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider, Hunter Association, Western Sea Branch." As Braid hoisted the enormous halberd resembling a barbaric dragon, much like an ant carrying food many times its weight, Mosquito Girl casually strolled in, dragging a desiccated corpse. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers, sparking a flurry of discussions. The barbaric bone and its formidable halberd were renowned, having consistently ranked among the top 10 on the Hunter Association's list of hunting commissions for 4 consecutive years. With a danger level classified as the highest, in A, Braid had initially intended to disregard those around him and directly seek out the current head of the Western Ocean branch of the Hunter Association, Miss Aston. However, he suddenly changed his mind. "You guessed it correctly, it is the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider." Braid paused on the staircase between the first and second floors, a gentle and charming smile gracing his face. "I believe I have struck it rich? Really? How did you manage that, little Braid? This is astonishing. Congratulations, ha ha ha. You have indeed found fortune. If it is indeed that formidable bone, the association has received numerous hunting commissions regarding him over the years. As long as the deadline has not passed, the reward is yours. You could even claim a bounty from the world government." The crowd's reactions were a tapestry of genuine and feigned congratulations, mingled with confusion, astonishment, envy, and jealousy, all vividly on display. To speak candidly, I am no match for the leader of the spider. My success in hunting him down relied not only on my intellect but also on a considerable measure of luck. Braid's warm and delightful smile faded, revealing a profound depth. Thus, throughout the pursuit of the spider's leader, I found myself in a state of constant hesitation and doubt, at times gripped by sheer fear. Hence, as a weakling myself, I have come to empathize with the sentiments of the weaker among us. It seemed as if a spell had been cast. Everyone gradually fell silent, intent on listening. There is no shame in admitting this. The vast majority of people in the world are indeed weak. We must confront the disparities that exist between individuals. Just as we recognize that no matter how hard we strive, we cannot attain the strength of figures like the president or the 12 earthly branches. Braid spoke with conviction, ultimately revealing his true intentions. After claiming the reward for hunting the spider's leader, I intend to establish an organization dedicated to safeguarding the interests of us, the weak. What kind of organization? Someone inquired. Brad once again beamed with a smile. We are all aware that our profession is fraught with uncertainties and peril, akin to bounty hunters encountering targets more formidable than intelligence suggests. Oceanic hunters, once poised to return with bountiful catches, can be stripped of their hard-earned rewards by an unexpected tempest, rendering their considerable investments of time and resources futile. When failure occurs, it feels as though our diligent efforts have been in vain, and it is profoundly unjust that the strong are virtually guaranteed success. I intend to establish an organization specifically to combat this inequity. I aspire to back it with substantial funding and seek collaborations with member nations of the world government, or even with corporations and large enterprises that are reluctant to undertake certain tasks. Those who join my organization will be tasked with executing these assignments, and regardless of the outcome, they will receive a guaranteed minimum income commensurate with the difficulty of the work. Brad smiled warmly and continued, "What do you think?" "Well, that is remarkable. You are truly a good person, little Brad. I am eager to support you." "So am I." Indeed, while many of the world's wealthiest individuals are hunters, the reality is that most hunters lead challenging lives. Brad's reasoned words and the promised benefits are sufficient to resonate deeply with the majority of hunters who are struggling. Let us band together. At an unknown moment, Miston arrived, casting a stern gaze. Brad's smile remained undiminished as he provocatively remarked, "Mr. Miston, you, a formidable figure among the 12 branches, cannot possibly comprehend the sentiments of us, the weaker ones. I understand that while the association does not prohibit forming factions, there are certain taboos that I must respect to maintain my standing. Therefore, my friends, I am determined to ascend in status, at least to become one of the 12 branches. I earnestly hope for your support. I shall strive diligently to advocate for everyone's welfare." Such a charming and benevolent initiative. Bread, bread, bread. With someone leading the cheer, the supporters of Miston could hardly contain themselves and joyously called out Brett's name. "Damn that little rascal." Miston cursed inwardly. Yet he dared not publicly expose Brett as a spy for the world government. After all, a misstep could easily precipitate a complete rift between the Hunter Association and the world government. Even Netero, the leader of the Hunter Association, maintained a discreet silence regarding his stance on Brett, as both parties navigated a tacit understanding. At this moment, Brett, with an air of solemnity and barely concealed indignation, proclaimed, "Furthermore, I must clarify one point. There are whispers circulating behind my back, alleging that my origins are dubious and accusing me of being an agent of the world government. This is particularly prevalent among history hunters, relic seekers, and ancient script researchers. I assure you, I am not. The stark reality is that they not only disregard the peril to our safety, but also dare to provoke the ire of the world government in their pursuit of knowledge regarding the blank century of history, facing sanctions while shifting the blame onto their fellow compatriots. This is utterly shameless. Enough." Misaston erupted in fury, his composure shattered. "You, the one who distorts the truth, are the truly despicable one." Braid exuded an air of confidence, unabashedly proclaiming, "Facts are facts. Accusing me of being an agent of the world government? Where is the evidence? Where is it?" You, Misaston, were left speechless. According to the Hunter Association's classification of hunter ranks, a hunter who has made significant achievements in specific fields is awarded a 1-star rating under the 10th article of the Hunter Code. Braid assertively declared, "Having hunted the leader of the Phantom Troop, I am now qualified to be granted a 1-star status in the realm of criminal hunters. Furthermore, The established status of the 12 elite hunters is generally recognized as two-star hunters, as stipulated in the 6th article of the Hunter Code. When a senior hunter who meets the criteria of the 5th article cultivates a junior hunter who earns a star honor, the junior is bestowed a 2-star rating. I shall strive toward this goal, to gain status and establish an organization that protects the interests of the weak. For the sake of my own vulnerable self and for those who are weak within the association. As dusk fell, the waning sun filtered through the windows, illuminating the moment when the indomitable warrior shone with a sacred light. Chapter 63. The era of great pirates is about to begin. In light of the reality that most hunters choose to pursue the profession in a frenzied quest for wealth, driven by the desire for easy gains and guaranteed returns, Braid boldly promoted his plans, presenting them with commendable reasoning and ideals, assuming a posture of benevolence aimed at benefiting the collective. In an instant, he garnered the admiration of numerous hunters, unaware of his true identity. At the headquarters of the Hunter Association, news from the Western Sea branch spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching all bases of the association. Each hunter, to varying degrees, had heard tales of Braid. Some scoffed, others remained indifferent, and some were infuriated. Yet there were many who praised him and offered robust support. Remarkably, Braid ascended to become a popular figure within the Hunter Association, attracting considerable attention. In truth, Braid was devising a method to create a faction within the Hunter Association that would adhere to his command, a concept not entirely original, as it had been conceived by Paris Stonehill. At present, Paris Stonehill was merely a young child of 4 or 5 years. Whenever his father, a private hunter, accepted commissions, he would be stationed at the Western Sea branch, gleefully running about with a lollipop in hand, resembling a playful golden retriever. Following an investigation by the Hunter Association's Review Committee, all doubts were dispelled, ultimately confirming that Braid had indeed hunted the A-ranked threat, the Phantom Troop's leader, the formidable Bone, single-handedly. Consequently, Braid achieved both fame and fortune. The honor of being a 1-star hunter was something the association had to concede, lest they compromise their integrity. Moreover, the head of Bone was exceedingly valuable. The world government had placed a bounty of 500 million berries on it, and there were additional rewards from wealthy individuals who had suffered losses due to the Phantom Troop over the years, bringing the total bounty to around 1 billion berries. After all, the targets of the Phantom Troop's thievery were anything but impoverished, for the destitute held nothing of allure for them. With an anticipated revenue of 1,500 million berries, Braid was well on his way to securing a place among the top earners in the annual hunter income rankings. Braid was indifferent to fame and fortune. He was engrossed in the pursuit of elevating the star ranks of hunters, aspiring to ascend to the esteemed position of the 12th. His ambition was to wield the power to forge a loyal faction within the Hunter Association. According to the Hunter's Tenets, Article 6, a seasoned hunter who nurtures a junior hunter to the attainment of a 1-star honor is entitled to bestow upon them a 2-star rank. Contemplating Article 6, Braid tapped his forehead thoughtfully. Jin Fearless? I taught him to read. Does that count as nurturing him? He believed that with his innate talent, Jin would soon earn the honor of a 1-star hunter, although the association might not officially recognize it. As for Capone Becky? A hunter of the underworld? Regardless, he had a penchant for eliminating gang leaders and seizing their treasures. It was evident that anyone would require a considerable amount of time to earn the honor of a 1-star hunter. I too must remain industrious. According to Article 7, a hunter who satisfies the criteria of Article 6 and leaves a remarkable legacy across multiple domains is granted a 3-star rank. There are few 3-star hunters within the entire association, which would facilitate my ascension to the 12th. Multiple domains? The bounty hunter domain, the pirate hunter domain, and the criminal hunter domain. The distinctions among these 3 realms are rather nebulous, but all are promising. I shall contact Jin to expedite the acquisition of his 1-star hunter honor, reciprocating the favor owed by acknowledging him as my disciple. I will impart to Becky the methods of honing his nun, enabling him to participate in the upcoming hunter examination. Thus, Braid swiftly embarked on the path of bounty hunting and pirate hunting, yearning to strengthen himself through the brutal clashes and by siphoning the life force of others. Brett's strength evidently rendered him incapable of hunting down the malevolent supercriminals known as the Bonebreaker. He aspired to leave a remarkable legacy in the realms of bounty hunting and pirate hunting, yet he could only pursue a secondary path, gradually accruing prestige. The extent of this accumulation depended on the judgments of the Hunter Association's Review Committee, devoid of any precise metrics. Thus, from the 4th month of the year 1492 in the Sea Circle to the end of June in 1494, spanning a period of 2 years and 2 months, young Brett, not yet 7 years old to a full 10, remained at the forefront of the West Sea, relentlessly pursuing criminals and pirates. Until one day, the exasperated Minister Wano raged. "What on earth are you doing, little Brett? For heaven's sake, aren't you my superior? Your duty is to eradicate those who delve into the historical texts in the blank century, not to obsess over the rank of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association." The strategies surrounding the hidden historical text tablets of O'Hara Island were crafted by your own hand, and now you abandon them? Brad placed his phone at a distance. Once Minister Wano finished his remarks, he said, "Remain calm, Chief. Everything is well within our control." "Well within our control?" Minister Wano retorted. "Are you aware that merely days ago, a group of individuals delving into the historical texts in the blank century of history stealthily departed from O'Hara Island, vanishing from our sight?" The words of Braden resonate. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. How can we ascertain their intentions? How can we determine whether their journey will lead them into the presence of perilous figures? For instance, the notorious Roger pirates. Roger specifically ventured aboard Whitebeard's ship to entice the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, the singular individual capable of interpreting the true history, Kazuki Oden, to join his crew. Currently, they aim to retrace the Grand Line, setting their sights on the legendary Rafdell Island. What if they were to encounter the Roger pirates? "Commander," Brad interrupted Minister Wano's incessant chatter with the force of a machine gun. "Yes, I understand your pressures and the turmoil within your heart," Brad remarked. "Trust me, the individuals on O'Hara Island, who delve into the annals of history in the blank century, are hardly to be feared. What if they possess the truth of history? The truth always resides in the hands of the powerful. Who is powerful? The government. If the government deems something false, then it must be false, such is the simplicity of the matter. Their discreet departure from O'Hara Island will merely draw forth more seekers of historical truth in the blank century. Sooner or later, they will return to our field of vision, at which point it will essentially be a strategy of casting a long line to catch a big fish. Minister Wano then suggested, "Let us focus on the Roger pirates." "Oh. And remember, this year is also the year of the World Conference?" Brad chuckled lightly. "Unfortunately, you have your hands full." Minister Wano laughed in return. "Come back. Assist me." "Young Brad, that is an order." "Ha ha ha. You little rascal, don't think you can take it easy." "All right, 1 week. I will promptly handle my current tasks." Brad replied succinctly. The phone emitted a beep. Is the era of Great Pirates about to commence? Brad pondered silently. Chapter 64. Lord Brad, Hunter Association, West Sea Branch. For nearly 2 years, the head of the West Sea Branch, Miss Sayston, had been enduring a rather dismal existence, to say the least. The root cause of his plight was undoubtedly Brad. Ever since Brad boldly proclaimed his commitment to protecting the interests of the weak, and made extraordinary efforts to put this into practice, his supporters within the Hunter Association had multiplied exponentially. These supporters were not merely verbal advocates. Many were genuinely willing to act in support of Brad. Consequently, the composition of hunters in the West Sea Branch gradually underwent a transformation, ultimately evolving into a stronghold for Brad's supporters. Thus, at times, the commands issued by Miss Sayston, the leader of the Western Sea Branch, proved less effective than a mere utterance from Brad, indicating that he had been rendered powerless. The most terrifying aspect lay in the supporters of Brad, an intriguing faction comprised largely of female hunters, drawn not solely by Brad's professed commitment to safeguarding the weak, but who affectionately dubbed themselves the Brad Fan Club. Their mission was to protect the charming and dashing Brad while promoting a delightful and appealing hunters association. These women possessed an uncanny aptitude for rumor-mongering and relentless harassment, exhibiting formidable combat prowess, rendering them an adversary not to be trifled with. Anyone who opposed Brad inevitably faced their ostracism and suppression. The long-standing discord between Miss Sayston and Brad was evident. It was clear that he could not escape the marginalization and oppression inflicted by the Brad Fan Club. Once a distinguished 2-star criminal hunter, revered within the association for his integrity, Miss Sayston's reputation plummeted as rumors surfaced regarding his personal vices, professional blunders, and alleged misconduct towards female hunters. The brutal reality unveiled to Miss Sayston that the honest could not prevail against the hypocritical. Despite his repeated attempts to bring the dangers posed by Brad to the attention of the association's president, Netero, suggesting the public disclosure of Brad's identity as a world government agent and advocating for his expulsion from the Hunters Association, his proposals were consistently rejected on the grounds that Brad had not violated any of the association's tenets. Initially, Masaston had been a conservative, steadfast proponent of balance within the Hunters Association. However, he found himself reluctantly compelled into the embrace of the reformist hawks advocating for radical changes. This transformation allowed him to truly comprehend the sentiments of his predecessor, Shakyak, who had furiously withdrawn from the Hunters Association. Just as Masaston was aimlessly perusing news articles, bracing himself for another uneventful day, a piercing scream jolted him from his reverie. His first instinct was one of dread. Surely they weren't attempting to ensnare him in another scandal. Yet, relief washed over him. Lord Braid. Little Braid. How arduous your journey has been. Welcome back. Amidst the clamor, Masaston stood in the lobby of the Western Sea Branch building, where the 10-year-old Braid had seemingly shed much of his youthful innocence. Yet, his skin remained as fair as ever, impervious to the ravages of wind and sun. His features retained their exquisite delicacy, and the process of growth had merely refined his appearance. Deserving of far more than the term pretty boy, the most significant changes in Braid are his temperament and height. He has grown more cheerful, exuding warmth and sunshine, effortlessly leaving a positive impression on others. As for his height, it is difficult to articulate. He now approaches 1.7 meters. A stature that certainly surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Thank you. I appreciate everyone. Braid resembles a venerable gang leader, adeptly weaving through the crowd, offering greetings, encouragement, or praise, never overlooking a single person. In a moment, the esteemed Braid announced his fatigue, urging everyone to resume their duties. A woman, reminiscent of a noble lady, commanded the crowd with her voice. She boasted an impressive figure, though unfortunately, the proportion of her neck to her head was roughly 1:1. With an exaggeratedly large head adorned with even more flamboyant pink hair, her features were abstract and heavily made up, and coupled with her diminutive stature, she resembled a doll. It is truly a pleasure to see you, Shudi, Braid smiled. Shudi Beatty, the leader of Braid's fan club, ardently advocates for the protection of the charming and dashing Braid, aspiring to create an endearing and charismatic hunter association. Despite her appearance as an infatuated middle-aged fan, she is, in fact, a quirky and delightful 18-year-old, a one-star hunter. Shudi beamed widely. Braid, let's cut to the chase. Braid replied with seriousness. I must inform everyone that no one is to accept any tasks related to the Underground World Conference, much like the world government convenes its global meetings. The Underworld convenes its so-called Underground World Conference every 4 years, akin to a gathering of elegantly dressed rats whispering in the dark corners, deliberating over the remnants of humanity's discarded scraps, interspersed with various transactions and auctions. Indeed, Shudi paused, her large head proving not to be without merit. As she grasped the gravity of the situation, Braid sighed, expressing his intention to seize this opportunity to nurture a 1-star hunter, elevate him to a 2-star hunter, and further to a 3-star hunter, all in pursuit of attaining the esteemed status within the 12th. This would formally qualify him to establish an organization dedicated to safeguarding the interests of all, especially with the World Conference approaching. He yearned to journey to Mary Geos to engage in negotiations with the world government and its affiliated nations, eager to secure contracts without further delay. While witnessing his compatriots continue to suffer, Shudi, overwhelmed with emotion, tearfully exclaimed, "You are truly magnificent. I will certainly inform everyone." "Thank you," Braid replied, bowing in gratitude. Shudi, unable to contain her emotions, burst into tears. Braid discreetly twitched the corner of his mouth. With a swift turn, he moved away. Brett and Masaston exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Brett returned to his designated office area and made a call to Becky, who had qualified for the hunter test for the second time this year. During her initial attempt, she inadvertently caused trouble for the newcomer assassin, Dongba. Soon, Brett inquired, "Are you aware of the Underworld Conference?" Becky nodded cautiously. Having learned to articulate and harness the same powers as Brett, yet her fear of him intensified as ignorance no longer shielded her from reality. "Prepare to sever ties with the Underworld Conference. The heads of the 10 elders will surely suffice for your promotion to a 1-star hunter," Brett remarked with a hint of amusement. "Of course, we must be vigilant. The demise of a faction of the 10 elders will merely lead to a reshuffling of power among the dark forces. Regardless of the emergence of new elders, our gang will undoubtedly seek vengeance, as they must ascend through our demise to instill fear in others and send a warning that they are not to be trifled with." Chapter 65. Bounty Hunters and the Boss Kaku. My Lord Brett, I have already informed everyone at the West Sea Branch, as per your instructions, to refrain from accepting any assignments related to the Underworld Conference, including those from other branches and the headquarters hunters. reported Chody Beatty with remarkable efficiency. Within half a day, he conveyed to Brett that all but one had consented to this directive. The venue for the Underworld Conference was naturally the Mafia Federation Kingdom, where the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association was stationed. After all, it is the capital of the world's gangs and dark forces. And the moniker of the gang empire is not mere jest. The West Sea branch of the Hunter Association also serves as the stronghold for Brett's supporters. And considering the likelihood that external hunters may struggle without the friendly assistance of local hunters, the majority would be inclined to favor Brett. "Oh, which formidable dragon is it?" Brett inquired with a smile. Chody replied, "A one-star bounty hunter, Kaku." Hiss. Brett inhaled sharply. A super senior indeed. Braid was already aware of the existence of Kaku within the Hunter Association. He frequently perused the official website of the association, particularly the section concerning hunter profiles, making it impossible for him to overlook Kaku. Name: Kaku. Origin: Land of Harmony, Takigakure. Identity: defector from Takigakure. Bounty hunter. Age: unknown, presumably ancient, possibly tracing back to the Warring States period of the Land of Harmony, where he was actively recognized as an elite within Takigakure. Experience: once tasked by the upper echelons of Takigakure to assassinate the founder of Konohagakure. He narrowly escaped death after failing the mission. Upon his return, he faced execution for his failure, but rebelled against the authorities and ultimately fled the Land of Harmony, wandering the Grand Line before fortuitously joining the association. Achievements: completed 17 A-rank mission requests with countless B, C, and D-rank tasks that are difficult to quantify. Reputation: known for his formidable strength and unique ninjutsu, he has garnered high praise from the association's president. His meticulous and almost exacting approach to mission requests reflects his unwavering dedication. He only commits to the tasks outlined in the agreements. Yet, if sufficiently compensated, he may undertake additional work beyond the original scope. A true workaholic, he is relentlessly striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the Hunter Association's historical leaderboard for mission completions. His demeanor is somewhat aloof and somber, preferring solitude, and he is not of the popular ilk, seemingly averse to complications, having yet to apply for a higher rank within the Hunter Star Honor System. The official website of the Hunter Association thus describes Kaku. Tap, 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 the sound of fingers drumming on the table. Help me contact Kaku and inform him that I wish to discuss a business proposition, Braid thought, saying, "I beg you, Cutie." Ecstatic, Cutie joyously scurried away. "Did you hear that?" Braid addressed Baiki. The Underworld Conference pales in comparison to the legitimate world meetings. Yet the stakes involved are indeed astonishing. Even a prominent bounty hunter like Kaku has caught wind of it. Baiki had initially relished Braid's plan, reveling in the thrill of seizing enemies' heads and wealth, then relishing the chaos of their disarray. The greater the danger, the more exhilarated he felt. However, the current situation seemed rather precarious. "But you need not worry. Just focus on eliminating the 10 elders, and I shall handle everything else," Braid reassured him, his confidence stemming from over 2 years of accumulated experience and growth. Baiki opened his mouth, responding, "Understood." Hesitating, he added, "Master, could you please elaborate once more on the intricacies of transformation type Nun?" Baiki awakened his life energy, and Braid, using the water surface technique, discerned that he was indeed a transformation type Nun user. Meanwhile, Mosquito Girl had yet to awaken her life energy, despite her utmost efforts. Perhaps her physical constitution was simply different? Nevertheless, Brad clings to a semblance of hope, while she herself is engulfed in utter despair. "There is little more to convey. I have imparted all that I could teach you, and the rest hinges upon your practice and comprehension, which is a matter of personal insight." Lazily reclining in her chair, Brad suggested, "Perhaps you might seek counsel from other practitioners of transformation abilities. It could yield fruitful insights." Becky retorted, "Are you implying that I am foolish? You think you are so brilliant, don't you?" Braid waved his hand, dismissing Barry. In Wano Country, a ninja, resting his chin on one hand, murmured, "Chakra ninjutsu, illusion techniques. Taijutsu, sage arts." A knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Braid said casually, but his expression soon turned peculiar. "Mr. Masayston?" Masayston approached Braid, his disdain for him unmistakably etched on his face, exuding his usual contempt. "What brings you here? If it's the customary I will eventually expose your true nature, damned bastard, or a fraud deceiving the masses, then spare me. I have no time for such nonsense," Braid interjected. Masayston fixed his gaze on Braid, and after a moment, stated, "I have submitted my resignation as the president of the West Sea branch." "Oh?" Braid raised an eyebrow. Masayston continued, The successor will be someone formidable. Your reign will not last long. Understood, Braid replied nonchalantly, gesturing to dismiss Miss Aston. Miss Aston quietly turned to leave. How is Miss Nicole Olvia? Braid jested abruptly. You seemed quite eager to become the stepfather of little Robin, but alas, the affection was unreciprocated. She has entirely ignored you. The widow has inherited her late husband's aspirations, embarking on a reckless quest to uncover what she calls the blank century of history. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as the door was forcefully flung open. Miss Aston did not look back, his fists clenched, veins bulging on the backs of his hands as he departed. Mr. Miss Aston, Braid provocatively called out, spitting words towards Miss Aston's retreating figure. I've heard that the relatives fostering little Robin are not of good character. Do you think I would be capable of adopting her? After all, I have experience in taking in little ones. Miss Aston remained unfazed, ignoring Braid's taunts. Brett, feeling exceedingly bored, shrugged and remarked, excessive rationality is, in a sense, equivalent to a lack of courage. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, the playful mosquito girl chuckled. Bread Dow. After all, there are 12 members. Chapter 66. Behave yourself and extend your neck, waiting to be slaughtered. Time is money. In early July, Kakuzu arrived. Contrary to Brett's expectations of a classic ninja attire, Kakuzu's ensemble was a peculiar fusion of elements reminiscent of a successful individual intermingled with hip-hop flair. Gleaming leather shoes, a pitch-black suit, a pristine white shirt, all topped with a baseball cap emblazoned with golden lettering, a mask concealing his mouth, and a gold chain the thickness of a pinky dangling around his neck. How could this not appear bizarre? Particularly given Kakuzu's darker complexion and his unnerving eyes, with their red sclera and green irises, which contributed an additional layer of dread, enigma, chilliness, and a hint of peculiarity to his already strange appearance. However, Brett quickly discerned that Kakuzu's attire was a testament to his professionalism. After all, he had arrived in the West Sea with the intent of serving those in the underworld, preparing to accept commissions related to the clandestine meetings of that realm, necessitating a respectable appearance. This also implied that should negotiations between Bread and Kakuzu falter, Kakuzu would immediately accept commissions related to the underground meetings and commence his work. Without taking a seat, standing at the doorway, Kakuzu initiated the conversation with his calm and impassive tone, stating, "So you would do well not to waste my time with games. Just tell me the business you wish to discuss." "All right," Bread replied straightforwardly, "I shall offer you a substantial sum. The condition being that you refrain from accepting any commissions related to the underground meetings. The specific amount will depend on the number of commissions you would have otherwise accepted." At this point, Kakuzu astutely sensed that Bread had yet to conclude. With a radiant smile, Bread expressed his desire to enlist your expertise in teaching him the intricate system of chakra powers. Kakuzu, displaying no impatience akin to a ravenous lion, refrained from making an exorbitant demand, for such a demeanor was not his style. He neither directly accepted nor declined, but instead retrieved a compact calculator from his pocket. After a series of precise calculations, he quoted a figure, 843,605 berries. Despite his meticulous arithmetic, Braid could not comprehend the origin of the 500 berries. "Very well," Braid acquiesced. Kakuzu, stowing away the calculator, added, "I have yet to conclude. The time frame for teaching you the chakra power system is limited to 1 week. Any extension will incur additional charges." "Understood," Braid replied, consulting his calendar. "Let us schedule it for the first week of December. Then you shall instruct me in the chakra power system." Without inquiring further, he handed over a card containing his bank account details. Kakuzu, ever the diligent workaholic, departed as swiftly as he had arrived, showing no inclination to engage in further conversation with Braid. Regrettably, Braid found himself yearning for discourse with the members of the Wano Country, eager to delve into its history, current state, and cultural nuances. He was quite curious about this nation, which, despite its isolationist policies and civil strife, garnered significant attention from the world government and faced severe sanctions. The Underground World Conference, scheduled for 10 days, was conventionally held in the royal city of the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Even though the world is rife with secrets, the notorious figures from various criminal enterprises learned of the conference and suspected that the absence of hunters accepting related tasks was a result of covert machinations aimed at undermining them. Nevertheless, they boldly converged upon the Mafia Federation Kingdom, unwilling to show any signs of weakness, keen to display their audacious spirit and confidence. Then, with a resounding crash, the heavy doors of the royal city were flung open with a single blow. Braid, having gathered all pertinent intelligence through the control of the Mosquito Woman, opted for the most audacious approach, launching a solo assault. The Mosquito Woman did not accompany him, as she was contemplating the substantial payment to be made to the Wano Country, which left a gap in the funding for the establishment of the Hunter Association's internal factions. He needed to supplement his income through theft alongside his killings. A chilling alarm blared, signaling an invasion. Arm yourselves. Prepare for battle. How many invaders? Who are they? Just one, a brat? With a swift motion, Braid executed a flawless combination of the 6 styles, his afterimages flickering throughout the royal city of the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Each pause in his movement resulted in a vibrant bloom of crimson. The fallen perished silently, their suffering swiftly alleviated as Braid compassionately targeted their hearts. Open fire! Echoed the command. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound reverberated like thunder. Handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles. Even grenades and rocket launchers unleashed a barrage of smoke and flame. The well-trained gangsters proved to be as formidable as any regular army, once their outer defenses were breached. They swiftly regrouped, deploying concentrated firepower in a desperate attempt to thwart Braid. Die. Ha ha ha. You arrogant brat, let us see how you evade. However, their laughter quickly froze in place. With his advanced observation hockey, Braid deftly evaded the hail of bullets, confidently striding through the swirling dust, closing in on the crowd. Buzz. The intimidation of a nin user against non-nin users. Clatter. A monster. Ah. The murderous intent that Brad had honed for 2 years erupted with a deafening force, sending the weak-willed into a frenzy. Even those with steadfast resolve were intimidated, for they were merely ordinary individuals, standing on one side of an insurmountable chasm. As the old man had anticipated, trouble was indeed brewing. Brad Heyman, a renowned hunter from the West Sea, was rumored to be an agent of the world government, and the whispers surrounding his techniques seemed to bear truth. His demeanor was a blend of mockery, gravity, and rationality, interspersed with personal nuances that echoed in hushed tones. No fewer than 50 bizarre figures encircled Brad, led by the 10 shadow beasts, accompanied by assassins summoned by the old gangsters, the likes of which included 10 old men. A lone wolf, Brad mused. With a flick of his wrist, gluttony manifested before him. An elderly man with hair as white as snow, save for his golden eyebrows, stepped forward. What does the Hunter Association signify? Brad smiled in response. You should inquire what I mean. I am Brad, the leader of the 10 shadow beasts, the owl. The owl, with his round eyes, glared angrily. Oh, what do you mean? My meaning, Brad elongated his words, licking his lips, is that it is already beyond redemption. Be compliant, stretch out your neck, and await your demise without resistance, lest you provoke my ire. You wretched fool. Chapter 67. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Once one possesses power that transcends the ordinary and the commonplace, a transformation inevitably ensues. One becomes confident, arrogant, and self-important, a phenomenon colloquially known as inflation. For they have indeed ascended to new heights, capable of overseeing and controlling the fates of others. Gradually, some begin to feel that the laws and morals of the world can no longer restrain them, leading them to relish in a life of crime. Brett's words undoubtedly pierced the pride of everyone present, mercilessly ridiculing us all, declaring that everyone here is worthless, instantly igniting a fervent hatred. How audacious! Just wait. I shall ensure that I exact my vengeance upon you 100-fold. Enough of this chatter, let us dispatch him. The air was thick with furious curses and shouts. A chaotic eruption akin to a volcano, transforming the royal city of the Mafia Federation into a bustling marketplace. Whoosh. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. The cacophony came to an abrupt halt. Bread stood before the owl, while gluttony pierced its heart, as if a voracious beast were devouring the very essence of the owl's life, draining it entirely until not a single drop remained. Witnessing the lifeless, withered body of the owl collapsing to the ground, shattering into fragments, and the eerie scene of it vanishing into thin air with a gentle breeze, instilled a chilling terror in everyone, leaving them as paralyzed as a duck caught by the throat. Be careful. So swift. No, do not fear. Let us all charge together. It was evident that Brett's decisive strike against the leader of the 10 beasts, who also commanded the enemy as the owl, had struck a fatal blow. One that pierced not only flesh, but also the heart, proving devastatingly effective. The foe quaked in fear. A wolf's howl echoed. A robust young man underwent a startling transformation. In an instant, his physique grew bulkier, coarse gray fur enveloped him, Sharp teeth and claws emerged, and a menacing wolfman supplanted his former self. A user of a devil fruit? Perhaps the Zoan type Inu no Mi, Grey Wolf? Bread scrutinized the creature, emitting a thunderous roar. Then with a swift motion of his toe, he executed a technique. Shave. With a resounding thud, yet another lifeless body fell. Bread bestows upon gluttony the ability to disregard any conventional state, rendering life's defensive aspects vulnerable to his formidable prowess, particularly against those inept in the use of haki or other defensive techniques. This creates a weapon of unparalleled lethality, akin to a game-breaking entity. With a swift flick, he dispatches two hapless souls, leaving them in utter shock. Now, who else dares to resist? Bread's dual strikes leave his adversaries in a daze, his audacity overwhelming as he mercilessly grinds their pretentious pride into the ground. You wretched creatures, barking like dogs, I'm speaking of you. Had they scurried away with their tails between their legs, he would have shown them indifference, but their attempts at bravado, positioning themselves as noble guardians, obstructing his path, provoked his wrath. With a series of ruthless strikes, he reaps his grim harvest. Monster, what is this? Amidst the chaos, panic ensues. Yet no one stands a chance against Bread. His tactical maneuver to intercept the hired hunters of the dark forces proves astute, as the truly formidable individuals have been systematically excluded from this underground assembly, leaving behind a hastily assembled force that crumbles effortlessly. No, please, spare me. The bravest fall first. While the timid scramble to survive, Bread gazes with a satisfied smile at the remaining familiar faces kneeling before him, feigning departure before abruptly turning with fury. Why do you move? Do you intend to ambush me? There is no room for argument. He annihilates without mercy. Apologies for misleading you, he murmurs, shaking his wrist as he strides into the gathering of the Mafia Federation within the royal city. With a thunderous crash, the doors shatter, plunging the bustling social scene into an eerie silence. Do you truly believe they can halt me? How audaciously foolish, Bread exclaims, incredulously gesturing as he saunters towards the most prominent position, the seat of the world's foremost gang leaders. Facing the crowd, he declares, I am taking them now. Who agrees? Who opposes? Silence prevails. A new leader shall emerge from among you. What a rare opportunity. Bread continues, as the one granting you this chance, might you show some acknowledgement? The wealth you bring to this underground world conference will be mine to claim. Who agrees? Who opposes? The response is mute. A pleasant collaboration. Thank you. Binding the 10 elders like slaves, Bread allows them to experience the bitter taste of their own past dealings in human trafficking. As Bread steps out of the hall, a triumphant roar echoes. The position of the 10 elders is now mine. Nonsense. It is mine. Silence, everyone. Let us engage in discourse. It is utterly absurd that those who find themselves beneath the command of the 10 elders seem to have forgotten their leader, their boss, their chief, and are instead fixated on who will inherit the position of the 10 elders. Young ones, we are unaware of what you seek from us, yet why not express it? We shall endeavor to accommodate you. Indeed, grant us some respite. Is it not more beneficial to cultivate harmony for prosperity? The usually taciturn and understanding 10 elder, having heard the cheers from behind, could no longer contain himself. With a slight loosening of the ropes binding the 10 elder, Brad allowed their hands some freedom of movement. In a fleeting moment, a notification sounded, the first transfer, 100 million berries. Is your life truly worth but 100 million berries? How inexpensive, Brad scoffed, his golden eyes glinting with malice. Ding, 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 successive transfers ensued, each amounting to 100 million berries. Once we ascertain our safety, we shall ensure a generous recompense, declared the representative of the 10 elders. Brad smirked, tightening the rope. Before long, he instructed Becky, the lookout, use some measures. I want their money. Set a fire to destroy the evidence. Watching Brad dismantle the so-called gangster empire with the efficiency of a butcher, Becky swallowed hard and bowed. Yes, Godfather. Chapter 68. The whirlwind of unrestrained will. After 4 years of patience and accumulation, the time had finally come for Brad to reveal his prowess, and the taste was delightful. However, he knew well that countless threats to his life still loomed large, making the situation dire. Have we not dealt with the mosquito woman yet? Brad inquired. Turning with a cheerful demeanor, the mosquito woman replied, Brad, Joanna has already taken care of it. She has had her fill of juice. The trouble lies with those you sent. They are exceedingly slow. Rest assured, they will hasten their pace. Brad chuckled. Brett had meticulously established channels for the sale of the spoils from the heist at the Underground World Conference. Those audacious enough to engage in such enterprises were evidently not of reputable character, They were all unscrupulous individuals, akin to a pack of vultures scavenging for carrion. Exceedingly cowardly yet quick to seize opportunities at the slightest hint of weakness. Braid comprehended the reason for their procrastination. They were merely awaiting his news to discern whether he had vanquished the 10 elders or if the elders had turned the tide and achieved victory. In the former scenario, they would undoubtedly hasten to discuss the swift inventory of the spoils and procure them. In the latter case, they would return the possessions to their rightful owner, inevitably aligning themselves with the 10 elders to assail Braid, thereby seeking to curry favor with the elders and shamelessly seize the opportunity to partake in the lavish banquet of the underground world as prophets. Indeed, it came to pass. As soon as Brad made his appearance, they wasted no time. Thud, thud, thud a Brad. Humph. The mosquito girl mischievously darted to a small box, as if presenting a treasure. Guess what I have found? Brad blinked. Oh, what? Jewelry? Diamonds? A crown? A stir? In truth, Brad deliberately guessed incorrectly. He had instructed Mosquito Girl to procure an item that could potentially be flaunted at the auction among the crime lords, the devil fruit. Indeed, it was the devil fruit. Although he was unaware of its specific nature, Mosquito Girl opened the small box, her expression urging him to praise her. Inside lay 3 fruits, one dark greenish-orange, one vibrant green grapefruit, and a cluster of blue bananas, all adorned with spiral patterns on their skins. Impressive indeed. You have worked hard, Joanna, Brad remarked casually as he closed the box. Once we return to Mariewa and consult the devil fruit compendium, we shall discern what these fruits are. In about half an hour, we will jointly bid 89 billion berries. The vultures approached with anticipation. Braid remarked, double it, and cease your trivialities. As he rummaged through his pocket, he produced a piece of paper and tossed it to the other party. I have meticulously examined the possessions of those attending the Underground World Conference and calculated their value, Braid murmured. The cost amounts to 178 billion berries. Even after factoring in shipping and depreciation, it rounds up to 200 billion berries. You stand to profit handsomely. Should you dare to utter another word of nonsense, I shall dispose of you and engage another group. Very well, esteemed Lord Braid. We shall advance 100 billion berries, with the balance settled upon the successful handling of the goods. Otherwise, we will find ourselves with little operational leeway. Understood. In a single, unscrupulous act of murder and robbery, Braid promptly absconded with 100 billion berries. A few days later, in Mariewa, at the Cipher Pole headquarters. Rotund fool, blubbering pig. Ah, it pains me greatly. I implore you for mercy. Apologies. Come down, little tornado. Your disrespect towards Minister Wano is intolerable. Begone. Bang. As Braid arrived at the threshold of Minister Wano's office, he witnessed the grand door swing open violently, propelling a figure backwards, crashing against the wall in a disheveled heap. Peering inside, he beheld the corpulent form of Minister Wano, laboriously bending over, his face awash with tears of frustration as a whirlwind of fury tugged at his beard, vociferously chastising and striking out in a fit of unbridled temper. Such audacity! How could a prominent figure, the esteemed head of Cipher Pole, a notable member of the world's governing elite, act with such impunity? Who had dared to provoke you, my dear friend? Braid chuckled softly, stepping through the doorway with arms outstretched. After an absence of 2 to 3 years, Braid had undergone considerable transformation, while the tempestuous tornado remained unchanged, still as towering, flat, and fierce as ever, impervious to the passage of time that could not salvage her youthful exuberance. Little Braid, Tornado exclaimed, releasing her grip on Wano's beard and excitedly leaping into Braid's embrace. Bang. Ah, salvation. Minister Wano, devoid of dignity, flopped onto the floor, exhaling a long sigh. Despite their separation, Braid had left Tornado a phone during his tenure at Cipher Pole, along with gifts that she had received. Consequently, Tornado had initially expressed her displeasure over their prolonged silence, yet their connection endured through gradual conversations and video calls, maintaining a consistent intimacy. In her exuberance, Tornado playfully rubbed Braid's face, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You deceived me by growing taller in secret. Go away, you little rascal, always neglecting to return." "Commander," Braid said, lifting the petite Tornado onto his shoulder, allowing her to revel in her antics before greeting her. Minister Wano, slowly turning over to sit upright, appeared as though nothing had transpired, calmly chuckling. "Ah, little Braid, ha 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 ha." Braid raised his head and exchanged glances with the Tornado. While every other agent was permitted to undertake missions, I alone was forbidden. It is that rotund swine who is causing trouble. The tornado curled a finger in a haughty manner, exuding an air of arrogance. Minister Onest, feeling helpless, scratched his head and chose to overlook the term swine. Speaking earnestly, I assure you, it is not I who forbids you from missions, dear tornado. It is the scientific division and the higher-ups who impose such restrictions. Furthermore, you are not even an agent. The Agent Academy made it clear during your internship that you sneaked into the ranks, resulting in collective punishment for everyone. I don't care. The tornado retorted, domineering and unreasonable. Minister Onest had no choice but to seek assistance from Bread. After a moment of contemplation, Braid understood that the world government placed immense importance on Tornado's potential. Despite her current formidable strength, her powers had yet to fully manifest, and thus, they were unwilling to allow any missteps before that development. Do you wish to experience the life of a secret agent? During my mission's duration, you may accompany me. Braid chuckled. Tornado beamed with delight. Commander, I have personal matters to attend to. I will officially report for duty tomorrow, Braid stated. Minister Onest nodded vigorously. Wary of the formidable tornado. All right, all right, all right. Chapter 69. The woman of icy resolve. Do tell me about your experiences outside, little Braid. Tornado exclaimed, perched upon Braid's shoulder. Her small hand affectionately grasping his head, her tiny legs swinging freely in the air, resembling a petite girl of her stature. With an innocent exuberance, she expressed her eagerness to learn about the wonders of the world, while simultaneously voicing her grievances. Mariewa is dreadfully dull. We are forbidden to go here or play there. Brad, are you perhaps yearning to occupy the vacant throne? The experience is outside. Brad organized his words, selecting a few innocuous tales to amuse Tornado. There was that time, and another time. Tornado listened with rapt attention, filled with dreams and reflections. If only I could be as free as you. Me? Free? Brad shook his head, chuckling softly. Tornado turned Brad's face toward her. What are you laughing at? What's so amusing? Humph. I am not truly free, Brad. Brad replied earnestly. Freedom is a privilege reserved for a select few. We are far from entering that exclusive circle. So, heed my words. Regardless of how the government orchestrates your fate, endure the solitude, bear the loneliness, and tirelessly unearth your innate extraordinary talents. One day, you shall undoubtedly become the most liberated person in the world. Tornado fell into a brief silence, then angrily jabbed at Brad, suddenly so serious. You little rascal, Brad. Do you even know who the most free person is within the government structure? Unsure if Tornado understood, Brad decided to provide an example. Tornado paused. The 5 elders? They hold the highest positions among the celestial dragons, the pinnacle of the government. Yet, they remain constrained by the celestial dragon community. Brad continued. The most liberated individual within the government's hierarchy is Vice Admiral Hiramonkey D. Garp. He is the emblem of the world government, possessing unparalleled combat prowess, at least on the surface. No one can rival the strength of his fists. Thus, his absolute power allows him to disregard certain constraints, granting him ample freedom. Tornado scoffed. Align yourself with him. Once you possess strength equal to his, you will be the most free person. Brad replied solemnly, I assure you. Tornado turned her face away, displaying a look that suggested she was unimpressed and desired to be cheered. How's your sister, Shiryuki? Considering her age, she must be quite sensible now. However, Brad shifted the topic. Tornado sighed. Well, she's utterly unruly. It drives me mad. In 2 years, I'll have her make friends with little Altair and the others. I believe they will get along splendidly. Brad smiled. Suddenly, Tornado recalled something and turned around. I forgot. Joanna, you're here too. She was enviously eyeing Tornado. At that moment, the sound of clicking high heels echoed crisply against the floor, chilling the air. Dressed in pure white thigh-high boots, a short skirt, and a fitted suit with a sword, complemented by striking ice blue hair, she was a stark contrast to Tornado. Esteth had perfectly harnessed the bloom of youth. Standing tall and graceful, possessing both stature and presence, her beauty increasingly ethereal. From afar, Esteth observed them, initially wondering who could be so intimate with Tornado, only to realize it was Brad returning to Mariewa. Esteth scrutinized Brad. Brett fixated on the exposed ravine of Esther's decolletage, not merely admiring the exquisite curves sculpted by her supple peaks, but rather noting the peculiar black and crimson markings adorning her skin, resembling a Mitsubishi symbol or the horns of a demon. He comprehended the implications of such a manifestation, an embodiment of a demonic artifact, a pure essence of malevolence intertwined with ice attribute transformation abilities. A woman of bone-chilling coldness. Indeed, a formidable creature had been born. What are you staring at? Tornado abruptly turned Brett's face, whispering through clenched teeth. Brett stated blandly, "Earlier, I prophesied in the sacred treasure vault that the divine artifact and the demon god would manifest, and that the essence of evil would belong to his death. It appears my prophecy was not amiss." His death lightly touched the black-red mark on her chest, smiling softly. "Indeed. It rightfully belongs to me." Bretta remarked, "Congratulations. You have transcended his death. I have heard of your remarkable feat in single-handedly vanquishing the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider." His death replied. Brett corrected, "It was not a solitary endeavor. It was a collaboration between Joanna and myself. All accolades and recognition belong solely to me." After a moment's reflection, he added, "I apologize for not leaving you the opportunity to avenge the Spider leader personally." "Huh? Avenge?" His death scoffed, "We harbor no animosity. The Phantom Troop's victory over the Barutus clan was merely a testament to the latter's inadequacy, unrelated to any other factors. I merely wish to gauge whether the formidable Spider leader I once regarded as powerful still holds that status, and to assess your strength in having vanquished him. Frankly, I find myself disappointed." "Oh, so you consider yourself formidable?" Tornado retorted, her green curls bristling with defiance. "Care for a fight? Little bitch." His death chose not to respond to Tornado and stated, "Allow me to present my report first." "Humph." Tornado puffed up with pride like a victorious chick. "What a person. Constantly comparing who is weaker or stronger. It is truly vexing." Braid pondered for a considerable time, his expression remaining unperturbed. "Weren't you two on rather good terms earlier?" "I have never had a cordial relationship with that perverse, cold-blooded warmonger." Tornado vehemently denied. With a smile, Braid mused, "A warmonger, particularly one who possesses the capital for conflict, becomes increasingly unable to restrain the bloodthirsty madness within. Once she navigates through this abnormal phase of incessant assaults, where the world is her adversary, the version of her that emerges will be most formidable. As for her, we shall proceed." Shortly thereafter, the nearly 3-year-old Altair had shed her infantile awkwardness, now radiating with cuteness, her petite face flushed and her large eyes enchanting, particularly with the way Shui Faz had styled her increasingly thick white hair into a lofty bun. Though her steps were still unsteady, Altair darted around the courtyard, accompanied by Shui Faz, who was playing with her. Suddenly, she halted, gazing up at Braid with a look of confusion, her impression of him aligning with the familiar face she often saw in video communications. With a bright smile, she exclaimed, "Dad, Daddy." Chapter 70. Daughter, Daughter. Daughter calls for her brother. Father calls for her brother. Father. Giggles and laughter ensue. Despite Brad's attempts to correct her, Altair stubbornly insists on referring to him as father, leaving him exasperated, while Tornado and Mosquito Girl chuckle in amusement nearby. "Well, call me what you will," Brad sighs, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he picks up his phone to start recording. "Call me brother." Altair rolls her eyes but remains resolute. "Father." Ding. Recording successful. "You stubborn little one. Just wait until you no longer call me father." Brad feigns irritation, tucking his phone away and lifting Altair high into the air. Perhaps she was a bit slow to react, as she did not initially perceive the danger. Instead, she revels in Brad's playful gesture, dancing with glee. "Little Brad, how long do you plan to stay this time?" Snowy asks, preoccupied with grocery shopping and cooking, taking a moment to inquire. Brett pondered. The situation would essentially persist until the conclusion of the World Conference, with the specific time frame contingent upon the directives from above. Would it be too arduous? Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Braid shook his head. "It's fine." He set aside Altair and reached out to arrange her hair into 2 small ponytails. After inspecting his handiwork from both sides, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The sound of a phone ringing pierced the air. "This is Braid," he answered. And on the other end, he recognized the voice of Nishimiya, always maintaining a humble demeanor, yet seemingly joyful. "Lord Braid, welcome back. I apologize for my busy schedule preventing me from greeting you sooner, and I am grateful for your recommendation to Minister Onest." "Just remember your promise," Braid replied nonchalantly. "What do you need from me?" Nishimiya chuckled. "There is nothing urgent, merely a greeting. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you. Do you recall the comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia preserved in the sanctuary treasury? I trust you are well versed in its contents. I possess a few devil fruits that require your identification." Braid pondered for a moment. "Where are you?" "I will have Joanna find you." Nishimiya quickly responded. "I am truly honored. I am currently at the Cipher Pole headquarters. I will wait for her at the main entrance." With a click, the communication ended. Braid cast a glance at Mosquito Girl, who, with her keen hearing, had overheard his conversation with Nishimiya. She quickly grabbed a small box and took flight. By the way, little Braid, are you back for the World Conference? Isn't the task of escorting the kings attending the conference the Navy's responsibility? It seems unrelated to Cipher Pole. Tornado inquired suddenly, her thoughts leaping. Bradford remarked, the Navy serves as the visage of the government, undoubtedly playing a significant role in the grandest of global gatherings. However, a greater portion of the tasks is clandestinely executed by Cipher Pole. Dragon expressed his perplexity. Braid had long been in possession of intelligence regarding the World Conference. He elucidated that the government currently oversees 172 member nations. However, not all of these nations are necessarily qualified to partake in the World Conference. How does one ascertain who holds the eligibility to attend? The validity of each member nation's qualification is assessed through Cipher Pole, with criteria including their contributions to the government as tax revenue, the extent of their heavenly gold, and any intentions that may pose a threat to the government, such as collusion with adversaries or other violations of regulations. Ultimately, an evaluation is conducted to determine the top 50 kingdoms. Once the qualifications of the member nations are confirmed, invitations to the World Conference are dispatched to these selected 50 kingdoms. Subsequently, the number of royal representatives from each member nation attending the conference is established, and this information is communicated to the Navy, which then calculates the necessary escorting forces and plans their maritime routes to Mariewa. Braid continued in one breath. Tornado puffed out her cheeks, exclaiming, isn't that exceedingly dull? Indeed, it is quite tedious, yet such is the nature of an agent's work. Monotony is the prevailing theme. Braid remarked, playfully ruffling Tornado's hair. The sharp glint in her eyes was as piercing as a blade. I am not your daughter. Tornado retorted, her temper flaring. You jerk. Braid immediately raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, unable to contain himself in the moment. I promise, you must not be harsh with father. Altair has already learned to express his emotions. The Tornado, with a haughty tilt of its head, replied, humph, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Mosquito Girl descended from the skies, declaring, all set. Bread, the dark blue-orange is the fortress fruit of the Superman category, while the green pomelo and blue banana belong to the Zoan category, both classified as insect fruits. One resembles a dung beetle, and the other resembles a green bottle fly. Brett furrowed his brow in discomfort, exclaiming, what a heap of rubbish. In agreement, Lonchuan nodded vigorously and remarked, indeed, it is the paramecia-type devil fruits that are truly valuable. I have visited the sacred treasure vault myself, and I distinctly recall a paramecia-type devil fruit being taken away. Brett is the name Kazan, or perhaps something akin to a cerulean chicken. In any case, he is merely a sluggish, large fellow who can never seem to awaken. Tornado reminisced, that was over a year ago. Brett pondered the notion that had he not recommended the West Palace to Minister Ernest over 2 years ago, the West Palace might still be merely the custodian of the sacred treasure vault. If he had asked the West Palace to keep an eye on the devil fruits within the vault, might that natural-type devil fruit not have been intercepted more than a year ago? Alas, there are no what-ifs. And it is a tremendous pity that Brett has missed that opportunity. Children, it is time to eat, Snowy called with a radiant smile. As they prepared to dine, Brett inquired, where is Uncle Rashji? Snowy replied, he mentioned he would be less occupied recently. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried to the restroom. Ugh, came the sound of retching. Minutes later, she exclaimed, I think I am with child. Little Brett. The excitement mingled with the flush of her face due to the retching, and she enveloped Brett in her arms, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Brett was not surprised. Congratulations, Annie Shue. How wonderful. Shue Fatsi released Brett and began to frantically search for her phone, fervently hoping that her husband would also share in her joy. Chapter 71. The Meeting of Cipher Pole, July 15th. Cipher Pole Headquarters. The once cold and spacious underground conference room now buzzed with activity and was filled to capacity as most agents from CP0, along with the commanders of the CP1 and CP9 branches, gathered in one place. The bright lighting illuminated the room, which was predominantly white, creating a somewhat dazzling atmosphere. The multitude of electronic devices gave Brett a surreal sense of dislocation, only to be pulled back to reality by the people around him. Hey, little Tornado. Little Brett. Came a lazy voice. Tornado tilted her head, scrutinizing the approaching figure with curiosity, and after a moment, she exclaimed, oh, it's you. The perverse Mela. Dressed in a flamboyant red gown reminiscent of a flamenco dancer, Mela's attire perfectly accentuated her tall and graceful figure. The hollowed sides of her dress artfully showcased her alluring curves, while her well-developed bosom filled out the sleeveless short vest that matched the gown, fastened only at the top and bottom, unabashedly revealing her voluptuousness. Coupled with her tiny waist, she was truly a sight to behold. Don't be so cold. After such a long absence, shouldn't we embrace to celebrate? Mela, ever brazen, tossed her umbrella towards her companion behind her and opened her arms wide to Tornado with warmth. Get lost. Disgusting. Trash. First, put your pants on. The irritable little person, as always, displayed her typical arrogance, tugging at Mela's clothing, causing her to fall helplessly to the floor like a mouse caught on a glue trap, unable to move. Braid patted Tornado on the shoulder. Yet his gaze scrutinized the two individuals trailing behind Millard, a middle-aged woman cloaked in a tightly wrapped robe and a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. He mused inwardly, the Auberge family? Humph. Tornado relinquished her restraint on Millard. As Millard rose, dusting herself off with a carefree demeanor, she remained unscathed, nonchalantly brushing away the dirt and adjusting her appearance. Remember, you are not part of the cipher poll, little Tornado. Surely you haven't snuck in like you did back when you infiltrated the Agent Academy's internship team. Enough of your prattle, it's none of your business. Tornado retorted, shoulders squared. Exuding defiance, poised for conflict at the slightest provocation. You should refrain from provoking her, Millard, Braid interjected, attempting to mediate. Millard shrugged, clearly. It is you who are being petty. After a brief pause, she continued, by the way, little Braid, you are becoming quite handsome. I won't be waiting for you. Braid's lips twitched, cutting her off. That's impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Millard replied with playful intrigue. Who knows what the future holds? Let's all get along. Children, Father Anderson accompanied his superior, Spandane of CP9, to the meeting, but he soon distanced himself from Spandane. To Brad's astonishment, the Red Corpse Hider was smiling quietly by the side of Anderson, dressed as a doctor, seemingly serving as Anderson's aide. It had been a long time since they last met. Have you been reassigned to CP9? Brad greeted him. The Red Corpse Hider responded modestly, remaining silent. For the time being. Shortly thereafter, Esther's arrived, silently taking a seat nearby. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable number of people had gathered around Brad. Moments later, Minister Wonist appeared, embodying a leader's charisma as he took center stage, his ample belly prominent. He accepted the microphone from his assistant and pretentiously cleared his throat before we commenced the meeting. Allow me to say a few words. Hey, don't leave. What are you doing? Commander, time is precious. We cannot afford to listen to your ramblings. The prominent figures from Cypherpole showed no regard for Minister Wonist's authority. Minister Wonist, visibly irritated, gritted his teeth and stated succinctly, first, the entirety of the preparations for this year's World Conference is under our jurisdiction at Cypherpole, including the escorting of royal family members attending the conference. Second, we shall assist the Navy in launching a devastating campaign against the Roger Pirates. Remember, the execution of these two tasks is contingent upon ensuring the utmost success in our primary duties. The room fell silent. Do you have any opinions or suggestions? Minister Wonist inquired, his frustration palpable. Isn't it logical to allocate responsibilities based on our respective departmental functions? Provided we secure our primary duties, we can deploy resources accordingly. CP3 and CP4 will investigate the qualifications of kingdoms attending the conference, while CP1 and CP2 will handle the escort of royal family members. And CP5 and CP9 will support the Navy in their campaign against the Roger Pirates, Esther's casually responded. Indeed, Esther's suggestion is quite sound. Since you have already prepared a plan, why not issue the orders, Commander? The atmosphere was rather lackluster. Minister Wonist, taken aback, asked, Do you have any good suggestions, young Brad? As he noticed Brad raising his hand, Brad exclaimed, I have no opinions or suggestions. However, if you grant me the authority to oversee the arrangements for the World Conference and its aftermath, I assure you I will execute it exceptionally well. His enthusiasm was palpable. Well said, young Brett. Minister Wonist chuckled heartily. Brett remained silent, acutely aware that the likelihood of Minister Wonist agreeing was rather slim, primarily due to his inadequate credentials and experience. Wait, Brett interjected, I have a suggestion. Let's change the name to something else. It doesn't matter if it's GOLD, Roger, Golded D, Roger, or any variation thereof. What truly matters is that it cannot remain Joel D, Roger. Furthermore, we should actively disseminate information regarding the ancient weaponry, with the intent of ensuring that the news reaches the ears of Golden Lion. Minister Wonist suppressed his smile, contemplating for a moment before sternly stating, "Let us pause this meeting for the time being. We need to have a private conversation, young Brett." The majority of people exchanged glances, with only a select few appearing to have deeper thoughts. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded office, Minister Wonest inquired, "How much do you truly know?" Young Brett scoffed. "I do not require a deep understanding. I am merely aware of the government's apprehensive stance towards that family. To actively promote the whereabouts of the ancient weapon in the possession of the Roger pirates? Is the intent to relay this information to the Golden Lion? What does this imply?" Minister Wonest inquired further. Brett remarked with an air of nonchalance, "A simple analysis of Gold. Roger's character will reveal that he and Golden Lion Shiki could never be friends, let alone allies. Shiki is obsessed with power and domination. His desire for ancient weaponry has been long-standing. Why not set a trap to incite conflict among them? It is not pessimism that drives my thoughts, but rather the observation that with the Navy currently unable to even assemble the 3 admirals, they cannot hope to thwart the Roger pirates." Minister Wonest took a contemplative stroll, pondering his decisions. "If I am unable to decide for myself, I shall defer to my superiors, Chief. Regardless, I shall reap the accolades of success while failure shall not be my burden," he mused. Brett exchanged a knowing glance with Wonest, both sharing an understanding smile. "You rascal," Wonest said, "what if I were to grant you the authority to oversee the arrangements surrounding the World Conference? It is not as complicated as you might imagine. For this World Conference, our primary task is merely to facilitate the Navy's escort of the royal families attending the event. Engaging an airship company would suffice. This burgeoning mode of transportation is superior in both safety and speed compared to ships, though it does harbor some trepidation towards inclement weather. Yet, why not reduce the number of member states from the Grand Line that are prone to such weather conditions, thereby minimizing risks, especially since many of them have unsavory pasts? There are ample reasons to deny their participation in the World Conference," Brett suggested. Minister Wonest was momentarily speechless, raising his thumb in approval. In Chapter 72, the chief inquired earnestly, "So, young Brett, would you consider staying to assist me? Do not concern yourself with the chaotic matters of the West Sea." Brett fully comprehended the intentions of Minister Wonest, yet feigned ignorance. "You are my immediate superior, the highest authority of Cipher Paul. Is not all the work we perform merely in service to you? I referred to my assistant. You shall have ample opportunity to showcase your intellect. Much like Lady Crane in the Navy, you are the Lady Crane of Cipher Paul. Every decision made by Cipher Paul will be largely influenced by your considerations. I assure you, I shall not intervene excessively. I detest overthinking, as it is hardly conducive to longevity." Minister Wonest extended his invitation. "I appreciate your regard, sir." Brett politely declined on the surface, while internally he mused, "What a grand facade, utterly implausible. Who could ever believe you?" Brett prides himself on having a fair understanding of Minister Ernest, summarizing him as outwardly affable yet inwardly treacherous, embodying a sinister and cruel nature. Though he presents himself as a jovial and bumbling figure, often bullied by the elite agents of Cipher Pol, this is merely a facade. In reality, he is the mastermind behind Cipher Pol, a vast and complex organization functioning as the nefarious arm of the world government. How could one simplify such a character? It is merely that, in the absence of conflicting interests, he has yet to tear away the guise of a naive fool to reveal his true, fearsome nature. Minister Ernest continues to impart his wisdom, suggesting, "Moreover, you are so young. The future belongs to you, young Brett." "I have no interest in that," Brett replies, shaking his head. A flicker of intrigue dances in Ernest's eyes. "What, then, captivates your interest?" "Power," Brett declares, spreading his palm, clenching his fist, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "In essence, I am akin to Esther's. Our methods merely differ. Hers is a violent and direct approach, while mine is more subtle. Ultimately, we require an individual behind us who unequivocally trusts us, granting us the utmost authority and unreservedly supporting our reckless endeavors. In return, we shall bring victory and glory to our commander. Do you comprehend?" "Ha ha ha, I understand. I understand all too well." Minister Ernest laughs heartily, then abruptly adds, "I shall not hold you accountable for the rivers of blood spilled in the Mafia Federation. Truly, what a significant mess you've caused. The Mafia Federation is, after all, one of the member states of the government, possessing the right to participate in the World Conference." Burdeo remarked, "There is no other choice. I must make use of the old man's intellect. Rest assured, a new generation of wise elders will soon emerge, contributing generously to the government's substantial taxes. ensuring that the gold from the heavens remains unscathed. Just how much have you taken from them? Minister Wonist rubbed his hands together. Bread rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Do not even think about withholding this funding. In fact, you must allocate some resources to assist me, Commander. If all goes smoothly, I could not only become one of the 12 of the Hunter Association, but I might also ascend to the position of Vice President, gradually undermining the Hunter Association from within. At the very least, I could instigate a schism within the organization, achieving what no one has accomplished in the history of Cypherpole during your tenure. What is of greater importance? Wait, is that for real?" Minister Wonist stared wide-eyed. "Little Bread, you are not deceiving this old man, are you?" "We will see results within this year," Bread replied confidently. Minister Wonist gasped, raking his disheveled white hair in frustration. "The Vice President and the Advisory Council of the Hunter Association are personally selected by the President. Isaac Netero is fully aware that you are a government operative, and I have a proposal he cannot refuse." Bread smiled. "Very well, Commander, let us await the outcome." Lighting a cigar, Minister Wonist pondered without resolution and shifted the topic. "The higher-ups have instructed me to assemble an elite team of about 4 or 5 members, specifically tasked with executing arduous missions that many operatives find daunting." "Oh," Brett inquired, "who are the members?" "You will be the mastermind. Isteth will serve as a fierce warrior, and the young scion of the Auberge family, along with the Red Beast, will assist. They are the ones I will send for the Hunter examination," Minister Wonist replied, fixing his gaze on Bread before slowly adding, "and also, Little Tornado." Brett exclaimed in disbelief. "So our true mission as a quartet is to safeguard the Tornado? Such royal treatment." "Indeed, the young Tornado possesses extraordinary talent, yet keeping her nurtured in a greenhouse may render her vulnerable," Minister Wonist lamented. Brett pondered. "I refuse. I recommend Father Anderson." Minister Ernest, perplexed, inquired, "You have such a close relationship with Little Tornado, yet you decline?" Braid spoke solemnly. "Trust me. Collaborating with Tornado will not be a pleasant experience." "Indeed. Ha ha ha, the headstrong young lady is indeed difficult to appease." Minister Wonist laughed heartily. "All right. Let us return to the meeting." Moments later, someone had guessed correctly. Minister Wonist had already devised a plan, assigning tasks to everyone. Eventually, as others departed, Minister Wonist turned to Braid and said, "Little Braid, since it was your suggestion, the task of contacting the airship company falls to you." Braid responded, "Did we not agree to grant me the authority over the matters surrounding the World Conference? Truly, the boss indeed. Let us go, Tornado, Joanna." Braid exhaled deeply. Tornado followed suit. "What shall we do, Little Braid?" "Search online for airship companies, identify the most capable ones, and extend an official invitation for discussions," Braid instructed. Tornado grinned. "Is that all? Just that?" Braid replied, "Indeed." Tornado's expression soured instantly. "How boring. Hurry and complete the task. And let us take Blizz to the amusement park and the Shambadi Islands." Braid leaned down and whispered softly. Tornado's mood lifted. "The amusement park." But then she frowned. "Little Braid, do you think of me as a child?" Chapter 73. The Peculiar Shambadi Islands. Braid completed the task of contacting the airship company swiftly and excellently, without spending a single penny, and even returned with a substantial sum of funds and a 1% stake in several airship companies. Thus, with one eye slyly glancing at the bank cards and share transfer documents on the dining table, and the other eye scrutinizing Braid with renewed curiosity, Minister Wonist, with cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, chewed effortlessly while muttering in awe, "How did you manage this? Little Braid, you are truly astonishing." Considering the 50 royal families of the member states attending the World Conference, all arriving in airships at Mariewa, under the spotlight of global media, what better advertisement could exist? Braid replied nonchalantly. Minister Wonist nodded slowly. "Indeed. How did I not think of that? Just the appearance of their airship products and company logo in the government's daily primetime news broadcasts, even for a brief few seconds, would justify the exorbitant cost. Furthermore, the emerging mode of transportation raises concerns about safety. The arrival of the 50 royal families of the member states in airships at Mariewa undoubtedly serves as the best testament to the safety of airships." "Precisely." Braid languidly adjusted his posture and continued. "Moreover, I believe it will not be long before airships transition from civilian to military applications, providing aerial strikes and support. How could the government possibly overlook the strategic value inherent in airships?" Minister O'Neill swallowed a morsel of meat, savored a sip of red wine, and remarked, "The higher-ups are indeed embarking on a military program concerning airships. They intend to secure a portion of the government's requirements for these vessels." Brad interjected. The government is sparing itself the expense of independently developing airship technology. They stand to profit from their established manufacturing expertise, creating a mutually beneficial collaboration. Minister O'Neill raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquired, "Have you accepted their favors? Little Brad, how you advocate for them? It is true that I have benefited from them. Yet those advantages now rest upon your desk. Of course, the benefits pertain to promoting their interests, once they successfully secure the government's airship demands. They will undoubtedly offer you even more favors," Brad replied, producing several business cards from his pocket and tossing them to Minister O'Neill. "Their contact information. You can negotiate directly." O'Neill's expression remained impassive, masking a glimmer of greed. "My work here is complete," Brad declared, stretching lazily. "I shall return to the West Sea the day after tomorrow." Minister O'Neill hastily protested, "Not so fast. Little Brad, by the way, I intend to take Tornado to the Shambadi archipelago. Is that all right, Commander?" Brad interrupted him. O'Neill grew solemn, weighing the implications carefully. "In theory, it poses no issue, as long as Tornado's operational range does not exceed the core control area of the government, encompassing the Navy's G1 fortress, Mariewa, the naval headquarters, and Judicial Island. Everything should be fine. However, should any unpleasant incidents arise, it would certainly present complications. I must emphasize once more, Little Brad, Tornado is one of the government's most treasured assets. Any lapse in her safety is absolutely intolerable." "I understand. I will take full responsibility," Brad assured, rising to take his leave. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by the Mosquito Girl and Altair, he arrived at the port of Mariewa. "Little Brad! Little Brad!" Tornado waved joyfully from afar. Although Brad caught sight of her hand, he did not see her figure. Tornado cradled her sister, Blizz, as they soared through the sky. And the 5 or 6-year-old Blizz was evidently not the underdeveloped sibling. She was nearly 1 meter tall, effectively concealing Tornado. If peers of the same age were to compare heights with Tornado, it would be akin to delivering a playful slap. An 8-year gap between Blizz and Tornado, however, felt like a resounding blow, an overwhelming impact. With her short black hair, fair complexion, and exquisite features, Blizz clearly exhibited the potential to be a striking beauty, albeit with a rather glum demeanor. "Hello, Blizz," Brad greeted with a smile. Upon landing, Blizz wriggled free from Tornado's embrace and stood aside, fixated on her toes, completely ignoring Brad. Tornado pouted in displeasure, hands on her hips, and reprimanded. "How rude, Blizz." "Tornado, it's entirely normal for the young lady to feel shy," Brad remarked. Unfazed by the situation, preventing Tornado from scolding Blizz, he nudged Altair toward her, saying, "This is Altair. She is 2 years your junior. Why not become friends?" As their gazes met, Altair's innocent demeanor brightened, and Shuashue's expression improved considerably. They embarked on a scenic journey via the bubble gondola traversing the Red Earth continent, eventually boarding a ferry that would carry them toward the Subduing archipelago. The Subduing archipelago, a land devoid of a magnetic field, unmarked by any compass, emerges as an island formed from the exposed roots of the world's largest mangrove tree, the archaea. The sap secreted by the archaea's roots, in harmony with its respiration, creates a whimsical spectacle of floating bubbles, establishing its renown as a premier tourist destination. Even the celestial dragons of Mariewa find it appealing to visit from time to time. For pirates, the Subduing archipelago symbolizes both the Isle of Defeat and the Isle of New Beginnings. Upon completing the first half of the Grand Line, pirates face the formidable barrier of the Red Earth continent. This section of the continent lacks the inverted mountains. Instead, it houses the administrative center of the world government, Mariewa, a stronghold where lawbreakers dare not tread, lest they fall into a trap of their own making. Thus, alternative routes must be sought. Beneath this segment of the Red Earth continent lies a concealed smuggling tunnel, through which pirates clandestinely traverse to the New World. But how does one navigate their vessels into the depths of the sea? The answer lies in the sap of the archaea, which, when applied through special methods, envelopes the ship in a thick layer of bubble film, allowing it to submerge and pass through the smuggling tunnel to emerge in the New World. Hence, the Subduing archipelago stands as an essential waypoint for pirates embarking on their new journeys. As for the Isle of Defeat, despite both being part of the Grand Line, the latter half, the New World, poses a significantly heightened level of peril compared to the former. The harsh realities may deter the faint-hearted, whose only means of escape remains a return to the Subduing archipelago. What perplexes Brad is that the Subduing archipelago is a vital node within the core control area of the government, composed of the Navy's G1 fortress, Mariewa, the Navy headquarters, and Judicial Island, Positioned adjacent to the Navy headquarters and beneath Mariawa, the world government should possess countless strategies to unequivocally integrate the Sabaody archipelago into the side of justice. Yet, the world government remains inactive, as if deliberately leaving an avenue for pirates to venture into the new world and return unscathed. Is it orchestrating a grand spectacle where novice pirates clash with seasoned ones, leading to their mutual annihilation? Are they allowing refuse to automatically accumulate in a refuse heap? Brett speculated. Chapter 74. Sakia X New World. The bubble roller coaster, bubble Ferris wheel, bubble pool, and a myriad of amusement facilities crafted from bubbles abound. The bubble paradise of the Shambaudi Islands has ingeniously tailored itself to local conditions, creating one of the most unique amusement parks in the world. Braid accompanied a few amusement park attractions before deciding to discontinue, finding no joy in bubble paradise. With a paternal smile, he observed the leader, Tornadoes, along with the Child King, Blizz, Altair, and the Mosquito Girl, who were eagerly following, bravely venturing deeper into the realm of bubble paradise. Although the Mosquito Girl presented herself as a mature woman, her intellect and emotions still mirrored those of a youthful girl. Besides his inability to appreciate the delights of bubble paradise, another reason for Braid's withdrawal from accompanying Tornado and her companions was apparent. What? Are you seeking lost youth at the amusement park? With a hawk-like gaze, Braid cast a sidelong glance behind him, his sharp tongue dripping with sarcasm. Decked in summer attire, Shakak casually held a lady's cigarette, scoffing from afar. I knew it was you. Indeed. The moment I heard your venomous tongue, it confirmed my suspicion. As the former president of the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association, having quietly infiltrated the core control area of the world government after 2 years of absence. What are your intentions? Braid remarked with a playful tone. Shakyak exhaled a plume of smoke. So you finally admitted to being a hound of the world government? Huh. You little brat. Even though I once held a significant position in the Hunter Association, I am now merely an ordinary person. It seems the world government cannot infringe upon my freedom. Besides, the Hunter Association doesn't appear to be an enemy of the world government. So why the unwarranted suspicion towards me? I do not deny that I am an agent of the world government. It is you who lack the courage to expose it. Braid narrowed his eyes. Former hunter? An ordinary person? Even a rotten pirate remains a pirate. Shaw dear, is it unwarranted suspicion that leads you to this? A reminder from me, the bounty on your head for the crimes committed by the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Snake Island, and the 9 snake pirates has yet to be revoked by the government. The fireworks blazed more fervently, leading Shakak into silence. After a pause, he inquired, Now, what are your plans? Do you intend to arrest me? Braidway, I have no intention of doing so. Why do you suddenly bring up my past? Shakyak furrowed his brow. Brett's smile was radiant, reflecting a simple curiosity about a notorious pirate who, under the gaze of the public, cleansed his reputation to become a hunter, only to later sever ties with the Hunter Association, claiming the journey of an ordinary person. Humph. Sakia let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Breda remarked, If I am not mistaken, you are still engaged in your old trade, dealing in the business of espionage. Shakiak remained silent. Bordeaux, I wish to procure some information. Don't even think about it. I have no intention of conducting business with someone like you, Sakia scoffed. Brett sighed. Business is business. There's no need to be so inflexible. Do you still harbor resentment towards Swain? I swear, his death was undoubtedly a suicide. Sakia's response was a single raised middle finger. Gazing at Sakia's departing figure, Brett's golden eyes shimmered, remaining motionless for an extended period. After the whirlwind had indulged in a day of unrestrained revelry, the following day arrived. Braid embarked on his journey back to the West Sea. The news of Capone Bijit's assassination of the notorious world gang leader, Old Man 10, has reverberated across the globe. As a hunter of the underworld, he was awarded a 1-star honor recognized by the Hunter Association. According to the 10 Articles of Hunters, if a senior hunter fulfills the conditions of Article 6, their protege may be granted a 2-star honor upon attaining a 1-star status. Furthermore, if a hunter meets the criteria of Article 7, fulfilling the requirements of Article 6 and leaving a remarkable legacy across multiple domains, they may be bestowed with a 3-star honor. Braid possesses the qualifications to apply for a 2-star or even a 3-star honor from the Hunter Association's Review Committee. With the accolades of a 2-star or 3-star hunter, Braid could aspire to secure a position within the 12 branches, allowing him to meticulously devise a plan. Braid was anxious to return to the West Sea, genuinely concerned about the impending resignation of Miss Sayston from the presidency of the Hunter Association's West Sea branch. Miss Saston had made ominous remarks suggesting that his successor would be someone formidable, beyond Braid's capacity to contend with. Indeed, there were numerous individuals within the Hunter Association whom Braid could not currently rival, such as Netero. However, Netero served as the president of both the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, making it improbable for him to also assume the presidency of the West Sea Branch. Despite being a vigorous and formidable presence, he detested complications and boredom. Additionally, in the realm of bounty hunters, there was the influential figure of Kaku, whom Braid was also unable to rival at this stage. Nevertheless, Braid possessed substantial wealth, considering the succession of the president of the West Sea Branch. The most likely candidate is the 12th member, a rare 3-star hunter of the Hunter Association, a terrorist hunter, prosecutor, and military strategist, rumored to possess both reputation and strength nearly on par with Netero, the man known as Podal White Gigant. Just as Braid was immersed in thought, a phone call interrupted him. The caller was Netero, summoning Braid to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. After ending the call, Braid had no choice but to disembark from the airship and alter his itinerary. The headquarters of the Hunter Association is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, specifically in the New World, on the world-renowned Twin Islands. The headquarters building stands as one of the tallest structures globally, separated from the illustrious Sky Arena by a shallow bay, thus giving rise to the name Twin Islands. It is often said that while the Grand Line is perilous, the latter half, the New World, presents an entirely different level of danger, a fact Braid experienced firsthand. Despite being daytime, the horizon was shrouded in ominous clouds. With thunder rumbling ominously, as he proceeded, he encountered terrifying whirlpools that threatened to engulf him. Instead of rain, what fell from the sky were volcanic ash and colossal hailstones. The harsh weather of the New World was truly nerve-wracking. Fortunately, the Mosquito Girl possessed the ability to fly for extended periods, allowing Braid to traverse safely. The vicinity of the Twin Islands and the headquarters of the Hunter Association is remarkably prosperous, with a constant flow of people and passing ships, all testifying to the economic vitality and interests at play. Braid did not hastily rush to the conspicuous headquarters of the Hunter Association at the island's center. Instead, he discreetly settled down with Mosquito Girl at the inn. He needed to replenish his energy and minimize any vulnerabilities before meeting Netero. Chapter 75, A Dangerous Game. Please. This way, a diminutive figure with a bean-shaped face beckoned, moving swiftly ahead. He resembled a rolling green ball or a corgi gliding along the ground, perfectly illustrating the poignant truth that the harder one strives, the more bittersweet the experience becomes. At the pinnacle of the Hunter Association headquarters, in the office of the president at the end of the corridor, the door creaked open. "President, the person has arrived," announced the bean-faced man, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Braid. Inside the room was not only Netero but also the core members of the Hunter Association, the existing 12. Among them was the unpleasant Zai Si Dun Na Na, an old acquaintance of Braid's, former president of the West Sea Branch of the Hunter Association, and a 2-star criminal hunter. Then there was an elderly gentleman whom Braid did not recognize, appearing frail as if he might expire at any moment. According to the official records of the Hunter Association, his name was Tej, a 2-star bodyguard hunter. Next was Porter White Gigant, a renowned 3-star terrorist hunter, tall, robust, and peculiar. With 2 towering pigtails, his face adorned with paint, and nostrils that were long and thin, resembling the visage of a legendary dragon. Then came the newly appointed member of the 12, Galu, a striking beauty with dark skin and large eyes, an ultra-giant of the Harmony faction, a 2-star poison hunter, coroner, an apothecary, Seikiyu Koizumi, with a long face, thick brows, a ponytail, and prominent teeth, bore a resemblance to a donkey. Inda, a brawny man with an explosive mane and a bushy beard, was a 2-star poacher hunter. Kruk, an exceptionally attractive and slender young woman, dressed flamboyantly, was a 2-star plant hunter. Finally, there was Kidder Yorkshire, with green hair, spectacles, and dog-like ears and nose. Whether real or not, she was a charming and gentle woman, a 3-star specialist in obscure ailments. In total, there were 8 members present, indicating that 4 members of the 12 were still missing: Z, Mao, Shin, and Hai. "How quickly you have grown. It's truly astonishing," Netero remarked, gesturing with his hand. "I remember the last time I saw you on O'Hara Island. You were this tall." He chuckled, reminiscing. "It feels as if it were just yesterday. Each time I witness you vibrant young individuals maturing, I realize I have aged a few more years." Braid chuckled heartily, remarking, "Time slips away like a fleeting horse. The years are merciless." With a somewhat indistinct chuckle, Nitro interjected, "Now, to the crux of the matter. The purpose of summoning you to the Hunter headquarters is to ascertain your Hunter star ranking and, as I have already heard, your aspiration to join the 12 Zodiacs. Are you aware that the 12 Zodiacs are personally selected by me? What compelling reasons do you possess to persuade me to grant you a place among them? Braid solemnly declared, I am not merely a member of the 12. I aspire to contend for the position of Vice President of the Hunter Association. My ultimate goal is to usurp your position as President of the Hunter Association and Chairman of the Review Committee. What a dream, retorted the deeply embittered Miss Aston, the first to step forward. How audacious! You insolent brat. I shall eliminate you. The 12 reacted with fervor. Braid completely disregarded the 12 Zodiacs, raising his head with an air of confidence bordering on arrogance, proclaiming, old things will inevitably be supplanted by the new. This is an immutable law of nature. Even if you were to ascend, you could not defy this truth. Having served as the president of the Hunter Association and the chairman of the Review Committee for over 40 years, it is time to pass the torch to the younger generation. Who is truly capable? None other than myself. Or do you intend to delay the arrival of the youth's era? With a thunderous bang, he punctuated his declaration. That insolent young brat. How audacious. Several irate members of the 12 Zodiacs were infuriated, refusing to tolerate any affront to their revered figures. Braid, undaunted, manifested his gluttony and inquired, Chairman Netero, if they were to assault me, eliminating them wouldn't constitute a breach of the Hunter's Code, would it? At most, it could be deemed an excessive act of self-defense. Netero scratched his head, a smile lingering on his face, and replied, I understand now. You wish to challenge me, young Braid. Brett exclaimed, Indeed. What a particularly intriguing game this is, wouldn't you agree? It all depends on your courage to take on the challenge. The youthful exuberance was palpable, and Naito's casual gestures revealed his inherent combativeness. Clearly, he was captivated. Although Naito understood that Bread was deliberately provoking him, playing upon his combative nature, he remained enthralled by the prospect of this challenge, a fascinating game of pursuit and prey. After all, viewing life as a game was his philosophy. Especially when faced with the cunning and treacherous Bread, who seemed to embody a type he was not accustomed to confronting. The unpredictability of the game only heightened its allure. Esteemed Chairman, Kidder anxiously attempted to counsel. Breda, with a hint of mischief in his tone, raised his voice to overshadow Chidwa. I shall adhere to the rules of the Hunters, and within the confines of these regulations, I will result you. No problem at all. I am willing to exercise my authority as the President of the Hunters Association and the Chair of the Review Committee to appoint you as the Vice President of the 12 Zodiacs. Netero, rather nonchalantly, declared. President Netero, esteemed President. The 12 Zodiacs were in a state of extreme agitation. Calm down, Netero replied, brimming with enthusiasm as he reassured the others among the 12 Zodiacs. Which code do you wish to acquire? Z, In, Shin, or Hai? Braid wrote, the first among the 12 signs. The 12 signs. Vice President? Netero suddenly leaned forward and said, I have a lingering issue that has troubled me for quite some time. I would appreciate your assistance in addressing it. You are familiar with it. The inexplicable death of the historical hunter, Swain. I hope to reopen the investigation. The surface remained tranquil as Braid contemplated. All right, a show of authority. Old fox. With a shift in his thoughts, Braid retorted, the site of Swain's demise was in the West Sea, 2 years ago. A renewed investigation would undoubtedly present challenges. I require the support of the West Sea Branch. However, Mr. Misaston, the incompetent former president of the West Sea Branch, has abandoned his post. Currently, the West Sea Branch is in disarray, leaderless. This is untenable. Hence, I reluctantly offer myself to oversee the West Sea Branch. Although my experience is somewhat limited, I have encountered numerous trials and possess a solid foundation of support within the West Sea Branch, where the members are eager to endorse my leadership. I pledge to rectify the West Sea Branch and uphold the honor of the Hunters Association. Braid elaborated on his merits, completely disregarding Miss Aston's subtle jabs, which had caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Nitro sighed, it is regrettable, but the association has just enacted a restructuring decision. You have arrived too late. Young Braid. Chapter 76. The Dragon of Chun, the Serpent of Sea. Before Brad ascended to the esteemed 12 of the Hunter Association, there were already 8 members, each perfectly aligned with the positions of the leaders and their deputies in the East, South, West, and North branches. The headquarters was under the direct supervision of Chairman Netero, who had recently implemented an updated management structure for the association. Netero introduced a new directive that upon Brad's completion of the investigation into the death of the historical hunter Nicole Swain, he would also take a seat at the headquarters. After all, he was the newly appointed vice president of the association. Was it not customary for the deputy to assist the leader? Everything seemed coincidental, yet Brad felt ensnared, causing him considerable discomfort. However, he had to endure, for he was the one who had initiated this game, and he had crafted the very rules that governed it. On board the cruise ship, en route to the West Sea, the rhythmic sound of a small table being tapped echoed in the air as Brad, reclining on the sofa in the lounge, absent-mindedly fidgeted with his fingers. "Could you please stop? It's quite annoying," Lu finally exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. In a moment of distraction, Brad's thoughts faltered, his pupils narrowing as his gaze shifted towards a captivating beauty at an angle. Her gaze, frivolous and audacious, audaciously scrutinized the impressive stature of her companion. Was it a basketball? A football? At the very least, it resembled two volleyballs. Coupled with her tall figure, slender waist, and that exquisite black laceback gown, the effect was nothing short of astonishing. "Want a taste? I shall feed you." The words, delivered in a tone that contrasted sharply with her gentle demeanor, revealed Galu's rather tempestuous temperament, as she unreservedly mocked Brad's impolite conduct. Brad licked his lips, feigning a reluctance mixed with a touch of hesitation and regret, as he addressed the identity of the two-star poison hunter, Galu. "Never mind, this milk is toxic." "I cannot be at ease," Galu replied. "You truly wish to partake, don't you?" Galu is the newly appointed vice president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, while the president is someone Brad had long suspected to be the 12th member. Chens, Porter White Kegat. Porter White remained notably silent, engrossed in a book of his own. Brett's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Esteemed elders, now that you are appointed to the West Sea branch, what are your intentions?" "Your concerns are of no relevance to us," replied Lu with a huff. Brett, with a playful grin, declared, "I am the vice president of the association. My position is slightly superior to yours, and thus I am indeed entitled to inquire about your plans for reforming the crucial branches of the association after assuming the roles of president and vice president of the West Sea Division, as well as any new policies you intend to implement. This will assist President Netero in maintaining the overall operation of the association and rectifying certain missteps. Regardless of the reform measures or new policies we may have for the West Sea Division, it is not your place, as an infiltrator of the association, to meddle." Porterby, having closed his book, finally spoke. "The president may acknowledge your position as vice president and your 12 branches, but I shall never concede to your legitimacy, including your status as a hunter. I absolutely refuse to accept it." "An infiltrator of the association?" Brett pointed at Porterby. "Do not make baseless accusations, or I shall have no choice but to send you a lawyer's letter for defamation." Porterby snorted in disdain. Brad brandished his hunter's license, shaking it slightly. "Whether you acknowledge it or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I possess it. According to the third of the tenets of hunters, it is eternal and can never be rendered void, only relinquished upon the natural demise of its holder. Moreover, Chairman Netero has recognized my position as the 12th member and vice chairman. Do you dare to deny it? Who do you think you are?" A crack echoed through the air as Gabba's joints snapped. "Do not let your triumph cloud your judgment, young one." Porter White gritted his teeth. "Should I discover that you pose a threat to the association or the chairman in violation of the tenets, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Brett's smile remained undiminished as he contemplated. "I have essentially grasped his boundaries." Brett jestingly faced Gelu and exclaimed, "Wow. Oh, how fearsome. We are hunters, companions. Please believe me. We are hunters engaged in perilous endeavors. Thus we require the unwavering support of our partners the most. And we dread the thought of meeting an untimely demise shrouded in mystery." Jella interrupted Brett, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. "You are not yet a member of the 12, and your position as vice president has played a disreputable role in the inexplicable suicide of the historical hunter, Nicole Swain. Trust you? Humph." Brad regained his composure and pondered. "The death of the historical hunter, Nicole Swain, truly bears no relation to me. However, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the reasons behind his suicide. Forgive me for my previous untruths." Potter White and Galu remained silent, observing Brad's performance. "You see, Mr. Swain's research on the historical text, the blank century, infringed upon the taboos of the world government. Particularly, Mr. Swain inadvertently uncovered one of the reasons the world government prohibits the study of the blank century, claiming that the historical text still encompasses the whereabouts of ancient weaponry. Which is indeed true." Brad spoke passionately. He was a sensitive soul, prone to flights of fancy. inevitably worrying that the world government would learn of his discoveries and erase him, or that nefarious individuals would exploit this knowledge. Furthermore, at that time, Lady Alvia was with child, and he was particularly fearful of endangering them. Under such immense pressure, he succumbed to a mental breakdown. Utter nonsense, Potter White exclaimed in fury. How do you know all this? Brett remained composed. My initial aspiration was to become a history hunter, but without a mentor to guide me. I ventured to the archaeological haven of O'Hara. Indeed, I played a rather disreputable role there, clandestinely observing and eavesdropping on them. Eventually, I realized that being a history hunter was perilous, prompting me to transition into a bounty hunter, a criminal hunter, and a pirate hunter. At least I no longer had to fear the persecution of the world government. I do not believe a single word you say, Gallo remarked. Brett sighed. What do you wish for? Do you truly believe I murdered Mr. Swain? Where is your evidence? Without any proof. On what grounds do you suspect me of such a crime? It is utterly unreasonable to cast doubt upon a young man who is not only handsome and vibrant, but also brimming with potential for a bright future. Chapter 77. The Coordination Committee of the Hunter Association. Bang. 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 The sound of sporadic gunfire, dense crossfire, and ferocious artillery reverberated through the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Once a bustling yet grimy metropolis, it was now shrouded in the ruthless shadows of smoke and destruction. The remnants of chaos lay scattered, and everything had become fragmented. Perhaps the only thing left unscathed was the towering edifice symbolizing the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association. Since Brett single-handedly breached the royal city of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, kidnapped, and ultimately executed the king along with the leaders of the world's criminal underworld. The 10 elders, the kingdom has known no peace. The existing order was shattered, and a new one awaited the emergence of victorious factions from the fierce battle unfolding over this territory of special significance to the global mafia. Look at the mess you've created, Gallo remarked sarcastically, surveying the ruins from the airship above. Brett casually remarked, Indeed, I have done a good deed. Do you think I am praising you? Gale retorted with a cold smile. Brett also chuckled, his laughter radiant like the sun, truly delightful. Why not? He exclaimed. The scourge that plagues the world, the refuse, the fetid rodents of the sewers, wouldn't it be a blessing if they were to perish in greater numbers? After all, their existence only squanders resources, oppresses the virtuous, and engages in vile and sordid acts, much like repulsive parasites clinging to the innocent and draining their lifeblood. To put it grandly, I am purifying the world. On a smaller scale, I am eradicating evil. It is only fitting that you commend me. The argument, however, drew discontent from Gale, for the conflict among the gangsters inevitably affected the common folk. Brett abruptly interrupted Gulu, stating, in the realm of the gang empire, there are no ordinary individuals, Miss Gulu. She was left speechless. As the airship descended, Brett adjusted his attire. The hatch opened with a resounding thud. Flowers, ribbons, and confetti swirled through the air. Lord Brett. Ah, I love you, Lord Brett. A tidal wave of applause accompanied the frenzied screams, creating a cacophony that resonated in the ears, as if heralding the triumphant return of a hero or the grand arrival of a superstar. With a poised smile, Brad graciously accepted the honor, his hands pressed downward as he patiently urged the crowd to quiet down. Taking the microphone from the attentive Cutie Beatty, Brad expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. I am immensely grateful to all of you. I feel both anxious and elated. Fortunately, I have not let anyone down. After 2 long years of relentless effort, I have finally attained the esteemed title of a 3-star hunter, as well as the prestigious position of vice president within the association's 12 branches. Nitro had not posed any challenges to Brad. Instead, he straightforwardly conferred upon him the honor of a 3-star hunter, allowing Brad to join the exclusive ranks of a mere handful of 3-star hunters within the Hunter Association. Lord Brad, how marvelous! The crowd surged with excitement. I believe you have all read about this on the Hunter's official website, but I still wish to share this joy. This momentous occasion is made possible by your unwavering support, for which I am profoundly thankful. With a spirited demeanor, Brad proclaimed, Now, I hereby announce the official establishment of the Hunter Association Coordination Committee. I pledge to dedicate myself to supporting the vulnerable and safeguarding the rights and safety of every member of the Coordination Committee. It is my unwavering mission to be someone who understands the sentiments of all. I will ask Cutie to promptly draft the regulations for joining the Coordination Committee and publish them on the Hunter's official website. I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up. Porter White and Gallo witnessed Brad's performance in its entirety, exchanging glances filled with disdain. How infuriating. That little brat. What does he take people for? To dare mock us so. Porter White fumed. Gala shook his head, noting, what truly matters are the tangible benefits and safety he promises. He offers people visible and palpable security, while the work of a hunter is fraught with danger and uncertainty. He has cleverly tapped into the psyche of the masses. Under the watchful protection of Lord Brad's fan club, he distanced himself from Porter White. Gala took the lead, leaving the vice president and president of the Hunter Association's West Sea branch neglected and overlooked. In the vehicle, Cutie curiously inquired, Lord Brad, now that you are the vice president of the association, will you be heading to the headquarters to assume your duties? Brad chuckled. Indeed, that is correct. It seems we must also change our position, Shooty murmured, shaking his large head. Brad gazed out of the window and inquired, where is Capone Beaky? He hasn't been eliminated by the mob, has he? That fellow has been cleverly hiding in the branch office, never venturing outside. No matter how audacious the mob may be. They would not dare to provoke us hunters, replied Cutie. Braid Dow, immediately devise a method to join the coordination committee, launch the Hunter official website. Shooty, I implore you. I too wish to disseminate the tasks for contracting. In truth, Braid has no intention of undertaking the grandiose endeavors he has portrayed, such as contracting with the world government, its affiliated nations, non-governmental entities, or major corporations. He is prepared to employ subterfuge, reaching out through Cypherpole's channels, persuading members of his Hunter Association's coordination committee to serve Cypherpole in an alternative capacity. Very well, Shooty's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, the Godfather, Becky, met with Braid. Brett tossed a dark greenish-black-orange, adorned with spiraling patterns, to Becky, the superhuman-type devil fruit, the fortress fruit. Consider it a reward. Becky's small eyes darted about, revealing her trepidation. The 10 elders, vying for the position of the 10 elders, controlling the world's underworld, Brett declared, reaffirming that the reward of the devil fruit was not without conditions. Becky bowed slightly, acknowledging, understood, Godfather. Betsy? Brett's sudden gaze was laced with a sinister curiosity. Are you truly content? Becky replied, no one enjoys the feeling of being manipulated. I detest it, and I suspect you do as well. Brett responded with a playful tone. Summon your courage. Why not attempt to free yourself from my grasp? Of course, that hinges on your ability to endure until the day you qualify to escape my influence. Haha. Becky shivered slightly. Godfather, do I truly wish to lie before a master of deceit? Brett, with a grin, urged, partake in your devil fruit. Chapter 78. A woman must be strong. Brett acknowledged his deceptive nature. Thus the investigation into Nicole Swain's suicide was conducted with great haste and a lack of thoroughness. He firmly asserted that Nicole Swain succumbed to overwhelming pressure, leading to a mental breakdown and ultimately, her tragic decision to take her own life. As for the Hunter Association, whether the review committee chooses to believe him or not is their prerogative. However, they possess no substantial evidence to refute his judgment. Without delay, Brett returned to the headquarters of the Hunter Association barely a week after arriving at the West Sea. En route, he mused, I trust that other infiltrating members of the Hunter Association have already reported my success to you, Commander. He contacted Minister Onest, proclaiming, I am now a member of the Hunter Association's 12, and also the Vice President. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Minister Onest was momentarily speechless, pondering for a considerable time. How did you achieve this? Just as I once questioned you, Nitro is well aware of your ties to the government. What audacity does he possess to consent to your ascension within the Hunter Association? Every word and action of his will now be under the scrutiny of the government. Is he not placing a ticking time bomb at his own side? What reason did you provide him that compelled him to accept your rise to power within the association? Simple, Brett replied with a subtle smile. I informed him. You are my prey. Minister Onest inquired, what do you mean? I devised an intriguing hunting game. Telling him, you are my prey, and thus he agreed to my proposition of becoming a high-ranking member of the Hunter Association, Brett stated with a light-hearted demeanor. Minister Onest remained perplexed, unable to grasp the entirety of the situation. In order to unseat Nitro, I am currently organizing a faction within the Hunter Association, officially named the Hunter Association Coordination Committee. In reality, I have deceived a group of fools, intending to exploit them to serve Cypherpole, completing mundane tasks that agents are reluctant to undertake, all while ensuring the risks remain minimal. I assured them of low danger and high rewards, Brett explained. Minister Onest exhaled deeply. I shall assign individuals to select similar tasks. Then it is settled, Brett concluded. With a decisive click, he terminated the communication before Minister Onest could respond further, reclining languidly in the VIP lounge of the airship. Brett's golden eyes glimmered as he contemplated how to navigate his relationship with Nitro. After all, the dynamic between hunter and prey is reciprocal. Nitro is his prey. Yet he too is a target for Nitro, especially considering the vast disparity in their strengths. Suddenly, Little Bread, the mosquito girl rushed in, exuberant as a Samoyed, bounding towards Bread and affectionately nuzzling against him. I am so eager to learn how to harness Nin. Braid, look. The mosquito woman strives to remain composed, her razor-sharp claws extending, a dark sheen emerging. Armament hockey? Braid's lips twitch as he corrects her. It's not Nin ability, it's armament hockey. The mosquito woman appears momentarily stunned. Oh, well done, Joanna. I thought you had long since abandoned hope in cultivating Nin abilities. Braid beams with praise. Although I am uncertain which aspect of your Nun training was flawed, the outcome is commendable. Armament hockey possesses a strength akin to that of enhancement-type Nin abilities, unleashing life energy akin to a layer of armor for defense, which can also transform into an offensive force. The mosquito woman's spirits lift, her bashfulness evident as she scratches her head. Joanna, like protecting Little Braid, becoming tougher? Yes, tough. Women must be tough. Braid, a bit sarcastically, critiques the mosquito woman's choice of words. Maintain your form, strive for proficiency, Joanna. All right, Little Braid, the mosquito woman responds, her mood exceptionally bright. Bread, however, is rather melancholic, yearning profoundly for the mastery of armament hockey, yet constrained by his presently immature physique. Chakra, ninjutsu, illusion techniques, he mumbles, increasingly anxious for the first week of December, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of sympathy for his modest finances. Possessing a fortune of 100 billion berries, Bread appears affluent. However, the Hunter Association's Coordination Committee is a voracious consumer of wealth, regardless of whether the tasks he promotes achieve full completion. The guaranteed income he receives is sufficient to compel him to invest substantial sums. Traversing Mariewa, Bread bypasses his residence and boards a large vessel, continuing his journey towards the Hunter Association headquarters. August arrives, and in a world where only two regions elude the grasp of the world government, one being the Red Line, still largely undeveloped and fraught with inexplicable dangers and formidable magical beasts, and the other being the New World, notorious for its even more terrifying and inhospitable environment, as well as being the location of Wano and the headquarters of the Hunter Association, the ultimate gathering place for pirates. Thus, compared to individuals from other regions of the world, the inhabitants of the New World are exceptionally earnest. They adhere steadfastly to the inherent laws of nature and the jungle, embodying a purity of spirit. During his brief previous sojourn in the New World, Bread had yet to fully appreciate this simplicity. Upon his return, he experiences it anew. Forgive us. It's a misunderstanding. We harbor no ill intentions. A group of slave traders fixates on the strikingly handsome Bread, but alas, they lack the strength and are swiftly subdued, their pleas for mercy devoid of dignity. Disgusting, Bread shakes his head. Buzzing incessantly, a swarm of mosquitoes descends, leaving behind several desiccated corpses in a blink. This juice is quite unpalatable. The mosquito woman also expresses her disdain. Is even the vicinity of the Hunter Association headquarters not safe? Such is the New World, Bread grumbles irritably, continuing to wait in place. Given Bread's unique strategic value, Minister Wano has decided to dispatch several agents to assist him, a notification that reached Bread yesterday. Moments later, a man resembling a seasoned businessman greets him. Bread scrutinized carefully, and upon noticing the emerald hue of the other's eyes, he suddenly realized, Alhambra? The infamous cane of the soil, Alhambra, a fellow classmate from the Cipher Pole Academy, whom Bread understood to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. It is I, Alhambra remarked, after such a long time. Bread smiled knowingly, remarking, you appear rather anxious. I almost failed to recognize you. Chapter 79. The Prodigious Twins by the orders of Minister Wano. The entire Golden Guardian team, consisting of 5 members, reports to you, Lord Bread. Alhambra, shedding his awkwardness, noted that perhaps it was a tradition of Cipher Pole. As the agents possessed rather thick skin, our mission is to adhere to your every directive and to ensure your safety at all costs, until our complete demise or the conclusion of the task you undertake. Bread Dow remarked, that sounds quite promising. Minister Wano is indeed reliable. He glanced around for a moment. Are the other 3 present? With a discreet wave, he greeted a tall man clad in athletic wear, his baseball cap pulled low. He couldn't help but exclaim, such a generous investment. You've even provided me with an operative of this caliber? Baird Bluff, he recalled, was the man's name. His agent code name was Wolf Lieutenant. He had attended the previous Cipher Pole meeting, where he donned a drab green military uniform, maintaining a similarly understated, silent, and inconspicuous demeanor. Yet, he was undeniably an operative of CP0, even one of its top agents. Otherwise, he would not have had the standing to attend the Cipher Pole meeting and occupy a corner unbothered by anyone within a 5-meter radius. Ah, Minister Onest holds you in extraordinary regard, Alhambra chuckled. The Wolf Lieutenant is not one for communication, so he sent me to negotiate on his behalf. After a brief pause, Alhambra subtly gestured, introducing Ricky, Lilith, Rubric. The stout, square figure, the triangular-faced serpent, and the rotund, heavy-set individual. Was this the Golden Guardian squad? Surely, it resembled more of a geometric shapes team. Braid secretly derided the other 3 members of the so-called Golden Guardians. What are your plans? He inquired, leaning against the mosquito woman. Alhambra scratched his head, hesitating before responding. I shall follow your directives, but personally, I wish to hone my skills in the sky arena. Brett gazed towards the opposite end of Twin Islands, where towering skyscrapers soared majestically into the heavens, resembling a sharp spear piercing the sky. This was the arena that enticed fighters, gamblers, merchants, nobles, and even ordinary individuals with a penchant for bloodshed from all corners of the globe, a sanctum of combat and a site of sanguinary revelry, the Sky Arena. Rising to an impressive height of 251 stories and 991 meters, it ranked as the 4th tallest structure in the world, a sight to behold. Turning his head, Brett proclaimed, 6672912004, my contact information. I stand in support of you. Are the funds allocated by Minister Ernest sufficient for your current activities? Alhambra rubbed his hands together, responding, no. Minister Ernest has stated that you are a super tycoon. Without uttering a word, Braid presented a check for 5 million berries to Alhambra. In this familiar scenario, Alhambra couldn't help but reflect on his days as a trainee at Cipher Pole Academy, when he frequently visited Braid's unscrupulous establishment to procure various items. Brad patted Alhambra on the shoulder and said, keep it up, my friend. I'll take the lead. Goodbye, Lord Brad, Alhambra replied, bidding farewell to Brad as he turned to join his team members. Lily, with her sharply defined chin that could pierce, narcissistically complained while applying her makeup. Is he really Brad? Such a handsome young man, yet he carries an air of arrogance, barely glancing at anyone else. Why should he pay you any attention? He is Brad Heyman, a CP0 ace just like Mr. Wolf, the fastest to become a CP0 agent, and the youngest to hold that title. He eliminated the Phantom Troop's spider leader at the tender age of 7, and now he has ascended to the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, becoming the vice president, accomplishing feats that previous Cipher Pole agents could only dream of. Ricky, with a square build, chimed in with a hint of jealousy, you should look at me more. I am your husband. Lily scoffed, what is so appealing about you? With your large forehead, small eyes, and pointed nose, you are utterly unattractive. Heaven knows what possessed me to marry you. Ricky was left speechless. The unprecedented genius of Cipher Pole, a true star, Rubrig said earnestly. Some have already referred to them in such a manner. Lily paused. Are you talking about Brad Heyman and Esther's Brutus? Indeed. Esther's is like a monster, while Brad is cunning. Considering he took down the Phantom Troop S spider leader at 7, his strength is undoubtedly formidable, Rubrig elaborated. It is said, Rubrig continued, awkwardly shifting his stance, that you are from the same class as the Cipher Pole Academy, Alhambra. Is that true? Alhambra nodded with a hint of melancholy. It is true. However, their strength is something we can at least accept, something we dare to envy and be jealous of. What do you mean? Lily interjected quickly. Are there geniuses and monsters we cannot accept or dare to envy? Alhambra, with dreamy green eyes, replied earnestly, I tell you, I have seen the illegitimate daughter of God. Do you believe that? The 3 were taken aback, their faces a portrait of disbelief. Suddenly, a hand rested on Alhambra's neck, causing him to stiffen in fear. Bell Bluff gently shook his head at Alhambra, signaling him not to reveal any information about Tornado, then quietly stepped aside. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, come quickly. Little Brad. Netero beckoned with a warm smile, though his desk was piled high with documents, clearly intending for his assistant to work diligently. Brett rolled his eyes in exasperation as he reluctantly took over the pen tossed aside by Netero, mockingly remarking, is the old man losing his touch? No. It's merely a matter of weariness, cough. No, he is simply leaving opportunities for the younger generation. I am aiding you in accumulating the experience necessary for the role of chairman of the Hunter Association. With a contented sigh, Netero savored a delightful sip of tea, feeling utterly at ease. By the way, young Brett, have you thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Swain? Braid was intently browsing through the documents when he remarked, Did you not see? I sent it to your computer's email. I haven't had the chance to look at it yet, Nitro replied as he logged onto his computer. After a brief pause, he added, I'll take your word for it. After all, the dead cannot speak. Aren't the crime hunters the most adept at eliciting the truth from the deceased? If you doubt it, continue your investigation. Braid retorted without hesitation. Nitro chuckled heartily, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 8. Minnerkaku. As Nitro gradually engaged further with Braid, he discovered that despite Braid's proclivity for deceit, his cunning nature, and his duplicitous tendencies, he possessed a plethora of commendable qualities as well. For instance, Braid excelled in critical thinking, summarization, and maintaining a relatively objective perspective on matters. He approached tasks with considerable rigor. The once daunting reports and audits generated by the Hunter Association, which had previously caused Nitro much distress, were now being handled with remarkable ease by Braid, who quickly became adept at managing them. Consequently, Nitro decided to delegate authority once more, instructing his subordinate Braid to reform the Hunter Association's headquarters, a task Nitro had long intended to undertake but had neglected. This referred specifically to the western island of the Twin Islands, where the Hunter Association's headquarters was situated. By December, Braid approached Nitro with a stack of A4 papers, a smile on his face. I have personal matters to attend to, President Nitro. It is time for you to conclude your period of idleness, he said. Here, I have meticulously researched and developed a comprehensive reform proposal for the western island of the Twin Islands. Please review it, and for any items that meet your approval, please direct the hunters to execute them. For any items that require further discussion, I shall await your feedback. Braid's smile gradually faded as he gritted his teeth. You old codger, don't even think about slacking off. And don't even think of continuing to use me as free labor. Otherwise, I shall seek legal counsel from the World Children's Relief Association and the World Children's Protection Fund. Indeed, organizations like the World Children's Relief Association and the World Children's Protection Fund exist, yet they serve merely as facades. Do the wars instigated by the world governments not create countless orphans each year? Are there not numerous children conscripted onto the battlefield annually? Moreover, in a world rife with pirates, hunters, slave traders, and the human trafficking industry, none are blameless. However, which of these organizations, lacking the might to enforce their will, can truly affect change? They merely chant slogans, a group of self-satisfied individuals parading their compassion before the world, proclaiming, Behold my empathy, my benevolence. Thus, Braid's sardonic wit is indeed chilling. Bang! The heavy manuscript slammed onto the desk, causing Nitero's teacup to tremble slightly. Oh dear, no need to be so serious, young Braid, Nitero said with a cheerful smile. I never intended to slack off. It's just that this languid feeling is rather pleasant, isn't it? Before I knew it, over 2 months have slipped away in a flash. Braid, old buddy, what nonsense. Might I inquire about your personal affairs? Nitro's tone took a turn. Bradeo, I have engaged Mr. Kankuro to instruct me in the intricate system of chakra. Ah, Netero nodded. Ah, the vigor of youth and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Time is indeed of the essence, and Mr. Kankuro's time is invaluable. Any further delays could lead to my financial ruin. With that, Bradeo turned away, nonchalantly offering Netero a gesture of disdain, cursing, May you tire yourself to death, you old scoundrel. Netero chuckled heartily. I was under the impression you would remain unperturbed. Before long, in the forest of the western isle of the Twin Islands, Kankuro, finally clad in a foreboding robe, faded into the shadows of the towering trees, resembling a solitary specter. Braid adjusted his emotions and remarked, There is no other choice. President Netero has been shirking his duties and has offloaded all his responsibilities onto me. Let us commence. Kankuro was far from an exemplary teacher. His attitude and demeanor were particularly lacking. Chakra is also a form of life energy, fundamentally akin to Haki and Nin, differing only in their modes of application. I would like to hear more, Braid responded. Kankuro replied dryly. The application of Haki is the most straightforward and direct. It involves the division of raw life energy. Observation Haki represents the spirit. Armament Haki embodies the physical. While the rare Conqueror's Haki signifies willpower and presence, which can also be considered a form of spirit. Chakra possesses a similar method of dividing raw life energy. The 7 natures include the uncommon Yin and Yang, where Yin represents the spirit and Yang symbolizes the physical. The utilization of none is the most intricate and fraught with complications. my understanding of it is limited. I am only aware that the method of using chakra aligns closely with the emission and transformation types of nin abilities, though it is not devoid of elements from the other four nin categories. However, no practitioner of any nin category can fully comprehend the abilities of another category. In contrast, chakra lacks such restrictions, as it is, in essence, life energy, initially devoid of properties. Environmental and personal characteristics merely influence one's affinity for a particular nature. Once one masters the transformation of properties and possesses sufficient talent, it becomes possible to manipulate fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang in their entirety. Kankuro elucidated. Braid pondered. So, I do not need to learn about chakra? I inherently possess chakra to awaken my life energy. What I need to study is the transformative nature of chakra, the sequence of hand seals, and the techniques for releasing chakra. Indeed, Kakuzu produced a sheet of paper, vividly illustrating various hand gestures. The core of the Hunter Association is designated by 12 branches, as are the seals. After a brief pause, he added, "First, familiarize yourself with the seals, and then we shall proceed to the next step." Kakuzu reflected for a moment before supplementing. "Remember, the duration of your employment is 1 week. Any extensions will incur additional costs. Furthermore, your assigned task is to learn the power system of chakra, not to learn the techniques for releasing chakra." Bread chuckled. "Understood. The cost for a C-rank technique is 1 million berry. For a B-rank technique, it's 10 million berry. For an A-rank technique, 50 million berry. And for an S-rank technique, 100 million berry. How does that sound? Fair enough, right?" Kakuzu pondered for a moment and agreed. As their gazes met, Bread inquired, "Why are you so fixated on money that one cannot take with them in life or death, Mr. Kakuzu?" "It is none of your concern," Kakuzu replied coldly. Brett raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right, I have 2 more questions to pose." "Speak, please." Brett Dow, firstly, before mastering the transformations of chakra and the sequence of hand seals for releasing chakra techniques, can one rely solely on chakra energy to perform fundamental techniques akin to those of Nun, such as hardness, fluidity, and defense? Indeed, it is possible to unleash chakra in a ferocious and sharp manner, involving the transformation of chakra's form, or to present it purely through martial arts. Red pondered. "Secondly, how proficient are your skills?" "Quite satisfactory," he replied humbly. He presented a table, for a merchant must invariably display his wares to his patrons. Bread tactfully remarked. Chapter 81. Additional payment. It appears that powers transcending the bounds of common norms are invariably accompanied by certain flaws and vulnerabilities. The devil fruit is vulnerable to the sea prism stone. The overlord weapons excessively exploit the potential of their wielders, and the process of mastering haki is exceedingly arduous. Even if cultivation is straightforward, the comprehensive examination of the myriad aspects of haki is fraught with imperfections and weaknesses. Chakra is no exception. It indeed encompasses elements of both haki and the mind. But the price to pay is the necessity of relying on hand seals to channel life energy in order to perform techniques. The dependence of chakra on hand seals to guide life energy implies that the speed of forming seals will significantly influence the outcome of battles. Red was perplexed as to why Chuck had to rely on hand seals to channel life energy for his techniques. At present, he lacked the inclination for lofty aspirations. Instead, his immediate concern was to grasp the intricate system of chakra. He aimed to first comprehend, then familiarize himself, and ultimately master this power. Only then would he be deemed worthy of delving into the principles behind Chuck's reliance on hand seals to harness life energy for his techniques. With nimble fingers and a photographic memory, Bread was capable of slowly and painstakingly performing a few hand seals over the course of a day and night. Kakuzu, ever the pragmatic individual, patiently awaited Bread's contact without any semblance of indifference. Upon their meeting, Kakuzu handed Bread a piece of paper, a chakra testing sheet, designed to assess his most proficient chakra affinity. It was far from flawless, as it could only evaluate the 5 elemental attributes of wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning. It was incapable of testing the yin and yang attributes, and even if it could, Kakuzu had no techniques to sell. Generally, the arts of yin and yang were closely guarded secrets, tightly controlled by the ninja clans. Braid took the chakra test paper and endeavored to infuse it with his life energy. With a crackling sound, the paper abruptly split in half. One portion ignited with vibrant flames, while the other fragmented into disarray. The elemental attributes of wind, fire, and earth were evident, and based on the fluctuations of the chakra test paper, it was clear that your chakra reserves were substantial. With an impassive expression, Kakuzu remarked, "By the way, when it comes to water elemental chakra, the test paper becomes damp, and for lightning elemental chakra, the paper crinkles." With a grin, Braid remarked, "Not bad." The remaining task involves the transformation of chakra properties, employing hand seals to release chakra techniques. With a serious demeanor, Kakuzu handed Braid another sheet of paper, stating, "Select from the techniques I currently possess. I shall handle the practical demonstration, but an additional fee will apply." Braid interjected, a smile gracing his lips, "I understand the rules. Now, how much do I owe you?" The little calculator in Kakuzu's hand clicked and clacked. "Given your straightforwardness, I'll waive a minor amount, making it 100 million berries." "Very well," Braid responded, promptly initiating a transfer via his mobile phone, extending his hand as he added, "I presume you have prepared another copy detailing the sequence of hand seals." Without further ado, Kakuzu handed Braid yet another sheet of paper. Braid quietly browsed, noting that most of the techniques in possession of Kakuzu were predominantly ninjutsu, with jinjutsu and taijutsu being scarce. The majority of the ninjutsu were of lower to mid-tier ranks, particularly the 6 classifications, S, A, B, C, D, and E, with S and A ranked techniques being virtually non-existent. The more basic ninjutsu, such as the shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, and their derivatives like the water release, water clone technique, were particularly abundant. There were only 5 B-ranked ninjutsu. Would Kakuzu know the summoning technique or the multi-shadow clone technique, even a weakened version of the shadow clone technique? Braid couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment as he sighed. Kakuzu furrowed his brow and replied, "No." "What a pity," Braid lamented. Yet he understood the rationale behind Kakuzu's unfamiliarity with these techniques. The summoning technique was likely unnecessary for him, and the creation and widespread application of the multi-shadow clone technique, as well as the shadow clone technique, occurred around the time he departed from the land of water. However, I am aware of the hand sign sequence for the summoning technique. Kakuzu fixed his gaze on Braid and remarked, "You seem to possess considerable knowledge about the land of water." Braid chuckled, expressing keen interest, remarking that he might personally explore it in the future. Summoning technique. C-rank ninja art, 1 million berries, he noted. Kakuzu advised, "The sequence of hand seals is as follows. Hi, Su. You, Shunwei. I strongly recommend finding a highly dangerous beast with experience in summoning to establish a contract, and it would be prudent to consult others who possess summoning beasts." "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Kakuzu," Braid replied, his spirits lifted. "If possible, please keep an eye on the multi-shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique. Money is not an issue, as I am left with nothing but wealth." Kakuzu retorted dryly, "Let us hope you, the vice president of the Hunter Association, are not embezzling the assets of the association. Chairman Netero would have my head." Braid jested. A week swiftly passed, and since Braid did not renew his membership, the mission-mad Kakuzu hurriedly departed, leaving the Hunter Association headquarters without even a moment to meet with Chairman Netero. In early December, the highly anticipated World Conference concluded. Having gleaned numerous insider details, Braid believed that the only noteworthy event was the proposal of the King of the Five Elders, the highest authority of the world government, regarding the 7 warlords of the sea plan. Despite its failure to be executed due to fierce opposition from the kings of the affiliated nations, everything else was mere reiteration of familiar topics such as pirates, the Hunter Association, and the land of Wano. As time flowed on, the calendar turned from the year 1494 of the Sea Circle era to 1495. The year 1495 of the Sea Circle era promised to be an eventful one. Braid's aunt, Shuefaji, and her husband, Raski, have welcomed the fruit of their love, a child named Khalifa. They embark on a journey to retrace the Great Route, with their sights set on the Pirate King's throne on the island of Laughtale, once occupied by the legendary Gold, Roger, leading the Roger Pirates. Roger managed to thwart a meticulously planned extermination by the world government during the early stages of the Grand Line. However, before he could adjust to the new circumstances, he found himself besieged in the waters of the New World, specifically in the Edwis Sea, by the formidable Golden Lion Shiki and his renowned Golden Lion fleet. Brett's idea was adopted by the world government, and Cypher Pole orchestrated a scheme to reveal the whereabouts of ancient weaponry. This prompted the ambitious Golden Lion to approach the Roger Pirates, who had long coveted such relics. After an unsuccessful invitation to ally with Roger, the Golden Lion, filled with indignation, resolved to seize the ancient weapons by force. His formidable fleet nearly overwhelmed the Roger pirates, yet a sudden storm, coupled with a peculiar malfunction of the ship's rudder, dramatically altered the tide of battle, allowing the Roger pirates to escape by sheer fortune. The world was left in astonishment. In the years of the sea calendar, 1496 and 1497, Braid found himself compelled to relinquish his indifference towards the world, diligently honing his skills day after day, amassing raw capital, and quietly awaiting the moment of his own blossoming. For the Pirate King had been born. That year, Braid was already a 13-year-old youth. Chapter 1. The enigma of the sea circle calendar has been in use for 1,497 years, with the history of Wano Country predating it. The world government was established approximately 800 years ago, with a precise figure of 775 years. The emergence of the Hunter Association occurred slightly later than the world government, roughly 750 years ago. It is rumored that the existence of pirates, whether considered a profession or a force, likely originated from the adventurers, treasure hunters, and ocean hunters of the Hunter Association. Archaeological evidence suggests that the term pirate has been in use for at least 700 years. Along with the legendary tales of Laugh Tale Island at the end of the Grand Line and the enduring myth that any pirate who reaches Laugh Tale Island shall become the Pirate King. 7 centuries have passed, with countless pirates fervently pursuing the legend of Laugh Tale Island and the Pirate King, among them exceptional geniuses, formidable monsters, and heroic figures, including infamous villains. Yet none have transformed the legend into reality, not a single shadow of it has been grasped. Consequently, with the lessons of the past and the world government's deliberate embellishments, pirates gradually began to harbor skepticism toward the legend, which led to hesitance and stagnation in their pursuits. This continued until Joel D. Roger joined the ranks of pirates, unabashedly proclaiming his ambition to reach Laugh Tale Island and become the Pirate King. Initially, who would believe him? No one did. People dismissed him as an overly optimistic fool, dreaming impossible dreams, despite his repeated miraculous feats and several voyages across the Grand Line. After decades of an arduous life, he had yet to set foot on Laugh Tale Island, hadn't he? However, what people overlooked was the fool's tenacity and unwavering spirit. Akin to the will he spoke of inheriting, the ebb and flow of time, the dreams of humanity, these are forces that cannot be hindered. In the year 1494 of the sea circle calendar, in mid-February, a sensational piece of news erupted across the world. The Roger pirates had reached Laugh Tale Island, achieving an unprecedented feat. Extra. The Roger pirates have utterly conquered the Grand Line, and the throne of the Pirate King belongs to Joel D. Roger. Breaking news. The Great Pirate Joel D. Roger has been invited to our station, where the world-renowned military commentator Mr. Ripley will analyze the birth of the Pirate King and its implications for the future world order. An overwhelming wave of news reports flooded in, which the world government could not contain, nor did they attempt to suppress it. They simply allowed Joel D. Roger to vanish, replaced by Joel D. Roger himself. What was most unusual was the world government's reaction, exuding an air of confidence. As if having anticipated it long ago, everything appeared to be in meticulous order. The pirates, heralded as one of the 3 great pillars of the world, might not command as much attention in the eyes of the world government as the Hunter Association, the fourth lever maintaining the balance among these 3 forces. After all, the unruly nature of pirates has always rendered them a loose assembly, incapable of forming a cohesive unit. However, the emergence of the Pirate King holds a significant potential to shatter this disjointed inertia, uniting the disparate pirates into a formidable whole, a force of tremendous might. Particularly since the Pirate King wields knowledge of the ancient weapons' whereabouts. The lack of a vigorous response from the world government is, from any perspective, rather perplexing. On the 18th day, in Mariewa, responding to the call of his superiors, Bread returned to the Holy Land, to the Cipher Pole headquarters. "You seem quite at ease." "Old Commander," he remarked, lounging lazily on the sofa in Minister Onist's office, crossing his legs. "Are you perhaps calm on the surface while tormented within? Look. Your hair has turned gray with worry." Minister Onist retorted, "My hair is naturally white, you scoundrel. Yet you grow increasingly handsome," he added, laughing heartily and complimenting Bread on his increasingly striking appearance. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Brad inquired, "Is the government truly unperturbed? I have come across the latest intelligence indicating that the Roger pirates are set to meet with the Whitebeard pirates on the territory of Wano. Should the Pirate King become entangled with Wano, either Whitebeard will acknowledge Roger's claim to the title of Pirate King and express his willingness to follow him, or the pirate factions could swiftly unite under their banner. Furthermore, with Roger possessing knowledge of the ancient weapons, how can the government not be anxious about a potential crisis to their rule? You are overthinking it. Minister Onest maintained his enigmatic smile, stating, firstly, there are matters I can disclose to you, and there are matters I cannot. Secondly, Roger's time is running short. The legend of the Pirate King is destined to be fleeting. He lacks the time to consolidate the pirate forces and challenge the world order. In essence, everything remains well within the government's control. Red furrowed his brow and speculated after a moment. At some point, did the government change its mind and decide not to impede the Roger pirates, even to encourage them? Minister Onest remained silent. Was this a new decision made upon discovering Roger's imminent demise? Brett exchanged glances with Minister Onest and remarked, over 2 years ago, Roger was afflicted with an incurable disease. The Roger pirates sought medical assistance far and wide, hoping to prolong Roger's life and complete their final journey together. During this time, they inevitably left behind traces that we, Cipher Pol, would not overlook. Thus, did the government alter its stance, opting not to obstruct the Roger pirates, but rather to utilize them to uncover the secrets of Raftel? Minister Onest sidestepped the issue. You are aware that Roger suffers from an incurable illness? The Roger pirates have had contact with hunters from the Hunter Association. I learned of this a few days ago by chance. Brett lied without hesitation. Minister Onest chewed on his meat, speaking indistinctly. Your information is outdated. The Roger pirates disbanded after meeting the Whitebeard pirates in Wano Country. So, you summoned me back with the intention of pursuing the scattered members of the Roger pirates? Brett inquired. Minister Onest replied, Yes, I understand. Brett stood up decisively and began to walk away. After taking a couple of steps, he turned and asked, Free to act independently? Minister Onest responded, Indeed, it is entirely up to you. Besides you and the Golden Guardian Squad, I have also organized over a dozen other teams, such as Anderson and Tornado, Esters and the Red Dead Man, and Melod. Do your best. Little Bread, Cipher Pol is due for an upgrade. I understand. Farewell, old officer. Bread waved goodbye. Chapter 2. Doubts come, call me daddy. Bread, unable to conceal his teasing, beckoned to Altair. Why so distant? Though we haven't seen each other in 2 years, we've often spoken on the phone and video. Unbeknownst to me, Altair is now nearly 6 years old, no longer resembling the adorably awkward infant she once was. With her long white hair tied into twin ponytails with red ribbons, she donned a black princess dress paired with pure white knee-high socks. Her face was exquisitely delicate, her overall appearance impeccably beautiful, reminiscent of a young noblewoman. The only discomforting aspect was her peculiar eyes. Clearly at an age of understanding, Altair was quite precocious. She knew she was an adopted orphan and was fully aware that Bread was only 7 or 8 years her senior, making it impossible for him to be her father. Thus, she had long ceased to call him daddy, yet Bread always relished teasing her with recorded instances of her past missteps. Puffing up her cheeks, Altair remained stubbornly at her bedroom door. Don't tease little Altair, Bread. Safatsi, holding 2-year-old Khalifa, chimed in. Come, call him Uncle Khalifa. He is Uncle Bread. Khalifa inherited her maternal lineage's golden tresses, embodying a delightful sweetness. Her eyes, however, possess an enigmatic allure, as she is naturally nearsighted. With curiosity, she gazed at Braid. Her uncle, while attempting to break free from her mother's embrace, expressing her thoughts in a somewhat clumsy manner. Bread smiled as he took over from Kalia. You entertain the child for a while, and I shall prepare a meal for you all. It's a rare occasion for me to return home. Chef Fatsi hurriedly tidied herself up and donned an apron. There's no need for that, my dear aunt, Bread replied, for there are others awaiting my attention. Chef Fatsi, with a hint of disappointment, lamented, everyone seems to be so busy. Braid smiled silently for a moment. In due time, I shall take Altair away, he stated abruptly. Chef Faji was taken aback. Why? I can take good care of little Altair. Is it because of Khalifa? I raised little Altair. She is my daughter as well. You are overly emotional, and Chef Faji, Braid replied. This has nothing to do with Khalifa. If it did, I would have taken Altair away when you were pregnant. Chef Faji, dissatisfied, pressed further. Then why? I must begin to nurture her, imparting the strength for self-preservation and resilience. Braid turned his gaze directly to Altair. What are your thoughts? If you are content with mediocrity, then disregard my words. Without hesitation, Altair responded, I am willing. I wish to advance to the Cipher Pol Agent Academy for foundational training. Even Fubuki is going. Very well, Braid said, dialing his phone and concluding the call shortly after. Tomorrow, You shall accompany Fubuki to report to the Cipher Pole Agent Academy. Be independent, my daughter. After visiting Shwef Faji, Khalifa, and Altair, Braid promptly took his leave, heading to meet the Golden Guardian squad led by Captain Wolf. All gathered, Lord Braid. Alhambra handed him a stack of papers detailing the world government's bounty notices for all members of the Roger Pirates. The bounties issued by the world government were quite extravagant. Only a few individuals had bounties under 100 million berries. The criteria for these bounties were not solely based on the strength or crimes of the individuals sought, but also significantly on the level of danger they posed. Sometimes, the bounty amounts did not correlate with strength or crimes. Pirates and criminals within the Grand Line bore higher bounties than those active in the Four Seas. Those who violated the intentions of the world government or posed a threat to the celestial dragons were assigned bounties exceeding those of others. This was the standard for the bounties issued by the world government. The Roger Pirates met both criteria. What shall we do? Lord Braid. A voice laced with a hint of fear interrupted. It was Lilith, her triangular, snake-like face sending shivers down Braid's spine. I inquired with my colleagues at CP4. The Roger Pirates have disbanded, and their members have scattered, making it exceedingly difficult to track their whereabouts. Braid endeavored to quell the tumult within his heart as he continued to peruse the bounty notices of the entire Roger Pirates crew. Are you certain this is the complete bounty list for the Roger Pirates? He articulated, his voice laced with skepticism. Alhambra promptly asserted, I assure you, I have overlooked nothing. Then it appears there is a deficiency in the intelligence operations of CP3 and CP4. Their diligence is lacking, Braid openly challenged. Among the names absent from the bounty list were Dr. Kurokas, who had extended the life of the Pirate King, and Shanks, a mere apprentice sailor of the Roger Pirates. These were faces familiar to Braid, and their absence from the notices was perplexing. While it could be excused that Cipher Pole was unaware of Kurokas's presence, having joined the crew at a later stage, it was inconceivable that they were oblivious to Shanks, who had been a loyal follower of the Pirate King for several years. Moreover, Cipher Pole was aware of another apprentice, Buggy. What could this mean? A web of intrigue? Braid's mind churned with doubt, silently musing whether the world government was merely granting Shanks a favor. Throughout, Bell remained silent, yet gestured, indicating that Mr. Wolf insisted they adhere to protocol. With Alhambra dutifully acting as translator, Brett pondered, indeed, adhering to the prescribed procedures, this assessment serves to test our capacity for execution. Assessment? Alhambra wrote. Brett did not elaborate, but stated, Lalichis, Ricky, Rubrig, you will remain here. I require your intelligence support. I implore you. Turning to Wolf, Lieutenant Mr. Alhambra, he continued. We shall travel light and set forth immediately to apprehend the members of the Roger Pirate crew. Yes, my Lord Brett, came the reply. Hey, Lalichis. I am your husband, he protested. Leave me be. The bickering between the couple, Lalichis and her jealous husband Ricky, unfolded unabated, regardless of the circumstances. Who is our primary target, my Lord Brett? Inquired Alhambra. As Braid walked, he remarked, what do you think of the great Axpac Jabba, the battle captain of the Roger Pirates? With a bounty of 840 million berries? Is it too formidable? Oh, perhaps we should shift our focus. How about the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh? With a bounty of 3 billion berries? On the airship, Braid appeared quite serious as he perused the newspaper, responding to the anxious inquiries of Alhambra regarding the decision to target the battle captain of the Roger Pirates, Spac Jabba, whose bounty was indeed substantial. Alhambra was deeply unsettled, exclaiming, that is the right hand of the Pirate King, a far more terrifying individual. Just teasing you, Braid chuckled, folding the newspaper and playfully patting Alhambra on the head. I'm still quite young. There's no need to hasten my demise, is there? Relieved, Alhambra sat down, still shaken by Braid's reckless jest. I'm saved. After the Roger Pirates convened with the Whitebeard Pirates in Wano Country, they disbanded on the spot, with members scattering in different directions. I have no idea how CP3 and CP4 acquired this intelligence, nor do I understand why, if they know that the Roger Pirates disbanded in Wano Country. They are uncertain about the whereabouts of the members who supposedly went in different directions, Braid pondered, resting his chin on one hand. This leaves us in a fog. We must first gather information on the movements of the Roger Pirates before we can pursue them. Alhambra opened his mouth in disbelief. Is it because of their presence in Wano Country? Just how significant is the government's interest in Wano? I assure you, Wano is one of the places where Cipher Pole invests the most resources. He continued, moreover, due to the Civil War. Wano has closed its borders and is unwelcoming to outsiders, including pirates, especially since both the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are formidable pirate crews. Their presence in Wano could significantly impact the outcome of the Civil War. I suspect the local powers are entirely unwilling to accept them, and may even temporarily join forces to resist them, even with Kazuki Oden, the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, now serving as a guide for the Roger Pirates, and his role in mediating the situation in Wano's Kuri region. I fear that the best Wano might do is allow the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates to land on the affiliated islands of the world's largest island they occupy. And even then, with strict time limits, such occurrences would undoubtedly be sensational for both the government and Wano, manifesting a clear and specific scope. Cypherpole, lurking within Wano, cannot possibly be unaware of such orders to investigate. If they have clarified the information regarding the disbandment of the Roger Pirates in Wano, why are they oblivious to the directions in which the members have scattered? Braid's incessant rambling eventually ceased, succumbing to a lack of coherence. Alhambra remarked, "Even though the Roger Pirates have numerous members, it shouldn't be too difficult for our intelligence department to track a select few, right?" Braid shrugged and added, "Absolutely not. Can you believe it? This is certainly not a failure of our operations. Cypherpole is not that inept. Either the government or the higher-ups in Cypherpole are concealing something from us." Alhambra pondered for a moment before responding, "So, where do we go from here? With no targets and no destination, what do we do? Just put on a FAA. At the very least, we can inform our superiors that we made an effort." Braid sighed deeply. Alhambra teased, "I was just joking with you." Braid abruptly shifted his demeanor, playfully mocking Alhambra. "I may lack a target, but I do have a destination. Lilith and the others remaining in Mariewa are gathering intelligence on the whereabouts of Roger's crew, just as we are. Think about it. Aside from us in Cypherpole, whose ears are sharp enough to catch wind of this?" Alhambra inquired, "The information hunters?" "Indeed, the network of the information hunters is quite valuable," Braid affirmed. "As the vice president of the Hunter Association and the chairman of the coordination committee, I have already issued orders to collect information regarding the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates." Alhambra expressed surprise. "So, where are we headed?" "To Reverse Mountain and Twin Cape, where we shall lie in wait," Braid replied, offering no further explanation. He reclined on the sofa, awkwardly directing his gaze towards Bell, and changed the subject. "Mr. Wolf, are you unwilling to speak or simply unable to?" Bell remained silent, locking eyes with Braid. "How dull," Braid chuckled, unfazed by the silence. "Could you perhaps showcase your abilities? I've done some research on your background and am quite curious about your powers." Braid indeed investigated Bell's background and discovered that he once served as a captain in the Holy Land's garrison. His codename as a Cypherpole agent, Wolf, reflects both his strength and his past as a captain. Without hesitation, Bell transformed in an instant, perhaps in mere milliseconds. A colossal, pure white wolf emerged, majestic yet fierce, evoking a spine-chilling awe. Suddenly, an enigmatic white substance swirled around, and the giant wolf gradually stood upright, morphing into a muscular creature with a wolf's head, claws, and fur, yet possessing a human form. Just as swiftly, the creature vanished, leaving Bell quietly seated nearby. Applause erupted. "Impressive," Braid exclaimed, clapping and smiling. "Truly worthy of a devil fruit as rare as the natural type, the Zoan-type mythical beast, the human fruit, werewolf variant." However, Braid was primarily observing Bell's demeanor. Among the 5 members of the Golden Guardian squad, Lily, Ricky, Rubrig, he paid them little mind. He felt confident he could easily manage Alhambra, but Bell presented a different challenge. Strong and silent, Bell's psychological state was difficult for him to gauge. Based on Bell's performance, Braid concluded that he was satisfactory. Bell steadfastly adhered to the principles of the Golden Guardian squad, which entailed obeying Braid's every command and ensuring his safety at all costs until either all members perished in battle or Braid's mission concluded. Chapter 4. Combatants, Chefs. Ships, doctors, the roaring waves surged forth, stretching between the distant clouds, not adorned with ostentatious embellishments, but rather embodying the tumultuous reality of the churning sea, defying the conventional wisdom of water flowing downward, instead leaping upwards at a steep angle towards the heavens. An unparalleled spectacle. The singular connection point of the world's geography, the starting point of the Grand Line, was the upside-down mountain, towering into the clouds. This segment of the Red Earth continent is uniquely situated at one of the intersections formed by the 2 windless zones that delineate the Grand Line. The other intersection being Mariewa. The Grand Line commences and concludes here, with Mariawa dividing it into the first half and the New World. According to the ocean currents of the four seas, including the Grand Line, which rise and sink due to climatic variations, they provide the natural energy for ships to navigate. Centuries ago, pioneers carved 5 expansive artificial canals here to connect the four seas and the Grand Line, allowing for periods when crossing between them was freely chosen. While fraught with peril, this endeavor indeed shattered the shackles of regional confines. Thus, the marvel of nature combined with the greatness of human endeavor is embodied in the upside-down mountain. Is this a jest? Upon first encountering the inverted mountain, Alhambra stood in astonishment, her mouth agape. It was also Mosquito Girl's first glimpse of this surreal spectacle, and her expression of wonder was succinctly encapsulated in a single exclamation, "Wow." Conversely, Brad, who was likewise seeing the inverted mountain for the first time, exhibited a demeanor of indifference akin to that of a seasoned wolf officer who had witnessed such marvels countless times. "We should disembark." With a swift motion, Mosquito Girl lifted Brad into the air while Belle bounced Alhambra along, as the four departed from the cargo ship poised to ascend the mountain. Upon landing, the entrance to the Grand Line was flanked by 2 lighthouses, known as the Twin Capes, whose purpose was to illuminate the currents and guide those within the Grand Line on when they might venture into the vast seas beyond. According to Brad's calculations, the doctor who extended the life of the Pirate King and sought to completely conquer the Grand Line, the lighthouse keeper Colocas, had yet to return. Should he return? It was believed that even if the Roger Pirates had disbanded and its members scattered, there would still be those who regarded him as a benefactor and would willingly ensure his safe passage home. This was the rationale behind Brad's patient waiting. As they explored the desolate Twin Capes, reminiscent of the Shambadi archipelago, Brad pondered why the world government did not amass a formidable force to blockade the inverted mountain, thus preventing the pirates from flooding into the Grand Line. They could concentrate their might to cleanse the initial stretch of the Grand Line of pirates, and ultimately, when the pirates of the New World were weakened, they could eradicate them entirely. The world government was certainly capable of such action, with allied nations nearby serving as bases, and the lighthouse keeper at Twin Capes appointed by one of these nations. Days of protracted waiting passed, as the sun dipped in the west, casting a crimson twilight. A small vessel drifted closer to the Twin Capes. A robust middle-aged man disembarked, characterized by a prominent chin, small eyes behind glasses, and dark hair concealed beneath a scarf, with golden strands on either side resembling wings in flight. "Colocas, you're in trouble," he chuckled ominously, startling Colocas, who had intended to thank the newcomer for his arrival. "So quick? A lackey of the world government? What a keen nose." 2 more figures leapt from the boat, their imposing stature indicative of strength, each towering around 3 meters with robust physiques. One was pale-skinned, with a horse-like face, thick lips, and a mane-like hairstyle, while the other had dark skin, a round face, round eyes, and a bald head. They flanked Colocas protectively. They were Hawk, a combatant of the Roger Pirates with a bounty of 340 million berries, and Lucilei, the crew's cook with a bounty of 280 million berries. Brad feigned nonchalance as he walked, perusing the wanted posters of the entire Roger Pirates that he had long memorized. "And you, the most detestable of all, you have no bounty listed, yet you are the ship's doctor who extended Roger's life. Have I been discovered?" Colocas' deep voice resonated. Braid collected the bounty notices for the entire Roger Pirates crew and declared, "There is no wall in this world that does not allow the passage of rumors. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Colocas, Hook, Laziri, you are under arrest for acts of piracy, taking lives indiscriminately, endangering public safety, and for aiding Roger. Do you have any defense to offer? If not, it would be prudent to surrender quietly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end your lives. Is aiding Roger truly a crime? Such is the style of the world government." Colocas felt an absurdity wash over him. Hook, brandishing a weapon, aimed a spear at Braid and retorted, "A pirate who surrenders without a fight is no true pirate." "Do not speak so arrogantly, Brad," Lazari scoffed. Brad sighed, expressing his regret. A swarm of mosquitoes buzzed relentlessly, swiftly obstructing the escape route of the 3 in Colocas as the mosquito woman commandeered their vessel. Braid clasped his hands in a ritual gesture, invoking ninjutsu. As a seasoned warrior of the Roger Pirates, Huck, battle-hardened and attuned to the nuances of power, cautioned, "Be wary. It is abrupt." Brad shrugged with a mocking smile. Suddenly, a massive white wolf descended from the sky with barely a sound, pouncing fiercely. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. Yet, the attack was unsuccessful, and the creature remained unscathed. Truly, The Roger Pirates were formidable. Utilizing his observation haki, Bread discerned that the wolf's ambush had failed. He swiftly formed hand signs. Earth Release, Earth Spear. This technique, one of the few B-rank ninjutsu he mastered, does not merely create earthen projectiles to strike foes. Rather, it channels chakra to harden his skin, akin to armament haki. The quantity and quality of chakra determine the hardness, rendering him as resilient and sharp as a spear. Without hesitation, Bread plunged into the thick smoke, unleashing the earth spear in conjunction with his observation haki for a powerful assault. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of metal echoed. Hyukok, fortified by authentic armament haki combined with observation haki, successfully fended off Bread. Chapter 5. Just so as the sea breeze swept through, the smoke dissipated. Undoubtedly, the methods of Cipher Pole were at play. Back to back, Hyukok remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed upon Bread, who resembled a cunning fox encircling a flock of chickens. Warning his companions once more, be cautious. The Roger Pirates had undoubtedly interacted with various departments under the world government, especially before ascending to the pinnacle of piracy. As they sought out the poneglyphs to unravel the mysteries of the Void Century, their unintentional discoveries of ancient weaponry significantly infringed upon the world government's taboos, incurring its fierce retaliation. The Navy, Cipher Pole, and even the Holy Land's defense forces had all engaged in relentless pursuit. Every member of the Roger Pirates deeply understood the harrowing experience of being hunted by the Navy's Grand Fleet, with its overwhelming barrage of cannon fire and meticulously coordinated encirclement. They had also personally endured a surprise assault from an unidentified army, only to realize afterward that it was the land forces of the world government stationed at Mariawa. However, what truly sent chills down their spines was Cipher Pole's insidious infiltration. Its intelligence gathering, subterfuge, and relentless assassination attempts had once inflicted severe losses upon them. The Devil Fruit user must be of the Zoan type, mythical beast. Lucilei analyzed the wolf officer with vigilance. An odd creature, incredibly swift. I struck him. Yet he remained unscathed. Bell's werewolf fruit possessed an intriguing ability, simply described as shifting phantoms, allowing for rapid transitions between wolf, werewolf, and human forms while only having a tangible presence during attacks. At all other times, he was ethereal, a far cry from the legendary lycanthrope. The werewolf fruit is indeed powerful, yet it bears significant weaknesses, particularly a fear of silver. However, this flaw can be mitigated through the mastery of armament haki, a strategy Bell effectively employed. Colokas observed the mosquito lady, remarking upon her as a super dangerous species of subhuman monster. The swarm surrounding her was under her control, and nearby were her accomplices, responsible for liaising with reinforcements, waiting for the opportune moment to join the fray. Hyuk unleashed his observation haki, his expression growing increasingly resolute. We must swiftly vanquish them. Otherwise, our adversaries will multiply. In the distance, Ahambra trembled, yearning to convey to Kurokas that he was merely an insignificant presence, utterly incapable of participating in their battle. He was certainly not a liaison or a reinforcer waiting for the opportune moment to join the fray. Such notions were utterly misguided. However, Ahambra's role was precisely what Braid had designated as a smokescreen to confound the enemy. Oh, discovered. Braid theatrically proclaimed, it is too late. Even if you have uncovered our intent, you cannot thwart us. Our reinforcements have already been alerted and are hastening towards this location. By psychologically instilling significant pressure upon the enemy and executing commensurate actions, only then can despair be fully realized. Swift as lightning, Braid's chakra was formidable in both quality and quantity, endowing him with a physical strength comparable to steel through the Earth Release, Earth Spear hardened technique. This, combined with the 6 styles body techniques, augmented his offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering him unafraid of close-quarters combat. With a swift motion, he executed the Gale Foot. Pivoting on his left foot, his right leg sliced through the air like a battle blade and cracked like a whip, delivering a fierce horizontal sweep. Bang, bang, bang. Intriguingly, Braid's choice of target was unconventional. He bypassed Hyuk and Laziri, even turning his back to them, delivering a brutal kick that sent Kurokas flying, but in doing so, he too was struck by the fist of Hyuk and Laziri. Nonetheless, the triangular formation of Hyuk, Laziri, and Kurokas was undeniably shattered. Mr. Wolf Captain, Joanna. You have 3 minutes. Braid quickly sprang back to his feet, re-engaging with Hyuk and Laziri. Take him down. Joanna understood Braid's intent. The mosquito woman surged forward, Her menacing scythe-like claws hardened with haki, swiftly closing in on Kuroka's. Heh, old man, your time is up. Kuroka's, wielding a harpoon, wore a grave expression, acutely aware that he might be the weakest among Hyuk, Laziri, and himself. The enemies had gathered their formidable strength to eliminate him first, employing a cunning strategy to subsequently dismantle Hyuk and Laziri. Silent as the wind, a white afterimage struck first. Kuroka's hastily swung his harpoon. Crack, crack. Bell was faster, binding Kuroka's hands. Die. Without hesitation, following their prior scheming, the Mosquito Woman and Bell launched their assault. Whoosh. The scythe-like claws of the Mosquito Woman, hardened with haki, penetrated Bell's illusory form and then pierced Kuroka's chest. Even though Kuroka's attempted to counter with his own haki, it was evident that his defense was inadequate. For the Mosquito Woman was a super dangerous species of subhuman. Her exoskeleton was already on par with the haki of an ordinary human, not to mention her mastery of haki. Kuroka's, Doctor. Hyuk and Laziri's eyes widened in fury as they unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks towards Braid. Braid retreated, forming hand seals. Earth release, subterranean voyage. A C-rank ninjutsu that softened the ground. He vanished like a stone sinking into a river with a resounding plop. Huck and Lucilei were poised to step forward, ready to rescue Kuroka's. Earth release, mind's beheading technique. Uft, uft. Also a C-rank ninjutsu, Braid adeptly combined his techniques, ensnaring the distracted and unguarded Huck and Lucilei into the earth, leaving only their heads visible. But it was not over yet. Earth release, and hell. Still a C-rank ninjutsu, Braid further softened the ground and spun it, creating an artificial swamp that dragged Huck and Lucilei down. Huck struggled and roared in fury as Braid shifted his approach from brute force to finesse, effectively rendering Huck powerless and exasperated. Suddenly, two precise finger strikes pierced the throats of Huck and Lucilei. He was a masterful assassin, skilled in the art of finality. Mr. Wolf Captain, Braid remarked, giving a thumbs up. Bell pondered for a moment before breaking into a silent smile. Braid, typically a person of few words, suddenly smiles at you after committing murder. What could this imply? One might wonder. The Roger Pirates are no different. The Mosquito Woman nonchalantly flicks the blood from her hands. Braid deftly flicked his wrist, manifesting gluttony. He had to seize the moment while Kuroka's and the others were still clinging to life, extracting their vital energy. Although the Roger Pirates favored an elite approach, their ranks were substantial, and not every member was a king of the underworld or a great axe master. Braid declared, let us not underestimate ourselves. Furthermore, they are blissfully unaware of our intentions. History often favors the victor. What truly matters is that we emerge triumphant. Chapter 6, Curiosity. The journey back to Mariewa aboard the ship was contemplative. After much deliberation, Braid restrained his avaricious desires, opting to extract only the life force of Hyuk and Lucilei. He also took photographs to confirm their identities. Otherwise, he would be left with two lifeless corpses to present at Mariewa. Cypher Pole would not dismiss his contributions, yet he would inevitably face the complications of a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Kuroka's, whose chest had been pierced by the claws of the Mosquito Woman, was still alive, albeit precariously. At that moment, Kuroka's lay upon a hospital bed, his chest and abdomen swathed in bandages like a mummy. His pallor was alarming, and although his body was frail, his spirit remained unyielding, casting a glare of disdain that met Braid's gaze. Some possessed the ability to slay with mere looks, yet that individual was certainly not him. Thus, Braid flashed a smile and said, do not waste your energy, a smile would serve you well. Allow me to introduce myself. Let us engage in a cordial exchange. Kuroka's closed his eyes for a moment, as if pondering a revelation. Should he not first introduce himself out of courtesy? Indeed, Braid wholeheartedly agreed and stated formally, I am Braid Hyman. I am Kuroka's, 48 years old, blood type AB, Gemini, with a passion for painting. Kuroka's interjected, interrupting Braid's introduction with a torrent of words. Braid, with a forced professional smile that masked his turbulent emotions, posed the first inquiry. What lies on Lafford Island? Curious to know? Go find out for yourself. Kuroka scoffed, tauntingly retorting, I highly doubt it. You, a pack of hounds for the world government, will never taste the sweetness of freedom. You will never have the opportunity to set foot on Lafford Island. You, a pack of hounds for the world government? How audaciously truthful. Braid replied, let us not forget that you are a citizen of a member nation under the world government, appointed as the caretaker of the Twin Cape Lighthouse. Yet you draw a salary while neglecting your duties to pursue a life of piracy. In other words, you too are one of the world government's hounds. The very kind that devours from both sides. Does your conscience not ache, Mr. Coloccus? Bread mocked. Coloccus fell silent, responding, I have long since discarded it. You have abandoned your conscience? Bread inquired. Coloccus's expression darkened. Ah, does that mean you have forsaken your nationality and your homeland? Bread continued. Indeed. I am now merely a pirate of the Roger Pirates, Coloccus affirmed with unwavering conviction. Bread's words were sharp, delivering a striking blow. Unfortunately, the Roger Pirates have disbanded. Without comrades, without a captain, without a flag, you are merely a drifter upon the seas. Coloccus fell silent. Do not tell me what awaits on Laugh-Tale. Once you reach Mary Geos, there will be many who will coax you into speaking willingly, Bread continued. Let us change the subject. Why assist Roger? To this new inquiry from Bread, Coloccus responded succinctly, a hint of joyful reminiscence in his tone. His personal charisma captivated me. Personal charisma? What manner of man was he? Bread inquired with his chin resting on his hand, intrigued. Coloccus simply smiled, offering no reply. Bread understood that Coloccus would remain silent. So he perused the newspapers to grasp current affairs. After a convoluted journey involving airships and ships, spanning approximately a week, he arrived at Mariehua, the headquarters of Cypherpol. Hello, I am still dining, young Bread, exclaimed Minister Onist, nearly retching upon witnessing the two cadavers displayed by Bread. One of which was a half-dead individual with a festering wound that had not been tended to properly. Bread calmly remarked, you consume meals multiple times a day. Missing one is hardly detrimental. Consider it a means of weight loss, a way to alleviate hypertension. I am looking out for your well-being, Minister Onist. He gestured towards two lifeless corpses and then pointed at Coloccus, stating, he is not listed in the government's bounty notice. Yet I firmly believe he is an utterly unforgivable member of the Roger Pirates. Minister Onist raised an eyebrow, intrigued. One of the ship's doctors for the Roger Pirates. Responsible for treating Roger's terminal illness, ensuring his ultimate conquest of the Grand Line and the achievement of the title Pirate King. The very culprit, Bread smiled lightly. Minister Onist widened his eyes, exclaiming in exaggerated admiration, what a remarkable find. Young Bread, you truly bring good news. Your efforts are commendable. He promptly instructed his secretary to take Coloccus away, whispering further instructions. What about the others? No rewards for them. Bread reclined casually against the sofa. Minister Onist replied, not yet. The others have yet to yield results. The government cannot be oblivious to the whereabouts of certain members of the Roger Pirates. Why not disclose the information, Commander? Bread furrowed his brow. Minister Onist inquired, how did you locate them? Based on our intelligence from the Hunter Association and certain credible rumors. I reconstructed the movements of the Roger Pirates over the past 2 years, deducing they lingered at Reverse Mountain. After that, there were no further rumors of them seeking a doctor, leading me to stake out the entrance of the Grand Line, Bread fabricated. Minister Onist pondered. The government is indeed aware of the whereabouts of specific members of the Roger Pirates, but only a select few. After all, the dissolution of the Roger Pirates occurred in Wano Country, and our operatives cannot navigate that environment seamlessly. Furthermore, the Whitebeard Pirates are actively providing cover for the Roger Pirates. In any case, the government has dispatched the Holy Shield for a covert capture of those few individuals, and no external interference is required. Is the government aiming to apprehend them alive to uncover the truth about Raftel Island? Bread casually suggested. Minister Onist admonished, do not let your curiosity run too wild. Young Bread, it's tiresome. Bread pouted. Minister Onist remarked, without reliable sources of information, the mission to hunt down the Roger Pirates may not proceed smoothly. You must be psychologically prepared. This is not a matter of laziness on our part. Bread replied, well, I am not one to be unreasonable. Are you a reasonable person? Bread blinked innocently. How shall we account for our contributions? I have been sitting here for quite some time. Minister Onist responded. Congratulations on your new achievement, Lord Bread. I commend your strength and wisdom, as well as your beauty and talent. All so dazzling that I find myself unable to gaze directly upon you. Truly, you are the most brilliant individual that Cypherpol has encountered in nearly 8 centuries. My relentless flattery, deemed excessively sycophantic by Bread, indeed likens me to a mere lapdog. Bread's lips twitched as he interrupted Nishigumi, saying, very well, Mr. Nishigumi. I have come to visit you for a specific reason. I am all ears. Nishigumi replied without hesitation. Please have a seat. Would you care for a drink? Are you aware of a certain ninjutsu from the land of harmony known as the summoning technique? Bread casually settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Nishigumi to join him and not to fuss. Nishigumi carefully took a seat, his rear lightly perched on a small stool opposite Braid, and replied, "Indeed. It is a marvelous ability of space-time manipulation. Through unique means, ninjas can summon creatures, weapons, and tools from thousands of miles away to assist in battle. The government once invested substantial resources into researching it, hoping to alleviate logistical challenges faced by the Navy and the expeditionary forces of the Holy Land, even aiming to achieve tactical strikes across time and space." "Oh, what was the outcome?" Braid inquired, intrigued, noting that Nishigumi possessed a wealth of knowledge. Nishigumi shook his head. "It came to nothing. It is rumored that the most crucial aspect of the summoning technique, contracts, could not be thoroughly researched. The blood contracts and non-blood contracts, including the subtle yet significant differences among each type, pose great complexities." "I see," Braid remarked, shifting the conversation. "Your Imperial Tome of World, long gone, is reputed to meticulously document the maps of various nations, particularly the domains governed by the world government, along with their resources, products, and locations in exquisite detail. Furthermore, the last page contains prophecies of potential catastrophic natural disasters to come. Am I correct?" Nishigumi nodded. "Indeed. How may I assist you?" "I am on the quest to locate formidable super dangerous species of magical beasts to experiment with the summoning technique. Could you help me ascertain their whereabouts?" Braid contemplated further, adding, "Ideally, I seek those that were once allies to humankind and were active in the world." The portly Minister once did not credit Braid and his team for their achievements, merely noting them down. With no current information on the whereabouts of other members of the Roger Pirates, Braid decided to take leave. Nishigumi hesitated, cautiously raising his head to observe Braid's expression, and replied with utmost care, "Lord Braid, not all super dangerous magical beasts are as docile as your Joanna. Most of them possess a fierce and brutal nature." Brett turned sideways, inadvertently meeting the resentful gaze of the mosquito woman, which unmistakably conveyed the accusation, "How could you seek another dog behind my back?" Understanding her sentiment, he hastily feigned ignorance of her forlorn look and resumed his conversation with Shigong. "You certainly seem quite concerned for my well-being." Shigong returned a sheepish smile and remarked, "I must remember how I acquired my bread." Bread remained silent. Nishimiya then sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the monstrous eye depicted on the cover of the Tome of Imperial Artifacts, Longo Longo, as if performing some ancient ritual. Soon, the results were evident. "Here, take a look." Nishimiya opened the Tome of Imperial Artifacts, Longo Longo. Bread perused the pages, densely inscribed with blood-red characters. Among the plethora of available intelligence, over a dozen options, upon meticulous examination, only two warranted attention. The EC, the Sky Island Cloud Nest, and the Qilong clan. The material for the ever-shifting Imperial artifact, the crosstail, was derived from the fur of the Qilong. 8 centuries prior, before the establishment of the world government, the Qilong clan was an ally of its precursor. Although the divine dragon is elusive, since the inception of the world government, the Qilong clan has not reappeared, leaving their current status within the cloud nest shrouded in mystery. In the New World, the wild wasteland island is home to the giant centipede clan. The giant centipedes have made more frequent appearances in the world compared to the Qilong, and their perilous nature is formidable. They are not always allies of the world government. At times, they are adversaries. Periodically, they forge agreements with humans, departing from the wild wasteland island to wreak havoc. Their motives are devoid of purpose, driven solely by a desire for destruction, slaughter, and annihilation. Nevertheless, whether it be the Qilong clan or the giant centipede clan, both are led by dragon-level super dangerous species of magical beasts, fulfilling Bread's quest for a powerful and formidable group of such creatures. Furthermore, both clans share a connection to the world government, aligning with Bread's previous role as a human ally active in the world. "Work diligently, endure, and accrue experience, Mr. Shigong." Bread rose, casually remarking, yet seemingly offering a promise to Shigong. Naturally, Shigong interpreted Bread's words as a commitment, overflowing with joy. "Indeed, Lord Bread." As Bread departed from Shigong's office, the mosquito girl, with her round face, murmured nothing else but the name Bread. With a sigh of resignation, Brad remarked, "All right, Joanna. I have long told you that you are my sister, not merely a younger sibling. I do not perceive you as a perilous magical beast. Hence I shall not permit you to enter into a spirit contract. Do not sulk." Despite her discontent, the mosquito girl refrained from defying Brad's resolve. Little Brad. Suddenly, with a whoosh and a crash, a surprise descended from the sky as the Dragon Knight returned, the immense force nearly toppling Brad. For heaven's sake, he exclaimed, catching his breath, and then softened his tone. Please, be composed. You are a lady, after all. Maintain a bit of decorum. The tornado scoffed. Were you not under the tutelage of Father Anderson as a trainee agent? How did you return? Brad had no choice but to change the subject. Boring. I'm done. The tornado huffed, crossing her arms in indignation. Brett, how capricious you are. What are you up to? Tornado, brimming with excitement, exclaimed as if he had spotted a friend engaging in a game. Count me in. Brett contemplated repeatedly, stating, if you can obtain permission from above. We have a matter to discuss. The world government regarded Tornado as a treasure, and Brett dared not abscond with her, as he could not bear the consequences. In Chapter 8, titled The Mischievous Child, little Brett exclaimed, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I want. To Brett's astonishment, the higher-ups of the world government unexpectedly consented to Tornado leaving Mariehua with him in search of a psychic beast. Naturally, they acknowledged that Brett's journey would be perilous, with a significant probability of leading to Tornado's demise. Thus, they arranged for Brett, along with Mosquito Girl, the entire team of 5 from the Golden Guardians, and Father Anderson, totaling 8 individuals, to accompany Tornado. They decreed that in the event of an insurmountable and catastrophic unknown crisis, the safety of Tornado must take precedence. Should anything happen to her, they would all face the harshest military tribunal. It was evident that Tornado was quite oblivious to the trouble she caused and was exceedingly willful, which greatly troubled Brett, who felt as if he might as well assist her with her bathroom needs. He had never even coddled his own daughter, Altair, to such an extent. Who is that little imp? Lord Brett cannot even manage her, murmured Lily Kith, peering through a crack in the door, her curiosity piqued. Alhambra, pale with fright, quickly cautioned, little brat, shorty, and any such terms are strictly forbidden, unless you wish to meet your demise. Lily Kith, with her triangular face, her square husband Ricky, and the rotund Rubrig, were all stunned by Alhambra's fervent reaction. Do you remember when I once said, I have seen the love child of God? Believe it or not, Alhambra said, filled with melancholy and utmost seriousness. She is the one. She is indeed that love child of God. She is the prodigious genius that we find unacceptable, one we dare not envy or resent, surpassing even Lord Brett and Lady Esther's. Are you joking? Lily Kith exclaimed. Her mouth agape, as she was known for her loquacity. Alhambra merely shook his head, indicating he was not jesting. A strong hand suddenly rested upon Alhambra's neck. Mr. Wolf, he gasped, startled. Bell gestured with his hand across his mouth from right to left. Silence is golden. Understood, Alhambra replied. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, the childlike Tornado delightedly sipped her milk through a straw, swinging her short legs as she watched cartoons on the computer. Brett engaged in a conversation with Father Anderson. Why have you delved into chakra studies again, my child? Father Anderson expressed his confusion towards Brett. Brett chuckled, intrigued and amused. Human energy and time are indeed finite. Anderson earnestly advised, your inherent talent, should you persist with diligence, is more than sufficient to enable you to achieve great things. However, spreading your focus and time to study domineering skills while also wishing to master chakra usage, might that not be a touch greedy? There are examples within the government where the outcome was far from favorable. Their excessive dispersion of energy and time rendered them mediocre, as their innate abilities simply weren't enough. With unwavering confidence, Brett replied, There is no need for your concern, Father Anderson. Anderson sighed. May the glory of the Lord bless you. Amen, thank you. Brett smiled, continuing to deftly form hand seals while shifting the conversation. Speaking of chakra, one cannot help but think of ninjas. Father Anderson, has the government ever sought the allegiance of the ninjas from the Land of Harmony? As far as I understand, the situation there has been dire for decades. Even with the legendary the greatest ninja in history, Hashirama Senju, once suppressing the chaos, peace eluded the Land of Harmony, which has witnessed 2 major civil wars. The second of these conflicts rages on, with bloodshed rampant among the factions. Surely, in their quest to escape war and seek tranquility, there must be ninjas willing to ally with the government. Anderson's expression grew peculiar. Indeed, there are. Oh, then why have I not seen them? The Navy, Cipher Pole. The Holy Land Defense Forces, where are their shadows? Brett inquired, astonished. Anderson explained, they have been amassed by the government near the Land of Harmony, collaborating with the Navy to guard against it. How ironic, Brett realized, understanding the reason behind Anderson's strange demeanor. Those ninjas, who forsook their homeland and paid a heavy price to ally with the world government in their quest to escape war and attain peace, ultimately found themselves ensnared in conflict once again. Was that not the very definition of irony? Bang, bang. Little Bread. Tornado abruptly interrupted the conversation between Bread and Father Anderson. Bread turned his head. Tornado pointed at the computer, asserting, "It's broken." Brad conducted a cursory examination of the computer, pondering not whether it was broken, but rather how it had met its demise. "Why did you strike it?" he exclaimed. The animated show was utterly nonsensical, and the protagonist appeared remarkably foolish. As if comprehending the unspoken inquiry reflected in Brad's gaze, Tornado lowered his head to evade Brad's scrutiny, murmuring softly. To Brad's further dismay, he caught a glimpse of Father Anderson, who had always been regarded as dignified, composed, and serious, quietly stifling a laugh. "Braid, Tornado." Braid grasped Tornado by both shoulders, positioning her on the sofa as if arranging a delicate doll. He crouched down and said, "We must have a conversation." Tornado pouted, "I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen." Brett remained speechless, his rare display of displeasure akin to a stormy tempest. Tornado, too, bore an expression of considerable discontent. However, before long, "Oh, little Brett, are you upset with me?" "Hee, I did not mean to," Tornado exclaimed, grinning mischievously like a playful koala as it clung to Brett's side. Braid was unable to contain himself any longer, leaning back against the sofa in frustration as he playfully tussled with the head of the mischievous child-esque dog. Tornado, refusing to be outdone, tugged at Braid's golden retriever. A flurry of playful chaos ensued. "Grow up, Tornado," Braid sighed, gazing up at the ceiling of the cabin, imparting a gentle admonishment. Tornado, unfazed, perched imperiously upon Braid's chest, retorting, "Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and fix my computer, you big fool." Chapter 9. The Enigma of Melvio. "We have found it. That must be the island of the wild wasteland," Joanna remarked, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. The Mosquito Woman hesitantly conveyed to Braid that the island of the wild wasteland was a unique magnetic free isle. The remarkable navigational tool, the permanent pointer, invented by pirates for the Grand Line, could not guide them here. Thus, despite possessing the exclusive maritime charts from the world government and the legendary tome, the Encyclopedia of the World, Longo, Braid and his companions did not immediately identify their destination upon arrival. They had to rely on the continuous navigation and repositioning of their vessel, along with the Mosquito Woman's ability to control a swarm of mosquitoes across a maximum radius of 180 kilometers for their search. In contrast to the uncertain situation surrounding the Qinglong clan, Braid initially turned his thoughts to the possibility of summoning the giant centipede clan. Setting aside the book he had been perusing, Braid inquired, "Oh, why the uncertainty?" The Mosquito Woman explained, "No other locations meet the conditions you specified for a large island teeming with countless magical beasts, including various super dangerous species. Only this place fits the criteria. However, the little ones have not thoroughly explored the island's interior. It towers into the clouds, shrouded in green gas below, making it inaccessible for them to approach or fly over." Bread furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What does it mean?" At that moment, the Mosquito Woman opened her palm, revealing several mosquitoes adorned with a green hue. "Once these mosquitoes approach that place, they shall meet their demise." Brett observed intently and remarked, "On the brink of death, yet not fully departed." His gaze flickered as he plunged into deep contemplation. After a prolonged pause, he pondered, "The island of the wild wasteland? It likely bears another name, the Enigma of Melvio." Brett mused silently. Brett chuckled, "Guide us forward. The chance for adventure has arrived." Hours later, "Oh my God. Wow. Indeed, just as described by the Mosquito Girl." The natural spectacle before them was awe-inspiring, a testament to the creator's ingenuity. A pale green mist enveloped the vast ocean, extending like a curtain into the sky, while wisps of white clouds danced around several towering peaks. Tornado helped disperse the green gas. "It is toxic," Bread called out. The tornado, shaking its green mane, had just awakened from a nap and, still bleary-eyed, reached out. With a whoosh and a rumble, a fierce wind surged forth, causing the ship to leap over the waves. Startled, Lilith grasped the ship's railing tightly, her gaze fixated in terror on the tornado, swallowing hard. She finally understood the exaggerated title given by Alhambra to the tornado as the illegitimate child of the tornado god. Such a magnificent storm could effortlessly emerge from an area of calm. It was indeed a genius among monstrous geniuses, penetrating the barrier formed by the green mist. Roar! A coarse howl greeted Bread and his companions, revealing the savage beasts prowling the shores of the wild island or the hidden realm of Melvio. A fearsome creature, with a tiger's head occupying nearly half of its 6 to 7 meter tall body, boasted a sleek leopard's form and had 10-meter wings sprouting from its flanks, as if a tiger had been granted wings. The most terrifying aspect was that these monsters were social creatures. Ah! The timid Lilith screamed, her face paling, while Alhambra and the others turned ashen. What are you screaming about? It's so annoying. The tornado's sharp tongue lashed out. Whether directed at the tiger-headed beast or Lilith was unclear. Fool. Trash. Useless. Get out of here. In the next moment, with a flick of its small hand, the tornado gathered dozens of tiger-headed monsters, and as if they were oranges in a juicer, they were crushed into a rain of blood. The atmosphere fell into an eerie calm. Incredible! Alhambra murmured, realizing the tornado's might. However, witnessing firsthand the overwhelming destructive power unleashed by the tornado was a revelation, particularly as it appeared effortless. It seemed the entire archipelago was teeming with monsters. Only such a vast population could sustain the giant centipede clan. Bread. Tapping into his observation hockey, noted, the scent of blood is overwhelming. We must relocate, or else the ferocious beasts drawn by the scent will only multiply. The tornado floated with a haughty demeanor, patting Bread on the shoulder. What are you afraid of, little Bread? I've got your back. Bread rolled his eyes and replied. Save it. Your stamina is consistently a concern. If something goes wrong, we need to rely on you to lead us to safety. Bale silently maneuvered the helm, swiftly navigating along the coastline. He concealed the vessel with care. The relentless snapping of flat crocodiles echoed like the slamming of doors. Bang, bang, bang. The compact wild buffalo, with its inflated posterior, propelled itself with a force rivaling that of a bullet. Ancient, dinosaur-like elephants roamed the land, while lions with 8 legs and 4 tails prowled. Upon landing, Braid and his companions were besieged by an incessant onslaught of various ferocious creatures, which also turned upon one another in their savage instincts, whether herbivorous or carnivorous. The mark of slaughter was ingrained in their very nature, mused Anderson. Brett halted his steps and remarked, "Let us return." "Why?" inquired the tornado, embodying a spirit of leisure and confusion. Breedle remarked, "It seems I have been remiss in my considerations. I require a more straightforward method to locate and engage with the giant centipede clan. Otherwise, we recklessly traverse the territories of these ferocious creatures, provoking their territorial instincts, leading to incessant conflicts. Even if we escape death, we will inevitably be worn down." "Do not be obstinate, child," interjected Andrew. "Tornado," he called, "summon the mosquitoes." Breedle instructed, hoisting Tornado's collar onto his shoulder and retracing their steps. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. "Lord Breedle, help." The already rotund rub rig had become increasingly swollen, his form ballooning to a spherical shape before bursting. "What on earth is happening?" exclaimed Lilith, her triangular face ashen. Belle gestured indifferently. "Greed leads to peril." Abambra translated Belle's intent, sighing. Mr. Wolf officer witnessed his indiscriminate consumption and sought to intervene too late. Chapter 10, Daft Green and IQ. The Sanctuary of Melview is an archipelago comprising numerous islands, collectively spanning nearly 20,000 square kilometers, teeming with an immeasurable variety of flora and fauna. Such vastness and richness provide a suitable habitat for the giant centipede clan, which can reach lengths of several hundred meters. Among these islands, the tallest and most majestic is the Principal Isle, which is recorded by the world government and the Tome of the Emperor's World, the Longo Longo, as the homeland claimed by the giant centipede clan during their active period in the world, known as the Island of the Wild Plains, surrounding the Sanctuary of Melview. The sea is adorned with a dense ring of verdant trees rooted in the ocean floor, known as daft green. This daft green continually emits a noxious aroma that repulses animals. Excessive inhalation can lead to poisoning. The still climate causes the fine green dust to accumulate, enveloping the sanctuary in a green mist, thereby imprisoning the savage creatures within, preventing their escape into the outside world. The symptoms of poisoning from the excessive inhalation of daft green's fine dust are referred to as daft. Initially, the skin of the afflicted exhibits green spots, which gradually spread throughout the body, leading to rigidity and immobility, rendering them akin to the living dead. The sole remedy for daft is a delicate pink flower known as IQ, which also contributes to the extraordinary size and ferocity of the flora and fauna within the sanctuary. In summary, the Sanctuary of Melview is a place of both wonder and harshness, possessing a unique ecosystem. The information is sourced from the indigenous inhabitants of the Sanctuary of Melview. Indeed, there exists a human population within the sanctuary, seemingly thriving. On the 5th day in the mystical realm of Melview, as we incessantly maneuvered our vessel to different locations, guided by the mosquito lady who commanded swarms of insects in a search spanning up to 180 kilometers for traces of the colossal centipede clan. She unexpectedly discerned the silhouette of a human figure and cordially invited him for a conversation. A few days ago, one of my companions perished, his body suddenly swelling and bursting. What could be the cause? Inquired Bread, standing by the window. The native of the unadorned Melview, trembling, responded, I believe it to be the transparent worm. Transparent worm? Bread furrowed his brow. The native nodded, explaining, they inhabit certain types of fruit, waiting for humans or animals to unwittingly consume them. Then they feast upon flesh, swiftly laying their eggs and proliferating. I did not sense any life presence at that time. Bread turned his gaze towards Anderson and Bell. I too felt nothing, Anderson remarked. Bell simply nodded in agreement. Even if the transparent worm is indeed invisible, it is still a living entity, possessing a vital essence. And we have the means to perceive such life. Moreover, it has a tangible form, which can be touched, correct? Once it stirs, the surrounding flora must exhibit signs of movement. Yet we detected nothing, Bread elucidated, concerned that his interlocutor might not comprehend. The native of Melview interjected, perhaps it was poisoned. Rubrig is known to dabble in toxins. My lord Bread, Ricky whispered softly. Bread said, it's reasonable. That repulsive fatso has passed away, and good riddance. He was useless anyway. Little Bread seems to be overly concerned. Tornado murmured. Brett glared at Tornado, exclaiming, at the very least, I cannot allow my subordinates to perish without understanding the circumstances. Tornado. With a huff, Tornado turned to the side, visibly agitated. Lord Brett. Brett's performance indeed stirred a sense of emotion in Lilith, Ricky, and Alhambra. For no one desires to follow a cold-hearted leader who regards subordinates as mere trifles. Suppressing his emotions, Brett inquired. One final question, have you ever encountered the giant centipede clan? Are you referring to the elder centipede? The indigenous inhabitant of the mystic realm of Melview trembled, pondering something. It has not been active for quite some time. It is rumored that it sustained severe injuries the last time it departed from Melview. Otherwise, it would often be found coiled atop the most prominent peak, surveying its territory, easily visible to all. Bread lamented, what a pity. Slightly taken aback, he inquired. Is it possible for the centipede elder to depart from Melview? The native of the mystical realm of Melview replied, it cannot leave Melview on its own. It requires someone to remove the daft green for it. Bread remained silent for a moment and said, I have retained the IQ you collected as a reward for answering your questions, Alhambra. He then offered him a portion of food in the afternoon. Brett and his companions returned home empty-handed, filled with ennui. Tornado lamented incessantly. Braid, in a somewhat irritable tone, quipped, so what do you find not boring? Tornado attempted to counter his remark, but found herself at a loss for words, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Look, Braid exclaimed, spreading his hands. Tornado, my dear friend, you truly must cultivate a personal hobby. Otherwise, your life will be utterly mundane. Tornado scratched her head and queried. And what about you, little Braid? What are your personal hobbies? Mastering power, Braid replied with a smile. Indeed, anything interesting, whether through personal experience, observation, or hearsay. Tornado retorted. You charlatan. And what of you? To spread the brilliance of the master and to punish heretics. It is both my aspiration and dream, Anderson replied, unfazed by Tornado's derogatory term. Meeting Tornado's gaze, Alhambra tactfully interjected, I am rather more pedestrian. I indulge in eating, drinking, and revelry. Ah, Mr. Wolf Commander, he added. His personal hobby is combat. Braid. Mosquito Lady chuckled, seemingly oblivious. Helping Braid. Dressing up, putting on makeup, shopping, buying. Lily Kiss, Ricky chimed in. Accompanying Lily Kiss in dressing up, applying makeup, shopping, and spending money. After listening to everyone's personal interests, Tornado became frantic. My personal hobby. With a sudden clap of her hands, she proudly declared, drinking tall glasses of milk and engaging in stretching exercises. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed a secret she wished to keep hidden, Tornado's expression sharpened as she glanced around, noticing everyone seemed preoccupied. The others, pretending not to have heard clearly, thought the irritable little one might be contemplating murder to silence her. Chapter 11. A grim countenance. A rather unfruitful journey consumed considerable time. And it was not until mid-May that Braid returned to Mary Geos. Any gains? Little Braid. Minister Onest, appearing refreshed and in high spirits, perhaps due to some joyous news. Indulged in a feast of braised pig's trotters, roasted chicken, and heaps of seafood piled on his desk in celebration. Naturally, he did not forget to inquire about the world government's treasured darling. Why isn't Tornado accompanying you? As soon as we arrived at the Holy Land, she was eager to find her sister. Braid casually reclined on the sofa, massaging his swollen brow, lamenting, "No wonder she has a temperament akin to Father Anderson. Witnessing my struggles with Tornado must bring her amusement. She is truly challenging." Minister Onest erupted in hearty laughter. "She has been quite polite to you." "Indeed," Braid sighed. "My expedition to the wild wilderness island yielded no personal rewards, and I even lost Rubric. What a pity." Minister Onest, with greasy fingers, rummaged through documents, penning a note on the Cypherpole agents list, specifically regarding Rubric. Brett continued, "Yet we have not returned empty-handed. We have discovered two intriguing plants that I believe the scientists of the scientific division will undoubtedly appreciate." In truth, Brett wished to keep the existence of Daft Green and IQ a closely guarded secret, but he was aware that too many were privy to this knowledge. Furthermore, he lacked the means to research Daft Green and IQ to explore their unique potential. It seemed more advantageous to surrender them to the world government in exchange for benefits. "The plant specimens are outside, and I have also prepared detailed documentation on them," Brett said languidly. "Very well," Minister Ernest nodded, chewing his food with a dazed expression reminiscent of an alpaca. After a moment, he snapped back to attention and inquired, "Little Brett?" Brett, filled with perplexity, inquired, "The Sacred Defense Force stationed at the edge of the Dark Continent possesses super dangerous magical beasts nurtured through Imperial artifacts. Why would you squander time and unnecessarily increase risk by venturing into such desolate territories yourself?" Minister Onest responded, "If you so desire, I can communicate with General Boer of the Sacred Defense Force to procure a super dangerous magical beast for you." Brett rested his chin on one hand, intrigued. "Oh, a super dangerous species of magic beast nurtured by the Empire? What level?" "I am in search of a dragon-class super dangerous species of magic beast, preferably a group." Minister Onest's chubby face twitched. "Forget I said anything. I appreciate your sentiments, old officer," he replied. Brett smiled broadly in response, and Onest returned the grin. "I need to head to the East Sea to search for the Sky Island Cloud Nest," Brett remarked as he stretched. "Is there anything going on recently?" Minister Onest replied simply, "Not at the moment." "Really?" Brett teased. "Even the pursuit of the members of the Roger pirate crew likely wouldn't exhaust the vast resources of Cypherpole, would it? Aren't we concerned about other issues? For instance, with half of the formidable Golden Lion fleet buried in the Battle of Edwar and the dissolution of the Roger pirate crew, only the Whitebeard pirates remain as the sole power of an era. The pirate forces are undoubtedly on the brink of a monumental transformation. I suspect the government is currently troubled by the pirates' restlessness, yet this is precisely the opportune moment for the government to act against them. As the government's eyes and ears, how could we possibly have no tasks at hand? But we are ultimately not the Navy," Minister Onest sighed. "We cannot replace the functions of a fully established large-scale army. Against the pirate forces, the Navy is currently unable to do much. All they can manage is to catch their breath," he lamented. Brett gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. It is truly unfortunate to forget that the Navy is preoccupied and currently experiencing an unprecedented period of weakness in its history." Their gazes met. If only the higher-ups possessed the audacity, they ought to mobilize the Holy Land's garrison at this moment, to eliminate at least a third, no, even just 1/10 or 1/5 of the forces within the vicinity of Mariawa would suffice, Brett murmured. Minister Onest remained silent. Those of great stature have their own considerations. It is best for those of lesser standing to refrain from complaints and obediently follow orders, he thought. Brett then rose, saying, "Well then, I shall take my leave." "Esteemed Admiral." "Wait a moment, young Brett," Minister Onest interjected. Brett paused. "The Sky Island of the Eastern Sea, Cloud Nest, I advise you against visiting," Minister Onest declared solemnly. Brett blinked, inquiring why. "The crafting material for the ever-changing artifact, the cross-tail, is derived from the body hair of the Azure Dragon. The source of this material is likely still alive, as the Azure Dragon possesses an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan, being a long-lived species among the perilous magical beasts." Minister Onest deliberated. According to the records documented by the government, the means by which they acquired that Azure Dragon's body hair, ahem, is not entirely commendable. That particular Azure Dragon is quite possessive, and I fear you may encounter unforeseen mishaps. Brett inhaled deeply, feigning astonishment. "Understood. I shall reflect on it carefully." He turned away. Braid paid little heed to Minister Ernest's admonitions. He was well aware of the perils associated with recklessly engaging with the immensely dangerous dragon-class creatures. Yet, the allure of their formidable power was simply too tempting, and his insatiable greed compelled him to disregard his own safety. In light of his previous dismal experiences, Braid journeyed to the East Sea without his trusty tornado, stealthily absconding with the Mosquito Woman. Ultimately, he faced failure. This venture proved even more disheartening than his expedition to Wild Island. At least there, he had been able to ascertain a location. Here, he could not even locate the cloud nest of the Sky Island. Unlike the famed Sky Pia, which is situated along the central route of the Grand Line. Atop the renowned Gaia Island, most Sky Islands resemble the Weather Research Institute of Visalia or the balloon terminal of Barantaminal, their positions erratic and adrift with the winds. Brett felt rather unwell. Meanwhile, Mosquito Girl secretly rejoiced, exclaiming how splendid it was that there were no dogs outside. Before the signing of the spiritual contract, merely forming a spiritual seal and unleashing chakra could yield unpredictable consequences. Brett murmured, contemplating a scheme that relied on sheer luck. It seemed his recent fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Yet could it be that fortune, in its fickle nature, might suddenly shift? Shall he take a gamble? Braid hesitated. A new week has begun. Chapter 12. The Monster. Early August. After much contemplation and weighing his options, driven by an insatiable desire for power and an intense curiosity about the unknown, Braid resolved to take action. With the incantations of the spiritual summoning technique, a puff of smoke erupted around him, and in the next moment, Braid vanished. The Mosquito Girl, sitting obediently in front of the television, was filled with shock. Braid. Fortunately, she noticed Braid's note. Meanwhile, Braid was grappling with an immense sensation of weightlessness, his resilient body enduring the pressure of the space tunnel. Soon, with a loud bang, he emerged into the light, struggling fiercely as he landed, using the technique of the 6 styles moonwalk to stabilize himself. The air was filled with the sharp cries of birds taking flight. Brad gazed into the distance, entranced by a paradise-like island, reminiscent of a celestial realm. He found it exceedingly challenging to articulate the beauty of this place. Mountains, waters, flowers, grasses, alongside birds, beasts, fish, and insects. Whether flora or fauna, everything appeared so natural and harmonious, captivating the senses. A faint rustling sound gently disrupted the tranquility. As Braid's ears twitched, he sensed the release of a formidable aura. His fists clenched in readiness. Cautiously, a fluffy head emerged from the thicket. It was a white fox, remarkably oversized, its head the size of a truck wheel. It possessed an endearing quality, particularly evident in its eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, devoid of the usual ferocity characteristic of wild beasts. A striking crimson mark adorned its brow, enhancing its beauty. The white fox shook its head and swayed from side to side, extending its neck closer to Braid. Then, it opened its mouth, revealing a rosy tongue. I taste it. It's salty. The essence of humanity is salty. Lady Tamamo, it exclaimed, its voice reminiscent of a cheerful little girl or a playful, almost silly husky. Before bounding away with exuberance, Braid noted the myriad of amusing aspects. Wiping the saliva from his face, he raised an eyebrow, pondering. Tamamo? The nine-tailed fox? Moments later, the foxes began to gather around him in diverse sizes and colors, some with varying numbers of tails, creating an overwhelming spectacle. How rude. You'll frighten our guest from the human realm. A graceful voice emerged, and the crowd of foxes parted to reveal a stately woman adorned in luxurious attire. She wore a strange white fox mask, and her flowing crimson skirt was embellished with intricate designs. Behind her swayed a magnificent 9 golden tails. As she approached, she spoke. Greetings, esteemed guest from the human world. Please, relax. We harbor no ill intentions. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Tamamo, the Lord of Peace. There is no need for formality. You may address me as Lady Tamamo, Queen Tamamo, or Your Majesty. Bread. A brief silence. Are you creatures of the supernatural? Bread sighed. Realizing upon the appearance of Tamamo no Me that the fox clan before him was not a species of exceedingly perilous magical beasts, they belonged to the realm of Yukai. Yukai are one of the most distinctive minority races within the world's diverse array of species, characterized by their ability to seamlessly transition between beast and human forms upon reaching a certain stage of growth. Furthermore, they are capable of interbreeding with other human races, resulting in the birth of offspring. This trait distinguishes them from the beastly half-breeds and the subhuman, exceedingly dangerous magical beasts. while the latter can also mate with humans. They are incapable of producing descendants. Tamamonome slightly tilted her enigmatic fox mask, revealing a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Indeed, we are the nine-tailed fox clan. Her tone was stern. You are exceedingly rude. Human, I have already introduced myself, and yet you dare not respond? My apologies, I am Bread Hyman. Bread smiled and added, You may address me as Lord Bread, no need for formality. Tamamonome, after a moment, an intriguing human, with a delicate flick of her slender fingers. She beckoned, and Bread's white fox promptly lay down, serving as a couch for Tamamonome. Declare your purpose. Guest. Braid cast a glance at the three tails of the white fox and remarked, I have come in search of a super dangerous magical beast as a summoning beast. I did not anticipate intruding upon your territory, and I mean no offense. Summoning beast? Oh, the summoning technique of the Land of Harmony? Tamamonome rested her chin on her hand and mused, to dare employ the summoning technique without a contract foundation? Consider yourself fortunate. Bread was taken aback. So I was right. He murmured. Tamamonome spoke softly. I have witnessed the completion of the spirit summoning technique with my own eyes. Thus, I am well aware of your circumstances. Brett pondered and inquired, Where is this? It is Peaceful Island, interjected the three-tailed white fox. Bredeo, what I mean is, where exactly is this place in the world? How can I depart from here? If you wish to leave, we shall assist you. However, we cannot divulge the exact location of the Peaceful Island. While we harbor no animosity towards humanity, we also prefer to shield our sanctuary from frequent disturbances caused by humans. Yuzumo's eyes gleamed with a sudden brilliance. After careful contemplation, Braid inquired, For my final question, does the contract for the art of spirit communication apply to the demon race? Indeed, it does, came the reply. The art of spirit communication imposes no restrictions on the entities with whom one may forge a contract, provided that a contract can be established. Yu Qian languidly adjusted her enchanting figure, a playful smile gracing her lips as she responded, What is this? Are you contemplating making a move on our illustrious nine-tailed fox clan? Bread licked the corner of his lips, perceiving the overwhelming aura of the nine-tailed fox clan. Indeed. They are formidable. Tamamonome is certainly not inferior to the dragon-level super dangerous beast. To be candid, I personally hope to garner the assistance of the nine-tailed fox clan, and I shall strive to reciprocate their aid. However, I sense that you are more inclined to remain complacent, relishing a state of peaceful existence. Tamamonome. Breda, what do you mean by After being confined at home for centuries, it is only natural to feel weary and desire to venture outside. Truly, I grow weary of the same monotonous fare. To the point where even my stomach churns. My garments have been mended time and again, and the noble image upheld by Tamamonome has crumbled. Chapter 13, Tamamonome. Centered around Heian Island, this realm extends over 9,000 square kilometers, enveloped in a spherical barrier. While humans may traverse freely, the clan of the nine-tailed fox is bound, unable to enter or exit at will. Thus, even without Braid's prompting, Tamamonome, who has long grown weary of this caged existence, seeks to forge a spirit contract with him. As a creature that witnessed the birth of spiritual summoning techniques and participated in their refinement, she is acutely aware of the properties of such abilities, which could grant her release from the constraints of the barrier. Evidently, after a millennium, the fox is still naive and cannot outsmart the heart. Braid keenly picks up on Tamamonome's remark about being confined for centuries, gradually probing and eliciting information about the current state of the nine-tailed fox clan and her thoughts. Additionally, Braid, curious, inquires about the entity responsible for erecting the barrier around Heian Island, one that even Tamamonome cannot shatter. The answer reveals that it was, in fact, Tamamonome herself. Braid, Oh, do not gaze at me so. It is quite rude. Yu Qian, donning a peculiar fox mask askew, revealed a hint of her delicate and flushed visage, tinged with indignation and ire. How was I to know that once this barrier is established, it operates autonomously, making it exceedingly difficult to unravel? I merely wish to guide my subjects away from the horrors of the world war that transpired centuries ago. The three-tailed white fox, Samang, interjected, In truth, it is Lord Yu Qian who has forgotten. After a brief slumber, poof, a swift chop. Do you desire to render me a laughingstock before humans? Such rudeness. How painful. My apologies, Lord Yu Qian. The humanoid Yu Qian, standing at a modest height of around 1.7 meters, unexpectedly sprang forth from an inconspicuous stance, delivering a light reprimand to Sanming's head from a height of at least 4 or 5 meters, before landing gracefully and placing her hands on her hips to admonish. With a turn, Yu Zhaoqian blossomed into a smile, akin to the gentle spring breeze that melts all. Come, let us hasten to sign the contract. Not just any human, but Lord Braid. Without immediately acquiescing to Yu Zhaoqian's contract, Braid replied, I must first comprehend the powers of your illustrious nine-tailed fox clan, for in the future, we shall be allies. Ignorance on either side would hinder our collaboration. Natural disasters. My power embodies natural disasters. Yu Zhaoqian beamed with pride, her smile radiant. Brett locked eyes with Tamamonome, briefly glancing at her 9 golden tails. Understood, Lady Tamamo. Lady? Address me as your majesty. Tamamonome retorted with dissatisfaction. Braid turned a deaf ear and inquired, what are the contents of the contract? It is advisable for us to lay our cards on the table to avoid any unpleasantness. For instance? Replied Tamamonome, her elegant brows arched gracefully. Braid calmly remarked, for instance. If I were to engage in battle against a formidable foe and found myself at a disadvantage, I would need to summon your protection or retaliation. Yet, should the constraints of our contract prove insufficient, and you, seeking to avoid trouble and indulge in laziness, fail to respond to my call, it would inevitably lead to my demise, resulting in profound displeasure, would it not? Are you questioning the integrity of our nine-tailed fox clan? Such a notion is truly disrespectful. Tamamonome expressed her growing discontent. You humans are indeed excessively suspicious. Braid remained composed, lifting the contract drafted by Tamamonome, and said languidly, there is little I can do. After all, your demands are rather excessive. In essence, they can be summarized as having left the island of peace. You must make every effort to fulfill my desires. There are no limits to these requests, and the standards are alarmingly low, even surpassing my own acknowledged greed. Tamamonome then transformed into a beaming visage, feigning modesty as she declared, worry not, Lord Braid, I swear. I am, indeed, a person easily satisfied. Braid coldly retorted, I trust not a single word of a woman's oath, especially one transformed by the guise of a nine-tailed fox. Braid suddenly perceived Tamamonome as a paradoxical individual, at times astutely frightening and at other moments bewilderingly foolish. It was as if, with a mere hint of probing, he could extract information regarding the current state of the nine-tailed fox clan in Tamamonome's contemplations, contrasting them with her existing conditions in the spirit contract. The disparity in intellect was striking, was it not? I am not a mere entity that can be summoned at will. The little ones are manageable, but you must also ensure their safety. Tamamonome revised the spirit contract. How about it? Let us be decisive, and spare me the tedious pleasantries. Braid perused the surroundings, his thoughts largely untroubled, and he bit his finger to seal the blood pact. Onward, onward, onward. The world beyond awaits, he proclaimed. Suddenly, Tamamonome reached out, effortlessly tossing the unprepared Braid aside, her 9 tails swaying gracefully. With a resounding thud, a magnificent golden-furred, white-faced 9-tailed fox emerged, towering over 20 meters. Her form elongated and elegant, catching Braid as they soared through the skies. We are now allies. Could you enlighten me on the precise location of Peace Island? Braid inquired, seated atop Tamamonome's head. Tamamonome replied with a hint of embarrassment. Truth be told, I am also uncertain. The tides of time have swept us away, and we have been cut off from the outside world for 7 or 8 centuries. Braid pondered for a moment and said, nearly 8 centuries ago, the world government was established. You must surely be aware of this. The world government? Yu Zhaoqian was taken aback. Braid, seemingly oblivious, calmly inquired, and how old are you this year? You fool. Is a woman's age something one can casually inquire about? Yu Zhao reprimanded angrily. Brett was overwhelmed with despair. You have witnessed firsthand the birth of spiritualism and even participated in its refinement. Who then is the creator of this mystical art? The old man of the 6 paths, yes, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Tamamonome. Braid was momentarily struck with horror, rendered speechless. Before long, Tamamonome halted and said, you must first traverse the barrier before employing the spirit summoning technique to call upon me. A fleeting glimmer vanished from Braid's eyes as he spoke. Summoning you will likely require an immense amount of energy. I am uncertain if I am capable. However, Yu Zhaoqian interjected, abruptly transforming into human form, grasping Braid and landing upon the surface of the sea. With a profound pat on Braid's shoulder and a clenched fist, he encouraged, you can do it. Braid, the astute Tamamonome is not easily deceived. Braid initially hoped to learn a thing or two from her, after all. She is an old maid who once encountered the sage of 6 paths. Chapter 14, an unexpected delight within the doldrums that separate the West Sea from the Grand Line. And in proximity to the world's largest island, Wano Country, lies the position of Peaceful Island. This conclusion was drawn by Braid after traversing the doldrums and encountering the Navy's deployment around Wano Country. The Navy's rationale for intercepting Braid was straightforward. They were wary of the golden-haired, white-faced, nine-tailed fox that Tamemonome had transformed into. How could they possibly ignore such a large, fluffy creature floating above their heads? They could not help but suspect it to be an indeterminate, colossal, and perilous beast, or perhaps a spirit beast controlled by the ninjas of Wano, sent to spy on their secrets. Consequently, Braid found himself taking temporary refuge with an acquaintance from the Navy, though he was only vaguely familiar with them. "So, are you now part of the Navy's Air Combat Division?" he mused, surveying the airships that had been adapted for military use in just a few short years. With a sly smile, he teased, "Otherwise, how could someone like you, whose military bearing resembles that of a thief, ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral so swiftly? It is evident that you have benefited from the new type of troops." Hey, your words are rather venomous, kid," retorted Borsellino, the somewhat renowned Rear Admiral of the Navy. His prematurely aged face bore an expression of discomfort, as he seemed to complain while cautioning. "Our relationship does not appear to have reached the level where such jokes are appropriate." Braid flashed a radiant smile. "Am I not stating the truth?" Borsellino, indeed, as expected of an agent, was not only adept at wielding a cunning heart but also possessed a remarkable thick skin. Would Borsellino become angry? No, certainly not. His motto was essentially to embrace joy. Happiness was all that mattered. Thus, he momentarily fell silent, endeavoring to formulate a retort to counter Braid's assertion. Braid maintained his smile, recalling the words he had once playfully used to mock Borsellino during their first encounter years ago. "One who is close to ink is bound to be stained." Little did he expect that the innocence he once possessed would be tainted by this very ink. Borsellino held a profound impression of Braid. Otherwise, he would not have invited him today, which indicated his understanding of Braid's jest. Unable to engage in banter, Borsellino deftly shifted the conversation to the view of Tamemonome from the airship window. "Is she a yokai?" Is there a problem?" Braid inquired. Borsellino shrugged. "None. But I would advise you against bringing her to Mariahua." Meeting Borsellino's gaze, Braid nodded, comprehending the underlying implication that Mariahua housed a group of the world's most formidable and unreasonable brigands. "Is Wano enjoyable?" Braid asked. "I surmise that with your restless nature, you surely must have sneaked into Wano." "Do not slander me. I have absolutely not violated military orders by secretly entering Wano," Borsellino exclaimed, his eyes widening dramatically as he pointed at Braid. Brett interrupted Borsellino's defense, expressing his curiosity. "In Wano, the predominant power structure is derived from the ninja's chakra, encompassing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, alongside a faction of samurai and swordsmen who adhere to a formidable system of swordsmanship combined with haki. Yet, you, as a user of a natural-type devil fruit, can undoubtedly be harmed by the latter. But can the former inflict damage upon your elemental form? There exists a technique known as Sage Mode, a form of ninjutsu that can indeed affect natural-type devil fruit users in their elemental state." Borsellino abruptly ceased his retort, asserting, "Regardless, I have certainly not violated military orders by stealthily infiltrating Wano." Brett did not intend to delve deeply into whether Borsellino had indeed violated military orders to sneak into Wano Country. What mattered to him was that he had acquired valuable intelligence. After an hour's stay aboard Borsellino's airship, Brett took his leave. The warm welcome from Borsellino did not imply a similar reception from the Navy at the base, for he was, after all, an agent of Cypherpol. His destination was the headquarters of the Hunters Guild, located on Twin Islands. "Ah, Lady Tamamo, why do you remain silent?" Brett jestingly mimicked Tamamo's tone, teasing her for her previously loquacious nature. Tamamo, disregarding Brett's jibe, sighed softly. "How much things have changed. In my memory, the land was vast. Yet now it is nothing but an endless expanse of ocean." "Do you know about the celestial arts?" Brett abruptly inquired. Tamamo, still somewhat bewildered, instinctively replied, "I know. I have learned from the old sage of the six realms." "Would you teach me?" Brett coaxed gently. The beastly form of Tamamo, with her large fox-like eyes raised in a knowing manner, softly responded, "Very well, Lord Brett." Brett sensed an undercurrent of unease. "What is the current currency in the human world?" Tamamo suddenly asked. Braid weighed his words with utmost caution and said, "Money, Tamamo no me. Regardless of the current currency in the human realm, As a reward for imparting my knowledge of sorcery, you shall provide me with 100, no, 500. I yearn for new garments, and to savor the experiences of human life. Tamamonome, fully aware of her audacity, spoke with a tone that suggested she intended to bankrupt Braid. Braid nearly succumbed to his impulse and exclaimed, "All right. Is that truly so?" To which Tamamonome expressed her skepticism. Braid brought his fingers together and declared, "I swear." In the evening, at the headquarters of the Hunters Guild on Twin Islands, a guest, who had graciously offered 500 berries, was met by the gentle proprietor of the ice cream shop, who requested payment for a large ice cream. Tamamo held a melon-flavored ice cream in her hands, biting her red lips in a daze. After a moment, with a look of deep grievance, she turned to Braid and exclaimed, "You deceiver." Braid stifled a laugh as he reached for his wallet to pay for Tamamonome. Indeed, she was a relic of the past, having thrived long before the era when gold coins were the universal currency, albeit rarely used, as people preferred bartering. "Quick, savor the ice cream. It shall melt," Braid remarked. With tears glistening in her eyes, Tamamonome took a spoonful of ice cream and placed it into her mouth, immediately closing her eyes in rapture. How delightful. Chapter 15. The legendary figure. Welcome back, Lord Braid, called out the petite and abstractly beautiful Shooty Beatty, resembling a cartoonish rabbit. Upon seeing Braid, she joyfully bounded towards him, only to suddenly catch sight of Tamamonome. Instantly, her demeanor changed, as if petrified by the wind, and she crumpled to the ground, a melodious sound of shattering echoing in the air. Tamamonome had donned a new attire, a white garment paired with a strikingly red long skirt that concealed her 9 golden tails, adorned with white stockings and wooden clogs. Her long hair was bound with a red ribbon, and she wore a peculiar fox mask that revealed only a portion of her exquisite visage, accentuating her fresh and sacred aura, intertwined with the alluring grace of a golden-haired, white-faced 9-tailed fox in human form. "What a unique little creature," Tamamonome observed, gazing down at Shooty with a knowing smile. "Please, Lady Tamamonome, have mercy," Shooty pleaded. "What troubles you, Shooty? Are you unwell?" As Shooty sank into an abyss of despair, Braid's gentle voice reached her ears. More importantly, his address of Tamamonome dispelled certain misinterpretations that had contributed to her melancholy. She revived in place. "It's nothing, Lord Braid." Shooty forced a smile, though after a prolonged hesitation, she struggled to ask, "Lord Braid? Braid? HM? You have grown up." Chioti appeared flustered and asked, "Are you aware of the private lives of those star idols? If, one day, you find yourself in love, please remember to forgive our selfishness as fans, just as they do, for we truly cannot bear to see the object of our admiration become someone else's partner. The mere thought brings us heartache." Upon hearing this, Chioti was moved to tears. What a chaotic mess, Braid thought, rendered speechless. Yu Qian, blissfully savoring a snack, ambiguously inquired, "What is a fan? And what exactly is a star or an idol?" Braid pondered countless definitions regarding stars, idols, and fans, yet ultimately felt his explanations were superficial. He concluded, "When you become acquainted with the world of the new era, you will understand." "Oh." Yu Qian did not press further, but teasingly remarked, "You possess a beautiful face that attracts admirers, and I suspect, much like that little creature, many are fond of you, though most feel a sense of shame and do not dare to express their feelings." Brett retorted with a dry jest, "Being handsome, wealthy, talented, and in a position of power is hardly my fault." To which Yuze remarked, somewhat perplexed by Brett's humor, "In truth, if you were an ugly fellow, I would prefer to remain on Peaceful Island for eternity rather than acknowledge your existence, and I would still have to purify you." Brett arrived at Netero's office, his heart racing with anticipation. He knocked lightly, and upon entering, his pupils dilated in shock. Netero, the esteemed chairman, was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly gentleman opposite him. This man, with disheveled white hair resembling a hedgehog, bore a visage marked by wrinkles. Draped in a navy robe that concealed his frail form, yet he sported chic sunglasses. Brett's mind raced. Uchiha Madara. The sound of chess pieces clashing echoed in the room as Uchiha Madara shook his head, declaring, "I have lost." Netero erupted in hearty laughter, turning to Bread with a jovial greeting, "Ah, young Bread, do assist me in managing the backlog of troublesome creatures within the association." However, Netero's gaze shifted to Tamamonome. "How rude. You insignificant human. You ought to refer to me as Tamamonome, Queen, or Your Majesty," she exclaimed in a fit of indignation. "Do not mind her." Netero replied dismissively, "By chance, she is my spirit contract partner." Bread skillfully redirected the conversation towards Uchiha Madara. Greetings, esteemed guest at the Hunter Association headquarters. I am Bread Heyman, the vice president of the association. Uchiha Madara paid little attention to Bread, slowly rising with the aid of a cane, stating, I am weary and must take my leave. Such a pity regarding your condition, Netero remarked cryptically. As they brushed past each other, Bread extended a business card to Uchiha Madara, saying, I excel at chess. Meeting Bread's gaze, Uchiha Madara ultimately accepted the card in silence. Once Uchiha Madara departed, Bread turned his focus to managing the association's accumulated paperwork, inquiring, Chairman Netero, is he your acquaintance? Not quite an acquaintance. We have only met 3 times, Netero replied meaningfully. He is a perilous individual. Do not let your cleverness lead to your downfall, young Bread. Is someone who cannot even win against a poor chess player truly dangerous? Bread jested, a smile playing on his lips. Netero appeared momentarily flustered. What purpose does he have in visiting our Hunter Association? Would it be convenient to divulge? Bread asked. Netero prepared tea, casting a furtive glance at Tamamonome, and absent-mindedly replied, he came seeking my wisdom on the secret to longevity. But alas, he is nearing the end of his days. Such a tragic fate for short-lived humans, Tamamonome murmured softly. Braid, Nitro, President Nitro, please do not be idle any longer. I am not yet the president of the Hunter Association, merely the vice president. It is impossible for me to fully assume your duties. Perhaps you should gracefully relinquish your position? Braid lamented. Moreover, I require time to develop. My challenge to you is all-encompassing. Nitro responded affirmatively. Yes, very well. Young Braid, I shall remember this. It was a response devoid of sincerity, Braid remarked. After addressing the backlog of documents at the Hunter Association, Braid returned to his office. Madam Tamamo, shall we discuss Senjutsu? Braid inquired. If the conversation proves enjoyable, I promise to accompany you to the most bustling islands of the world, by whatever you desire. And I shall cover the expenses. Chapter 16. Uchiha Madara to master Senjutsu. One must first comprehend Senjutsu chakra, for there exists an intrinsic connection between the two. The life energy derived from the fusion of physical and mental energy constitutes chakra. Upon this chakra foundation, the absorption of natural energy results in a new form of energy known as Senjutsu chakra. Techniques released through the consumption of Senjutsu chakra, such as ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, are classified as Senjutsu. The techniques executed with Senjutsu chakra possess power several times, even dozens of times, greater than those performed with ordinary chakra, significantly enhancing perception. Thus, Braid ardently desires this enhancement of strength. Even if Senjutsu has its flaws, which existing forms of power in this world can guarantee perfection. The cultivation of Sage Chakra is accompanied by a certain degree of peril. The essence of Sage Chakra lies in achieving a harmonious equilibrium among physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy, each constituting 1/3 of the total. This signifies that the practice of Sage Chakra necessitates the disruption of the hard-earned perfect balance of 50% each between physical and mental energies, followed by the absorption of natural energy to re-establish this delicate equilibrium. During this transformative process, one temporarily forfeits the ability to utilize ordinary chakra. However, due to the profound memory of its essence, the capacity for ordinary chakra can be readily restored. Yet, this ingrained inertia complicates the attainment of the sublime balance required for the synthesis of Sage Chakra, where natural energy must harmonize perfectly with physical and mental energies. Moreover, natural energy is an inherently volatile entity. One must not exceed the amounts of physical and mental energies during absorption, lest they fall victim to its consuming nature. Conversely, if the absorption of natural energy is insufficient compared to physical and mental energies, the desired 1/3 balance remains elusive, thwarting the emergence of Sage Chakra. In essence, this process exists on the precipice of danger. Consequently, practitioners of Sage Chakra must possess a substantial amount of ordinary chakra. Those with lesser quantities find it challenging to gauge the intake of natural energy and are thus susceptible to its devouring force. Nonetheless, in accordance with Tamamonome's mockery, what Braid should now pursue is a tranquil locale to attune himself to the flowing natural energies of the world. Peaceful island? Braid ventured. Tamamonome, unceremoniously reclining, retorted, No. I have yet to fully indulge in the human realm. Just then, a ring-tone chimed, an unfamiliar number. I am Braid Heyman, he introduced himself, confident that the caller was one of his companions. On the other end, a voice resonated with age, Commercial Street, the third tea house. The call was abruptly terminated. Brett wore a radiant smile. Shortly thereafter, in a private room of a tea house, Uchiha Madara leaned on his cane, murmuring as if he were an ordinary elderly man teetering on the brink of slumber. "Do you recognize me, young one?" Brett chuckled. "You are quite the figure. Is it surprising that people recognize you?" Uchiha Madara is a legend, and the equation holds true. Decades ago, when the land of waves was not yet as isolated as it is today, consumed by internal strife, it engaged vigorously with the world government. However, the prolonged confrontations with the world government led to a depletion of resources, widening the gap between the rich and the poor. The intense clash between war and peace escalated a series of social conflicts into a bloodshed that could only be resolved through warfare. Thus began the land of waves' descent into isolation and obsession with internal conflict. Ninjas, samurais, swordsmen, nobles, and commoners alike were embroiled in chaos. Until the two most prosperous ninja clans, the Senju and the Uchiha, produced two unprecedented prodigies, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Though they were adversaries, they became allies, uniting to quell the unprecedented turmoil plaguing the land of waves, redesigning the nation, and casting the light of peace upon all. Akin to the saviors depicted in the comics serialized by the World Economic News Agency. Was it due to temperament? Ideological differences? The stirring of factions under their command? The world government's machinations to incite discord against the unified front of the land of waves? Or perhaps, in the tranquility of life, memories of past grievances resurfaced? Ultimately, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama parted ways, transforming from friends into foes, and engaged in a legendary duel at what is now known as the Valley of the End. This monumental clash concluded with Senju Hashirama's victory, bestowing upon him the honor of being the greatest ninja in the history of the Land of Waves, the most illustrious Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Yet, endowed with an inherent unique power and the extraordinary Sharingan, Uchiha Madara did not meet the demise that many anticipated. He persevered, leaving the Land of Waves to explore a broader world, whereas Senju Hashirama passed shortly after that earth-shattering duel. Arguably, he was the true victor in a certain sense. As time flowed inexorably, even a formidable figure like Uchiha Madara could not escape the grasp of age, lingering near the specter of death, desperately yearning to extend his life and fulfill certain unachieved desires. "Do not be clever, boy," Uchiha Madara proclaimed, removing his sunglasses to reveal his dim, yellowed gaze fixed intently upon Brett. "I am the specter of the Uchiha, a spirit that should have long been forgotten by the world. You, neither a denizen of the Land of Waves nor of advanced years, can recognize me at a glance." Braid raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, stating, "Everyone harbors secrets, do they not? I would advise against probing too deeply. Let us discuss our transaction instead." He paused briefly. "Do not intimidate me with your Sharingan. Even if it is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan," Braid remarked with an inexplicable confidence. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, taking a moment before inquiring, "Transaction? What transaction? You seek longevity." "While I desire power," Braid replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he pointed to his small canine tooth. "The Imperial Artifact Blood Collection, rapid absorption can aid in extending your life, perhaps even restore your youth. Simply allow me to take a bite, and you shall comprehend." Uchiha Madara responded slowly, "I am familiar with the Imperial Artifact. I trust it can indeed prolong my life and restore my youth, yet I do not trust you." Hey, Braid replied, appearing somewhat exasperated. "Mr. Madara, you are quite the skeptic." Uchiha Madara smirked. "You merely wish to bite me." Chapter 17. The Transaction. It is understandable to harbor caution towards those one has never met. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. Braid pondered briefly before stating, "Aside from my Imperial Artifact Blood Collection, rapid absorption, there exist numerous other means in this world that can assist in prolonging life. Are you interested? Should you lack interest, I shall vanish from this moment." Uchiha Madara slightly arched his hunchback, his aged, toothless lips murmuring, "You wish to trade information with me?" "Quite so," Braid affirmed. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly. "Do share?" He continued, "To be frank, I have traversed the world for many years, priding myself on my vast knowledge. In recent years, as I have felt the passage of time more acutely, I have paid particular attention to information regarding the extension of life." Madara's speech was slow, measured, and husky. Yet it was laced with a condescending mockery, hinting at his inherent pride. The implication was clear. What you regard as confidential information may be mere worthless trash in my eyes. Braid understood. Thus, Braid replied, in the Dark Continent, There exists a grain known as nitolamy that grants longevity when consumed. However, the rice paddies of nitolamy are guarded by the malevolent creature, the two-tailed serpent, Hellsbell, lying in wait. Uchiha Madara interjected, supplementing Braid's information with a tinge of regret. I once ventured to the Dark Continent in pursuit of tales of nitolamy. Alas, its peculiar and formidable dangers rendered me hesitant to delve deeper, ultimately forcing me to abandon my quest for nitolamy. Brett's fingers tapped against the wall. The legend of pure gold. Don't make me laugh, kid. Uchiha Madara's left eye widened in fury. That is merely a legend. Braid pressed down with both hands, signaling Uchiha Madara to remain calm. Raftel is still a legend, isn't it? Even the Roger pirates reached it, after all. Moreover, I possess exclusive information. Pure gold is not merely a myth. It truly exists within history and persists to this day, a miraculous alchemical product that emits a peculiar light, causing the growth of all things in the world to slow dramatically. It was crafted by the scientists of Alchemia Island over 2 centuries ago. I have personally ventured to the ruins of Alchemia Island, Uchiha Madara remarked coldly. Burdeo? And then? There is nothing that follows. Uchiha Madara, in a fit of rage, declared, get lost before you completely provoke me. Bread remained effortlessly calm and unhurried as he spoke. Then you witnessed the shattered Alchemy Island. People often believe that its destruction stemmed solely from humanity's insatiable greed for pure gold. Yet, while human avarice is indeed one of the contributing factors, it is not the sole cause. Another significant reason was the assault by a colossal and perilous creature from the depths of the sea, which devoured half of Alchemy Island. Reflecting upon the ruins of Alchemy Island, Uchiha Madara suppressed his emotions and became notably more serious. The remnants of Alchemy Island did indeed resemble the imprints of some great beast's teeth. This gargantuan, formidable creature was lured by the radiance of pure gold and subsequently consumed half of the island, with pure gold now residing within its belly. Bread mused. I am well aware of the immense size of this perilous creature, even possessing knowledge of its territory and the means to entice its re-emergence. What do you say, Mr. Madara? Are you intrigued? What is it that you seek? Uchiha Madara remained silent for a moment before responding. Bredu remarked, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu. Every technique you master draws its power from chakra. Little rascal, do you not think you are being rather greedy? Said Uchiha Madara. Bread smirked and remarked, Mr. Obito, life is indeed precious. Most of my techniques are intertwined with the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, perhaps weary from his position, adjusted his posture and rested his chin on one hand, saying, Kid, after demanding my techniques, do you also wish to acquire the Sharingan? Bread shook his head, stating that even on a global scale, the Sharingan is widely recognized as a formidable power. Its ability to perceive movements and replicate an adversary's techniques inspires both awe and desire. Particularly terrifying is its silent, illusionary prowess, which can take lives without a trace. However, this represents but a superficial interpretation of its capabilities. I certainly wish to study the Sharingan, yet I am acutely aware that only those with intense emotions can unlock its full potential. While I am not devoid of normal emotions like some monstrous beings, such as death, my emotional depth is considerably shallower compared to that of ordinary individuals, rendering the Sharingan ill-suited for me. Provide me with information, and I shall grant you my techniques, as Uchiha Madara once said. Red wore a faint smile. First, grant me your technique, Mr. Uchiha. Forgive my candor, but I am still young. In any case, it is not I who should be anxious. Uchiha Madara then proceeded to form the seals languidly, summoning a massive scroll. Payment is rendered upon delivery, Uchiha Madara stated. Braid Gwenner reached out to open the door. Please fetch something for me, Lady Tamamo, he said, gesturing towards the scroll being pressed down by Uchiha Madara. He whispered softly, later, I shall take you shopping, bye. After a period of waiting, the reluctant Tamamo's eyes brightened. Her previous irritation vanished as she strode purposefully towards Uchiha Madara. The lanternfish, a colossal and perilous magical beast, often roamed the ruins of Alchemy Island, drawn to bright lights. Bray did not hesitate. Suddenly, the left eye of Uchiha Madara flashed crimson, revealing a blood-red orb with intricate, patterned pupils. Undoubtedly, it was the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Eh? Tamamo interjected, blocking Uchiha Madara's gaze towards Braid, her eyes fixed intently on Madara's. Is that the aura of the Sage of Six Paths? Who are you? Uchiha Madara, momentarily taken aback, retorted, You have encountered the Sage of Six Paths? How rude. Human, you have yet to answer my question. Tamamo seized the scroll from Uchiha Madara, scolding him in annoyance. I care not who you are. You are likely just a descendant of the sage, whom I recall had 2 troublesome sons. Tamamo muttered, her boldness astonishing Uchiha Madara. Eagerly, she tugged at Braid's sleeve, urging, "Hurry, Lord Braid." Chapter 18. My external assistance has arrived. How do you find this garment, Lord Braid? Very good. And this skirt? Beautiful. You haven't even glanced at me. What matters is that you like it. If you do, buy it. Use your card. Thus concluded their exchange. It was not the scene of a passionate romance, but rather a whimsical display of a demanding girl critiquing her wardrobe alongside a dapper gentleman. In reality, Tamamo was continuously changing outfits in a designer clothing store, clearly afflicted by the common female ailment of indecision. She could not help but seek Braid's opinion, for he was her benefactor. Yet, Braid, engrossed in perusing the ninjutsu scroll obtained from Uchiha Madara, had no time to attend to her, responding with impatience and indifference. Really? Tamamo cautiously probed. Braid fumbled in his pocket, muttering that he should have 50 million berries. Be quiet. Don't disturb me. Tamamo quickly snatched away the bank card. Fearing that Braid might change his mind, Braid, preoccupied with his own affairs, diligently searched through the ninjutsu scrolls of Uchiha Madara and ultimately discovered the coveted shadow clone technique. Indeed, while the majority of techniques mastered by Uchiha Madara are those that harness chakra as their source of power and are seamlessly integrated with his Sharingan, one must not overlook that one of the abilities of the Sharingan is precisely the capacity to replicate the techniques of others. Each Uchiha clan member who awakens the Sharingan is, in essence, a brazen thief, a proficient expert in the art of appropriation. They adhere to a philosophy of acquisition and commonly share a hidden obsession with collecting, regardless of the utility of a technique. Once they set their sights on it, they will replicate and document it. Uchiha Madara, with his extensive life experience and profound knowledge, stands as the paragon among them. Braid was even willing to believe that the ninjutsu scrolls he had perused and scrutinized were not the entirety of Uchiha Obito's collection. However, Braid incurs no losses. The price he pays is merely a fleeting piece of ephemeral intelligence, while the rewards he reaps are monumental. The Uchiha Madara scrolls of ninjutsu contain over a dozen A-rank techniques, alongside several S-rank ones, and the count of B-rank and lower-tier ninjutsu is simply innumerable. Notably, the shadow clone technique, in Brett's eyes, surpasses the value of all the techniques recorded in Uchiha Madara scrolls. Although the ninjutsu level of the shadow clone technique is modest, a mere B-rank, it is an extension of the fundamental clone technique. The distinction lies in the fact that shadow clones possess physical form and independent consciousness, allowing them to utilize the full extent of the caster's abilities. While their defensive capacity pales in comparison to the caster's, they endure until subjected to a significant attack, after which all experiences during their existence are relayed back to the original. The so-called A-rank ninjutsu, the forbidden technique, follows the same hand-seal sequence as the multi-shadow clone technique, which is a further extension of the shadow clone technique, creating more than 2 shadow clones. The reason the multi-shadow clone technique is classified as a forbidden art is that it divides the caster's chakra. Most casters possess a limited chakra reserve, and splitting it into more than 2 parts results in a dangerously diminished allocation, rendering both the caster and their clones weak. Furthermore, should any shadow clone sustain a considerable attack and vanish, all experiences during its lifetime, encompassing memories, pain, and fatigue, are transmitted back to the original, potentially inflicting severe physical and mental trauma on the caster, thus endangering their life. The shadow clone technique was originally developed by the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, aimed at minimizing the toll on ninjas engaged in espionage by allowing the experiences of shadow clones to be relayed back to the caster. However, Brett's intention is to harness these experiences for an amplified training effect. With the arrival of his external assistants, a surge of ambition fills Brett, prompting him to ponder, logically. After the development of the shadow clone technique, Uchiha Madara must have long departed the Land of Water. Did he frequently return? Perhaps he casually observed a ninja employing the shadow clone technique. My Lord Brett, the elegant voice of Tamamonome interrupts his contemplation. As he lifts his gaze, he sees her crystal high heels, black thigh-high stockings, a short skirt, and a tailored jacket. Where did her tail go? A mere illusion? Tamamonome seems to grasp the meaning behind Brett's gaze at her back, spinning with a sense of pride. What do you think? Am I beautiful? Braid contemplated and inquired. Lady Tamamonome? Tamamonome raised an eyebrow. Braid arose. What is adolescence? What does adolescence mean? Tamamo turned to the waiter and inquired a couple of questions, suddenly mocking. It's the period of sexual arousal. Hiki. Bread. What is an old virgin? who has never experienced a moment of desire, laughing about. While privately ridiculing Tamamonome, Bread outwardly inquired, "Have you finished your shopping? Are you satisfied?" "Not at all." Tamamonome elongated her tone and replied, "I have only spent a little over 100,000 berries, and there is still so much money left on my card." Brett was beset by a throbbing headache, pondering as he spoke, "What if I send someone to accompany you? She is a consummate professional at shopping, and I would rather not squander my time on such mundane activities." "Whatever you wish," Tamamonome replied. Brett's lips twitched in exasperation as he said, "Once I finish my purchases and feel satisfied, we shall return to Peace Island." Yu Qian, however, decisively interrupted him. Brett silently dialed his mobile phone. He needed to summon the serpentine spirit, Lilith. Thus, at the end of August, Lilith took over Brett's duties. Without a moment's hesitation, Braid retreated into the office of the Hunter Headquarters building, embarking on an experiment with the technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu. Initially, he conjured 3 shadow clones, one to attend to Netero's official duties, another to cultivate his haki, and the third to hone his nin skills, while Braid himself practiced his ninjutsu. Gradually, he pushed the boundaries of his capabilities, increasing the number of shadow clones to 24. The pursuit of mastery can indeed become an obsession. Just 2 months after celebrating his 14th birthday, young Braid found himself marking the passage of another year as he turned 15 during his training. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the end of June, young Braid hastened towards Mariawa, responding to a summons from Minister Wonist. Chapter 19. Utterly absurd. Brett arrived at Mariajoa in the early hours, and the meeting with Minister Wonist was not held at the Cipher Pole headquarters, but rather at the minister's private villa. The corpulent and lethargic old man appeared rather unwell, likely due to elevated blood pressure, clad in what could only be described as a form-fitting nightgown. He was assisted by a maid and plopped down onto the sofa in the parlor, causing it to creak under his weight. Minister Wonist, feeling discomfort, lamented, "I urge you to return to the Holy Land swiftly. You obedient old man, you are driving me to the brink with your antics, a bunch of inconsiderate little rascals. Your issue lies in a lack of activity, old officer," Brett replied, brimming with vitality. "What is it?" Your tone on the phone sounded quite urgent. "Roger," Wonist exclaimed, taking a sip of chilled tea and shaking his head to regain clarity. "We have received intelligence regarding Roger." Brett's response was one of indifference. "Oh, and then?" Following this, a troubling revelation emerged, casting doubt upon the continuity of what has been deemed the most malevolent lineage in history. Eyewitness accounts have surfaced, suggesting that Roger exhibited behavior reminiscent of a father rather than that of a pirate. On the island of Bartholomew in the South Sea, the inherently jovial Minister Ernest bore an unprecedented gravity. There could be no worse news than this. The government had presumed that the terminally ill Roger would quietly succumb in some obscure corner of the world. And then. Brett's fingers tapped rhythmically on the coffee table. After a moment of silence, he remained unfazed. What else could there be? Minister Wonist's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief as he exclaimed in frustration, "Little Bread, what more do you desire?" Braid solemnly remarked, "After a lapse of approximately 1 year and 3 months, how did the government ascertain Roger's precise whereabouts, and what measures were taken in response?" "Observation and patience," Minister Wonist, striving to compose himself, replied, "The higher echelons of the government have commanded us to dispatch Cipher Pole agents to monitor Roger discreetly, without alerting him. We must thoroughly investigate the woman destined to bear the most nefarious lineage in history. Should Roger, afflicted by a terminal illness, suddenly perish, we are to seize his remains and eliminate the woman and her unborn child. Then why not send someone forth? Why the urgency for my return to the Holy Land?" Braid inquired, perplexed. Minister Wonist cast a glance at the inquisitive mosquito girl, who was scanning her surroundings. "It is because Roger possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things, which is essentially akin to an extensive form of telepathy. Thus, remote monitoring is imperative. Proximity would inevitably alert him. Hence, I considered Millard and thought of you. Millard can command insects for distant surveillance, and your companion Joanna is also capable of the same." As Bread summoned the triangular serpent spirit Lilith to accompany Tamamonome on a shopping spree, he also called upon the mosquito woman to rendezvous at the Hunter headquarters. "No, that's not right," Bread said, leaning back on the sofa and shaking his head repeatedly. Minister Wonist stared in confusion. "What do you mean it's not right? Don't you find it rather strange?" Bread spread his hands in exasperation. "You mentioned that Roger possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things. His choice to settle on the remote island of Batalera in the South Sea for over a year without incident suggests that it is indeed an isolated and secluded place. The indigenous people there are unfamiliar with him. They would naturally be wary of outsiders. How could he possibly neglect to use his extensive telepathy to ascertain whether any newcomers recognized him? Furthermore, how could he allow outsiders to carry away news of his actions, which resemble those of a father rather than a pirate? Perhaps he simply overlooked it. Or maybe he was unable to utilize his ability to hear the voices of all things due to a sudden illness, Minister Wano suggested. Brito, very well. So, someone witnessed Roger behaving not like a pirate, but like a father. From which source did this information initially emerge? Who exactly is this so-called someone? At this, Minister Wano was rendered speechless. Braid expressed, has anyone witnessed Roger exhibiting behavior reminiscent of a father rather than that of a pirate? I am uncertain as to what constitutes paternal behavior, yet it stands to reason that before a child is born, such expressions of fatherhood would require the cooperation of a mother, would it not? Did he not take a moment to observe Roger's companion, her stature, her physique, her hair color, her appearance, or any pertinent details regarding her pregnancy? Minister Wano stood and paced the living room for a considerable time. The information initially reached us through the hunter's channels. Yet those who have actually seen Roger exhibit behavior akin to that of a father remain unclear. Minister Wano stated solemnly, especially given your position as a member of Cipher Pole infiltrating the Hunter Association, occupying the role of vice president, and consistently executing the duties of the association's president on behalf of Netero, it is rather concerning that you learned this information later than Cipher Pole itself. After a brief pause, Minister Wano added, furthermore, no relevant information about Roger's companion has been obtained either. Bread remained silent. Yet, Roger truly was at Batarila Island in the South Sea. The evidence stemmed from Millard, who was among the first to venture to Batarila Island. Minister Wano tugged at his hair, exclaiming, I cannot fathom it. A classic trick, 9 falsehoods for every truth. Just one reasonable explanation could clarify all the absurdities. A subtle smile graced Brett's lips. Interesting. Minister Wano retorted irritably. Interesting? Don't overthink it, old general, lest your blood pressure soar and you inadvertently meet your end. Brett jested. I shall go to Batarila Island to uncover the truth. Minister Wano replied, good night. With a casual demeanor, Brett departed, heading towards the airship dock in Mary Geos, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. A vague, inexplicable sensation lingered. Brett contemplated whether the dying pirate king was showcasing his prowess while the world government naively believed that Roger, presumed to be gravely ill, would quietly perish in some obscure corner of the world. How naive. Could a compliant pirate still be called a pirate? Well, it mattered not. I shall quietly observe, satisfying my curiosity for a moment. And then shall come the dawn of a new era. An era that shall ultimately belong to me. Chapter 20. The woman who eventually perishes in a woman's embrace. South Sea. Ruster Island, near Batarila Island. Like Batarila, Ruster Island enjoys a spring-like climate, basking in gentle sunshine throughout the year. With the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers marking every season, a truly splendid place for rest and rejuvenation. Although Ruster Island serves as a bustling trade hub, slightly more boisterous than its neighboring islands, it undeniably offers a richer material life than the remote, impoverished regions. Ah, Lord Millard, I can't take it anymore. How about it? Sweetheart? Am I not right? Indeed, Lord Millard had not anticipated that girls could find such comfort in each other. In a seaside residence's living room, Brett reclined on the sofa with a nuanced expression, his ears attuned to the fervent moans, gasps, and the sound of bodies colliding from the bedroom. Clearly, while tasked with the remote surveillance of the Pirate King at Batarila Island, Brett had evolved into a connoisseur of carnal delights, a master of casual encounters. Millard, the alluring temptress, had not forgotten to indulge herself, ensnaring yet another young girl, wife, or mature woman in broad daylight, engaged in unabashed revelry, enacting a scene akin to a blossoming garden of lilies. Listening closely, Brett sensed the battle in the bedroom nearing its climax, and he released a quiet sigh of relief. Then came the voice, Kira, Dora, do you dare hide in the wardrobe and spy? I have yet to indulge fully. Fear not, they are my mates. Let us play together. Trust me, you shall find even greater pleasure. Brett, filled with a malevolent aura, could no longer tolerate the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. Refrain from your little tricks. I wouldn't want to frighten my darling, little Brett. Millard, unabashed, showcased her alluring figure, her tone laced with flirtation. Or perhaps I should reiterate, if you are willing to embrace femininity, I could permit you to join us. You are the only one whose identity as a man does not deter my desire. Brett surveyed Millard with a languid gaze, disdainfully remarking, "Perhaps my standards are set too high? Regardless, I find you rather mediocre and lack any interest." Mediocre? Millard, embodying his usual languor, retorted with astonishing boldness. "Yet I am undeniably alluring. Brett, put on your damned clothes. We need to discuss the task details." Brett frowned. Millard, with a sly smile, leaned closer to Brett, seating himself opposite and boasting, "Where's Joanna? She is also a target of particular interest to me. She is collecting mosquitoes, controlling them to explore the island of Battle Isla." Brett interrupted Millard, his gaze drifting beyond him to meet the eyes of two figures framed in the bedroom doorway. Two young girls, fair of face, peered in, adorned with white headbands symbolizing maidservants. Strangely, though they were two individuals, they possessed a total of 6 arms. Brett approached the table, addressing the two young maidens with a commanding tone, "Dispose of the intruders." Hey. Millard's languid demeanor betrayed a hint of sharpness. Brett coldly admonished, "I beseech you to keep your trousers up during the execution of your mission. Especially during top-secret operations, no intelligence must be divulged, not even your name. You hail from the esteemed Auberge family of agents. I need not instruct you on how to conduct yourself as a spy." Millard fell silent, his exasperation palpable as he gestured behind him. Dora, heed his words." With that, Millard seemed to surrender to despair. Reclining as if the weight of the world rested upon him, his exquisite form sprawled in a poignant display of melancholy. Brett remained indifferent. "Will you not offer me any consolation? I have sacrificed my beloved sweetheart, Millard, for you," she lamented, her words dripping with theatricality. Brett blandly remarked, "It is not for me, but for the mission." The insufferable steel virgin, utterly lacking in romantic nuance. Millard, in a fit of agitation, began to dress and adorn herself while muttering, "I've done all this. What more do you want from me? Can't you just leap upon me, right here, and indulge in my fantasies? I could close my eyes and imagine you in women's attire, couldn't I? Honestly, you're a blockhead, a stone, a despicable fellow. What on earth is happening with One Piece? Have you found a woman bearing the most wicked bloodline in history?" Brett promptly shifted the topic. Millard grew serious and stated, "My informants have scoured Bartolire Island and found nothing. I can hardly believe it myself. Since my journey to Bartolire began, rumors have spread that someone witnessed Roger behaving not like a pirate, but like a father. The only thing lacking for a cipher pole is the address." Brett said solemnly, "Do you not find anything odd about this, Millard?" Millard pondered deeply and after a moment replied, "Not particularly. Sooner or later, the man will meet his demise at the hands of a woman." Brett sarcastically critiqued Millard, choosing not to elucidate the intelligence regarding the sighting of Roger's unpirate-like behavior as he had done with Minister Onest. He expressed his concerns. "Have you discovered anything noteworthy or unusual on Bartolire Island?" Millard blinked. "There are a few village girls on Bartolire Island who are quite beautiful. If I weren't afraid of Roger finding out, I wouldn't be able to control myself." Brett retorted, "Are you turning into a human chihuahua?" A brief silence ensued. "We still don't get along. Farewell." With that, Brett stood to leave. Millard, with a cheeky grin, quipped, "How can we know if we don't get along if you don't engage physically, little Brett?" As Brett disappeared, Millard quickly turned, "You haven't really dealt with my darling, have you? Knocked him out. Good job." As she strolled alone, Brett, regaining his composure, realized Millard's frivolous banter was merely a ploy to hasten his departure so she could continue her mischief. The insatiable desires of youth, crude and indecent, Brett expressed his condemnation. Chapter 21. The Pirate King Surrenders. The illustrious Pirate King, Gold, Roger, stood tall, measuring over 2 meters, his physique robust and formidable. His unruly black hair, perhaps long overdue for a trim, framed a face perpetually adorned with a smile that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. His upper lip bore a wave-like mustache that quivered with each change of expression. Although he lacked agricultural skills, he excelled in fishing and had even demonstrated his prowess by vanquishing a formidable sea monster that had plagued Bartolire Island for years. This act earned him the admiration of the island's native inhabitants, who quickly embraced the boisterous stranger, fond of drink and laughter, welcoming him into their homes and offering assistance in constructing a dwelling. For several consecutive days, Brett utilized the Mosquito Woman to command swarms of mosquitoes in search of Bartolire Island, gaining a general understanding of Roger's life there. Upon analyzing Roger's circumstances, Brett found them consistent with the widely circulated depictions of his character, free-spirited, vibrant, and anything but sedentary, even in the role of a fisherman. Yet, a peculiar mystery lingered. Bread could not locate Port Asti, Ace. Even after providing the mosquito woman with a detailed description of Ace's features, she dutifully commanded the vast mosquito swarms to scour every nook and cranny of Bartolira Island. Port Asti, Ace was certainly not a native of Bartolira Island. And although he was not present at that moment, he could not be far away. Roger's tenure on Bartolira Island had been brief. He had not chosen to settle there immediately after disbanding the Roger Pirates. Bread increasingly sensed that Roger was engaging in some frenzied activity, and his curiosity swelled ever more. Thus, Bread, in his capacity as the vice president of the Hunter Association and the chairman of the Hunter Association Coordination Committee, commanded his affiliated hunters to thoroughly investigate the origins of the intelligence regarding Roger that had initially been relayed to Cipher Pol through Hunter channels. His suspicions were particularly directed towards the former president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, the 12 branches, an intelligence hunter, and now an independent source of information within the underground world, Shikayak. Bread estimates that approximately 1 year and 3 months have elapsed since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. During this time, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, Silvers Rayleigh, has likely formed a connection with Shaki. This leads to a reasonable inference that prior to settling on Batarilla Island to execute certain plans, Roger may have conferred with his most trusted first mate, engaging in discussions and, coincidentally, requesting a small favor from Shaki. Braid then instructed Mosquito Woman to expand the search for Port Asti, Rouge, undeterred by the consumption of time, meticulously combing through the nearby islands one by one. Indeed, the gentle woman with golden hair and freckled face emerged. Intriguingly, the location where Port Asti, Rouge had concealed herself happened to be the very place that Braid and Millard had been remotely monitoring Roger's refuge on Last Island. One can only surmise that Roger had orchestrated Port Asti, Rouge's hiding on Last Island without difficulty, as it serves as a bustling trade center amidst the surrounding islands. A hub of transportation teeming with people, making it an ideal spot for concealment. Braid, aware that Roger would eventually seek to surrender to the Navy, initiating a new era, attempted to reverse engineer the thought process. His head throbbed. Braid still struggled to comprehend the madness of Roger's maneuvers, yet he had grasped a faint thread of understanding. Regrettably, Braid's puzzle-solving endeavor was cut short. On July 1st, Roger set sail, bidding farewell to Baratillera Island. Indeed, it was a farewell. His small vessel was stocked with ample provisions, clearly indicating his intention for a lengthy voyage. Bang, bang, bang. Braid, having relinquished the ability to enhance his physical form, was still capable of utilizing his shadow clones for various powers. Roger departed from the island of Batarilla with an ambiguous purpose. Braid informed his partner Millard to remotely monitor Roger and also alerted Minister Onest, hastily following the Mosquito Woman. On July 6th, Roger, in a rather reckless manner, dared to traverse the perilous windless zone aboard a mere small vessel, despite the presence of numerous exceedingly dangerous beasts. The location of Batarilla Island is situated near the latter part of the Grand Line's initial segment. Thus, once he crossed the adjacent windless zone into the Grand Line, he would arrive at the core region of the world government, comprising the underwater prison, Judicial Island, Naval Headquarters, and Mariewa. On July 10th, Roger succeeded in his audacious journey, bulldozing through any formidable creatures that dared to obstruct his path, successfully navigating the windless zone. By July 18th, at the Naval Headquarters in Marineford, the pirate King Joel D. Roger brazenly landed on the Navy's territory, akin to a criminal intruding upon a police station, a mouse infiltrating a den of cats, exhibiting an aura of utter fearlessness. He laughed heartily before the stunned Navy personnel, proclaiming, "Where is Garp? Tell him I'm here to see him. No need for him to pursue me any longer." Ha. On that very day in Mariewa, Braid shrugged in confusion. Minister Onest grimaced, pondering whether to feel joy or dismay. After years of relentless efforts to eliminate such a notorious figure, had he truly surrendered and raised the white flag? What? Braid inquired. Minister Onest continued. After the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, several specific members were targeted, secretly apprehended by the Holy Shield, and interrogated. When asked about Roger's character, they described him as a man who sought grandeur in all endeavors, be it feasts or battles. Thus, upon realizing that his life was nearing its end, he exhibited no despair. Instead, he charged forth with fervor towards the throne of the Pirate King. Are you suggesting that, facing a terminal illness, he embraced his fate with a final flourish? Braid queried. Minister Onest sighed. Is there another explanation? What of the higher-ups? Braid replied, "The implications are considerable." Minister Onist stated with caution, "For the first time since the current Gorosei assumed power, there exists a divergence of opinion among them." Brett smirked. "Is that the reason you were sent back? Do they need to reach a consensus first?" "Indeed," Minister Ernest conceded. Brett stretched his waist and inquired, "Old Commander?" "I wish to have a glimpse of the Pirate King." The elderly minister, Onist, scratched his head and replied, "Wait for the opportunity." Chapter 22. The Residual Value of the Pirate King through Minister Onist Revelations. Brett gradually came to comprehend the schisms that had emerged among the upper echelons of the world government concerning the sudden surrender of Joel D. Roger to the Navy. This matter, or rather, event, revolved around the pertinent question of whether to excavate the final residual value of the Pirate King. The divergent perspectives within the world government can be summarized into three primary categories. Firstly, considering Roger's knowledge of the whereabouts of ancient weapons and his potential understanding of the truth behind the blank century, coupled with his unprecedented escape from the world government's relentless pursuit, culminating in his arrival at the legendary Raftel and ascending to the Pirate King's throne, had not only sparked an unparalleled commotion but also cast a deep and troubling shadow over the authority of the world government. Consequently, the government sought to capitalize on Roger's terminal condition to publicly announce his capture as the Pirate King and orchestrate a highly publicized execution, leveraging Roger's blood and life to quell the increasingly ferocious tide of piracy ignited by the very existence of the Pirate King, thereby stabilizing the world's precarious situation. Secondly, there was the proposition of a clandestine execution of the Pirate King. Should the world government's facade of capturing the Pirate King be unveiled, it would result in even greater humiliation. The uncertainties surrounding a public execution, such as the presence of Roger's former crew and the risk of him divulging the secrets of ancient weapons and the blank century, suggested that a secretive execution might be more prudent. This would allow the government to observe the shifting tides of the world, identify those restless enough to undermine it, discern potential adversaries, and simultaneously expedite military expansion to prepare for a comprehensive crackdown on all dissidents. Thirdly, there were those who merely observed, stating, "You all have valid points. I shall quietly watch you tear each other apart." The protracted debate persisted for half a month before reaching a resolution. Ultimately, a compromise was necessitated. For the most distinguished medical team of the world government had diagnosed that Roger's demise was imminent. Thus, the proclamation resounded, "Breaking news! Breaking news! The world's foremost criminal, Joel D. Roger, has been captured by the Navy. The legend of the Pirate King shall soon meet its end." On September 1st, in the town of Logtown, the birthplace of the Pirate King, his public execution was set to unfold. The news of the world government's capture of the Pirate King, propelled by official and semi-official media channels, rapidly permeated every corner of the globe, astounding the populace. Meanwhile, in Minister Onist's office, he remarked, "Did you not wish to encounter the Pirate King? The opportunity has arrived," as he unveiled a small vial in the palm of his hand. Brett cast a glance at the small vial cradled in Minister Ernest's palm, the liquid within exhibiting a vibrant hue, yet unmistakably unpalatable. And then, he inquired, "The product of the scientific division, administered to the Pirate King. By the 1st of September, we shall no longer need to worry about his ramblings during the highly anticipated public execution." Minister Ernest replied. Brett resolutely declined, stating, "No, I have no desire to visit Marineford to witness the Pirate King. I am not interested in trivial errands." Brett could not guarantee that Roger, after consuming the potion, would remain mute. What if Roger were to speak during the highly publicized execution? How would he extricate himself from such a predicament? No river would cleanse him of the ensuing consequences. Minister Onist expressed his astonishment. Bredow, the location of the public execution, is the hometown of the Pirate King, Logtown in the East Blue. I believe we, Cypherpole, should dispatch personnel to assist the Navy in escorting the Pirate King to Logtown, ensuring everything proceeds flawlessly. I shall have ample opportunity to behold the Pirate King. My curiosity purely stems from wanting to see the renowned Pirate King for myself, though I was previously tasked with monitoring him at Bartolomeo Island. I have yet to witness him firsthand." After a brief pause, Bredow inquired, "Will it be the Navy or us Cypherpole who carry out the execution of the Pirate King?" Minister Onist's gaze was skeptical as he replied, "The Navy. What scheme are you concocting now, young Brett?" With a smile, Bredow expressed, "I am merely driven by curiosity." His eyes sparkled with a greedy glint as he licked his lips. Today is August 6th, When will the Pirate King be escorted to the East Blue? Minister Wano responded. Around the 24th or 25th of August. The Navy will secure the area surrounding Town, and we Cipher Pole must also investigate the vicinity. I am certain this highly publicized execution will attract countless individuals willing to take risks, such as remnants of the Roger Pirates. Even though the crew has long since disbanded, I cannot believe they would sit idly by as their captain meets his end. I am rather bored. I will take a detour through the East Blue and return just in time for the escort of the Pirate King, Bredow declared as he rose to his feet. Minister Wano, adjusting his rotund belly, reached for a roasted chicken and mumbled, "Young Bread, do you not think you enjoy too much freedom? It has escalated to the point where you do as you please and disregard what you do not wish to do. If every agent of Cipher Pole were like you, what order would remain? Would I not be rendered an empty figure? But I am your steadfast supporter, dear Minister. Not all Cipher Pole agents may be as you think. They're your admirers too." Bredow pointed at Minister Wano. The minister laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. Farewell, dear Minister." Upon leaving Minister Wano's office, Bredow gazed up at the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Suddenly, he asked, "Joanna, what do you think the blood of the Pirate King tastes like?" Bredow looked sideways at her. The mosquito girl pondered seriously, biting her finger, and replied vaguely, "He is an incredibly powerful person, isn't he, Bread?" "Indeed. Indeed." Bredow beamed brightly. "It is likely that neither the Pirate King nor the world government, intent on extracting every last vestige of value from him, could fathom that someone might harbor even more egregious schemes to drain him of his final remnants of worth." Chapter 23. Interests. What are you thinking? The frigid tone, though phrased as a question, was imbued with an air of unassailable authority. In the VIP lounge of the airship, Brett cast a sidelong glance through the windows, surveying the vast ocean, while the shimmering light reflected a noble and resplendent shadow belonging to his death. "I wonder, is this atrocious demeanor something you've learned from the celestial dragons?" Brett remarked with unmistakable sarcasm. The sound of clanking chains echoed sharply. Thud! A muffled thump resonated as the sharp heel of a stiletto collided with a man's skull, the reverberation of his head striking the floor following suit. "Oh, are you referring to him?" At his death's feet lay a stripped and battered man, his body a canvas of wounds, having succumbed to the unbearable torment, his neck ensnared by a chain, resembling a lifeless dog. Red remained silent. He bore no relation to the celestial dragons, nor did I harbor any desire to emulate them. He is not my slave. Rather, he stands as one of my most prized trophies to date. Isteth rested her chin on one hand, exuding a languid, indifferent, yet cruel demeanor. Thus, I could not bear to hand him over to the underwater prison just yet. I wished to employ my experimental interrogation techniques and savor the remnants of that battle. However, I soon grew weary. Despite being hailed as a great pirate, the government had placed a staggering bounty of 360 million berries upon him. And yet he proved to be nothing more than a fragile, pitiful wretch. Bread? Well, little Bread, what do you wish to do? Esther's continued. Minister Wano has dispatched agents to Town with the intention of thoroughly investigating the list of dangerous operatives surrounding it, and your name is not on it. As if echoing the sentiments of those who, upon hearing the news of the government's impending public execution of the Pirate King in the East Sea, planned a journey to Town to witness the spectacle, Bredwin expressed a curious inclination to observe the commotion. After all, the human condition, regardless of its inherent gentleness, harbors an innate proclivity for bloodshed and violence, for it is only blood and death that offer the most exalted form of entertainment. Such thoughts, however, seemed far from convincing, as this death subtly articulated her doubts regarding Bredwin's veracity. Braid, you are not the chief agent responsible for investigating the perilous tasks surrounding Town, she remarked with a hint of amusement. Isteth chuckled softly, adjusting her posture. Her languid demeanor remained unchanged, yet her cerulean gaze fixated intently on Braid, emanating an undeniable allure. You have grown formidable. I find myself intrigued by you, young Braid. Shall we engage in a contest? Perhaps I shall concede to the notion that people have rightly dubbed us the twin geniuses of Cipher Pole for the past 8 centuries, and it is no mere exaggeration. The battle of the Imperial tools inevitably leads to death, Braid replied calmly. Isteth's smile remained unwavering. Are you afraid of dying? No. I fear the prospect of killing you and subsequently facing the higher-ups, Braid retorted candidly. Isteth narrowed her eyes, an icy aura enveloping her, as the atmosphere turned palpably tense. The mosquito girl was already poised for battle, while Braid patted her on the head, his gaze meeting Isteth's. I harbor no interest in you. Why? Isteth relentlessly pressed on. Brett remarked with a hint of melancholy. I believe your countenance suggests that you are not destined for longevity, Esters. Silence enveloped the air. Brett engaged in deep meditation, focusing on his inner thoughts, refraining from any interaction with the coincidental presence of his death. This continued until they arrived at Rog Town. My purpose for coming to Rog Town was to hunt. I believe the public execution of the Pirate King is imminent, and not only the common folk, nobles, and merchants are drawn to this spectacle, but also pirates and criminals, who are restive and restless. They are my targets. His death donned her leather gloves, brandishing her spoils. Shall we compare? Let us measure the fruits of our hunts. Brett shook his head, expressing his disinterest and boredom. Esters muttered in dissatisfaction and took the lead in departing. They arrived at Rog Town. Brett was aboard a civilian airship, and as it descended, a military airship landed nearby. Quick! Organize your equipment, you bunch of lazy fools. The sharp rebuke emanated from the strikingly poised female general, her white hair intricately braided, violet eyes shimmering, and her countenance remarkably attractive. Draped in a naval standard cloak, she bore a futuristic firearm slung casually over her shoulder. Meet General Negeshidan. The matriarch is about to unleash her fury. The well-trained navy assembled. Quite an impressive physique, wouldn't you agree? Brett, the Mosquito Girl whispered, resting her chin on Brett's shoulder. The Mosquito Girl had a commendable figure as well, albeit with a modest bust. Brett delivered a sharp blow to Mosquito Girl's head, wielding her weapon, the Imperial artifact. Romantic cannon, pumpkin. Ouch, that hurts, Brett. Mosquito Girl exclaimed, cradling her forehead. Seemingly aware of Brett's intentions, she observed as Major General Negeshidan approached with purposeful strides. Greetings. I am Major General Negeshidan of the Navy. We are Cypher. Paul. Brett immediately grasped Negeshidan's intention to interrogate their identities, especially since they were cloaked for discretion. The petite Negeshidan tilted her head to scrutinize Brett's features, teasingly inquiring, "Where's your proof? Since when does Cypherpol have star players?" No proof. Agents adhere to their own protocols. Alternatively, you could call Minister Onist and describe my appearance to verify my credentials, Brett retorted. Let us leave it at that. No need to linger. With that, Negeshidan decisively turned to depart. Brett's attention was drawn to Rog Town. Rog Town, which should have been just one of the countless unremarkable small towns encompassed by the vast East Sea, is characterized by its simplicity, tranquility, and unassuming nature. However, nothing remains constant, and recently, the serene atmosphere of Rog Town has been disrupted by Roger, the legendary Pirate King. As the birthplace of the Pirate King, Rog Town is destined to also become the site of his downfall. Consequently, this town, which should have remained an inconspicuous part of the expansive East Sea, began to radiate with brilliance, attracting individuals from all directions, each with their own motives. Strolling through the streets of Rog Town, Brett could distinctly sense the burgeoning chaos. Particularly, a unique laughter echoed through the air. Blade cast a sidelong glance. Chapter 24. The Hot-Blooded Fool, Hero of the West Sea. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. Captain, I can't take it anymore. My stomach aches. In a secluded tavern, a gathering had been arranged, where a group of rugged sailors, reeking of fish and clearly accustomed to a life at sea, roared with boisterous laughter. They encircled a colossal figure, indeed, a true giant, broad-shouldered, muscular, standing nearly 7 meters tall, half the height of a giant. His imposing stature was matched by his appearance, hair that flared like green onions, a face reminiscent of a devil, pointed ears and sharp teeth, with small horns protruding from either side of his forehead. Had he not inserted 2 chopsticks into his nostrils, dancing clumsily in a comical manner. Merely standing there would have instilled fear in all who beheld him. Creak. The door swung open. The jubilant atmosphere abruptly halted. After a long absence, hot-blooded fool, Moonlight Moria. The brilliant light of midday streamed through the glass door, illuminating Blade's golden hair, making it shimmer even more. His features appeared vaguely indistinct, hazy and ethereal. No. Should I now respectfully address you as Captain Moria or Hero of the West Sea? Brett and Moria once crossed paths. Several years ago, he was active in the West Sea, aspiring to attain the esteemed title of a 2-star hunter. His ambition was to ascend to the ranks of the 12th. Ultimately realizing his goal of establishing the Hunter Association Coordination Committee. In his fervent pursuit to apprehend pirates and criminals, he fortuitously encountered Moria, who at that time was not yet a pirate, but already a somewhat renowned adventurer in the West Sea. The experience was far from pleasant. The pirate targeted by Blade was drinking with Moria. Then, Blade severed the head of that pirate, and although Moria attempted to intervene, He was no match for Braid. To this day, Braid vividly recalls Moria's insistence that the pirate, whom he had only met once, was a friend. After Braid claimed the pirate's head, Moria relentlessly pursued him, declaring with unwavering confidence that he would exact 100-fold revenge, embodying a spirit filled with courage and determination. Thus, Braid mockingly referred to Moria as a hot-blooded fool. With a resounding thud, Moria slammed a large barrel of beer onto the bar, his towering and imposing figure standing tall. "You scoundrel! We have yet to settle our accounts," he exclaimed, as he brandished a colossal pair of scissors with a mischievous grin. Braid raised an eyebrow, fixating intently on the enormous scissors that Moria held. The Imperial artifact, all-cutting soul-severing? There are initially 48 such Imperial artifacts, all under the dominion of the world government. Over the passage of time, nearly 8 centuries of extensive history have resulted in the loss or damage of 16 artifacts, leaving 32 still within their grasp. The colossal scissors in Moria's possession are one of the Imperial artifacts marked as lost by the world government, forged from the fangs of the legendary dragon-class super-dangerous beast, capable of severing anything in existence. "Wait, it's an Imperial artifact," Moria exclaimed, taken aback in a rather comical manner. "How intriguing," Braid smirked. "I'll give you another chance, hot-blooded fool. Go forth and meet your fate. I am genuinely curious to see if you will continue to exude such confidence and bravery. And I truly hope that one day in the future, you will still be able to laugh as joyfully as you do today." "Enough with the bravado, you scoundrel," Moria shouted. "I've mentioned it before. We still have accounts to settle. Captain, do not act impulsively. A multitude of Navy personnel have arrived in Rogue Town. If we stir up trouble, it could spell disaster for us." A dozen pirates struggled to restrain the irascible Moria. Braid chuckled softly as he turned to open the door. "Wait." Moria attempted to restrain his emotions, baring his teeth in a sinister grin. "Heh, who are you?" Braid's slightly turned face. "Braid Hyman. There is no need to remember too deeply. I trust our encounters will be numerous. On the street, I initially intended to take him down to test my abilities." Braid remarked to Mosquito Girl, "What a pity." Mosquito Girl tilted her head to one side, and then the other, commenting, "Joanna can sense that Braid's stomach is brewing trouble." Hey, anyone can say that about me, but you, Joanna, are the exception," Braid exclaimed, raising his hands in resignation. Mosquito Girl gazed skyward, ignoring Braid. Suddenly, she nudged Braid with her elbow and pointed out, "Hey, Braid, is there a large bird up there, or is it a person?" Braid looked up, and there was a vibrant shade of fuchsia soaring through the sky. He recognized her. Mosquito Girl exclaimed, taken aback, for Joanna had no recollection of her. Braid mused, "Mary Joa, Panga City, it has been several years." Ignoring him, for he was nothing but a nuisance. As he wandered through Rogue Town, Braid surveyed his surroundings, meticulously observing the layout of the town, the precise location of public executions, and the route for escorting the Pirate King to the guillotine. He contemplated how to disguise himself as the executioner, intending to harness his ability to manifest through thought to extract the life energy of the Pirate King, including a successful retreat and the eradication of all traces. Braid's mind raced incessantly. The rhythmic clacking of high heels echoed against the cobblestones. "My Lord Braid." A fervent embrace awaited him. Upon hearing this address, Braid relaxed his tightly clenched fists, initially suspecting that his death might attempt a sneak attack, perhaps delivering a retaliatory blow for his curse that she was destined for a short life. Tamamonome smiled with a charm that bordered on flattery. "My Lord Braid? Alas, I find myself devoid of funds." Braid, feeling a surge of frustration, responded with a cry of exasperation. Meanwhile, the serpentine-faced Lilith, adorned with an array of boxes and bags, greeted him as well. She had been toiling as Tamamonome's aide for nearly a year. Braid sighed, "You have worked hard, Lilith. I hereby grant you a month's leave, along with a bonus of 2 million berries." "Thank you, Lord Braid," Lilith exclaimed, rejuvenated and brimming with enthusiasm. "Master Tamomo, I am still able to accompany you on your excursions." "Brett, how did you arrive in Rogue Town?" With a hint of frustration, Brett rummaged through his wallet. Tamamo Nome replied nonchalantly, "Just to watch the spectacle." 5 million berries. Brett solemnly placed his bank card into Tamamo Nome's palm, stating, "Madam Tamamo, should this sum be exhausted and you fail to uphold our agreement, we shall part ways. You may return to your peace island, and I shall have no objections." Tamamo Nome interrupted Brett, solemnly clasping her fingers together to vow. Chapter 25, August 25th, may well be destined to become one of the most humiliating years in the annals of naval history. On July 18th, the Navy having organized numerous large-scale manhunts, ultimately bore witness to Gold. Roger, the one who ascended to the throne of the Pirate King, unexpectedly arriving at their stronghold in a small boat. Rather than a surrender, his actions were more akin to mockery, a derision of the Navy's impotence and ineffectiveness. Is there anything more ironic? The criminal, whom the enforcers could never apprehend, weary from evading capture, grew bored and brazenly approached the authorities, daring them to seize him. The more tragic reality lay in the fact that the enforcers had to conceal the truth, shamelessly proclaiming to the public, "Yes, we captured him," while their honor was undeniably trampled. Then came August 25th. The weather was bleak, shrouded in dark clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the sky as a steady drizzle descended. The sharp, buzzing alarms resonated throughout Marineford. Intruders! Boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of smoke bombs erupted, mingling with piercing screams. It is hard to believe that the world's most formidable armed organization, the Navy's headquarters, its very core, faced a terrorist attack for the first time in history. The enemy's numbers were, that fellow. The enemy was but one, a solitary individual. A chilling scream echoed across the plaza before the colossal fortress, a symbol of justice and peace, where a solitary figure stood amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. He was a middle-aged man, a male with a magnificent mane of golden hair cascading about him, adorned with a fragment of a ship's wheel upon his head, clad in traditional attire and wooden sandals. He wielded twin swords, his brows arched defiantly as he savored a cigar, exhaling plumes of smoke. At the zenith of his conquests prior to mastering the Grand Line and attaining the title of Pirate King, Gold, Roger existed in an era marked by chaos, where myriad factions and monstrous beings vied for supremacy. It was a time that belonged to him, for even his adversaries were compelled to concede the title of the strongest to him, acknowledging his unrivaled status as the pinnacle of the pirate realm. Though formidable contenders such as Gold, Roger, and Edward Newgate emerged, the sheer scale of his influence dwarfed theirs. Even if one were to combine the crews aboard the Oro Jackson of the Roger Pirates and the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates and multiply their numbers tenfold, they would still pale in comparison to the vast armada of the flying pirate crew aboard the Golden Lion. Furthermore, his dominion encompassed over 100 pirate crews and tens of thousands of pirates, forming a colossal fleet that obscured the very sun. Even during the legendary battle against the Roger Pirates led by Edward, which nearly drove Roger's crew to the brink of annihilation, a tempestuous tide thwarted their fortunes. Despite suffering significant losses, he remained a universally recognized titan of piracy. He was the Lion Demon. He was the Golden Lion. He was the Sky Pirate. He was the world's greatest swordsman. He was the Admiral of the Golden Lion Fleet. He was the pirate among pirates, a monster among monsters. He was Shiki. How could Roger possibly be captured by you worthless fools? He is a man I wholeheartedly respect. Shiki seethed with fury and resentment, his emotions spiraling into hysteria. At that moment, as the execution platform for the Pirate King was being relocated to Log Town in the East Blue, one of the Cypherpole agents collaborating with the Navy, Bread, stood in Marineford. He has lost his mind, Bread said, shaking his head. Admiral Sengoku and Captain Garp will handle him. We must depart. Indeed, came the reply. The Navy shall act first. Bread did not linger. He was quite eager to witness the battles of the formidable beings that dominated the world. However, his immediate priority was to keep a close watch on the Pirate King. The Navy had dispatched a team to escort the Pirate King, and its composition was rather intriguing, consisting of 3 individuals. The first was a rear admiral known as Kizaru, or Borsellino, an old acquaintance of Bread. The other 2 were equally notable. One was the stern figure in a baseball cap, an admiral known as Akainu, or Sakazuki, and the other was the carefree individual with curly hair, also an admiral, known as Akiji, or Kazan. Bread also discovered within the naval ranks a mysterious figure, a general without eyebrows, codenamed Chi Long, who was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the son of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. Additionally, there is a charmingly sweet, voluptuous woman holding the rank of Rear Admiral, codenamed Peach Rabbit Guion. Furthermore, there is an unseemly man with grotesquely bowed legs, holding the same rank and codenamed Chibuta Shikaki, who is even more unfortunate in appearance than Borsellino. These individuals represent the rising stars of the Navy. They have emerged as hopeful beacons following the retirement of the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, who now serves as the chief instructor at the Naval Academy, where he has nurtured elites capable of supporting the future of the Navy. Soon, aboard the airship, Bread bore witness to the Pirate King, finding the experience rather unremarkable. After all, the formidable pirate king was merely a prisoner at the mercy of others, perhaps due to the poison concocted by the scientists of the scientific corps. The pirate king remained silent and composed. Yet, his emotional demeanor revealed an air of tranquility, neither joy nor sorrow, utterly indifferent to the impending end of his life. "Hey there, Brad, care for a wager or two?" called out Borsalino, deftly handling a deck of cards. He was far from a conventional member of the Navy. He thrived on amusement, and when he couldn't find it, he created it. Brett chuckled. "No problem. How much shall we wager?" In that fleeting moment as he rose from his seat, he caught a glimpse of the pirate king within the confines of the railing. The king's disheveled. Uneven black hair framed bright eyes that reflected his confusion, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible unease. Brett hesitated for a moment. Then the pirate king hung his head, feigning death once more. With a slight furrow of his brow, Brett entered the game of the Navy. What Brett failed to notice was that the one who had taken it upon himself to guard the pirate king in his stead was Monkey D. Dragon. It is rather curious, I must say, the nature of your lineage marked by the letter D. Does the island of Laughtail truly exist? Chapter 26. The Navy and Cipher Pole. It must be remarked that, following the incident involving Master Zephyr, the operational capabilities of your Cipher Pole have seen a remarkable enhancement. Amidst the card games, light-hearted banter ensued, led by the sole female at the table, Guillaume, who sat beside Brett, looking down upon him. Indeed, she did look down. None among this hopeful cadre of Navy officers was diminutive. Even the shortest, Monkey D. Dragon, stood close to 2 meters tall. Guillaume, on the other hand, towered at an impressive height of between 2 meters 3 and 2 meters 4, her stature augmented by a pair of exquisitely slender high-heeled shoes. "Hey, you brat. Keep your eyes to yourself," shouted Sheikah, noticing Brett's wandering gaze with evident displeasure. Brett gazed intently at the long, athletic, and fair-skinned legs of Guillaume. Truly a sight to behold, especially adorned with a pair of delicately pointed high heels and clad in shorts. However, his focus was drawn to the tattoo on the upper thigh of Guillaume, a black spider. If it weren't for the absence of a number, I would have mistaken you for a member of the Phantom Troop rather than the Navy, Lady Peach Rabbit. I once infiltrated the Phantom Troop, but alas, my disguise faltered. Leaving this mark behind, Guillaume smiled gently, her beauty enhanced by the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth. The last time at the West Sea, when I returned to the Navy Academy for reformation, I initially thought I could assist Teacher Zephyr in vanquishing the barbarians, yet you resolved it alone, rendering our trip futile. You were too slow, Brett remarked, discarding his cards, his luck having abandoned him. So, Cipher Pole's operational prowess has suddenly surged? Guillaume, glancing at her cards, replied, "Not that. It is you, who has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, assuming the role of a member of the 12, Vice President." A bleary-eyed Kazan paused in surprise. "Oh," Borsalino grinned broadly, "my apologies. I did not realize that young Brett was such a figure of importance. You seem to have quite an array of interests." Brett, uncertain whether it was sarcasm, casually remarked. Guillaume maintained her smile. "What can I say? I've experienced much. I was once a hunter, albeit one without a license." Hey, Shichikij exclaimed in frustration. "Miss Guillaume," Guillaume turned, her smile vanishing. Silence. A few Navy personnel at the card table stifled their laughter. "Brother T-Pig, it seems you've encountered a formidable rival," Borsalino teased. "Look at our young Brett, the ace agent of Cipher Pole, a member of the 12 in the Hunter Association. Clearly a prodigy with a bright future. And, might I add, such striking looks, handsome, indeed. Brother T-Pig? Your situation appears rather dire," Guillaume added with a subtle jab. "I must reiterate, Shichikij, not a single quality of yours will ever meet my criteria for a partner." With a long sigh, Shichikij fell silent for a moment before rising to shake Brett's hand. "I leave Miss Guillaume in your capable hands." Braid cleared his throat and remarked, "I am still not of age." He continued, "Moreover, the Navy and Cipher Pole," Ji Yuan interjected, "I have a penchant for the youthful. Identity matters not." "Well, our Navy's flower. Are you confessing your feelings? This is rather swift." A chorus of teasing ensued. "Just jesting." Ji Yuan calmly revealed his cards, adopting the demeanor of a gambler. "I have triumphed. Now pay up. There shall be no evasion. Beware, or I shall wield Jean Pilot against you." The crowd responded with a lightened atmosphere, for the divide between the Navy and Cipher Pole was considerable. Consequently, conversations grew increasingly candid, meandering through various topics. As the card game neared its conclusion, someone inquired, "Do your colleagues mind you mingling with us, young Braid?" Kazan once again steered the conversation back to the Navy, and Cipher Paul Braid spoke succinctly. I report directly to Minister Onest. Then, shifting the tone of the conversation, he inquired, do your colleagues mind your association with me? They should not, murmured Borisolino ambiguously. The reality is that the game had truly come to an end. The Navy was returning their territories, and Braid too would have to relinquish the domain of Cipher Paul. Minister Onest dispatched agents to escort the Pirate King alongside the Navy. Individuals unfamiliar to Braid, their appearances unknown to him, save for the fact that both were men donning masks. Do not entangle yourself too deeply with the Navy, was a reminder that also served as a caution. Braid squinted. I have my own methods of doing things. The other party remained silent, as quiet as two stone lions. Braid contemplated for a moment, choosing not to remain in the chamber, instead gazing out at the scenery from the corridor of the airship. The dusk was approaching. Braid. The mosquito girl whispered as she approached him. I found it. Well done, Joanna, Braid replied, affectionately ruffling the mosquito girl's hair in praise. Following Braid's instructions, the mosquito girl commanded the swarm to scour the airship, meticulously inspecting each naval officer on board, including the weaponry and equipment, in order to ascertain the identity of the executioner of the Pirate King. Thus, it was concluded, the clandestine scheme of Brad has been meticulously prepared. As the journey reaches its midpoint, Brad learns from the Navy that the notorious pirate, Gold Lion, who dared to infiltrate the naval headquarters at Marineford, has been subdued by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, and subsequently imprisoned in the depths of the undersea prison. The cost incurred by the Navy has been substantial, with nearly half of Marineford laid to waste and hundreds, if not thousands, of naval personnel casualties. In an instant, the gravity of the situation unfolds. Brad faintly comprehended the madness of the Pirate King's maneuvers and what they truly entailed. He patiently awaited his turn to guard the Pirate King. The pinnacle of observation hockey allows one to glimpse fleeting moments of the future, yet there are exceptional individuals who can foresee further. Brett's gaze sharpened. Joel D. Roger? How far into the future can you truly see? The sound of clashing iron chains echoed. Roger looked up, fixing his gaze on Brett. Your surrender, I surmise, is not merely a desperate bid for attention before your demise. Brett asserted with unwavering confidence. Even the leak of news regarding your progeny is part of your grand strategy. Is it not? Roger smiled enigmatically without uttering a word. Have you heard of the Golden Lion who boldly stormed the Navy headquarters? Brett continued. I believe his reckless actions were not within your calculations. Chapter 27. The hidden game. The Pirate King remained silent. Perhaps the toxins developed by the world government's scientific division had indeed ravaged his vocal cords? Or perhaps, in facing a monumental crossroads in life, he had learned that silence is golden? In any case, he remained mute, quietly gazing through the narrow window at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, occasionally inhaling deeply, revealing that he was relishing the dwindling moments of his existence. Brett ceased his inquiries, driven by an insatiable curiosity and impulsiveness that compelled him to seek communication with the Pirate King, despite the futility of such an endeavor. Many intricate details of his inquiries remained unconnected in his mind. At last, the date was September 1st, 1498, in the era of the Sea Circle. A moment destined to be etched in history. The incessant drizzle finally relented. Indeed, no matter how severe the weather, be it bullets or blades, it could not deter the eager crowd, let alone a gentle rain. The square of Logtown was already overflowing with people. A glance revealed a sea of humanity, disguised pirates, lurking hunters, concealed ninjas, nobles, merchants, commoners, and journalists from various professions and backgrounds. A small town in the East Blue, usually home to a mere few thousand residents, was today swarming with hundreds of thousands, filling every inch of ground and sky. Why haven't they arrived yet? Don't push me, you bastard. Are you courting death? In such throngs, anxiety breeds easily, leading to inevitable friction and conflict, making the task of maintaining order particularly arduous for the Navy. The Navy's struggles in upholding the peace in Logtown stemmed from a shortage of personnel, a consequence of the higher-ups' machinations within the world government. Their current strategy for Logtown was emblematic of a classic approach: laxity within, tightly controlled without. Internally, they imposed no restrictions on anyone wishing to witness the public execution of the Pirate King. Externally, they amassed a large force, poised to apprehend a multitude of wanted criminals once the execution concluded, thereby achieving the dual purpose of using the Pirate King's demise to instill fear in wrongdoers. Moreover, The world government remained uncertain about the veracity of the reports concerning the most nefarious bloodline residing on Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea. They were skeptical about the current state of the disbanded Roger Pirates and sought to gauge the situation through the public execution of the Pirate King. Selecting Logtown in the East Blue for this execution was a brazen declaration to the world that all members of the Roger Pirates had been captured, serving as a means to test the authenticity of the rumors surrounding the most wicked bloodline on Bartolomeo Island. The world government was particularly eager to ascertain the truth of these claims, as their ruling class was built upon a legacy of hereditary succession. They were confident in the power of bloodlines. They feared not the imminent demise of the Pirate King, but rather the potential emergence of the historically most malevolent bloodline. What, then, is the East Blue? Regarding the world government, the East Sea stands as the most tranquil among the 5 major seas of the world. Conversely, in the realm of pirates, it is deemed the weakest of the 5. Thus, the apparent decision of the world government to publicly execute the Pirate King in the East Sea, even in his hometown of Logtown, seemingly reflects a formidable resolve of global rulers, allowing him to return to his roots and avoiding the tragedy of dying far from home. However, this is not the case. The world government harbors malice. They have chosen the side of execution for the theoretically strongest pirate in the world in the sea that pirates consider the weakest, subjecting him to humiliation before his friends and family. Without a doubt, the world government is trampling upon the dignity of the Pirate King and, by extension, the entire Roger Pirates crew. In the pirate ethos, the captain's honor is synonymous with that of the crew. The world government shows no fear of the Roger Pirates revealing the truth of their supposed arrest in front of the public, should the Roger Pirates appear in Logtown. Enduring such a dignity, they would ensure the capture of what is deemed the most malevolent bloodline in history. Conversely, if the Roger Pirates endure this humiliation, the world government would sense impending peril, fearing that this notorious bloodline may indeed exist. The self-surrender of the Pirate King represents a self-sacrifice aimed at diverting the world government's attention from the South Blue's Baltigo Island, where his lineage has been inadvertently discovered. The Roger Pirates remain in close proximity to Baltigo Island, poised to rescue their young master. The intricate game surrounding the public execution of the Pirate King is largely informed by Minister Wano's insights, with a portion stemming from Bread's conjectures. At this moment, Bread, having seemingly mastered transformation and duplication techniques, embodies both the executioner and the observer, adorned in the garb of a grim executioner. Wielding a temporarily altered weapon of his nun ability, gluttony, he leads the procession of the Navy, escorting the Pirate King to the gallows. The Navy originally assigned to perform the execution has fallen under the control of the Mosquito Woman. Later, Bread will employ Tamamo's illusions to obscure their memories, convincing them that they have successfully executed the Pirate King. Clang, clang, clang. The chimes resonated melodiously, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment, instantly silencing the bustling square of Rogue Town. The crisp clatter of chains echoed as the path leading to the hastily constructed gallows became illuminated by the presence of the Pirate King. A gentle breeze caressed the air, tousling his dark hair and causing his deep crimson cloak to flutter dramatically. Alas, he was bereft of his proud captain's hat. The shackled Pirate King moved forward slowly and with great difficulty. Not out of fear of death, but rather as a testament to his unwavering resolve, he was not one to be shamed into regret. The smile upon his visage indicated his lack of trepidation. Indeed, he continued to smile, inexplicably so. He bore no resemblance to a prisoner. Rather, he appeared as a triumphant general returning from victory. This was the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Chapter 28. The Dawn of the Great Pirate Era at 10:20. The Pirate King ascended, then seated himself upon the elevated platform of execution, akin to taking his rightful throne, surveying the multitude with unrestrained majesty. Brett, playing a dual role, stood flanking the Pirate King, casting his gaze over all present, including the king himself. He noted that the Pirate King was particularly attentive to the flashing cameras, recording devices, and telephonic insects, all tools broadcasting to the world. Gold Roger, born in the year 1443 of the sea calendar, was subjected to the most esteemed duty of the Rogue Town judge, who bore the weight of announcing the Pirate King's crimes. He was ecstatic, his fervor almost breaking his voice. You were sentenced for the most heinous crimes. Your transgressions are countless. Among the most egregious are piracy, pillaging, arson, smuggling, kidnapping, contempt for the law, and moral decay. A lengthy indictment ensued. Then, with a resounding thud, the gavel fell, echoing throughout the chamber. Your atrocious sins cannot be forgiven. Thus, you are hereby sentenced to death. Execute. the judge of Rogue Town bellowed. At 10:28, the sound of clashing execution tools resonated as Brett, momentarily assuming the role of executioner, prepared for the grim task ahead. Suddenly, the enduring will of generations, the shifting tides of time, and the dreams of humanity coalesced. As long as individuals continued to seek the answers to freedom, all of this would never cease. Roger smiled, not uttering a word. Yet his voice reverberated in the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, the journalists relayed the words they heard, broadcasting live to the entire world. Brett furrowed his brow. Was it the advanced application of Kenbunshika hockey, or perhaps the listening to the voices of all things? Suddenly, a voice, hoarse and desperate, erupted, articulating the unasked question that lingered in the hearts of many. One Piece. Where have you hidden all the treasures you found, Pirate King? Surely, they reside within the Grand Line. You have indeed obtained it, the great treasure, that unparalleled treasure, the One Piece. Within the perception of Kenbunshika hockey, Brett pinpointed the source of the shout, a nondescript, middle-aged man in a vest. Brett mused, sensing traces of disguise upon the man. My treasure? If you desire it, I can offer it all to you. Go and seek it. I have placed everything in this world there. Without uttering a word, Roger's voice reverberated in the hearts of all present, relayed by the journalists who conveyed the sound they heard live to the entire world. No longer hesitating, at 10:30, the scene erupted. Swish, swish, the gleam of blades, the sin of blood. Thus, the legend of an era came to an end. A brief silence ensued. The uproar erupted. Pirate King. I shall become the Pirate King. Setting sail. No one can stop me. The world was in chaos. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Brett, having achieved his goal, retreated, beckoning Mosquito Girl and Tamamonome to execute their plan, striving for a seamless operation. Even though it was hardly feasible. After all, those who had devoured the life energy through excessive consumption either turned to mummies or vanished into ash. He relied on the latter. Thus, the Pirate King's death left only his garments, inciting a stir that hinted at the supernatural. Disregarding the turmoil outside, Brett withdrew to a local inn in Rogue Town, needing to quickly assimilate the life energy of the Pirate King. The gluttony did not preserve another life energy permanently. He was not disappointed. Although the Pirate King suffered from a terminal illness, it was by no means a mundane death from exhaustion. His vast life energy had not waned or dissipated. Utilizing the Imperial Artifact blood collection and rapid absorption, Brett indulged in the life energy of Roger, savoring the exquisite, rich essence. It was far superior to the life energy of Krallo Lucifer from the Phantom Troop. The spiritual sensations were beyond description. Yet Brett was acutely aware of the physical changes. Muscles, bones, meridians, energy points, and cells were all strengthening, expanding, and diligently working to accept and digest the life energy of the Pirate King, transforming it into his own. Brett firmly believes that even though the process of assimilating the life energy of the Pirate King may be fraught with considerable waste, his strength is destined to undergo a transformative leap. While Brett immerses himself in the pursuit of power, a tempest brews above the town of Rock. Are you truly not coming with me, Naji? No, I still harbor hope. I will wait for you. In a secluded corner of a street, Naji Shitan, shouldering the romantic artillery known as Pumpkin, silently lights a cigarette. Her gaze is fixed upon an individual who is gradually receding into the distance, shedding the naval uniform in favor of a cerulean robe. He is none other than the illustrious Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D., Garpa's son. Renowned as a leading figure among the new generation of elite Marines, alongside the likes of Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji. He is the former Rear Admiral, codenamed Green Dragon. Monkey D., Dragon. Not far away, a heated dispute unfolds between a red-haired youth and a boy with a red nose, their tears still fresh. Bucky, we should stick together. I refuse to be your subordinate. In the square, a lingering crowd observes. This is merely the beginning. The prologue of a new era has commenced. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Set sail. My ambition is to become the Pirate King. At Mariewa, the upper echelons of the world government stand in stunned silence, exchanging no words. Despite their elaborate scheming, they find themselves outmaneuvered. Time passes, and one of them curses, "Damn it." The remnants of the Roger pirates have yet to appear, indicating a significant likelihood that the island of Beridil in the South Sea harbors the most malevolent bloodline in history. We cannot allow its emergence. What a pity. If only Roger had surrendered and Golden Lion had been captured, the three great pirates at sea would have been reduced to just Whitebeard, at his most vulnerable. We lack the time to address the new world. We must face reality, The World Conference is due this year. With military funding and the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan as the priority. Chapter 29, The Aftermath. Young ones, set sail. The legendary great treasure shall be mine. Ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echo. The age of pirates has arrived. The sea is the rightful abode of men. I shall become the pirate king. The echoes of gunfire reverberate wildly, while shells explode with a cacophony that pierces the air. The clamor of pirates is both grating and grotesque. Civilians cower within their homes, trembling in fear, as those who yearn for tranquility find themselves adrift in uncertainty. The pervasive panic continues to spread, unabated and relentless. It has been 12 hours since the Pirate King was publicly executed. His final words have already permeated the world through the media coverage of his execution. Dreamers, opportunists, and malevolent miscreants, eager to exploit the chaos, have all begun to act. Thus, the entire globe finds itself ensnared in a state of turmoil, suffering devastation that transcends mere disruption of relative peace. Order, economy, trade, and more are all incurring immense losses, leading even to a historical regression. Rogue Town in the East Sea is undoubtedly the epicenter of this pirate frenzy, for it is both the birthplace and the site of the Pirate King's demise, imbued with profound significance. Every individual who hoists the pirate flag and ventures out to sea feels compelled to visit this place, as if on a pilgrimage. Consequently, it stands as the most heavily afflicted area in this wave of piracy, and even the naval forces, despite their amassed might, struggle to contain the chaos. Those who partake in this turmoil either possess extraordinary motives or are thoroughly villainous, harboring sinister intentions. Even the rare and earnest Yu Zhao Qian finds it challenging to aptly describe the Pirate King and his deeds. Brett sat atop a heap of desiccated corpses, languidly bored. He had also partaken in the hunt against the pirates, a fitting opportunity to test his prowess. It mattered little. What was paramount was the arrival of an epic marked by tumult and grandeur. "Oh, it seems you are not troubled by your predicament," remarked Tamamonome with a cheerful smile. "Rather, you appear to be quite anticipating it." Bread remained silent. "What manner of person are you?" Lord Bread, with a finger tracing the contours of his tail, mused. "I have come to comprehend much about the world beyond Peace Island. You, who unmistakably belong to the Cipher Pole, an agency under the world government, have nevertheless been embraced by its adversaries, or rather, its semi-adversaries, elevating you to the esteemed position of vice president." Just then, the ringing of a mobile phone interrupted Tamamo's contemplation. "This is Bread," he answered. "What is it, old officer?" "What is it, you ask?" "For heaven's sake, young Bread, do you not realize the urgency? I am nearly at my wit's end. Cannot you take the initiative to alleviate my burden?" Minister Wanister lamented, pressing him. "Hurry back to the Holy Land. The higher-ups have already decided to convene this year's World Conference at the beginning of next month, and I intend for you to oversee the arrangements." Bread pondered and remarked, "Given the current circumstances, it seems the Navy will likely be unable to escort the royal attendees to the World Conference this year." "Indeed," Minister Wanister responded. "I shall provide you with the specific details upon your return to the Holy Land." With that, Bread terminated the communication and turned to Tamamonome, saying, "Please continue, Ms. Tamamonome." Tamamonome, with a lackluster demeanor, candidly expressed, "I simply believe you utterly lack the qualities of serving the sovereign while receiving his bounty and being loyal to the sovereign's affairs. Perhaps I am more reserved and not adept at expressing myself." Bread offered a perfunctory reply, stating, "Joanna, we are leaving." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Ms. Tamamonome, I cannot take you to Mary Gios. Would you prefer to continue your explorations?" Tamamonome decisively responded, "I shall continue to explore. I have yet to fully enjoy myself." Approximately a week later, in Mary Gios, at the Cipher Pole headquarters, in light of the so-called era of great pirates unfolding, the global situation had become unprecedentedly dire. Therefore, this World Conference would differ from previous ones. The selection of member states participating under the government's banner must be approached with utmost caution. Minister Wanister solemnly stated, "I have summarized 3 conditions for you. First, obedience. Second, affluence. Third, significant influence. Brito, the Kingdom of Alabaston does not meet any of your selection criteria, Minister Wanister." "Do not jest, young Brito. I am truly at my wit's end," exclaimed Minister Wanister in exasperation. Brett smiled and said, "When the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Remain calm, my old commander." Sighing with resignation, Minister Wanister pondered, "And what of Monkey D. Dragon? Are you familiar with him? Bread raised his hands in exasperation. I merely comprehend that he is the son of the hero Admiral Monkey D. Garp. During the Navy's focused efforts to escort the future pirate king to the East Sea, we hardly exchanged a word. He is not one to mingle easily. He may have defected. Minister Onest furrowed his brow and corrected himself. No, he is missing. Brett's fingers tapped thoughtfully. I comprehend the implications regarding Hirocarp. The government must exercise caution. As long as Dorag does not overtly engage in piracy or openly oppose the government, they cannot classify his disappearance as defection. We must conduct a discreet investigation into him. Minister Onest remarked. I harbor concerns for others, but I place my trust solely in you, young Brett. Your meticulous nature and keen intellect assure me that you will handle this matter adeptly. Bread, taken aback, exclaimed, Is it truly the secret investigation of Dorag that prompted your haste in summoning me back to the Holy Land? The implications are far too extensive. Minister Onest did not deny this, responding with a sigh. Bread sat in silence for a moment and inquired, Is there anything else? The Minister of Honor, Ernest, appeared sluggish, his exhaustion evident. I am preparing to embark once more on a mission to the Hunters Association. Burdeo remarked, Has the honeymoon period between the government and the Hunters Association returned? Enough of this, little Bread. Minister Onset replied, I hope you can rally your influence within the Hunters Association to advocate for cooperation, even if only temporarily. The government requires the leverage of the Hunters Association for stability. Brett's eyes darted as he pondered. Has the second large-scale civil war in Wano truly come to a close? Otherwise, the government would not react so severely to mere pirate proliferation. Minister Onest nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. The Era of Sin. The Quadrennial World Conference stands as a monumental event of global significance, serving both as an evaluation of the world government's affiliated nations and as a scrutiny of their adherence to regulations. In the preceding cycle of the conference, the number of nations under the world government's banner was 172, but this cycle has seen a reduction to 169, with 3 kingdoms stripped of their membership. The reasons for the revocation of a kingdom's status typically stem from their perceived threats to the world government or collusion with its adversaries, as well as issues regarding insufficient or delayed tribute and heavenly gold, particularly the latter. The insatiable greed of hegemonic powers over the past 8 centuries has led to the ruin of countless kingdoms. There are, however, kingdoms that evade taxation and the scrutiny of the world government, yet remain perennial contenders for participation in the World Conference. Selected from a curated list of over 100 affiliated nations. Among these is the Alabasta Kingdom, the only one consistently favored by the world government. What sets the Alabasta Kingdom apart is its royal lineage, the Nefertari family. Of the 20 royal families that founded the world government nearly 8 centuries ago, 19 relocated to Mariawa, becoming known as the Celestial Dragons, the so-called gods of creation, thus initiating their dominion over the world. The one family that did not migrate to Mariawa is the Nefertari clan of Alabasta. The reasons for their continued favor from the world government, despite their seemingly traitorous lineage, remain unclear to the populace, though Brett understands well that the Nefertari family has long been the guardian of one of the ancient 3 weapons, Pluton. Therefore, prior to the Cipher Poll Agent's examination of the world government's member nations, Brett prioritized the Alabasta Kingdom in his final report to superiors regarding the 50 nations participating in the World Conference. The remaining affiliated nations would not enjoy the same fortune as Alabasta. They would be subject to the world government's scrutiny. Typically, the distribution of member nations participating in the World Conference is predominantly from the East Blue, followed by the South Blue and West Blue, with the North Blue trailing behind, and the Grand Line being the least represented. The East Blue is the most tranquil of the world's oceans, home to many prosperous kingdoms that have garnered the world government's favor. The South and West Blues are somewhat less favored than the East, while the North Blue, known for its harshness, breeds pirates and criminals. The Grand Line, particularly the New World, presents a complex situation, with many member nations severely affected by piracy and exhibiting dual governance structures. As Brett perused the archives of the world government's affiliated nations, he suddenly recalled the Mafia Federation Kingdom, the empire of the underworld. I am Brett. Dialing the phone, Brad remarked, I nearly forgot about you, Capone Beaky. Must I now refer to you as the venerable elder of the global mafia? Beaky replied, the Godfather. After a brief silence, Beaky respectfully added, It has been a long time since we last communicated, and I apologize for not inquiring about your well-being more often. Brett scoffed, Don't give me that. Have you managed to secure the position of the 10 elders? Have you? I certainly have, Becky quickly affirmed. Bradeo, prepare yourself. I intend to broaden your horizons. Huh? Becky was taken aback. The World Conference, this year's World Conference. Bradeo replied with a smile, by the way. I seem to have neglected to inform you of my true identity. I am not a hunter, rather. I am an operative embedded within the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, an agent of the world government's cypherpol. More precisely, I am part of CPA 0, which signifies that you are my clandestine operative for the world government. Do you comprehend? Becky, after a moment of contemplation, responded with difficulty. I understand. I will orchestrate this year's World Conference. After pondering for a moment, Bradeo added, so be it. Prepare accordingly. The communication ended. Becky, being astute, understood the weight of Bradeo's words. And then, betrayal arises from insufficient leverage, from acquiring more than one is willing to relinquish. By invoking the banner of the world government, Bradeo had effectively sealed Becky's fate. Continuing to peruse the data on the member states of the world government, Bradeo quietly spent a fulfilling day. As evening approached, he remarked, the kingdom of Kajim possesses intriguing elements. Send someone for a meticulous investigation and review. Yes, my lord Bradeo, came the obsequious reply. It was Shigong. Bradeo had intentionally assigned Shigong to assist him, consciously promoting him. After taking a few steps, Bradeo inquired, Mr. Shigong, do you have any noteworthy news? Of the intriguing variety. Shigong pondered before responding. The tales surrounding the most malevolent bloodline in history left on the island of Badalyra in the South Sea have been spreading widely, and furthermore, our operatives near Badalyra have inadvertently witnessed the first mate of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, and the combat Captain Great Axeback Jabba. Many in the government deem it highly probable that the rumors are indeed true. The island of Badalyra in the South Sea does harbor the most malevolent bloodline in history. And what is the government's response? Bradeo raised an eyebrow. Most of the Navy's forces are engaged in suppressing pirates, with a small contingent amassed at Badalyra. We have also deployed significant resources there, Shigong reported. Braid nodded, silently acknowledging the revelation. Moreover, within just a few short weeks, an overwhelming influx of pirates had surged into the Grand Line, and some had begun to distinguish themselves, emerging as prominent figures. They were referred to as the Worst Generation. Shigong casually handed Braid a stack of newly issued bounty notices from the world government. Pirate Don Quixote del Flamingo, bounty of 140 million berries. Note, capture alive. Sir Crocodile, bounty of 81 million berries. Note, first bounty, user of the Sand fruit, extremely dangerous. Hero of the West Sea Gecko Moria, bounty of 120 million berries. Note, wielder of the Devil fruit, Shadow fruit. Extremely dangerous. Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk, bounty of 50 million berries. Note, first bounty. Some were familiar to Braid, while others were not. Until Spider Leader Krala Lucifer. Bounty of 30 million berries. Note, first bounty, leader of the new generation of the Phantom Troop. Chapter 31, Roger's Mad Maneuver. So it is. Brett has finally woven together all the intricate details, discerning the enigmatic endeavors of GOLD. Roger since his arrival at Laughtail and his ascension to the throne of the Pirate King. However, in light of the fact that the individual in question is deceased and there are no witnesses to corroborate his actions, it can only be regarded as his personal conjecture. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that his speculation may be strikingly close to the truth. Was it upon reaching Laughtail that Roger uncovered its secrets? Or perhaps during his journey to the island, he engaged with Kazuki Odin, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, who possessed the ancestral skills of engraving and interpreting the poneglyphs. Alternatively, did he come into contact with the historians from O'Hara who had fled overseas, thus gaining insight into the century-long void concealed within the poneglyphs? In any case, having fulfilled his lifelong aspiration of becoming the Pirate King, Roger awakened a new dream to overthrow the tyrannical world government. Alas, Roger was already afflicted with a terminal illness, rendering his fervent actions seemingly hasty. Braid speculated that on the eve of the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Captain Roger met with the Whitebeard Pirates on the territory of Wano. Aside from entrusting some matters to his old friend, he also inadvertently influenced the onset of the second large-scale civil war in Wano. Though not severe, it prolonged the conflict for 2 years, culminating in a particularly delicate resolution. The Roger Pirates did not entirely disband. At least, key figures such as First Mate Silver's Rayleigh and Combat Captain Buggy the Clown maintained communication with Roger. The identity of Roger's companion, Port Gasti, Rouge, remained shrouded in mystery, and Braid suspected that she likely shared Roger's intentions. Thus, with the prerequisites in place, Roger began to conceive a child with Port-Asti, Rouge. This endeavor lasted over a year, nearing the desperate twilight of Roger's dwindling lifespan. In the third month of Port-Asti, Rouge's successful pregnancy, Roger enlisted the aid of Rayleigh's companion, Shikuyaku, a former president of the West Blue branch of the Hunter Association and now an intelligence broker with his own network. Through the Hunter Association's connections, they disseminated the news from South Blue's Badarilla Island, where witnesses claimed to have seen Roger exhibiting paternal rather than piratical behavior, thereby attracting the attention of the world government. Regardless of the peculiarities and implausibilities surrounding the accounts from Badarilla Island, the world government could not remain indifferent, for this concerned the Pirate King, the most nefarious bloodline in history. As the world government set its sights on the island of Badarilla in the South China Sea, Roger unexpectedly surrendered himself at the Navy headquarters on Marineford Island. Roger surmised that the world government would not allow him to die quietly. Whether they sought his head to quell the escalating pirate fervor ignited by his ascension to the Pirate King throne, or to test the veracity of the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the machinations of the world government had much to gain. True to form, the world government conspired to orchestrate a public execution, intending to outmaneuver Roger. However, they ultimately underestimated him. In a spectacle witnessed by countless onlookers, Roger delivered a breathtaking final proclamation, sacrificing his life to usher in the era of great pirates. Through decades of confrontation with the world government, Roger had come to understand the profound historical depth accumulated over 8 centuries, recognizing that a single wave of piracy could not destabilize the very foundations of the world government. Particularly, once the world government resolved to act with full force, it appeared that even the so-called era of great pirates might falter before it could truly commence. Thus, Roger not only sought to restrain the military might and attention of the world government by leveraging the conclusion of the second large-scale civil war in Wano, but he also used Port-Asti, Rouge, and the unborn pirate within her as bait. He commanded the core members of the Roger Pirates to linger around Badarilla Island, poised to seize the most malevolent bloodline in history, thereby exerting dual constraints on the world government's resources and focus. If he could merely delay their resolve for a year and a half, it would be sufficient to alter the course of fate. In truth, Roger came perilously close to failure, as the Golden Lion's surrender and the world government's vehement announcement of his arrest led to a tempestuous response, culminating in his eventual imprisonment at Marineford. The 3 most formidable pirate factions, the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Golden Lion's Armada, suddenly lost 2 of their number, resulting in an inevitable weakening of pirate strength overall. Had the world government acted decisively within the 2 months between Roger's surrender and his public execution, launching an incursion into the New World, even if they could not subdue the pirates there, the entire pirate coalition would have faced devastating losses. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era, teeming with countless new pirates, would merely serve to replenish the ranks of the New World's pirate forces. Fortunately, the ruling class of the world government, bound by a hereditary nature, was even more apprehensive about the existence of the most nefarious bloodline than Roger had anticipated. Roger sacrificed everything he could, including his wife and children, in hopes of waiting for someone to emerge who would inherit his will and overthrow the tyrannical world government. Certainly, even a tiger does not consume its own offspring. Roger, nonetheless, devised a few plans for his wife and children, enlisting the aid of the naval admiral and hero, Carp, who was both friend and foe, to assist in their care. Furthermore, he sought to expand the influence of the island of Baratillera in the South Sea. Eyewitness accounts of Roger displaying behavior more akin to that of a father than a pirate began to circulate, evolving into public opinion that compelled the world government to contemplate its credibility, making it increasingly difficult to erase the island from maps without detection. Many matters remained solely within the confidential grasp of Braid, secrets unknown to the world government. Otherwise, he would not possess the capability to intricately weave all details together. With his curiosity sated, Braid found solace, having no desire to disclose to the world government the extent of Roger's audacious maneuvers. Adjusting his posture, Braid reclined on the sofa in the VIP lounge of the airship visiting the Hunter Association. The once spacious lounge had grown rather cramped, filled with Braid's shadow clones. Since mastering the technique of multiple shadow clones, Braid discovered a newfound laziness. The convenience of shadow clones was undeniable, as they could undertake all forms of training except for the physical strength of his own body, which still required personal exertion. Indolence. Braid has given a nickname to the technique of multiple shadow clones. Chapter 32, An Outlier Among the Celestial Dragons. Lord Braid. Ah, I adore you. Twin Islands. Headquarters of the Hunter Association. The passionate screams resonated, numbing the ears, while faces flushed with emotion or choked with excitement, and numerous hands raised high, brandishing placards adorned with declarations of affection. Everything resembled the grand entrance of a world-renowned star idol. It is truly astonishing how immensely popular you are, remarked Minister Wonist, momentarily pausing at the steps of the airship. Although they have gathered here for you. Brett donned a warm smile and, with utmost seriousness, spoke utter nonsense. It's all funded by my expenses. Oh? Minister Ernest appeared taken aback. Braid narrowed his eyes and urged, hurry up. Old Commander, you are blocking the way. Upon landing, Lord Braid extended a warm welcome to Minister Wonist. Representing the Braid fan club, Cutie Beatty presented 2 bouquets of flowers, her expression oscillating dramatically as if afflicted by a split personality. One moment, she beamed at Braid, and the next, her face turned frosty upon addressing Minister Wonist. It was not a disdain for the world government that fueled her contempt, but rather a simple aversion to the coarse appearance and portly figure of Minister Wonist. After a perfunctory exchange with the fans, Braid and Minister Wonist set off towards the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Before long, they encountered each other again. Ah, little Wonist. Netero casually addressed Minister Wonist, an informal greeting that bore no offense, considering Netero was nearing a century of age, while Minister Wonist was not even half his age. Indeed. Mr. Netero, it is a pleasure to see you. Minister Wonist replied courteously. The 5 elders have also sent their regards. What ensued was a conversation that felt exceedingly informal, lacking the gravitas of diplomatic discussions between nations or factions. Please, have a seat, Netero said somewhat nonchalantly. I am well aware of your purpose. The world government wishes for our Hunter Association to maintain neutrality during this tumultuous era of pirates, to assist in hunting them down and restoring order. Am I correct? My answer is affirmative. Minister Wonist's eyes widened. Hunters do indeed include branches that pursue pirates and criminals. We at the Hunter Association also detest chaos, especially since most pirates harbor impure intentions. They lack dreams, merely seeking to exploit the currents of this era, causing tragedies everywhere, which is truly reprehensible and demands a severe crackdown. Netero spoke with great conviction, a departure from his usual amiability. Anticipating a difficult negotiation, Minister Wonist found himself at a loss for words. However, being a seasoned politician, he pondered briefly before cautiously probing. The government would not extend its goodwill towards the Hunter Association without expectation. If there are any difficulties faced by the association, Netero interjected. Yes, indeed. Minister Wonist encouraged. Please feel free to speak candidly. Netero scratched his shiny bald head, hesitating. I understand that the history of our Hunter Association, with its branches such as ancient text hunters and relic hunters, may have inadvertently offended the world government. Understood, Minister Wonist replied promptly. I will report this to the 5 elders, and I will strive for a clean slate. Thank you immensely, Mr. Netero. All for the sake of justice. All for the pursuit of peace. Nitro referenced a phrase often touted by the world government, leaving one uncertain whether it was a sardonic jest or a sincere remark. 2 elderly gentlemen, a corpulent man and a gaunt figure, exchanged pleasantries about their previous encounters before engaging in a meandering discourse about the world, which held little substantive value. Yet, their conversational rhythm was quite captivating, oscillating between rapid exchanges and contemplative pauses where each word was weighed carefully. Notably, they conspicuously opted to forget the presence of Braid. As if Cypher Pole had never had an operative named Braid Heyman infiltrate the upper echelons of the Hunter Association. It was not until the conclusion of the meeting that Nitro, in bidding farewell to Minister Wonist, conveyed a message from the 5 elders. The government welcomes the Hunter Association's participation in the World Conference, as we all jointly determine the future of the world, stated Minister Wonist with gravity. Nitro smiled and replied, I shall contemplate this. Take care, Mr. Nitro, Minister Wonist said, parting with a sense of reluctance. Braid remained at the headquarters of the Hunters Association. He could accompany Minister Wonist to the headquarters, but he must never leave with him. This situation felt somewhat like a futile attempt to deceive oneself. At least it afforded him a degree of respite. He continued to mislead the members of the Coordination Committee of the Hunters Association regarding his affiliations, asserting that he was not aligned with the world government. After a roundabout journey, Braid finally returned Minister Wonist's airship. That old fellow, as persistent as ever, ensured that the government would never truly gain control over the Hunters Association. Minister Wonist, with a new demeanor, indulged himself in a hearty meal while muttering to himself, replenishing his strength. Brett jestingly remarked, "Isn't one of your ambitions to outlive him? What? Are you plotting to eliminate him because you doubt your longevity? But it must be executed flawlessly. I truly cannot conceive how to achieve his demise." Minister Onest hesitantly responded, "The Holy Shield? The three great admirals of the Navy? The ace agents of Cypherpole? Regardless of who it may be. Victory in a one-on-one confrontation is exceedingly challenging, and even in a multiple adversary scenario, one must brace for significant losses. As for the little tornado, should it flourish as anticipated, I believe it could be feasible." Brett rested his chin on his hand, pondering, what is Tornado up to? It has been quite some time since I last reached out to her. He reflected upon your advice and resolved to enhance himself through diligent practice. Minister Onest, filled with satisfaction, regarded Tornado as if she were his own daughter. All those with talent are striving hard. What reason do I have not to exert myself? Brett sighed and continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, Minister Onest indulged in a lavish feast. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Little Brett, would you be interested if I were to introduce someone to you?" "Bredow, who is it?" "The Celestial Dragon." Minister Onest pondered for a moment and added, "An anomaly among the Celestial Dragons. An absolute prime candidate for the next elders. What can I gain from this?" Brett did not decline. Chapter 33, Major. I have heard what one has said, Brett. What I must emphasize is that the question is not what you can gain, but rather what you desire, and what you are willing to sacrifice for your desires. Shall we have a conversation? I trust you are not a dull person. In Mariewa. Within an idle office of Cypherpole, Brett met the individual whom Minister Onest had introduced. With golden short hair, wearing spectacles, impeccably dressed in a white suit and black leather shoes, he was a short, plump fellow who indeed did not conform to the conventional image of a celestial dragon. Although his appearance was unremarkable, it was certainly not unattractive. Devoid of the ingrained arrogance and cruelty often associated with his kind, his tone was calm, tinged with a hint of languor, easily endearing him to others. "If you are unclear about what I desire, I see no need to risk participating in your war. I could very well remain compliant. Whoever holds the highest position among the celestial dragons, whoever wields the power of the world government as elders, I would serve them." Brett spoke slowly. Neither subservient nor haughty, people always tend to chase after the footsteps of the victors. "Montana, call me Major." Montana removed his spectacles to wipe them. Montana Marks, a patriarch of the Max family within the celestial dragon community, preferred to be addressed as Major rather than Montana, as it pertained to a story of which he took great pride. He had once concealed his identity to join the Navy, starting as a mere soldier. And within a mere 6 months, he had risen to the rank of Major, proving his talent, only to be discovered and forced to return to Mariewa. According to Minister Onest's flattering introduction, Montana is among the few within the celestial dragon community to awaken a sense of crisis and support reforms against the antiquated and decaying systems that have persisted for over 7 centuries. As a hawkish and radical leader, he is undoubtedly the prime candidate for the next highest position among the celestial dragons, poised to lead the world government in its quest for global domination. Minister Onest holds high hopes for Montana's future, having made early investments, which, of course, represent only his personal views. Even as the head of Cypherpole, he does not speak for the organization as a whole. "All right, Major," Brett remarked, replacing his spectacles. Montana smiled. "I am also agreeable, Brett. I have grasped your intent. You are an unwavering pragmatist, and I shall refrain from discussing life, dreams, or any nonsensical matters, lest I waste my breath while you grow impatient. Let us instead discuss the matter of power. What you seek is power, is it not?" "Indeed, power. Indeed. What you seek is power," Brett remarked in a contemplative tone. Montana nodded, reflecting, "Power manifests in myriad forms. Yet not everyone possesses the privilege to transform it into a controllable and utilizable force. I am willing to expend my strength to ensure your safety, to eliminate adversaries or clear obstacles, provided that you, in turn, contribute your power for me to convert into something manageable and beneficial." Brett articulated with a certain reluctance. Montana swirled the wine in his goblet, responding, "A pleasant collaboration? Indeed, a delightful partnership. However, I abstain from alcohol." Brett furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you not suspect that I might seize your power without honoring my commitments?" Montana erupted in laughter. "Oh, spare me the jest, Brett. Ha! I have already stated. You are an unwavering pragmatist. To put it bluntly, you are a wolf of self-interest, a voracious creature, as long as you have not yet sated your appetite. And until another offers you greater benefits than I, you shall never breach our alliance. I trust you more than I do Ernest. Brett fell silent, perhaps compelled to concede to Montana's assessment. Taking the initiative, he remarked, I will reach out should anything arise. Montana, with a slight protrusion of his abdomen, cheerfully clasped his hands behind his back and made his exit. As he approached the door, he gestured towards the desk, saying, a small token. Once Montana had vanished from sight, Braid surveyed the two boxes adorning his desk. The first, a diminutive container, cradled a heart-shaped, pink devil fruit, inscribed with the name Sweet Fruit and categorized as a paramecia type. The second box contained an ancient scroll. Undoubtedly, the Sweet Fruit was a powerful and remarkable devil fruit. Yet its captivating allure was such that Braid could scarcely envision the enthrallment it would evoke among people of all ages. In contrast, the aged scroll held invaluable information regarding the immensely perilous Qin-Long clan of super-dangerous magical beasts, which Braid had once sought in vain. It even detailed a definitive method for reaching the elusive cloud nest of the Eastern Sea, suggesting that the Major had conducted thorough investigations into his pursuits. Temporarily setting aside the Major's gifts, Braid calmly continued to execute the arrangements for the World Conference. In mid-September, the 50 slots for the member states of the world government participating in the conference were announced. Braid, employing his tried-and-true methods, extended an invitation to a renowned airship company to undertake the transportation duties. However, the process was not without its obstacles. Lord Braid, Shigon exclaimed hurriedly, the king of the Kargan Empire requests that you increase the guard. Brett raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what is the reason? Someone has expended a considerable sum to hire an assassin from the Dyke family to eliminate him. Brett radiated a smile. The Zodikers? The Zodikers, a peculiar surname, represent an equally eccentric family, whose lineage is steeped in the art of assassination. Indeed, it is a profession akin to laborers toiling away or farmers tending to their fields. Yet, even among laborers and farmers, there exists the exceptional. Similarly, the Zodiker family stands as one of the preeminent groups within the realm of assassination. They are extraordinarily formidable, often disregarding any opposing forces. Once a sufficient bounty is pledged, they will accept any contract, irrespective of the target's identity. Inform Minister Onest that the arrangements for the World Conference are nearly finalized. The remainder is for him to preside over. I shall pay a visit to the Zodiker family. Brett's enthusiasm surged. Let us depart. Joanna. Lord Brett. Lord Brett. Chapter 34. Seba Zodiker. The Kagan Empire is an esteemed member state under the aegis of the world government. Strategically located on a peninsula that extends from the Red Earth continent into the Eastern Sea, adjacent to the Dark Continent. It has long served as a bastion for the world government's explorations into the Dark Continent, thus enjoying considerable privileges. Although it does not quite rival the grandeur of the Alabastan Kingdom, Braid journeyed aboard an airship for 3 days, arriving at the illustrious Kakan Empire, where he marveled at its grandeur and distilled his impressions into a few salient points: the vast expanse of its territory, its relative affluence, and its recent peculiar association with the corpulent. The current monarch, King Grey-Pot-Mead, a rather bizarre moniker, was a rotund figure, resembling an upright oval, perpetually adorned with a cheerful countenance. On his head rested a comical tuft of hair, and his attire was notably casual and approachable. Had Braid not conducted prior research on him, he would scarcely have believed this jovial individual was the ruler of the Kakan Empire. Welcome to the emerging nation, Grey. King Grey-Pot-Mead earnestly greeted Braid. The king's self-proclaimed emerging nation referred to the Kakan Empire itself. Approximately a decade and a half ago, the Kakan Empire underwent a transformation from a socialist regime to a parliamentary democracy, prompted by the so-called quietest revolution in the world, known as the Jinlin Pavilion Incident. It was during this period that the royal family's name was expunged from the nation's title, and the newly established nomenclature was adopted for development. Unfortunately, this transformation has not garnered recognition from the world government. While Braid was not versed in the specifics, he understood that the world government only acknowledged the Kakan Empire and not the so-called emerging nation. This implied that while the Kakan Empire could privately refer to itself as an emerging nation without issue in official contexts, it remained the Kakan Empire. Otherwise, the world government, with its considerable means, would not hesitate to impose sanctions upon them. I am Braid Hyman, CP0, Braid introduced himself. Let us dispense with pleasantries, for I am here to resolve issues. After all, I am at the helm of the arrangements for this year's World Conference, and I wish for my work to proceed without any missteps. King Grey.It erupted in exaggerated laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, Your Excellency, you truly are a remarkable young man." Bled remained silent. The king of the Grey Pot, adept at discerning the subtle nuances of expression, immediately assumed a grave demeanor and stated, "A few days ago, I was the target of an assassination attempt. Fortunately, my decoy perished instead. The assailant has been identified through surveillance footage as a member of the Zodic family. I have also confirmed the identity of the individual who orchestrated the assassination through various channels. In short, I had no choice but to seek assistance from the government." "Which member of the Zodic family?" Bled inquired. The king of the Grey Pot was taken aback for a moment before responding, Sheba Zodic. "The only son and heir of the current head of the Zodic family. Is it truly him?" Bled asked. The king of the Grey Pot nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Pack your belongings and summon your queen, prince, and guards. We shall depart upon my command," Bled remarked casually, ignoring the anxious demeanor of the king of the Grey Pot. Bled activated his observation abilities, instructing Joanna, "Direct the mosquito swarm to search for a middle-aged male, standing between 6 to 7 feet tall, robust in stature, with long silver hair, skilled in concealing his presence, and so forth. Our airship is delayed, and there is no need to search further. He has appeared." Within the realm of his observation, Sheba's figure flashed momentarily, and it was evident that the airship Bled had taken to visit the Karjan Empire had been compromised. Tap, tap, tap. Fingers drummed rhythmically on the table. Bled dialed the airship company, demanding the deployment of 10 airships from their division in the Kakan Empire. "Flight. Halt. This is not a negotiation. The location is the palace of the Kakan Empire." Shortly after, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the king of the Grey.It, accompanied by his large entourage. Bled swiftly performed a hand sign and enacted a transformation technique. In an instant, the identical form of the king of the Grey.It materialized. "What? Ninja technique?" whispered the onlookers, murmuring in confusion. "I implore you, king of the Grey.It, to masquerade as my guard," Bled requested. The king, eager to let Bled shoulder the risk, readily complied. Before long, a thunderous sound echoed as 10 airships descended in succession upon the palace of the Kakan Empire. Following Bled's command, 7 of the airships formed a circular barrier to obscure visibility, while 3 remained centrally positioned. It would be impossible to discern which airship the king of the Grey.It and his family boarded with mere eyesight. Thus, Sheba would need to employ his observation haki or Nin abilities. If he utilized observation haki, Bled would be unable to lock onto him, and should he resort to Nin, the outcome would be inevitable. Bled's impersonation of the king was merely a precaution against Sheba's potential interruption during the boarding process of the king and his family. Once the family safely boarded the airship, Bled dispelled his transformation and relied on the flying abilities of Mosquito Girl for escort, remaining vigilant against any disturbances from Sheba during the ascent. As the airship reached a sufficient altitude, Bled descended. "Why do you not act?" Bled questioned, perplexed. Not far off, Sheba approached, offering himself. "Are you from the cipher pole of the world government? Why do you not act?" Bled repeated his inquiry. Sheba replied calmly, "My employer does not wish to provoke the world government. From the moment you arrived in the Kakan Empire, my commission concluded. You have sabotaged my airship. This is contradictory." Bled retorted, "I did not damage your airship. Check your identity," Sheba countered. "I do not believe you," Bled insisted stubbornly. "A contest, perhaps? I have journeyed a great distance upon hearing of the Don Quixote family. I am not interested." Sheba shook his head and turned to leave. The buzzing of a swarm of mosquitoes filled the air. Bled's fingers danced with a hint of menace. "I have yet to say I shall spare you. Do not play with fire, boy." The glint in Sheba's eyes was frosty. "Are you angry?" Bled teased. "I thought assassins were devoid of emotions." Chapter 35. Flaws. As the sole heir and eldest son of the not particularly populous Zoldyck family, Sheba had long been deemed the unequivocal successor to the family legacy. He harbored a profound sense of destiny and confidence regarding his inheritance, complemented by unwavering diligence and remarkable talent, ultimately endowing him with all the exemplary qualities necessary to uphold the family's traditions. The Zoldyck family's vocation, one of the oldest professions in human history, is that of an assassin. Undoubtedly, they stand as paragons in this ancient craft, distinguished by their formidable prowess, audacity, and a deep reverence for the spirit of contracts. This signifies their fearless approach to taking lives, coupled with a commendable success rate, as long as the remuneration offered by their clients is sufficiently generous. Sheba is the meticulously cultivated new generation of the Zoldyck family, poised to become their flagship representative. Braid understood the formidable strength of Sheba, which is precisely why he provoked him. He sought to gauge his prowess. I made my intentions clear. Should you fail to defeat me, you shall not escape. Braid's beaming demeanor stood in stark contrast to Sheba's icy countenance. Sheba, with his robust physique, calmly stated, as though merely stating a fact, I wish to leave, and no one can stop me. Impossible. With a nimble leap, Braid darted forward like a leopard. Thrust. Finger gun. The sixth form of martial arts, combined with the formidable armament haki, exuded an overwhelming aura. Father Anderson had repeatedly cautioned Braid against mastering the armament haki too early, as it could hinder his physical development. Yet, through 8 years of deliberate training to enhance his physical strength, Braid had inadvertently mastered the armament haki by the tender age of 15. While he could not yet achieve complete body hardening, he had certainly mastered partial hardening with remarkable skill. Sheba sidestepped, enveloped in a frenzied aura, his arms swiftly slicing through the air as if preparing to strike, like a venomous serpent poised to ensnare its prey. The serpent strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous collision was brief yet ferocious, with force swirling around Braid as Sheba unleashed his full might. The earth shattered, dust billowing into the air. Boom. Crash. Braid encountered a fierce assault from Sheba, managing to break free from the fray and glide several meters away. Braid, exclaimed the mosquito woman with concern, for she truly wished to assist him, yet found herself powerless as he had forbidden her to do so. Braid waved at the mosquito woman, simultaneously easing his numbed arm, indicating that he was unscathed. He mused to himself, the primal force is terrifyingly potent, a physique of monstrous caliber. In the context where the powers wielded by both combatants, such as thought, willpower, and chakra, are relatively comparable, the true determinants of victory must revert to the essence of humanity, intellect and physical prowess. Braid personally experienced the extraordinary physical prowess of Sheba, which was undeniably monstrous, rivaling that of a large magical beast. Meanwhile, Sheba grew serious, as he possessed a deeper understanding of his primal strength than Braid. Particularly when harnessing his telekinetic abilities, he could effortlessly open the heavy, specially designed trial gates of the enemy's family home, gates that required over 256 tons of force to budge. Remarkably, he emerged unscathed. Sheba was astonished by Braid's reckless choice to engage in close combat, realizing that despite their fierce confrontation, Braid remained unharmed. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity danced in the air. Sheba transformed his thoughts into purple lightning, embodying the sixth nature of intent. Braid stepped back, uncertain whether Sheba's transformation would amplify his speed and strength. He quickly formed hand seals, initiating a ninjutsu to test the waters. Wind release, pressure damage. The nature transformation of chakra encompasses the 5 elements: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, each in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Wind counters lightning, as the principle states that wind can slice through lightning. Boom. Chakra coalesced in his mouth, a high-pressure wind sphere charged and launched. Thunder rumbled. A massive crater, several meters in diameter, formed where Sheba had previously stood. Zing. Crackle. The electric flashes intensified, and the arcs of electricity danced with increasing vigor. Ascending into the air to evade Braid's high-pressure wind sphere, Sheba gathered exaggerated bolts of lightning in both hands, diving towards Braid. A direct hit would spell disaster. Braid swiftly assessed the situation and adeptly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground shook violently. Boom. Thud. Boom. The earth trembled and quaked. The formidable wall crafted by Braid was swiftly obliterated by Sheba's overwhelming power. The earth could not withstand the penetrating force of the lightning. It was the end. Sheba locked eyes with Braid. The exaggerated lightning chakra he had gathered manifested upon Braid's chest. Then, with a resounding boom, smoke enveloped the scene. A piece of wood bore the brunt of Sheba's lightning chakra in place of Braid. The substitution technique, the most rudimentary of ninjutsu, revealed that your encounters with the ninjas of the Land of Water are rather scarce. Earth release, Earth flow river. Fire release, Fire dragon bullet. Transitioning from the substitution technique to a stealth maneuver, Braid silently appeared behind Sheba, drawing upon his abundant chakra to execute a combination of ninjutsu. The ground beneath them transformed into a mudslide, and Sheba, struggling to maintain his balance, was unable to employ his techniques in time, taking the full brunt of Braid's fiery assault. Are you made of steel? How can you endure such a blow? Braid, pausing his ninjutsu, marveled at Sheba's resilience. His observation hockey keenly attuned. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sighed, "Let us call it a day. There's no point in fighting when victory is unattainable, nor defeat likely." Braid realized that he lacked a decisive killing blow. Sheba remained silent, quietly withdrawing from the mudslide. "Does the Don Quixote family accept any commission?" Braid inquired. Sheba nodded, stating, "As long as the remuneration is sufficient." After a moment's thought, he added, "What if the client were you? Would you refuse?" Braid raised an eyebrow. Sheba replied, "The compensation would have to be double that of others performing similar tasks." "Are you seeking revenge then?" Braid shrugged. Sheba candidly responded, "Indeed." Chapter 36. The 7 warlords of the sea plan to kill multiple birds with one stone by actively provoking Sheba. Braid intended to use their confrontation as a means to assess his own strength and recognize his shortcomings. Having achieved his anticipated goal, he saw no need to prolong the encounter. For Sheba, while Braid's provocation was undoubtedly contemptible, he was a quintessential member of the Don Quixote family, who typically despised unwarranted battles devoid of compensation. Such actions were deemed exceedingly unprofitable, if not detrimental, within the family's philosophy. Thus, having confirmed that Braid would no longer pursue him, he decisively vanished from the kingdom of Kaji. Braid has returned to Mary Geos, having completed the preliminary arrangements for the World Conference, while the subsequent tasks await his attention. In October, the Grand Assembly of the World Conference commenced. Given the onset of the Great Pirate Era and the cessation of the second large-scale civil conflict in Wano Country, this year's World Conference attracted significant scrutiny. Regardless of their affiliation with the world government, various factions were eager to discern the strategies the government would employ. The world government did not disappoint. On the inaugural day of the conference, the 5 elders made a personal appearance, immediately dropping a bombshell with the announcement of the Warlords of the Sea program. Officially, the government's stance on this initiative was that it aimed to grant clemency to individuals with relatively minor offenses, those who resembled adventurers more than pirates, yet had been hastily categorized as pirates by negligent officials. The intention was to recruit these overwhelmingly powerful pirates to diminish the escalating tide of piracy, while simultaneously utilizing their strength to suppress other pirates. At first glance, this seemed reasonable, portraying the world government as somewhat equitable. However, the reality was far more insidious. What constitutes a minor offense? What defines an individual who resembles an adventurer more than a pirate? The government refrained from addressing the exorbitant price it was willing to pay to recruit these formidable pirates. Nevertheless, whispers from unnamed sources revealed that the world government planned to suspend the bounties on the warlords of the sea, halting all pursuit operations against them, while bestowing upon these warlords the right to plunder wherever they pleased, so long as it was outside the jurisdiction of the world government. Thus, the stage was set. Braid witnessed firsthand that during the World Conference, over 50 nations, fearing the repercussions of the 7 warlords of the sea initiative, applied to become affiliated members of the world government, despite not being so previously. After thorough scrutiny by the world government, 38 of these applications were ultimately approved, causing the number of affiliated nations to surge to 207 in a remarkably short period. The realm of politics, indeed, is fraught with deceit, and Braid could not help but lament the cunning machinations of the 5 elders, who orchestrated the 7 warlords of the sea plan. Regardless of whether the initiative successfully garnered the endorsement of the affiliated nations, the 5 elders achieved their political aim of subjugating those non-affiliated nations that had previously resisted. Should the plan triumph in securing approval from the affiliated nations, it would also fulfill military objectives of rallying enemies, sowing discord among them, and striking against them. The 7 warlords of the sea initiative is a veritable masterstroke, intricately designed to yield multiple benefits. A culmination of years of experimentation and preparation by the 5 elders through the World Destroyer. Ultimately, the affiliated nations could not withstand the strategic maneuvering of their leading authority, the world government, and unwittingly acquiesced to the implementation of the 7 warlords of the sea plan. Following this, the world government expounded on the pirate surge, presenting a plethora of data analyses to instill a sense of panic among the affiliated nations, subsequently demanding military funding. This year's World Conference extended for nearly 2 months, after which the world government finally released the affiliated nations with a sense of satisfaction. The post-conference activities of Bledsoe in the World Assembly resemble the new year of 1499 in the sea-round calendar. With a resounding bang, magnificent fireworks erupted in the skies above Mary Joya. "Brother Bled," Joanna exclaimed, as 3-year-old Khalifa, The first to spot Bledsoe stumbled and ran into his embrace. Brett lifted Karifa and entered, exclaiming, "Aunt Shue, the busy one has returned home." Shue was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of concern and mild reproach towards Brett amidst her bustling activities. Brett flashed a smile, casting a sidelong glance. Tornado, blizzard? Elle extended an invitation for them to celebrate together. Snowy playfully winked at Brett, exchanging knowing glances. Brett understood well. It was likely that Snow Fairy could not bear to see the two sisters, Tornado and Blizzara, in their desolate state, hence inviting them. "Tornado!" she exclaimed joyfully, leaping onto Braid's shoulder and playfully ruffling his hair. "I thought you had gone missing, you scoundrel. You've been so long without contacting me." "Lord Braid, Joanna." The girls greeted in unison, one aged 7 and the other 11, both showing little enthusiasm as they were engrossed in observing Snow Fairy's makeup application. "Where is Uncle Rashchi?" Braid inquired, scanning the surroundings. Snow Fairy chuckled. "He has gone out shopping. Please, have a seat. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you and Joanna?" "No. Thank you, Aunt Snow Fairy," Braid replied, taking a seat and playfully teasing Califa and Tornado. Snow Fairy continued her bustling activities, not forgetting to ask, "How many days can you stay at home this time?" No sooner had she spoken than the entire room turned their gaze towards Braid in unison. Brett's lips twitched, and after a brief contemplation, he replied, "At most, it will take a week." "You're lying." The Tornado huffed in displeasure. "I inquired with the gluttonous pig and discovered that you have no mission at all." "Brett, I offer my condolences to you, Minister Onest. I have made arrangements to study sorcery, and I must depart for a special location within a week, during which Joanna shall not accompany me," Brett declared. "I wish to visit the amusement park in the Shambadi archipelago." Tornado enthusiastically pounded the table, exclaiming, "Amusement park! Bang bang! Amusement park! Bang bang!" A group of unruly children. Even the still naive Khalifa joined in the ruckus. "All right," Brett sighed. "Hooray." Chapter 37. The corrupting monster. Not only did the plans to study sorcery on the 8th day of the new year fall through, but the intended trip to the amusement park with a group of unruly children on the first day of the new year was also shelved. In fact, even the New Year's Eve was not well spent, as Brett was hastily summoned in the dead of night by his superior, Minister Onest, due to certain individuals who always seemed to stir up trouble. Besides Brett, numerous temporarily idle elite agents from Cypherpole had gathered in Minister Onest's office. "Is everyone here?" Minister Onest, appearing weary and listless, delivered what should have been an impassioned speech with little vigor. "We have just received intelligence that remnants of the Roger Pirates have attacked Bartolomeo Island. It is almost confirmed that Bartolomeo Island indeed harbors the most evil bloodline in history. Your mission is to locate him or her. Annihilate him or her. We cannot allow him or her to be born into this world. What method shall we employ?" Is Death inquired, leaning on her saber. Minister Onest scratched his head and sighed. "We must be cautious in our approach, as the news of the most evil bloodline in history has spread like wildfire across the globe, attracting the world's attention. We cannot afford any incidents resembling government atrocities against the innocent, as this would severely undermine the government's credibility, reputation, and image." "Who precisely are the remnants of the Roger Pirates attacking Bartolomeo Island?" Esteth asked again. Minister Onest replied, "The vice captain of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, and the combat captain Giant Axeback Jabba, leading approximately 7 to 8 men. The navy stationed at Bartolomeo Island barely managed to repel them, thus information gathering was inevitably neglected. In any case, the navy is now beginning to reinforce its forces, with Vice Admiral Carp stationed at Bartolomeo Island. Dark King, Giant Axe? Splendid." Isteth's azure eyes sparkled with excitement, evidently a manifestation of her thrill at the hunt. "Let us commence," Minister Onest mumbled through yawns. "I am utterly exhausted. That damned Roger Pirates. Even in death, Roger cannot cease his antics." Brad pondered and said, "I wish to decline this task. There is a limit to capriciousness, I implore you." Minister Ernest replied with a sense of resignation. Braid shrugged silently and departed from Minister Onest's office alongside the larger group. As midnight approached, the air in Marijoya turned slightly chilly. The nature of their work dictated that agents were predominantly adept at keeping secrets and possessed a remarkable degree of patience. In other words, they were often taciturn individuals. Each person moved quietly along their path, with the exception of Esther's, the sole individual among them whom Braid recognized yet was reluctant to engage with. Despite Braid's inclination for conversation, he found himself compelled to adopt a posture of silence. Suddenly, A woman wrapped in a coat intercepted Braid in a street corner, inquiring, "May we speak?" Brett's lips curled into a smile. "It has been a while, Dr. Datia. You appear quite fatigued." The colleague of the deceased Brad's parents, a scientist from the World Government Scientific Corps, a middle-aged woman with a youthful spirit, Dodia, appeared indeed quite haggard, her complexion and lips exhibiting a pallid, sickly hue. "We cannot wait for you, Brad," Esteth remarked, not turning back. Braid was equally unyielding. "You are neither my superior nor the leader of our group. You represent no one and cannot command anyone. Tend to your own affairs, Esther's." "Humph." Esther scoffed coldly. Brett extended his hand, gesturing for Dosha to step forward. Shortly thereafter, she inquired, "Is there something amiss, Ms. Dosha?" With a smile, Brett replied, "Though we have only met thrice, I am confident that we share a mutual affinity, as evidenced by our shared appreciation for the collection of imperial blood and its rapid absorption." Dosha began to unbutton her coat. Brett gasped. "I am not that kind of person, nor are you one to solicit on the street. You have grown up. If you wish, I would not mind. It is not always you who benefits." Dortia's smile was strained yet mocking as she casually shed her coat, revealing her princess dress, her demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. "Lately, I have been hesitant to dress freely. It was fine before, but now people laugh at me and gossip behind my back. I see clearly in the mirror why my age no longer permits such liberties. It is truly frightening, no matter how diligently I care for myself. Crow's feet still emerge at the corners of my eyes. I believe I understand." Brett interrupted Dortia, stroking his canine teeth, saying, "The blood collection of imperial artifacts, rapid absorption, possesses the power to keep its users eternally youthful. I suspect you aim to compete with me for that very reason. What? Are you scheming to seize it?" Dortia replied, "You are not entirely mistaken, but I harbor no ill intentions. Even if I am a scientist in the most esteemed government scientific unit, it would be impossible for me to forcibly take it from you. A member of Cipher Pole and the future Holy Shield. What I mean is, you must develop it to the point where its power can help those outside the Imperial artifact users maintain their youth. It is not unattainable." Brett pondered the blood collection of Imperial artifacts, rapid absorption, initially offering Dortia a glimmer of hope, then playfully questioned, "Why should I? What compels me to develop it to the extent that its power could assist those beyond the Imperial artifact users in preserving their youth? Humanity is inherently selfish." Dortia responded without hesitation, "A transaction. Time is indeed merciless. It can effortlessly turn youth into age, beauty into ugliness." Brett feigned a sigh. Dortia spoke with a casual confidence, as if discussing the price of a cabbage, yet beneath it lay a hint of madness, hysteria. "From my body to my soul, it all belongs to you. What is my bargaining chip? I only desire my youth, my beauty. Let us collaborate joyfully." Brett extended his hand. Dortia, relieved, grasped Brett's hand, saying, "As soon as possible. I cannot wait." Brett checked his watch. "I must first execute my mission. Here is my contact number, 667291204. Once I develop the blood collection of Imperial artifacts, rapid absorption, we can discuss the details further." Dortia nodded, and as Brett turned to leave, she remarked, "The charming little devil has evolved into a tempting monster. Was it not you who sought me out?" Brett glanced back, his smile radiant. "You even inquired about my whereabouts, waiting for me in the dead of night." Dortia fell silent. Chapter 38. Astounding Esteth. The journey to the South Sea. Will you not even try, little Esteth? Though we are agents, we are still girls. How can we not make ourselves look beautiful? A strikingly beautiful woman with long legs and a voluptuous figure, adorned in an exquisite outfit and sporting a luxurious mane of golden hair, joined the ranks of Braid and others, while touching up her makeup with a compact. She cheerfully remarked, "With your beauty, a little enhancement would surely render you dazzling enough to leave others unable to gaze directly at you." Esteth, cold and indifferent, was sharpening her blade and retorted, "I have no interest, so do not bother me, Streesy. Beware, for even though you are an esteemed member of CP0, I might just end you." "Such a pity." Streesy nonchalantly disregarded Esteth's threat, her smile unwavering. "You're a girl, little Esteth. Engaging in endless violence is not good for you. You'll end up friendless." With a sharp sound, the sword was sheathed. Esteth's cerulean eyes glimmered with an unsettling chill. "Oh my." Streesy set down her makeup kit and raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. "I shall remain silent." Esteth began to peruse her books. Within a minute, Streesy leaned closer, whispering flirtatiously into Esteth's ear, "As one lives in this world, it is impossible to be lonely forever." Streesy successfully provoked Esteth's ire. In a flash, Esteth seized Streisy by the throat, lifting her off the ground, her stiletto heel pressing against Streisy's face, the slender heel intruding into her mouth. What do you wish to teach me? Who do you think you are? And who do you believe I am? Esteth glared down at Streisy, her breath violent. Hey, Esteth. A group of silent agents could not remain indifferent. Observing each other, they seemed to relish the spectacle, a sadist and a masochist, a pair of deviants. Not far away, Braid, interrupted from his training, cast a disapproving glance and sarcastically remarked, "Why engage with them at all?" As expected, Streisy's face was flushed with an unhealthy hue. It was known that she had undertaken several missions alongside Millard from the Auberge family. It was likely that she had fallen under Millard's spell. No wonder she immediately began to harass Esteth. Rumors had circulated that Esteth was the most coveted target within Millard's inner circle. Alas, women have begun to vie for one another's affections as men do. Such idle chatter. Braid suddenly enlightened, realizing that Streisy was indeed a tofu sister of Millard, deeply ensnared in the same predicament. Get lost, Esteth disdainfully kicked Streisy aside. Her brows furrowing with displeasure. I could tell you were tainted by that scoundrel Millard. Streisy rose, unperturbed, even licking her lips and casting flirtatious glances at Esteth. Fortunately, she understood the importance of discretion and slipped away before Esteth could erupt, tending to her own wounds. With no outlet for her frustration, Esteth grew increasingly morose, causing the agents aboard the airship to maintain their distance. After sitting in silence for a while, Esteth abruptly retrieved her phone and dialed Minister Wonist, stating succinctly, "This is Esteth, Minister Wonist. I have a request. I wish to engage in a romantic relationship." What? Both Minister Wonist on the other end of the line and the agents aboard the airship were taken aback, as Esteth, a figure fixated on hunting, killing, and battle, appeared an unlikely candidate for romance. I recommend Wonist. He is a good man. Beside Minister Wonist were others, and Braid recognized the voice of a major. Esteth bluntly remarked, "Minister Wonist suffers from hypertension and is in a precarious state." Ahem. How rude. I am quite healthy. Minister Wonist retorted. "Little Esteth, you are not lacking in male company." He added. Esteth replied, "They are merely pets for my experimental tools and interrogation, equally precarious." Minister Wonist commented, "Well, the pursuit of the opposite sex is an instinct of biology. I support you, little Esteth. I have certain conditions. Please find someone who meets them." Esteth replied earnestly, "First, I place great importance on future potential. I hope he possesses capabilities that rival my own. Second, he must have the courage to accompany me in hunting the most dangerous of beasts, even unarmed. Third, he should be younger than me, so I may have the upper hand. Fourth, he must possess a pure smile." She paused briefly. "Never mind, I found someone." Esteth abruptly hung up the phone, her gaze fixed intently on Braid. Braid found himself in a precarious situation, as the esteemed Minister Wonist suffered from hypertension due to the confrontation with Estes. Despite the uncertainty of his fate, he managed to smile. "Shall we attempt to cultivate a relationship?" he proposed. Estes, rarely smiling, extended her hand to retrieve a collar, intending to adorn Brett's neck with it. Brett's smile froze as he brushed aside Esteth's collar. "I am not your slave, Esteth. Are you truly rejecting my proposal for companionship?" Esteth replied, "There is no alternative. I must resort to force." Before Brett could finish his words, she lunged forward. With a swift uppercut, she nearly struck Brett in the face, but fortunately, he managed to evade just in time. Bang! Brett retaliated with an unceremonious whip kick. With a resounding clash, Esteth blocked the blow, sliding backward several steps. It wouldn't be easy. After all, he is a man of my own renown. Esteth drew her sword. "You cannot be serious." "Esteth, enough with the jesting." The agents surrounding them keenly sensed the encroaching danger in the air. Too late. Boom. Crackle. Rumble. With a boldness characteristic of her, Esteth swung her blade, conjuring an ice pillar that soared like a spear, bearing down upon Bread and piercing through the airship. Chapter 39. The collision of the genius twin stars. Thud. Thud. Rumble. Crash. The expensive and massive airship erupted violently, instantly scattering into a myriad of splintered fragments that rained down upon the sea from the heights, stirring tumultuous waves. The passengers of the airship were all elite members of Cipher Pol. Otherwise, they would not have been deemed worthy of being dispatched to the South Sea for such a perilous mission. Each showcased their unique skills to escape the explosion, landing safely on a desolate island thousands of meters above, with only a few sustaining injuries. However, the pilot of the airship met a tragic fate. Reduced to mere fragments with no resting place, Meanwhile, Isteth and Bread remained suspended in the clouds, locked in a standoff. With Isteth relying on her exquisite six forms technique, lunar step, Bled, conserving his strength, relied on Mosquito Girl's ability to fly. Obediently wear the collar and be my lover. Isteth smiled, her expression radiant. Do not resist, or you shall provoke my ire, little Bled. If by chance I were to accidentally harm you, I would be profoundly saddened. Surely, she was jesting, thought Bled as he murmured to himself. Brett's expression grew solemn. No, she is quite serious. Bread harbored no doubt regarding Isteth's seriousness, for he was well acquainted with her life experiences. Born into the Barutus tribe from the frigid expanse of the far northern seas, Isteth was indoctrinated from an early age with the ancestral ideologies of her people. These beliefs were forged through their struggles against the harshness of nature and their relentless battles against magical beasts, giving rise to a series of brutal jungle laws such as survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Thus, when the Barutus tribe fell victim to the onslaught of the Phantom Troop, Isteth felt no sorrow for the demise of her kin. Not a single tear was shed. Instead, she perceived her father and relatives as weak, attributing the tribe's annihilation solely to their lack of strength, devoid of any connection to the assailants. The Phantom Troop, such was the education she had received. As she gracefully departed from the Barutus tribe's territory, Isteth ventured into the wider world alone. A lonely, beautiful young girl, she inevitably attracted the attention of those with nefarious intentions. Witnessing the sordid realities of the outside world, she discerned little difference from her life in the frozen north. As the same laws of nature, survival of the fittest, the strong preying upon the weak, continued to prevail. Eventually, upon finding herself under the auspices of the world government, Isteth, as an agent, underwent further indoctrination that was scarcely better than her previous education with the Barutus tribe. The prevailing theme was one of darkness, complemented by a brainwashing that instilled unwavering loyalty to the world government. In truth, this education imparted to her a more systematic and formidable array of lethal techniques and methods for killing. Reflecting on Isteth's 19 years of existence, it becomes evident that she has never known love or warmth. Every experience has shaped her into a being devoid of the rich emotions characteristic of a normal human. Lacking the sound reasoning expected of a well-rounded individual, she has transformed into a savage, bloodthirsty monster. Braid was acutely aware that Isteth's intention to place a collar around his neck was devoid of malice or insult. Isteth simply could not comprehend the nuances of romantic relationships. However, despite his somewhat muted emotional depth compared to a typical human, he ultimately possessed the rich emotions and sound reasoning that are inherent to humanity. He would never allow himself to be treated like the slaves Isteth had once kept, adorned with a collar like a mere dog. There was no room for negotiation. Braid narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Isteth. I am uncertain if you are merely being foolish, but fear not. I can assist you in shattering that notion, granting you complete liberation. Isteth erupted into laughter, her voice ringing with delight. What a torment it is. Truly, you are little Braid, and it appears you are not so easily subdued. Just perfect. I shall shower you with affection, lest you fail to heed my words once you become my lover. The temperature plummeted suddenly. Surrounding Isteth, a multitude of frost-laden spears coalesced with chilling precision. With a snap of her fingers, a torrential downpour of icy spears descended upon them like a shower of pearly rain. Braid swiftly formed a hand seal. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a resounding roar, the massive chakra surged forth, transforming this mere C-rank jutsu into a spectacle of extravagant might. The blazing fireball soared through the air like a meteor from the heavens, colliding with a barrage of frost spears, melting and obliterating them before counterattacking towards Isteth. To Isteth's delight, she responded not with fear, but with exhilaration, letting out a gleeful moan as she swung her military blade, slicing through Braid's fireball with a precise arc of sword energy. Die! The fireball incinerated the frost spears, the rising steam cloaking Mosquito Girl's stealthy assault. Clang! The clash of metal echoed. Even with Mosquito Girl's armed color hockey hardening her razor-sharp claws, capable of slicing through steel as easily as cutting through tofu, she could not penetrate Isteth's defenses. Isteth, too, wielded armed color hockey, enveloping her military blade, effortlessly parrying Mosquito Girl's assault. Mosquito Girl, a formidable and perilous beast of the tiger-level demon class, possessed raw power, yet Isteth remained unyielding. I have heard it said that a boy should be devoted to a girl. Isteth mused. There should be no female presence by his side, not even a beast. I would not want my lover to falter and stray, especially with a beast, lest I lose face. The frost crept along the length of Isteth's military blade. Stand down. Joanna. Earth release. Earth spear. Slash. Finger gun. Reinforced with heightened defense, Braid attempted close combat, reaching Isteth's side. Bang. Boom. The sounds echoed like a chaotic symphony. Truly. They were the prodigious twin stars, formidable indeed. Still watching the spectacle? They are all Imperial arm users. Once genuine flames are unleashed, death is inevitable. What shall we do? This is all your fault, Tracy. And Millard too. If you hadn't provoked his death, she wouldn't have thought of romance. She must be irked by you. Silence. Quickly contact Minister Onest. I propose we seek assistance from Vice Admiral Cap. We must separate them at once. Can Vice Admiral Cap fly? The elite of Cipher Pole gazed upwards at the fierce battle, all the while engaging in conversation. Chapter 40. The Ice Blue Queen. Whoosh. Boom. The thunderous sounds echoed through the air. In the waters nestled between the South China Sea and the edge of the doldrums, a placid surface suddenly erupted in a massive splash, reminiscent of a heavy bomb being detonated, instantly unleashing tumultuous waves, as the droplets cascaded like rain. The agitated sea revealed two indistinct figures. Isteth stood upon a fragment of ice, floating atop the currents as she wiped the soot from her exquisite visage. Remnants of the fire-release ninjutsu employed by Braid. Meanwhile, Braid, having shattered the aura surrounding Isteth, discarded her tattered garments, unveiling his robust physique. Braid. The mosquito woman hastily descended. Brett remained silent, shaking his head to indicate to the mosquito girl that he was fine. He could not deny that the confrontation with Isteth brought him an unprecedented sense of pressure. He was by no means a person of limited knowledge or narrow perspective. Yet there had never been anyone who demanded his focus and commitment as intensely as she did at this moment. He dared not relax even for an instant. This was not solely due to Isteth's flawless mastery of ice attributes, which significantly amplified the powers of her imperial arm, the manifestation of the demon god, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the natural ice fruit in functionality, but also because she possessed a comprehensive grasp of the power system of domination, including the combat skills honed through slaughter and the tactical mindset cultivated in battle, everything seamlessly integrated in both offense and defense, with no discernible weaknesses. What struck him more was her attitude. Brett had encountered many individuals, yet none exhibited the relentless determination to exert themselves fully against any opponent as Isteth did, coupled with an almost obsessive zeal for combat. The moment she engaged, it was as if she embraced the intent to annihilate her enemies, instilling a sense of despair in them. He believed that this was merely her showing restraint, having already subdued her overwhelming ferocity to some extent. The inexhaustible power of water allows my strength to be amplified effortlessly. This is my domain. It is not too late to concede, young Brett, Isteth declared, as she strolled across the sea. With each step, the ocean froze beneath her. Before I become completely entranced by the thrill of battle, I must admit, you are quite impressive. Perhaps your humility has obscured your true potential? I anticipated a formidable opponent, yet I did not foresee that you would pique my interest to this extent. Braid remained silent, flipping his wrist as gluttony materialized before him. It turned out he was a manifestation-type nin user. Judging by the weapon's form, it appeared to be of the one-strike kill variety. What special ability might it possess? Isteth cast a sidelong glance at the gluttony in Braid's grasp, silently assessing, and remarked, "What a pity, young Braid. You are mistaken. Farewell, my love." With a snap of her fingers, frost rapidly spread from beneath Isteth's feet, engulfing the surroundings in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp and colossal ice spear, reminiscent of a towering tree, erupted from the icy ground, abruptly thrusting toward Braid. Braid narrowly evaded the first ice spear, only to be besieged by a relentless onslaught of the second, third, and countless others. Asta, with a mere blink, conjured a veritable forest of ice spears upon the ocean. The sky? Asta tilted her head, fixated on the mosquito girl who assisted Braid in soaring once more into the heavens, and with a swift motion of her blade, unleashed the origin hail. Thunderous echoes reverberated as monstrous blocks of ice, akin to meteors from the heavens, plunged through the clouds with a weighty force. With swift, decisive strikes, Mosquito Girl fortified her arms with haki, shattering the ice with a fierce energy. "Go gather blood. Prepare for the second evolution," Braid commanded. Joanna. The Mosquito Girl paused, contemplating. In truth, Braid could summon Lady Tamamo for assistance. Unnecessary. I do not trust her either. Braid released his grip on Mosquito Girl's calf, descending freely onto the icy surface, his toes grazing it. Shave. Another close-quarters battle? Faced with Bread's advance, Aista beamed with delight. Marvelous. Little Bread, I am growing increasingly fond of you. Boom. Bang. Boom. The clash resonated with intensity. Hey, who will intervene? The worst-case scenario unfolded. Had they yet to contact Minister Wonist? If they delayed any longer, lives would truly be at stake. The loss of any one of them would be a grievous blow to Cypherpole. The agents on the deserted island were in a state of frantic anxiety. Meanwhile, Minister Wonist of Mariewa was even more agitated than those on site. He urgently sought to contact the naval hero, Admiral Karp, who was closest to Bread and Aista, hoping he could separate them. It was only after this thought that Minister Wonist's ire flared, recalling the reasons behind the confrontation between Bread and Aista. Damn it! Minister Wonist cursed Tracy vehemently, attributing Ai's erratic behavior and sudden desire for a partner to her provocations, which then led to the conflict with Bread. She is the sinner. Investigate her. Assign her the most perilous missions. If she fails, let her face death. Recently, with the formidable rise of the Big Mom pirates, there was a pressing need for an undercover agent to gather intelligence. Shigon, ever sycophantic, proposed, let it be decided. Minister Wonist gasped. Seething with rage, she drives me to madness. What does she amount to? Little Bread and Little Aista are the most exceptional twin prodigies in the over 700 years of Cypherpole's existence. They are the future holy shield and one of the most treasured assets of the world government. She unexpectedly succumbed, calling for medicine, medicine, medicine. Minister Ernest was exceedingly furious. After all, the conflict between Braid and his death was utterly absurd, escalating into a deadly duel over trivial disagreements. Even more infuriating was the senseless internal strife it incited. Chapter 41. I am the man you can never possess. How can one defeat or even slay Esteth without resorting to external forces? Before refusing to summon Tamamonome, Braid considered diverting the Mosquito Woman. For a decade, he has persevered without respite, diligently honing his skills, cultivating strength through the sweat of his brow, tasting the bitter fruits of hardship. He has pursued power relentlessly, employing any means necessary, all in the quest for strength, to diminish, avert, or eradicate the dangers, both known and unknown, that threaten his existence. Now, as peril looms, he must summon the courage and resolve to confront the challenges ahead, matching his unwavering preparation with equal tenacity. Boom. The seals were formed, and the release commenced. In his grasp, Bread held several custom-made shurikens, his mouth brimming with chakra. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Chlorid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concealed weapons, enveloped in searing flames, spun and raced forward. Esther stamped her foot. Boom. An ice wall erupted from the ground, shielding Esther's. Yet, the shuriken unleashed a technique of shadow clones. Bread employed a composite ninjutsu, utilizing the A-rank technique of shuriken shadow clone to complement the B-rank fire release technique, Phoenix Flower Claw. A flurry of shuriken soared through the air, followed by a cacophony of explosions that reverberated throughout the battlefield. The overwhelming torrent of fiery shuriken obliterated the ice wall, enveloping Esther's from every conceivable angle in a relentless downpour of iron and fire. As steam billowed around her, the sharp and sturdy heels of her thigh-high boots clicked against the icy surface with an eerie resonance. Emerging from the chaos, Esther's exquisite visage twisted into a menacing and terrifying expression, a gash appearing on her thigh. I underestimated you, she declared, her voice laced with determination. My mastery of the armament hockey is lacking. It appears I must adopt a more resolute defense. Let us embrace the inevitability of death. Little Bread, I shall no longer hold back. I acknowledge you as my worthy adversary, a formidable opponent indeed. With a chilling laugh, the air crackled with a fusion of black and red arcs of electricity that surged forth from Esther's, transforming her into a primordial beast. The aura of Conqueror's hockey enveloped her, signifying her readiness for the impending battle. Bread steadied his mind, countering the overwhelming presence of his death as it incessantly assailed, disrupted, and pressured him, creating a distance between them. With a swift motion, he declared, I shall not grant you another opportunity to exhaust me with your ninjutsu. Your two close-range encounters were mere tactics to lure me in. Your true prowess lies in ranged attacks. Esteth's lithe, elongated leg surged forward, akin to a leopard pouncing upon Bread. With a resounding clash, the gluttonous force met the military blade. Braid's bright golden eyes locked onto Esther's azure gaze, declaring it is called gluttony. Once it strikes you, your end is inevitable. Psychological warfare? Esther's knelt, aiming directly for Braid's vital points, a clear indication that she would not hold back. disregarding any notions of mercy. Let me enlighten you, young Braid. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and stratagems are rendered futile. I shall make you comprehend the utter absurdity and pitiable nature of your fighting spirit, your spirit of resistance, and your efforts and confidence. Drawing a paper sketch, she continued. If you are still dazed, I wouldn't mind helping you awaken. Finger gun. Bang, bang, bang. Evading Esther's knee strike, Braid formed a gun shape with his fingers, pressing it against Esther's face. In close combat, every inch matters. Esther's, with her mastery of mental techniques, braced herself against Braid's assault, retaliating with a whip kick imbued with icy damage. Thud. Braid extended his arms, soaring through the air, leveraging his momentum to rotate and create space in a fleeting moment. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind fueled the flames, resulting in a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed Esteth. With a fierce intensity, Esteth, known for her audacious combat style, conjured ice pillars, each measuring over 10 meters in length, piercing through the fiery chaos. As the ice pillars remained intact, she deftly stepped upon them, advancing closer to Braid. In the current situation, Braid's lack of a decisive trump card was glaringly evident, as was Esteth's. Perhaps Braid's overall prowess was slightly inferior. However, the notion that Esteth could effortlessly subdue Braid was mere illusion. Thus, the relentless struggle continued. Brett and Esteth found themselves in a stalemate. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. From noon until sunset. Are they monsters? Undoubtedly, it is truly terrifying. No wonder they are hailed as the genius twin stars. Esteth's prowess is evident to all, yet the rarely revealed strength of Brett surprises everyone. Those engaged in combat remain unwearied, while those spectating the battle grow fatigued. Until, what a lively little rascal. Ha ha. Bang, bang. A figure emerged, delivering 2 iron fists. Brett and Esteth each bore a significant bump on their heads. Standing in their way, preventing them from succumbing to their nearly bloodshot rage, was a robust old man clad in a tailored suit, draped in a Navy officer's cloak, and sporting a whimsical dog-headed hat, his demeanor exuding an air of joviality. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, the legendary hero of the Navy, had once brought an end to an era dominated by the Pirate King and had relentlessly pursued him across the seas, often forcing the Pirate King into dire straits. Play nice, youngsters. Garp chuckled, picking his nose while imparting his wisdom to Brett and Esteth. He continued, I've seen plenty of men act aggressively towards women, but I've yet to witness a girl being assertive with a boy, ha ha ha, such is the spirit of youth. If it weren't for Ernest's palpable anxiety, I would have lingered a while longer. After all, as long as no one dies, all is well. Brett, Esteth, by the way, Ernest has asked you to get in touch with him. Kid, Kapu said to Brett. Braid nodded and turned around without hesitation. I will not give up, little Braid. Esteth adjusted her appearance and beamed with a smile. The fact that I couldn't eliminate you makes me like you even more. Brett cold shade. I am the man you shall never possess. Let your dreams be filled with harmonious desires. Nearby, there were few creatures. The mosquito woman ventured far and wide to gather enough blood, hastily returning with the intention of aiding Brett. She felt a deep sense of regret for failing to protect him. Yes, I am truly sorry. Brett chuckled as he playfully flicked a mosquito away. Let us be on our way. Chapter 42. The Journey of Learning Celestial Arts. Speak quickly, old commander, he said while seated upon a rocky outcrop amidst the sea. Brett dialed his mobile phone. Thank heavens. Minister Onist's heart finally settled. As he exhaled a long breath of relief, soon launching into a torrent of jumbled complaints. Do you have any idea how close I was to being frightened to death? Such insufferable, headstrong little rascals. At the slightest disagreement, they resort to threats of violence. What nonsense is this? It's merely a matter of romance. What does it matter if you were promised to little Esther's? And as for little Esther's, what sort of declaration was that? Braid was utterly exhausted, having endured a grueling 12-hour clash with his death. The relentless battle had left him on the brink of depletion. And this was after he had released several shadow clones stationed at the Hunter Association headquarters to assist Netero in managing the association's affairs and honing his mastery of the Nen, chakra, and other abilities. It must be noted that the shadow clone technique lived up to the advantages Braid had ascribed to it. Although the experiences of the clones would return to the original, encompassing both beneficial and perilous aspects, the overall advantages outweigh the drawbacks. After all, the technique provided a means of sacrifice, tactical deception, and a remarkable increase in training efficiency, all while serving as a reservoir of energy. In contrast to Braid, Esteth was also feeling the strain. Unlike him, she had not mastered the shadow clone technique, which allowed for continuous energy replenishment. Yet, as she proclaimed, the boundless ocean of water elements was her domain, making her every strategy yield greater results. Nevertheless, even she was nearing her limit after 12 hours of intense combat. The extreme fatigue that afflicted both Braid and his death was precisely why Carp could easily separate them. Their mutual desire to end each other was waning, a testament to their concealed strengths. In truth, the moment Braid and his death opted to abandon large-scale ranged attacks and consciously slowed the tempo of close-quarters combat. The Cipher Pole agents observing from the deserted island possessed the capability to intercede without waiting for Carp's intervention. However, the sheer force and aura they exhibited deterred anyone from daring to intervene. "I need a break, old man," Braid interrupted Minister Onest. The minister finally composed himself and sighed. "Your request for leave is granted. You need not fulfill your duties on Bartolira Island." After a brief pause, he added, "Little Braid, I hope you can keep your distance from his death in the future to avoid a recurrence of today's situation. No offense intended. I understand the fault does not lie with you. However, his death is unpredictable, and I cannot reason with someone so irrational. Please, any casualties due to pointless internal strife would be a tremendous loss for Cipher Pole and the government." "Understood," Braid replied. Minister Onest, filled with self-reproach, lamented, "I should have approved your leave sooner. Alas, good night." Braid promptly ended the call, disregarding the minister's theatrics. "I've got it, Braid." Mosquito Girl returned, brandishing a sea monster that had yet to succumb. "Well done, Joanna," Braid said, dispatching the creature with his weapon, Gluttony, before retracting it. The weapon could not be stored without spilling blood, a condition bound by the constraints of its manifestation. Resting his head on Mosquito Girl's thigh, Braid succumbed to a heavy slumber. "Hey, Braid, have you ever contemplated the kind of girl you would wish to engage with? What if she were to take issue with my existence? Much like the words of his death, am I merely a creature endowed with wisdom, yet bearing the guise of humanity, a beast forever incapable of truly belonging amongst humankind? I find myself quite enamored with Braid, gazing up at the star-studded sky as I wander beneath its vastness." The Mosquito Girl, with her emotions in turmoil, conversed with herself for quite some time. When Braid finally awakened, it was the following morning. In Mariewa, the headquarters of the Hunter Association, he stated, "I must venture to Tamamo's territory, a place where I cannot bring you along." The Mosquito Girl contemplated briefly and replied, "The headquarters of the Hunter Association, very well." Braid, a man of few words, performed a series of intricate hand seals, invoking the art of reverse summoning. With a resounding poof, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he vanished from his original spot. Moments later, on Peaceful Island, I exclaimed, "Oh, revered Tamamonome, the esteemed Lord Braid has arrived." Suddenly, a playful three-tailed white fox, with a delightfully pink tongue, unexpectedly splattered Braid's face with saliva. Before he could react, she bounced away in a joyful frolic. Brett, swiftly. When Braid encountered Tamamonome, it seemed he had inherited a rather unsavory habit from his triangular serpentine face, a trait perhaps passed down from Lilith. Tamamonome not only delighted in adornment, but also reveled in the art of makeup. At that moment, she donned a form-fitting black leather bodysuit, accompanied by sleek leather pants and perched upon a pair of black high heels. Even her hair and tail had been dyed a deep ebony, while her visage was adorned with a Gothic-style smoky eye makeup. Though not devoid of beauty, there was an inexplicable peculiarity to her appearance. "What are you staring at? Do you harbor ill intentions towards me, human?" Tamamonome proclaimed, exuding an air of frigid elegance and nobility, completely oblivious to how she had previously endeared herself to her benefactor. Braid felt it necessary to command a modicum of respect from Tamamonome. Thus, he rummaged through his wallet and retrieved the largest denomination of currency. With a swift motion, it was gone. "Welcome to Peace Island, my Lord Braid." Tamamonome forced a pained smile, wrapping her arm around his. "Please, allow me to guide you." Braid responded, "Unless you master the art of celestial magic, I shall not depart from Peace Island, which implies that you, too, shall remain here, dear Lady Tamamonome." Tamamonome replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I fear that is not an option." Brett raised an eyebrow. "I once studied the art of immortality under the venerable Six Paths Elder, although I failed to master it." Yu Zhaoqian awkwardly scratched his nose, casting a sidelong glance at Brett's unfriendly demeanor, and continued, "I truly understand that there is a method to learn the art of immortality. However, the process of acquiring such knowledge is exceedingly perilous. Braid Dao, let us not beat around the bush. I have a friend, Tamamonome." Chapter 43. The endless circles lead back to you. It was the original six-paths sage who, curious about whether the yokai could learn the ways of the immortals, fortuitously encountered your boredom and chose to impart the secrets of celestial arts to you. Thus, it was proven that the ancient adage, yokai are utterly incapable of mastering the celestial arts, holds true. Braid Dao reclined leisurely, allowing the imposing, golden-furred, nine-tailed fox, Tamamonome, to guide him in search of her companion. Not only I, but several other yokai have also failed. Tamamonome soared gracefully upon the winds. Braid wrote, Why? Why is it that the demon race is utterly incapable of mastering celestial arts? Is it a constraint imposed by the Creator? Tamamonome expressed uncertainty. I too am unaware. Brett pondered, What kind of power do you demons wield? It is the power of the supernatural, replied Tamamonome with alacrity. After a moment's contemplation, she added, It could also be classified as a form of life energy. However, we are inherently awakened beings. Brett gasped in astonishment. Truly, it is a remarkable racial advantage. The innate awakened life energy, resilient physique, and prolonged lifespan are simply flawless, no matter how exaggerated the stature of the giants. The amphibious nature of the fishfolk, or the electrically charged fur of the furred races, they pale in comparison, let alone the common majority races. I begin to comprehend your notion of the constraints imposed by the Creator, were it not for these constraints. I imagine the demon race would be the one to dominate the world. Indeed, Yuzumo remarked. Braid chuckled and inquired, Could you elaborate on the constraints imposed by the Creator? What exactly are they? Firstly, the fertility rate among the demon clans is lamentably low, particularly among those with stronger bloodlines. For instance, take our own nine-tailed fox clan, which exemplifies the perfect hindrance to the development of the demon race. Tamamo sighed. Braid wrote, Are there not quite a number of demon tribes on Peace Island? Did you not notice? Most of them are beasts, and the entire clan of the nine-tailed fox comprises merely 31 members, remarked Tamamonome with a hint of melancholy. Braid pondered carefully, nodding slowly, and then remarked, It seems there are no male members among you? He continued, Is it not true that your kind, the nine-tailed fox clan, suffered the loss of all male members during the ancient wars thousands of years ago, nearly leading to your extinction? It was only through the wisdom of predecessors who developed secret arts for survival that allowed us to reproduce asexually. Thus, the nine-tailed foxes of today on Peace Island are all born of asexual reproduction, including myself. After a brief pause, Tamamonome added, Of course, while we possess the ability to reproduce asexually, the cost is exceedingly high. It is almost a life for a life. She hesitated slightly before teasingly inquiring, Are you rather disappointed? Brett was momentarily taken aback. Are you perhaps fantasizing due to the absence of male members in our illustrious nine-tailed fox clan? A multitude of enchanting nine-tailed fox maidens, adorned in splendid attire, encircling you in pursuit of courtship. Lord Brett, please be my mate. Lord Brett, I long to bear your children. Lord Brett. There is no need to feel pity for me. A theatrical performance by Tamamonome, showcasing her whimsical duality. Braid, did I guess correctly? Hee. Tamamonome chuckled mischievously. Only to swiftly don a cold and noble expression. Cease your dreams. Even if our clan of nine-tailed foxes faces extinction, we shall never unite with humans to bring forth half-demons. Brett adjusted his posture. Do I detect an intense disdain for half-demons in your tone? Are you aware of the outcome when a horse and a donkey are crossed? Tamamo said. Brett Dao. Indeed, the mule, devoid of reproductive capability, serves as a parallel. In a similar vein, the half-demon is a flawed being, inherently cursed. Tamamonome solemnly remarked. Furthermore, no one could have anticipated the nature of the curse it bore. The most dreadful curse I have ever witnessed was the annihilation of a once mighty clan of yokai, brought about by the irrationality of a half-demon. Brett shrugged. We have digressed. Shall we continue discussing the constraints imposed by the Creator? Tamamonome replied. The second constraint set by the Creator upon the yokai is that while the techniques for utilizing yokai power can be learned and mastered through self-realization, the growth of such power can only accumulate over an extended period. Unlike your kind, who can enhance their abilities through training and cultivation, yokai essentially grow stronger in their magical prowess as they age. Brett lamented, expressing a sense of profound injustice. While you humans envy the yokai, little do you know that the yokai harbor their own envy towards you. After all, when compared to the boundless potential of humanity, the future possibilities for the yokai are undeniably restricted. Yao Zhao, Qian remarked wistfully. Brett deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, Who is your friend? Danlise, with her fox-like eyes glimmering. muttered almost inaudibly, I hope she is still alive. Otherwise, my clothes, cosmetics, and handbag. Braid, what I mean is, who is she? Braid emphasized his words. Tamamo understood, oh, the super dangerous creature of the eternal life species, the Azure Dragon. You were once eager to seek the Azure Dragon clan. If it is to learn the art of immortality from the Azure Dragon clan, I could visit them myself. Braid smirked. Recently, I acquired information confirming the habitat of the Azure Dragon clan. I am acquainted with numerous super dangerous creatures, such as the Toad clan, the Serpent clan, and the Slug clan, all of whom possess knowledge of the art of immortality. Tamamo grinned playfully. Lord Braid, please choose as you wish. Braid rested his chin on one hand, teasingly lamenting, I regret entering into this pact with you. You lazy vampire are utterly useless. How rude. Tamamo no Mae let out a hum. Yet she found herself at a loss to counter Brett's words, for the undeniable truth remained that while she had rendered him little assistance, she had frequently made demands. Braid tilted his head and proposed, how about you attend to my desires? Let us adopt a different mode of interaction, engaging in a purely transactional exchange of wealth and flesh. Without a hint of anger or annoyance, Tamamo no Mae calmly responded, very well, let it be so, at this very moment. Confront me. I am indifferent to the setting. Braid, little sprout, TSK, Tamamo's expression is one of utter disdain, which is not unwarranted. Currently, in her form as a golden-haired, nine-tailed fox, she towers at over 20 meters in height, rendering Braid but a mere sprout in comparison. Brett found himself at a loss for words, never anticipating he would encounter such a moment of speechlessness. Chapter 44, Cloud Nest. An expanse of clouds stretched endlessly, solidifying into the earth, trees, and flowers. While water flowed in the form of rivers and waterfalls, everything appeared in a vast, ethereal white, devoid of any trace of color, resembling a breathtaking paradise. These sea. The aerial island known as Cloud Nest, the dwelling of the Azure Dragon clan, had finally been reached. Yuzuokian shook her head, casting aside Brett from her nose, and instantly transformed into her human form, exclaiming in a startled manner, ah. As Braid landed gracefully, a sense of unease lingered. What transpired? A clash of attire. Tamamo no Mae puffed her cheeks, burdened with resentment. I have meticulously prepared an exquisite formal gown for my visit to an old friend. No, this will not do. I must change into another. Please wait here for me. With that, Tamamo no Mae hastily departed, grasping the hem of her white, backless lace gown. Braid was filled with a sense of helplessness. Then, history always ascends in a spiral. Ethereal mist swirled as a colossal creature cautiously approached Braid. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head that of a bull, its eyes akin to those of a shrimp, its mouth reminiscent of a donkey, its belly that of a serpent, its scales similar to those of a fish, its feet like a phoenix, and its ears like those of an elephant. Resembling a dragon, a youthful, verdant dragon. Its voice, though immense, resonated with the clarity of a little girl's. Are you a human? I am human, Braid replied, tilting his head, privately assessing the creature's yet unrevealed physique, which he surmised to be no less impressive than the white-faced, golden-furred nine-tailed fox form of Tamamo no Mae. After a brief silence, the creature licked its lips, much like the three-tailed white foxes on Peace Island had done to Braid on 2 occasions, confirming his humanity by playfully splattering him with saliva. Caught off guard, Braid exclaimed, what a nasty habit. Sweet, the dragon remarked, fascinated, as it seemed eager to savor him once more. Hey, Braid interjected, swiftly redirecting the dragon's attention. I am Braid Heyman. Might I inquire your name? The dragon responded with delight. Amantha. My name is Amantha. Amantha? Tamamo no Mae reappeared, clad in a sleek black casual outfit, surveying Amantha before inquiring, what is your relation to Daenerys? Lady Daenerys is my mother. Amantha bowed her head. Do you know my mother? Tamamo no Mae smiled warmly, of course. Where is she? I am her friend. Mother has fallen asleep again. Amantha could not hide her disappointment. Asleep again? Honestly, every time I see her, she appears to be in a drowsy state. Tamamo no Mae mused. Indeed, your dragonkin are a rare breed among the super dangerous magical beasts, possessing both the traits of large species and longevity. It is quite difficult to avoid slumber without risking hunger or boredom. In any case, lead us to her, little one. Amantha chirped with excitement. No problem. Climb on, climb on. Ascending upon Amantha's dragon form, they sped forth with the swiftness of the wind. Did you feel that? Tamamo no Mae called out to Braid. Braid pondered thoughtfully. Ah, the fragrance of nature, so richly profound. Yao Zhao Qian remarked, in the pursuit of celestial arts, the environment serves as a crucial element. Moments later, Mother, we have guests. quickly awaken. Amanda, resembling a fledgling returning to its nest, dove into the embrace of her mother, Danlise. Unlike Amanda's youthful innocence, Danlise was a true, mature azure dragon, her scales robust and imposing, stretching an impressive length of over 150 meters. Her presence alone was terrifyingly formidable, even in slumber, with drool cascading as she lay sprawled. Stop your antics. Amanda, the cloud nest has not received visitors in 8 centuries. Danlise's voice emerged low and hoarse, likely a remnant of her dreams, infused with a hint of laziness. Now, be good and refrain from running about all day. Rest properly, you sloth. Yao Zhao Qian chuckled. Will you not open your eyes to see me? Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, Danlise turned, raising her dragon head to fix her gaze upon Yao Zhao Qian and Braid. Yet Yao Zhao Qian's smile remained undiminished. Braid felt a twinge of anxiety as he experienced the formidable presence of Danlise, undeniably a dragon-level creature, a superlative danger among magical beasts. Is it truly you, Sister Tamamo? Danlise, with a human-like grin, opened her mouth wide, extending what might be the only flaw of the azure dragon, a pair of diminutive arms attempting to embrace Tamamo. It has been far too long. Indeed, the last time I saw you, you were merely pregnant with a dragon egg. Tamamo casually leaped atop Danlise's head, surveying the surroundings. Where is your deceased partner? Danlise sighed deeply, conjuring a gust of wind. He has become a ghost. Huh? Tamamo awkwardly replied, I apologize. What happened? It is nothing, Danlise interrupted, simply astonishing. Tamamo expressed her melancholy. The two old friends, having not met for 8 centuries, engaged in idle chatter, completely disregarding Bread and Amandine, starved for maternal affection and attention. Amandine decisively turned her curiosity toward Bread, inquiring with a playful touch, Are all humans as diminutive as you? You seem quite fragile, Bread. Their conversation continued until Danlise and Tamamo had nearly exhausted their exchanges. I am willing to assist you in mastering the art of immortality, however, in return, you must forge a spiritual contract with our Azure Dragon clan, primarily to educate, accompany, and protect Amandine. Danlise, exhibiting a decisive and characteristically irresponsible maternal demeanor, plainly informed Bread of the cost of learning the mystical arts within the Azure Dragon clan. Bread eagerly exclaimed, Do you disdain me, dear mother? Dear mother, do you truly disdain me? In a fit of frustration, Amandine shouted, I refuse to accept this. I am not happy. Danlise remained unfazed, responding, Stop being so willful, Amandine. Bread is a person recognized by your elder sister Tamamo. Following him can only be a wise choice. At the very least, it will prevent you from languishing in boredom. You just think I am too noisy. Amandine retorted angrily. Danlise candidly replied, Indeed, you are rather loud. I have never encountered a dragon as vivacious as you, Amandine. Author's note, to my readers who can comprehend this book. The time for publication has arrived, and I feel utterly unprepared, hence my impromptu remarks. I hold great expectations for this work, yet I am acutely aware that if it does not achieve immediate success, the outcome may be quite disheartening. After all, the theme is evident. It is a fusion of multiple anime. Those familiar with the anime and characters I have written may find my narrative intriguing, while those who do not will likely deem it chaotic. My health has not been particularly robust. I am currently recuperating at home while assisting my parents in farming for our livelihood. I will strive to maintain regular updates, as ensuring consistency is my primary goal, with stability as my secondary objective. Any additional updates depend on your support. I sincerely hope that those who can appreciate this book will consider subscribing, at least not to leave me in despair. Earning a little pocket money each month would validate my arduous efforts in writing. In truth, during my time on external platforms, where piracy was absent, avid readers naturally subscribed. However, now I am quite apprehensive, as the prevalence of piracy is an undeniable reality, relying solely on the integrity of individuals. Overall, this book is intended to be lengthy. Should I achieve 1,000 subscriptions, I can proceed as planned. Should I fall below that threshold, I will have to contemplate reducing content, which is a candid truth. Lastly, I extend my gratitude for all the support received. Chapter 45, Dragon Sorcery with a Splashing Sound. Bread immersed himself in the purifying natural energies materialized in the form of a white cloud waterfall. He maximized the effectiveness of the shadow clone technique, with dozens of clones undertaking the initial steps of learning sorcery by experiencing the natural energies flowing through the world. Only by perceiving these energies could one absorb them into their being, subsequently adjusting the quantity of energy absorbed to achieve a perfect equilibrium among natural, spiritual, and physical energies, ultimately culminating in a new power system known as sorcery. The sorcery of the Azure Dragon clan, also referred to as dragon sorcery, was within reach. Sensing the natural energies of the flowing world was not particularly challenging, especially with Brett's extraordinary abilities and his location in the sacred grounds of the Azure Dragon clan, where the pure natural energies manifested as a white cloud waterfall. After an hour, Brett opened his eyes and declared, "Lady Danlys, I have sensed the natural energies. Then let us leave the white cloud waterfall and continue to perceive the significantly more sparse natural energies outside, until you can feel them at will, wherever and whenever you desire." Danlys stifled yawns, her energy noticeably depleted, yet her approach remained remarkably meticulous. After all, the white cloud waterfall was unique. A rare locale in the world comprised solely of pure natural energy materialized. I understood the necessity of establishing a solid foundation. Brett commanded dozens of shadow clones to leave the white cloud waterfall, seeking to absorb the relatively sparse natural energy beyond, while he took a seat before Danlys. I have gleaned insights into the principles of immortal arts and their rudimentary cultivation methods from Lady Tamamo. Yet I remain curious about the essence of these arts, such as their origins and historical evolution. Might you illuminate my uncertainties, Lady Danlys? Call me Danlys, she replied, shifting her dragon-like head and pondering thoughtfully. The immortal arts originated from human creativity, thus humans can also cultivate and learn them. The identity of the original creator of these arts remains untraceable, yet the reasons behind their creation have been passed down through the ages. Braid raised an eyebrow. Oh, curiosity. The fervent curiosity of humanity. They wonder if magical beasts can wield their innate life energy as adeptly as humans do. Danlys remarked, "One cannot help but admire humanity. Although they are inherently more fragile than us magical beasts, their vibrant curiosity, abundant creativity, profound wisdom, and audacious quest for the unknown are qualities that we, as magical beings, do not possess." Brad pondered. This is precisely his inquiry. He sought to ascertain whether magical beasts could wield their innate life energy with the same agility as humans. Upon conducting experiments, he discovered that magical creatures seemingly lack the capacity for such dexterous manipulation of their inherent life force. Consequently, he incorporated natural energy into his studies. As you might surmise, natural energy serves to harmonize the disproportionate mental and physical energies within us magical beings. Danlys yawned widely, exhaling a gust of wind. As for the historical evolution of arcane arts, to be candid, I have no idea. Braid chuckled. Are there others besides the Azure Dragon clan who possess celestial arts? Indeed. The Toad clan of Miaomu Mountain, the Serpent clan of Longdi Cave, the Slug clan of Shigulin, and the Azure Bird clan of Wudong Island are all adept in celestial techniques. There are certainly numerous magical beasts that wield such powers. After listing them, Danly's enormous vertical eyes widened with fury, and she proclaimed fiercely, "In the future, should we encounter the Serpent clan of Longdi Cave, there will be no need for inquiries. We shall strike with lethal force." Braid, very well. Agreeing with Daenerys, Braid continued, "How many dragons does the Azure Dragon clan possess? When I engage the enemy, please refrain from summoning us." Daenerys interrupted Braid, her eyes darting about, her formidable demeanor slightly faltering. "The members of the Azure Dragon clan are fond of slumber. Only Almansha stands apart. Of course, should you offer a suitable reward, delicious food, gleaming treasures, among our 20-odd dragons, there will surely be one willing to assist you. We mean no offense. We are not avaricious creatures, truly." Braid fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment. "The agreement we have is one of equality. I shall not do a disservice to the Qilong clan," he solemnly vowed, hesitating as he continued, "Currently, I serve under the world government, a name not unfamiliar to you of the Qilong lineage. I have heard it whispered that the material for the ever-changing imperial artifact, Crosstail, is derived from the fur of one of your dragons. That dragon, I believe, was the father of Amandine." With a sharp rattle, Danlys's dragon claws tapped rhythmically, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Amandine's father met his fate at the hands of the world government. They disgracefully stripped him of his whiskers, robbing him of dignity and plunging him into despair until his untimely demise. Such treachery. Danlys revealed the tragic cause of her mate's death. After a prolonged contemplation, she collected herself and shook her head, saying, "Enough of this. It has been nearly 8 centuries since. He brought this upon himself with his insatiable thirst for fine wine. You may serve the world government, but I expect you to look after Amandine." Brett reassured her, "I promise to take good care of Amanda." "I appreciate your honesty, Brett. It is more important than anything else. For those of us who are not so sharp, deceit and lies are our greatest fears. Danlise continued to express her goodwill and closeness. Braid, while Tamamonome is still unperturbed by Amanda, let us seize the opportunity. Daenerys entrusted this to Braid. Approximately 1 week. Brett has thoroughly mastered the initial step of learning the art of sorcery, achieving an unyielding ability to perceive the natural energies at will, anytime and anywhere. A week has passed since then. Braid had acquired a fundamental mastery of celestial arts, devoid of the arduousness and protracted timeline he had anticipated. He could confidently and boldly absorb the natural energies into his being, seeking a harmonious equilibrium of spiritual and physical energies in a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. There was no need to fret about the potential danger of overindulgence in natural energy, which could transform him into a mere fragment of the cloud. For Daenerys would surely rouse him swiftly if that were to occur. In the celestial arts mode, a soft aura radiated from him, and Braid's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His golden eyes flared open, resembling the slitted pupils of a beast, while his golden hair flourished, shedding its opulent hue to reveal a pallid sheen. The most striking change was the dragon scales that spread across his cheeks and the irregularly shaped dragon horns that protruded from his forehead. At last, he could rest in peace. Daenerys, her eyes still heavy with sleep, scrutinized Braid and remarked, "You must persist in your practice." Braid's inquiry, "Daenerys, what are the shortcomings of dragon immortal technique? Every system of power harbors imperfections, including immortal arts. For instance, the frog technique of the Toad clan in Yamu Mountain is limited to a mere 5 minutes of usage, thus prompting Braid's question. I suggest you find a partner." Daenerys replied earnestly. Chapter 46. You have fallen out of favor. The drawbacks of the dragon immortal technique are exceedingly subtle. It stimulates the endocrine and nervous systems, inciting excitement and a fervent desire to engage in humanity's most primal reproductive instincts. The intensity of this reaction is contingent upon the duration of the immortal mode's application. A crude yet fitting description of the dragon immortal technique would be akin to an aphrodisiac. Upon grasping the technique's flaws, Braid swiftly terminated the immortal mode, falling into a profound silence. In truth, he sought to meditate and quell the uncontrollable restlessness within him, unlike Tai Ritian, who would indiscriminately pursue a female lion in heat. He could not succumb to such urges towards a female dragon, despite Daenerys appearing indifferent, as though she would not mind his actions. Desire, the original sin, was how Braid whimsically referred to the dragon immortal technique. Daenerys yawned widely and remarked, "You will adapt. The side effects of the dragon immortal technique will gradually diminish as you master it, though they will never vanish entirely. My suggestion to find a partner is not a jest. Remember not to overly restrain yourself. Regular release is advisable to avoid becoming emotionally distant, if you understand my meaning." With that, Daenerys unceremoniously began to drift into slumber. Braid quietly sought out Tamamonome, departing from the cloud nest. "Wow, the world outside is vast and beautiful," exclaimed Amantha, filled with curiosity as she carried Braid and Tamamonome, weaving through the skies and gazing down upon the earth. Tamamonome's attention was fixed on Braid. "You seem different today." "My lord Braid, I'm not unusual. I'm merely contemplating Amantha's plans," Braid replied, closing his eyes, unwilling to meet Tamamonome's gaze. For her outfit, a strapless top paired with shorts, seemed rather revealing. Tamamonome's eyes darted playfully, her voice elongated with a sudden realization, mocking him mercilessly. "Oh, I see. Hee. I sense your intentions are not pure. You must be aware of the shortcomings of the dragon immortal technique." Braid's forehead throbbed with anger. Tamamonome covered her face, her laughter growing more mischievous, resembling a fox that had stolen a chicken. "You chose this path yourself. Let me tell you, I know other practitioners of immortal arts. Not just the Azure Dragon clan. You had better silence yourself and retreat obediently. Beware, or I shall hold you accountable." Braid retorted with irritation. Feeling flustered? How amusing. Your face is turning red." Tamamonome continued to run ahead, her laughter growing more unrestrained, reveling in the moment. Braid, aimlessly wandering along the East Sea for half a day. Braid managed to suppress the tumultuous impulses within. With a long exhale of discontented breath, he perused his phone's contacts, returning calls that had gone unanswered during his devoted practice of celestial arts. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed, announcing, "This is Braid." "It's me, Braid. Montgomery Marks." "Major?" Brad asked. "Is there something on your mind?" I had intended to extend an invitation to my soiree, but alas. You chose to disregard my overture, leaving me quite despondent, Montana replied with a smile. Brett furrowed his brow, stating, I am rather occupied. Feel free to speak your mind. Very well, replied the representative from Montana. I would like your assistance in the formation of the 7 warlords of the sea. Braid was taken aback. Congratulations, Major, he exclaimed. Laughter bubbling forth, his joy palpable. Montana aimed to leverage the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea to assemble a unique cadre of his own, preparing for future competition against the celestial dragons. He was not troubled by the thought that Braid, being astute, might decipher his intentions, rather. He feared that Braid might be a fool, unable to grasp his plans, which would render any collaboration difficult, as many matters were too sensitive to be openly discussed. Do you have a goal? Braid inquired. Montana replied, the sand crocodile. I trust you have heard of him. He is a member of the worst generation, one of this year's pirate supernovas. The government has placed a staggering bounty of 81 million berries on his head. He is indeed deserving of such recognition, being one of the rare natural-type devil fruit users. Braid briefly discussed the intelligence regarding Crocodile. Are you inviting him to join the 7 warlords of the sea? Montana responded, I have already sent an invitation. Yet I have yet to receive a reply, and the envoy I dispatched has not returned. Do you still wish to extend an invitation to him for the 7 warlords of the sea? Braid pressed. Montana smiled. Absolutely. I will find him and persuade him. Braid, calm yet brimming with confidence, replied, You are truly reliable, Montana. Montana responded, I shall await your good news. Before ending the call, Braid rose and ascended to the majestic head of Amandra, settling upon her bridge. Adjust your course, Amandra. We shall embark towards the new world. Indeed. My lord Braid, Amandra replied with exuberance. Are we to seek adventure? I recall Mother telling tales of fiery spheres descending from the heavens and colossal beasts prowling the seas. Is it truly as perilous as they say? Braid, having endured the ravages of tempestuous childhood, patiently addressed Amandra's inquiries, imparting knowledge of the unfamiliar world beyond. You certainly do not extend such kindness towards me, my lord Braid, interjected Taemamo, unable to contain her lament. Brett spoke without reservation. Amansa is but a child. And are you also a child? I am a girl, responded Tamamo no Me with poise. In light of your consistently poor performance, I hereby declare you to have fallen from grace. Brett, even more resolute, declared, This includes your allowance. All privileges shall be halved. In an instant, Tamamo no Me transformed into her elegant, golden-furred nine-tailed fox form. Though not towering at 20 meters, but rather petite, akin to a domestic cat. She leaped into Brett's embrace, adopting Amansa's innocent tone to playfully plead, Lord Brett, I promise to be good. Brett remarked, You are indeed the Lord of Peace, Lady Tamamo, the Queen, your Majesty. With a hint of grievance, Tamamo replied, But I am destitute. Brett was rendered speechless. In order to locate Crocodile and persuade him to join the ranks of the Shichibukai, he needed to contact Cypherpole's subordinates to ascertain Crocodile's whereabouts. Thus, Brett is locked onto Gemini Island, a place with which he is well acquainted. Before he could take action, a call came through. Shall we converse, Brett? It was from Estes. Brett replied coldly, There is nothing for us to discuss. No. We have much to talk about, Esters asserted confidently. Chapter 47, The Queen's Romance. South Sea. Braid has arrived once more. His death indeed presented a proposal that captivated Braid, prompting him to agree to the meeting. Given the imposing stature and overly exuberant nature of Amansa, Braid feared her impulsive appearance in the city could incite unpredictable chaos. He remained cautious of his death, who lacked the rich emotional depth and sound reasoning expected of a typical human. To avoid a potential breakdown in negotiations that might lead to another violent confrontation, he chose a deserted island as their meeting place. Even on this desolate isle, Esteth adorned herself splendidly, donning a pure white lace-trimmed gown. Her long, athletic legs were accentuated by crystal high heels, while her blue hair was elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with a flower. She even applied light makeup, enhancing her already exquisite features, presenting herself as perfect as a bride, assuming she was without her military blade. Your new pet? Upon their gathering, Esteth's attention was immediately drawn to Amansa, remarking on her impressive presence, truly majestic, as expected of a dragon. Amansa did not mind being referred to as Braid's pet. Rather, she was more intrigued by his death. With a playful demeanor, she tilted her head and examined his death, grinning widely, her tongue flicking out in an instinctive greeting. Amansa, no mischief, Braid interjected, promptly halting her antics with a gentle pat. Flustered, Amansa quickly addressed Braid. "Greetings, Lord Braid." "Who is she?" At that moment, Esteth narrowed her brows, casting a sharp gaze at Tamamonome, who, unbeknownst to her intentions, transformed from a petite, white-faced, golden-furred, nine-tailed fox into human form. She deliberately circled around Braid, nuzzling against him, her playful smile hinting at provocation and mockery. Noticing Esteth's particular interest in her, her smile grew even more mischievous. "That creature is also my spiritual contract partner," Braid remarked nonchalantly. "Now, let us get straight to the point." Leaning on her military blade, Esteth reluctantly shifted her focus from Tamamonome and stated, "As I have informed you, I am aware of your Imperial Tool's blood collection and rapid absorption ability, which allows you to grow stronger by consuming the blood of living beings. Since you yearn for power, I offer you the spoils of my hunts, with the exception of those turned over to the government. I assure you, the quality of my prey will not disappoint." Red acknowledged that the quality of the prey hunted by Esteth would undoubtedly meet his expectations. For the war maniac relished in powerful prey, with her burgeoning strength. Only formidable quarry could pique her interest in the act of domination and the exhilarating pleasure derived from utterly shattering her opponent, both physically and mentally. She held no regard for the feeble. "I accept your terms, but do you still intend to place a collar around my neck?" Brett inquired. Esteth responded candidly, "No, that was my mistake. I failed to distinguish between a boyfriend and a slave or trophy. I have reflected on this." "And what next?" Brett asked. Esteth pondered briefly before stating, "During my missions, I perused several books on male-female relationships and reached some conclusions. Relationships are reciprocal and require mutual maintenance. Just as I am loyal to you, you must be loyal to me. Infidelity is absolutely unacceptable. For instance, Joanna, Tornado, and particularly Mira." She nearly pointed a finger at Tamamo, her voice resolute. "Indeed," Brett nodded. A smile graced Esteth's lips, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Then let us officially date." "Very well," Brett deliberated, choosing not to reject the fortuitous opportunity. Esteth stepped closer, seemingly shy, took Brett's hand, and kissed his lips gently, like a fleeting touch of a dragonfly. Then she continued with fervor, "From now on, you belong to me. You are only allowed to treat me well. You must cherish me and never deceive me. Every promise you make must be fulfilled. Each word must come from the heart. No lies, no insults. Show me concern. When I am happy, you must share in my joy. When I am not, you must cheer me up. You must always see me as the most beautiful. Even in your dreams, I must appear. In your heart, there must be only me." "What books did you read? Who are the authors?" Brett asked calmly. Esteth was taken aback. It's nothing. I suddenly feel the urge to eliminate a few people." Brett beamed with a radiant smile. "Let us officially part ways. Upon reflection, we are not suited for each other. I still have a few months until I turn 16, and I am still a minor. The books have also taught us about the perils of early romance. Long kisses, passionate kisses, wet kisses. What are they doing? What are they eating? How strange," Tamamo queried, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed, they are indulging in saliva," Tamamo replied playfully. "Saliva? Is it delicious? I want to try," the innocent Amanda exclaimed. Tamamo leapt onto Amanda's head. "Let us not disturb them. Come, I shall show you around." As Tamamo and Amanda departed, Esteth softly remarked, "This is my first experience of such a feeling. What about you, Brett? Are you unhappy or perhaps startled? Is it moving too quickly? This is my first kiss." "But not yours. Yours was given to Mira." The tale of Braid's dismay is revisited. Esteth's expression darkened sharply, but she quickly forces a smile and explains, "But she is a girl." Directly toppling Braid, Esteth hopes to ignite his fervor, wishing to erase the awkwardness of her first kiss. "Yet, I am in control," Braid retorts as he flips over. Esteth, turning once more, can no longer contain the fierce nature buried deep within her. "No, this is unacceptable. Please respect my dignity as a man. You promised to treat only me with kindness. You must cherish me." The ground trembles with intensity. "I am the man you shall never possess. Forever." Braid departs, fearing that remaining would escalate their struggle into a life-and-death confrontation akin to their previous clash. Esteth, torn, contemplates calling out to Braid but finds herself at a loss for words, standing alone in place. After a moment, she muses, "The books you recommended are of no use. Or perhaps not entirely without merit. Recommend a few more. Who are the authors of those books? Investigate, find them, and eliminate them." Esteth dials her phone. Yes, Commander." Chapter 48. Crocodile, feel free to laugh. There is no need to stifle it. Braid remarks indifferently while reclining under the Azure Dragon's head, gazing toward the new world. A sly glance from Tamamonome, whose playful expression piques his interest. I do not wish to laugh, she responds solemnly, yet nonchalantly turns her head to the side. It appears you fought over positions, a whirlwind romance followed by an equally swift breakup. Would you not find yourselves in a predicament? I have watched a rather peculiar short film. Their styles are abundant. She coughs lightly. Indeed, two naive little apples. You amuse me to no end. Bread? Angry. Well, Tamamo-chan. Having had your fill of laughter, I must admit, I find you all rather amusing. Braid closed his eyes, disinterested in engaging with Tamamonome. Braid. I advise you to steer clear of her. Do not entertain any notions of gaining advantage from her. Relinquish your petty schemes before they lead you into peril. Tamamonome appeared solemn as she spoke. And what is the reason for your caution? From the very first glance, I perceive that she is a mad creature clad in the guise of humanity, yet unwilling to embrace the essence of human understanding, driven solely by the primal instincts deeply embedded within her being. She is exceedingly dangerous, an entity unlike any I have encountered before. Braid remained silent. Meanwhile, Tamamonome crouched down, gazing at Braid from her elevated position with a subtly enigmatic smile, saying, My lord Braid, you are not as honest as you seem. What a naughty fellow you are. Braid reached out and pushed Tamamonome's head aside, signaling her to depart. She was willing to deceive anyone, to engage in pretense, as long as it promised her gain. Tamamonome, suppressing her smile, shook her head and murmured, in a certain sense, you were even more terrifying than she. Braid feigned ignorance of the conversation, deftly manipulating his phone to contact subordinates for intelligence regarding the elusive crocodile. Days passed. On the Twin Islands, within the Sky Arena, he set aside Tamamonome and Amanda to pursue his target alone. With little effort, the intelligence operations of Cypher Pole proved to be omnipresent, allowing Braid to precisely locate Crocodile. In a luxurious casino, he encountered Crocodile, a tall figure with a striking purple pompadour. His features were handsomely defined. Yet his dead fish eyes and the act of holding a cigar added an air of enigma and dominance. Clad in a tailored suit and adorned with opulence, he embodied the essence of a successful individual. At that moment, Crocodile bore no visible scars across his face, and both hands were intact as he engaged in gambling. Brett exchanged 500,000 berries for chips and casually took a seat beside Crocodile, nonchalantly joining the gambling game. Hello, Sand Crocodile, he greeted. And to you as well. Crocodile had already taken note of Brett and even surmised his identity. Cypher Pole? Brett acknowledged. Indeed. Crocodile remained inscrutable. You declined the opportunity to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What was your reasoning? Brett felt compelled to take the initiative. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, You are mistaken. I did not refuse the chance to join the 7 warlords. Oh? Might you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the individual responsible for inviting you to join the 7 warlords? Their prolonged absence has displeased their superior, which in turn reflects poorly on both them and you. Hence, I have arrived, Brett remarked with a smile. I hope you haven't acted too recklessly, or else matters may become complicated. Crocodile responded coldly, They are still alive. I merely imparted a minor lesson to those who showed me disrespect. Their survival facilitates resolution. Brett inquired, So, do you intend to accept the invitation to join the 7 warlords? It is a transaction. Crocodile turned slightly. I believe I am entitled to understand what I stand to gain and what I must sacrifice. Brett's luck had taken a turn for the worse. He lost 500,000 berries in mere 3 rounds and decided to call it quits. First and foremost, the government will rescind your bounty, granting you official endorsement. The Navy, Cypher Pole, and all governmental forces will cease to trouble you. This alone is a substantial gain. Moreover, in addition to the government's foreign alliances, you possess a privateer license, allowing you to seize as much as your appetite desires, unobserved. Should you be discovered, a 50% tribute will be required. Testing the cleanliness of your hands, an intriguing game of cat and mouse. Crocodile replied, Not sufficient. An unreasonable condition. Brett countered. You must negotiate with those who command the warlords of the sea. Crocodile frowned. And what you must offer? Brett continued. The sole duty of the warlords of the sea is to utilize your strength and reputation to intimidate and eliminate those who are detrimental to the government. You will enjoy freedom of movement, with no interference from the government. But in times of emergency, a response to the government's summons is imperative. Brett stretched, So, what will it be? Will you agree or not? Crocodile mused, If I refuse, that would be impossible. You have lingered in the Sky Arena for some time, seeking powerful allies, ambitiously attempting to challenge the order of the New World. Becoming one of the warlords of the sea would not be disadvantageous for you. And you do not strike me as one who firmly believes that a pirate is a pirate. Brett interrupted Crocodile, shifting the tone. If you truly refuse, I regret to inform you that your journey may come to an unfortunate end. Grains of sand gathered at his fingertips, and Crocodile bared his teeth. As Crocodile clenched his fist, the hardened will of armament hockey emanated from him. Those who possess the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit are not invincible. Do not toy with fire, lest you find your skull shattered by my might. Gwahaha. Crocodile's maniacal laughter echoed, leaving the nearby gamblers bewildered. Abruptly, Crocodile regained his composure. I have made my promise. Brett silently handed Crocodile a business card bearing the title of Major before rising to leave. Brett Hyman, to my astonishment. The vice president of the Hunter Association conceals yet another identity. Crocodile murmured vaguely to Brett. Brad paused and said meaningfully, countless individuals are aware of my identity. Yet they all maintain a faade of understanding without voicing it. Do you comprehend? With a casual wave, Brad departed gracefully. Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar, sinking into profound contemplation. Chapter 49. The Wolf Father. The conversation proceeded smoothly. The Sand Crocodile clearly understood that the essence of the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan was a transaction, one that benefited him without harm. How could he possibly refuse? Brad contacted Montana, stating, it is rather amusing that your major sent individuals to recruit him. Yet they failed to grasp the true nature of the plan, mistakenly believing their task was to place a collar on the Sand Crocodile and drag him back to Mariewa as a pet. In the end, it turned out they were the ones wearing collars, left trembling like drowned rats at the side of a pirate ship. What a disgrace. Montana chuckled, responding, you've worked hard, Brad. Taking money to avert disaster for others is commendable. Brad replied evenly, one must do their duty. Montana pondered, evaluate the Sand Crocodile for me, Brad. After all, seeing is believing. Far more reliable than mere rumors or intelligence. Well, Brad elongated his nasal tone, pausing for a moment before continuing. He is an ambitious individual, lacking in true strength. Simultaneously arrogant, yet strangely self-aware. He embodies both intelligence and foolishness, like most people, filled with contradictions. Specifically, he intends to leverage the advantages of the 7 Warlords of the Sea to evade troubles stemming from the government, while fervently challenging the pirate order of the New World, eagerly attempting to partake in the struggle for supremacy in this new era of piracy. Montana smiled. You don't think highly of him? He is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, after all. And what of a Logia-type devil fruit user? Brad countered. As far as I know, the true top-tier pirates at the pinnacle of the pirate hierarchy have never deigned to rely on convoluted tricks. They seize what they desire through sheer force. Brad concluded. In any case, I assess his potential danger as negligible. Even if he posed a threat, he could be swiftly eliminated, rendering him inconsequential. However, he serves well as a starting point for the formation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Montana chuckled once more, saying, by the way, Brad, one should not trouble 2 masters. Could you do me a small favor? Yes, Brad replied. Inform those incompetent fools to swim back to Holy Land. Montana remarked nonchalantly. Bradeo, very well. Wishing you a delightful vacation. Let us share a drink when you are free. Communication from Montana was interrupted. Brett tucked his phone away and turned to gaze at a few unfortunate souls not far off. The Major has summoned you to swim back to the Holy Land. I have delivered the message. Whether you comply is of no concern to me. With a splash, the unfortunate ones exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they plunged into the water, yearning to return to Mariewa. Brett tapped his fingers against his temple, deliberately provoking these unfortunate souls to gauge the Major's reactions. Such mastery over subordinates is indeed impressive. With a sigh of admiration, Brett turned to procure supplies, particularly spices, intending to treat the elusive Amanda, who was reluctant to engage in densely populated human areas. As evening descended upon the deserted island, where the bonfire blazed brilliantly, Brett transformed into a diligent caretaker, feeding an azure dragon and a fox. Mia, delicious. How delightful, Amanda urged, her voice harmonizing with the rhythm of their meal. Fortunately, Brett had a shadow clone to assist him. I've considered it, Amanda. I cannot bring you along frequently, Brett began. Oh, I don't want that, Amanda protested. Am I eating too much, Lord Brett? I apologize, I shall eat no more. The scene of a 20-meter-long dragon frolicking was nothing short of earth-shattering. Brett witnessed the spectacle, as if the very ground trembled beneath him. Amanda, Brett emphasized, raising his voice to halt her. It matters not how much you eat. I harbor no disdain. It is the nature of my work that demands discretion. and your physique is indeed substantial. Allow me to clarify my arrangements. My shadow clone will accompany you in the cloud nest, and I shall summon you periodically. Is that agreeable? There was a brief pause. Out of the corner of his eye, Brett caught the mischievous glimmer in the eyes of Tamamonome. Silence, Lady Tamamonome, he instructed. Tamamonome smiled awkwardly. Really? Amanda leaned forward, her expression one of pitiful longing. Brett's smile was warm. I assure you, eat quickly. The roast will lose its appeal once it cools. A few days later, after bidding farewell to Amanda, Brett returned to Mary Joa. It was time, Altair. Brett had long desired to nurture Altair's potential, but his busy schedule had often hindered him. Altair appeared composed and calm. Yes, Lord Brett. What have you learned at the Cipher Pole Agent Academy? Brett inquired. Altair replied, fundamental knowledge, basic physical training, and introductory combat skills, among others. Have you witnessed bloodshed? Brett asked. Altair shook his head. Let us proceed. We shall find a few scoundrels to eliminate. Brett affectionately ruffled Altair's hair and reiterated, I ask you once more, Altair, are you content with mediocrity? Altair continued to shake his head. Good. Then you cannot evade the reality of taking a life, Brett asserted matter-of-factly. Tamamonome interjected with a grin. Hey, isn't that a bit too harsh? She is still quite young. The process of witnessing bloodshed is best encountered early rather than late. She can learn many things that others cannot teach her, Brett replied, fixing his gaze on Tamamonome. Madam Tamamonome, might you refrain from disturbing us? Tamamonome puffed her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips, retorting, I will not. Brad retrieved his wallet and rummaged for a bank card, which he flung like a dart. Whoosh. I adore you, Lord Brad, echoed as the afterimage faded, leaving Tamamonome utterly vanished, leading Altair towards the elevator connecting the upper and lower regions of the Red Earth continent. Brad's destination was the Shambody Archipelago. Upon his arrival at the Shambody Archipelago, a glint of golden light flashed in Brad's eyes. Not far off, a young octopus merman was laboriously dragging a drowning individual. Fortune smiled upon them. As Brad took a step forward, he dialed a number. Please check if the remnants of the Roger Pirates have recently attacked Bartolomeo Island. Indeed. My Lord Brad, our cipher pole has orchestrated the operation, and the Navy has laid a trap, though not all were captured on Bartolomeo Island. Several attempts were made to rescue the remnants of the most nefarious bloodline of the Roger Pirates, leaving a few behind. The only regret remains that the leader of the Roger Pirates remnants, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, and Great Axe Spack, Jabba, managed to escape. Brett's lips curled upwards, his tongue teasingly licking his lips, a gluttonous heart sprawling like rampant vines. Chapter 50. The most important thing for a family is to be whole. Perhaps you need a little assistance, young merman. With a beaming smile, Brett approached the octopus merman boy who was strenuously attempting to rescue a drowning man not far away. The victim was a middle-aged male, with golden hair and a black beard that wrapped around his chin in forked tufts. His ruggedly handsome features were accentuated by a vertical scar running through his right eye, adding an alluring touch to his physique. He was robust. As the octopus merman boy struggled to manage a gruesome wound that nearly severed his right side chest and left arm, having discarded his shirt to reveal his muscular form. Undoubtedly, the drowning man was Silbaz Rayleigh, the renowned first mate of the Roger Pirates, the right hand of the Pirate King. Due to his overwhelming strength and destructive capability, he was initially likened to Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, and was respectfully dubbed the Underworld King. The octopus merman boy was indeed a peculiar sight. With silvery gray starfish-like hair, 6 tentacled arms covered in suckers, and 2 legs. Brett's sudden approach startled the octopus merman boy, who instinctively retreated into the ocean. Feeling no inclination to trust Brett's seemingly harmless appearance and innocent smile, the boy had ample reasons to be wary of Brett. In the vicinity of Shambody Archipelago, the abhorrent practice of slave capturing and trading thrived, led by the nobles of various classes, spearheaded by the celestial dragons from Mariewa. They had long since torn apart over 100 anti-slavery laws established by the world government at its inception, reveling in the subjugation of slaves for their amusement, leaving the common populace deeply victimized, especially the inherently curious minority races such as the fishmen. Furthermore, within the fishmen community, octopus mermen were exceedingly rare. Severely injured indeed. It's a miracle he still lives. Truly deserving of the title Underworld King, Brett mused, disregarding the octopus merman boy as he leaned down to inspect Rayleigh's gruesome wound, silently assessing. The bone-chilling cold. No wonder the chest wound, having come into contact with seawater, had not rotted like the arm. Was it the handiwork of Esther's? It shouldn't have been a one-on-one encounter. She lacked such strength. Wait a moment. Brett was struck with horror. It couldn't be. After encountering the Navy and the combined forces of Cipher Pole on the island of Bader in the South Sea, he had been forced to swim for his life. Traversing the doldrums, only to succumb to the treacherous currents outside Subduing Archipelago, where he was eventually rescued by the octopus merman boy, Little-8. After an extended period of fluctuating emotions, Brett let out a long sigh. Beckoning Altair and the mosquito girl who had automatically continued to follow him upon their return to Mariewa. With a flick of his wrist, Brett manifested gluttony. Presenting it to Altair, kill him. No, you can't. Little-8 exclaimed in terror. Braid maintained his cheerful demeanor, raising a finger to caution. Hush. Young member of the Fishman tribe, be wary of attracting human traffickers. Before he could finish his sentence, he advised. It would be prudent for you to abandon your perilous notions. From the canopy of the Yalchaman redwood, Sakiya descended in a single leap, clutching a corner of white paper. A life card? Braid's fingers danced as he remarked, it appears you have quite the entanglement with the remnants of the Roger pirates, having received a life card from them. The rumor that pirates know not love seems to be unfounded. Sakiya, cigarette in mouth, wore an expression of fury, retorting, spare me your prattle, Braid. Get lost. It's impossible. Braid straightened his posture, asserting, you should be more concerned for your own well-being. I have every reason not to spare you now. A faint, muffled sound echoed as a weapon pierced flesh. Altair, unwavering, drove the blade of gluttony through Rayleigh's heart. Thus fell the legendary pirate of a generation, succumbing to the hands of an obscure young girl. Rayleigh. Sakiya's eyes widened in rage, his fury intensifying as a gust of wind erupted, momentarily lifting the weakest Altair off her feet. Braid extended his arms to embrace Altair, reclaiming the gluttony that had drained Rayleigh's life force, and teasingly remarked, well done. I am proud of you, my daughter. Altair merely stood in a daze, her delicate green fingers fixated, the brutality of bloodshed having a profound impact on her. Protect Altair. Joanna. Braid entrusted Altair to the care of the mosquito woman, before beginning to collect and rapidly absorb the life energy that gluttony could not retain for long, reveling in the rich vitality that rivaled that of the pirate king. The former emperor of Nine Snake Island, one of the original 12 of the Hunter Association? Allow me to arrange your fate, ensuring that this pair of star-crossed lovers meets their demise together. After all, the most important thing for a family is to remain whole. A wave of malevolent intent surged like a tempest, swiftly engulfing Sakiya. Sakiya's complexion paled, her fury waning, as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. The palpable, viscous malice seemed to constrict around her body and bones, covering her mouth and nose, making her feel as though she were on the brink of suffocation. How strange. The monster has grown to such an extent. Sakiya gritted her teeth, speaking with difficulty. Braid had not truly evolved into a mere embodiment of malevolence to instill fear in the former emperors of Nine Snake Island. Nor had he reached the status of the original 12 zodiacs of the Hunter Association. He had not assimilated Rayleigh's life energy. Instead, he briefly possessed a deceptive semblance of power comparable to Rayleigh's through its aid. It was not a matter of self-doubt regarding his ability to vanquish Sakiya. Rather, he sought to expediently resolve the confrontation with Sakiya, thereby creating an opportunity to integrate Rayleigh's life energy as his own. Shave. Armed finger gun. With a swift thrust, Braid's fingers pierced Sakiya's throat. Perhaps it was despair, perhaps liberation, or perhaps a mere failure to react. Sakiya remained motionless, allowing Braid's fingers to breach his throat, only to have his heart subsequently pierced by the gluttonous strike, robbing him of all life energy. Without further hesitation, Braid commenced the fusion of Rayleigh and Sakiya's life energies. Meanwhile, Mosquito Woman returned with Altair, guarding Braid's flanks. After a moment of stunned silence, Altair suddenly mused, life is truly fragile. What? Mosquito Woman exclaimed, taken aback. Altair lapsed back into silence, lacking the vivacity one might expect from her age. It seems there's no need to continue shedding blood, Braid remarked, having overheard Altair's words. Let us proceed directly to the second step. Await my instruction on Nan. Seizing the moment, Mosquito Woman interjected, Braid, that octopus fishman has escaped. That is of no consequence. Braid replied. Chapter 51. A major undertaking foiled. Are you in good spirits, old officer? In the office of Minister Onest, Braid lounged languidly on the sofa, observing the voracious minister devouring meat. The ravenous consumption was undoubtedly a reflection of Onest's buoyant mood. Had he been troubled, the weight of his concerns would have prevented him from indulging so freely. Minister Onest mumbled. We devised a plan with the Navy to encircle and rescue the remnants of the Roger pirates, infamous for their most sinister bloodline from Bartella Island. Those who died perished, and those who fled escaped. After this encounter, we can securely tighten our grip on Bartellala Island, awaiting the emergence of the most sinister bloodline, only to extinguish it in its cradle. Oh, Braid responded nonchalantly. Onus looked up. Do you not believe me? I did not say that. You did, Braid countered. Onus continued. If we calculate the days, I believe the revelation is imminent. According to the gestation period of the Pirate King's companion, Braid immediately comprehended the minister's calculations. It had been 6 months since Roger's public execution, 7 months and 12 days since his surrender, and 8 months since the intelligence report of someone witnessing Roger exhibiting paternal behavior rather than that of a pirate. And how long is a woman's pregnancy? Approximately 10 months. Onest replied, wiping his greasy hands and continuing, in 2 months, at most, the most sinister bloodline will be born. Otherwise, the remnants of the Roger pirates would not dare to launch a fierce assault on Bartolomeo Island, fully aware of our alliance with the Navy. Brett nodded, maintaining a demeanor of indifference. Does the Pirate King possess the ability to hear the voices of all things, including the likelihood of detecting such a phenomenon at the moment of a partner's conception? It is quite meticulous and cautious indeed. Do you still harbor doubts? Minister Onest raised his voice. I did not assert this. You are the one making such claims, Brett replied, spreading his hands. I am not disbelieving. It simply does not concern me. What of the former commander? The Underworld King has perished. Pardon? Minister Onest was taken aback. Which Underworld King are you referring to? Brad rolled his eyes. Which other Pluto could it be, if not Silbaz Riley? Minister Onest opened his mouth in astonishment. Berdeo, indeed. I surmised that he was compelled to flee by swimming, evading the agents and navy dispatched by you, who cornered and relentlessly pursued him on the island of Batari. He traversed the doldrums, only to encounter the treacherous currents near the Shambadi archipelago, where he succumbed to unconsciousness, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Oh, and let us not forget his companion, the former emperor of Nine Serpent Island, Sakya, one of the original 12 members of the Hunter Association, and Minister Onest. Minister Onest, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment, consumed several pieces of steak to regain his composure. Where is he? Dead, reduced to ashes, Brett replied, rummaging through his pockets. I recorded the event on video and preserved some of his blood. With each formidable adversary he dispatched, Brett not only absorbed their life energy but also retained a portion of their flesh and blood, including that of the Pirate King, the Underworld King, and the Spider Leader. For he remained ever mindful of the forbidden technique of the land of Wano.It Tensei etched deeply in his memory. Oh, dear little Brett, you are truly my fortunate star. Ha ha ha. Minister Onest effusively praised Brett, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. Brett quietly observed Minister Onest's laughter and remarked, I have come to request my reward. Esteemed old officer. No problem. Minister Onest replied with a generous demeanor. The accomplishment of eliminating Pluto, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, and the leader of the remnants of Roger's pirate crew, is sufficient for you to choose 2 treasures from the sacred treasure vault. Brett waved his hand, expressing his desire to serve at the underwater prison for a while. Hiss, Minister Onest regarded Brett with a peculiar gaze, and after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the underlying implication. I cannot allow a wolf to mingle with the flock. Little Brett, you wish to utilize the Imperial Artifact's blood to rapidly absorb great matters. Brett shrugged. For he indeed planned to utilize the blood of the Imperial Artifacts to collect and swiftly absorb the formidable beings imprisoned within the depths of the Grand Undersea Prison. The lowest level of this vast prison housed numerous beings that rivaled the Pirate King and the Underworld King, their life force equally formidable. Brett could scarcely fathom the tremendous power he would acquire upon emptying the Grand Undersea Prison. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, young Brett, Minister Onest lamented. The prisoners of the Grand Undersea Prison are also vital resources for the government. Otherwise, do you think the government would refrain from executing those guilty of heinous crimes? Brett raised an eyebrow, expressing his curiosity. The prisoners at the lowest level of the underwater prison are subjects of experimentation by the scientific division. The inmates housed from the 1st to the 5th levels belong to the Holy Land's garrison, which organizes expeditions to explore the Dark Continent every few years. These prisoners serve as the most suitable cannon fodder. Minister Onest remarked, you should be aware that this is not a secret. Brett remained silent. Please, do not make it difficult for me, young Brett, Minister Onest spoke with earnest concern. Brett adjusted his posture, picked up Minister Onest's cigar, and took a puff. I comprehend. The old man remarked, it seems you have been on vacation for far too long, idling about and concocting mischief. Minister Onest muttered as he rifled through the documents, stating, this has been dragging on for years. Those archaeologists, who seek the historical inscriptions of the blank century, should be put to rest. This task was originally devised by you. It is only fitting that you bring it to a conclusion. Brett nodded and said, "Very well. I shall instruct the CP3 and CP4 intelligence divisions to assist you. Should the need arise, you have the authority to mobilize the assassination division of CP9, including the Navy." Minister Wonist, indulging in fine wine, remarked, "I recall that your direct squad, the Golden Guardians, suffered the loss of a member, did it not?" Brettel remarked, "Well, the only truly useful ones are Wolf Commander and Alhambra. The remaining couple leaves much to be desired. Allow my son to accompany you. Grant him the opportunity to achieve some merit. I permit you to reorganize your direct squad with a maximum of 10 members. Minister Wonist smiled. Brett jested, "What? Are you contemplating having your son take over?" Minister Ernest complained. "He spends his days idling about, causing quite a ruckus." Braid remarked half-jokingly, "I shall educate him well, but I hope it does not cause you distress. Do as you wish." Meanwhile, Minister Wonist continued to indulge in his feast. Chapter 52, the power to act with impunity. Just as Braid was about to step out of Minister Wonist's office, one leg already crossing the threshold, he suddenly turned back and said, "I just remembered that among those searching for the historical text stone tablets, delving into the blank century of history, there are hunters from the Hunter Association. How should we proceed with them?" Minister Wonist instantly grasped Braid's implication, smiting his forehead in annoyance. "I completely forgot. Last year, with the onset of the Great Pirate Era, which dramatically altered the global landscape, the world government had adjusted its strategies. They had sent Minister Wonist as a representative to the Hunter Association to meet with its president, Netero, hoping that the association would maintain a neutral stance and even assist the world government in suppressing the escalating pirate tide. Netero had agreed, and in return, the world government absolved the hunters of any culpability regarding the search for the historical text stone tablets and the inquiry into the blank century of history. Feeling a headache coming on, Minister Wonist stated, "In any case, you must locate them first and apprehend them." Brad nodded. "All right," he said, pausing slightly. "3 items. Minister Ernest replied, taken aback. "Brad's path. In the Sanctuary of Treasures, one may select 3 artifacts at will. Begone. Accursed little vampire." Despite Brad's fury over greed, Minister Wonist still signed the documents and tossed them to Brad. Brett chuckled, "Be wary of hypertension. Take care, old commander. I am not ready to depart just yet." "You rascal." Minister Wonist was exasperated. After bidding farewell to Minister Wonist, Brett beckoned to the waiting mosquito lady, Altair, and made his way directly to the sacred treasure vault. Thus, the journey commenced. Braid embarked on the formation of a new direct squad. Initially, he decisively excluded Lily, Kith, and Ricky, as they were operatives hailing from CP3 and CP4, proving to be of limited practical use. However, he resolved to retain Wolf and Alhambra, as both were regarded as elite within the Cipher Pole organization, with Alhambra exhibiting significant potential. Braid considered Altair worthy of membership, inviting him to join the Golden Guardians. This left 7 vacancies remaining. The son of Minister Wonist was merely a transient addition to Braid's ranks, seeking to enhance his status. With a calm and rational selection process, Braid's primary target was Kazumi, who happened to be his roommate at the Cipher Pole Academy and one of his few friends. "Hello, this is Braid," he asserted, swiftly contacting Kazumi. On the other end, Kazumi responded with his customary nonchalance, "It's me. What's the matter? By order of my superiors, I am forming a direct squad. Are you interested in assisting me?" Braid inquired without preamble. Kazumi pondered for a moment before replying, "Currently, I am following Father Anderson, and I need to consult with him." "Very well." Braid chuckled. "I shall await your response." After ending the call, Braid momentarily set aside thoughts of his squad's vacancies as he made his way to the Sanctum's treasure vault. The current custodian of the vault was unfamiliar to Braid, a rather elderly gentleman who moved and spoke at a languid pace that tested one's patience. "I'll take a look around. Anything I decide to take will be duly noted, old man," Braid remarked, liberating himself from the custodian's presence as he continued, "Primarily, Altair, let us find you an imperial artifact or a devil fruit. I hope you swiftly acquire the ability to protect yourself." Braid once again disseminated knowledge regarding the imperial tools and the devil fruits to Altair. Upon arriving at the chamber displaying the imperial tools, Braid gasped in astonishment. "The March of the Dead, 8 rooms. What a remarkable artifact. I did not encounter this during my last visit. Its wielder must have perished, leading to its retrieval. Why not give it a try?" Bread handed a black longsword to Altair. Altair attempted to draw the deceased's weapon, the Yashiro no-H, but it remained unresponsive. What a pity, Bread remarked as he took back the Yashiro no-H and tucked it into Mosquito Woman's embrace. Hold on to this for now, Joanna. If you fancy anything, do choose something for yourself. Even if it proved unnecessary, Bread was eager to take the Yashiro no-H. For its ability to manipulate the souls of those it had slain was formidable, enabling control over up to 8 corpses. These puppets bore the likeness and much of the strength of their former selves, resembling a diminutive, imperfect version of the Edo Tensei. Bread cannot help but feel a twinge of regret for not having utilized the deceased's army, the 8 houses, to transform the Pirate King and the Underworld King into mere puppets. Joanna yearns for armor to safeguard Bread, while the Mosquito Woman remains steadfast in her original intentions. Bread surveyed his surroundings, recalling that there was supposed to be an armored figure among the Imperial artifacts. Yet, it was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, tap, 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 as a tall, well-proportioned young man entered. His physique was athletic, and while his features could be deemed handsome, there was an unsettling peculiarity about him. This stemmed not only from the striking contrast of his ash-gray hair against his dark skin, but also from the X-shaped scar adorning the bridge of his nose. Between his eyes, his attire was unconventional, consisting of white arm guards, long trousers, and a midriff-bearing top that defied mainstream fashion. You must be Braid, the young man remarked. His tone flippant as he appraised Braid from head to toe. Just as the rumors suggested, you are indeed a stunning beauty. As his words trailed off, his tone grew increasingly light, eventually falling silent. Brad exchanged a seemingly mocking gaze with the young man, his malevolent thoughts crashing like tumultuous waves, relentlessly assaulting the latter's psyche. I am the son of Minister Ernest. Please, please don't kill me. I am to be your future superior. The young man, drenched in cold sweat, trembled uncontrollably, retreating in utter terror, collapsing, and screaming in desperation. Bread was certainly acquainted with the individual, at least familiar with his background. Shiera, the son of Minister Ernest, was a character marked by both brutality and lechery, a quintessential scoundrel who, emboldened by his father's influence, indulged in nefarious deeds. Regrettably for him, Mary Geos was not a realm where he could act with impunity. He had previously overstepped his bounds and was subsequently dispatched by Minister Ernest to the outskirts of Mary Geos. Thus, he spent years roaming, wreaking havoc in the affiliated nations of the world government. Future Commander, have you soiled yourself? Bread lit a cigar, a remnant of his time with Minister Ernest, and pressed his foot down on the young man's head, looking down with disdain. I have no desire to speak of your father's inability to regard me as his superior, nor of the respect that even a celestial dragon must afford me. Let us be straightforward. I am uncertain whether you will inherit the position of the highest officer in Cipher Pole. But I am certain of one thing. I will enter the Holy Shield whenever I wish. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand, Shiera gasped, akin to someone who had just been pulled from the depths of drowning. In light of your affront toward me, no. A rich, tobacco-laden aroma wafted through the air. Have you fainted? How dull. I had intended to inform you that a one-eyed man possesses greater gravitas. Bread rose, discarding the cigar, and cast a glance at the pale-faced Altair. Do you see this, my daughter? True power allows one to act with impunity. Mark my words. When he returns home to complain, Minister Ernest will surely tell him that a one-eyed man is indeed more imposing. Chapter 53. Unassailable spoiled children who suffer grievances outside often seek solace from their parents, and Shiera was no exception. However, he first went to the hospital to tend to the ghastly wound on his right eye and to change into a clean pair of trousers, devoid of any unpleasant odor. The former demonstrated his regard for himself, while the latter reflected his concern for his dignity. Oh, my beloved and pitiable Shiera, Minister Ernest cried, embracing his injured son with abandon. Who is responsible? Who could possibly take your right eye? I shall not let them go unpunished. Absolutely not. Shiera pushed his father away, unaccustomed to such unprecedented affection. It was your loyal subordinate, Bread. Ah, Bread. Well then, Minister Ernest's wailing abruptly ceased, his countenance transforming into an eerie calm, akin to that of a madman. A one-eyed man is not without merit. Indeed, he possesses a certain gravitas. Shiera attempted to articulate something, urging himself to follow Bread closely and accrue achievements, so as not to appear inept. Restrain your reckless antics. Do as he commands. He is neither my equal nor your father, and there is no reason for him to indulge you. Minister Ernest continued to feast voraciously, murmuring, otherwise, I would not hesitate, despite my age, to exert myself once more to sire another son. Of course, I would not mind selecting a more suitable mother for the task. Shira felt a chill run down his spine. The father and son fell into a prolonged silence. I wish to understand him, Shira murmured, covering his right eye. A monster. Minister Onest, succinct yet feeling insufficient, added with emphasis, an absolute monster. Shira gritted her teeth. Someone like you should abandon the foolish dreams of vengeance. Minister Onest appeared troubled. Gesturing with his hand, perhaps your prolonged absence has left you unaware of Cypherpole's current state. As your father, it is imperative that I enlighten you. Currently, Cypherpole boasts 3 individuals you must never provoke: Bread, Isteth, and Tornado. They surpass the formidable monsters you were once warned against. Remember this well. Now be gone. Humph. With a crash, Shira, filled with anger and pain, kicked down the office door and stormed out. Meanwhile, Shigong, acting as Minister Onest's assistant, cautiously remarked, "You are rather harsh. Minister, this is but a spur of love. It would be disastrous to raise him as a feeble-minded individual." Minister Onest lamented while savoring a glass of red wine. That little Bread has gone too far. Shigong dared not respond. Well, I am certain there are reasons for it. I am well aware of Shira's character. He deserves to be lacking in intellect. Minister Onest brushed it off lightly. However, the truth was that Bread's harsh treatment of Shira lacked any credible justification. Shira merely complimented his looks in a flippant manner. Was that a reason? Perhaps not. Should one not be allowed to praise beauty? The real motive was Bread's desire to use the lesson to educate Altair while leaving a lasting mark on Shira, to prevent future unpleasant interactions that might compel him to eliminate Shira altogether. Being Minister Onest's son, Bread still harbored hopes that his father would serve as a political shield within the world government. He would extend the necessary courtesies. But once he reached a point where he owed no one respect, the situation would be entirely different. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land's treasure vault, Bread had found a devil fruit suitable for you, Joanna. He moved to the section storing the devil fruits and located one. The mosquito girl tilted her head to examine the devil fruit in Bread's palm, a white, spiraled orange. She read its description: scythe fruit, capable of producing scythe-like slashes. Joanna desires armor with formidable defense. Isn't offense the best form of defense? Bread countered. The mosquito girl scratched her head, looking dejected. You simply don't like it. Anyway, it's not particularly powerful. Bread did not press her further, perusing the area. No good items left. Let us leave. It's a pity there are still 2 treasures unclaimed. Until next time. They departed the Holy Land's treasure vault. Brad's gaze fell upon Sheila, who sat at the entrance, her silhouette forlorn. You haven't turned into a complete waste yet. At least your physical condition is adequate, and your recovery is remarkably swift. I thought you would remain incapacitated, he remarked. Sheila, simply play the role of a marionette, keep your mouth shut, and execute your orders. Once the mission concludes, your gilded aspirations will essentially reach their end. And you may go wherever you please. With a light pat on Sheila's head, Brad's touch sent a chill through her. All her frustrations and animosities dissipated in an instant. She was filled with a profound fear of Brad, apprehensive that a mere miscalculation on his part could lead to the shattering of her skull. She had no doubt of Brad's formidable strength. As Brad walked, he communicated with Wolf Lieutenant, gathering at Alhambra. Before long, Alhambra cheerfully greeted, "Ah, Lord Brad. It has been quite a while. Who is this gentleman? He seems to be rather injured." Sheila, in stark contrast to Alhambra's jovial demeanor, remarked that Bell was a staunch believer in the adage that silence is golden and would never speak. "I intend to reorganize my direct squad. Ricky and Lilith have been excluded," she stated. Brett gestured for Alhambra to take a seat and said, "This is Sheila, the son of Minister Onest, a temporary member." "Oh, my apologies." Alhambra exaggeratedly elongated his tone. "How rude of me." Bell made a gesture, and the Wolf Lieutenant inquired if there was a mission. Alhambra translated automatically. "Bradeo, indeed. The task I orchestrated many years ago, spanning 7 or 8 years, is now drawing to a close. Wasn't that around the time when you were merely 7 or 8 years old?" Alhambra grinned widely. Bread stated nonchalantly that the task at hand was rather unremarkable, merely tedious in nature. The objective was to apprehend a group of oblivious individuals who had violated governmental laws in their quest to seek out historical stone tablets. Delving into the enigmatic blank century of history, predominantly comprised of archaeologists, it seemed rather inconsequential. Alhambra interjected, "Let us turn our discussion to the Golden Guardian Squad, Lord Brett. I am quite intrigued by our new colleagues. Bradeo, my direct team has expanded by 10 positions. Currently, I have invited the Crimson Corps, but I still lack several members. Do you have any commendable recommendations?" Alhambra, with a playful grin, replied, "Certainly. However, I am uncertain if she meets your standards." Chapter 54, Arrogance. The CP-1 agent. Magic bullet shooter Liba Van Quen possesses a formidable materialization type, Nun ability. I have witnessed her prowess with a firearm, swift, powerful, and cunning. Alhambra recommended a colleague. I collaborated with her on a task once, and my impressions were quite favorable. Importantly, I believe we should occasionally have access to long-range fire support. Braid nodded, neither affirming nor denying, merely gesturing for Alhambra to continue. Similarly, the agents of CP-1, known as the Four Demons of Resetsu, Jie, Zhutian, Lingzhu, and Ma-Tu, hail from the Royal Fist Temple, excelling in the art of physical combat. Alhambra chuckled and remarked, "By the way, during our studies at the Cipher Pole Academy, the chief instructor responsible for physical training and martial arts, Goski, was once one of the Four Demons of Resetsu. He is now succeeded by his daughter, Ma-Tu." Brett raised an eyebrow. The Royal Fist Temple? Ah, it is akin to the auxiliary division of Cipher Pole. There are similarities with the church as well. I, along with Tornado and Father Anderson, were all unearthed by the church. Alhambra adjusted his bowler hat and remarked, "Their mission involves taking in abandoned children and orphans of war, discerning their talents. Those with exceptional abilities are sent to the Cipher Pole Academy for agents, while the fate of those less gifted remains unknown." Brett suddenly realized, so that is the case. There is also the CP-5 agent, Phantom Blade Solemn Breeze, a specialist in the realm of thought abilities, wielding the peculiar Imperial tool, Adeus. Then there are the CP-6 agents, the Valentine brothers, comprising the elder Luke Valentine and his younger brother Young Valentine. Their powers remain unclear to me. Alhambra adjusted his top hat and remarked, "I have a general understanding of these notably formidable agents." Brett's fingers danced as he inquired, 8 individuals? A temporary overstaffing is of no concern. Please contact them for me. No. Sheila? Yes, Sheila instinctively recoiled. Secure their cooperation. They must convene at Mariewa within a week. In preparation for our journey to the New World, Brett commanded. Trembling, Sheila responded, "Yes, yes, Lord Brett." With a dismissive wave, Brad sent Sheila away. In truth, Alhambra touched his nose thoughtfully. "I have the perfect candidate in mind." Braid gazed into the emerald eyes of Alhambra and murmured, "Surely, you are not contemplating summoning a tornado?" Alhambra shrugged, tacitly conceding to the suggestion. "You never learn," Braid sighed in resignation. Reflecting on their past encounters with the giant centipede clan and the tornado, Alhambra shivered, realizing how dreadful his thoughts were. "I am hungry," Braid declared as he rose and took a step forward. Following closely behind, Alhambra chattered incessantly. Noticing that the knife in Mosquito Woman's hand was no ordinary blade, the Imperial artifact, March of the Dead, 8th Chamber? "Would you care to try it, Alhambra?" Mosquito Woman offered with utmost courtesy. Alhambra reached out, but there was no response. "Regrettably, we are not compatible," he lamented. "Even if you were compatible, I would not necessarily bestow it upon you," Braid quipped lightly, then added, "I believe I may very well become the first individual in history to shatter the established rule of only wielding a single Imperial artifact." Alhambra's mouth twitched as he quietly retorted, "We are all aware of your remarkable talents and extraordinary gifts, Lord Braid. However, the Imperial artifacts have existed for 8 centuries, and our predecessors have conducted countless experiments, ultimately concluding that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to wield 2 Imperial artifacts simultaneously. They're they, and I am I." Braid asserted with considerable confidence, bordering on arrogance. The primary reasons restricting the wielders of Imperial artifacts to one are twofold. First, activating an Imperial artifact demands immense physical and mental exertion. Second, as I discussed with Nishi, the primary raw materials for forging Imperial artifacts are the remains of exceedingly dangerous magical beasts, which retain vestiges of their formidable instincts or will. Due to the inherent nature of beasts that cannot coexist, they repel and harbor animosity towards one another, even in the form of Imperial artifacts. Another factor is selecting the appropriate Imperial artifact. The energy of an Imperial artifact is fueled by the wielder's spirit and physical prowess. And providing sufficient energy for one artifact is already arduous, yet the world is not devoid of individuals brimming with mental vigor and physical strength, such as myself. The first point poses no issue. As for the second and third points, well, exceedingly dangerous magical beasts also vary in strength, and the remains used to forge Imperial artifacts differ accordingly. My blood collection and rapid absorption stem from the teeth of the bloodsucker, a super dangerous magical beast of ghost-level dragon caliber. While the March of the Dead, Eighth chamber is forged from the ribs of the corpse dog, a ghost-level super-dangerous magical beast, which is notably weaker than the bloodsucker. Particularly, the bloodsucker embodies greed, signifying its exceptional nature that transcends the typical rivalry among super-dangerous magical beasts. It empowers me to exert dominion over other imperial artifacts. Brett eloquently stated, undoubtedly. The most crucial factor is humanity. The foundation of all lies in my ability to master blood collection and rapid absorption, through which I can then govern other imperial tools. Alhambra. 3. Glimmer of the blade. Braid effortlessly drew the deceased's weapon, the 8 houses. With a crack, Alhambra's jaw nearly hit the ground. The sound of metal echoed as the blade was sheathed. The rate of physical and mental exhaustion remained within acceptable limits, devoid of any adverse reactions, which was commendable. Braid remarked. Alhambra gazed wistfully at the sky. One becomes accustomed to it. Familiarity breeds ease. What kind of familiarity brings ease, Alhambra? Inquired the inquisitive mosquito woman. Alhambra wiped away his moist eyes. The blows come from the brilliant monsters, striking deeply into both mind and body, penetrating the soul. You do not understand, Joanna. You cannot comprehend. The taciturn wolf officer, known for his aloof demeanor, offered a reassuring pat on Alhambra's shoulder. They arrived at the communal cafeteria of Cipher. Paul Brett, distracted, borrowed a computer and began to peruse intelligence information, accessing channels from both Cipher Pole and the Hunter Association. As he was finishing his meal, Brett asserted, in the New World, our target lies in the central region, situated between the Navy's G5 fortress and the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Why? Because of Alhambra. Breedel remarked, the archaeological vessel, laden with historians and seekers of history, lacked the means of self-preservation. Alhambra comprehended this. Chapter 55. The magic bullet marksman among the 5 great oceans. The only uncontrollable domain of the world government lies in the Grand Line, or more precisely, in the latter half of the Grand Line known as the New World. The first half of the Grand Line, along with the East, South, West, and North Seas, remains only partially under the world government's dominion, at least to the extent that it is within the surveillance of Cipher Pole, the organization's eyes and ears. A vessel dedicated to the pursuit of historical stone tablets and the exploration of the enigmatic century of blank history. If it were to roam the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 seas for an extended period, would undoubtedly fall prey to Cipher Pole's deliberate tracking over the years. Only in the uncontrollable waters of the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, could the archaeological ship find refuge from the omnipresent gaze of Cipher Pole. Although the New World represents the sole uncontrollable region for the world government, it does not imply that it is impenetrable. At the entrance and the heart of the New World, the world government maintains 2 strongholds, the Navy's G1 and G5 fortresses. Particularly, the area surrounding G1 is fortified to ensure the safety of Mariehua, where the world government has ordered the Navy to eradicate any dissident elements at all costs. This signifies that the archaeological vessel cannot linger near the entryway of the New World. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, over 6 months have passed. The Pirate King has fallen, and the Golden Lion is imprisoned. The 3 titans who once dominated the pirate hierarchy have now dwindled to just Whitebeard. Pirates either seek to fill the void left by the Pirate King and the Golden Lion or aspire to usurp the Pirate King's throne directly from Whitebeard, often engaging in reckless endeavors. Conflicts are intensifying in the latter half of the New World, particularly before the G5 fortress, a region certainly not suitable for a vessel lacking self-defense capabilities, even if it is manned by numerous hunters who are not primarily adept in combat. Taking all factors into account, Breedel deduced that the archaeological vessel would be situated in the midsection of the New World, between the Navy's G5 fortress and the headquarters of the Hunter Association. The task at hand is far from the light and easy endeavor one might assume. The Hunter Association must be clandestinely assisting those individuals, for their survival in the New World is still a daunting challenge, Breedel mused while tapping his temple. Alhambra scratched his nose. If we cannot manage, we shall seek assistance from the Navy. That makes sense, Breedel said, playfully pulling Alhambra's top hat down to obscure his face, teasingly exclaiming, "You've become quite clever, handsome." Alhambra adjusted his hat, offering a sheepish smile. "I learned it from you. Today, we shall sing this song, drinking deeply from our cups. And then, the matter of battle shall be our rightful obligation, bestowed upon your delicate, snow-white hands. Farewell, my beloved. Farewell, my beloved. Farewell, farewell to the melodious song." A slender girl with long black hair and a freckled face, clad in a black suit and wearing glasses, sang and danced as she approached Brad. "The magic bullet shooter is she." "My lord Brad," she declared. "Agent Libby Van Quinn, codename Magic Bullet Shooter, reports for duty, my lord Brad." With a lively and cheerful salute, she swayed from side to side, resembling a flagpole swaying in a tempestuous wind. Brett extended his hand and said, "Please, have a seat. Have you been idling in Mary Geos lately? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so swift." "Ah, indeed," replied Li Bo, slightly flustered. "I made a minor error, inadvertently eliminating the officials I was meant to protect alongside their would-be assassins. Quite the mishap." Li Bo continued, her words flowing rapidly. "I am immensely grateful for your summons. Otherwise, I would have been confined, utterly bored. I trust you will avoid such blunders under my command and adhere strictly to orders." Brett chuckled, his eyes twinkling. Li Bo tossed her head, her long, errant hair swaying. "Understood, Lord Brett," she continued, shifting her focus, her expression feigning surprise as she scrutinized Alhambra. "Oh, Alhambra? When did you arrive?" "I've been here all along," Alhambra retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Li Bo teased, "Well, it seems your facade of being a handsome man pales in comparison to the real deal standing beside you. My apologies for not noticing." Alhambra, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Another loquacious contender." Brett sighed and declared, "You are free to move about. Assemble at the airship dock in 7 days at 8 in the morning." Braid took the Mosquito Lady and returned to his abode, his own home. The legendary Lord Braid was indeed striking, as Li Ba rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at his retreating figure. Alhambra, fiddling with a deck of cards, remarked, "Cease your daydreaming. That is a man you shall never possess." "One must at least try, who knows?" Li Ba jested nonchalantly. Alhambra chuckled, "Allow me to inform you, my handsome friend, that your rival is none other than the Ice Blue Queen and the Trembling Tornado." "Oh, perhaps I shall pass," Li Ba easily conceded, stretching lazily and suggesting, "Shall we compete at the shooting range? By the way, I just noticed the Wolf Commander." "Senior Wolf Commander, esteemed elder," Alhambra winked and turned to inquire, "Will you be joining us?" Bell's response was a swift departure. Soon after, Braid arrived home, which was remarkably clean and tidy, a stark contrast to its seemingly long period of neglect. "Did Annie Shui tidy up?" Braid mused as he removed his outer garments in preparation for a bath, while simultaneously reminding Altair, "Continue your training. Do not make me remind you. Aside from the essential 6 hours of sleep, meals, and necessary bodily functions, you must utilize every moment wisely." At your age, I had already mastered my abilities and undertaken significant tasks. Altair, devoid of any childish whims, obediently retreated to her room to practice the 4 fundamental aspects of her abilities. As Braid finished his bath, the doorbell rang. "Here she comes, Joanna," the Mosquito Lady exclaimed with joy as she opened the door, only to be met with anger the next moment. "Hello, Bug," Esteth said with a smirk. Bang. The Mosquito Lady attempted to shut the door, but Esteth blocked her path. "I'm here for little Braid. This is none of your concern." Esteth forcefully pushed past the Mosquito Lady, giving her no time to react. The Mosquito Lady, dressed in a meticulously arranged pink ensemble, watched as Esteth strode directly into the room, entered the bathroom, and perched herself on the edge of the bathtub, quietly observing Braid. "We have nothing to discuss," Braid remarked, seemingly indifferent to Esteth's presence. With a flush of embarrassment, Esteth shyly confessed, "I've missed you. With my work in the South Sea concluded, I couldn't wait a moment longer to pursue you. Let us start anew, little Braid. Let us forget our past grievances." "All right," Braid replied, standing up. "Kneel down and kiss me, and I'll agree to go out with you." Chapter 56. The Major's gathering. Esteth, of course, was unwilling to kneel and kiss Braid, especially in a manner reminiscent of a submissive dog. She was, after all, the supreme sadistic queen. Her immediate reaction was to push Braid down and pounce on him with force. Despite his mental resistance, Braid's body betrayed him, responding physiologically to her presence. After all, Esteth was stunning, with an alluring figure that far surpassed conventional standards of beauty, especially dressed in her enticing attire that undeniably amplified her charm and allure. How painful. The books were indeed deceiving. Esteth relished in her success, having achieved her goal, yet the experience was not as delightful as she had envisioned. Brett wore a cold expression, gazing at Esther's as if she were a foolish fish out of water. "Are you not happy, little Brett?" Esther's leaned down, enveloping Brett in her embrace, her whispers intertwining with the gentle caress of their closeness. "I will take responsibility for you. Why does it still hurt?" Esther's, troubled, reached for the discarded dress, rummaging through the pockets of her phone in search of answers. It turned out she had entered the wrong place. My apologies, she said, adjusting her position, only to let out a muffled groan. Does it hurt, little Brett? At last, we are together. How wonderful. Braid rested his arm, secretly delighted yet maintaining a stoic expression. I do not require your accountability, nor will I ever acknowledge our relationship. It is solely your unilateral aggression towards me, and I reserve the right to engage legal counsel against you. How absurd, he scoffed, as the situation had escalated to this extent. Aestius rode forth with unrestrained vigor. A moment of restrained pleasure lingered for a while, punctuated by Braid's body convulsing, marking the conclusion of their encounter. Afterward, Aestius donned her attire, her cheeks flushed, and bestowed a lingering kiss upon Braid before awkwardly departing. As she encountered the mosquito woman outside, she felt a twinge of shyness. Braid, are you all right? The mosquito woman entered the bathroom, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, predominantly tinged with disappointment. Though she did not fully comprehend the circumstances, she understood certain truths. The instinct to procreate is inherent to all living beings. Brett was cleaning himself, nonchalantly stating, It's nothing. I initially intended to seize the opportunity to bite her. Draining her blood, contemplating the dire consequences that could ensue, Joanna, emboldened, sought to convey her feelings. Brett, however, interrupted Mosquito Girl, requesting her to fetch him a suit of clothes. All right, fine, she replied, ultimately departing in silence. Before long, Esther's dispatched two formidable criminals, fulfilling her promise to Brett that upon their engagement, she would provide him with powerful beings. This would enable him to harness the blood of these creatures to swiftly absorb and extract life energy, thereby enhancing his own strength. Yet, in his view, Esther's gesture seemed akin to presenting him with two old hens, as if to convey, I am quite satisfied with your performance. These two hens are for you to make soup, to replenish your strength and take care of your health. Was he being kept? The thought perplexed Brett greatly. What troubled him even more was the rapid dissemination of news regarding his relationship with Esther's by Cipher Pole of Mariewa. Even Minister Onest congratulated him over the phone. Likely a misguided suggestion from one of Esther's subordinates, manipulating public opinion to apply pressure upon Brett. As evening fell, Brett received an invitation from the Major to attend a gathering at a villa located in the outskirts of Mariewa. Braid did not bring Mosquito Woman, Altair, and he was unfamiliar with the nature of the Celestial Dragon gathering, preferring to avoid any inappropriate topics. Welcome to our gathering, Lord Braid. The butler of the Max family cordially guided him. Meanwhile, Montana, the head of the Max family, graciously awaited his arrival at the villa entrance, his plump face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, Congratulations, Braid. You've won the heart of a beauty. Ha ha, you and Esteth are indeed a perfect match. A golden boy and a jade girl. Major? If you refrain from mentioning such matters, I would gladly enter, Braid interrupted Montana. Montana's smile widened. Ha ha ha. Okay. Upon entering the interior of Montana's villa, it was not the opulent grandeur Braid had envisioned. In fact, compared to the ostentatious excesses of other celestial dragons, it appeared rather modest. However, the space was ample, featuring a long rectangular dining table, a billiard table, and a coffee table, which still left plenty of room. Some guests had already arrived ahead of him, including a young woman with light golden hair and fair skin, likely in her early 20s. Her features were clear-cut, not exquisite but complemented by a pair of reading glasses, exuding a quietly refined elegance. Greetings to you, Braid Heyman, she said. Braid inclined his head slightly. He had seen Antigula in the records of the Celestial Dragon community. The Helsing family, a branch of the Celestial Dragons, had a daughter named Antigula, and he could hardly fathom her presence at the Major's gathering. Just call me Antigula, she insisted, clearly an anomaly among the Celestial Dragons. She lit a cigar, took a puff, and then set it down. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Braid Heyman. Brett smiled silently, while Densula remained equally reticent. Gradually, a considerable number of individuals arrived at the villa, predominantly officials from the world government, certainly not from armed factions such as Cipher Pole, the Navy, or the Holy Land Garrison, easily identifiable by mere observation. Notably absent was Minister Onest, a staunch supporter of the Major. However, the last two arrivals captured Brett's attention. One was a tall, slender man with a golden parting in his hair, donning multifocal glasses reminiscent of compound eyes. The other was a handsome middle-aged man with short black hair, also wearing a pair of corrective lenses. Undoubtedly, they were both scientists, likely just emerging from their laboratories, having exchanged their lab coats. The gathering was intended for no other purpose than relaxation. Relax a little, Montana exclaimed, raising his glass to deliver a speech. Braid remained oblivious. his gaze fixed upon the dashing scientist with raven black hair, who returned his scrutiny. As the announcement of freedom and merriment echoed through Montana, the scientist introduced himself. I am Kinos, Dr. Kinos, a colleague of your parents, with whom I collaborated on the creation of the Mosquito Girl. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Kinos, Braid replied in a rather unenthusiastic manner. Kinos nodded, turning to depart, yet not before uttering, "Let us converse when time permits." A fellow who clings to life and fears death, Braid mused with a hint of amusement, lightly touching his canine tooth as thoughts of blood collection and rapid absorption filled his mind. Chapter 57. The Order of the Royal Faith Knights. Braid could scarcely believe that the Major had gathered dozens of individuals solely for indulgence, relaxation, and revelry. Thus, regardless of the Major's persuasive entreaties and warm invitations, he remained unmoved, observing with a detached gaze as a throng of gluttonous world government officials frolicked in excess, imbibing copiously and indulging in licentiousness. Individuals like Braid, alongside Dr. Kinos, discerned his character through mere observation. His extreme rationality inclined towards aloofness, indifference, and coldness. He was unwilling to squander precious time on what he deemed frivolous pursuits. Lady Antigula, whose identity and gender rendered her participation in such social engagements inappropriate, was escorted away by her butler shortly after the banquet commenced, merely making a brief appearance. Notably, Antigula's butler was a courteous and well-mannered middle-aged gentleman, sporting a ponytail and monocle, known as Walter C. Dennis. Walter C. Dennis, formerly the enigmatic Reaper of Cipher Pole and a former member of the Holy Shield, was a piece of information Dr. Kinos casually mentioned to Braid, who was intrigued. "Is Mosquito Girl faring well?" Dr. Kinos inquired, multitasking as he engaged in conversation with Braid while working on his computer, clearly managing two tasks simultaneously. Bradeo, indeed. The rhythmic clatter of the keyboard persisted for some time. "It is not the evolution of human civilization that I seek, but rather the artificial evolution of humanity itself. This has been my lifelong aspiration." My fingers paused in their dance upon the keys as Dr. Kinos turned to fix a penetrating gaze upon Bradeo. Alas, while many extol the brilliance of my intellect, they deem my ideas perilous and extreme, including certain individuals within the government, until I encountered the Major. Braid rested his chin on his hand. "I am not intrigued by your past or your thoughts, Dr. Kinos. Your parents were among the few who acknowledged my ideas. Yet fate has dealt an unfortunate hand." Dr. Kinos replied. Brett languidly inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Did Datia seek you out?" Dr. Kinos replied, "I am well aware of the capabilities of the Imperial Artifact's blood collection and rapid absorption. I require its assistance, unlike Datia, who yearns for eternal youth and beauty. My pursuit is for the invaluable gift of time. You have already noticed the fine lines at the corners of my eyes. My vitality and strength have waned significantly, and I fear it may be exceedingly challenging to realize my dreams in the days to come." Dr. Kinos offered, "I can provide you with superior breeds such as the Mosquito Woman, which have emerged from countless evolutionary experiments." Braid wore a smile that was neither fully joyful nor entirely mocking. "Do you know what Dr. Dosha has sacrificed to secure my assistance? Allow me to enlighten you. From her corporeal form to her very essence, all belongs to me. In my eyes, she is but a monkey adorned with a crown." Dr. Kinos spoke as if recounting an undeniable truth. Braid smiled and said, "Understood. I need to examine your chips first." "Not at the moment," Dr. Kinos replied, as the keyboard clattered on. After a brief pause, Braid inquired, "I wish to know, how did you create the Mosquito Woman?" Dr. Kinos, gazing at the computer screen, explained, "It pertains to another experiment, but it is of no consequence. Her design was inspired by the ancient creatures cultivated by the Helsing family vampires. It amalgamated your mother's genes with those of a dangerously perilous mosquito-type creature, and the genes of the now extinct blood demon, a super dangerous beast of dragon caliber. Miraculously succeeded in its creation." Braid, astonished, asked, "Is the Mosquito Woman truly my sister, or perhaps my sibling?" After a moment of silence, he perceptively caught the implication in Dr. Kinos' words. The ancient creatures cultivated by the Helsing family, vampires? Do vampires truly exist? Indeed, Dr. Kinos replied succinctly. Brett raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The Major tasked you with replicating vampires?" Dr. Kinos conceded, but quickly added, "A dreadful idea, utterly devoid of significance. Currently, the experimental project is under the purview of scientist." Scientist? Brett realized, understanding that this referred to the scientist who had accompanied Dr. Kinos to the Major's gathering. "What are you discussing?" "Montana, holding a glass of wine in one hand while draping his arm around the leg of a striking woman, appeared somewhat diminutive. Brett ignited a cigar and took a leisurely puff. "What's the rush, Major?" he inquired. "If the purpose of today's gathering is merely to indulge in revelry, to unwind and liberate our spirits, I shall take my leave." "Patience, Brett," Montana exclaimed, playfully swatting the woman away before settling onto the sofa. "Very well. You truly are a man of quick temper." Brett remained silent. "I have encountered the sand crocodile. As for the red wine from Montana, I must say that I largely concur with your assessment of him. However, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion that his judgment of danger is harmless, and that even if it is harmful, it can be swiftly eradicated. I perceive his danger to be immense. The potential threat posed by each of the 7 warlords in the future is substantial. It is imperative that a specialized institution be established to monitor and sanction them accordingly. Brett, taking advantage of the formation of the 7 warlords of the sea, we shall simultaneously establish a foundation to prepare for future competition for the highest position among the celestial dragons. Montana has initiated the operation. The special agency is affiliated with Cipher Pol, yet Cipher Pol is forbidden from interference, as the esteemed Dagura will personally assume the role of the Supreme Commander. Montana declared, "I have bestowed upon it the name of the Royal National Church Knights." Brett traced circles with his fingers. "What role do we play? To establish a new organization, we require funds, equipment, and land. The list of necessities is extensive. Naturally, I can issue commands to achieve this, though it is not as swift as the present method." Montana cast a sidelong glance at the officials of the world government. "As for you, I expect you to assist Antigula. She lacks experience." Brad pondered for a moment and replied, "Once I complete the task at hand." "Very well," Montana responded. "Is there anything else?" Brad inquired. Montana waved his hand dismissively. "Nothing further." Brett rose and walked away without hesitation. This was the progress of the experiment. I, too, shall take my leave. Dr. Kino spun his computer around to face Montana and decisively departed. Montana couldn't help but comment, "Are all geniuses abstinent types?" Chapter 58. Curiosity killed the zombie man. It turns out that the world government's most treasured scientific team is concealed beneath Mariehua, within the Red Continent. Delving 3,000 meters underground, passing through layers of restrictions and security, one is ultimately met with the striking atmosphere of advanced technology within Dr. Kino's laboratory. This experience left Brett with a sense of temporal disorientation. After all, compared to this place, the outside world seemed extraordinarily primitive, akin to the stark contrast between cold and hot weaponry. It is no wonder the government proudly proclaims to the outside world, "We possess scientists who surpass human intelligence by 5 centuries, Brett exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Kino's, however, replied coolly, "That refers to Vegapunk. Yet, I am confident that my intellect is equally formidable. It's just that I do not, unlike him, bow to the government and forsake my dreams without a second thought. Who knows? I am not familiar with any of you." Brett smiled and remarked, "Speaking of which, are you aware that my imperial artifact, the blood collection and rapid absorption, is still in development and unable to transfer life energy to others? It can only siphon energy from others. Are you not afraid that I might take the benefits without fulfilling my end of the bargain? I believe in your talent in fields different from mine and trust the Major has given you a commendable evaluation." Dr. Kino's continued to lead the way. His laboratory was indeed extraordinarily vast. With a playful whistle, Brad felt quite pleased, embracing the philosophy that money makes the world go round. As he strolled through the laboratory, he was continually met with bottles of nutrient solutions and formaldehyde, containing an array of bizarre specimens, some human, some animal, and others insect. Continuing further, he observed an increasing number of finished products, varying in size and shape. Suddenly, Dr. Kino's paused. Brett surveyed the figure submerged within the nutrient solution, a male with short black hair and strikingly handsome features, devoid of any reproductive organs. The design inspiration stemmed from the vampire bred by the Helsing family, known as experiment number 66 of the Immortal series, a zombie male. Dr. Kino's introduced him, stating that his abilities included an almost immortal regenerative capacity, along with extraordinary physical strength and endurance. He is exceptionally suited for your Imperial vessel's blood collection and rapid absorption. Whether it be for siphoning life energy to enhance your own power or serving as a test subject to draw and transfer others' life energy, he is a versatile entity, capable of repeated consumption. Brett nodded thoughtfully, a meticulous recommendation indeed. After a brief pause, he inquired, "The Immortality series experiments? It appears that certain individuals possess an extraordinary yearning for life. I refer to the celestial dragons. The desire for immortality is an innate human craving, is it not? Dr. Kinos adjusted his spectacles and replied, regrettably, the birth of Subject 66 was merely a serendipitous occurrence. It cannot be replicated. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Brad tapped on the canister of nutrient solution, seeking to awaken the slumbering zombie man. I am quite satisfied with your chips, he remarked, gazing intently at the zombie man. But how can I ensure he will follow me? Dr. Kinos pondered. Perhaps you could engage him in conversation. Thus, in the depths of the night in Mary Joa, Brad strolled with the taciturn zombie man. The zombie man was not truly dull. He was quietly observing, absorbing, and reflecting upon all that surrounded him. Do you have a name? Brad initiated the dialogue. The zombie man considered. 66? If that counts as a name. What thoughts do you have? Brad gestured broadly, seemingly unveiling the world to the zombie man. The zombie man responded slowly. None. How long have you existed? Brad inquired again. The zombie man replied, I am unsure. I have never left the laboratory, so I cannot judge. From your eloquence, it seems you can read and have been educated? Brad probed. The zombie man nodded. Doctor, Kinos allows me to move freely. As long as I do not disrupt the laboratory, I may leave the laboratory. How about temporarily following me? You seem aimless at present. I will take you to discover the world. Brad invited. The zombie man deliberated. Very well. It was a delightful exchange. Are you truly immortal? Brad asked with curiosity. The zombie man instinctively touched his neck. I have had my head severed by Kinos, my heart crushed, burned, drowned, and poisoned, yet I still live. I wish to verify this. Is that acceptable? Brad smiled warmly, manifesting a weapon of thought, gluttony, in his palm. The zombie man did not refuse. With a swift thrust, gluttony pierced the zombie man's chest, greedily consuming his life energy. The zombie man remained silent as his visage gradually aged, muscles withered, and bones deteriorated, ultimately transforming into a desiccated corpse. Thud. With a rustle, the corpse collapsed, dissipating into smoke. Hey, 66? After patiently waiting for several minutes without a response, Brad called out. Reflecting on the merciless experiments Dr. Kinos had conducted on the zombie man without resulting in his demise, Brad felt reassured as he utilized the blood of the Imperial artifact to collect and rapidly absorb the life energy drawn from the zombie man. The quality was lacking, but the quantity was substantial, truly delightful. And then, there was nothing that followed. Until dawn broke, the zombie man did not revive. Brett misinterpreted the situation. The Imperial artifact, blood collection, rapid absorption, and the manifested weapon of thought, gluttony, are fundamentally distinct in their essence. The blood collection, rapid absorption focuses solely on the life energy contained within blood, while gluttony employs a more destructive approach, consuming the life energy of others without mercy, leaving no cell unscathed. Frustrated, Brett smacked his forehead, lamenting the loss of his steady source of income. In a state of dejection, he returned to Dr. Kinos' laboratory. Where is Subject 66? Dr. Kinos inquired, furrowing his brow upon noticing the absence of the zombie male. Has it escaped? Brad sighed. It's over. Don't jest, Brad. Your humor leaves much to be desired, Dr. Kinos remarked. Bradeo, truly, what I wield is not an imperial tool, but rather my weapon of thought manifestation. Kinos, still skeptical, procured a laboratory mouse and requested Brad to demonstrate. After a brief moment, Brad stated, I have compensated you. The damage is of your own making. Doctor. Kinos fell silent for a while and remarked, it's akin to shopping at a grocery store. I even offered you credit, yet the items you took away. Brad lamented. It appears he has truly perished. Dr. Kinos remarked, I must say, your manifestation weapon is quite formidable. Brad, feeling unwell, walked straight outside and said, once I finish developing the blood collection and rapid absorption of the Imperial tool, I will contact you. Rest assured, my principle is to get paid for my work. Chapter 59. Directly affiliated team in early May, on Twin Islands East Island, within the Sky Arena. The true nature of the arena was revealed as Cypherpole's stronghold in the New World, a means through which the world government infiltrated the region. Akin to the naval strongholds of G5 and G1. Only at Brett's level was he privy to this information. Previously, he had speculated that the Sky Arena was merely a financial source for the Hunter Association located on the neighboring West Island of Twin Islands. It is easy to imagine that many within Cypherpole, lacking sufficient rank, remained oblivious to the arena's true role as an intelligence hub in the New World, let alone outsiders. To the public, Fighters regarded the sky arena as their sacred ground, while the underground intelligence community considered it the largest hub for clandestine information. Nobles and the wealthy treated it as a lavish casino, a FAOD meticulously crafted by Cypherpol to obtain resources unavailable through ordinary channels, even using it as a means of proactive engagement. In a secure hideout, Bread and his direct team temporarily stationed themselves while awaiting further information about the specific location of the archaeological ship departing from O'Hara in the West Sea. Hey, Lord Bread. We've heard much about the Sky Arena's renown, but have never had the chance to witness it ourselves. May we partake in this opportunity? Since it seems the mission cannot commence for a while? A robust youth, resembling a cheetah with a visage akin to a demon, licked his lips as he sought Brett's opinion. He was the leader of the CP-1 agent group, the 4 Demon Kings, named Jiki. No, that won't do. Red replied without lifting his gaze, decisively dismissing the request. Jiki offered an awkward smile, shrugging to his companions, conveying that he had tried his best. If it isn't possible, it isn't possible, he mused. A peculiar voice chimed in, emanating from a dark-haired girl who, with a tear mole adorning the corner of her eye and a stunningly beautiful face, gazed dreamily at Bread. Occasionally, she would touch the still healing scar that traversed the right side of his face, making her cheeks flush even more. She murmured, so comforting, truly delightful. It is indeed a blessing from Lord Bread. If Esteth were the ultimate sadistic queen, then Suzuka of the 4 Demon Kings could be seen as the epitome of a masochistic servant, for she bore a striking resemblance to Millard Auberg. Bread had marred her face, a consequence of her defiance. Not only Suzuka but also Jiki and Yang, the younger brother of the Valentine duo, had all faced Bread's disciplinary actions, as they were all headstrong individuals who learned little without reprimand. To ensure their obedience, Bread had rejected the plan to arrive at the Sky Arena via airship, instead summoning the Qinglong spirit beast, Amansa, to showcase a glimpse of overwhelming power. I concede. In contrast to his brother Yang, Luke, a member of the Valentine family, is an exceptionally cultured and handsome gentleman with a refined appearance. He favors donning a white suit, and his long golden hair, cascading down to his waist, is elegantly tied back with a white headband. On the other hand, Yang is better described as a petty hoodlum than an agent, adorned with nonconformist metallic piercings and a penchant for coarse language. At this moment, Yang finds himself in the company of Sheila as the two-faced punishment from Brad. Standing against the wall with papers wedged between their legs and their heads precariously balanced atop cups of water, Braid cast aside the chess piece, exclaiming, boring. With a sidelong glance, he added, no need for pleasantries, Jutian, Matu. I have engaged you as trainers to enhance Altair's physical prowess, not to serve as her caretakers. Understood, Lord Braid. Matu is the daughter of Gotzi, Braid's instructor at the Cypherpol Academy. A petite girl with sun-kissed skin, around 13 or 14 years of age. She is playful, lively, and quickly became quite familiar with Altair in just a few days. As for Jutian, he is a robust and imposing man, bald with a thick beard. Regardless of the minor characters such as the Rorschach 4 and the Valentine brothers, Braid places greater importance on the formidable sharpshooter, Libby Van Quinn, and the taciturn, muscular short-haired woman, the enigmatic tattooed blade wielder, Solon Breeze. They are formidable forces in their own right. While their abilities may not be all-encompassing, their singular strengths are markedly impressive. I must make a trip to the Hunter Association headquarters. Mr. Wolf, I entrust you with their supervision. If they prove unruly, dispose of them on the spot. Braid instructed nonchalantly before vanishing in an instant. Bell nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, at the Hunter Association headquarters, in Braid's office, the somewhat taken aback Cutie Beatty soon found himself astonished to see the unmistakable figure of the Mosquito Girl, a sure sign of Braid's presence, standing behind him. Much to his delight, with a cheerful smile, Braid inquired, thank you for your hard work, Cutie. How is everyone faring? All is well, Lord Braid. Cutie replied with a joyful grin. With a resounding thud, Braid dismissed the shadow clone that had remained at the Hunter Association's headquarters to assist Netero with administrative duties. Taking his seat to receive updates. Has President Netero stepped out? Braid furrowed his brow. Yes, indeed. President Netero seems to have wandered off again, Cutie remarked. Where to? Braid asked. Cutie shrugged, leaving the answer unspoken. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, followed by the creaking of the door. Is that you, the original? The alluring and increasingly voluptuous member of the 12 Zodiacs, Galu, expressed her surprise, scrutinizing Braid with a blend of suspicion and intrigue, before sarcastically adding, it truly is the vice president, often too busy to be seen. Braid propped his chin on one hand, languidly remarking, President Netero does not oppose my excursions, however. What of you? Shouldn't you be assisting Port White in overseeing the branch in the West Sea? If someone harbors no ulterior motives to cause disruption, the association would function seamlessly, thus rendering the waste of human resources entirely unnecessary, Guerra retorted sharply. Bread wore a look of bewilderment, exclaiming, "Oh, are you referring to Chairman Netero? Indeed, he harbors no ulterior motives, and in recent years, everything within the association has been functioning smoothly under my management." Guerra fell silent, casting a resentful glare at Bread, and retorted, "What about the funding? Is there no reason provided for the funding application?" Bread perused the documents, responding, "It pertains to confidential operations. Only the chairman is authorized to be privy to the rationale." Guerra appeared resolute. Bread stated monotonously, "I am also the president, albeit in a subordinate capacity. Forgive me for not being explicit. This is a matter of confidentiality, known only to Chairman Netero," Gailu added. Brad rapped his knuckles on the office desk and exclaimed, "Then you shall wait for President Netero's return. I cannot commit the association's funds." He snatched the documents and, with a decisive air, left the room. "What is going on?" Brad lamented to Chuddy, his frustration palpable. "They still suspect me of being a spy for the world government? After nearly a decade, if I were indeed a spy, my true intentions would have been revealed by now. They should simply find evidence to expel me. Perhaps they harbor jealousy towards you? Your talents are simply extraordinary," Chuddy remarked with a smile. "As for Galu's so-called secret work, it appears to involve your fellow examinee from the Hunter exam, Gene Freaks. I am not privy to the specific details." Braid scratched his head, forming several shadow clones, and remarked, "I shall not linger long. Assisting our coordinating committee in finding suitable employment is no trifling matter. Oh, when President Netero returns, do remember to contact me." As Braid leaped through the window, Chudai gazed after him with a sense of longing, feeling utterly despondent. Gold and Guerra's secret work concerning ancient relics? Perhaps Guerra was particularly interested in the poisonous materials left behind within those relics. With President Netero absent from the Hunter Association headquarters, could it be that the hunters aboard the archaeological ship were merely wandering through the bustling streets? Braid's thoughts swirled. "Old Chief, it's me." Braid dialed Minister One's phone, saying, "Conduct a thorough investigation of our internal intelligence system. Is there a possibility of information leakage? It's nothing significant. Just a conjecture. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. The worst-case scenario would merely involve the postponement of the archaeological ship's mission, which I will manage." After ending the call, as he returned to the safe house on Twin Islands, he was suddenly greeted with, "Wow, who is that? Such a handsome young man. Come in and play. We won't charge you, and we might even give you some money." A group of heavily made-up, scantily clad wayward girls encircled Braid. Brett stood motionless, his gaze fixated on the balcony of the second floor. "All right, ladies," it was Tracy, a former CP0 agent, now still affiliated. Yet she had nearly faced exile at the hands of Cypher Paul. Bread gracefully leaped onto the balcony of the second floor. "Have you turned to a life as a madam?" he mused. "Alas, what could I do? My debts and my propensity for provoking his death led me to this predicament. By a cruel twist of fate, she developed desires for me, and our interaction swiftly devolved into conflict. Consequently, I became the instigator. Unfortunate enough to face the wrath of Minister Onest, who assigned me to infiltrate the Big Mom pirate crew." Meanwhile, Tracy swirled her glass of red wine. Remaining true to her pursuit of a refined lifestyle, adorned from head to toe in exquisite brands, Bradford Road, the Big Mom Pirates? With the fall of One Piece and Gold Lion, Big Mom and Beast have emerged as formidable contenders, posing a significant threat, as explained by Trisha. "Brad, your objective is to infiltrate the Big Mom pirate crew. Yet at present, it seems unwise to seek opportunities. Would I recklessly approach Big Mom and express my desire to join her crew?" Stacy chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the disillusionment of being cast away by Cypherpole. Instead, she reveled in her situation. Her enjoyment was well warranted, as it afforded her greater freedom than the rigid Cypherpole structure. "I shall forge a joy street within the Sky Arena, ascending to the ranks of the underworld's titans, and then seek the protection of Big Mom, thereby establishing a natural connection with her." "When do you intend to seek the sanctuary of Big Mom?" Brad inquired with a smile. "I too wish to witness the monster." Stacy leaned in closer to Brad, her enchanting eyes shimmering. "Not looking for a bit of fun? Relax. I am not a courtesan. That would be the one downstairs. I am quite pure, akin to Millard." "What of the remnants of Millard?" "Never mind. Even if she is a woman." Brad shook his head. Stacy perched herself upon Brad's lap, her delicate hand caressing him. "Why not play with her? She has long declared you the only man she does not mind." Brad pushed aside Stracy and swiftly departed. The safe house awaited. A strategic shift had been enacted, and the mission postponed. Brad summoned his immediate team, declaring, "I impose no restrictions on your actions, but maintain utmost discretion regarding your identities. Do not create chaos, or I shall crush you and dispose of you in the toilet." "Hurrah!" cheered Matu, leaping with exuberance. "Sky Arena. The four demons of Luocha, bring along Altair." After a moment's contemplation, Brad added, "And include Yang and Sheila." Yang and Sheila instantly appeared crestfallen. "You two are inept. Consider this a chance for development." Brad showed no sympathy as he turned away. "Joanna, accompany Altair." Alhambra interjected, "I wish to join as well. I was defeated at the 180th level last time, and I cannot bear the disappointment. Count me in." chimed Lebo, eager to join the fray. Only Wolfway, Solon, and Luke showed disinterest in the Sky Arena. "What are your intentions?" Solon inquired, his voice rough and husky. Brad was taken aback. "Reading? Hunting pirates and criminals? I am still pondering which to choose," Solon suggested. "I recommend hunting pirates and criminals. It seems far more intriguing." Bordeaux, indeed, the Sky Arena is rife with pirates in the shadows of criminals. However, in order to maintain a FAOD cipher pole, the clandestine force orchestrating the Sky Arena enforces an unwavering decree. Under no circumstances are the Navy or cipher pole's own agents permitted to apprehend the pirates and criminals within the arena. Furthermore, the pirates and criminals are strictly forbidden from wreaking havoc within the confines of the Sky Arena. In essence, aside from the arena's ring where death is permitted, no other area shall allow for the demise of individuals. The enforcement of these regulations is entrusted to hired hunters from the neighboring island. Thus, Braid and his companions set sail from the island, navigating around the Sky Arena, intent on capturing a few fortunate pirates and criminals. Their patience was remarkable as they waited until the deep of night. The Norrisley pirate crew, led by Captain Norrisley, known as the Red-Eyed Rabbit, possessed the Zoan-type rabbit fruit, excelling in kicking techniques and observation hockey. His temperament was savage, relishing in the taste of human flesh. Due to the notorious impact of his deeds, his crew struggled to recruit members, consisting solely of his slaves and reserve provisions. The government had placed a bounty of 103 million berries upon his head. From afar, a swift pirate ship could be seen, its flag, a skull with red eyes and crossed leg bones, fluttering in the wind. Luke diligently tapped away at his computer, gathering information. With a decisive snap, he closed his laptop. "Shall I proceed?" Luke inquired. Solon, clutching her massive scythe, remained nonchalant. "Please, commence your performance," Braid jestingly gestured. As the ships drew near, they collided and anchored. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An aurora of shadows flitted across the scene. Bang, bang, bang. The deck was strewn with dismembered corpses. "Quite swift, an extension of the Six Styles technique. Shave?" Braid mused. "No, there's also shave, transitioning between paper and ink at remarkable speed." It became evident that anyone capable of making a name for themselves within the vast and intricate cipher pole organization possessed extraordinary abilities. "His blade is exquisite," Solon remarked, focusing on the short dagger wielded by Luke, yet rumors suggest he is a marksman. Chapter 60, Reflection Whoosh. Thud. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ship's cabin, moving at a speed that matched but did not exceed Luke's. In an instant, a whip-like kick was directed at Luke. Fortunately, Luke's training in the Six Styles had been commendable. He quickly raised his arm to defend with a piece of iron. However, the tremendous force still lifted his toes off the ground, propelling his body backward, skidding several meters, perilously close to the ship's edge and the vast sea. With a triumphant grin, the assailant retracted his leg, revealing his exceptionally muscular thigh, longer than that of an ordinary man. Yet, his laughter was unsettling, deep, faint, and indescribably discomforting, akin to the rasp of damaged vocal cords. Indeed, his neck bore numerous ghastly scars, as did his face, chest, and legs, most of his body marred by burns. The long-legged tribe, with a cleft lip and blood-red eyes, displayed striking characteristics. It was unmistakably him. "The Red-Eyed Rabbit, Norrisley," Solon stated coldly. Norrisley tilted his head, assessing the foes upon the deck, along with the dismembered bodies of his slaves and reserve provisions. Licking his lips, his grotesque visage radiated a chilling demeanor. "You shall perish." The long-legged tribe seemed particularly proud of their legs, often adorning them with tattoos. His tattoos were indeed quite intriguing. Braid's focus diverged slightly. Norris, clad only in underpants, was acutely aware of his difficulty in articulating words, thus resorted to gestures. He patted his thigh, first indicating the intricate patterns of tattoos etched across his leg, then pointed at Braid, mimicking a blade across his neck as if to say that with each life he claimed, another line would be added to his leg, and Braid would become just another mark upon it. Such a reverence. Solin glared fiercely, tearing open her coat and reaching out with her right hand. A hum resonated as her palm unveiled eyes, her own, while her right eye dimmed to a lifeless void. The tattoo sprawling across half her body stirred like a swarm of insects, hues of red mingling with purple, the latter veiling shadows of black, casting an eerie, somber ambience over the entire pirate ship. A manifestation of a unique psychic ability? Braid observed Solin with keen interest. At that moment, Solin resembled a devil whispering, "Show me your memories, you fragmented dark history." Norris stood frozen, dazed and motionless, his pupils involuntarily contracting in a repetitive dance. "Years ago, you questioned me. Why resort to cannibalism?" As he scrubbed clean a pallid monk, Norris struggled to articulate. "There was no choice. Hunger consumed me, insatiable hunger." "No, delve deeper." Decades prior, a harrowing famine ravaged his homeland, and the emaciated Norris writhed in agony. "What are we waiting for? He's on the brink of death. If we kill him and consume him, we shall stave off our own demise." "But there are no buts. He is so grotesque. I doubt he is my own flesh and blood. If you cannot bear it, then barter for another's child. Once he perishes, he loses all value. After we weather this storm, we shall bear healthy progeny." Those were the voices of Norris's parents, driven to madness by hunger. "Ah, it hurts. Help. Do not slay me. I shall obey, father, mother." Flames, searing flames, engulfed the youth bound to a rudimentary grill as he screamed and pleaded. "We must survive, child." Came the icy retort. With a thud, the flames severed his bonds, and the boy tumbled into the inferno, desperately clawing his way out, even pushing those who hindered him into the flames. A stream saved his life. He fell into unconsciousness, then awakened, lured by the aroma of roasting meat. Ignoring his wounds as he crawled to the fire. Clink! A ring grazed his teeth. "Mother?" He cradled a charred arm, eyes brimming with tears, torn between laughter and sorrow. His damaged vocal cords could only produce a low, muffled, and indescribably agonizing sound. "Yes, I too must survive." Silence ensued. A sweet dream? Norris. Whoosh. Clang. Thud. A gleaming scythe, blood splattering. Norris lay before Solin, his body crumpled, having lost the support of his shattered legs, while she brandished the bloodied scythe. Applause erupted. A rhythmic clapping. A splendid illusion, praised Braid with enthusiasm. Solin stepped over Norris, inquiring, "What shall we do with him, Lord Braid?" Hey, he's my prey," Luke interjected, his tone laced with discontent. Solin replied candidly, "You are no match for him. With the power of the devil fruit, you stand even less of a chance. Spare me." "Spare me," Norris weakly pleaded, gazing up at Braid with a pitiful expression. Their eyes met. Gulping, Norris swallowed hard, not from fear, but from a primal dread. "Do you wish to consume me?" Braid raised an eyebrow, an uncommon fury igniting within him. "On the brink of death, you dare to contemplate devouring me?" No. "That's not it," Norris stammered in a panic. I can't help it. It wasn't intentional." Boom. With a single blow, Braid obliterated Norris, along with the pirate ship, into mere remnants. "No more," he declared, employing chakra to tread upon the water's surface. Standing upon the sea, he took a moment to calm his tumultuous emotions before returning to the vessel, shaking his head in disgust. A revolting pervert. It was evident to all that Braid remained seething with anger. What enraged Braid was not the notion that Norris sought to consume him, but rather the fleeting chill that coursed through him. Despite his vast superiority over Norris, who was clearly gravely wounded and incapable of inflicting harm, he undeniably felt a shiver of dread in that moment. He pondered the dichotomy between fearlessness and a certain reverence for all things, which holds greater merit. Indeed, there exist those who are truly fearless, such as Esther's. She harbors no hesitation in opposing any entity or imagined adversary, eagerly and even lustfully transitioning from one battlefield to another, embodying the creed of either vanquishing the foe or being vanquished by them. Brett is a quintessential individual who harbors a profound reverence for all things. At the very least, he possesses a fear of death, having encountered it himself. He cherishes and guards his current existence with a miserly fervor, for he is acutely aware of the myriad secrets the world and the future hold. "Perhaps I lack genuine trials," he mused. Chapter 61. The Vampire, Akato. As you anticipated, young Brett, our intelligence apparatus indeed encounters significant flaws. Oh dear, Mia, a substantial predicament. Minister Wonist, taking the initiative, reached out to Brett, yet he appeared neither anxious nor agitated, as evidenced by the hearty sounds of him indulging in his meal. It was clear, the news of the government's impending arrest of the archaeological vessel had been leaked, and the individual responsible for this breach of confidentiality has been sentenced to death by my decree. Braid leaned against the sofa, his brow furrowed. And then? The Hunter Association became aware of the government's intention to apprehend the archaeological ship, which harbored hunters from their ranks. Consequently, Netero extended an invitation to the elder for a discussion on the matter. Regrettably, this was not a decision the elder could independently make. Thus, he might even represent the Hunter Association and, for the first time in history, ascend to Mariawa to meet with the 5 elders. Minister Wonist remarked, certainly. Regardless of the circumstances, that group, in pursuit of the historical stone tablet detailing the blank century, must not be taken lightly. Even if the government previously agreed to pardon the hunters aboard the archaeological ship in exchange for the Hunter Association's assistance due to the rampant piracy situation, Braid smirked. Isn't that a lack of contractual integrity? The government risks losing its credibility. Minister Wonist replied earnestly, no, it will not. The government will surely pardon the hunters for their quest regarding the historical stone tablet concerning the blank century, but not for any transgressions beyond that. Are we not addressing the issues within our intelligence system? Braid sighed. Simply executing 2 individuals who leaked information will achieve nothing. Who knows if there will be a next time, or the time after that? Minister Wonist lamented, it is quite challenging. There is little we can do to reform it. Young Braid, Cipher Poles CP3 and CP4, have very few core personnel officially registered, yet the number of unofficial agents is so vast that even they are unaware. The Mafia, merchants, the underworld, pirates, and the church all serve as their channels for information. Simultaneously, they gather intelligence from any and all factions. Reforming it would mean severing ties and ultimately lead to the blockage and paralysis of the intelligence system. Braid adjusted his posture. Very well. He paused. Is Netero aboard the archaeological ship? He asked. Minister Wonist responded. He should be, but it is not certain yet. I must wait. Braid expressed his dissatisfaction. What a waste of time. Minister Wonist thoughtfully suggested. Why not leave your direct team here and return to Mariehua to assist in the construction of the Royal National Religion Knights at the Antigua Palace? Reluctantly, Braid ended the call and cast a sidelong glance at Bell. Mr. Wolf, did you hear all of that? Bell nodded gloomily. Keep an eye on them. Braid rose decisively and left the sky arena. Days later, the roar of a dragon echoed through the skies of Mariehua. Amantha. Braid patted the horn of the azure dragon, signaling her to be quiet, and then surveyed the surrounding formidable beasts. I am Braid Heyman, an agent of CP0, not an enemy invading Mariehua. The skies of Marijoya are patrolled by formidable aerial beasts, nurtured by imperial artifacts. Brad had heard of them before, but this was his first encounter. During his previous travels aboard an airship, he had never laid eyes upon such creatures. He surmised they were drawn by the presence of the azure dragon. With the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, these creatures, known as griffins, possessed sharp fangs and claws. A whole flock of griffins appeared before him, each measuring no less than 10 meters in length, with their leader towering at an impressive 15 or 16 meters. Can they communicate? Brad inquired, fixing his gaze upon the griffin leader. Amantha is my spirit beast, and her mother is a dragon-level super dangerous species. With a cacophony, the flock of griffins scattered into the sky. Their strengths varied. Most were at the wolf or tiger level, while the most powerful among them, the griffin leader, barely reached the ghost level. They were wise enough not to provoke a dragon-level super dangerous beast. All right, Amantha, I shall summon you again in a few days. Brad remarked with a smile. Amantha puffed her cheeks, appearing reluctant, but obediently replied, understood, Lord Brad. Farewell. With a whoosh, the scene transitioned, leaving only echoes of their departure. Brett leaped from atop Amanda, gracefully executing the moonwalk of the 6 styles, and safely landed directly at the window of Minister Orenist's office. Bang bang. Brett knocked on the window, startling Minister Orestes, who stood transfixed, gazing at the heavens. With a rustle, the window was drawn open. Have you found the Qinglong clan? Minister Orestes inquired, allowing Brett to enter the room, his expression enigmatic. Bredeo, well, what's the matter? Not much, he. Minister won his side with a hint of admiration, exclaiming, how splendid. The legendary and perilous magical beast tribe residing in the Eastern Sea's aerial island, Cloud Nest. It is indeed remarkable that you have garnered their approval and forged a blood pact with them. He shifted the conversation. Little Bredeo, I implore you, never bring them to Mariawa again. My hypertension cannot endure it. Minister Onist plopped down onto a chair, lamenting. Do you realize the chaos their presence could incite? Not only would it disturb the celestial dragons, but the Holy Land's garrison nearly issued an attack order. And there were even incidents where people were so startled they met with accidents. Bread blinked. Very well. The Intrigula Palace is next door. Minister Onist extended his hand to usher people away. Bread took a few steps and turned his head, inquiring, Is there any movement in the South China Sea? I am referring to the most sinister bloodline in history. Alas, Minister Onist scratched his head. The implication was evident. Brad's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to enter Intrigula's office. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted by the elegant bow of Walter, Helsing's old butler. Intrigula was seated behind his desk, perusing documents. Notably, beside Intrigula stood a brooding figure clad in a striking red coat, adorned with a top hat and dark sunglasses. A vampire, Akato. There is no need to stare at me. Human, Akato remarked in a low, ominous tone. It is quite impolite. Bread chuckled, his curiosity piqued. My apologies. He quickly added, Greetings to you, Miss Incula. With Mr. Grim Reaper present, I believe you require no additional assistance in establishing the Royal Order of the Knights of the Faith. He possesses far greater experience than I. I have grown old and find it difficult to keep pace with the times, Walter remarked, also smiling. Chapter 62. Sincere wishes that you may never fall victim to a crime of passion, please. Sit down, do not rush. Incula gestured for Bread to take a seat and offered him a freshly trimmed cigar. Would you care to try one? Bread took his seat without formality, savoring the rich flavor of his cigar, quite delightful. The supervision of the 7 warlords of the sea is merely one of the justifications and functions for the establishment of the Royal National Religion Knights. Intigula also lit a cigar, but after taking a single puff, she extinguished it. This is her habit. A good thing is sufficient in moderation, neither to be indulged in nor to be greedy for. Thus, Walter, who has been in seclusion from Cipher Pole for quite some time, has indeed fallen behind the times. He is unfamiliar with the current state of Cipher Pole and the world. Bredkin's eyes sparkled as he half-jokingly teased, If you say that, Mr. Grim Reaper might feel disheartened. Yet, Walter continued to smile warmly, exuding an air of kindness. Braid, feeling somewhat disheartened, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and remarked, Very well. Aside from the oversight of the 7 warlords of the sea, what other reasons and functions underpin the establishment of the Royal National Church Knights? Over the years, the World Conferences have been predominantly organized by Cipher Pole and the Navy, who have jointly managed the preparatory work, making subtle adjustments in response to the ever-evolving circumstances. Ultimately, the core principles remain unchanged, and the higher-ups deemed it necessary to separate these functions. Intagula responded calmly. Moreover, there is the imperative to safeguard the celestial dragon populace. As the number of those dedicated to the protection of this esteemed group, known as the Holy Shield, is exceedingly limited. Braid, taken aback, exclaimed, I find myself in need of capable individuals, exceptional organizers and executors, who can assist me in alleviating the pressure. Intigula fixed his gaze upon Braid and stated plainly, I wish for you and your direct team to come under the banner of the Royal Religious Knights. It may not be a formal incorporation, as the Royal Religious Knights are ostensibly a branch of Cipher Pole. Perhaps it would be more of a reassignment? Braid rested his chin on one hand, remaining noncommittal. There were no obstacles from Minister Onist, who wholeheartedly supported my establishment of the Royal National Religion Knights, Intigula added. I can effortlessly ascend to the ranks of the Holy Shield at any moment. Braid unexpectedly veered into an unrelated topic. Please believe in my capabilities. I have also been involved with Cipher Pole, primarily because it nurtured my growth, and out of nostalgia, I find it intriguing to remain with them. Intigula intertwined her fingers, understanding Braid's implication. The status of the Holy Shield even surpasses that of Cipher Pole. It is one of the hidden aces of the world government, dedicated to safeguarding the celestial dragon community. The celestial dragons must reciprocate with the utmost respect towards the Holy Shield, which nearly symbolizes leisure, freedom, and wealth. Braid's assertion that he could readily join the Holy Shield was essentially a suggestion for Intigula to recruit him. Very well, but where is your sincerity? What are the benefits? What tangible rewards do you offer? I can provide you with the same treatment as the Holy Shield, Intigula replied solemnly. Bredwin reiterated, I am always capable of successfully entering the Holy Shield. What do you desire? Intigula directly tossed the question back to Bredwin. Brett pondered momentarily, then shifted the topic. My direct team, the Wolf Captain, has been accompanying me on a long-term covert mission. Minister Ernest's son, Sheila, aims to gain favor with Lady Antigula, who possesses discerning taste. They are indeed competent operatives. However, I must conclude another long-term secret mission before they can report to you. I am aware of your plans to apprehend the archaeological vessel investigating the blank century historical stele. Antigula inquired, "Are there any other recommendations?" Brett shrugged, expressing that the members of his direct team were primarily those recommended by Alhambra, and he himself was not well acquainted with many individuals, having only a handful of friends. Father Alexander Anderson and the Red Corps concealer were mentioned, the former being his mentor and the latter a classmate. He could not assure that they would be inclined to switch allegiances. Previously, Brett had sought the assistance of the Red Corps concealer in forming his direct team, but to this day he had not received a response, which was evidently a veiled refusal. "And Esther's?" Antigula inquired with a semblance of a smile. Brett's lips twitched at the corners. "As long as you're not afraid of us coming to blows." "Tornado, how are you?" Antigula's smile grew ever more pronounced. "Bredeo, is it permitted at a higher level?" "It is permitted." "Antigula, however, it requires someone to communicate with the dragon." Braid turned his head, feigning ignorance, as he allowed the fervent gaze of Antigula to rest upon his visage. "All right," Antigula sighed, "I will personally communicate with the whirlwind." Before he could finish his sentence, the door to Antigula's office was swung open with abandon. "Little Braid." The whirlwind appeared, soaring onto Braid's shoulder, furiously ruffling his hair. "You scoundrel! You vanished again, ignoring me. I warned you against ignoring me, and you're consorting with that wretched little Estes. How infuriating." "Brett, Antigula, Akato, Walter." "Wow, all right." Brett sighed. "It's not that I haven't reached out, but rather that I've been swamped with work." "What is going on with this death?" Tornado inquired. Braid met the gaze of Tornado, whose small face flushed as she averted her eyes. In a serious tone, she uttered a series of nonsensical statements. "She pursues me, yet I harbor no affection for her. She does not fit my ideal." He continued, "I am drawn to petite figures with sweet voices, preferably with short hair and a shade of green." "Go to hell, you scoundrel!" Tornado exclaimed, her face growing crimson as she hastily fled the scene. "Just teasing you," Braid murmured, though sadly, Tornado did not hear him. With a swift turn, she disappeared. Bredeo remarked, "Why are you looking at me?" "Nothing much. I sincerely wish you do not perish from a love tragedy in the future," Incula responded softly. "Brett, I shall take my leave now." Rising from his seat, Brett approached the door and cast a sidelong glance, inquiring, "Shall we engage in a discussion sometime? I am quite curious about the former Holy Shield and the legendary vampire's powers." Walter replied nonchalantly, "Forget it, Mr. Brett. I truly am getting old." A hearty laugh erupted from Akato, though he remained silent. Once Brett departed, Incula lamented, "The government has been overly lenient with them, leaving many issues unaddressed. As for Estes, she is manageable, but Tornado, particularly Brett, seem to exist on the very fringes of the regulations set forth by the government. They have already gained substantial strength. It would be prudent for you to approach them with caution," Walter advised. Incula responded, "This is also one of the reasons for the establishment and function of the Royal National Religion Knights." Chapter 63. Ambivalence, the Shambody Archipelago, an amusement park. The spinning bubble carousel. Tornado sulked atop a wooden horse, resembling a forlorn kitten deprived of its fish can, utterly dispirited. It was utterly disheartening. For within less than half an hour of arriving at the amusement park, she had been approached 4 times by either youthful maidens or elegant matrons, each initiating the conversation with remarks about her, such as, "Your sister is truly adorable," or "Your sister is quite charming." "Your sister? You are the one who resembles a sister." Tornado muttered in dismay. Braid stifled a laugh and said, "You were quite pleased to come to the amusement park, weren't you?" "Humph." Tornado tilted her head. Indeed, before arriving at the amusement park, Tornado had been in high spirits, even going to great lengths to adorn herself, swapping her previous conservative children's attire for a form-fitting black Cheongsam-style dress, complete with a stand-up collar and thigh-high slits. In the words of that enchanting designer, "This dress perfectly showcased your subtle allure, Lady Tornado, and would undoubtedly captivate certain unsavory gentlemen." "But the outcome, sister?" He chuckled. "You used to be indifferent to others." Braid continued, "Well, if you're feeling down, we needn't play. Let's find a place to enjoy a drink instead." As she effortlessly soared onto Braid's shoulder, Tornado intentionally swung her delicate, white lotus-like legs against him, keenly observing his reaction, which was one of disappointment. Braid offered no response. "Ah, hey, ouch." Frustrated, Tornado leaned in and playfully nipped at Braid's ear, reminiscent of their past antics. Finally managing to catch her, Braid held her close and locked eyes with her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," Tornado pouted, resembling a cartoon character. Braid no longer teased Tornado, stating, "Surely, you do not believe that inviting you to the amusement park is akin to a date?" At this, Tornado's face flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing as she stammered, "And no. Not at all, you jerk. We are merely friends." "Braid, you are one of my few friends," she added. Braid affectionately tousled Tornado's vibrant green hair. Tornado, suddenly incensed, swatted Braid's hand away and extricated herself from his embrace. "I am neither your sister nor your daughter, so refrain from touching my head." "Fool. Imbecile." Brett, with a radiant smile, silently led the way into a dessert shop. He quietly sipped on his cold drink. "Little Brett, you, along with his death?" Timidly inquired about the swirling winds. Brett feigned confusion, exclaiming, Oh, it's nothing really, just as I told you. She is pursuing me. But I have no affection for her. I wish to extricate myself from her grasp, but it proves difficult. You know her mind is not quite right. I cannot overpower her. Yet she cannot defeat me either. In any case, it is exceedingly troublesome, so I have chosen to let it be and allow her to continue. Would you like me to assist you?" Tornado's eyes brightened, eagerly volunteering. Braid expressed his curiosity, inquiring how he could assist, suggesting, "Should we eliminate her?" "The government would not permit us to engage in internal strife." Tornado, striving to maintain her composure, stammered, "Do you truly fancy those petite, sweet-voiced girls? What do you think of me?" There was a brief pause. "If you had a legitimate girlfriend, Esther's would cease to bother you." Tornado quickened her speech, and as the words slipped from her lips, she inwardly wrestled with her embarrassment, thinking, "Oh dear, this is so awkward. Shouldn't I wait for him to confess? What if he rejects me? That would be so humiliating." Brett wore a peculiar smile, teasingly remarking, "I have always considered you a friend, Tornado. You actually harbor feelings for me." Tornado, flustered and enraged, shouted, "Go to hell." She furiously pounded her small fists against Brett's chest before fleeing the scene. Brett lingered in the dessert shop, resting his chin on his hand in contemplative silence for approximately half an hour. Brett returned to Marie's residence. "I heard you had returned to the Holy Land." Esther sat gracefully on the living room sofa, adorned in a pink nurse's outfit, with traces of blood staining her attire, seemingly having just come from her private interrogation chamber. It appears she had even gone out on a date with another girl, so fickle. How infuriating. Braid leaned against the doorframe and turned to leave. "Yet, of course, I choose to forgive you," Asta said with a smile, playfully pulling Braid back. "I trust your taste isn't so poor as to engage in anything with someone resembling a child nearly the same age as your adopted daughter." "Bradeo, what if I am a pervert? Then I would castrate you." Hee. Isteth forcefully pinned Bradeo against the wall, exploring him. "Clearly not. Are you resisting me? Yet your body is quite honest." Thump. Red no longer held back and forcefully lifted Isteth's short skirt. "Do not entangle me any further. This is the end. Can you not be gentle?" "Gentle?" Their intermittent exchanges continued until the two physically formidable beings, after an exhaustive struggle, began to feel a hint of fatigue. After a considerable time, bathed in the brilliance of the morning light, Isteth raised Brett's chin to scrutinize his features. "I am striving to change, perusing books daily. Yet the experience sickens me." Brett turned over, detached and indifferent. The discord in character serves as a constraint on the further development of the relationship between Isteth and Brett. The same reasoning applies to Tornado. Isteth tidied her attire and departed without hesitation. She indulged and also took her respite. Brett embarked once more towards the sky arena, patiently awaiting the apprehension of the archaeological vessel. Little did he anticipate that this vigil would extend for a duration of 6 long months. As the year drew to a close, Minister Wonest informed Brett that Nitro would represent the Hunter Association for the first time in history on an official visit to Mariewa, scheduled for December 1st. This revelation suggested that Nitro, who had remained elusive and uncertain in his associations with the archaeological ship, was finally poised to depart from it. Subsequently, news of Nitro's historic visit spread like wildfire across the globe. Amidst the cacophony of speculation, Brett, leading his direct squad, proceeded with a light and agile approach. Utilizing intelligence analysis from Cypherpole, they pinpointed a remote island. As they scattered in pursuit, the endeavor to capture them all proved arduous given their limited forces. Brett refrained from immediate action, employing his observation hockey to keenly sense the surroundings, requesting naval support. "What seems to be the issue, Lord Brett?" inquired Alhambra. Brett furrowed his brows, pondering the presence of a formidable individual quite intriguing. Did Netero request them to substitute for his bodyguard? In Chapter 64, A Career in Service, 1 kill a day. It seems that the considerable pressure exerted by the higher echelons of the world government has led the Navy to exhibit greater support for Cipher Pole's efforts in apprehending the archaeological vessel. The day after Bread contacted Minister Wano for naval assistance, a warship hastily departed from G1 Fortress under the cover of night. This naval vessel carried 500 well-trained sailors. A commendable force whose excellence was a direct consequence of the prevailing global circumstances. Generally speaking, the Navy on the Grand Line holds a superior status and combat capability compared to that of the Four Seas, with particular distinction given to the naval forces stationed at the New World G1 and G5 fortresses. Given the precarious environment of the New World, the Navy must deploy its finest and most capable divisions to secure their hard-won victories. At the helm of the warship was a vice admiral, the acting base commander of G1 Fortress. He belonged to the giant race, towering at 17 or 18 meters with a robust physique, small eyes, a broad mouth, and a thick mane of brownish red hair. His name was Jaguar D. Sol. The presence of such a race within the Navy is exceedingly rare, attributed to the escalating racial discrimination across the globe, which has often led to conflicts between the majority and minority races. In these frequent skirmishes, they have predominantly played the role of accomplices to the majority, often perceived by the minorities not as symbols of justice and peace. Nevertheless, the giant race has historically been a source of manpower for the Navy, a legacy tracing back several decades to when none colluded with the world government to deceive the naive giants. In any case, upon meeting Sol, Bread could not help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Regaining his composure, Bread boarded the warship. "I am Bread Heyman. It is a pleasure to meet you." Vice Admiral Sol, Bread greeted succinctly. "I kindly ask that you secure the island and prevent the individuals aboard the archaeological vessel from fleeing. We at Cipher Pole will handle the rest." "Not a problem," Sol replied with enthusiasm, his distinct laughter resonating. Thunderous laughter. "We understand our mission." Breadwin turned and said, "Joanna will remain to protect Altair, while the others will enter the island, preparing for a free hunt. Be mindful to leave some alive. There are matters above that require their inquiry." With that, he swiftly departed. As Brett pivoted on his toes, he resembled a projectile soaring through the air. "No, we cannot avoid this," murmured Sheila softly, her voice diminishing with each utterance, prompting a fierce glare from the wolf officer. "Do not be afraid. Cheer up. The heir of Minister Wano is here," exclaimed Libby, playfully patting Sheila while humming a jaunty tune and exaggeratedly mimicking the naval march. "Today, we shall sing this song, downing the wine in our goblets in one swift gulp. Then, the matter of battle becomes an inherent duty, bestowed upon your snow-white hands. Farewell, my beloved. Farewell, my beloved. Farewell, farewell." Each individual approaches the tumult of battle and the act of killing with a unique demeanor. Some tremble with fear, others remain composed, while a few are consumed by fervor. Just like Yang from the Valentine brothers, who epitomizes the zealous type, his words spilling forth in a torrent. On the other side, Brett has arrived at the archaeological camp, landing lightly on the fire pit. Who goes there? An intruder. Everyone. Chaos ensues. Brad glanced around, exclaiming, "Ah. It has been a while, Ms. Nicole Alvia." Alvia had lost considerable weight, yet her grace remained as enchanting and intellectual as ever. Albeit her horrified visage and the cold sweat trickling down her face marred some of that allure. Brad, it has been years since we last met. How is it that you still recognize me?" Brad smiled softly. What a cruel mother to abandon her own daughter. "Are you aware that little Robin has not been faring well?" "Stop it," Alvia interjected, her emotions surging as she slumped in despair. "Who exactly are you?" "I am the vice president of the Hunters Association and the president of the coordinating committee of the largest faction within it, known as the 12 Branches, Brad Heyman." "No. Not an enemy?" "Ha. I fear he is. It is rumored that he is an undercover spy from Cipher Pole infiltrating our Hunters Association. And it was he who covertly harmed Alvia's husband." The archaeological vessel was not solely populated by scholars from O'Hara Island and other regions. It also housed hunters, historical hunters, ancient script hunters, and relic hunters, who, though not deeply acquainted with Brad, were at least familiar with him. "Will you surrender obediently? Or shall I take matters into my own hands?" Brad leisurely lit a cigar. "I am well aware that President Netero represents the Hunters Association in a historic first visit to the world government, attempting to intervene on your behalf out of concern for your safety, and has even arranged for bodyguards. It matters not. I will blow his brains out and bid him to mind his own business." Suddenly, a sound akin to metal clashing echoed. A hand, sharp as a blade, pierced through the hardened defense of Brad's back. "Oh, I have been waiting for you to blow his brains out." An elderly man with silver hair, short stature, and a hunched back, donned with the inscription of a lifetime of service and a daily kill, launched a surprise attack. Brett cast a sidelong glance at the contemporary head of the Zoldyck family, Gino Zoldyck, and remarked, "Is it not possible for you Zoldicks to maintain a sense of decorum? Alas, we too must make a living. How else can we earn without accepting commissions?" Gino replied with a smile, "Allow me to clarify. I am no longer the head of the Zoldyck family. That position has been passed on to my son, Sheba." Brett, taken aback, swiftly raised his leg to push Gino back. "Disperse and break through, but be wary of ambushes. This fellow is no easy adversary, and I lack the energy to assist you further." Gino moved his arms, solemnly warning the archaeological vessel while concentrating, employing the technique of his aura with meticulous precision. Braid understood that Gino was a formidable opponent, an old assassin endowed with immense strength and vast experience. From the very beginning, he had to exert every ounce of his power. Any hint of weakness would inevitably incur a steep price. In a display of mystical prowess, a faint aura enveloped him, and his visage underwent a remarkable transformation. His golden eyes flared open, resembling the feral pupils of a beast, while his hair, once resplendent, now appeared pallid as it grew in abundance. Most striking were the dragon scales that spread across his cheeks and the irregular horns sprouting from his forehead. With a swift motion, the ground shattered beneath him. A spectacle of dazzling energy. Gino's pupils constricted sharply as the aura surrounding him surged, his thoughts coalescing into a powerful bow, manifesting as a golden dragon's head. Chapter 65, The Resurgence of Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky. The ominous rumble intensified, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying collision unleashed a colossal wave of energy, reminiscent of a devastating tsunami, radiating from the epicenter of Braid and Gino, obliterating the earth, uprooting trees, and shattering rocks. It even claimed the lives of countless archaeologists aboard their vessels, who barely had time to react before succumbing to the deluge of blood that rained down upon them. In the brief moment of stalemate, Gino stumbled back, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Mystical arts? He mused, his keen intellect fixated on Braid. What a terrifying creature this little demon is. Perhaps today, I shall truly meet my end. Brett flashed a grin, questioning, "If you are aware, why not relinquish it?" "I accepted the remuneration from my client, leaving me with no choice. To take another's wealth is to bear their burdens. Even an assassin must adhere to principles and integrity. Though in the pursuit of survival and greater earnings, I should have cast aside all notions of principles and honor." Gino feigned nonchalance while silently acknowledging, "The client remains alive. Far more formidable than you can imagine. Should I not dedicate myself fully, the entire enemy family could be embroiled in trouble." Amidst our conversation, a resonant hum surged forth. The chaotic thoughts coalesced, and Gino pushed forward. Boom. Golden radiance flickered, a dragon soaring through the skies. Indeed, he was a seasoned warrior. Brett shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "You're stalling for time with your words, preparing for both offense and defense, while also scrutinizing my mystical arts. Do you believe my explosive power cannot be sustained for long? I can candidly inform you that my limit is 3 days. Yet, it comes at a cost. One that is rather embarrassing to mention." Gino scoffed, a master of deceit. Whoosh. A formidable serpentine formation shielded Gino while reaching out to bite at Brett. Boom. The earth suddenly bore a gaping chasm several feet deep. From a distance, noticing Gino's relentless control over the golden dragon, Brett raised an eyebrow. "Forming hand seals, that is precisely my intention. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage. Mystic art, wind and fire wheel." This combination of mystical chakra-infused ninjutsu wielded incomparable power. A high-pressure wind ball mingled with a searing fireball, the wind fueling the flames, swelling in intensity, akin to a barrage of fiery meteors plummeting from the heavens, crashing into the golden dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, dust swirling chaotically. After a moment, the golden dragon swayed precariously, and Gino, panting heavily, found himself displaced, pushed back several meters by Brett's gusts, leaving 2 deep furrows in his wake. Unfortunately, the dragon's mystical arts possessed power, yet lacked a corresponding technique. With a silent exclamation, Brett closed in on Gino, unhesitatingly engaging in close combat. He was uncertain whether Gino's thoughts leaned towards release, manipulation, or transformation, but he was certain they were not enhancements. Bang, 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 bang. An exhilarating flurry of fists and feet ensued, the rhythm almost suffocating, moving so swiftly they appeared as mere flashes of light. Suddenly, bang. Gino faltered, unable to keep pace with Brett, receiving a crushing blow that sent him hurtling through the air. It was over. Brett swooped down like a falcon, his fingertips radiating lethal intent. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a thunderous roar, a massive fireball hurtled towards him, abruptly halting his movements. Coughing, he recognized Uchiha Madara, who appeared even more frail and aged than the last time Brett had encountered him, yet emanated an exponentially greater sense of danger. Are you also sought by Netero? He certainly made a grand investment. Brett squinted. Uchiha Madara replied languidly, I possess my own means to evade detection. Netero has promised to assist me in hunting down that extraordinarily perilous species of magical beast, the lanternfish. Braid fell into silence for a moment. Have you awakened the Rinnegan? He inquired tentatively, swiftly performing a summoning technique. With a resounding boom, Tamamonome lazily materialized, casting a disgruntled glance around. What is the meaning of this? You are delaying my beauty regimen. Spare me the chatter, Braid retorted. You have encountered the descendant of the Six Paths, Uchiha Madara. I surmise he has awakened the Rinnegan. Tamamonome tilted her head, scrutinizing Uchiha Madara. Oh? Her tone shifted as she glanced back at Braid. How long have you been using your Dragon Sage technique? 3 minutes? Braid, uncertain, closed his eyes to unleash his observation haki, deliberately avoiding any direct gaze from Uchiha Madara. Am I not in grave danger? Tamamonome appeared visibly anxious. Braid, with veins protruding from his forehead, remarked, your focus seems rather peculiar. Either join me in this endeavor and ponder those trivial matters after our victory, or stand idly by as I meet my demise. You need not concern yourself with the repercussions of the Dragon Immortal technique upon me. In response, Tamamonome raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, interrupting Braid as she murmured, to resolutely decide to engage in a fierce struggle is truly uncharacteristic of your usual demeanor. Braid took a deep breath. I must grow stronger. Only by embracing the indifference of life and death can one transcend their limits. Meanwhile, there was Lord Gino. Uchiha Madara remained stoic. I will hold off this brat. You must protect the archaeologists. A considerable number of adversaries are approaching. If the archaeologists perish, our efforts will be rendered meaningless. Very well, Gino pondered before nodding in agreement. However, I did not grant you permission to leave, Braid interjected, swiftly intercepting and signaling Tamamonome, go. With a roar, Tamamonome transformed into a colossal white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox, unleashing a fierce torrent of wind blades. Gino nimbly evaded, running continuously. Uchiha Madara remained unperturbed. The fabric of space-time warped as a vortex engulfed the wind blades. Upon closer inspection, Uchiha Madara's eyes displayed a peculiar pattern, unmistakably the Rinnegan. Susanoo. Aware of his own frailty, he endeavored to counter the immense white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox by conjuring a purple skeletal giant. It would absorb energy near him. Braid leaped onto Tamamonome's head. I trust you don't require a reminder. You have encountered the Sage of Six Paths, Tamamonome sheepishly responded. Time flies. I have forgotten many details regarding the Rinnegan. Braid remarked, it has been many years since I last fought. I hope you allow me to indulge, boy. Deep down, Uchiha Madara remained the combative warrior he always was, even as his bones neared decay. As he spoke, the skeletal giant began to develop muscle, forming a torso, legs, and 4 arms, each wielding a curved colossal sword. What a nuisance, Braid muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 66, Chaos of Battle. Once one masters abilities such as Haki, Nin, and Chakra, forces that manipulate the very essence of life, they essentially transcend the realm of ordinary humans. Thus, every individual passing the Hunter Association's rigorous tests must possess a minimum understanding of martial arts. This minimum entails that any hunter who successfully cultivates Nin and joins the ranks of hunters is, by definition, superhuman, a monster. Yet, even among superhumans, there exists a distinction between the powerful and the weak, those adept in combat and those who are not. Undoubtedly, the historical hunters aboard the archaeological vessel, those specializing in ancient relics and texts, fall into the category of the weak, ill-suited for battle. They resemble scholars more than warriors, especially when their opponents are the formidable forces of the world government, Cipher Pol, and the elite navy. Furthermore, they must also consider the genuine scholars who are utterly defenseless. Without assistance, the archaeologist's fate is sealed. They would be captured without a chance of escape. Braid understood this, as did Uchiha Madara and Gino. Rest assured, he will not be able to impede your departure any longer. Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, as if recounting an established fact. Gino, hands clasped behind his back, revealed a smile upon his slender cheeks. No problem, Mr. Madara. The Akatsuki clan, renowned globally as a premier family of assassins, also possessed formidable intelligence networks. Even within the isolationist confines of the Land of Waves, he had surmised and confirmed Uchiha Madara's true identity. Summoning technique. Without hesitation, expending a considerable amount of chakra, Bread invoked the summoning technique once more. With a thunderous sound, smoke billowed and dissipated. Breathing in, an exaggerated length of over 150 meters emerged, revealing a colossal dragon-class super dangerous beast. Bread did not summon Amanda. Rather, he called upon her mother, Danless, the leader of the Azure Dragon clan. After all, in such a grand conflict, the inexperienced young Azure Dragon could not possibly partake, as her celestial powers were still quite rudimentary. Braid conjectured that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was currently incapable of absorbing ordinary senjutsu. "Wake up, Lady Daniris," he called out, his lips twitching as he roused the slumbering and indolent Azure Dragon. "I am in trouble." "Hey, Lady Daniris." At that moment, Madara, within his Susanoo, made the first move, extending one hand as he unleashed the universal pull. Braid, Tamamo, and Daniris were all within the range of his jutsu, and the terrifying gravitational force forcibly dragged them towards the four curved swords held by Susanoo's arms. "Now," Madara shouted to Gino, clearly not expecting a single strike to secure victory, nor did he believe that Braid would be rendered helpless, as Braid's previous performance had sufficiently demonstrated his understanding of the Rinnegan. Gino did not hesitate. He stepped forward and vanished. The resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air, as the white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox that was Tamamo was being drawn in by the universal pull. It swiftly used the slumbering Azure Dragon as a shield, slapping it forward to absorb the impact and allowing the gravitational force to crash it against the four curved swords of Susanoo. The Azure Dragon's fur was so resilient that it could be fashioned into the legendary Imperial tool, the ever-changing cross-tail, with its longest strands even reputed to be unbreakable threads. Clearly, its defensive capabilities were formidable, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to penetrate. Susanoo, in comparison to the Azure Dragon, was significantly smaller. Thus, it could not withstand the sudden impact without staggering backward, forcing Uchiha Madara to cease the universal pull due to his unstable balance. "You won't escape." Tamamo's tails, akin to 9 frenzied serpents or 9 sharp spears, swiftly closed the distance, ensnaring Gino in mere moments. Roar. The Azure Dragon, angered by the disturbance to its slumber, flipped over Susanoo with a mighty strike, and Daniris, now with fiery eyes, surveyed her surroundings. "Braid? Lord Tamamo?" she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Be careful." As the words of Braid fell, the air trembled with the utterance of Shinra Tensei. Boom. The overwhelming repulsive force erupted violently, instantly casting Danless aside, and even Braid and Tamamo were significantly affected. Taken by surprise, Danless found herself in a disheveled state, struggling to rise. "What on earth is that guy doing?" "The Rinnegan." Tamamo's 9 tails swayed gracefully. "Surely your Qinglong clan possesses some related legends, do they not? In any case, it is quite a formidable challenge. Otherwise, Lord Braid would not have summoned me along with you." Danless shook her dragon head, regaining her composure. "I never expected the Rinnegan to resurface one day. However, there is no need for excessive alarm. His Rinnegan has only recently awakened, and his life is nearing its end, preventing him from reaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths." Braid declared. "Lady Tamamo, keep a close watch on Gino and Lady Danless. Let us employ celestial techniques to test him and wear him down. If he carelessly reveals a flaw, we shall eliminate him." "Understood." Danless soared through the clouds, catching Braid as he leaped, and with fierce determination, they advanced straight towards Uchiha Madara. Yet, his earlier, Braid interrupted Danless's contemplation, stating that there was a time constraint, albeit brief, presenting them with an opportunity. "Is your trump card merely them? A monstrous creature, a super dangerous beast. Entomb your animals." Uchiha Madara scoffed disdainfully. With a mighty roar, Susanoo underwent a magnificent transformation, donning armor, unfurling its wings, and manifesting into a divine warrior, the complete form of Susanoo. With a commanding shout, he launched himself, exerting no gravitational force but rather a repulsive one, as Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo to clash head-on with the colossal Azure Dragon. The earth trembled with a resounding boom as turbulent energy swept across the landscape, leveling the very center of the desolate island. "Fire." Danless inhaled deeply, unleashing a tempestuous breath. "Fire release. Great fireball technique." Meanwhile, Braid conjured an inferno of his own. The flames, fueled by the winds, painted the sky a vivid crimson, enveloping Susanoo in their embrace. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara's response was remarkably straightforward. He retaliated in kind. Though aged, the fusion of his being with the cells of Shinja Hashirama endowed him with a seemingly boundless reservoir of life energy, rendering him unafraid of any long-range countermeasures. The flames danced back and forth in a fierce tug-of-war. After a moment, Damless could no longer restrain herself and lashed out with her dragon's tail. The clang of Susanoo's sword resonated in readiness. Have you forgotten something? Tamamonome had inexplicably transformed into her human form and stealthily approached Susanoo from behind, her delicate hands poised together, glinting with a dangerous radiance. With silent agility, Gino mirrored Tamamonome's movements, grinning mischievously. Hiki, have you also forgotten something? Synopsis. In the year 1525 of the Sea Circle Era, a force that once obliterated the Hunter Association and ended the Great Pirate Era, a singular entity that had brought ruin to the ninjas and samurais of the Land of Harmony, while simultaneously overpowering the alliance of giants and yokai, a being that had thoroughly established its supremacy over the world government, rendering even the treacherous creatures of the Dark Continent and the calamities of the Grand Line powerless against it.